Chapter 1. Qian Renxue. Qinghe has always been a man of his word, and thus his words must be taken seriously. Major revisions, updated on September 5th. Young Master, all the guards of the Tian Dou Palace have been replaced with our people, leaving only the palace guardian. Inside the Tian Dou Palace, the Civic slightly cupped his hands and respectfully addressed Qian Renxue before him. This palace guardian is named Chen Yue. It is said that he hails from the time of the founding ancestor of the Tian Dou Empire, making him the most senior figure in the entire palace, even surpassing Douluo. One wonders if, after 20 years of seclusion, he has become a Title Douluo. Beside him, the snake spear Dou furrowed his brow and solemnly remarked, "If we recklessly engage him in battle, we may surely alert the 3 Title Douluos within Tian Dou City. Moreover, with the 6th and 7th elders having already departed, relying solely on the strength of the 2 of us, should we be discovered by the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo, we may not be able to ensure the safety of the young master." Given Qian Dou's profound concern for Qian Renxue, especially at this critical juncture of executing the Tian Dou Palace coup, a plan that has been in the making for 20 years, how could he not proceed with utmost caution? Thus, several years ago, he had dispatched the 2 super Douluos, Qianjun and Jiangmo, to assist Qian Renxue, thus preventing any unforeseen accidents from jeopardizing the plan due to the Sword Douluo and others becoming aware. Of course, it is not to say that their presence guarantees absolute success. The role of these 2 elders, aside from providing assistance, is primarily to safely escort Qian Renxue back to the Spirit Hall, and nothing more. After all, Qian Douluo himself did not regard this as a particularly significant affair, but since Qian Renxue insisted on proceeding, he had no choice but to offer his support. However, with the annihilation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the severe blow to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the 4 Title Douluos of the Tian Dou Empire, excluding Douluo, have all fallen into dire circumstances, 1 dead, 1 maimed, and 1 injured. Qian Douluo now deemed the plan to be foolproof, thus allowing the Thin and Snake Spear, a duo adept at countering Douluo, to step in and replace Qianjun and Jiangmo. His current objective is to help Qianjun and Jiangmo reach the pinnacle of level 96, laying the groundwork for a future breakthrough to level 97. In the original story at Jialing Pass, these 2 brothers had only just reached the pinnacle of level 96. "It matters not," Qian Renxue replied with a light smile. "This individual is loyal to the Tian Dou royal family, merely seeking something in return. I believe that as long as we present him with better conditions, he will recognize the wisdom in aligning with the prevailing interests. I shall go personally." The Titan and Snake Spear exchanged glances, breathing a sigh of relief, and cupped their hands. "Young Master, your brilliance shines." Should they have been required to confront the palace guardian themselves, they could not guarantee that they would eliminate him without alarming the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Even if they did raise the alarm, they could not assure that they would successfully extract Qian Renxue. "You 2 must now handle the aftermath and seal all news of the palace to prevent Douluo and others from becoming aware. Understood?" With his hands clasped behind his back, Qian Renxue spoke calmly. "The purpose of leaving the 2 elders here is to guard against Douluo, the poison Douluo. We must not give him the opportunity to strike at our elite. Understood?" "Understood." The 2 responded in unison, their expressions stern. "I shall return shortly." With that, Qian Renxue made his way deeper into the palace. Within a desolate grand hall deep inside the palace, Chunyu exhaled deeply, his face brimming with excitement. "After 20 years, I have finally broken through from level 89 to level 90. Once I acquire another soul ring, I shall become a Title Douluo." 116 years prior, Chunyu had drawn the stunning beauty talent from the Ba Huang game and, in a moment of exuberance, found himself transported. He arrived in the Douluo continent, awakening an unknown axe as his martial soul, starting with an innate soul power of 30, a truly fortuitous beginning. Just as he thought he was destined for greatness, he was struck by a harsh reality. He spent 10 years in seclusion, only managing to progress from level 31 to level 32. And this was under the condition of having 3,000-year soul rings. Who would believe such a tale? Moreover, After breaking through level 32, he felt as if his body was filled with countless black holes, incapable of absorbing enough soul power, leading him to seek alternative paths. Becoming a teacher at the academy? Unthinkable. That would lead to casualties. During the time of the founding ancestor, the relations between the two great empires were tense should war break out and manpower be insufficient. One could be conscripted into battle. The academy teacher who awakened Chen Yu's martial soul was even taken away publicly before the martial soul awakening ceremony was completed, leaving the students in shock. Those conscripted cared not for the age of the academy teachers. If numbers were short, they would be rounded up. What? You wish to go to the spirit hall? Setting aside the reckless departure from imperial jurisdiction, or the risk of being mistaken for a spy and executed if a foreign soul master appeared in certain cities. Even if one could reach the spirit hall, joining would yield little difference from the academy teacher's fate, merely an additional stipend. During the time of the founding ancestor, Chunyu surmised that Qian Douluo was likely still just a child at that time. In fact, the spirit hall at that moment was merely a gathering place for soul masters, solely focused on collecting faith power, with little regard for those who joined. Joining would only mean becoming a follower, with no more than a pretentious title to show for it. Furthermore, during the chaotic times of the founding ancestor, transportation was perilous. Chunyu was even unaware of where the spirit hall was located at that time. After much contemplation, Chunyu resolved to take a risk and enter the palace. For it is only within the royal palaces of the two great empires that one can find the most prestigious simulated cultivation environment. If Chen Yue were to rely on himself to level up one level over 10 years, assuming each level required the same experience, and if he could live to 200 years, he would at most reach the rank of Soul King. Then, if we reverse the logic in question, can Chen Yue live to 200 years? Certainly not. During the time of the founding ancestor, with the relations between the two empires being tense, should war break out and manpower be insufficient, commoner soul masters would be fortunate to live to 50. Moreover, during this period, only those who joined a royal family were exempt from frontline conscription. Thus, the only remaining position available for entry into the palace was that of a eunuch. As for being executed, Chen Yue expressed no concern. He merely needed to cultivate to the Title Douluo level, then seize the blue-silver Emperor's soul bone, and he would rise again. After all, he could not gamble on whether he could live to 600 years before achieving Title Douluo. Furthermore, with his innate talent of level 31 at the age of 16, joining the royal palace during these tumultuous times would surely garner attention. Perhaps it was merely luck? 100 years ago, when he entered the palace at the age of 10, the chief eunuch responsible for the position inexplicably died, and no one came to fill the role thereafter, leading to the Tian Dou Palace never producing another eunuch since. Thus, Chen Yue, quite by accident, became the only true eunuch in the Tian Dou Palace, a so-called eunuch in name only. To avoid exposing his identity and falling victim to the palace's pursuit, Chen Yue opted for an indefinite seclusion, scarcely showing his face in the palace. Fortunately, no significant events transpired over the past century, allowing Chen Yue to remain largely concealed. Additionally, as a prodigy who had reached level 31 at merely 16 years old, having started with innate level 30 at age 6, and only managed to advance one level after 10 years of self-cultivation, the founding ancestor of Tian Dou afforded him considerable attention, providing the finest simulated cultivation environment, enabling Chunyu to spend 80 years reaching level 89 as a Soul Douluo. In the end, he devoted another 20 years to seclusion. In total, a staggering 110 years passed before he transitioned from level 31 to the current level 90 Title Douluo. It truly was an arduous journey. While others effortlessly broke through at the soul respect level, he faced the insatiable void within his body, requiring 10 years to advance. Fortunately, he possessed the most advanced simulated cultivation environment in the entire Tian Dou. Otherwise, he feared he might not have survived to break through. I wonder if my appearance will impact the original plan for the Tian Dou Palace coup, Chunyu pondered, and during the Dou era, a 100,000-year soul beast could easily overpower an ordinary Title Douluo. Moreover, Even a super Douluo would have no choice but to flee when encountering 100,000-year-soul beast while alone. Where shall I find my 9th soul ring? Perhaps I should seek refuge in the Spirit Hall? After all, only the Spirit Hall has the capacity to hunt a 100,000-year-soul ring and provide a simulated cultivation chamber more advanced than that of the Tiando Empire. The imperial family's attention had only been significant during the time of the founding ancestor, but after witnessing Chunyu's slow progress, they ceased to involve themselves. The subsequent emperors, from the last Tiando emperor to the current Tiando Xie, did not engage with Chunyu, and it is likely that neither of these emperors even recognized him. It is quite normal for a new ruler to bring forth new ministers, and on the day when Emperor Dou Gao passed away, it is likely that Chunyu was forgotten, and thus this matter was not addressed. Nevertheless, the sentiment of gratitude was not lost on Chunyu. Consequently, under the management of Qian Douluo, as the reputation of the Wuhuan Temple soared, Chunyu did not forsake the Heavenly Dou Empire. Rather, he intervened several times to suppress rebel forces on behalf of the empire. However, it was precisely his interventions that caught the attention of the omnipresent intelligence network of the Wuhuan Temple. Had it not been for this, the Xiao would have remained unaware of his existence. Of course, these interventions were not without cost. The value of human sentiment is the most difficult to quantify, and thus, Chunyu had negotiated terms with Emperor Dou Gao at that time. Upon becoming a sole Douluo, Chunyu had pledged to guard the Heavenly Dou royal family for 20 years, ensuring that as long as he lived, the words Heavenly Dou Empire would not vanish from the Douluo continent. It was due to this promise that although Emperor Dou Gao was somewhat speechless regarding Chunyu's rapid progress in cultivation, he did not retract the promised simulated training environment. Yet now, the agreed-upon 20 years had long since elapsed. This 2-decade retreat had allowed Chunyu to progress from level 89 to 90, signifying that he had indeed become a soul Douluo many years prior and had upheld his 20-year commitment. The reason he lingered now was that he believed while promises may fade, human sentiment remains genuine. Therefore, even after the expiration of his commitment, he chose to remain in the Heavenly Dou Empire. After fulfilling this slight obligation of gratitude, Chunyu found himself left with only one promisito: ensure that the phrase Heavenly Dou Empire would not disappear from the Douluo continent. His presence here was merely a result of his recent breakthrough, and he intended to seek new paths thereafter. After all, relying on a sentiment that had dwindled over a century ago to compel a Title Douluo to serve was no fairy tale. It was a matter fraught with complications. In fact, it was possible that such an individual might resort to silencing him for the sake of reputation. In comparison to these Title Douluos, Chunyu felt he had already exhausted his benevolence. Pray tell, what moment in time is it now? As this thought flickered through his mind, a voice resonated in his consciousness. Ding! The long-awaited system has finally bound to the host after a century. A system? No, I have already attained the pinnacle of the Soul Master realm as a Title Douluo, and you choose now to present a system to me? Is this some sort of jest? Yet, a century late? Finally, bound? The system seemed to be acutely aware of the necessity for substantial compensation after its lengthy delay. Please note, the host has received 4 compensatory gift packages. The system, as if acknowledging its overdue obligation, immediately resumed its notifications. 1. Restore youthful bone age to 18, recalibrating lifespan, making the host the youngest Title Douluo in the Soul Master realm. 2. 100,000 years of soul rings. 1. 100,000 years of soul bones. 3. 3. Divine grade martial, soul heavenly king divine tower, retaining the host's pre-transmigration talent of peerless beauty. 4. Completely awaken the host's primary martial soul, unleashing its true potential. Indeed, it appeared that this century-late package had been prepared long in advance. Or perhaps it was simply an iron nugget from start to finish. Chunyu felt there was little else to discuss with this iron nugget and promptly nodded. Very well, I accept. He would not deny that he was drawn to the top-tier beauty talent derived from the peerless beauty of the 8 desolations. In an instant, Chunyu felt a warmth envelop his skin, and his beauty reached its zenith, rivaling only the peerless beauty admired by readers. At that moment, he also sensed a monumental transformation in his exceedingly difficult-to-cultivate primary martial soul, the battle axe. So this is why my primary martial soul was so challenging to cultivate. At that time, Chunyu found himself perplexed logically. With his innate level of 30, he should have soared ahead, especially considering how effortlessly Tang San cultivated with merely an innate level of 10. Yet, the soul power required by his martial soul felt akin to a black hole, insatiable and unfilibularly frustrating. Now, following the system's awakening, he immediately recognized the formidable potential of his primary martial soul. Projection of the Pangu Open Sky Divine Axe. Pangu Open Sky Axe. A legendary treasure, said to have created the world. Though his martial soul was merely a projection of the Pangu Open Sky Divine Axe, reduced to a minuscule fraction of its original power, potentially only a mere infinitesimal part of its true capacity. Yet, the energy required to wield such power was not something this fantastical underworld could provide. No wonder the simulated training chamber, crafted for him by the Heavenly Dou Empire, took him a staggering 120 years to reach the rank of Title Douluo. With this thought in mind, Chunyu gazed at the pitch-black, rune-embellished battle axe in his right hand, the runes slowly emanating a spectrum of colors, culminating in a vibrant red glow that made it seem almost alive. At that moment, Chen Yue felt as though he could cleave the entire Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace in two with a single swing. Despite his Pangu Open Sky axe currently being slightly over the standard 3 purple, 5 black, and 1 red, felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility. The innate soul power of level 30 can indeed enhance cultivation efficiency. However, the sheer amount of energy required by the martial spirit is exceedingly vast. In the depths of the dimensional abyss, one finds it nearly impossible to absorb adequate energy, rendering the path of cultivation exceedingly arduous and fraught with difficulties. Withdrawing his martial spirit, Chunyu felt a stirring within. System, please elucidate your functions. This system is known as the Multiplicity and Prosperity System. Whenever the host marries and begets offspring, they will be rewarded. The rewards encompass, but are not limited to, enhancements in soul power, rare soul bones, and various celestial artifacts. The guiding principle of the system is, there is nothing you cannot conceive, and no reward that is beyond your reach. This sounds incredibly enticing. Engaging in relentless battles is utterly exhausting. Must one really seclude oneself for another 8 or 9 decades of rigorous training? What a farcical notion. Lying here. As though a biological child, one can enhance their prowess and acquire rare items. Is this not enticing? Naturally, Chunyu is quite discerning regarding his choice of partner. One cannot simply select someone off the street. Thus, he finds himself in deep contemplation. Who should be the first to marry? At that moment, a gentle voice echoed from outside the palace doors. May I see you, Mr. Chen? I have a request. It was Qinghe. Chunyu paused momentarily, then recognized the voice as that of Qian Renxue. Could it be that she, who was not expected to live past 10, has now reached an age suggesting the coup d'etat plan has commenced? Upon this realization, a smile graced Chunyu's face. He had just been pondering whom to choose first. And now she appeared at his doorstep. Truly, it is as if fortune has effortlessly bestowed upon him what he sought. As Qian Renxue entered, a chill unexpectedly enveloped her. She glanced around, puzzled, sensing an inexplicable coolness. Curious, she touched her nose, suppressing her confusion, and entered the palace with a gentle smile. Mr. Chen. She had prepared her words carefully, considering that this guardian of the palace was over 100 years old, and addressing him as Mr. Chen seemed appropriate. However, upon seeing Chunyu, who bore the appearance of a youth, she was utterly taken aback. Who is this person? Such a strikingly handsome figure. Little does she know that even without the allure of unparalleled beauty, Chunyu's looks are of the utmost pinnacle. In fact, many princesses and noble ladies from palaces of yore had cast flirtatious glances his way. Alas, once they discovered he was but a eunuch, their interest waned. Perhaps it could be said that the palace guard who met an untimely demise while handling the dove eggs was simply overwhelmed by Chunyu's stunning visage. Now, bolstered by the charm of unparalleled beauty, he poses a formidable challenge in this fantastical realm. Not only she, but even Title Douluo or deities would think twice before claiming immunity. What brings you to me? Chunyu inquired, his gaze fixed with keen interest on the enchanting Qian Renxue, perhaps due to her second awakening of the martial spirit. He found himself able to see through her disguise, unveiling her true countenance. You. Hello. Qian Renxue took a deep breath. suppressing her heart that fluttered purely for the six-winged angel's bloodline. She spoke softly, Chief Steward Chen, it is as follows. Various factions within the empire are vying for power. He, as the crown prince, feels a duty to unify all forces in order to concentrate on repelling the invasion of the Xing Luo Empire and the prying eyes of the Spirit Hall. I wonder if Chief Steward Chen could lend me a helping hand? Is one shot of power sufficient? Qian Renxue, taken aback for a moment, quickly realized her words may have been inappropriate, suspecting that Chunyu was inquiring about benefits. A glimmer of joy ignited within her heart as she promptly responded. As long as Chief Steward Chen can assist me, with your qualifications and capabilities, you will undoubtedly become my trusted aide in the future. Money, beauty, status, even the soul rings and bones you desire, or rare treasures that extend one's lifespan, none of these would pose an issue. He requires exceptional individuals like you to aid in building the Heavenly Dou Empire. In her perspective, despite Chunyu appearing rejuvenated, she understood that even Title Douluo would eventually face mortality. No one is free from the fear of death. As expected, upon hearing her words, Chunyu's eyes sparkled with interest. Is this truly the case? She had always been a woman of her word, thus her promise held weight. Then I desire the beauty known as Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. What say you? Qian Renxue, caught off guard, thought to herself, how rash. In the second chapter, I want you, Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue, imbued with an intoxicating confidence, declared, as long as Chief Steward Chen assists me, there is nothing you cannot have. In that case, how about I wish for the beauty of Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall? Qian Renxue's confident smile froze on her delicate face. I regard you as my right-hand man, and you dare to wish to be my stepfather? Begone. She stifled the urge to unleash a torrent of curses, her expression twitching slightly as she slowly replied, this matter is a bit difficult, after all. The strength of the Pope of the Spirit Hall is unfathomable. However, if Chief Steward Chen follows me, there is no telling how far you may grow in the future. Hold on. Just hold on. This is the Imperial Palace. Should a conflict arise with Chunyu, it would be easily noticed by others. It would be prudent to wait until we are beyond the confines of Tiandou City to teach him a lesson, and perhaps even take out my frustrations on him. However, this Chunyu is indeed quite the talent. Reflecting on what was just said, Qian Renxue felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. After a moment of internal lamentation, she continued, suggesting that Qinghe could present Chief Steward Chen with a 10,000-year soul bone as a token of their meeting. Dreaming big. Are we? Chunyu rolled his eyes and casually remarked, at this moment, I have no need for soul bones. What I desire are beauties. Qian Renxue's eyes sparkled. And she replied, if Chief Steward Chen truly wishes for it, Qinghe can find a way to bring the saintess of the Wuhuan Hall, Hulaina, as a gift for you. Hulaina. If this were the early stages, it might still be acceptable. However, seeing that Qian Renxue's Heavenly Dou Palace has already come to an end, it seems we are now in the latter stages, where it may be impossible to redeem the ungrateful wolf. Let this matter be for now. Chunyu's lips twitched slightly. Had it been the unscathed Hulaina prior to being beaten by the trio of calamities, it might have been manageable. However, at this juncture, despite the uncertainty surrounding the exact timing, it was evident that within the time frame of Qian Renxue's transformation at the Heavenly Dou Palace, Hulaina had undoubtedly ventured forth from the path of hell alongside Tang San. Contemplating Hulaina's fate post-incident in the original narrative, her betrayal leading to Tang San's capture, resulting in the downfall of the two Ming brothers after months of pursuit. Not to mention the death of the dearly beloved ghost Douluo and the grievous injury inflicted upon her mentor, Bibi Dong. Chunyu's expression shifted. He certainly did not wish to be stabbed in the back by a gentle hometown acquaintance at a critical moment. Noticing Chunyu's disinterest, Qian Renxue's brows furrowed slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, however, as per Qinghe's knowledge, Chief Steward Chen is not entirely blameless. Could you elucidate what purpose Bibi Dong serves? It dawned on her that this guardian of the palace was likely the last eunuch from the time of the founding emperor of the Heavenly Dou Empire, colloquially known as one lacking purity. A smile graced Chunyu's face as he responded, what do you think? He would certainly not divulge the truth to Qian Renxue, for he too was somewhat perplexed, unsure why the one who wielded the blade against him had perished so abruptly. Perhaps he had simply overwhelmed them with his charisma. After all, this was a visage far more splendid than that of any mere reader. Yet, such matters were of little consequence now. Time had long since buried the truth. Perhaps Chief Steward Chen ought to propose an alternate request? Upon perceiving the change in Chunyu's demeanor, Qian Renxue's instincts piqued with suspicion, and she wisely refrained from further inquiry. With her intellect, she surmised that Chunyu might have evaded certain dangers for undisclosed reasons. Otherwise, How could he possibly harbor an interest in beauty? This notion prompted her to consider the potential of winning Chunyu over to her side. As this thought flashed through her mind, she heard Chunyu propose, "I am willing to assist you, but you must acquiesce to 4 conditions." Previously, driven by desperation and the inability to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast, he had sought refuge with the spirit hall. However, with the advent of his new system, the necessity of hunting seemed trivial. Indeed, one required a conducive environment to relax. Here stood a rather suitable pawn, after all. "Chief Steward, please continue." Upon hearing Chen Yu's request for conditions, Qian Renxue was initially taken aback, only to feel elated instantly. She had feared that Chen Yue might remain silent. As long as he was willing to propose conditions, she need not expend further effort to eliminate him. His proactive stance saved her considerable energy. Agreeing to his terms would surely secure his allegiance. The first condition was that he needed her to bring Bibi Dong to him. "I want her," Qian Renxue exclaimed. "Wait. Once we leave the Heavenly Dou City, I will eliminate you first. I regard you as my right-hand man, and you think to become my stepfather?" The second condition required Chen Yue to assess the current timeline, which he believed was before the gathering of the 7 monsters 5 years hence. He was uncertain of the precise timing, but was certain that Tang San had already exited the city of slaughter. Yet, it remained unclear whether he had completed his mission at the Moon Pavilion and returned to the Hao Tian sect, or if he still lingered there. The timeline continued with the subsequent events. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was severely wounded, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan was annihilated, and Tang San ventured into the Star Dou Forest in search of Xiao Wu. However, seeing Qian Renxue still within the palace indicated that Tang San had yet to find Xiao Wu and thus had not yet participated in the transformation of the Heavenly Dou Palace, suggesting there was still time. After a brief moment of contemplation, he stated, "You must venture into the core of the Star Dou Forest and capture a 10,000-year transformed soft bone rabbit. Naturally, I must accompany you." Qian Renxue furrowed her brow. Capturing a 10,000-year soul beast would likely necessitate mobilizing numerous Title Douluo. Nevertheless, a 10,000-year soul beast? She speculated that Chunyu must have broken through to level 90. Hence his desire for a 10,000-year soul ring. With this realization, a smile graced her features. "No problem. Chief Steward, please proceed with the 3rd and 4th conditions." The 3rd condition brought forth a knowing smile from Chunyu, and as he articulated his request, Qian Renxue was left utterly astounded. "I desire you, Qian Renxue." In that instant, her expression froze, a palpable shock rendering her utterly motionless. How could this be? How could he possibly know of her? Qian Renxue was utterly bewildered. The smile that had adorned her face moments ago shattered, her eyes widening in disbelief as she regarded Chunyu. Her mind a cacophony of confusion, as if struck by a thunderous blow. How had he uncovered her secret? Fortunately, having served as an undercover agent for 2 decades. She quickly regained her composure. With a sharp tone, she retorted, "What are you saying? Chief Steward, have you been in seclusion for so long that you've forgotten Qinghe?" Despite her words, she was surreptitiously channeling her soul power, prepared to strike down Chunyu at a moment's notice. In her estimation, although Chunyu had been in seclusion, he was likely just a soul de law. And having perused his dossier, she knew his martial spirit was not particularly formidable. With her 6-winged angel's might, she was confident she could best him in a duel. Chunyu, however, remained unfazed. Calmly, he replied, "What I desire is beauty. You, yourself, are a beauty. A union of our strengths would be most advantageous." Qian Renxue shook her head with a smile. "Chief Steward, it seems you have been in seclusion for far too long and forgotten about Qinghe." It was evident she was unwilling to reveal her hand, or perhaps she lacked sufficient leverage. Chunyu, unperturbed, languidly continued, uttering words that left Qian Renxue once again in shock. "I not only know you are the daughter of Qian Xuanji, the heir of the Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue, but I am also aware of your poisoning of the Snow Knight Emperor, your eagerness to ascend the throne." Almost instantaneously upon the conclusion of his statement, Qian Renxue's pupils constricted sharply, her expression growing cold. Without a moment's hesitation, she launched an assault on Chunyu. This has always been the greatest secret of the Spirit Hall, a matter of utmost confidentiality for her safety, which must not be divulged before the completion of the plan. Therefore, at the very moment Chunyu spoke, a glint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. This person cannot be spared. What good comes from violence and bloodshed? Chunyu was not the least bit surprised. He was well aware that Qian Renxue would be unable to remain calm upon hearing those words. This, too, was part of his grand design. Without the use of force to subdue Qian Renxue, how could she possibly engage with you so candidly and sincerely? In an instant, He swung his axe down with tremendous might, unleashing a formidable aura accompanied by his terrifying configuration of 3 purple, 5 black, and 1 red soul rings. In but a fleeting moment, he shattered Qian Renxue's defenses, causing her to crash heavily to the ground. Clutching her chest, she struggled to rise. Disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at the resplendent soul rings radiating from Chunyu. How could this be? How could your first soul ring be a millennium old, and your 4th soul ring a 10,000-year one? She had believed that only Tang San was an exceptional case, the sole individual in the world to possess a 10,000-year black ring as his 4th soul ring. Yet, she never anticipated that this seemingly unassuming guardian of the palace would possess a purple 1st soul ring. This is not the river. Furthermore, she could not have anticipated. The palace guardian had astonishingly ascended to the rank of Title Douluo, even possessing a soul ring of 100,000 years. This realization struck Qian Renxue with a profound sense of inadequacy. As merely a soul sage, she recognized the insurmountable chasm between her and a Title Douluo, especially when endowed with such an ancient soul ring. Instinctively, she resolved to signal to the end. However, scarcely had this thought crossed her mind when a sudden, thunderous rumble echoed around her, as if the very earth were shaking, rendering her dizzy and plunging her into unconsciousness. What was that commotion? The end. Stationed at the palace gates, felt the ground tremble violently. They exchanged startled glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and concern. Could it be that the young master was in peril? After a brief moment of contemplation, the snake-spear Douluo shook his head. It was implausible. The palace guardian had last departed the palace 2 decades ago, at which time he was already an 89th level soul Douluo. By now, it was likely that he was merely a Title Douluo without a 9th soul ring. As soon as those words were uttered, the sea urchin Douluo could no longer remain composed. How can you still say it's impossible? That is a Title Douluo. The young master is merely a soul sage. How could she possibly withstand such a force? In response to the sea urchin's alarm, the serpent spear Douluo merely chuckled and shook his head. Dear sea urchin, you are truly overreacting. That Chen Yue possesses nothing more than a dilapidated axe as his martial soul, which does not even rank among the top-tier martial souls. Moreover, he has spent all these years within the Heavenly Dou Palace, without even a soul bone. How could he possibly rival the young master? Furthermore, the young master has previously assured us that should any unforeseen circumstances arise, she would certainly signal us. Nonetheless, the sea urchin Douluo still felt a tinge of unease. After all, no matter how inferior his martial soul, he was still a living Title Douluo. The young master was merely a soul sage, and he could easily prevent her from sending any signal. Even the serpent spear Douluo found himself somewhat unsettled by the sea urchin's words, and he promptly interrupted. Let us go and investigate. The two hastened towards the depths of the royal palace, soon pushing open the grand doors and stepping into the inner sanctum. However, just as they entered, they were met by a swarm of axes hurtling towards them, seemingly anticipating their arrival at that very moment. This is bad. An ambush. Their expressions changed drastically, but in that fleeting moment, it was too late to evade. They could only hastily summon their martial souls in a desperate attempt to defend themselves. Yet strangely, the small axe, hurtling towards them, shattered upon impact with a sound akin to eggs striking stone. What transpired? Just as the two began to express their bewilderment, an overwhelming sensation, reminiscent of a sudden blow to the head, surged through their minds. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though their heads were on the verge of tearing away from their bodies, plunging them into a state of stupor. The 4th soul skill of the Pangu axe, 10,000 axes in flight. Within a second, it launches 10,000 small axes towards a designated area. Their speed rivals that of a meteor, accompanied by a formidable mental force impact. Once the Pangu axe is unsealed, this soul skill significantly amplifies soul power fluctuations, making it nearly imperceptible to opponents unless they're in close proximity. Each individual unit struck by 10 small axes within 3 seconds would succumb to a state of stupor, immobilization for a minimum of 1 second, up to a maximum of 10 seconds, while the physical damage remains negligible and difficult to detect. Now, free from any concerns, Chen Yue, with his hands clasped behind his back, took a leisurely step forward, appearing mysteriously behind the two. With a mere flick of his wrist, he sealed their internal soul power and martial spirits, binding them like rice dumplings and carelessly tossing them aside as one would discard refuse. Though his soul power was merely at level 91, the divine backing of the Pangu axe, a creation-level martial spirit, rendered it effortless to eliminate 2 hasty and unsuspecting Title Douluos. At this moment, the 2 good friends had also awakened, but their martial spirits and soul power were sealed. their mouths stuffed with foul socks, leaving them helplessly watching as Chen Yue entered the inner chamber, standing before Qian Renxue. Within the chamber, Qian Renxue, who had previously been knocked unconscious by the Celestial King Tower and discarded on the bed by Chen Yue, had now regained consciousness. The confident smile that once adorned her face had vanished, replaced by a rather displeased expression directed at Chen Yue. "What do you intend to do?" she inquired. She prided herself on her remarkable abilities and had never anticipated being bested by a mere palace steward, who turned out to be a Title Douluo with a 100,000-year spirit ring. Had she foreseen this, she would have summoned Qian Jun to accompany her before confronting Chen Yue. "Your Highness Qian Renxue, how do you find the situation? The capture of the and the snake spear has not escaped your notice," she remarked, her expression darkening significantly. "In this world, the victor reigns and the vanquished are scorned. I have nothing more to say. You may execute me as you wish." Upon hearing Qian Renxue's defiant declaration, Chen Yue chuckled and shook his head. "In truth, your choice of poison is of no concern to me. I reiterate, agree to my 4 conditions, and in the future, you shall be the emperor while I remain my own sovereign. At this moment, all I require from you is..." Chapter 3. Anticipated Scene. Xiao Wu. "How can I survive without you?" Qian Renxue's gaze faltered for a moment as she regarded Chen Yue anew, somewhat taken aback. She now felt like a fish caught on a chopping board, and there was no need for him to deceive her at this juncture. Could it be that this person truly has feelings for me? But how did he become aware of my existence? With this question lingering in her mind, Qian Renxue turned her gaze back to Chen Yue. Just as she was about to inquire, she found herself captivated for the first time by his breathtakingly handsome visage. A beauty so striking it could stir the heavens and move the earth. In that instant, she was momentarily stunned, and a delicate blush crept onto her cheeks, prompting her to lower her head shyly. What a delightful prospect. Just imagine, if we were to unite and have children, we would become inseparable, bound by loyalty that far surpasses anything those elders from the Spirit Hall could offer. Seizing the moment, Chen Yue continued, "At that time, our child will not only be the future Pope of the Spirit Hall, but also the Emperor of the Tiandou Empire. Ultimately, as a united couple, we would eradicate the Star Luo Empire and unify the entire Douluo continent, transforming it into a realm filled with angelic believers. Wouldn't that be splendid?" Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue felt a surge of warmth in her heart. After a moment of contemplation, she realized there was truth to his words. As long as she and Chen Yue were together and bore children, he could never betray her. He would be bound to her for life, obedient and loyal. Thus, could she not agree to his proposition? After pondering for a while, she made her decision. She lifted her head once more, her disguise having been shed, revealing her exquisite beauty and a cascade of delicate golden hair. "I can agree to your proposal, but I wish to know how you came by this information." This is also the source of her curiosity and confusion. Within the Spirit Hall nowadays, apart from the 7 offerings in the Worship Hall, only the Sea Hedgehog, the Serpent Spear, and Bibi Dong are aware of her existence. Yet, how does this recluse, Chen Yue, who has not set foot beyond the palace gates, know of her presence and her plans? Qian Renxue, who has meticulously plotted for 2 decades, understands well the significance of intelligence. Although she was outmaneuvered and defeated by Chunyu, she remains perplexed as to how he acquired this information. "I not only know of this matter, but I am also aware that you intend to recruit someone named Tang San, correct?" Qian Renxue's expression faltered momentarily, and she nodded in surprise, confirming his statement. However, Chen Yue interrupted her, casually remarking, "Tang San is none other than Tang San, the son of Tang Hao." "What did you say?" Qian Renxue's countenance shifted dramatically. Just as she was about to respond, Chen Yue interjected again. Tang Yue was Tang Hao's sister, the youngest daughter of the former patriarch of the Hao Tian clan, who remained obscure due to her innate soul power. The old patriarch had only 3 sons, and among them, Tang Xiao never married. So, you must consider, who is this Tang San, or rather, Tang San, the son of? Qian Renxue's expression changed again, but she quickly regained her composure. What of it? He should have nothing to do with the royal palace, right? Before she could finish her thought, Chen Yue interrupted her once more. Tang San possesses exceptional expertise in poison. You must have searched for his intelligence and should be aware of his close association with Dou Bo. Not to mention he has sold a potent weapon to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, has he not? This remark momentarily left Qian Renxue slightly taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement, acknowledging that without Tang San's hidden weapon, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would have long been annihilated alongside the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Her words instantly clarified for Chunyu the current timeline, which was prior to the sacrificial act of the rogue rabbit. However, it was likely that Tang San was still en route to the Star Dou Forest. After all, the Star Dou Forest is exceedingly vast, and it would not be feasible to reach the core area in just a couple of days. Moreover, he recalled that in the original narrative, Tang San encountered members of the Spirit Hall within the forest. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence, was it? Qian Renxue furrowed her brows, knowing that once Shui Yi perished, matters would shift. Regaining his focus, Chunyu gazed at Qian Renxue, interrupting her unwarranted confidence. Soon, Tang San would venture to confront the Bo family to recruit Yang Wudi, a master well-versed in herbal studies, who also possessed a formidable assault-type Soul Douluo that rivaled the might of the Hao Tian hammer. The two useless individuals you currently retain, combined with your misplaced confidence, would render all your plans of the past 20 years utterly futile. Qian Renshue's pupils constricted, and just as she was about to protest the impossibility of this statement, a sudden warmth enveloped her mouth, and her pupils nearly shrank to pinpricks. She struggled to push him away, but with Chen Yu's strength, escape was not an option. A full minute passed before Qian Renshue's face flushed crimson, her enchanting eyes blazing with a fiery intensity as she glared at Chen Yue, wishing to question him, yet fearing that he might seize the moment to kiss her deeply. Alarmed, she covered her mouth, glaring at him in frustration. Now, you are aware, aren't you? It is time to fulfill my conditions. Qian Renshue's face was flushed, her body trembling with no immediate response, yet her gaze was conflicted, tinged with reluctance. Chen Yue remained unhurried. What he sought from Qian Renxue was not merely physical intimacy, but rather to shift her romantic inclinations towards himself. This way, in any future encounters, Qian Renxue would remain astutely composed and resourceful. Thus, possessing a divine-grade martial soul such as yours, to ensure its legacy, one must seek a husband of equal caliber. A true dragon among men. Am I not correct? Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. You have witnessed my strength and talent, as well as my twin martial souls. What do you think? These words caused Qian Renxue to involuntarily recall Chunyu's prior display of prowess, where he effortlessly vanquished Feigned, as well as the unprecedented configuration of 3 purple, 5 black, and 1 red soul rings. A flicker of intrigue stirred within her. Could it be that this guardian of the palace is backed by an unknown power? It is essential to recognize the rarity of soul masters possessing a 100,000-year soul ring in the entirety of Douluo continent. Furthermore, the ferocity of a 100,000-year soul beast is beyond comprehension. As far as she was aware, aside from the Spirit Hall, only Tang Hao possessed a 100,000-year soul ring, which was obtained through his wife's sacrifice. If one were to truly hunt a 100,000-year soul beast, it would require the mobilization of at least 3, if not more, Title Douluos. Otherwise, a single misstep could result in utter annihilation. The more she contemplated, the more apprehensive she became. Ultimately, she found herself holding her breath, nodding in agreement as she remarked, Your strength is formidable, your martial spirit is indeed powerful, and your soul ring configuration is exceptional. In fact, your second martial spirit may one day encompass 900,000-year soul rings. At this point, her breath hitched, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. 900,000-year soul rings. This configuration is undoubtedly the pinnacle of the spirit master realm. She could hardly fathom the immense strength Chun Yu would possess by that time. Consider this. With a father like me, who wields dual spirit souls and possesses an innate soul power of 30, complemented by you, my mother, who has an innate level of 20 and boasts a divine spirit soul, what extraordinary potential will our child possess? Upon hearing these words, Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting into contemplation, and gradually, a radiant spark illuminated her beautiful eyes. The inheritance of the angel lineage is exceedingly arduous, Qian Douluo, despite his numerous romantic escapades in his youth, ultimately bore only one son, Qian Xuanji. This is the reason their seraphic 6-winged angel soul is exceedingly powerful. Without comparable talent and strength, it is utterly impossible to inherit such a gift. This is also why, despite his advanced age, Qian Douluo sought out Poseidon. It was due to Poseidon's equally divine martial soul. The fusion of 2 divine martial souls would likely give birth to an even more formidable one. Consider her father, Qian Xuanji, who inexplicably adopted Bibi Dong, providing for her every need. Was it merely for her to call him godfather or teacher? Of course, it was for the inheritance of the angel lineage. However, back then, Qian Xuanji only regarded Bibi Dong as one of the potential heirs. As he did not wish to bear the stigma of being a beastmaster, he continued to seek other suitable candidates for the inheritance, never anticipating that such events would unfold. ultimately forcing him to take drastic measures. This was what her grandfather, Qian Douluo, had conveyed to her. To emphasize the significance of inheriting the six-winged angel martial soul, a mission for the Qian family. Thus, when Qian Renxue heard Chunyu's final words, innate soul power of level 30, she was profoundly moved, her heart brimming with anticipation. The offspring born from the union of an innate soul power of level 20 and one of level 30 would likely be unparalleled across the continent. With this thought, Qian Renxue's gaze ignited with fervor. Upon seeing Chunyu's handsome visage, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively collapsed into his embrace, exclaiming, I promise you. Hearing this, Chunyu felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, Qian Renxue is an older sister. If she were any more naive, it would be difficult to persuade her with mere duty. Meanwhile, in his arms, Qian Renxue blushed deeply, having never before sensed Chunyu's masculine aura, which made her involuntarily tighten her legs. Outside the chamber, the Ant, sensing the commotion within, were visibly alarmed, desperately trying to call for help. Yet, with their mouths stuffed with foul socks and bound tightly, escape was impossible. It's all my fault. I was too careless. Who would have thought this palace guardian was so formidable? Enough. Our priority is to rescue the young master. They could not speak, only communicate through their eyes. But Chunyu had tied them too securely. They could do nothing but wait, akin to prisoners, as the sounds within fluctuated like a heartbeat, eventually leveling off into silence. Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying. This is your first marriage, and the bride is an important female lead in Douluo, so rewards are doubled. System space, heavenly crystal. Supreme level traditional Chinese medicine, 100,000 year soul ring x1, 3,000 lightning movements, shattered soul stone. The host now has descendants. Please take care to protect them. And rewards will be granted after birth. The system space can store all non-living items. The heavenly crystal can be used to evolve martial souls. But Chunyu's current martial souls are already sufficiently powerful. Further evolution would likely take him a century to level up due to the immense energy required, as the energy from the lower realms is too weak. Thus, he will temporarily store it in the system space. The supreme level traditional Chinese medicine, said to have the ability to regenerate flesh from bones, can consume soul power to transform into needles for healing, theoretically. As long as the individual is not dead on the spot, they can be revived, which is far superior to the healing capabilities of traditional healing soul masters in Douluo. The 100,000-year soul ring needs no further explanation. It will be directly applied to the second martial soul, the divine tower of Heaven King. The 3,000 lightning movements, a movement technique from the world of Dou Palace, would allow him to mock the 7 great ferocious beasts of the Star Dou Forest and return unscathed. The shattered soulstone can break apart a soul master's soul ring and allow for its reabsorption. This could also be given to Qian Renxue, as she had just exerted herself greatly. Rewarding her with a 100,000-year soul ring seems only fair. What a tremendous gain. In 10 months, another wave of rewards will arrive, and having a well-behaved child is what it means to take it easy. With this in mind, Chunyu affectionately rubbed his belly against Qian Renxue, his gaze softening as he gently spoke. Let us proceed. It is time for us to venture into the Star Dou Forest. Oh, Qian Renxue paused, recalling Chunyu's second condition, and nodded. Should we gather people from the martial soul hall now? She felt that dealing with a 10,000-year soul beast would be quite challenging with just 3 Title Douluo. No need. Chunyu smiled. This time, I will also grant you a 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul bone. With the system by his side, he had no need to rely on the soul bones of the Douluo continent. Who knows, he might directly obtain a battle armor or an even stronger soul bone. Qian Renxue's expression shifted, her breath hitching. After all, a 100,000-year soul bone was something that even the martial soul hall could scarcely stock. Yet, this rogue offered it so easily. With this thought, she raised her gaze to Chunyu. Under his transcendent aura, she found herself entranced. Time to regain your composure. Little angel, when we return tonight, I will indulge you. Qian Renxue snapped back to reality. Her cheeks flushed as she huffed. I won't look. It seemed that after entering this newfound relationship, she involuntarily acted coy. Once she regained her composure, she quickly distanced herself from Chunyu, readjusting her attire to restore her original graceful demeanor. If I am not mistaken, there are already 2 Title Douluo in the Star Dou Forest, accompanied by a group of soul saints. Qian Renxue was taken aback, unaware of this operation, and immediately inquired, which 2 Title Douluo? That, you need not ask. Chunyu replied with a mysterious smile. But I can assure you, they will ultimately return empty-handed. Qian Renxue understood immediately. It was due to Tang San, or rather, Tang Yin. Smart. Chen Yue beamed, wondering how Tang San would react upon discovering that his beloved was missing. Would he lament, "Little Wu, how can I live without you?" Chapter 4. Little Wu, the one who dared to harm that part of me has already sealed their fate. They shall be punished. S. Full revision, modified on 9/5. Star Dou Forest. Lake of Life. Clad in a white dress, Little Wu sat quietly beneath a great tree, hugging her knees as she gazed dazedly at the lake, murmuring, "It has been 5 years, Brother San, do you still remember me?" Behind her, the Titan giant ape, Ming, could not help but interject, "Sister Wu, I truly do not understand why you were so infatuated with a human. When you transformed and departed, you said you were going to seek revenge against your mother's enemy. Have you already avenged her?" Upon hearing this, Little Wu's expression shifted slightly, becoming somewhat unnatural. But she quickly replied, "It's all right, I have found them. However, our current strength is insufficient, so we need to rely on human assistance." Over the years in Shrek, she learned nothing but the intricacies of love and the art of sophistry. The love-struck mind is inherently awakened, while her penchant for sophistry is a mere reflection of her association with her beloved San Ge. At that moment, the Titan great ape scratched his head. Though he had never ventured into the realm of human spirit masters, he was aware of their cunning nature. Confronting them indeed required meticulous planning. He promptly declared, "If you ever require our assistance, do not hesitate to speak." "I know." Xiao Wu nodded, murmuring to herself, "San Ge, rest assured, once I'm mature, I will definitely seek you out. No need to wait for maturity. You can go now." Just as her voice trailed off, a light chuckle resonated, startling the Titan great ape, who exclaimed, "Who dares intrude upon the Star Dou Forest? Who do you think?" With that, Chunyu's figure suddenly appeared on a branch of the great tree behind Xiao Wu, utilizing the technique of 3,000 thunder movements. The 300,000-year soul beast present could not detect his presence. From his elevated position, he gazed down at Xiao Wu with a smile, saying, "How about you accompany me to meet your dear San Ge?" Humans. The Titan great ape's expression darkened, and without further ado, he swung his massive fist, akin to a cooking pot, towards Chunyu. Simultaneously, a powerful gravitational field was unleashed. Too late. Chunyu smiled faintly, making no move as the enormous fist approached. In an instant, an immensely large black divine tower emerged, rumbling as it enveloped Xiao Wu within. In but a moment, the presence of Xiao Wu vanished from the vicinity of the Lake of Life. At the same time, the descending divine tower rapidly expanded, positioning itself between the Titan great ape's fist and Chunyu, effectively blocking the attack. Title Douluo. The Titan great ape's expression shifted drastically, his lantern-like eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Human, perish. To dare seize my Xiao Wu, you seek death." Seek death? Not quite. Chunyu retracted the divine tower. Yet Xiao Wu was already nowhere to be seen beneath the tree. This was a skill inherent to the divine tower, akin to a self-created soul technique, capable of subduing and imprisoning targets, much like the tales of the journey to the west. "We shall meet again, rest assured." After capturing his target, Chunyu had no intention of lingering. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly felt his movements becoming sluggish. It was the Tianxue bull python beneath the lake that had made its move. Sluggish domain. "Is this all you have to restrain me?" Chunyu chuckled lightly. Shaking his head, he casually produced a pitch-black axe, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction and creation, which rapidly enlarged in his grasp. Meanwhile, the seventh soul ring behind him gleamed brightly. Martial soul true form, Pangu axe. Title Douluo. "Damn it, stop him." The Tianxue bull python, upon surfacing, sensed the dreadful aura emanating from the axe, its eyes filled with astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, it retracted its domain and employed its strongest defense to counter the impending strike. The Titan great ape also swiftly retreated, preparing its defense. However, as the axe cleaved through the air, it veered in the opposite direction, causing the earth to tremble and uprooting countless trees in a single stroke. "Trouble. That cunning human intends to escape." The Tianxue bull python exclaimed in alarm, rushing towards the direction of departure. Yet there was no trace of Chunyu to be found on the ground. Curse that sly human. The Titan great ape, following closely behind, was infuriated, striking its chest with its massive fist. "Do not panic. That human cannot run far. We shall pursue." The Tianxue bull python calmly remarked before leading the way in that direction. The Titan great ape followed suit. "Big brother, wait for me." Once these two companions had departed, Chen Yue, Qian Renxue, and the two Title Douluos, the Porcupine Douluo and the Snake Spear Douluo, emerged from a hidden cavern. Is this truly a capture? Qian Renxue looked at Chunyu with confusion. Do you intend to use her as the second soul ring for your second martial soul? Earlier, Chunyu's direct apprehension of Xiao Wu had left her utterly astonished. It was noteworthy that the divine tower, devoid of any soul rings, could withstand a punch from the Titan Grade 8. Witnessing this, Qian Renxue felt increasingly fortunate, realizing she had stumbled upon a treasure. What a profitable endeavor. What? You think she lost out? No, no, no. She has merely won hearts. You see, Chunyu is now firmly on her ship, sealed in the cabin. How could she possibly lose? With this thought, a smile crept upon her lips. Truly a lucrative turn of events. You ask which soul bone I desire from the Titan Great Ape and the Tianxue Bull Python? Chunyu did not respond to Qian Renxue's inquiry, but instead smiled enigmatically, exuding confidence. Both the astonished Porcupine Douluo and Snake Spear Douluo exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily stunned. I'll choose the Tianxue Bull Python. Although uncertain of Chunyu's intentions, Qian Renxue believed their relationship had reached a level of trust, so she felt secure in her decision. Yet, she remained puzzled as to how Chunyu planned to eliminate these 200,000-year soul beasts. Wait, we are about to witness a grand spectacle. Chunyu smiled slightly, wrapping his arms around Qian Renxue, causing her to blush. The Porcupine Douluo and Snake Spear Douluo, catching sight of this, quickly averted their gazes, pretending not to notice. Tang San, I wonder if the surprise I have prepared for you will leave you astonished? After offering his tribute, Chunyu adjusted Qian Renxue's attire, utilized the heavenly crystal stone, and quietly instructed her. Is this perhaps too harsh? Qian Renxue hesitated, but upon seeing Chunyu's furrowed brow, she promptly replied, Rest assured. I will certainly complete the task. Good. Chunyu nodded in satisfaction. Once you absorb it, your soul power will increase. Listen to me. Do not absorb the soul ring just yet. Understood? Understood. Nodding, Qian Renxue followed Chunyu out of the cavern, where he instructed the Porcupine Douluo and Snake Spear Douluo to protect her before turning to depart in the opposite direction. He entered a more secluded valley, releasing the divine tower and gradually disappearing inside. Earlier, under the suppression of the divine tower, Xiao Wu, the direct target, could not endure even a second before succumbing to unconsciousness. Now, she lay within the divine tower, lost in slumber. I wonder what expression your Sangu will wear upon seeing you. Chunyu's lips curled into a smile as she reveled in her exclusive custom-designed divine tower, a privilege that others had yet to experience. In comparison to the fate that awaited her after the sacrifice, this was certainly a more favorable circumstance, was it not? Should she be released, it would inevitably lead to her being offered up to Tang San. Thus, it would be far too advantageous for him. It would be more prudent to keep her as a more valuable asset, would it not? I wonder what expression her beloved Sangugu will wear when he sees her cradling a few adorable little ones. Hee. Within the confines of the Celestial King Tower. As long as Chunyu remains alive and the tower stands unbroken, Xiao Wu is unequivocally trapped within its walls. Yet, to breach this Celestial King Tower, one would require the formidable strength akin to that of the Monkey King in the journey to the west. However, given the current power dynamics in this Douluo world, is there anyone capable of attaining such prowess? Certainly not. Therefore, this Celestial King Tower is destined to remain unassailable. In other words, the adorable little pink rabbit, now confined in a cage by Chunyu, shall henceforth serve as a mascot or a delightful pet. With such a system at his disposal, Chunyu will no longer endure the hardships of cultivation or combat as he did upon his initial arrival. After all, isn't marrying and starting a family far more appealing? Now, having acquired this charming rabbit, in conjunction with the original Heavenly King God Tower, isn't this an opportunity that presents itself serendipitously? Let us not forget, this is still a mischievous rabbit. Was this not a substantial gain? With this thought, Chunyu's gaze intensified, burning with fervor as he looked at the unconscious Xiao Wu. Without hesitation, he delivered a resounding slap. Xiao Wu jolted awake, her eyes widening in fear as she beheld Chunyu's playful expression. Terrified, she tumbled backward, scrambling away from him, her voice trembling. Who are you? What do you want? Just then, she instinctively glanced at her pristine white dress, and, upon confirming it remained unblemished, exhaled in relief. However, as she turned her attention back to the advancing Chunyu, her expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, in a burst of energy, her soul rings emerged, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, a 6-ring soul emperor. After 5 years of secluded cultivation in the Star Dou Forest following the Soul Master competition, Xiao Wu had astonishingly ascended to this level. According to the standards for soul saints entering maturity, she was indeed not far from achieving her goal. The strength displayed is undeniably impressive. However, this prowess is merely relative. Before Chunyu, not even a soul emperor or soul sage could exert any pressure. Save for a Super Douluo. With a swift motion, Chunyu delivered a powerful kick to her chest. In an instant, Xiao Wu was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She gazed at Chunyu in disbelief, stammering, "How could you be so strong?" Despite his youthful appearance, she had assumed his strength to be lacking, never anticipating that he could send her flying with a single strike, without even unleashing his martial soul. Rubbing the area where she had been struck, she winced in pain, her lips twitching involuntarily. Nevertheless, she quickly masked her astonishment, fixing a cold glare upon Chunyu. "You dare to harm me? You shall pay dearly for this. I offer you a chance. Release me at once. Otherwise, you will meet your demise." Aside from the Heaven Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, she possessed the formidable protection of the three-slice rogue rabbit. Anyone who dared to inflict harm upon her, especially in such a sensitive area, would surely invite their own destruction. And what of it? Chunyu retorted with a disdainful smile. The rogue rabbit exhibits an even more syrupy confidence than Qian Renxue, clearly unacquainted with the harsh realities of society, as she remains oblivious to her own predicament. Observing her haughty demeanor, Chunyu suddenly feels a flicker of anticipation. What transformation might this rogue rabbit undergo after being nurtured by him as a canary? With this thought in mind, Chunyu leisurely strides towards her, hands clasped behind his back, unhurried yet determined. "I'm in the mood for something more exhilarating. What will you do to me? Do you dare?" Xiao Wu gasps in shock but maintains a facade of composure. "I must warn you, my father is the Hao Tian Douluo. If you lay a hand on me, your entire family will face dire consequences." It was only upon returning to the forest that she learned from the Titan Giant Ape that Tang San's father was indeed the Hao Tian Douluo. The original text states that the only one to have ever defeated the Titan Giant Ape was Tang Hao, thus the Titan Giant Ape should certainly remember his visage. Furthermore, "If you dare to touch me, the 200,000-year soul beasts outside will ensure you meet a gruesome end, even if you are a Title Douluo." Escape would be utterly impossible. She observes Chunyu's indifference to her threats, his relentless advance causing her to retreat in fright, all the while continuing to assert her warnings. "I warn you, the Star Dou Forest is far more perilous than you imagine. Are you referring to the dimensional space within the Lake of Life?" Chunyu pauses his steps and speaks slowly. In the original narrative, Xiao Wu's mother is speculated to possess strength surpassing that of the sky blue bull python and the Titan Giant Ape. Otherwise, those two beasts would not refer to Xiao Wu as sister. Given this premise, it is highly probable that Xiao Wu's mother encountered the ferocious beasts beneath the Lake of Life. Though naturally, these encounters would not include the beast god emperor. At most, she might have come across the weakest of the fearsome creatures. However, Chunyu leans towards the possibility that she encountered Bai Ji, as she is a healing-type soul beast. If she were to awaken and find Xiao Wu's mother injured, it is likely she would intervene to provide healing, thus establishing a connection. In Chapter 5, Xiao Wu declares, "I belong solely to San Gu. Do not harbor any delusions." As Xiao Wu, the daughter, there exists a possibility that she learned from her mother about the insurmountable existence beneath the Lake of Life. However, given the current strength of Xiao Wu, De Ming, and Air Ming, 300,000-year soul beasts, validating this information is beyond their capabilities. Perhaps they merely regard it as a legend. Now cornered by desperation, Xiao Wu finds herself with no recourse but to gamble on a faint hope that she might intimidate Chen Yue into retreating. Of course, there exists another possibility. Xiao Wu's mother may have been accompanied by her when she encountered the ferocious beasts, thus explaining Xiao Wu's knowledge. In contrast, Chen Yue is more inclined to believe the former scenario. Otherwise, the rogue rabbit would not express such unwavering certainty. "How do you know?" Upon hearing Chen Yue unveil the secret beneath the Lake of Life, Xiao Wu's expression turns to one of utter astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. After all, this secret was known only to her mother, who had shared it with her before departing. Logically, it is improbable for any human to possess such knowledge. Yet, how does this individual before her know? But do you really think that those entrenched in seclusion would emerge just for a small fry like you? Chen Yue smiles slightly, hands still behind his back, speaking with a calm demeanor. "Your mother, who has encountered them as soul beasts, has never seen them make an appearance for anyone, has she? What right do you have to rouse them?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's complexion pales, her heart racing with anxiety, as if she feels utterly exposed. Who is this person before her? How can he know everything about her? Even the greatest secrets of the Star Dou Forest seem to roll off his tongue with such ease, as though he possesses intimate knowledge of them. Who are you? How can you possibly know so much? As her expression shifts, a mocking smile crosses Chen Yu's face. This rogue rabbit, under the guise of seeking vengeance for her mother's death, has fallen into a boundless and unrestrained infatuation with her third partner. As if the mere presence of this partner could absolve all her troubles. Now, what difference does it make whether your third partner is present or not? Of course, if one were to inhabit the persona of Tang San, having such a leggy, playful rabbit companion might not be entirely objectionable. However, regrettably, this is not the case. Despite the rogue rabbit's striking appearance, described in the original text as even surpassing Qian Renxue in beauty, what significance does that hold? In Chen Yu's eyes, she pales in comparison to Qian Renxue, and he harbors not a shred of affection for her. His intentions are merely to toy with this canary-like creature. A classic case of physical desire devoid of emotional attachment, his sole aim being to sever Tang's opportunities. Chen Yue is curious to know if Tang truly cannot survive without this rabbit companion. Who am I? Chen Yue stepped forward, looking down from his elevated position at the adorable rabbit sprawled on the ground. Remember this, I am your master. And you shall refer to me as such from now on. Do you understand? You scoundrel. Xiao Wu trembled as she pointed an accusing finger at Chen Yue, feeling as though she had been insulted. In a sudden burst of determination, she wrapped her legs around his neck, preparing to unleash a surprise attack to bring him down. However, in the next instant, Chen Yue effortlessly seized one of her feet, lifting her entirely off the ground, causing her white skirt to slip down to her waist. With a sharp crack, a resounding slap echoed through the air, rendering Xiao Wu's face an even deeper shade of crimson. Embarrassed and furious, she exclaimed, You rogue. Let me go? Chen Yue shook his head, indifferent to her protests. Having acknowledged the disparity between them, why entertain thoughts of resistance? You are, after all, a rabbit. What is so wrong with being a rabbit companion? Why cling to such unrealistic aspirations? Once Xiao Wu had settled down, Chen Yue casually discarded her as one might toss aside a doll. Clutching her skirt, Xiao Wu shakily rose to her feet, glancing around her surroundings, dark and suffocating. Reminiscent of being trapped within a steel tower, devoid of any ventilation. Yet, the interior shone with an eerily bright white light. What is this place? Is there truly such a location within the Starry Forest? She had thought that Chen Yue had taken her away from the Lake of Life region. Yet she found herself still within the Starry Forest. However, the surroundings were unlike anything she had ever encountered before. It was an entirely unfamiliar realm. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Wu's complexion turned even more pallid, her delicate features etched with fear and anxiety. She had come to realize that she had been taken away from the Star Dou Forest by Chen Yue. And what was more alarming was that it had occurred before Deming and Ming. Anxiously, she groped around the surrounding dark walls, desperately seeking an escape. Meanwhile, Chen Yue remained unfazed, even harboring a hint of amusement as he observed the fluctuations of her expression, from pale terror to a sheen of cold sweat, then to a ghastly white, ultimately settling into a visage resembling that of a corpse. Have you found an exit? Xiao Wu, now ashen-faced, collapsed onto the ground, staring at Chen Yue in bewilderment. What is this place? What do you truly intend to do? The imposing black walls that surrounded her were utterly indomitable. Even her soul power, when unleashed upon them, was as futile as striking a stone with an egg, unable to breach their stark defenses, which were even more unyielding than a tortoise's shell. Was this person truly intent on confining her for eternity? As for her failure to consider the soul bones and soul rings, it was clear that if Chunyu sought her soul bones and rings, he would have long since ended her life, rather than engage in such lengthy discourse. However, it was also possible that a flicker of hope and yearning for life lingered within her. She wished for survival, for she had yet to behold her beloved Sango. This is my world, Chunyu declared with a slight smile, hands clasped behind his back. I am the sovereign of this realm. Everything within it belongs to me, including you, little rabbit. Escaping is not entirely impossible. If you amuse me, I might consider letting you bask in the sunlight. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu shook her head vehemently. No, that's impossible. Abandon that thought. Just kill me. I will never agree to your terms. She had resigned herself to the notion that escape was unattainable, fully aware that Chen Yue would never release her, no matter the sacrifices she might offer. Yet, in the next moment, Chen Yue leaned in closer, whispering with a playful tone, "What if I could arrange for you to see your beloved Sango?" What did you say? Xiao Wu paused, her eyes suddenly brightening. You mean? Perhaps if my mood allows, I might let you out to catch a glimpse of him. Her eyes sparkled with hope. Really? However, should you incite my displeasure, I might consider bringing back a piece of him when I return, Chunyu said with a mischievous grin, leaving Xiao Wu's expression frozen. Her face turning pale as cold sweat began to bead. Like a finger, a strand of hair, perhaps the scalp, flesh, leg, or toes, or maybe even his heart, arms, or head, or your beloved Sanji's very essence. At this point, Xiao Wu's heart raced in terror, unable to fathom the horror of encountering such fragments of her beloved. Without hesitation, she fell to her knees before Chunyu, weeping, "Please, please stop. I will agree to anything you desire. Just do not harm Sangu. I beg you." Chunyu smiled, a glint of mockery in his eyes. "Anything you say?" As he raised his hand to pinch her cheek, she flinched, yet ultimately overcame her fear. Lifting her gaze to tremble and ask, "What do you want from me? What do you think?" Feeling Chunyu's predatory gaze, Xiao Wu felt trapped. A chill coursing through her body, rendering her powerless as she sank to the ground, struggling to swallow her fear. "Can we negotiate different terms?" Chunyu regarded her with a bemused expression. "If you remain compliant in here, perhaps one day I will tire of my game and release you to reunite with Sangu. Wouldn't that be agreeable?" Xiao Wu's expression stiffened, anger flashing across her face as she retorted, "Impossible. I belong solely to Sangu. Do not harbor such delusions." She was the pure and pristine Xiao Wu, a perfect match for the equally pure Tang San. How could this intruder, who emerged from who knows where, dare besmirch her sanctity? Thus, she resolutely refused to acquiesce, even unto death. Furthermore, this individual dared to covet her purity, marking a path to his own demise. "It seems you are the type who will not shed tears until faced with the grave," Chunyu remarked, shaking his head as he slowly turned away. "I shall step outside for now. I will return with a hand of your beloved Sangu." The words from Chunyu instantly left Xiao Wu in utter disarray, shattering her composure entirely. In that fleeting moment after his declaration, she collapsed to her knees once more, crawling desperately to clutch at Chunyu's leg, pleading fervently, "Please. I beg you, do not proceed with the 3 cuts. Can we negotiate different terms? I can offer you my soul bone, a millennium soul bone. Even a 10,000-year one, anything you desire." Though panic marred her features, her mind was already calculating. As soon as Chunyu released her, she would promptly inform her 3 cuts, ensuring that this person would meet a certain demise. As long as she could escape with her life, nothing else mattered. She would exact a blood price from him. "Ah, the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python. Is that acceptable?" Chunyu queried with a bemused smile. "Yes, yes," Xiao Wu exclaimed, momentarily stunned. But then quickly realized she was merely indulging in fanciful hopes, and she nodded her agreement with alacrity. However, in the next instant, she felt a sharp pain across her face as she was struck forcefully, sent crashing against the wall, blood gushing forth from her mouth. "My mood is rather foul at present, and you dare to deceive me," Chunyu remarked, arms crossed, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Such feeble tricks, fit only for a child, dare to be employed before me? To teach you a lesson, it appears I must deliver a rather grand gift to you." As he spoke, Chunyu seemed to recall something. "Ah, I almost forgot. 3 hours ago, your 3 cuts had already ventured deep into the Star Dou Forest. The probing aura of the blue-silver grass earlier was hers, which explains the emergence of the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Great Ape. Within an hour, I should be able to bring you one of your 3 cuts hands." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu turned pale, watching as Chunyu's figure began to shimmer, as if he would vanish in the next moment. Gritting her teeth against her injuries, she rushed toward him, but alas, she was a moment too late. Collapsing despondently onto the ground. It was over. Her 3 cuts were in peril. Chunyu reappeared in the valley, swiftly returning to the stone cave where he found the still watchful and outside. Ignoring his steadfast companions, he entered the cave and encountered Qian Renxue. "My martial spirit. It has truly evolved." Upon seeing Chunyu approach, Qian Renxue leaped forward in excitement, enveloping him in an embrace akin to that of an octopus, her face trembling with exhilaration. "My original martial spirit was the 6-winged angel, but now it has evolved into the 12-winged angel. You must understand. The Qian family has always possessed the 6-winged angel martial spirit, even among the Qian lineage. The ancestress who ascended to become the first angel god was of the 6-winged angel. Yet now, I have surpassed that legacy, attaining this formidable 12-winged angel martial spirit." How could she not be astonished and delighted? Now, as she gazed at Chunyu before her, the more she looked, the more pleasing he became, and she could not help but desire him. "Stop fooling around. Have you completed the task I just assigned you?" Chunyu playfully struck her on the rear, causing Qian Renxue's face to flush crimson. After casting him a charming glance, she nodded, retrieving from her storage bag an object wrapped in paper. Here it is. The little finger of Tang San's left hand. At this point, she appeared puzzled. What do you need Tang San's finger for? She found it difficult to comprehend why one would go so far as to sever a finger. It's nothing. For now, just familiarize yourself with your own strength. Chunyu deftly shifted the subject. The enhancement brought by the 12-winged angel far surpasses that of your previous 6-winged angel, so you must adapt to your newfound power. Do you understand? Indeed, the statement resonated deeply with Qian Renxue, who nodded in agreement. The disparity was not merely a matter of twofold or threefold. Rather, it represented a substantial enhancement of 5 times. The transformation from a 6-winged angel to a 12-winged angel may appear as though it merely involved the addition of 6 wings, seemingly suggesting a twofold difference, yet the reality of the gap was far more significant. This is akin to the disparity between a soul master and a soul Douluo, which is a difference of 20 levels, just as the gap between a soul sage and a Title Douluo also spans 20 levels. However, can these two 20-level differences be equated? Are you familiar with this plan? Qian Renxue nodded. The Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo were leading, accompanied by the illustrious generation of the Spirit Hall and numerous soul sages. Their objective was a 10,000-year soul beast residing within the Star Dou Forest. Though I did not inquire further into the specifics, Qian Renxue, with her and Snake Spear, merely went to meet the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo. Although they might not recognize her, the presence of the 6-winged angel spirit was sufficient to signify her identity, and thus, the Ghost and Chrysanthemum Douluo did not conceal anything. Chapter 6. Tang San, Xiao Wu. 5 years have passed. Where is my beloved? Star Dou Forest, near the Lake of Life, within the entourage of the Spirit Hall. The Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo walked solemnly at the forefront, followed closely by numerous soul sages. Tang San gazed excitedly at the increasingly nearer interior of the Star Dou Forest. 3 hours prior, during a rest, he had already sensed Xiao Wu's aura using his blue-silver domain. She was indeed in the vicinity of the Lake of Life. However, around Xiao Wu's aura lingered 2 powerful presences, comparable to that of a Title Douluo. He speculated that one might be the Titan Great Ape, while the identity of the other remained unknown. Yet, based on his probing, it too was of 10,000-year caliber. Nevertheless, he harbored no concern, for he intended to use the Spirit Hall members as cannon fodder. All he needed was to find his Xiao Wu. These wretched representatives of the Spirit Hall truly embodied wickedness, demanding a finger from me. How despicable. At this moment, Xiao Wu, fixated on her severed finger, was bandaging her left pinky, her face marred with bruises. Little did she expect that her plan to turn the Spirit Hall members into fodder would be thwarted when the Ghost Douluo appeared, intent on eliminating her to preserve the secrecy of their scheme, disregarding even Hu Laiana's protests. Tang San was no match for a Title Douluo. He could only rack his mind for a comprehensive strategy. With Hu Laiana's assurance, he offered a finger as a token of his resolve to join the Spirit Hall. And only then did the Ghost Douluo relent. Throughout, the Ghost Douluo was perplexed. He had always been under the guidance of Qian Xuanji. Among the Title Douluos who had once been defeated by Tang Hao was one he recognized, the 6-winged angel. Thus, when Qian Renxue approached with her and Snake Spear, attracting him and the Chrysanthemum Douluo and assigning him a task, he did not refuse. Yet, he could not fathom why Qian Renxue required a finger from Tang San. He understood that the matter was of great significance, particularly considering Qian Renxue's identity, which even he was kept in the dark about. And he immediately realized that they were engaged in a highly confidential plan, one beyond his purview. Consequently, he dutifully executed his task, though still in a state of confusion. Everyone, stay vigilant. We are about to enter the core region of the Star Dou Forest. At that moment, the Chrysanthemum Douluo commanded, and the crowd responded in unison, yes. The Ghost Douluo then regained his focus, surveying the surroundings with a serious demeanor. Strangely, the area was eerily silent, devoid of the sounds of avian soul beasts. And even the ants on the ground were absent. The only sounds were the whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of the blue-silver grass. Something is amiss. Remain alert. The core area was still some distance from the Lake of Life, typically a habitat for soul beasts over 50,000 years old. Yet, at that moment, the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo detected no signs of disturbance, their vigilance trained on the surroundings as they cautiously advanced toward the Lake of Life. Yan and Xiao Wu each had a hand on Tang San's neck. For the earlier incident where the Ghost Douluo severed his pinky raised concerns about potential retaliation amidst the chaos. Thus, the Ghost Douluo assigned these two to watch over Tang San. The elite soul sages were centered around them, attentively monitoring the slightest movements in the environment. Meanwhile, Chen Yue had arrived at the branch where Xiao Wu had previously sat. With the ability of 3,000 thunder movements, Chen Yue made no sound, not even alerting the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo to his presence. At that moment, the two Ming brothers had yet to return, as merely an hour had passed, and they were likely still frantically searching in the opposite direction. Perched on the branch, Chen Yue activated his King God Tower spirit, folding his arms as he stepped inside. Upon seeing Chen Yue return in such a short time, Xiao Wu opened her mouth, ready to speak, but was abruptly met with a resounding slap that sent her flying to the ground, clutching her face. How should I address you again? Chen Yue disdainfully tossed Tang San's pinky to the ground before Xiao Wu, treating it like refuse. It seems that a mere finger suffices, next time. I could easily take an entire arm. Xiao Wu immediately recognized the severed finger as her own. As for how she could tell, do not ask. It is simply because he is her beloved. What do you want? Xiao Wu looked up at Chen Yue, her eyes filled with fear, now believing that he truly might harm her beloved. However, before she could finish speaking, Chen Yue delivered another slap. With his Title Douluo strength, Xiao Wu could hardly react, only to have her delicate face bear another crimson imprint of his hand, collapsing to the ground with blood oozing from her face. At that moment, her formerly captivating beauty was utterly diminished, replaced by the glaring red marks of his hand, blood trickling from her lips, rendering her a pitiful sight, devoid of her previous goddess-like aura. What did you just call me? Xiao Wu clutched her stinging face, struggling to rise as a tumult of anger, fear, and humiliation surged within her, tears welling in her eyes. How could she, under her mother's protection, have ever endured such indignities? There was no need for her mother to intervene. The Ming brothers would have torn her adversaries to shreds, especially now, in her own domain of the Star Dou Forest. Yet, despite the humiliation and grievance she felt, she could only bury her emotions deep within, gazing in terror at Chen Yue, whose expression was a blend of mockery and volatility. She was afraid. Speak. Chen Yue raised an eyebrow, wondering if this rebellious rabbit had been so shaken by his slaps that she was questioning her existence. He let out a cold snort and raised his hand once more, causing Xiao Wu to prostrate herself at his feet like a pitiful little rabbit, trembling in fear. No, I cannot. Xiao Wu covered her face, suppressing her terror. Yet her gaze remained resolute. I cannot do this. You shall not even think about it. It seems you have not learned your lesson, Chen Yue sneered. And as he spoke, he turned to leave, apparently intending to step outside to vent his frustration by severing one of your arms. As soon as the words escaped her lips, Xiao Wu's face turned pale with fear. She clung desperately to Chen Yu's leg, crying out in a pitiful voice, No, please. I beg you, do not resort to the 3 cuts on me. I implore you, can you not? How can I plead? My heart trembles at the thought. Lowering her gaze, she murmured, Bananas and milk. Chen Yue, when I utter this symbol, it is not I who am flawed, but you. Noticing Chen Yu's unwavering gaze fixed upon the cascading white, Xiao Wu hastily released her grip on his leg, covering her throat while shaking her head repeatedly. No. It cannot be. That is the 3 cuts. Aside from this, I am willing to fulfill any of your demands. I could even offer you 100,000 years of soul bones. The words momentarily startled Chen Yue, who, with great interest, inquired, Oh, whose 10,000 years soul bone? The soul beast outside. A glint of amusement flickered in Chen Yu's eyes. At a critical moment, you intend to betray your own? How would that be achieved? This is a secret. Once they hear it, they will undoubtedly follow orders and sacrifice it for you. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's confident assertion, Chen Yue was momentarily taken aback, then unexpectedly let out a derisive laugh. His expression turned icy as he suddenly struck Xiao Wu, sending her flying. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Chen Yue scoffed, disdainfully wiping the blood from his hands with a tissue. You expect me to release you so that these 2 10,000-year soul beasts can assault me, correct? Truly. You are a cunning rabbit. Once your interests are at stake, your intelligence shines through. Xiao Wu covered her face, her half-bleeding visage showing signs of injury, her complexion flushed. I stand by my words. Observing Xiao Wu, who was still desperately concocting schemes, Chen Yue lost his patience. Once I am at ease, I may consider releasing you. Should my mood sour, I might venture out to dismantle your precious trio piece by piece. Currently, it's merely an appetizer, just a finger. Next time, it might be an arm, a leg, or perhaps your beloved Koan spear. At this point, Chen Yue chuckled, pondering whether, after losing a limb, your dear trio could still ascend to the rank of Title Douluo. Xiao Wu shuddered at his devilish words, trembling as she pointed at him. You are a demon. Not human. In the Douluo continent, losing a limb carries severe repercussions, especially if severed at the root, as evidenced by Tang Hao's lost arm and leg. This could lead to a permanent decline in soul power, making further advancement nearly impossible. Moreover, such injuries are often irreparable. P.S. Let us not forget that in the original tale, the Sword Douluo, despite being a one-armed hero, never recovered before his demise, clearly indicating that such battle injuries cannot be mended. It is crucial to note that her trio possesses innate full soul power. A true prodigy destined to become a Title Douluo. If she were to lose an arm, she could hardly fathom the despair and devastation her trio would face. No, please. I beg you. Chen Yue sneered. Beg? With what? You've forgotten your own title. I believe it would be far more entertaining to return and torment your trio. With that, he turned and walked toward the exit. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Wu recalled how decisively Chen Yue had left before, this time potentially taking her trio's fingers with him. If he were to leave feeling displeased, Xiao Wu's face paled in fear as she rushed to cling to his legs, desperately pressing against him, and humbly called out, Master. Now that's more like it. Chen Yue seemed somewhat surprised, looking down at her as one would a small kitten, gently stroking her head with a smile. As long as you can put me at ease, I might consider taking you out for a bit of fun. Really? Truly? Seeing the previously fierce Chen Yue now tenderly caressing her head, Xiao Wu's heart raced, glancing up at him, feeling that perhaps she could trust his words. A few whacks before a treat. This method has never failed. Of course, only obedient little servants warrant my consideration. Chen Yue crossed his arms, a smile gracing his face. I will certainly be a good little servant. Xiao Wu sighed with relief, finally seeing a glimmer of hope for escape. She vowed that once outside, she would have to Ming and ere Ming eliminate this vile creature. Then now, let us remove it. Xiao Wu, stunned, saw Chen Yue's expression darken suddenly, as he forcefully shook off her arms clinging to his legs. Humph, ungrateful. Dare to deceive me? For dinner, you'll feast on a roasted arm and a braised thigh from your trio, then prepare for the journey. Upon hearing this, the previously dazed Xiao Wu turned pale. Quickly grasping him, No, I will behave. I will obey. At that moment, she finally understood that the coldness of the man before her was unlike that of the others who had long desired her, while they sought her soul bone and rings. This man was solely interested in her captivating visage and flawless figure. The disparity here is immense. In the former case, the other party could relentlessly pursue, even engaging in months of investigation, fueled by intense interest. However, in the latter scenario, the other party's interest may only last a fleeting hour or two. Once they are thoroughly annoyed and fatigued, regardless of one's unparalleled beauty, they could be swiftly dealt with. Presently, to Xiao Wu, Chen Yue embodies this latter situation. If she were to provoke his annoyance, given his capricious temperament, it could very well dismantle her cherished goal of revenge, even if she were to escape or exact vengeance. What would it matter? If her long-cherished ambition were to be lost, what significance would her survival hold? Can we go out like this? Xiao Wu implored, kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down her face, as though she had resigned herself to fate. Chen Yue's lips curled into a fleeting, satisfied smile. But it was short-lived. Meanwhile, in the Star Dou Forest, in the area of the Lake of Life, Xiao Wu, it's been 5 years. Are you well? Where is my beloved? Chapter 7. The rain soaked the sky, grayer and more exquisite. Xiao Wu, where is my beloved? Tang San, accompanied by the spirit hall and a multitude of others, finally stepped into the Lake of Life area. He was eager to locate the figure that had captivated his thoughts. With the results from his blue-silver domain investigation 3 hours prior, he was certain that his Xiao Wu was beneath that grand tree. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, the beloved silhouette had vanished without a trace. Where is my beloved? Tang San was paralyzed with despair. In the next moment, he dashed towards the tree, frenziedly digging as if a mad dog marking its territory. He lost track of time, and only when he felt utterly exhausted did he collapse on the ground. Leaning against the great tree, squinting upwards, desperately suppressing tears that threatened to spill. My Xiao Wu, oh? Tang San groaned silently, suddenly sensing that the heavens seemed to weep. Could it be that the sincerity of my love for Xiao Wu has moved even the heavens, compelling them to share in my sorrow? At the moment this thought crossed his mind, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Even the heavens seemed to shed tears for the love he shared with Xiao Wu. What person can attain such unparalleled honor? However, it is peculiar. Despite my shelter beneath the tree, how is it that I am still drenched by the rain? Tang San expressed his confusion, astonished that he could be caught in the rain even while sheltered. As he instinctively licked his lips, he was struck by a taste reminiscent of the Bloody Mary and the City of Slaughter. This only deepened his bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Tang San, puzzled, lowered his head to wipe away his tears, preparing to lift his gaze when suddenly, a deafening bellow of a bull and the furious roar of a colossal ape erupted. The Tianqing bull python and the Titan giant ape have returned. Roar. The sudden, deafening roar startled all the birds in its path, causing them to flee in terror. As if they had encountered some unspeakable horror, trembling and scrambling to escape. Even Tang San, with his formidable mental strength, found himself momentarily dazed. Plunged into a brief state of dizziness. This is bad. 200,000-year soul beasts. Both Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo reacted first, their expressions shifting dramatically as they beheld the two colossal figures hastening towards them from another direction, their hearts quaking with trepidation. They had believed that the Star Dou Forest harbored only 100,000-year soul beast, the Titan giant ape, which had prompted both of them to come together. They never anticipated the existence of a second such beast. We must flee. They exchanged glances, both grim-faced. The 100,000-year rabbit was nowhere to be found. And they had lost their primary objective. Remaining here would likely result in being torn apart by these two formidable creatures. However, could they simply come and go as they pleased? Upon their return, the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape immediately fixed their gaze upon the multitude of Spirit Hall members attempting to retreat. There was no escape. Among those present, only Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo held the title of Douluo, their unique aura making it nearly impossible for the soul beast to overlook them. Second brother. Eliminate them. Leave none alive, commanded the sky blue bull python, convinced that these wretched humans were responsible for abducting sister Xiao Wu. He sought to exact vengeance upon them and reclaim her. At the moment those words fell, his icy gaze swept across the crowd like a blade. And everything around them turned a shade of blue. In that instant, every member of Spirit Hall felt their bodies slow down, their speed diminishing by at least 30%. Slowing field activate. In the next moment, the Titan giant ape charged towards the elite members of Spirit Hall. Quick, retreat. Both Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo's faces paled, urgently shouting at the stunned elite of Spirit Hall while splitting up to confront the impending threat. The strongest among the remaining members were merely soul saints. Even if they employed their martial soul fusion technique against these 200,000-year soul beasts, their strength would scarcely be sufficient to breach the defenses of the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. It would be wiser to hold them off directly, allowing their comrades to escape. Tangyin, let's go. Hulaina called out as she took a few hurried steps back, suddenly noticing Tang San still frozen in place. Hurry. What are you waiting for? It's you. Tang San had just been jolted into clarity by the furious roars of the 200,000-year soul beasts. His thoughts momentarily muddled. As he lifted his head, he found his attention drawn to Hulaina. In that instant, he recalled the countless theories suggesting that Hulaina harbored feelings for him, but was unable to attain his affections, leading to her scheming against Xiao Wu. Such deceptions were commonplace in the world he had known in his previous life within the Tank sect. However, this notion was swiftly severed from his mind. It was simply implausible. Hulaina was oblivious to the fact that he was Tang San. There was only one possibility. In an instant, Tang San recalled the incident when the Ghost Douluo had demanded a single finger from him. At the time, he had assumed that the Ghost Douluo harbored some clandestine peculiarity. But now, upon reflection, it became clear that this individual had used his finger to threaten his beloved Xiao Wu. Given Xiao Wu's profound affection for him, she would undoubtedly yield. With this thought, Tang San's expression twisted into a fierce grimace as he drew forth his Hao Tian hammer and hurled it towards Hulaina, shouting, "Die!" Wretched Spirit Hall. As for why he targeted Hulaina, it was because the elite members of Spirit Hall were completely out of his reach. Presently, the Ghost Douluo was preoccupied with the Titan Great Ape, and the Chrysanthemum Douluo was engaged with the Tianqing Yomeng. Only Hulaina stood within his striking distance. In other words, apart from Hulaina, he could neither defeat nor reach anyone else present. Nana, the Ghost Douluo was taken aback, unable to fathom that this young one dared to harm Hulaina, the Holy Maiden. Enraged, he trembled violently. Seizing the moment he was sent flying by the Titan Great Ape, his seventh soul ring shimmered. As his martial soul's true form was unleashed, he instantly became ethereal, vanishing into transparency and silently appearing before Tang San. You seek your own demise. The Ghost Douluo struck Tang San's face with a resounding slap, sending him hurtling away. His body crashing heavily against a tree, his face swelling painfully, stars dancing before his eyes. Xiao Wu, my beloved. Dazed from the impact, he saw his most cherished Xiao Wu. In that moment, she appeared radiant, her cheeks flushed and enchanting, her expressive eyes brimming with affection. gazing at him without a blink, leaving Tang San spellbound. Xiao Wu, I am so glad to see you before I die. Tang San believed he was experiencing a final flicker of lucidity before death, a smile gracing his face as he reached out to touch this hard-won dream. Yet, unexpectedly, he grasped a soft little hand. Xiao Wu. He abruptly awakened, only to find himself confronted by the unfamiliar face of a man behind her. His eyes widened in horror. You. Tang San pointed at Chen Yue, about to utter something when suddenly, Xiao Wu's hoarse voice pierced through the air. Deming, Ming, kill him. Previously, the ghost Douluo had just struck Tang San and had pushed the stunned Hu Laina aside. Before he could act further, he was locked down by the Titan Great Ape's gravity domain, and a subsequent punch nearly obliterated him. At that moment, he had just risen from the ground, standing alongside the equally injured Chrysanthemum Douluo. This cannot continue. We will surely face annihilation. What should we do? Should we use our martial soul fusion technique? Not now. They are focused on us, wary of any countermeasures. As the apparent rulers of the Star Dou Forest, the Tianqing Niumang and Titan Great Ape were not foolish brutes. They understood that as Title Douluos, they undoubtedly had hidden trump cards, essential for survival. Thus, upon sensing the severe injuries sustained by the Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, they refrained from rash actions, fixating intently on their adversaries, skillfully manipulating their respective domains to crush the minions of Spirit Hall. Under the weight of the gravity and slowing domains, lower-ranked soul saints could no longer withstand the tremendous pressure, their bones crushed to fragments. If this prolonged, the elite forces of Spirit Hall would surely face total annihilation. Yet, at this moment, the Tianqing Niumang and Titan Great Ape suddenly heard Xiao Wu's voice. Deming. Ming, kill this scoundrel. Is that the voice of Sister Xiao Wu? The two beasts were momentarily taken aback, then suddenly turned around. Upon seeing Chunyu beside Xiao Wu, they were instantly dumbfounded. Sister Xiao Wu? Is this human the one? Be cautious. This individual is a Title Douluo. Unleash your domain. Number 2. In an instant of mental communication, they exhibited no hesitation and directly activated their domains. Just as the azure and black light of their domains was about to press down upon Chunyu, an opportunity arose. The Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo, who had been seeking a chance, suddenly revealed expressions of great joy. Martial soul fusion skill. The two exchanged glances, standing opposite each other, clasped hands, and in a sudden moment, their bodies merged. Everything around them was enveloped in a lustrous gold and silver hue, particularly the turning azure bull python and Titan Great Ape, which were momentarily frozen in place. The dual polar stillness domain. In a moment of carelessness, the azure bull python and Titan Great Ape were directly locked down. Unable to move even a fraction, their immense bodies rendered immobile, with only their eyes still able to shift. We can only confine these two spirit beasts for a while. You must retreat immediately. Due to the perspective, the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo could only see the turning azure bull python and Titan Great Ape, unaware that they were facing Chen Yue, Xiao Wu, and Tang San. After all, the sheer size of the azure bull python and Titan Great Ape completely obstructed their view. Observing that these two creatures were immobilized, the Ghost Douluo let out a sigh of relief and quickly shouted. Upon hearing this, the elite members of the Spirit Hall, with the pressure of the slowing and gravitational domains dissipated, dared not linger any longer and turned to flee. Tang Yin, let us go. However, at this moment, Hu Laina was still fixated on Tang San before her. Yet in the next moment, she lost her chance. Bang! Unable to bear it any longer, Qian Renxue descended from above and delivered a resounding slap to Hu Laina's head, causing her to roll her eyes and faint instantly. At last, I understand the reason you were so adamantly opposed when I mentioned wanting her. In a moment of exasperation, she could no longer tolerate the ungrateful wretch before her. While others like Tang San sought to eliminate you, you continued to ingratiate yourself. Your mother exhibited a similar disposition back in the day. Chen Yu's words ignited a fierce reaction in Qian Renxue. What did you say? She demanded. If you don't believe me, you may inquire with her. Qian Renxue fell silent, huffing with a haughty turn of her head, embodying the essence of a petulant child demanding to be placated, for reasons unbeknownst to her. After Chunyu assisted in the evolution of her martial soul, she found herself inexplicably yearning to evoke his attention, despite their clear mutual interests. Was this the fabled phenomenon of infatuation, where one is struck by love at first sight? As Qian Renxue indulged in her fanciful musings, Chunyu chuckled softly, gesturing towards the immobile heavenly azure bull python and the Titan Great Ape. He addressed her, and his words resonated profoundly. Choose one. Chapter 8. Tang San. If you dare to mistreat my Xiao Wu, I shall slay you. What did you say? Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback. I have yet to reach the point of needing to absorb a soul ring. I commanded you to choose, so do not prattle on unnecessarily. Chunyu's fierce demeanor rendered Qian Renxue suddenly pitiful as she pointed towards the heavenly azure bull python. I choose this one. Very well, Chunyu nodded, a smile gracing his features. You did that on purpose? Xiao Wu struggled to swallow, her face drained of color. You intentionally released me, didn't you? At this moment, if she still failed to comprehend, she would be nothing short of a dullard, lacking in wit. A flicker of a smile graced Chunyu's face as her palm unfolded, revealing the astonishing array of 3 purple, 5 black, and 1 red soul rings, dazzling her titanium alloy rabbit eyes. You despicable, shameless scoundrel. Xiao Wu gasped in disbelief, utterly astounded to discover that the individual before her was a Title Douluo. You dare to disrespect my Xiao Wu? I shall slay you. At that moment, Tang San appeared to be struck by an overwhelming shock. His eyes turned blood red as he frantically lifted the Hao Tian hammer and swung it violently towards Chunyu. Do not rush. You still hold value, Chunyu remarked. As if holding a doll, effortlessly using a single finger to counter the colossal Hao Tian hammer, which was as large as a cooking pot. Despite Tang San's frenzied efforts, his trembling hand could not budge Chunyu even the slightest. This scene left Qian Renxue utterly astonished. She gasped in disbelief, realizing that he was not only terrifying in certain aspects but also remarkably powerful in terms of strength. Observing the toy rabbit, she thought it wise to avoid provoking it. Chunyu had no inclination to engage with this petty figure. With a casual motion, he hurled the Hao Tian hammer as if it were mere refuse, followed by a swift slap that landed squarely on Tang San's face, transforming his once handsome visage into that of a swollen mess, reminiscent of the half of the face marred by the ghost Douluo's fan. Tang San fell to the ground, completely unconscious, blood streaming from his face. Having accomplished this, he dusted off his hands and turned to Qian Renxue, giving her instructions. Oh, splendid! Qian Renxue nodded, leaping onto a branch and firmly grasping the terrified Xiao Wu. Seemingly uncertain as she lifted Xiao Wu's hands, Xiao Wu, suppressing her humiliation, gazed hopefully at the battlefield, wishing fervently that Daming and Erming would survive and perhaps even retaliate against that loathsome creature, along with the rabble of the spirit hall. Meanwhile, what transpired on the other side? At that moment, the bewildered ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo, maintaining the 2-level stillness domain, stared blankly at the approaching Chunyu, not recognizing him at all. Should we not just maintain this form? Suggested the ghost Douluo, sensing Qian Renxue's aura. Previously, Qian Renxue had come to him seeking Tang San's little finger. Thus, he surmised this was likely a covert operation from the offering hall, being well aware of the 6-winged angel's legacy within the Qian family. Understood. The Chrysanthemum Douluo comprehended his companion's thoughts, and the 2 of them unleashed their soul power, further stabilizing the stillness within the realms of the Titan Giant Ape and the Azure Bull Python. Cursed humans! The Titan Giant Ape glared furiously, warning, Human, I caution you. Calm down second, the more composed Azure Bull Python replied. Even if we are restricted by their domain, they would need at least 4 Title Douluo to have any chance of slaying us. Even if this human is a Title Douluo, it matters not. One flaw of the 2-level stillness domain is that once an attack is initiated, it must result in an instant kill of the immobilized target. Otherwise, the target will immediately be freed from the stillness. If the stillness could indefinitely hold the target, Daming and Erming would not have escaped while Bibi Dong was accompanied by so many Title Douluo. The Azure Bull Python was confident that, with his and the Titan Giant Ape's strength, they would not be easily defeated even by the 9th soul skill of 2 Super Douluo. However, in the next moment, a presence reminiscent of the primordial creation surged forth, accompanied by a pitch-black, sharp, and bizarre battle axe that appeared before him. What is that? Not only did the Titan Giant Ape's expression change drastically, but even the previously confident Azure Bull Python widened his eyes in terror, sensing that he might become nothing more than discarded snake skin beneath that strike. The true form of the weapon spirit, the Pangu axe, manifested as Chunyu's figure gradually faded, replaced by the immense Pangu axe stretching 100 meters long. In an instant, the Titan Giant Ape found itself frozen in place. The next moment, with a thunderous crash, its colossal body was cleaved in 2, akin to a watermelon sliced in half. A peculiar red soul ring, accompanied by a pristine white, energy-infused soul bone, floated beside Chunyu as he waved his hand. Erming. Xiao Wu was instantly stunned, never expecting that the mountainous Erming could be so effortlessly severed by Chunyu's axe. It's all my fault. At that moment, Xiao Wu's heart was filled with regret. I was wrong. I will listen from now on. Please, do not kill Daming. I beg you. As if struck by a thought, Xiao Wu attempted to kneel and cling to Chen Yu's leg in supplication, but she was restrained by Qian Renxue. Make another move, and I swear I will slay Tang San. Xiao Wu, it is your turn. Chen Yue casually stored the soul ring and soul bone into his system space, recognizing that now was not the opportune moment to absorb them. After all, this system space could hold all non-living entities, surely. Soul rings and soul bones were not living beings. Having completed these actions, his gaze fell upon the azure bull python, filled with an air of amusement. The azure bull python froze, his expression betraying a sense of dread. If he were in human form, his face would undoubtedly be ashen. But now, from his massive bovine eyes, a look of horror was evident. It was known that his strength only surpassed that of the Titan giant ape by a slight margin. Given that they were both 10,000-year soul beasts, and he bore a trace of the golden-eyed Black Dragon King's bloodline, thus slightly more formidable than other 10,000-year soul beasts. Yet, it was only marginally so, barely enough to make a difference. However, seeing the Titan giant ape cleaved in two by this human made him reconsider. I can surrender. I can become her spirit. No, please don't kill me. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, everyone present, except for Chunyu, was left utterly dumbfounded. The two terms seem to have trespassed upon the vast ignorance of many, don't they? Soul spirit. What an intriguing notion. Chunyu chuckled thoughtfully, casting a glance at the sky blue bull python. Are you familiar with the concept of a soul spirit? It is said that this phenomenon was conjured by some elderly gentleman's external aid during the Doer era. However, the so-called soul spirit referenced by the sky blue bull python is likely akin to the wisdom soul rings of the sky dream eye silkworm. Yet, deep down, Chunyu did not place his faith in the words of the sky blue bull python. It seemed that this creature had merely caught a glimpse of the term soul spirit in passing, perhaps overheard from outsiders. But it was clear it had no understanding of how one becomes a soul spirit. Otherwise, how could the original narrative still involve sacrifices rather than the formation of a soul spirit 3 years prior? The sky blue bull python was oblivious to Chunyu having seen through its deception. Noticing Chunyu's momentary intrigue, it beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Yes, I could become a soul spirit. It is well known that soul spirits offer numerous advantages over soul rings. Trust me, many benefits, indeed. But do you possess the means to attain a soul spirit?" The expression of joy on the sky blue bull python's face faltered instantly. It attempted to argue its case. But Chunyu had no desire to engage in further banter. He acted decisively. With a sudden burst, he unleashed his sixth soul skill, Heavenly Axe. As he spoke, a colossal axe, akin to a cauldron, transformed into a beam of light, cleaving toward the sky blue bull python's head. In an instant, its massive cranium was shattered, the immense axe barely a fraction away from completely severing the bull's head. With a resounding thud, due to Chunyu's dual strikes, the ghostly Douluo's 2-level stasis domain erupted into a web-like fracture, accompanied by a sound of blood spraying, as both figures were sent hurtling to the ground, their energy waning. Yet, at that moment, neither Chunyu nor Qian Renxue cast another glance at them. As Chunyu unleashed his sixth soul skill, Qian Renxue instantly comprehended the situation. She immediately activated her martial soul's true form, enveloped in a radiant golden glow, her back adorned with 12 magnificent golden wings. With the activation of her angelic domain, her aura surged exponentially. Under the dual influence of her martial soul's true form and angelic domain, her imposing presence rivaled that of a typical Title Douluo. Employing her fifth soul skill, Holy Sword, she summoned a golden longsword that radiated intense heat. Seizing the moment as Chunyu's colossal axe dissipated, she directed the sword toward the wound. In an instant, the sky blue bull python's eyes widened in shock, the brilliance in them fading gradually. No. Daming. Freed from its restraints, Xiao Wu was thrown into a panic, tumbling down, her legs numb and devoid of sensation, leaving her sprawled on the ground, tearfully watching as the sky blue bull python's body was cleaved in two, crashing to the earth. What shall I do now? After executing all this, Qian Renxue gazed at the soul ring before her, emitting an otherworldly red glow. Her breath momentarily halted. Yet, considering her current soul power level, a twitch of her lips revealed her anxiety. She had not yet reached the critical point. Release the soul ring. Chunyu offered no further explanation, merely commanding her. Understood. Qian Renxue obediently complied, having evidently feasted well just the previous night, promptly releasing her soul ring. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black. In response to her bewildered gaze, Chunyu approached the position of her first soul ring, retrieving the soul fragment stone from his system space, casually tapping it against the ring. Wait. You. Qian Renxue began to protest, but an abrupt sensation caused her expression to change dramatically. She felt her first soul ring inexplicably sever its connection. When she attempted to sense it again, she was astounded to discover that her first soul ring had vanished. Not just her. At this very moment. Even the ghostly Douluo and the ghostly chrysanthemum Douluo, who had been injured after forcibly breaking through the two-level stasis domain, were left wide-eyed, gasping at the unfolding scene. With a crack, what had once been an ethereal soul ring that could only be seen but not touched was bizarrely struck as if it were a physical entity. Subsequently, it shattered like glass, scattering fragments across the ground, causing both the ghostly Douluo and Qian Renxue to nearly have their eyes pop out in sheer astonishment. How is this even possible? To shatter an existing soul ring and then acquire a new one? Upon witnessing this scene, the ghost chrysanthemum Douluo couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He exchanged a glance with his close companion, and in that moment, they beheld the shock and incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. In this world, could such a divine artifact truly exist? Absorb it. Qian Renxue nodded, yet for some reason, she sensed that at this moment, Chen Yu's gaze, coupled with those two words, felt somewhat amiss. What are you still dawdling for? The soul absorption ring. Observing Qian Renxue's bewildered expression, Chen Yue promptly delivered a playful tap to her forehead, causing her to pout in grievance as she hurriedly distanced herself to absorb the 10,000-year soul ring. You are a demon. You are a demon. Don't come any closer. Xiao Wu exclaimed in terror, scrambling backwards as her legs, sealed by Qian Renxue's soul power, had lost all sensation, a precaution taken to prevent her escape during Qian Renxue's earlier attack. Very well, I shan't approach. Chen Yue crossed his arms, a bemused smile gracing his lips as he regarded the frightened Xiao Wu. Suddenly, the Pangu axe materialized in his palm, and with a swift motion, he swung it downwards. Slash. Xiao Wu's face turned pale with fear, desperately covering her face. After a moment, she cautiously parted her fingers to peek through, her pink rabbit-like eyes filled with horror, dread, and sorrow. 3 cuts, 3 cuts. As for this leg, let it serve as your meal tonight. Chunyu nonchalantly extracted Tang San's 10,000-year blue-silver emperor right leg soul bone from the severed limb, tossing it towards Xiao Wu with a look of disdain. Is this sufficient? Chapter 9. Xiao Wu, 3 cuts. Though I may be reluctant, I still love you. If you believe this isn't enough, perhaps I should add a claw for good measure? Xiao Wu fervently shook her head, straining to prop herself up on her knees before Chunyu, sobbing as she pleaded, I am sorry, master. I was wrong. I wouldn't dare to resist again. She understood that Chunyu was teaching her a lesson for her earlier defiance against her master, which would surely invite Tang San's ire. However, she felt utterly helpless. Chunyu shrugged. You see, I was quite vexed by your earlier actions. If I do not vent my frustration, it may very well fester within me. Xiao Wu lowered her proud head, her confidence utterly shattered. With the demise of both Daming and Erming, she now truly felt abandoned, relying solely on her beloved Tang San. Hey, what are you doing? Don't be reckless. Chen Yue feigned surprise, pushing her away. I'm not forcing you. What is this? I came of my own volition. No, you aren't coercing me. Though she insisted on her willingness. Tears streamed down her face as she glared at Chen Yue with a fierce determination. I will certainly avenge them. Yet deep within her gaze, beneath the surface of her hatred, lay profound terror. She had never anticipated that Chunyu could rival even the Title Douluo akin to the ghostly flower Douluo. The combined might of the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape was but a mere match for his prowess. What did you say? Chunyu asked, an enigmatic smile playing on his lips. Startled, Xiao Wu's complexion paled further, and she could not bear to meet his gaze any longer. Instead, she cast a forlorn glance towards Tang San, who had fallen unconscious not far away. His right leg had been severed, and one of his hands was wrapped in bandages, likely from the earlier injury. Chunyu paid her no mind, instead activating the system's notification. Congratulations to the host for marrying the original female lead, Xiao Wu. Rewards have been doubled. A 1,000,000-year soul spirit, system modified. Q farming rapid fertilizer, python sparrow devouring dragon diagram, divine stone, and the heavenly source secret realm. The host now has offspring. Please ensure their safety, and rewards will be dispensed after their birth. The 1,000,000-year soul spirit, modified by the system, now possesses only the skills of soul technique and summon. There is little to elaborate upon. Simply place it upon the second soul ring of the Heavenly King Tower. The soul skill it possesses is dubbed Nightmare of the Divine Tower, which allows the Heavenly King Tower to envelop the opponent and unleash a realm of inner demons akin to a tribulation. Should one succumb to this influence, their soul becomes irrevocably ensnared, unable to return to the body. As for summoning, it pertains to the summoning of soul spirits, capable of calling forth the projection of the totem king of the primordial celestial court to engage in battle. At present, the strength of this summoned soul spirit is approximately on par with that of a Super Douluo, though specifics remain uncertain as it has yet to be tested. The ethereal fire crystal can be refined by the martial soul. It is a crystal of the fallen heart flame. Upon refinement, the space within the Heavenly King Tower will birth heart fire, comparable to an enhanced version of the sky-burning refinement tower. The Q fertilizer is an acceleration growth item from a farming game, which Chen Yue recalls having seen sold for 15 coins per pack in his previous life. However, now, after system enhancement, a single toss can accelerate plant growth by 80 years, with a single pack capable of augmenting growth by a staggering 80,000 years. The Serpent Sparrow Devouring Dragon diagram serves as a fantastical rendition of the brimming divine skill, enabling the absorption of an opponent's soul power and the flesh and blood of soul beasts to elevate one's own cultivation. The sealing stone can temporarily encapsulate an individual's memories. However, if the person experiences significant distress, they may abruptly awaken, resulting in profound psychological trauma, often leading to dissociative identity disorder, commonly referred to as a second personality. The celestial source realm is a miniature world rife with vine demons. Vanquishing these demons yields rewards, which may include but are not limited to soul bones, soul rings, enhancements to soul ring longevity, and soul guiding devices. The flow of time is not proportional, with 1 day in Douluo continent equating to 10 days within the celestial source realm. The final reward indeed made Chunyu feel a surge of envy. If I were to place my pregnant wife in there for 30 days, would I then receive a child? As this thought crossed his mind, Chunyu's eyes glimmered with excitement. However, before he could react further, the system's voice resonated once more. Congratulations to the host. You have acquired another offspring. The mother has been identified as the original female protagonist, Xiao Wu, thus an additional reward of a 1,000,000-year soul ring shall be granted. This 1,000,000-year soul ring possesses 4 soul skills. Without hesitation, Chunyu applied it to the Heavenly King Divine Tower. The soul skills are intriguing, namely Divine Tower Cage, Return, Divine Tower Cage, Seal, and Divine Tower Cage, Suppress. The Divine Tower Cage can forcibly suspend any sacrificial soul beast, imprisoning its essence within the soul ring. Any effects experienced by the essence of the soul beast will periodically feed back to the soul of the sacrificed beast that has become the soul ring. A successfully sacrificed soul beast can also utilize its soul ring. Upon successful use, its essence will be confined by the soul skill. At any given moment, only 2 soul beast essences can be imprisoned. Following a successful use, the sacrificial soul ring will transform into a white soul ring, with a duration of 1 year. Once the soul beast is resurrected, the soul skill will automatically become ineffective. However, upon resurrection, any reactions previously experienced, whether positive or negative, will revert entirely to its essence. During the resurrection of the soul beast, the host will receive a sensation. The Divine Tower Cage, Return, can only be activated based on the preceding soul skill. It allows the soul of the sacrificed soul beast to temporarily return to its essence. During this period, the person who received the sacrifice cannot utilize the soul skill or soul bone abilities. This is equally effective for previously sacrificed soul beasts. The Divine Tower Cage, Seal, allows the sealing of 1 soul skill of the opponent, with only 1 skill being sealable at a time. The Divine Tower Cage, Suppress, releases the Heavenly King Divine Tower, magnifying it to the size of mountains to attack the opponent, constituting a physical attack. This 1,000,000-year soul ring is indeed quite fascinating. Speaking of sacrificial soul beasts, the first one that comes to Chunyu's mind is none other than Tang San, the initial soul beast that nearly exhausted his father. Wait a moment, system, what is this second wave of rewards all about? At this moment, Chunyu suddenly paused, as if struck by a revelation, and inquired of the system. It is well known that a rabbit can give birth to 10 offspring in a single litter. Chunyu lamented. Alas, I am increasingly weary of this life where everything is so readily understood. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Wu gazed affectionately at Tang San, her expression gradually shifting to one of unwavering resolve. Although I have already, I shall forever love you. As she spoke, Xiao Wu cast a fleeting glance back. Chen Yue appeared lost in thought, while Qian Renxue was engaged in absorbing her soul ring. After all, 100,000-year soul ring is not so easily assimilated. As for the duo, Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo, they recognized the 6-winged angel and remained by Qian Renxue's side, providing protection. The last remaining hyena had been knocked unconscious by a powerful slap from Qian Renxue, and she was now utterly dazed, likely unaware of any unsavory deeds occurring around her. Sacrifice. In a fleeting moment when no one was paying attention, Xiao Wu decisively resolved to offer herself as a sacrifice to her beloved Sange. This was the final act of devotion she could perform for her beloved. Regardless of the outcome, she wished to perish by his side. Fortunately, my previous voluntary act should have alleviated his vigilance. Xiao Wu sighed in relief, feeling that her earlier initiative had not been in vain. However, just as her sacrificial intent was activated, Chen Yue's lips curled into a sly smile. Just as I wished, my time spent was not in vain. Oh no, I've fallen into a trap. As Xiao Wu heard this voice, memories flooded back of the earlier incident where her impulsiveness had led to the sacrifice of De Ming and Er Ming. Now, with the initiation of her sacrifice, there was no turning back. Third soul skill, Divine Tower Prison. Chunyu raised his left hand, and the Heavenly King's Divine Tower materialized above him. 3 soul rings, 1 red and 2 gold, dazzlingly illuminating the eyes of everyone present. Goodness! A golden soul ring? Exclaimed Ghost Douluo. Wow, a legendary gold! Gasped Chrysanthemum Douluo. Not only were these 2 Title Douluo astounded, but Xiao Wu's eyes widened in shock. She had never before encountered a golden soul ring in her life. Just as she stood there, overwhelmed and filled with dread, a beam of golden light enveloped her form, and an excruciating pain coursed through her, eliciting an involuntary scream. In an instant, her entire being began to fade into the ethereal, a soul ring emanating a strange red glow, accompanied by a pink soul bone, gradually emerged from her. Splitting into 3, 100,000-year soul bone, the corporeal body of a soul beast, and the 100,000-year soul ring. The soul bone fell into Chen Yue's grasp first. The corporeal body of the soul beast, bathed in golden light, forged an illusory chain with Chen Yue's 3rd golden soul ring. The final peculiar red soul ring began to drift slowly toward Tang San, and as it moved, its color appeared to fade like peeling paint, scattering starlight until it transformed into a blank whiteness just before merging with Tang San's body, occupying the position of his 6th soul ring, the Blue Silver Emperor. A soul ring of a 1-year limit? The well-versed Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo could scarcely believe their eyes. My heavens! I cannot believe I am witnessing a 1-year limit soul ring in my lifetime. No, Sange. The strange red soul ring as falling starlight gradually coalesced into an ethereal figure indistinguishable from Xiao Wu's true form, her soul beast spirit. In that moment, her face was etched with regret, her voice a cacophony of despair, yet she could only watch helplessly as the white soul ring fused into Tang San's being. No. You bastard! Xiao Wu's soul cried out in torrents of anguish, striking Chen Yue's chest with a fist. However, this blow not only failed to topple Chen Yue, but instead caused her excruciating pain, leaving her wailing in agony. Senior, this is the fire dog you desired. Senior, this is the humanoid demon spider you sought. At that moment, the elusive porcupine and the spear snake approached, each carrying the lifeless body of a soul beast. Their faces etched with confusion. Upon witnessing the scene before them, their astonishment intensified. Could it be that the colossal corpse resembling a mountain was that of the Titan giant ape? What style of noodles is as long as a snake and as thick as a water bucket? The Ant, upon seeing the 2 individuals, were momentarily taken aback. Although they had encountered each other in recent years as elders, they were not well acquainted. However, during the initial stages of and the others joining the Spirit Hall, they had indeed met this duo, who were then merely platinum bishops. A smile crept across face as he casually picked up an axe and swiftly severed the leg of the fire dog, striding towards. What do you intend to do? S ethereal form gasped, her expression shifting dramatically. I quite liked your fox-like smile from earlier, remarked with a slight grin, slowly placing the severed dog leg next to his dismembered limb. However, your earlier action against me displeased me. Please, I beg you, spare. I will give you anything you desire. S ethereal figure collapsed to her knees, overwhelmed with despair. The thought of her beloved discovering his leg had been replaced by that of a dog was unbearable. It was essential to remember that he was the pure-hearted, who swore to annihilate the Spirit Hall. Fear not, it will soon be all right, reassured her with a gentle smile, glancing at the snake spear. The fire dog's leg was indeed a suitable match for severed limb. Without hesitation, he utilized his chi to perform the legendary technique of regenerating flesh from bone, allowing S injured leg to sprout new flesh and blood, perfectly reconnecting the nerves under soul power. Needle not pierce, smiled, raising his hand. Under the influence of his soul power, the corpse of the man-faced demon spider fell beside him. With disdain, He seized his axe and effortlessly produced 10 spider legs from the creature's body. Then, he grasped its other intact arm, preparing to sever it at the shoulder to replace it with the dog paw. No, please don't. Ethereal form jolted awake, returning to her physical body. Desperately clinging to his legs, her voice breaking as she pleaded, I beg you, spare. I will do anything you ask. She could hardly bear the thought that her beloved was now at such a grim fate. With the tragic loss of her soul ring had been severed, leaving only her cherished. You mentioned something about fire and that crawling creature earlier. Under the sparse moonlight, stretched contentedly, observing the silently weeping on the ground. Indeed, this moment is quite satisfactory. She resembled an adorable rabbit, instinctively nuzzling against him, though her gaze flickered towards who now bore the mismatched limbs. And a single tear fell from her cheek to the ground. At this juncture, she felt utterly bereft. All she had left was her beloved. As long as he lived, there remained a glimmer of hope for vengeance against and for her own dignity. Thus, to secure her brother's future and her own revenge, she chose to endure humiliation, pleading with in a manner she had once scorned. Once, she had looked down upon for his escapades with, yet the tides of fortune had turned, and she had become the very person she despised. Is this spirit beast truly so delightful? Queried, a hint of jealousy lacing her tone. Her physique pales in comparison to mine. Merely her face appears a touch more youthful. You simply do not comprehend. Chuckled, shaking his head. What purpose does a charming little creature serve if not for amusement? Do you intend to elevate these creatures to a status of superiority over humanity? With this thought, he affectionately ruffled his hair, feeling considerably uplifted. If you have any other 10,000-year spirit beast friends, please do not hesitate to introduce them to me. Her eyes brimming with tears, lowered her head in humiliation, silently vowing, I will always love you. My heart belongs solely to you. As her thoughts flickered, darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness. In a swift motion, summoned his martial spirit, and the third golden soul ring unleashed a transparent, ethereal chain, drawing spirit beast form into the void. The lingering starlight slowly returned to. One could only wonder how it would feel upon awakening to discover his sixth soul ring was the first in Douluo Dala's history, a white soul ring with a mere year of existence. Eagerly anticipated this revelation, yet the current mental impact was insufficient. Thus, he retrieved from the system rewards and prepared to use it on. I eagerly await the emergence of split personality. With a smile, he waved his hand, storing the corpses of the end into the system's space. Let us depart. Huffed, glancing at the unconscious beside her. After a moment's contemplation, she hoisted the girl onto her shoulder, determined not to be outdone by a mere rabbit. Upon the trio's exit, and, stationed outside, exchanged glances before silently retrieving the spirit beast corpses they had previously brought and following suit. Wait, Your Highness. Suddenly snapped to attention, rushing forward to catch up with, calling out for him as they hurried along. Paused, casting a calm gaze back at them without uttering a word. Despite the system's restoration of his lifespan, the past 120 years had been undeniably real, coupled with his previous life experiences and strength. His composure remained unshaken in the presence of and. After all, they were merely a ghost and a flower. He could cleave them in two with a single swing of his axe. Under the intense gaze of Chen Yue, the ghost chrysanthemum Douluo could not help but recall the sight of the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape being cleaved in two. A lump formed in his throat, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. My goodness, this is our saintess. You need only speak plainly. Qian Renxue snorted, still irked by the grand spectacle Chen Yue had staged before her. The ghost Douluo and chrysanthemum Douluo exchanged uneasy glances. How could mere elders withstand such a divine confrontation? If the Pope and the grand offering were to clash due to their report, surely 10 lives would not suffice to pay the price. Alternatively, you could simply state that she perished at the hands of Tang Yin, a disciple of the Hao Tian sect. Do you understand? At that moment, Chunyu suddenly spoke, leaving the ghost chrysanthemum Douluo momentarily taken aback. Tang Yin? A disciple of the Hao Tian sect, yet his Hao Tian hammer bears not a single spirit ring, and his soul power is comparable to that of a soul emperor. Chunyu offered no explanation. Instead, he calmly stated, You need only to organize what I just said and convey it. Qian Renxue, who had been humming to herself, was also struck by this revelation. Upon deeper contemplation, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she inhaled sharply, to evade the gaze of all and reap the utmost benefits, while perfectly extricating oneself from the situation and shifting all risks onto others, compelling even the Pope Bibi Dong to confront the Hao Tian sect once more. The Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall had been captured by a disciple of the Hao Tian sect. Will you not intervene? Had Qian Renxue studied the art of war, she would undoubtedly have uttered the 3 idioms, concealing the truth to cross the sea, shedding the golden cicada's shell, and killing with a borrowed knife. Regrettably, she had not, and could only silently give Chunyu a thumbs up, impressed. Simultaneously, a flicker of pride danced in her eyes. Humph. Such an extraordinary man has still succumbed to the allure of my angelic skirt. With this thought, Qian Renxue's complexion slightly flushed, and she murmured softly, "It's all your fault, you little rascal, how infuriating." The ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo were bewildered, however. Just as they raised their heads to inquire of Chunyu about the person, they were met with an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, causing them to break into a cold sweat, daring not to utter a word and nodding incessantly. If they do not comply, it is likely that Chunyu will raise his axe and strike them down in the next moment, leaving the Pope utterly oblivious to the circumstances of their demise. Conversely, should they choose to disclose the truth, Guizhou Douluo shuddered at the thought, exchanging glances with his good friend. They were reluctant to become mere pawns in the impending conflict between the Papal Hall and the Hall of Offerings. Old Gui, what do you think about following that fellow's suggestion? Guizhou Douluo nodded in agreement, and they both exhaled in relief. Primarily, they were still shaken by Qian Renxue's 6-winged angel spirit, given that Guizhou Douluo had previously been in the company of Qian Xuanji. While Zhu Douluo had encountered the Judgment Elder, Qian Douluo, upon entering the Spirit Hall, thus recognizing the 6-winged angel. Had it not been for Qian Renxue's presence, they might not have been so easily persuaded. "Where are you headed?" Qian Renxue queried, striding up to Chunyu with the unconscious Hulaina in tow. Walking side by side, she had just realized that this did not seem to be the route out of the Star Dou Forest. Rather, it appeared to lead to another forest altogether. "You may return first and simply capture Tang Yue for me," Chunyu replied nonchalantly. "What?" Qian Renxue exclaimed, utterly bewildered. "Why capture Tang Yue? Wait a moment. Is it not the case that this individual's intentions extend beyond merely acquiring those 200,000-year soul beasts and a pet rabbit? How does this intertwine with Tang Yue? You need only to proceed with your plans. Rest assured, after the coronation ceremony, your throne shall remain unassailable." Chen Yue wore a faint smile as he gently caressed her exquisite visage, remarking on its remarkable softness. "Well done." As Qian Renxue journeyed back to Tiando City, accompanied by the and the spear, her thoughts became increasingly perplexed, as if her mind was on the verge of overheating. Never mind, she could always inquire further later. Shaking her head to dispel these chaotic musings, she chose to trust that the father of her child would never bring harm to her or their offspring. Meanwhile, deep within the heart of the Star Dou Forest, Tang San awakened with a sense of profound agony. It hurt. The pain was excruciating. Upon awakening, he was immediately engulfed by excruciating pain, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness once more. At that moment, his entire mind felt as if it were being compressed to the brink of explosion, taking a considerable amount of time to regain his senses. As he surveyed his surroundings, a look of confusion crossed his face. This disorientation stemmed from the previous use of the sealing stone by Chunyu. Leaving his memories frozen at the moment he entered the Star Dou Forest, devoid of any recollection of his encounters with the Spirit Hall. Thus, as he beheld the eerily familiar scenery before him, he found himself scratching his head in bewilderment, questioning his circumstances. Is this the Star Dou Forest? Instinctively scratching his head, he suddenly recoiled in shock, feeling a chilling sensation course through him. Trembling, he opened his palm before his eyes, only to discover that his originally 5 fingers had transformed into 5 blood-stained, blackish-red spider-like claws. He had inadvertently torn his own scalp. In a state of panic, he swiftly withdrew his hand, stumbling backward and colliding with a tree, causing his head to throb incessantly. "What has happened to my hand?" Tang San, wincing in pain, gazed at his palm from a distance, perplexed to find that the tips of his fingers had vanished, leaving only the 5 cold, dark claws. Witnessing this transformation deepened his bewilderment. How could my hand have become like this? He was at a loss, yet he tentatively attempted to move his fingers. Realizing that the spider claws responded to his thoughts. "Tang San, is this the claw of a human-faced demon spider? How could I have transformed in this way?" He found it hard to believe that his once normal hand had morphed into something resembling the appendages of a human-faced demon spider. Could it be a lingering effect of the beast? With this thought, Tang San dared not linger any longer and hurriedly made his way outside. I must return to seek my teacher's counsel about this transformation. However, as he ran, the disparity in the strength of his legs and his slightly altered height caused him to lose balance, resulting in a comical fall to the ground. landing in a most undignified manner, with dirt filling his mouth. Tang San, spitting out the strange, brackish mixture from his mouth, found the taste unpleasant and yearned to reach the lake of life to rinse his mouth. Yet, upon attempting to run again, he once more fell clumsily to the ground. His mouth once again filled with dirt. This time, the unknown substance in his mouth had devolved into a lingering salty oddity, the once oceanic fishy taste having vanished. What on earth is happening? Tang San spat out the remnants. Yet the pristine purity he prided himself on still left him feeling unclean, tainted by a vague, indescribable taste. Why can't I move? He swore that the bewilderment he had felt throughout his past lives paled in comparison to the confusion he experienced that day. Especially when he looked down at his lower limbs, his entire being froze in disbelief. His right thigh, once akin to a human's, had vanished, replaced by a furry leg. Distinctly thicker than his left leg, a dog's leg? What the hell? How did my leg transform into a dog's leg? In utter bewilderment, he attempted to bend his knee, but was unable to do so, left only to watch the dog leg kick back, as if responding. No, this cannot be right. This is a lie. Tang San desperately dismissed this thought, his disbelief morphing into a frantic shout. This must be a dream. How could someone as pure and unsullied as he be transformed into such a half-human, half-beast monstrosity? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Surely, he was merely dreaming. Although he was a product of the union between the blue-silver emperor and a human, it was inconceivable that a genetic mutation would grant him a dog's leg. Yet, no matter how much Tang San rubbed his eyes, until they were red, or even knocked his head, causing his brain to feel scrambled, he remained a half-human. Half-beast creature with 5 spider legs and a dog leg. No, this cannot be. Tang San screamed. How could this be happening? I must seek out my teacher, surely. He will have a solution. With this thought, he hastily manipulated his mother-esque spirit to bind himself, and flung himself away in a desperate attempt to escape. Bang! He collided with a towering tree, the impact so forceful that it left an indelible imprint of his form in the trunk. After undergoing the cleansing of the ice and fire eyes, Tang San had become immune to all poisons. However, unfortunate was it that the spider legs bore the mental toxin specifically collected by Chen Yue from the pufferfish serpent. Thus, after this collision, his head buzzed, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chen Yue appeared nearby, a benevolent smile gracing his face. Rest assured, when you awaken, you will be met with the shocking realization that your mother is gone, your father has fled, your uncle is dead, and your aunt has vanished. What a feeling that will be. Chapter 11. Tang Yue, I beg you, please do not harm me. What did you say? Spirit City. Spirit Hall, the Pope's Palace. Bibi Dong suddenly rose, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the trembling ghost chrysanthemum Douluo before her. You mean, Nana has been captured? A disciple of the Hao Tian sect named Tang Yin? His Hao Tian hammer bore no soul rings, yet exhibited the strength of a soul emperor? Ghost chrysanthemum Douluo nodded repeatedly, not daring to breathe as he observed Bibi Dong's increasingly darkening expression. Well, what a bold act by you, Xiaojing. Bibi Dong, furious to the point of laughter, exclaimed, so this is your cherished disciple, daring enough to capture my holy maiden of the Spirit Hall? She had believed that Yu Xiaojing would spare her disciple, Hulaina, out of respect for their past. Yet, she could never have anticipated this. This Yu Xiaojing is indeed lacking in martial ethics. It must be noted that in the heart of Bibi Dong, Hulaina holds a status far superior to that of her own daughter, Qian Renxue. No, it should be articulated that in Bibi Dong's heart, Hulaina is her true daughter, while Qian Renxue is merely a wayward younger sister. What a farce the Hao Tian sect presents, proclaiming to be secluded from the mundane world, yet now engaging in such duplicitous behavior? Do they truly believe that I, Bibi Dong, am a soft persimmon? Bibi Dong exclaimed in fury, causing the ghost chrysanthemum Douluo and the multitude of guards to tremble in fear, rendered speechless. In the past, when Tang Hao left Qian Xuanji's visage unrecognizable, it was then that she found her opportunity to act. Hence, upon ascending to the position of Pope, she did not take any significant action against the Hao Tian sect, as most of these measures were orchestrated by Qian Douluo. But now, the Hao Tian sect dares to lay its hands on the Saintess Hulaina, whom she regards as her own daughter. Let them not blame her for her mercilessness. Send forth a decree. Assemble all the elders. Command every platinum bishop to scour and locate the whereabouts of the Hao Tian sect, with a strict deadline of 3 days. A chill ran through the heart of the ghost chrysanthemum Douluo. The unfolding of events has indeed mirrored their expectations perfectly. Old ghost. If we were to speak the truth here, would we risk being struck down by His Majesty on the spot? Douluo whispered with a tremor in his voice. Be more confident. Eliminate the would-we from your thoughts, Ghost Douluo replied, his lips twitching. Yet, with the arrow drawn, he had no choice but to act. For he dared not offend both Bibi Dong and the Grand Offering, Qian Douluo, simultaneously. Thus, after exchanging a glance, the two good friends could only brace themselves and respond affirmatively. At that moment, deep within the blue-silver forest, Tang Hao, who was languidly enjoying his time with a blade of grass, was abruptly alerted by rumors regarding the Title Douluo Imperial Palace. Initially, he paid little heed to the matter, believing his sole duty was to safeguard his cherished grass, indifferent to the world beyond. However, the subsequent news he overheard left him utterly stunned. It was said that a disciple of the Hao Tian sect had captured the saintess of the Spirit Hall, inciting the wrath of the reigning pope, who demanded the Hao Tian sect surrender the captive and publicly bow in submission. The Hao Tian sect? Wasn't that the sect that had hidden away decades ago? To think they were still stirring trouble after all these years. He had indeed heard of the Hao Tian sect, but hadn't they sealed their mountain gates? Furthermore, what business did they have with the Tian Douluo city? You are unaware. It is rumored that although the Hao Tian sect publicly claims to be closed off, they are actually lurking not far from Tian Douluo city, observing the world's dynamics. Yet, who would have expected their disciples to be so audacious as to abduct the saintess of the Spirit Hall? My goodness, this could spell disaster for the Hao Tian sect. Indeed, it is said that the Title Douluo Imperial Palace harbors spies from the Hao Tian sect, and upon discovering this, the Crown Prince was furious, sealing off the entire palace and commencing rigorous investigations. It is merely a timid sect. What is the need for such fuss? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao could no longer remain seated. He seized his signature hammer and forcefully smashed the derisive individual into a pulp. To insult the Hao Tian sect is to court death. Silence. With a cold glare, Tang Hao surveyed the terrified soul emperors. To insult the Hao Tian sect must be avenged with blood. With that declaration, he disregarded their pleas and swiftly dispatched them to the afterlife. Having completed this, Tang Hao paid no mind to the myriad astonished gazes surrounding him and hastened towards the direction of the Hao Tian sect. This won't do. I am merely a soul sage now, and my efforts at the sect would be futile. However, as a disciple of the sect, how could I turn a blind eye to its crisis? Tang Hao's expression grew troubled. He had intended to return the soul bone and withdraw from worldly affairs. Yet he never anticipated such a grave threat to the sect, especially from the Spirit Hall. This cannot stand. I must do something for the sect. Pondering deeply, an idea struck him, and he slapped his thigh. Wait, the Title Douluo Imperial Palace. While I may not be able to save the sect, I can bring back Yue. Perhaps the sect's legacy resides with her. With this thought, Tang Hao no longer hesitated. Elated, he swiftly made his way to the Title Douluo Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, Chunyu, enjoying tea in a nearby town, watched his departing figure with a smile, acknowledging the difficulty in securing the right items. Moreover, the location of the blue-silver grass was a result of Tang Hao's diligent efforts. Glancing at the blade of blue-silver grass in his hand, he shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. I shall await your return at the Moon Pavilion. Tang Hao, after all, we are family. We must remain united, mustn't we? Before long, the night sky adorned with stars signified the late hour. The Title Douluo Imperial Palace was on high alert, with countless guards patrolling, their soul power fluctuating at the level of soul emperors. With Chunyu's full support, Qian Renxue had assumed complete control of the palace, rendering the Snow Knight Emperor a mere figurehead. Even if he were to rise, no one would heed his words. How could there be so many soul emperors within the Title Douluo Imperial Palace? Concealed in the shadows, Tang Hao furrowed his brows as he navigated through the encirclement, finally reaching the Moon Pavilion. Yet, the moment he stepped inside, a powerful surge of soul energy pressed down upon him. A Title Douluo. Realizing this oppressive presence, Tang Hao's expression shifted. Spirit Hall's people? He looked up to see Chunyu, seated in the empty Moon Pavilion, smiling as he rose. Tang Hao, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's pupils constricted in shock. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his martial spirit, his soul rings shimmering as he brandished his hammer, prepared to explode his rings. After all, he was merely a soul sage now, and only by detonating all his rings could he hope to seize a slim chance of survival against the Title Douluo. However, the instant his soul rings emerged, Chunyu's smile broadened, and he swiftly released his martial spirit, the Heavenly King Divine Tower, dazzling with a configuration of 1 red and 3 gold rings that nearly blinded Tang Hao's titanium eyes. 100,000-year soul ring. This is impossible. Tang Hao was astounded, having never witnessed such an outrageous configuration. He had never even heard of golden soul rings in his lifetime. Just as he was engulfed in shock and hesitation, Chen Yu's third soul ring shone brightly, and a radiant golden light transformed into a chain, swiftly piercing through Tang Hao's ninth soul ring. In that fleeting moment, Tang Hao felt his soul power, which had surged due to the impending explosion of desires, cascade down like a punctured balloon. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he beheld a graceful and ethereal silhouette emerging from his ninth soul ring, eyes gently closed. As if lost in a dream, the figure appeared to be in her 30s, exquisite and unparalleled, though her visage remained obscured. Tang Hao recognized her as the enchanting apparition that haunted his dreams. No. As he witnessed his beloved moving toward Chen Yue in a trance-like state, Tang Hao's heart shattered, and he let out a heart-wrenching roar. He desperately lifted his mighty hammer, intent on striking down. Yet, at that very moment, he was confronted by a colossal tower, resembling a mountain range, crashing toward him with thunderous force. What is this? A surge of panic gripped Tang Hao's heart, and in his haste, he swung his signature Hao Tian hammer with all his might. However, this originates from the heavenly realm, the towering King Li Jing, wielding the divine tower of the celestial king. Even if it is merely a manifestation of its molecular projection, it is certainly impervious to any soul weapon of the mundane sewer dimensions. With a sudden and unforeseen crack, the colossal Hao Tian hammer struck forcefully upon the magnificent tower of the celestial king, resembling towering mountains. Yet, in the next instant, a fissure abruptly appeared within the massive hammer, which rapidly expanded like a spider's web, and in the blink of an eye, the entire Hao Tian hammer was adorned with cracks, resembling a mosaic of shattered glass. This tale is lengthy, yet this fragmented moment from the beginning to now is but a fleeting instant, where all sounds have transformed into a singular, crisp resonance. This cannot be. Tang Hao was struck with astonishment. He could hardly fathom that the proud Hao Tian hammer could one day fail to crumble even a tower, instead shattering itself. Impossible, absolutely impossible. As the words left his lips, Tang Hao's face turned pale, and with a gasp, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing to the ground as if it had been buffeted by a tempest. The shattering of his martial spirit had inflicted upon him a tremendous backlash, rendering him utterly depleted, lying on the ground like a deflated husk. Who are you? Tang Hao clutched his chest, his body sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise, yet each breath came in ragged gasps, leaving him utterly powerless. However, Chunyu paid him no heed, his gaze fixated with interest on the ethereal figure of Ayin that had approached him. No, Ayin. Witnessing this, Tang Hao's eyes widened in despair as he bellowed, Ayin, do not leave me. Yet, in that moment, Ayin's eyes were tightly shut, her form insubstantial, seemingly oblivious to him, drifting instead towards Chen Yue. What a dramatic scene. Chen Yue waved his hand, and the dreamlike apparition of Ayin melded into his third soul skill, thereafter revealing a somewhat withered blue-silver grass in his palm, which he gently tossed, allowing it to merge into his third soul ring, the Heavenly King's divine tower. As a martial spirit, was not bound by any soul skill limitations. Thus, even amidst the use of a soul skill, one could invoke others, even repeat soul skills, or even activate another martial spirit to utilize a soul skill. Nothing was beyond possibility. Return Ayin to me, give her back. At that moment, Tang Hao's 9 soul rings erupted in unison, and in a frenzy, he summoned his strength to lunge at Chen Yue. Your performance is better suited for the underworld. Chen Yue was unyielding. With a swift slap, he sent Tang Hao careening into the wall, blood gushing forth as his spirit crumbled, collapsing to the ground. Like a half-dead elder, he could barely lift his head, casting a gaze filled with dread and malice at Chen Yue. Damn it! He cursed inwardly. Though his ire was misdirected, he began to harbor resentment towards his elder brother and the 4 elders. Had it not been for these 5 wretched souls coercing him to surrender his soul bone to allow Tang San's return to the sect, how could he have suffered such a fate? No, it should be said, had it not been for his elder brother and those 4 elders stirring trouble and offending the spirit hall, he would not have found himself at the Moon Pavilion, becoming prey in this dire situation to save Yuehua. All of this was the fault of Tang Xiao and those 4 elders. Tang Hao, a man of illustrious life. How could he have met such an end were it not for the cowardice of his brother and the 4 elders? No, please, do not harm my brother. I beg you, I am willing. At that moment, a resplendent and elegant woman suddenly rushed out from the side chamber, tears streaming down her face. She appeared to be merely in her late 20s. However, her alluring visage suggested a maturity far beyond that of an ordinary woman of such age. The narrative establishes her as the youngest daughter of the venerable Master Hao Tian, born long after Tang Hao, making her over 30 years younger than him, and only slightly older than Tang San. The author refrains from specifying her exact age, deeming it insignificant. She is, in fact, Tang Hao's sister, Tang Yue. Upon entering, she immediately knelt at Chen Yue's feet with a thud, clasping his leg tightly, and fervently implored, "I beseech you, please do not harm my second brother, Hao. I am willing to serve you. I will obey your every command." Chen Yue, looking down from his elevated position, wore a slight smile as he contemptuously lifted her chin with a single finger. "Then how should you address me?" Upon hearing this, Tang Yue's complexion drained of color. She opened her mouth, intending to plead for leniency, but upon seeing the nearly lifeless form of Tang Hao on the ground, she ultimately bowed her head submissively. Faced with Tang Hao's gaze, which shifted from utter shock to a fierce glare, Tang Yue, under Chen Yue's mirthful and teasing gaze, obediently murmured, "This servant greets her master." Chapter 12. Tang Hao, Ayin, I only have you now. What on earth? My Ayin has been taken. With a thunderous sound, Tang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Feeling as though his mind had been utterly shattered by a bolt of lightning, he was completely dazed and empty. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yue loves me. She is an elegant and noble lady. How could she possibly utter such shocking words and perform such earth-shattering actions? It cannot be. It is utterly inconceivable. You are not Yue. You are certainly not her. Tang Hao's heart was torn asunder. Deep down, he felt a certain pride regarding his feelings for Yue. Yet he refused to accept it. He was merely toying with the situation. After all, what one cannot attain is forever tantalizing. However, he never anticipated that something that rightfully belonged to him could now vanish into thin air. It seems that this brother of yours has indeed gone mad. Chunyu, hands clasped behind his back, looked at the bowed Tang Yue with a faint smile, causing her to tremble slightly. She remained silent, continuing her massage. Should I just eliminate him? Tang Yue's pupils constricted, and her complexion paled slightly, yet she dared not cease her actions. Instead, she massaged more gently, feeling the fluctuations of soul energy, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. At least, judging by his reaction. This demon before her would not hesitate to tear her Hao into pieces should he be dissatisfied. Compared to your nephew, you are certainly more sensible. A smile graced Chunyu's face as he gently placed a hand on her head, rubbing it affectionately after a moment. Well done, keep up the good work. There is a saying, a mother's status is elevated by her daughter. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Tang Yue replied, struggling to swallow her emotions. She cast a silent glance at Tang Hao and obediently supported Chunyu as they slowly made their way towards her boudoir within the moon pavilion. Her heart ached silently. I'm sorry, second brother. Yue belongs to another now, and we can never meet again. I hope you can stay away from Tiando and live your life in peace. The moon pavilion housed various experts from the Hao Tian sect, tasked with protecting her and maintaining the sect's intelligence network. However, she had witnessed these formidable individuals being utterly dismantled by Chunyu, a sight so horrific that it made her retch. In contrast, despite Tang Hao's incapacitation, the fact that he could still salvage his life was quite fortunate. Yet, the price she would pay is that her future would likely be devoid of any freedom. Of course, this is the result she willingly brought upon herself. Hey, Qian Renxue, carrying the little fox Hulaina, called out to Chunyu, who was about to enter his chamber. Why not consider a change for tonight? Clearly, she sensed her predicament, especially after realizing that the beauty of Xiao Wu was on par with her own, which intensified her anxiety. What if this fellow, enticed by allure, was swayed by another woman during her period of pregnancy? Thus, she resolved to present Hulaina as a gift to Chunyu, a thankless wretch, stained with a lingering scent that cannot be washed away. Chunyu cast a casual glance at Hulaina, his expression betraying a hint of disdain. Qian Renxue, no, wait. She attempted to continue, but was interrupted by Chunyu. Cuttlefish, serpent spear, confine this thankless wretch, and proceed according to the plan. Understood? Yes. After witnessing Chunyu effortlessly cleave the sky blue bull python and the titan great ape in two, the duo of cuttlefish and serpent spear dared not exhibit any arrogance before him. They were more obedient than a mere dog. As soon as the words left her lips, before Qian Renxue could react, the Hulaina she was carrying was taken away and locked up by the two individuals. You. Qian Renxue pointed at Chunyu. Rendered speechless. Feel free to continue your thoughts, Chunyu smiled, displaying no concern regarding Qian Renxue's potential exposure. The entire palace was under his control. How could any mishap occur? It had only been a day, after all. Really? Qian Renxue asked, a hint of skepticism in her voice. She sensed something peculiar in Chen Yu's gaze, as if he were a great gray wolf eyeing a plump lamb. Soon, however, she realized her instincts were correct. Outside, the nearly lifeless Tang Hao, upon hearing Tang Yuehua's voice from within the chamber, turned as pale as a pig's liver, utterly dismayed. No, Yuehua. Didn't you profess your love for me? You should have remained loyal. Why has it come to this? The and the snake spear exchanged glances, silently beginning to stitch together the soul beast carcasses that Chunyu had previously brought back for Tang Hao's temporary use. Time passed, and eventually, as dawn broke outside, the sounds from the chamber gradually ceased. Are you truly willing to spare this vixen? Qian Renxue nestled in Chunyu's embrace, tracing circles on his chest with her fingers. Murmuring softly, look, you were able to deal with that soft bone rabbit. Why won't you take action against this fox, especially since it merely possesses a fox spirit? With a sharp clap, Qian Renxue's face flushed as she bit him playfully. I'm trying to discuss serious matters here. The villain, for reasons unbeknownst to her, has grown increasingly fervent ever since she sensed the burgeoning essence of life within her. Wasn't the answer to this query conveyed to you previously? Qian Renxue paused. Did you tell me? She soon realized you were referring to the white-eyed wolf. Chen Yue remained non-committal. However, you must have noticed the animosity harbored by that rabbit and Tang Yuehua towards you. Would they not also be regarded as white-eyed wolves? Chen Yue smiled faintly. What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Qian Renxue shook her head. I believe their rebelliousness surpasses that of Hulaina. Does it not? Hulaina's later entry into the spirit hall had already been noted by Qian Renxue, who was clandestinely executing plans within the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace. She had merely heard that Bibi Dong regarded her as a daughter, and there was little affection or entanglement between the two. If there were any connection, it was merely that Qian Renxue had been infuriated by Hulaina's treacherous actions, leading her to deliver a forceful blow that rendered the latter unconscious. You, my dear, remain excessively naive. Well-versed in the original narrative, and with the character archetypes now firmly established, Chunyu was acutely aware of this white-eyed wolf's disposition. I am not naive at all. Qian Renxue huffed, pouting her rosy lips, prompting Chunyu to firmly but gently press her head down to silence her. Just as Qian Renxue was about to resist, Chunyu's voice halted her in her tracks, asking, would you say that the spirit hall treats Hulaina well? Qian Renxue could only respond with a muffled sound. Now, consider this. She was raised to adulthood, provided with mimetic cultivation, and granted soul bones, with Bibi Dong nurturing her as if she were her own daughter. Ouch, be gentle. Chunyu inhaled sharply, tenderly ruffling Qian Renxue's hair before continuing. Yet how did she repay such kindness? She disregarded 100,000-year soul beast that served as her soul ring, and even neglected the safety of numerous individuals within the spirit hall, her eyes solely fixated on the wanted criminals of your spirit hall. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue instantly comprehended the situation. She swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. So, the term white-eyed wolf was not merely an insult, but rather a statement of fact? Yet, she soon recalled that the spirit hall had already pinpointed the whereabouts of Hao Tian's sect and had launched a comprehensive offensive. The two factions had reached a point of irreconcilable conflict. Surely, she would not lean towards them anymore, would she? Chunyu smiled silently. In the original narrative, Hulaina had divulged Bibi Dong's whereabouts to Tang San, resulting in the downfall of the ghost Douluo, who had previously showered her with affection, while her mentor, Bibi Dong, suffered grave injuries. Indeed, the most significant aspect remains that despite the substantial sacrifices made by the Title Douluo of the Spirit Hall, they ultimately achieved nothing, leaving the advantage to Tang San. It is crucial to understand that spirit masters hunting for spirit rings, especially those seeking 10,000-year spirit beasts, cannot afford to disclose such information to outsiders. Such matters, even within the ranks of the Spirit Hall, are held in the strictest confidentiality. Yet, Hulaina casually divulges them to outsiders? Even now, as the Hao Tian sect engages in full-scale war with the Spirit Hall, which may lead to their total annihilation. For Hulaina, the prospect of abandoning her allies seems less palatable than the belief that Tang San might elevate her teacher to the divine realm, or perhaps allow her cousin Bai Qinxiang and her cousin's husband Ma Hongjun to ascend together to the heavens. Alas, I am weary. I shall disregard this matter. Observing Chunyu's expression, although their acquaintance has spanned merely a few days, Qian Renxue has discerned the disdain etched on his countenance, and has felt a palpable sense of resignation. After all, she is merely a saintess of the Spirit Hall and not aligned with her grandfather's faction. Abandoning her holds little consequence. Suddenly, a spark of insight ignites in her mind, and she exclaims, wait. She abruptly raises her head to gaze at Chunyu, her eyes widening in horror. If you harbor no interest in this little fox, then why did you tacitly permit me to bring her back? Was it intentional? When she had originally returned with Hulaina, Chunyu had remained silent, yet his demeanor had unmistakably suggested acquiescence. Thus, she had naturally inferred that he held some degree of interest in the little fox. After all, if he could engage with that rabbit, why not with the fox? However, now, witnessing Chunyu's complete disinterest in Hulaina, she belatedly realizes the unsettling implications of this man before her. The capture of Hulaina serves the purpose of inciting Bibi Dong's wrath, ultimately leading to a direct confrontation with the Hao Tian clan, with the intent to utterly annihilate them. It is vital to understand that Bibi Dong is not a coward like Qian Douluo. She is certainly not one to adhere to any gentleman's agreements. She is acutely aware of Bibi Dong's temperament. Once the facade is torn asunder, she will undoubtedly eradicate any threats without leaving a trace of risk. Moreover, she is convinced that if the events of the past were in line with Bibi Dong's character, it would not merely result in the Hao Tian clan being sealed off. Their complete destruction would be inevitable. What if Tang San returns, you ask? The answer is straightforward. Their strengths are comparable. If Qian Douluo were to obliterate the Hao Tian clan, he could simply perish alongside Tang San, thereby solidifying the position of the Spirit Hall beyond challenge. Of course, Chunyu speculates that Qian Douluo's hesitation may not stem from cowardice, but rather from his precarious position. With Qian Renxue's demise, Qian Douluo stands as the sole guide for the six-winged angels. Given Qian Renxue's exceptional talent, he likely views her as the singular hope for achieving divine status among the angels, which is why he remains in the shadows, solely focused on her ascension. However, Chunyu contemplates why Qian Renxue has ventured to the Heavenly Dou Empire. It is plausible that Qian Douluo supports her in the pursuit of gathering faith in the angel god. Are you suggesting this is intentional? Qian Renxue gazes at Chen Yue in horror. Having resided in the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace for so many years, one would assume he has a clear understanding of the current Pope's character. Given Bibi Dong's ruthless disposition, should the Hao Tian clan genuinely face peril, it is inevitable. Undoubtedly. The prior incident involving the Seven Treasures glazed tile school is an exception, as it was orchestrated solely by Bibi Dong, and those who supported her in this endeavor, though not insignificant in number, were far from universal. Furthermore, while the Seven Treasures glazed tile school suffered significant losses, their strength has been revealed. At present, unless the offering hall intervenes, or Giju Douluo and Bibi Dong personally arrive, or ordinary Title Douluo sacrifice their lives en masse, it is altogether impossible to contend with the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Hence, Bibi Dong has chosen to relinquish her hold. Nevertheless, the incident involving Hulaina, the saintess of the Spirit Hall, being captured by disciples of the Hao Tian clan, is not solely Bibi Dong's affair. This matter pertains to the honor and reputation of the entire Spirit Hall. With Bibi Dong leading the charge, it is likely that all Title Douluos, save for her grandfather Qian Douluo, will choose to lend their support. The assassination of the former Pope of the Spirit Hall has already become an old grievance. Yet Qian Douluo did not take the initiative, compelling everyone to suppress their fury. However, now with the capture of the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall and the theft of the 100,000-year soul beast, it is anticipated that even her grandfather Qian Douluo will find it challenging to voice any objections. Otherwise, the prestige that the Spirit Hall has upheld for so many years may be irrevocably tarnished, which would bode ill for their angel clan as well. Thus, Qian Renxue is certain that her grandfather will choose to turn a blind eye. Nonetheless, he will refrain from taking action, leaving the other worshippers as an uncertain variable. With this thought in mind, Qian Renxue cast a gaze filled with trepidation towards Chunyu. She never anticipated that Chunyu would perform such astonishing feats right beneath her nose, and it was only after the events had unfolded that she became aware of them. How terrifying. This man is truly a master of strategy. At this moment, Qian Renxue felt a wave of relief for her previous choice to feed the tiger with her own body. Had she become this man's enemy, she would likely not even know how she met her demise. Chen Yue smiled silently, gently rubbing her abdomen, his gaze softening slightly. For him, only Qian Renxue was true love. Everything else was merely a happenstance, akin to a cup used to exploit system glitches in a past life. Rest well, he murmured, planting a kiss on her cheek, casting a glance at Tang Yue, who lay unconscious, frothing at the mouth. Take care of her, understand? Feeling the unintentional tenderness from Chunyu, Qian Renxue's heart settled. She watched his departing figure, secretly resolving, no, this man is far too formidable. I must secure him by my side. Otherwise, if he falls for another woman, I fear I would not even know how I met my end. Outside the chamber, Chen Yue immediately noticed Tang Hao on the ground, his eyes bloodshot and his demeanor utterly defeated after a night of listening. A smile crept onto his face. Do not fret. Even severed limbs can be reborn. Though it may be from a soul beast, do you not adore the sun beast? Thus, this should be just right for you. As he spoke, he transformed his soul energy into a needle and directed it toward Tang Hao. Possessing supreme medical prowess, he could effortlessly mend severed limbs, especially for someone like Tang Hao, requiring far less meticulousness than he would have for Tang San. Let us go, Chunyu casually remarked. This time, Tang Yue performed admirably, and since I'm in a good mood, I'll let you off the hook. But next time Tang Hao glanced at the spot where his limb had once been, now resembling a dog's paw, and then at his severed leg, which had transformed into a spider's leg. Overwhelmed, he felt a warmth in his nose, wanting to cry. Yet upon seeing Chunyu's cold expression, he silently retracted his tears and turned away, stumbling out of the Yuexian pavilion. Upon returning to his abode in the blue-silver forest, he could no longer maintain his stoic facade. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, exclaiming, I have lost everything. Now, I only have you left. He sobbed. However, when he lifted his head and beheld the excavated soil, alongside a bewildered turtle, he was left utterly dumbfounded. My grass has been uprooted. At this moment, he could no longer hold back, collapsing onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Chapter 13. Ayin, if you have the courage, come at me. Do not harm my Hao. The text underwent significant revisions today, with a score of 9. 5. Keep an eye on her. Do you understand? Chunyu planted a gentle kiss on Qian Renxue's cheek, casting a glance at Tang Yue, who lay unconscious, frothing at the mouth. Upon sensing Chunyu's inadvertent tenderness, Qian Renxue felt a wave of relief wash over her. As she watched his departing figure, she thought to herself, I must tether this man to my side. Otherwise, if he is enchanted by another woman, I fear I would not even know how I met my demise. Outside the chamber, Chunyu immediately spotted Tang Hao on the ground, his eyes bloodshot and his demeanor utterly despondent after a night of listening. A smile graced his lips as he reassured. Do not despair. Severed limbs can be restored. Though it may be the soul beasts, is it not fortuitous for you, being so fond of the sun beast? As he spoke, he transformed his soul power into a needle and aimed it at Tang Hao. Possessing supreme medical skills, he could effortlessly mend severed limbs. Particularly for someone like Tang Hao, for whom he felt no need for meticulous care as he would for Tang San. Let us proceed, Chunyu declared casually. This time, I have spared you for Yuehua's sake, but next time. Tang Hao glanced at the spot where his limb had once been, now resembling a dog's paw. Then looked at his severed leg, which had transformed into a spider's leg. He felt a warmth in his nose, threatening tears, yet upon seeing Chunyu's cold expression, he silently stifled his sobs, turning away to leave the Yuexian pavilion unceremoniously. Upon returning near the eyes of ice and fire, he could no longer maintain his composure. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, lamenting, Ayin, I have lost everything. Now, I have only you left. However, when he lifted his head and beheld the excavated soil and the bewildered turtle upon it, he was left utterly dumbfounded. My Ayin, my grass has been uprooted. At this moment, he could no longer contain himself and collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. No, it was impossible. How could Ayin have vanished? Tang Hao wiped his tears, refusing to believe it, and turned the entire region of the ice and fire yin-yang upside down, yet he found nothing. Could it be that Ayin was unable to adapt to this place and had returned to the blue-silver forest? With this thought in mind, Tang Hao hurriedly made his way back to the blue-silver forest. Fortunately, this location was not far from the ice and fire yin-yang in the sunset forest. However, upon witnessing the desolation of the cave within the blue-silver forest, he was instantly overcome with despair, and tears streamed down his face as he burst into tears. Inside the cave, the soul beast turtle lay in silence. After the blue-silver emperor was transplanted, the soul beast turtle residing here now gazes in bewilderment at Tang Hao, who is slumped on the ground, weeping like a deep well of ice, filled with confusion. What is the matter with this human? Why is he suddenly kneeling before me without uttering a word? Could it be that he has discerned my extraordinary nature and wishes to adopt me as his godfather? The turtle was momentarily taken aback, but then a wave of joy surged within him. Father, it seems I now have a godson. Ha ha ha. Hey, human. I can sense your desire to acknowledge me as your father. Henceforth, I graciously accept you as my godson. With this thought in mind, the turtle spoke in human language. gazing at Tang Hao with an air of arrogance, his tone reminiscent of one bestowing a favor. At that moment, Tang Hao's cries came to an abrupt halt. What? What did that insufferable turtle just utter? It seeks to adopt the title of my son? Upon witnessing Tang Hao's tears cease, the turtle immediately displayed a smug expression. Humph. Hypocritical humans, your performance has successfully moved me, and now you revel in your triumph. Express your gratitude forthwith. Yet, in the next moment, he was utterly bewildered. A fist, as large as a cooking pot, swiftly sent his entire turtle head flying. Dimly, he heard the furious roar of that human. Get lost. Who the hell wishes to be your turtle son? Thud. The little turtle collapsed, thoroughly dazed, questioning the very essence of his existence. Wait a moment. Was not this human kneeling and weeping before him, seeking to honor him as a foster father? How did it come to this? I am in a foul mood today. I'll have you for lunch. After a night of pent-up anger and frustration listening to Chen Yue, combined with the loss of the blue-silver emperor seed following a yin sacrifice, Tang Hao's spirits were at their nadir. The audacity of the turtle to rub salt into his wounds would earn it no mercy. No, human, you cannot do this. My father will not spare you. Tang Hao sneered. I care not for your father or grandfather. Even if the king of heaven himself were to arrive today, I would still stew you for my meal. The next instant, boom. An ancient turtle, as massive as a mountain, abruptly emerged from the cave, staring impassively at Tang Hao. What did you just say? Tang Hao exclaimed. What the hell? Such a colossal tortoise. 100,000-year spirit beast. My goodness. Tang Hao struggled to swallow, his gaze trembling as it fell upon the ancient tortoise. Nearly as imposing as a mountain, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead like a waterfall. In the next moment, he fell to his knees before the small tortoise, exclaiming, I, Tang, have met my adoptive father. A true hero does not fall prey to immediate peril. Tang Hao, being the valiant man he is, would never allow himself to be so easily ensnared. Thus, he resolved to kneel momentarily to feign weakness, biding his time to escape. The ancient tortoise narrowed its eyes, glancing at Tang Hao before shifting its gaze to the small tortoise. Just as it was about to depart with the latter, the small tortoise suddenly exclaimed, Hey, little tortoise, why do you possess something peculiar? You are clearly a human spirit master, yet you have spider legs and a dog paw. Although the small tortoise could articulate words, it was merely a youthful spirit beast with a cultivation of 1,000 or 2,000 years, hence its innocent and unfiltered remarks. Could it be that you were the offspring of a spider? Or perhaps a dog? Tang Hao, if it were someone else in this situation, they might have been enraged enough to lash out and obliterate that tortoise on the spot. But who is he? He is Tang Etian. Even after his wife was tragically taken from him by the spirit hall, he has hidden away in a small village for decades without seeking vengeance. Yet he dares to bully an utterly ordinary assessment candidate like Xiao Wu. The title of Ninja Tortoise fits him perfectly, showcasing his true essence. Suddenly, Tang Hao, in a moment of realization, burst into tears, exclaiming, Father, dear father, you are unaware of the truth. I have been wronged by treacherous individuals. The old tortoise and his son exchanged bewildered glances. The elder tortoise calmly remarked, Wronged? Yet your claws seem quite adept at manipulation, do they not? Could it be that you are, in fact, a wretched offspring attempting to deceive my son? Tang Hao hastily retorted, No, that is not the case. Sensing the old tortoise's malevolent demeanor, which suggested he might strike him down, Tang Hao's face turned pale as he fervently explained. There is a human soul master who possesses dark arts capable of soul beast transplantation. Transplantation? The old tortoise and his son looked at each other in confusion, struggling to comprehend the term. It is akin to what I do, hunting soul beasts and then merging their limbs with humans, allowing the human soul master to wield them seamlessly. The words resonate deeply. The old tortoise has indeed ignited a blaze of indignation, embarking on a mission to hunt soul beasts solely to acquire their limbs. How audacious these humans are. Come, guide me to this individual. I yearn to witness this human for myself. The young tortoise cast a glance at the seemingly furious elder. Silently contemplating that his father truly lives up to his title, he has mastered the art of deception, much like the hypocritical humans. It appears that the elder intends to capture that human soul master skilled in amalgamation to restore the severed limbs of his mother. The young tortoise possesses a mother, albeit transformed, who suffered at the hands of a human Title Douluo, though she managed to retreat to the blue-silver forest for healing. The injuries from her amputated limbs cannot be mended by mere blue-silver grass. Very well, I shall accompany you to meet my esteemed grandfather. Upon hearing the old tortoise's words, Tang Hao's spirits soared. Yet, As the statement lingered in the air, he caught the elder's icy gaze and hastily altered his words. Nevertheless, he soon paused, gazing at the colossal old tortoise, scratching his head in confusion. Is it truly appropriate for you, esteemed grandfather, to venture into the human realm in this manner? Before he could finish his thought, the old tortoise shrank in size, transforming into a diminutive creature no larger than a palm, resembling a shell, and clung to Tang Hao's paw like a gecko. Is this acceptable now? Absolutely, Tang Hao exclaimed, elated. With the ancient tortoise, a soul beast of 10,000 years, in action, reclaiming the moonlight from that human would be a mere trifle. Thus, the adventure commenced. Under the cover of night, the three scoundrels stealthily infiltrated the moon pavilion once more. Previously, Tang Hao had spent an entire day traversing from the moon pavilion back to the blue-silver forest. After all, his spider-like legs resembled a cumbersome bamboo pole. And coupled with his physical frailty, his movements were far from fluid. Furthermore, he had deliberately circumvented the starlight forest to evade human eyes, for his appearance was simply too unsettling. If this were to be seen by his former fans, he would surely lose all credibility. The guards at the Yuexian pavilion were not particularly vigilant, allowing these three scoundrels to sneak inside with ease. However, when Tang Hao quietly arrived at the boudoir of Tang Yue within the pavilion, he found it completely deserted. Even the bedding and clothing had vanished without a trace. Had he not spent the entire night outside this room, he might have doubted whether it had ever been inhabited at all. Tang Hao felt utterly bewildered. He had never encountered Chen Yue and his companions before. Chen Yue had not revealed his identity, and as for Qian Renxue, and the snake spear, they were even more elusive. In essence, he had no knowledge of Chen Yue's party, only that they had subjected him to a relentless live broadcast the previous night. They must have relocated, I am certain of it. Sensing the cold, piercing gaze of that old turtle on his paw, Tang Hao shivered and quickly asserted, I will definitely find them. Upon hearing this, the old turtle merely snorted, warning him not to resort to trickery. Tang Hao exhaled in relief. Just as he was about to leave the Yuexian pavilion when he suddenly heard a faint sound emanating from above. Huh? Confused, he furrowed his brow and listened intently, realizing that the sound bore an uncanny resemblance to the live broadcast he had heard the night before. What could this mean? With his brow furrowed in concentration, Tang Hao lifted his gaze to the ceiling, where the sound grew increasingly pronounced, and the voice of the female protagonist sounded ever more familiar. Could it be Yue? As soon as this thought arose, it was promptly dismissed by Tang Hao. The voice of Tang Yue was one he had heard just the night before. It bore no resemblance at all. The sound bears an uncanny resemblance to the beloved Ayin, whom he yearns for. Wait. Suddenly, Tang Hao recalls the mysterious man from last night, who transformed his ninth spirit ring, the one sacrificed by Ayin, into a white hue with an unknown golden soul ring. Furthermore, he witnessed his cherished Ayin ensnared by an ethereal chain. It must be that individual. Without a second thought, Tang Hao instinctively reached for his iconic hammer, intending to strike it against his own head. However, as he charged forward, he discovered that his hammer had seemingly been shattered the previous night. His adoptive grandfather. He instinctively glanced at the ancient turtle resting on his paw, only to be startled by its sudden disappearance. Adoptive father? At this thought, Tang Hao's heart sank, and he hurriedly looked down at the small turtle perched on his spider leg, only to find it absent as well. This is bad. I have been discovered. Seeing the absence of his two sources of confidence, Tang Hao was filled with dread and swiftly turned to flee. Yet, as he turned, he encountered the porcupine and spear, leisurely stepping through the doorway with arms crossed. Tang Hao, we have been waiting for you for quite some time, the porcupine remarked with a grin, cracking his knuckles. Indeed. The elder did mention that you would surely arrive tonight. We've been here for ages. The Star Dou Forest stretched his neck and smiled broadly, revealing his pearly white teeth. You know, in all these years, we have yet to experience what it feels like to pummel the Hao Tian Douluo. Just imagine. If we recorded this scene of us thrashing you, it would surely garner admiration from many. Tang Hao, aghast at the malicious smiles from his dear companions, trembled and retreated, stammering, Why you, don't come any closer. Chapter 14. Tang Yue, Brother Hao, though I may not be, I still love you. Had he been wielding the Hao Tian hammer, Tang Hao would have charged fearlessly, striking the heavens, the earth, and the air without a care. But now, with his martial soul shattered, despite possessing immense soul power, he was in no position to contend against even a mere soul sage or soul emperor, who could easily subdue him with a single hand. No. Please don't kill a Hao. I am willing, I beg you, do not take his life. Suddenly pinned down by his two companions, Tang Hao heard the voice of his beloved echoing overhead, causing his eyes to redden. Ayin. Up above. Upon hearing Tang Hao's voice from below, Ayin trembled and immediately knelt at Chen Yue's feet, clinging desperately to his leg, tears streaming down her cheeks like poetry. I am willing. I am willing. Please. Do not kill him. I did not force you. You came of your own accord. Yes, yes, it was my choice. As the gentle rain understands its season, so spring awakens. The wind enters quietly at night, nourishing all without a sound. In moments of silence, more can be conveyed than with words. Tang Hao, battered and bruised, gazed blankly at the ceiling, his vision blurred as he listened to a live broadcast of a voice he had never heard before. Feeling as though he were in a stupor. Is this Tang Hao truly the porcupine and spear, sitting nearby, chose to seal their hearings? Glancing at Tang Hao's extended middle finger with a shiver, realizing that the title of the Hao Tian Douluo was no mere exaggeration. I was somewhat skeptical before, but witnessing this scene, it is evident that the Hao Tian Douluo is indeed formidable. Unaware of the offense taken by the ghost Douluo, they shared a knowing glance. The elder previously mentioned that the Hao Tian Douluo is akin to a teddy bear. I was puzzled, but now it is clear. What is a teddy bear? The porcupine asked. Looking at the confused spear, the elder said it is a spirit beast that embodies the essence of heaven, earth, and air. The spear Douluo paused, then glanced at Tang Hao's raised middle finger, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, the elder's vocabulary is beyond our comprehension. Relieved that they had avoided any conflict with the elder, they felt fortunate to have heeded his advice, lest they find themselves in Tang Hao's predicament. By the way, should we report this matter? The spear Douluo inquired suddenly. Report? Report what? The spear Douluo pointed at Tang Hao, indicating their current situation. Stop. The porcupine interrupted. I have not been outside lately. I know nothing of the Star Dou Forest, nor have I done anything. I am unaware. Do not speak recklessly. The sudden denial left the snake spear Douluo utterly bewildered. Yet, in the next moment, he experienced a moment of clarity, realizing the truth. We are inseparable shadows, naturally guarding each other, and I surely remain oblivious. At that moment, Tang Hao reclined back onto the ground, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. Hearing the distant pleas for mercy, he felt an unusual sensation in his heart. My Ayin, how could you have transformed into this? I recall in my previous life, after the crash of that pink Maserati, Chunyu was hospitalized for an extended period, even developing a slight aversion to street racing. It was terrifying. Each time he awakened, he would dream of being submerged in water. He was trapped inside the car, surrounded by water from all directions, the vehicle's power dwindling. And the windows began to crack ominously. Under the pressure of the overwhelming water, they shattered before his horrified eyes. Finally, with a resounding crash, they completely splintered. In the next moment, torrents of water cascaded down, drowning his mouth and nose, thoroughly submerging the entire car, his breath growing increasingly faint. The suffocating sensation in his dreams jolted Chen Yue awake. He sat up abruptly, his eyes wide with shock, gasping for air as if he had nearly drowned. This dream was strikingly vivid. He had almost believed it mirrored reality. What's wrong? Qian Renxue was also stirred awake by the commotion. Upon seeing Chen Yue drenched in sweat, she hurriedly rose and embraced him, attempting to soothe him with gentle words. It's all right, just a nightmare. Hold on to me. Chen Yue felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he brushed her forehead, noting she didn't have a fever. What was she saying? Is it not permissible for someone to express concern for you? Qian Renxue snorted. Perhaps you are burdened with the most guilty secrets, which is why you suffer from nightmares every night. It's nothing, merely a trivial issue. Chen Yue shook his head, gently cradling her. Leaning in to listen to the heartbeat that resonated between them, his restless heart gradually finding peace. Indeed, those were mere remnants of a past life where he nearly drowned. Why was he still pondering such matters? Having arrived in the realm of Douluo continent, how could one not be invincible and unparalleled, thereby justifying this extraordinary reincarnation? By the way, I noticed you were weary last night, so I refrained from disturbing your rest. Qian Renxue seemed to recall something and remarked, moreover, that Tang Hao, he too has been released, yet upon his departure, he appeared as a mere shell of a man. As she spoke, she instinctively fell silent. For it was indeed the 10,000-year-old blue silver grass that had rendered her partner in such a state. However, she surmised that Tang Hao had likely spent the night listening to the voice of that blue silver grass, leading him to question the very essence of his existence, thus resulting in his lifeless demeanor. At this moment, prompted by Qian Renshue's words, Chen Yue suddenly remembered the particularly proactive blue silver empress that had the ability to absorb soul power last night. This marks his very first defeat in history. However, one must admit, had Tang Hao still been present, he would undoubtedly have remarked, so smooth, so silky, so gentle. Yet, he could not help but ponder that perhaps Tang San was merely a product of 3 seconds, hence the name Tang San, with this thought in mind. Chen Yue glanced at the unresponsive system, clearly indicating that neither Tang Yue nor Yin had succeeded. He had never eliminated a contender. Just as Qian Renxue had failed on her first attempt, and even Xiao Wu was no exception. Yet, strangely, Tang Yue and Yin had evaded this fate. Evidently, these two women sweetly professed their willingness, only for it to culminate in a fleeting affair. Indeed, the words of a woman can be deceiving. If you are unwilling to bear my child, how can it be said that you love me? This is undeniably akin to the real-life adage. If you do not spend on me, how can it be said that you love me? Chen Yue internally lamented and scoffed. Yet he soon shook his head with a dismissive smile. Nevertheless, it mattered little. After all, it was consensual, right? As a benevolent individual, one cannot impose their will upon women, can they? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Qian Renxue nodded in acknowledgement, replying, I understand. Regaining his composure, he turned to Qian Renxue, who seemed poised to speak, and inquired first, what is the status of the Shrek's 7 monsters that I asked you to keep an eye on? Huh? Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback by the question as she attempted to pry Chen Yu's hand away. After a brief pause, she collected her thoughts and replied, they seem to be staying at Shrek Academy. Chen Yue raised an eyebrow. Seem to be? I'm not entirely certain, Qian Renxue admitted. During this period, they have been like startled birds, fleeing in every direction. After all, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was recently annihilated. And the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School also suffered significant losses. They could be strategizing within the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School or perhaps at Shrek Academy. After a moment, she continued, according to my investigation, the original 7 from Shrek have gathered at the Academy for what appears to be a 5-year reunion, though I'm not entirely sure. Chen Yue nodded. What were you about to say earlier? I wanted to discuss matters concerning the upper 3 sects. Qian Renxue glanced at the indifferent Chen Yue before adding, although the focus is currently on the Spirit Hall, there is no substantial evidence. Chen Yue remained unresponsive, indifferent to the situation. At this moment, it was Qian Renxue's curiosity that took hold. Why do you not inquire about the outcome of the Spirit Hall's declaration of war against the Hao Tian sect? She questioned. Is there really a need to ask? Qian Renxue added, bewildered. How is it that our conversation has strayed from the same wavelength? She gazed at him, perplexed. If you don't ask, how can you possibly know? Chen Yue replied without a moment's hesitation, it's quite simple. The Hao Tian sect was annihilated, with only Tang Xiao managing to escape, albeit wounded. On the other hand, the Spirit Hall claimed a Pyrrhic victory, suffering the loss of several Title Douluo. Qian Renxue's eyes widened in shock, momentarily disregarding Chen Yu's embrace as she stared at him in astonishment. How do you know all this? Is it truly so? This outcome was indeed news she had received only recently. Chen Yue, after being arranged by Yin, had completely collapsed, retreating to recuperate and had not ventured outside, nor had anyone visited him. How could he possibly be aware of the results? Qian Renxue gazed at Chen Yue, bewildered. Her mouth agape, yet words eluded her. Observing her perplexed expression, Chen Yue chuckled and shook his head. Tang Xiao, being a pinnacle super Douluo at level 96 and the current leader of the Hao Tian sect, undoubtedly possessed some of the sect's extraordinary techniques. Given Bibi Dong's current strength, it would be improbable for her to defeat him. Although Bibi Dong's soul power level had never been revealed, Chen Yue could speculate based on the original narrative. 5 years ago, at the conclusion of the Soul Master competition, Bibi Dong, leading a group of 7 Title Douluo, attempted to block Tang Hao's martial spirit's true form with a single strike, resulting in injuries for all 7, including Bibi Dong. And Tang Hao merely suffered a mouthful of blood. This incident indicated that none among the 7 Title Douluo, Bibi Dong included, were super Douluo. At that time, Tang Hao was likely around levels 93 to 95. After the sacrifice of the Blue-Silver Emperor, he was approximately level 92 to 93, having struck a Title Douluo and severely injured Qian Xuanji before going into hiding. Coupled with his desperate character in the original story, it was inconceivable for him to cultivate further. Thus, his level could only increase naturally. From this deduction, it became evident that Bibi Dong's soul power was not particularly high. Had she possessed a level 95 or higher, along with a top-tier twin martial spirit, it would have been impossible for her, even with 7 aids, to sustain injuries under the Hao Tian hammer. Hence, it suggested that her level was not very high, likely between levels 91 and 93. Now, having ascended to Super Douluo and reaching the pinnacle of level 98 5 years later, she had indeed made significant progress, transitioning from an ordinary Title Douluo to Super Douluo in 5 years, from the end of the Soul Master competition to the eve of the Qian Dou Palace's transformation, and then spending another 5 years to reach the pinnacle of level 98, during the 5 years on Sea God Island with Tang San and others, was entirely reasonable, especially under the scrutiny of the Rakshasa God trial. As for Tang Xiao, at this juncture, he had already attained the pinnacle of level 96. Nearing the threshold of level 97, and with the Hao Tian hammer in hand, his inherent strength was formidable. Therefore, the fact that Bibi Dong, who had yet to acquire the Rakshasa scythe, could not shatter the formidable Hao Tian unity led by Tang Xiao was entirely understandable. Qian Renxue, gazing at Chen Yue, found herself at a loss for words, merely nodding in agreement. Indeed, the Spirit Hall had suffered the loss of 2 Title Douluo and several severely injured Title Douluo. Had it not been for the intervention of 2 level 96 offerings from the Hall of Offerings, it is likely that the Hao Tian sect would not have been dismantled so easily. Chen Yu's mind stirred. 2 level 96 offerings? It seemed. It is at this moment that Qianjun descends to confront the demons. Chronologically speaking, Qianjun is likely at the later stages of level 96 in soul power, yet has not reached its zenith. However, the combined strength of these 2 brothers should suffice to contend with an injured Tang Xiao, albeit capturing him may prove to be a formidable challenge. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard Qian Renxue continue, after Tang Xiao's retreat. Hundreds of members from the Hao Tian sect, alongside the 5 elders, have tragically perished. Upon reviewing the genealogical records of the Hao Tian sect and conducting an inventory post-battle, it was revealed that 3 individuals had managed to escape. Apart from Tang Xiao, the sect leader, there were 2 younger members, a girl named Tang Tian and a boy named Tang Renxue. After a brief pause, Qian Renxue elaborated, of the 3, Tang Xiao was initially wounded by the Pope, while the other 2 were embroiled in mutual defeat. It was only through the combined efforts of the 5 elders that they managed to withstand the pressure, allowing Tang Xiao to escape, albeit severely injured. As for Tang Tian and Tang Renxue, they fortuitously happened to be away from the city of Tiandou, thus evading disaster. Tang Tian? Chen Yue could not help but recall that little girl from the original narrative, the one whom Tang San encountered during his first visit to the Hao Tian sect. One could surmise that she must have matured by now. He chuckled softly. And what of Tang Yue? She resides next door, Qian Renxue replied. Although she was unaware of Chen Yu's intentions, she was acutely aware that this individual either refrained from stirring trouble or, if he did, it would be of a nature that could shake the heavens and move the very souls of the dead. The annihilation of the Hao Tian sect. This incident is more shocking than the devastating blow to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and the annihilation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Moreover, during this battle, the Martial Soul Hall showcased its might, successfully astonishing the entire continent and drawing numerous wandering soul masters to join its ranks. Even the esteemed Hao Tian sect, regarded as the greatest sect under heaven, was dismantled by the Martial Soul Hall. What other forces would dare to provoke the Martial Soul Hall? Naturally, this chain reaction has left the Star Luo Empire in a state of panic, seeking collaboration with the Heavenly Dou Empire. Had it been in the past, Qian Renxue might have feigned cooperation while plotting treachery behind the scenes. However, with Chen Yue by her side, she decided to heed her man's counsel. After all, despite his occasional mischief, he was undeniably ruthless. Chen Yue rose, casually donning a coat before striding next door. Hey, you're not even wearing pants. In the adjacent room, Tang Yue had just finished her bath. She lay on the bed, silently closing her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. In her hand, she clutched a bottle of medicine, her last vestige of stubbornness and dignity. Though I may be tainted, my heart will forever belong to Brother Hao. Suddenly, the door was kicked open by Chen Yue with little mercy, causing a loud crash that startled Tang Yue into sitting upright. What do you want? You said yesterday that you were willing, didn't you? Chen Yu's tone was laced with playful sarcasm. How is it that you refuse to bear my child yet claim you are willing? It seems I must pay someone a visit. Tang Yue's heart raced. Oh, right. By the way, Chen Yue said, hands behind his back, I have news for you. I heard that the Hao Tian sect has been destroyed by the Martial Soul Hall. Sect Master Tang Xiao is gravely injured and fled. I propose we allow the 2 of them, father and son, to reunite in the afterlife. What do you think of this suggestion? Tang Yue's complexion paled visibly. Seizing the moment Chen Yue turned, she clung to his leg. No, I truly am willing. Really? Chen Yue loomed over her, lifting her chin with one hand, studying her averted gaze. Then what is this? He waved his hand, retrieving the medicine bottle previously hidden beneath the bed. Ah, so you still have the means to procure such medicine from healing soul masters? It seems your network of information is rather extensive. Chen Yue smirked. I hear that women unwilling to bear children for their men are often reluctant. Is that true? That's a lie. It must be a lie. Tang Yuehua's face turned ashen, and she knelt before him, disregarding her usual poise. She understood that sometimes words are feeble, while actions speak volumes. Congratulations, host, on marrying the original female supporting character, Tang Yuehua. Reward. The lifespan of the Pangu Axe's soul ring is increased by 10,000 years. The host has offspring. Please take care to protect them. Rewards for offspring will be issued upon their birth. Not bad. There is some progress. Upon hearing Chen Yue's praise, Tang Yuehua sighed in relief. However, the next moment, Chen Yue's words froze her expression, rendering her body rigid. Now, hand over Tang Tian and Tang Rongyao. And I may consider sparing your brother, Tang Hao. Tang Yuehua trembled, lifting her gaze. What did you say? Earlier, I merely spared your elder brother, Tang Xiao. Now, what reason do you have for me to spare Tang Hao? Chen Yue observed her with a mocking smile. Oh, and let us not forget Tang Hao's son. With his twin martial souls, right? The once rosy hue of Tang Yuehua's complexion drained, replaced by a pallor that spoke of sheer horror. Her gaze filled with dread as she felt a chill run down her spine. How did he come to know this? The hepatitis volume was launched today, and I was equally perplexed when the editor informed me of its release. It is but a few tens of thousands of words. And the editor explained that this is a result of a revision in the mechanism. This book is available for free to QQ reading users who subscribe for membership. As for Qian, being a subscription site, the author has little autonomy regarding the launch. If Qian readers choose not to continue due to the fees, they may simply move on. However, those wishing to read can switch to QQ reading and enjoy the entire work for free with a membership or through subscription as well. The launch is critical, and the data from the first few days post-release is vital, determining the fate of the book. Hence, I am making a statement here, urging all readers not to neglect it. At the very least, please take some time to revisit it during this weekend. Thank you. Additionally, I would like to clarify that there have been reports from readers regarding Bibi Dong reaching a pinnacle of 99 early on, only to be suppressed to 95 or 96. The only information I could find indicates that Bibi Dong was indeed constrained to a peak of 98 around the time frame given by Daming Erming. As for the early peak of 99 followed by a drop to 95 or 96, this aspect has not been mentioned in the novel. If it pertains to the manga or anime, I apologize, but I do not accept that as I have neither watched nor read either. The inclusion of elements from Qian Douluo and similar manga or anime was purely based on hearsay and requests, as they do not interfere with the main plotline and do not feel excessive, which is why they were incorporated. However, I believe it is somewhat excessive to suppress Bibi Dong to such an extent. It would have been clearer to simply state that she participated in the divine examination for self-cultivation. The convoluted settings, which I am not familiar with, render the writing rather uninspired. Thus, feel free to critique the earlier parts. As long as you provide screenshots from the original novel, with permissible modifications that do not affect the plot, as they are too distant to amend, otherwise. All posts will be deleted, and any further violations will result in a permanent ban. Chapter 15, Tang Xiao, which man can withstand a Yin's trials? The entire text has undergone significant revisions. Today, it has been updated to 9.6. What about Tang Yuehua? She is next door to us. Although Qian Renxue does not know Chen Yue's intentions, she is well aware that he either does not stir trouble, or if he does, it will be of earth-shattering significance. The destruction of Hao Tian's sect. This matter is even more shocking than the devastating blow to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and the annihilation of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Moreover, in this battle, the Martial Soul Hall showcased its formidable power, successfully instilling fear across the entire continent, thus attracting numerous wandering soul masters to join its ranks. Even the renowned Hao Tian sect, the #1 sect in the world, was dismantled by the Martial Soul Hall. What force would still dare to act recklessly in front of the Martial Soul Hall? Naturally, this chain reaction has left the Star Luo Empire in a state of panic, seeking collaboration with the Heavenly Dou Empire. If it were in the past, perhaps Qian Renxue would have feigned cooperation and then struck from behind. But now, with Chunyu by her side, she decided to heed her man's advice. After all, Although he could be a bit mischievous at times, his ruthlessness was undeniably real. With resolve, Chen Yue donned a casual coat and proceeded to the adjacent room. Ah, you haven't put on your pants yet. In the next room, Tang Weiwa had just finished her bath. Lying on the bed, she silently closed her eyes. Tears cascading down her cheeks as she clutched a vial of medicine in her hand. This was her last vestige of stubbornness and dignity. Though I am soiled, my heart will always belong to Brother Hao, she thought. Suddenly, the door was kicked open by Chunyu with little regard. The loud crash startling Tang Weiwa into a sitting position. What do you want? Did you not say yesterday that you were willing? Chunyu's tone was laced with mockery. How is it that you are unwilling to bear my child, yet still claim to be willing? It seems I must pay someone a visit to settle some scores. Tang Yuehua's heart raced. Oh, right. With hands clasped behind his back, Chunyu continued. I have some news for you. It appears that the Hao Tian sect has been obliterated by the martial soul hall. Sect Master Tang Shao has sustained grave injuries and fled. I propose that, since those two old men are lonely in the underworld, why not let them have a father-son reunion down there? What do you think of this suggestion? Tang Yuehua's complexion paled visibly, and as Chen Yue turned momentarily, she clutched his leg tightly. No, I truly am willing. Is that so? Chen Yue's gaze bore down on her, lifting her chin with a hand, a sly smile gracing his lips as he observed her evasive eyes. Then what is this? He waved his hand, revealing the vial of medicine that Tang Weiwa had hidden beneath the bed. Oh, so you have the means to procure such medicine from a healing soul master? Tang Yuehua's face drained of color as she realized the extent of his information network. It seems your intelligence is rather extensive, allowing someone to acquire this medicine right under our noses. I've heard that women who are unwilling to bear children for their men are often reluctant. I wonder if that's true? That must be false. Oh, really? Tang Yuehua's face turned ashen, and she knelt on the ground, disregarding her usual grace. She understood that sometimes words are powerless, but actions speak volumes. Congratulations, host. On marrying the original female supporting character Tang Yuehua, you have received a reward. The soul ring of the Pangu axe has been upgraded by 10,000 years. The host has already produced offspring. Please ensure their protection and distribute rewards after their birth. Not bad, there's some progress. Upon hearing Chen Yue's praise, Tang Weiwa sighed in relief, but in the next moment, his words froze her expression, rendering her rigid with fear. Now, hand over Tang Tian and Tang Rongyao. And I may consider sparing your second brother Tang Hao. Tang Yuehua trembled as she raised her head. What did you just say? Just now. I spared your elder brother Tang Zhao's life. Now, what reason do you have to ask me to spare Tang Hao? Chen Yue looked down at her, a smile on his face. Oh, and let us not forget Tang Hao's son, the twin martial souls, right? Tang Yuehua's previously rosy complexion turned ghostly pale. Her eyes filled with horror as she looked at Chen Yue, an overwhelming chill running down her spine. How did he come to know this? In the timeline of the original story, aside from the Hao Tian clan, only Yu Shaojing, Bibi Dong, and Xue Qinghe, Qian Renxue, were privy to Tang San's dual martial souls. Even Tang Yuehua only learned of it within the clan. Now that the Hao Tian clan has been destroyed, how does this unfamiliar yet familiar man possess such knowledge? Tang Yuehua felt a sense of unease. However, more shocking than Tang San's dual martial souls was how this individual knew that the remnants of the Hao Tian clan were hidden by her. Tang Yuehua's complexion turned pale. I do not understand what you are saying. It is of no consequence whether you speak or not. Chen Yue seemed indifferent to eliciting a response from her, casually remarking. But you seem rather comfortable here. Perhaps it would be best to let you calm down for a moment. No, Tang Yuehua was momentarily taken aback. But the next instant, she grasped Chen Yue's intention. Her expression changed dramatically as she was about to speak, only to feel a wave of dizziness wash over her, causing her to faint completely. Qian Renxue had just donned a nightgown and opened the door, curious to see if Chen Yue was staying next door, so she could leave the door ajar. To her surprise, upon opening the door, she found only Chen Yue and not Tang Yuehua. Where is Tang Yuehua? Chen Yue replied nonchalantly, I put her in a small dark room. Qian Renxue was perplexed. What is a small dark room? Before she could inquire further, Chen Yue casually tossed out two half-dead turtles, one a 10,000-year soul beast and the other a 100,000-year soul beast. You can deal with this as you see fit. Wait. Before we discuss the age of the soul beasts, I want to ask what you just said. As Qian Renxue spoke, she suddenly realized something, slapping her forehead in shock as she gazed at the two feeble turtles in her hands. Are you saying this is a 10,000-year and a 100,000-year soul beast? Indeed. Chen Yue regarded the two dazed turtles with a curious expression, wondering how they had the audacity to strike his celestial tower with their shells. These two turtles are naturally the newly recognized adoptive father and grandfather of Tang Hao. Given Chunyu's current mastery over the Heavenly King's divine tower, it would be a trivial matter for him to secretly abduct these two little creatures without Tang Hao's knowledge. I'm stepping out for a while. You both ensure the safety of Xiao Wu. Chunyu did not elaborate much to Qian Renxue as he turned and exited the palace. Casting a glance at the two turtles, he instructed them accordingly. As for why he did not place Qian Renxue in the Vine Demon's secret realm for training, Chunyu had never ventured into that realm himself, and he was utterly unaware of the challenges that lay within. To recklessly throw his wife into such a predicament would be akin to leading a lamb to slaughter. Therefore, he resolved to seek an experimental subject elsewhere. Indeed, esteemed senior, please take your leave. In the presence of the formidable Titan giant ape and the imposing heavenly blue bull python, the duo of the porcupine and the serpent spear dared not act recklessly, their expressions almost obsequious. All right. Upon witnessing Chen Yu's departure, they finally exhaled in relief. Yet, before they could fully relax, Chen Yu turned back, causing their breath to hitch once more. Esteemed senior, do you have any instructions? Send someone back to fetch Qian Jun's demon subduing technique. Something significant is about to unfold in Heaven Dou City, and you both are not equipped to handle this situation. However, if either of you can find someone stronger, that would also be acceptable. The two close friends exchanged a bewildered glance, their expressions reflecting mutual confusion. The snake spear Douluo's lips twitched slightly. Did this senior truly look down upon them? After all, they were also Title Douluos, were they not? Yet, it seemed their prowess appeared rather unimpressive in the eyes of their superior. Snake Spear hesitated, pondering the situation. Shall I return while you remain here? The spiny porcupine, with a powerful swing of its arm, struck Snake Spear on the head, exclaiming, Are you foolish? The senior has instructed us to find someone to return. Can't you comprehend that? Wait, why are you also hitting your head? The spiny porcupine snorted. You should have seen it. That day, when the young master descended like a deity and knocked the holy maiden unconscious, it was utterly magnificent. At that moment, Chen Yue had already arrived in a dense forest. At the end of the woods lay a quaint village, but currently, there was only a fathomless canyon, seemingly leading to an ultimate destination. As soon as he entered the canyon, Chen Yue realized that even the brief ability to float, which Title Douluos could typically harness, was rendered ineffective. The swampy walls surrounding him seemed to sense his intrusion and were aggressively closing in, the immense pressure nearly suffocating him, particularly beneath his feet. The earth appeared to pulse with molten heat, releasing an intense warmth. Upon glancing down, Chen Yue was startled to see that the soil beneath him was a blood-red hue. Resembling a path formed from the countless remains of soul masters, the crimson tint reminiscent of bloodstains revealed under extreme temperatures. This scene bears a striking resemblance to the path of hell in the city of slaughter, Chen Yue pondered. It seems that the battle between the Hao Tian sect and the Spirit Hall is indeed a fight to the death. However, this outcome is quite predictable. Considering that the Hao Tian sect has snatched away one of their saintesses, it would be strange if it were anything less than a fight to the bitter end. As Chunyu glanced around, he found no traces of corpses, though he surmised that the followers of the Spirit Hall must have hastily buried them on site. It is possible that the soul masters from the Spirit Hall were taken away. The absence of even a single body suggests that this battle was truly devastating. While lamenting the scene, Chunyu continued forward. Although no bodies were visible on the ground, there were faint remnants of flesh, clearly left behind by soul masters whose bodies had been shattered in the fierce clash of soul techniques. Moreover, the lingering scent of blood in the air was inescapable, pungently assaulting the senses. Even Chunyu, at that moment, could not help but pinch his nose. The scent of blood is reminiscent of certain slaughterhouses from a past life. This battlefield is suffused with a malevolent aura. I must summon someone to awaken my senses, lest I succumb to this darkness. With this thought, Chen Yue extracted a yin from the third soul skill of the Heavenly King's divine tower. What do you intend to do? A yin's complexion was pallid, yet a sickly flush adorned her cheeks. Her voice was frail and tremulous as she gazed at Chen Yue in horror. Her memories lingered on the scene from years ago when she was sacrificed to Tang Hao. However, after Chen Yue infused her essence, the blue-silver emperor seed, with rapid growth fertilizer, her cultivation had remarkably returned to a level of approximately 80,000 years. Reviving her was a trivial matter. Nevertheless, Chen Yue did not perceive himself as a benevolent figure. There was no need for such altruism. Confined within the Heavenly King's divine tower, allowing them occasional respite was the most prudent course of action. This is the Hao Tian sect. Perhaps you are unaware of what the Hao Tian sect is. This is your husband's home, Chen Yue remarked enigmatically. Ayin glanced around. At this moment, Chen Yue had traversed a narrow, deep canyon and stood before a dilapidated house. Not only was the door missing, but this once decent abode was now devoid of any semblance of shelter, revealing a slightly orderly bed within its walls from Chen Yue's vantage point. Hao Tian sect? Hao Tian observed her surroundings, realizing it was indeed her first visit to the Hao Tian sect. Years ago, Tang Hao's father had rejected her identity as a 100,000-year-old soul beast, preventing Tang Hao from bringing her into the sect. Moreover, after the Hao Tian sect had been pressured into seclusion by the spirit hall, relocating to a different location, she had never returned. What more do you desire? A Yin's gaze was filled with profound fear as she regarded Chen Yue, who appeared far more terrifying than any beast. She suspected that his intentions for releasing her were anything but pure. I believe, Chen Yue replied nonchalantly, that your son is too solitary living alone. Why not consider providing him with a brother or sister? Indeed, a brother or sister who would be doubly rebellious. Impossible. Ayin immediately rejected the notion without a second thought. Her love for Tang Hao and the son she had only met once was undying. She could never entertain such a proposition. At that moment, she braced herself for a fierce resistance. Very well. To her astonishment, Chen Yue nodded in agreement, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. Wait, this demon is not attempting to force my will? However, his subsequent words sent chills down her spine, plunging her into icy dread. It is said that a few days ago, a disciple of the Hao Tian sect abducted the saintess of the spirit hall, inciting their wrath, leading to the current state of the sect. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention that disciple wielded the Hao Tian hammer, devoid of any soul rings, yet possessed over 60 levels of soul power, along with an exceptionally potent blue-silver grass martial soul. Chen Yue smiled slyly. Tell me, if I were to inadvertently disclose this information to the spirit hall, do you think they would reward me with a beautiful woman? A Yin's body stiffened, nearly collapsing, as she trembled while pointing at Chen Yue. You. After all, there are certainly rewards for vigilant reporting. Chen Yue grinned, revealing his pearly whites. The innate 30-level soul power granted him immense satisfaction. He had once thought himself invincible, but the cold reality had brought him crashing down to earth. In a desperate bid for survival and to avoid conscription by the Tiandou imperial family, Chen Yue resolved to enter the palace as a eunuch. What a tragic choice. What a heavy psychological burden. Fortunately, he entered the palace, albeit not entirely. However, during this interminable period of seclusion, he nearly succumbed to madness. 120 years of seclusion. Was this a test of human endurance? Who could withstand the ravages of time? What are you doing? Just as Chunyu was about to depart, Ain unexpectedly clung to his leg, leaving him momentarily astonished as he looked down. Do not approach. It is improper for men and women to engage in such familiarity, especially since you are a married woman. A Yin's face flushed crimson as she whispered, I am willing. Please, do not misunderstand. Really? Chunyu inquired with skepticism. I would never deceive you. Ain knelt before him, lowering her head in silence, embracing the vastness of the sea and the myriad wonders of existence. Truly, you do not deceive me, Chunyu mused, casting an expectant gaze at the dilapidated floor of the small house. Genuinely curious about what would transpire when Tang Xiao learned that the wife he had relinquished had not been cared for by Tang Hao. The most perilous places often harbor the greatest safety. Indeed, Tang Xiao, who should have been gravely injured and fled, was hiding within the ruins of the Hao Tian sect, in this uncharted basement. At this moment, in the basement of the house, Tang Xiao sat cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation, despite being gravely injured in battle. At the pinnacle of 96 levels, he had fortuitously gained from his conflict with the 97-level Bibi Dong, feeling that he was on the brink of breaking through the barrier to 97 levels. Once I break through to 97 levels and allow Hao to absorb the soul bone, I shall return as a Title Douluo, and it will be time for revenge against the Spirit Hall. Tang Xiao thought bitterly. The Spirit Hall was a mere fabrication. All disciples of the Hao Tian sect must possess soul rings. It was impossible for someone to have soul power equivalent to a soul emperor without a soul ring. Damn the Spirit Hall. When my grandfather returns, they shall taste the bitterness of having their gates breached. Unlike the submissive Tang Hao, Tang Xiao was not one to endure humiliation when his family's honor was besmirched. With the sect in ruins, he found himself alone, consumed by thoughts of vengeance, disregarding all else. Is it raining? Tang Xiao abruptly exited his meditative state, feeling a dampness above him. He froze momentarily, wondering if the disciples had skimped on construction. Heavens, could I be drowned by the Spirit Hall? With this thought, Tang Xiao could no longer remain seated. He quickly rose, preparing to ascend the stairs to investigate. when suddenly a bucket of water drenched him from head to toe. What the hell? Has the spirit hall truly discovered my whereabouts? Tang Xiao exclaimed in shock. Unable to hesitate, swiftly activating the mechanism he had set to draw the canyon inward, preventing flooding, before he made his way toward the secret passage. However, upon exiting, he found himself in dire straits. At this moment, Chen Yue was already preparing to return the way he came. The location of the Hao Tian sect was meticulously concealed. Given that they were a reclusive sect, the secret passage was generally intended solely for Tang Yuehua's entry into the sect. Thus, the narrow gorge of this secret chamber could accommodate only one person. However, this mechanism could be controlled at any time. With Tang Hao's control, the gorge was on the verge of merging into flat land, and Chen Yue exerted all his soul power to resist the overwhelming force pressing in from all directions. Ah, did you underestimate my strength? Chen Yue scoffed, channeling his soul power and bravely forging a path through the obstacles, ultimately succeeding in returning to his starting point. All that remained was Tang Xiao, standing dazed at the entrance of the broken house, bewildered in the torrential rain, gradually questioning the meaning of life. Is that Yin's voice? And who is this man? How could Brother Hao treat Yin this way? He is testing her with other men. What man could withstand such a trial? Pure and oblivious, Tang San thought. I can withstand it. Chapter 16. Tang Hao, brother, why are you out in the rain? After the sudden downpour at dusk, fine droplets lightly descended upon the bewildered Tang Xiao. He stared blankly at Chen Yue's receding silhouette until it vanished. Still unable to comprehend the situation, standing there in a daze and slowly beginning to question his existence. Could it be that something had happened that I am unaware of? As he pondered this, his expression darkened. No, I must inquire with Hao. What does he intend to do? How could he abandon Yin? Tang Xiao stood bewildered in the wind for quite some time before regaining his senses, deciding he needed clarity. Although he was unsure of Tang Hao's whereabouts, he was certain that his sister, Tang Yuehua, would know about this matter. Therefore, he had to make a trip to Tiandou City. However, just as he made his move, he unexpectedly encountered Tang Hao, who was equally distressed. Hao, brother? Tang Xiao looked at Tang Hao, who resembled a spider leg and a dog paw, his mouth opening in surprise, unable to voice his previous accusations. Hao, even if you have the greatest grievances, you cannot act this way. Tang Hao, confused, replied. What have I done? Look at yourself, in such a state, and you say it's nothing. What do you mean nothing? Also, is this how I wanted it to be? Brother, Tang Hao began to explain, but was interrupted by Tang Xiao. But sending Yin away is too much. Tang Hao silently closed his mouth. He had just seen Chen Yue arrive, the very demon that had become his greatest nightmare. Had he not witnessed Chen Yue leave, he might not have even emerged. It was terrifying. That demon had shattered his Hao Tian hammer, his lifeline. Go kneel before our father's grave and repent. Tang Xiao sighed heavily upon seeing Tang Hao's silence, shaking his head as he brushed past him, soon disappearing from view. He was resolute. He would go to the Moon Pavilion to bring back Yuehua, so that the three siblings could together establish a new Hao Tian sect. Regarding Tang Yuehua's long-standing affection for Tang Hao, he, as the elder brother, was aware. But at the time, Tang Hao already had Yin, and he believed Yuehua had her boundaries, so he said nothing. However, now, the revival of the sect was of utmost priority, and he believed that no matter how unwilling Tang Hao might be, he would eventually agree to this arrangement. Of course, he could not inform Tang Hao about this plan in advance. What if he retreated into his shell like a coward once again? Little did Tang Xiao anticipate that at this moment, Tiandou City had already laid a trap for him. The demon capture had been set. The instant Tang Xiao revealed himself, he was immediately surrounded, caught like a turtle in a jar. Yet, in the midst of Tang Xiao's peril, Tang Hao descended, carrying a female tortoise. Seizing the opportunity as the tortoise blocked the combined attack of the demon capture, allowing the brothers to escape. Damn it, Yuehua has been captured. That cursed spirit hall. Although the demon capture had not reached the pinnacle of level 96, it was not far off. Moreover, when the two brothers joined forces, their combined strength was terrifying. Tang Xiao, already heavily injured, could not withstand them, and despite the help of the tortoise, he lost an arm, becoming a true one-armed hero. Now, he dared not return to the sect, having to hide with Tang Hao in the blue-silver forest within a Yin's cave. However, the loss of his arm had dire consequences. The hope of breaking through to level 97 anytime soon was bleak, perhaps even impossible in this lifetime. For now, he could only barely maintain his peak soul power at level 96 without falling, and the prospect of breaking through seemed unrealistic. With this thought, Tang Xiao let out a long sigh, then raised his head, casting a peculiar glance at Tang Hao. How, what's the story with that female tortoise? Tang Hao, his mouth twitching, replied with a bitter smile, brother, perhaps it's best you don't ask. After the old tortoise and the young tortoise were captured, Tang Hao had no choice but to flee back to the blue-silver forest. Before he could catch his breath, the old tortoise's wife, this female tortoise, came looking for him. Coincidentally, this female tortoise was in her mating phase, yet had not transformed into human form. Tang Hao felt helpless, but unexpectedly, the female tortoise had set her sights on his spider-like legs. Thus, this 10,000-year-old female tortoise became smitten with Tang Hao. But now, this female tortoise faced the onslaught of the demon capture. The only outcome would likely be to follow in the footsteps of her husband and offspring, becoming a soul ring. Well, although Tang Hao said nothing, Tang Xiao understood everything at this moment. Yet, he felt powerless, only able to pat Tang Hao's shoulder with his remaining arm and let out a sigh. Let us rest for the night. Tang Hao felt that Tang Xiao's gaze resembled that of one caring for a disabled child, tinged with a hint of wariness, as if fearing he might change. Brother, don't speak. I just want to be quiet. Quiet? Who is that? Tang Xiao, without further comment, simply wrapped his wound with his clothing, ignoring Tang Hao as he sat down to meditate. Seeing this, Tang Hao opened his mouth but ultimately remained silent, thinking that quiet must be a new companion of his brother. However, since his elder brother preferred not to elaborate, he refrained from further inquiries and silently settled into a meditative state. At that moment, Tang Xiao suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him. He had an unsettling suspicion that the enigmatic individual who had abducted Ain was not one to treat her kindly. Moreover, there was Yue. With the destruction of the Hao Tian sect, Tang Yue had fallen into the clutches of the Soul Hall, and her fate was likely to be dire. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. He realized he could not allow himself to wallow in despair like his brother Hao. Subsequently, he withdrew from his meditative state and turned to look at Tang Hao, who, coincidentally, had also emerged from his meditation. What is it, elder brother? Tang Xiao mused. I believe we cannot allow ourselves to decline in such a manner. The vendetta for our sect's destruction must not be taken lightly. Tang Hao, perplexed, replied. But with our current strength, is it truly impossible? He was acutely aware of Chen Yu's formidable prowess. It was beyond comprehension that a single axe had shattered his Hao Tian hammer. It was utterly outrageous. The Seven Treasures glazed tile sect had been assaulted by the Soul Hall. And although there was no concrete evidence, it was evident that they too harbored a deep-seated resentment. Tang Xiao rationally analyzed, if you were to absorb 2 soul bones anew, you should be able to restore yourself to the level of a Title Douluo. Coupled with the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo, we might yet stand a chance in battle at the Tiando Imperial Palace. The word struck a chord within Tang Hao, stirring his emotions. Yet, he harbored some doubts and dared not reveal the shattered state of his martial soul. Thus, he cautiously advised, isn't this decision a bit rash? What does it matter? Tang Xiao firmly resolved, his determination unshaken by Tang Hao's counsel. He immediately produced 3 soul bones, each over 10,000 years old, inherited from the Hao Tian sect. If you absorb these soul bones, you will undoubtedly regain your status as a Title Douluo. Hurry. Very well, Tang Hao conceded, realizing he could no longer conceal the truth of his broken martial soul. However, he hesitated to part with the soul bones and decided to absorb them first, reasoning that it was all for the sake of the sect. As Tang Hao absorbed the soul bones, Tang Xiao stood guard. Meanwhile, Chen Yue observed Tang Yue, who knelt before him, her expression fraught with anxiety as he looked down at her with a sly smile. Tell me, how should we deal with those incessantly buzzing flies? Tang Yue's face paled, and she forced a tremulous smile while clinging to Chen Yu's leg, looking up at him. See, could we perhaps ignore them for now? Let's engage in something joyful, something that brings happiness. In her mind, such matters boiled down to 2 choices, none or countless. She seemed to have grown accustomed to this state of affairs. After all, as a weak woman who was not even a soul master, she did not comprehend Chen Yu's intentions for keeping her around. The distinction between a single act of willingness and countless acts had become utterly meaningless to her. Where have you hidden Tang Tian? Chen Yue asked, his smile unwavering. Tang Yue stiffened, instantly grasping the man's intentions. Why, you will never find out where she is. Chen Yue remained unfazed, responding with a smile, no worries, I never force anyone. Tang Yue's pupils widened in shock. Ah, such a vast forest, it is quite lovely. Chen Yue yawned, but forests typically require fire prevention measures, especially with such tall blue-silver grass, which is essentially live fuel. By the way, what do you think would happen if a rogue named Tang San were to come along and set fire to this forest? Tang Yuehua's expression shifted dramatically. Although she did not know who this rogue Zhang San was, the implications were not lost on her. What are you implying? Ayin, standing nearby, also paled, staring wide-eyed at Chen Yue. I warn you, don't do anything reckless. I'm not being reckless. Chen Yue replied innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. I was merely posing a question. Have I uttered a single word of coercion? You may not know, but this Zhang San is truly despicable, committing every conceivable evil. And he remains at large. If he were to become displeased and set fire to the entire forest, who knows how many soul beasts and humans would perish. If he unleashed the legendary three flavors true fire, which even water cannot extinguish, it would be catastrophic. Tang Yuehua and Ayin exchanged glances, and with a determined resolve, they approached Chen Yue from either side. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Chen Yue retreated, alarmed. We just established that men and women should maintain distance. It seems you are implying I am forcing you. Both women declared in unison, I am here willingly. Really? Chen Yue raised an eyebrow. But the silence that followed confirmed their intentions. In a prior life, Chen Yue, having just started driving, had nearly met with disaster. For a long time afterward, he adhered strictly to the rules until years later, when a wealthy roommate called him to drive a blue supercar from the estate. The devil within him was unleashed as he sped down the highway, exhilarated yet mindful of speed limits. However, as if destined, the weather turned from clear to stormy. And in an instant, darkness enveloped the sky, unleashing a torrential downpour. As the rain fell, Chen Yue was engulfed in the shadows of his past fears. A sudden flash of lightning startled him, causing him to jerk the steering wheel, crashing into a building beside the highway toll booth. Useless sports car. Damn it. What a waste. He cursed, informing his roommate through his phone, all while continuing to vent his frustrations as the car was sent back to the repair shop. Initially optimistic about driving the blue supercar, he had never anticipated such misfortune. By the way, have you figured out the answer to my previous question? I can tell you. Chen Yue looked up, amusement dancing in his eyes. What did you say? I can reveal Tang Tiantian's whereabouts. Are you negotiating with me? Gazing into Chunyu's teasing eyes, Tang Yuehua trembled and hastily confessed, I entrusted Tang Tian to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. As for Tang Renxue, he mentioned he was heading to the Star Dou Empire. I don't know where he is now. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, you say? Chen Yue nodded approvingly. Well done. I have decided to treat you to a cup of milk tea. Tang Yuehua shuddered, but stepped forward to accept her reward. I'm sorry, brother Hao. I can no longer harbor feelings for you. I'm sorry. In the blue-silver forest, within the cave, the skies, previously clear, suddenly transformed into a stormy downpour, with fierce winds and torrential rain. Brother Hao, this place is leaking. The cave that Tang Hao had fashioned for the blue-silver emperor seed was merely a crude structure, hastily constructed from earth with a hammer, utterly lacking in waterproofing. Water quickly began to accumulate within. At this moment, Tang Xiao, immersed in his cultivation, was disturbed by the unevenness of the ground. As a super Douluo, he was inherently vigilant. He promptly exited his meditative state, touched his head, and upon hearing the sound of the downpour outside, he paused in surprise. Stepping out of the cave, he was met with the deluge. What a heavy rain! Tang Xiao marveled, just as a gust of wind swept through, pelting him with countless raindrops, washing away the remnants of his previous concealment. Brother, thank you. At this time, Tang Hao had completed the absorption of 1 soul bone and felt a significant surge in his soul power. If he continued along this path and absorbed 2 more soul bones, he would be able to reclaim his Title Douluo status. Brother, why are you out in the rain? Upon awakening, Tang Hao glanced up to see Tang Xiao, drenched and resembling a soggy chicken, leaving him momentarily bewildered. The rain in the blue-silver forest is rather peculiar, reminiscent of the ocean scent we encountered on Sea God Island. However, Tang Xiao mused, suddenly struck by a thought. By the way, what do you think has become of the little third? Tang Hao, wait a moment. Howdy, I understand now. It must be a secret weapon given to you by Xiao San, right? Tang Hao, deeply concerned for his nephew Tang Xiao, is well aware of the formidable power of the hidden weapons previously wielded by Tang San. In the original narrative, Tang San established the Tang sect after returning from the Star Dou Forest during the gathering of the 7 monsters, a moment that is yet to transpire. However, Tang Xiao has also caught wind of Tang San's possession of hidden weapons, and upon noticing Tang Hao's peculiar demeanor, he has come to realize the truth. Yet, Tang Hao finds himself in an awkward position. How should one articulate this? In Chapter 17, Chen Yue and Qian Douluo approach, perhaps the first to strike me down. A note, this book is available for free to members on QQ Reading. Could those readers from other platforms refrain from influencing the comments, urging me to complete the story? Following a significant revision, Tang Hao awkwardly adjusted himself to sit cross-legged. Should it be so? He pondered. What should it be imply? Tang Xiao had always been immensely curious about Tang San's hidden weapons, and now that an opportunity presented itself, how could he possibly decline? Without hesitation, he rose, curiosity piqued, and reached for the hidden weapon. In an instant, the two brothers froze. The next moment, a violent storm erupted in the blue-silver forest, torrents of rain cascading into the cave, soaking the brothers to the skin in the blink of an eye. Tang Hao struggled to swallow, a sense of impending doom washing over him. Brother, I am truly sorry. The two brothers stood here, speechless, while at the same time, Tang Weiwa felt similarly. Congratulations to the host for marrying the original female supporting character, Ain, and receiving a reward, Soul Fragment Stone. The host has already produced offspring. Please take care to protect the descendants, and rewards will be issued upon their birth. Yet again, the familiar Soul Fragment Stone? Chunyu recalled how he had once used this to assist Qian Renxue in exchanging her first soul ring, to her ecstatic delight. Yet it seemed that it would not be of use to her now, though separated by a dirt wall. The injury sustained by Tang Hao was of no consequence to Chunyu, who immediately discerned Tang Zhao's unusual demeanor. Thus, he deduced that within the Tiandou Imperial Palace, the two little white mice he had longed for, rather, the formidable enforcers, Qianjun and Jiang Yimo, had arrived. Homeward bound. Now that he was aware of Tang Tiantian's whereabouts, Chunyu saw no need to subject Tang Yuehua to harsh interrogations. With a wave of his hand, he retracted her into the Heavenly King Divine Tower space and turned to leave. At this moment, within the Heavenly King Divine Tower, Tang Weiwa, Xiao Wu, and Ain exchanged glances, suddenly embracing one another in a fit of tears, overwhelmed by a sense of shared sorrow that evoked the sentiment, alas, we are all wanderers in this world. Why must we have known each other? Moreover, Tang Yuehua was aware of Ain, and Ain had a vague understanding of Tang Hao having such a sister. However, Ain remained oblivious to Tang Yuehua's fatalistic orthopedic ideology. I'm sorry. It was not my intention, she stammered. He did say at the time that it was merely a brush, not an intrusion. I had no idea. As she gazed at Tang Yuehua, it was as if she was looking at her husband, Tang Hao, feeling a profound sense of guilt and discomfort. I did not intend to conceive his child. It was he who secretly pierced through, initially thinking that these two women had no connection to her, at most sharing a bond of mutual sympathy. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing Yin's words. You are Sanji's mother? She could readily perceive that Yin was in a situation similar to her own, though somewhat better off. The essence remained the same. But never could she have imagined that this was actually Tang San's mother. At this moment, it was Yin and Tang Weiwa who were left utterly bewildered. What did you say? Xiao Wu's expression turned somewhat unnatural as she touched her abdomen, forcing a rather unpleasant smile onto her face. I am the lover of Sangu, yet I carry a child that is not his, and not just one. I am sorry, Sangu. I was wrong. Good child. Yin's eyes brimmed with tears as she tightly embraced Xiao Wu. I have nothing to give you, only this embrace. I am sorry. Suddenly, she realized that since she was present here, her daughter-in-law's fate would undoubtedly mirror her own. Unable to contain her tears, they transformed into poetic lines that cascaded down. Do not worry. Even if the third party finds out, he will certainly not reject you. Ain spoke with a smile, though her tears flowed uncontrollably. She comforted Xiao Wu, saying, if he dares to deny you, I shall disown him as my son. The dramatic tension of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship within the Heavenly King's Tower left Chen Yue feeling a surge of excitement, prompting him to consider visiting the repair shop to borrow a wealthy lady's pink Maserati that he had befriended while working as a plumber. However, regrettably, that wealthy woman was also a speed enthusiast, and her Maserati had suffered considerable damage, likely requiring a return to the factory for repairs. Alas, the quality of these foreign cars was rather disappointing, he mused. One must support domestic products. With such thoughts, he had already returned to the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Upon entering the gates of the Imperial Palace, he immediately sensed that he was being scrutinized by two formidable presences. The fluctuations of their soul power compelled him to lift his gaze, revealing that the formidable demon slayer had been awaiting him for quite some time. You, the guardian of the Heavenly Dou Palace? The demon slayer Douluo remarked with evident displeasure as he cast a sidelong glance at Chen Yue. Beside him, the Qianjun Douluo regarded Chen Yue in silence, his eyes filled with a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. Clearly taken aback by how Chunyu had foreseen Tang Zhao's impending assault on the Heavenly Dou Palace. I don't have the luxury of time to explain myself to you, Chen Yue retorted, disregarding the demon slayer Douluo's inquiry. His attention now focused on the Qianjun Douluo. Release your martial soul and soul rings. How dare this young lad disregard me? The younger brother, the demon suppression Douluo, furrowed his brow, prepared to teach this ignorant Chen Yue a lesson. However, he was restrained by the more composed Qianjun Douluo, who, unlike the demon suppression Douluo, exuded a sense of calmness. Without uttering a word, he unleashed his martial spirit. The spiral dragon staff, adorned with the customary 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black spirit rings. Chen Yue silently produced the shard of the soul stone he had previously acquired, striking it accurately against the first spirit ring of Qianjun Douluo. The demon suppression Douluo, poised to mock Chen Yue for his audacity, especially since he had surreptitiously won over Qian Renxue and left her with child, was taken aback when he witnessed the startling spectacle. Just as he was about to voice his derision, he was horrified to see Qianjun Douluo's first spirit ring fracture and shatter with a resounding crack. What on earth? The demon suppression Douluo's eyes widened in disbelief. Even the typically composed Qianjun Douluo displayed a look of astonishment. Despite his extensive experience, he had never encountered anything capable of obliterating a spirit ring without affecting its owner in any way. He could distinctly sense the absence of his first spirit ring. No, it wasn't merely gone. It felt as if it had been hollowed out. Lacking the experience of possessing twin martial spirits, he could only speculate on the sensation of an empty spirit ring. You can now absorb the 10,000-year-old tortoise you captured earlier, Chen Yue stated nonchalantly, brushing off the dust that had settled on his hands from the shattered soul stone. Hey, you, the demon suppression Douluo began to protest, but before he could finish, Qianjun Douluo silenced him with a swift gesture. What is going on? He shot a resentful glance at his elder brother. Yet, Qianjun Douluo ignored him, nodding solemnly. Very well. Chen Yue proceeded unimpeded into the palace, leaving the demon suppression Douluo seething in frustration, yet daunted by his brother's authority. Brother, this lad is getting too arrogant. I cannot tolerate this. If you cannot bear it, then spit it out. Qianjun Douluo replied coldly, casting a disapproving glance. At our age, must you still act so rashly? I shall absorb a new spirit ring. You will serve as my protector. As he spoke, Qianjun Douluo felt a surge of excitement. After all, it was the coveted 10,000-year spirit ring, destined to become his first. As a super Douluo, how could he not be thrilled? Indeed, the demon suppression Douluo's heart raced as he set aside his previous irritation, his expression reflecting his anticipation. A 10,000-year spirit ring. He had longed to experience such a phenomenon. Yet during their ascent to Title Douluo, the continent's renowned 10,000-year spirit beasts had been exceedingly scarce and formidable, far beyond the reach of the two brothers at that time. Ah, you entered so quickly? Sitting cross-legged in meditation, Qian Renxue emerged from her trance upon hearing footsteps. Upon recognizing Chen Yue, she inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Did they not stop you? I was unhindered, Chen Yue casually remarked, taking a seat beside her. However, I believe you should have been able to stop them. How could that be? Qian Renxue shook her head. If they could not stop you, how could I possibly do so? At that moment, she finally grasped the implications of stopping him, a mix of embarrassment and indignation washing over her, nearly prompting an expletive. Is there commotion in the young master's chamber? The cuttlefish Douluo scratched his head, glancing at his companion, the serpent spear Douluo, and asked tentatively. What commotion? Someone has entered? The cuttlefish Douluo suggested. Shall we go take a look? The serpent spear Douluo scoffed. With two esteemed guardians present, how could anyone approach the young master's quarters? Yet, did not Tang Xiao manage to infiltrate the palace last time and nearly harm the young master? Well, now that you mention it, the serpent spear Douluo conceded, feeling a twinge of concern. Let us go check. Without hesitation, the duo approached the chamber, and just as they were about to knock, they heard Chen Yu's voice from within. Come in, quickly go to the offering hall and summon another guardian. Ideally, bring the golden crocodile Douluo as well. Upon uttering those words, both the porcupine and the serpent spear froze, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly confused. What on earth? The two esteemed worshippers of the Thousand Genes demon had already arrived. Why on earth was there a need for another golden crocodile Douluo? It must be noted that the golden crocodile Douluo holds a status second only to Qian Douluo within the entire spirit hall. They cannot simply be summoned at will. Surely, it is unnecessary? From within the palace, the urgent voice of Qian Renxue echoed, insisting that there was no need to summon grandfather Golden Crocodile. Are you referring to those two who nearly allowed Tang Xiao to pilfer the family's useless relics? Qian Renxue, the porcupine, and the serpent spear were momentarily at a loss for words, unable to retort, while Qian Renxue could only express her strong dissent with a huff. Predecessors, we understand. The porcupine and serpent spear exchanged glances, gritting their teeth, and were just about to depart when, suddenly, a streak of light flashed by. It was Qian Renxue tossing her token. With this token, Grandfather Golden Crocodile would undoubtedly come. Upon hearing this token's significance, both the porcupine and serpent spear felt a chill run down their spines, realizing the importance of this item and, without further hesitation, set off together towards the spirit hall. With Chunyu and the Thousand Genes demon present, they felt assured of Qian Renxue's safety. "Are you trying to get yourself killed, you rascal?" Qian Renxue exclaimed. Pinching Chunyu's waist, "I still want the little baby." She was still contemplating her legacy. "No worries, the little one's vitality is resilient. As long as it is not directly crushed, he shall certainly survive." Chunyu replied. "By the way, Qian Renxue, why do you insist on calling Grandfather Golden Crocodile here?" Chunyu casually remarked that the upcoming battle at the Heavenly Dou Palace would be the largest conflict in the history of the Soul Master realm. And even with the Thousand Genes demon present, it might not suffice to hold the line. Currently, although Chunyu possessed extraordinary strength, he was still merely at the pinnacle of rank 91. He could hardly defeat that Star Dou Forest in a single strike, let alone contend with the likes of Ning Fengji's support. If, at that moment, Star Dou Forest were to desperately seek to slay Qian Renxue, and Bone Douluo were to hold him off at the cost of his life, would he not be left helplessly watching his beloved perish, only to express his profound affection in a desperate manner? Rather than allowing such a scenario, it would be far more prudent to eliminate all threats in their infancy. Moreover, Chen Yue was uncertain whether he would be stationed at the Heavenly Dou Palace at that time. Casting a glance at Qian Renxue, whose belly had begun to show a slight swell, he swallowed hard, contemplating that if Qian Douluo were to arrive, he would likely be the first to be struck down. Thus, seeking the Golden Crocodile Douluo seemed the wiser course of action. Chapter 18. Qian Renxue, I am the Prince of the Empire. Is it not natural for a prince to take concubines? What did you say? In Spirit City, within the holy hall of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong abruptly slammed her palm on the table, her eyes wide as she fixed a piercing gaze upon the trembling Zhu Douluo before her. After searching high and low within the Hao Tian sect, they had yet to find a trace of Nana? What on earth was happening? The Zhu Douluo trembled, unable to speak. His head bowed low. Meanwhile, the ghost Douluo, who had experienced this once before and was barely maintaining his composure, weakly spoke up, "Your Majesty." Bibi Dong shot him a glance. Under her intense scrutiny, the ghost Douluo felt a shiver run down his spine. However, with the situation demanding action, he pressed on, whispering, "Within the entire operation of the Hao Tian sect, there are still some who have evaded capture. It is likely that the Hao Tian sect has long been prepared to fight us to the death, thus they have relocated their members." Bibi Dong remained silent. The ghost Douluo continued, "Aside from their leader, Tang Xiao, another who has been missing for over a decade since being expelled from the Hao Tian sect is Tang Hao." Upon hearing the name Tang Hao, Bibi Dong's expression darkened further. She recalled the incident 5 years prior during the Soul Master competition, when the entire Spirit Hall had been ruthlessly struck by Tang Hao in broad daylight, inciting her wrath to the point of contemplating the annihilation of the Hao Tian sect. What a disgrace. And what else? The ghost Douluo cautiously added. It is also said that after retreating, the Hao Tian sect has maintained a close relationship with the Xingluo royal family. According to our investigations, 3 disciples of the Hao Tian sect remain unaccounted for and are suspected to have fled to the Xingluo Empire. He spoke with great caution, knowing that this information had been relayed to him by Qian Renxue. Faced with the command of the Spirit Hall's young master, he was reluctant to contradict, yet also feared that his previous lies to deceive Bibi Dong might be exposed, leading to dire consequences from the Pope and indirectly incurring the wrath of the Grand Worshippers, an endeavor fraught with peril. Thus, he could only suppress his conscience, clutching at the shadows of his heart, and resign himself to the situation, convincing himself that since he did not know the truth, following the young master's orders was likely the correct course. Which 3? Bibi Dong's gaze turned icy. In her heart, she already had a prime suspect, namely the disciple of her ex-boyfriend, Master Yu Xiaojang, the Hao Tian hammer, possessing no soul ring, yet wielding the power of a soul emperor. It is difficult for her not to envision Tang San. However, over the years, Tang San has remained elusive, and coupled with her not having completely succumbed to darkness, she still harbors some unresolved feelings for Yu Xiaojang, thus engaging in self-deception. The 3 disciples of the Hao Tian sect are Tang Tian, Tang Rongyao, and Wan Tang San. A cold glimmer flickered in Bibi Dong's eyes, yet she refrained from speaking. Among them, Tang San bears the greatest suspicion due to his dual martial souls, with the second being the Hao Tian hammer, which, under ordinary circumstances, possesses a significant likelihood of manifesting without the application of spirit rings. Bibi Dong's expression darkened as she interrupted Ghost Douluo's speech, demanding to discuss the other two individuals. Ghost Douluo was taken aback, realizing that the young master had indeed made an astute observation, accurately predicting that Her Holiness the Pope would never regard Tang San as a candidate. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, yet Ghost Douluo dared not betray any sign of his surprise. Fortunately, he was merely a shadowy figure, and Bibi Dong could not discern the shifting expressions on his face. Indeed, Ghost Douluo responded, and then, with a tone slightly laced with apprehension, he continued. Tang Tian is said to be a third-generation disciple, her martial soul being the Hao Tian hammer. The most probable hidden location of her soul power is within the Tiandou Imperial Palace, as it is rumored that the Imperial Academy of the Tiandou royal family has significant connections with certain high-ranking members of the Hao Tian sect. This statement was imparted to him by Qian Renxue. As an elder of the Spirit Hall, his ignorance of such matters renders his words somewhat lacking in conviction, as he fears being perceived by Bibi Dong. However, amidst his lengthy discourse, only the phrase Tang Tiandou Imperial Palace resonated in Bibi Dong's ears. With this understanding, she swiftly interjected, inquiring, "What of Tang Renxue?" "Indeed," replied Ghost Douluo. "According to our intelligence, Tang Renxue happened to be outside their sect at the time of our operation. Following the incident, he immediately fled the Tiandou Empire and is currently missing within the Star Dou Empire." Before Ghost Douluo could finish his statement, Bibi Dong slammed her palm on the table, interrupting him. "Hear my command. I order the Star Dou Empire to surrender the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall and the disciples of the Hao Tian sect within 3 days. Otherwise, the Hao Tian sect shall serve as a cautionary tale for the royal family of the Star Dou Empire." Ghost Douluo, perplexed, and the observing Zhu Douluo, equally astonished, exclaimed in disbelief. "What is happening here? Why is the Star Dou Empire being ordered without reason?" Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo exchanged bewildered glances, each perceiving a shared confusion mirrored in the other's eyes. However, Bibi Dong offered no explanation. With a sweeping gesture, she commanded that a message be dispatched, stating, "I shall take my rest." Compliance followed, though perplexed, as the subordinates dared not inquire further in the presence of the Pope, and thus they departed quietly. "Old Ghost, did you comprehend any of this?" Zhu Douluo scratched his head, still somewhat dazed. He had initially thought this old ghost possessed considerable insight, yet now, under the Pope's authority, matters seemed awry. Why the sudden order for mobilization? Among the 3 individuals Ghost Douluo had mentioned earlier, he believed Tang San to be the most suspicious. Why then? Was Tang Renxue involved in this affair? It was best not to question further. Why delve into the Pope's matters? The task was to execute her commands. Ghost Douluo was similarly confounded but deeply shaken. He recognized that, as a diligent subordinate, it was prudent to refrain from excessive inquiries. Knowing too much could lead to complications. After issuing the orders, he prepared a letter to be delivered by the emerging figures of the porcupine and the serpent spear from the worship hall. Can we trust them? Upon Ghost Douluo's departure, the figure of gold crocodile Douluo appeared behind the 2 friends, clad in golden robes. His gaze indifferent as he cast a cold glance at Ghost Douluo and inquired icily regarding Bibi Dong's mobilization of the Spirit Hall's power to obliterate the Hao Tian sect. It is noteworthy that within the worship hall, there was little support for this endeavor. It is essential to remember that when Qian Daolu served as the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall, his own son perished at the hands of Tang Hao. Despite the full might of the Spirit Hall being leveraged against the Hao Tian sect, now a mere holy maiden, raised by the Spirit Hall, managed to nearly exhaust all the Title Douluo under Bibi Dong's command, which indeed left many in the worship hall feeling discontented. Yet, due to the prevailing circumstances and fearing that Bibi Dong might deplete the Title Douluo of the Papal Hall, Qian Daolu dispatched Qian Jun to assist. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall's losses could extend beyond just 2 Title Douluo. In the prior soul-hunting operation, including the Porcupine and Serpent Spear, the Spirit Hall had dispatched a total of 6 Title Douluo. Among the 6 Title Douluos, Cuttlefish and Serpent Spear first went to the Tiandou Imperial Palace to settle accounts, while the remaining 4 launched an assault on the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ultimately, they inflicted severe damage on the school, resulting in 2 serious injuries and 2 minor injuries, with Sword Douluo suffering the loss of an arm. Subsequently, the 2 lightly injured individuals, along with the later dispatched Spirit Kite Douluo, jointly attacked the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. This assault culminated in the demise of 2 Title Douluos and the severe wounding of Spirit Kite Douluo, leading to the annihilation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Currently, Spirit Kite Douluo has returned to the Douluo Palace to recuperate and has not been heard from for quite some time. Presently, in the city of Tiando, aside from Cuttlefish and Serpent Spear, there are indeed 2 other Title Douluos present. These are the 2 Title Douluos who were seriously injured during the earlier attack on the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, they are quietly nursing their wounds in the Spirit Hall within Tiando City and are not located in the Tiando Imperial Palace. Thus, the Spirit Hall remains unaware of the specific circumstances surrounding the palace. The only ones privy to the situation at the Tiando Imperial Palace are Qian Renxue and the 4 individuals, Cuttlefish and Serpent Spear. At this moment, Qian Renxue is absorbed in the absorption of a 100,000-year spirit ring and is unable to move, while Demon Slayer Douluo is responsible for protection duties. After experiencing the events in the Star Dou Forest, Cuttlefish and Serpent Spear have resolutely chosen to align with Qian Renxue's faction and would naturally not disclose this secret to others. As for Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo, Cuttlefish and Serpent Spear unanimously believe that unless these 2 consider their heads harder than that of the Heavenly Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, it would be inconceivable for them to betray the young master. Thus, Cuttlefish Douluo nodded, expressing trust. Golden Crocodile Douluo remained silent, slightly nodding, signaling to set off. At this moment, Chen Yue, who was in the Tiando Imperial Palace, also received the news. Hey, what are you planning to do now? Chen Yue had just finished dressing and stood up when he heard Qian Renxue's inquiry. A mysterious smile spread across his face as he replied, "Don't worry. Soon I will present a grand surprise to Golden Crocodile Douluo." Qian Renxue looked at Chun Yu's departing figure with a hint of suspicion and couldn't help but rub her aching waist. In this day and age, it is indeed absurd to find land that remains uncultivated. Yet, such neglected fields can easily be forgotten, and what then shall be done? Qian Renxue felt a pang of distress. She never anticipated that a captivating fox spirit like Hulaina could also experience disdain. This was truly beyond her expectations. Perhaps a change was in order? As her gaze shifted, a sudden flash of inspiration struck her. She slapped her thigh in realization. Indeed, as the crown prince, it is entirely justifiable to take a concubine. Yes, that is the solution. With this thought, her spirits lifted, and she began to devise a plan. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has been in a state of decline since the attack by the Spirit Hall. Were it not for Tang San's hidden weapon, the sect would likely have been utterly obliterated. Following the incident, Ning Fengji, Bone Douluo, and Sword Douluo have been frequenting Shrek Academy. Though it is unclear whether they find safety there or not, this baffles not only Chen Yue, but also Shang Wanwan, Ning Rongrong's mother and Ning Fengji's wife. As a battle spirit master with a martial spirit of a green serpent and a soul power level of merely a soul emperor, she found herself puzzled as she delivered meals to the 3 at Shrek Academy. Upon returning to her chamber, having just bathed and reclined on her wooden bed, she suddenly felt a chilling sensation. There was someone present. The alarm bells rang in her mind, yet she remained motionless, for she knew that the strongest presence within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was a Soul Douluo. To infiltrate her chamber undetected by a Soul Douluo was undoubtedly the work of a Title Douluo. The stillness of this Title Douluo indicated they were not there to kill her, perhaps seeking to extract some information. With this thought, Shang Wanwan gradually relaxed her tense muscles. Just then, 2 hands gently rested upon her shoulders, and a voice whispered, startling her upright. "Madam, you wouldn't want the Spirit Hall to discover your concealment of the remnants of the Hao Tian school, would you?" Shang Wanwan was taken aback, and without a second thought, she swung her palm behind her to strike. Yet, her move was no more than a feeble attempt from a soul emperor, and in Chen Yu's grasp, it was as ineffective as a child's. He effortlessly caught her hand, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he appraised her from head to toe, exclaiming, "Your figure hardly suggests that you are a mother. Why not prove it?" Flushed with indignation, Shang Wanwan retorted, "Prove what? What do you want?" Her wrist was firmly held in Chen Yu's grip, rendering her immobile, and she shot him a fiery glare, her expression growing cold. "I advise you to release me. Our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ah, I know well that your sect boasts 2 Title Douluos, the one-armed Xie Chen and Old Bone Gurong, correct?" Chen Yue interrupted with a smile. "And under Ning Fengji's assistance, they can easily confront 4 Title Douluos, can they not?" As he leaned closer, he whispered a chilling inquiry in her ear. "So, do you wish to tread the same path as the Hao Tian school? Or do you believe that your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School can withstand the Spirit Hall?" which could not be stopped even by the 6 Title Douluos of the Hao Tian school. Shang Wanwan's complexion turned ashen. Who are you? The fact that the Hao Tian school had 6 Title Douluos was known only to the upper echelons of the 3 great sects, and the specifics of their strengths remained obscure, even to the Spirit Hall, which had only acted out of rage. Who I am is of little importance, Chunyu grinned, revealing his pearly whites. What matters is that I wish for you to validate the claims made earlier. Shang Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. Validate? What validation? Then it dawned on her. Are you looking for Tang Tian? I can deliver her to you. But, before she could finish, Chen Yue silenced her with a finger to her lips. Shoo! Keep your voice down. We need to conserve some energy. Shang Wanwan was perplexed. Conserve energy for what? But before she could ponder further, she understood. I want Tang Tian as well, but I equally require your validation. As the narrative unfolds, the importance of service in this era becomes evident. This is my first substantial reward, and it heralds the rise of my culinary endeavors. In my past life, I excelled in the culinary arts, and now, in this new world, I shall ensure that my initial endeavor is flawless. Ning Fingji, your opponent has arrived. As Chen Yue murmured these words, he quietly departed the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, heading towards Shrek Academy, his figure gradually vanishing into the night. Shrek Academy. Originally established on a glacial peak in Soto City, later merged with the Blue Tyrant Academy to settle in the Heavenly Dou City. Following the initial Shrek 7's triumph in the Continental Spirit Master Competition and the establishment of Dougabo's presence, it has indeed attracted an increasing number of benefactors eager to contribute funds, thus giving the Academy a semblance of its former glory. In comparison to venerable institutions such as the Tiando Royal Academy, this establishment appears somewhat lacking in stature. Nevertheless, it is the first academy within the Tiando Empire to claim the championship of the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament. It is evident that significant funding was allocated for its construction. However, with the unfortunate illness of Shui Yi, power has now shifted to Shui Qinghe. Within the distinguished lounge of Shrek Academy, a sense of unease permeates the air. Alas, what are the intentions of the Spirit Hall? Despite the late hour, the 3 individuals in the lounge remain awake. Among them, Ning Fingji, with weary eyes and dark circles, rubs his temples, displaying evident signs of exhaustion. He has been unable to find rest, especially following the devastating blow to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. He has not enjoyed a single night of peaceful sleep since. Not to mention, recently, the Spirit Hall obliterated the Hao Tian sect, an event of cataclysmic proportions that would rend the heavens and stir the souls of the dead. Now, among the upper 3 sects, only the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect remains, and as its leader, how could he possibly find solace in sleep? Master, it is late. Perhaps you should rest, remarked the Star Dou Forest, observing Ning Fingji, who was massaging his temples and sporting 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes. With the disciples of Zhuge's crossbow guarding the sect, we shall be promptly informed if any disturbances arise. It is unlikely that any misfortune will befall us. One can only hope. Ning Fingji replied. Had the calamity of the Hao Tian sect not transpired, perhaps he would not be in such a state of agitation. However, given the gravity of recent events, it is only natural for him to be restless as anxiety permeates the hearts of the people. After all, this was the once mighty Hao Tian sect. To extinguish it so easily raises the unsettling prospect that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect might also meet a similar fate. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Ning Fingji once more rubbed his temples, preparing to speak, when suddenly a thunderous voice erupted. Enemy attack. The voice was exceedingly familiar, belonging to Xiao Wuji, a teacher from Shrek Academy. Yet, just as his voice fell, it abruptly ceased, as if it had been cut off by an unseen hand. A sense of foreboding washed over the Bone Douluo, whose countenance darkened at the sudden disturbance. He was about to spring into action when the Sword Douluo preempted him. This insufferable wretch. Realizing the situation, Bone Douluo Gu Rong reluctantly retracted his step. It was an unspoken agreement between the 2 Title Douluo that one must remain by Ning Fengji's side. The Sword Douluo swiftly advanced towards the source of the sound, his expression darkening further. This was the dormitory assigned to Ning Rongrong and Oscar by Shrek Academy, yet within, there was no sign of Ning Rongrong. Only the bloodied Oscar and the lifeless body of Xiao Wuji lay in a pool of crimson. Infuriating. The Sword Douluo glared furiously, sensing the fluctuations of soul power. Drawing his sword in wrath to pursue, whoever had dared to abduct Rongrong would undoubtedly meet their demise. At this moment, Chen Yue, who had deliberately delayed his movements, smirked upon noticing the Sword Douluo's advancing figure. The bait had taken. However, sensing the murderous intent emanating from the Sword Douluo. Chunyu felt a twinge of relief at his foresight. If my predictions hold true, Tang Hao's shattered martial soul would prompt the Hao Tian clan to find alternative means for restoration. Should the two Title Douluo, along with the two from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, breach the royal palace, even the combined might of the Thousand June Demon and the Golden Crocodile Douluo may not suffice to withstand them. Moreover, if I cannot eliminate all four in one fell swoop, they would undoubtedly become vigilant, and the situation could escalate dangerously, potentially leading to the demise of Qian Renxue. Therefore, to prevent their collaboration, it is only prudent to eliminate the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School first, is it not? With this thought, Chen Yue, after deep contemplation, resolved to sacrifice himself, employing the allure of a handsome figure to divert the main battlefield away from the Title Douluo Palace to another location. In a fleeting moment of inspiration, he seized Ning Rongrong without concern for her limp form and fled with haste. The prowess of the sword-fighting Douluo is indeed formidable. So formidable that he lacks the confidence to eliminate his opponent in a single strike. However, there exists the possibility of inadvertently harming Ning Rongrong, whom he carries. Should she perish, the esteemed guests previously entertained would likely never grace his business with their presence again. Considering this, Chen Yue resolved to refrain from action. After all, the efforts of the porcupine and the snake spear, who had traveled a great distance to summon the Golden Crocodile Douluo, would be in vain if they did not engage in a fierce battle worthy of the latter's arduous journey. An hour prior, Qian Renxue had informed Chunyu that the snake spear and his companions had arrived outside of Heavenly Dou City, anticipating entry into the palace later that night. At this moment, within a grove just beyond Heavenly Dou City, the porcupine, the snake spear, and the Golden Crocodile Douluo had gathered, preparing to enter the city under the veil of night to seize their opportunity to infiltrate the royal palace. Suddenly, a figure as swift as lightning darted past, and before the trio could react, it vanished from sight. The tumult of 3,000 thunders in the dimensional realm of the sewers was an overwhelming force beyond their comprehension. Even the Golden Crocodile Douluo could merely perceive a fleeting flash of light. What was that just zipped by? Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Golden Crocodile Douluo lifted his head, a look of bewilderment etched upon his face. The porcupine and the snake spear, two steadfast friends, exchanged glances. Just as the porcupine Douluo was about to speak, a thunderous shout accompanied by a menacing sword aura sliced through the air, exploding forth with intensity. You scoundrel! Prepare to meet your end. The porcupine Douluo, the snake spear Douluo, and the Golden Crocodile Douluo were left in utter astonishment. What in the world was happening? So swiftly have we been discovered. Is it the sword Douluo Chen Xian? The and the snake spear exchanged bewildered glances. However, the Golden Crocodile Douluo was taken aback. Realizing the gravity of the situation, could there be unrest within the palace? Yet, true to his nature as a cunning old fox with over a century of experience, he quickly regained his composure, unleashing his peak soul power at the astonishing rank of 98 to intercept the sword light. You too. Hasten to the palace and protect the young master. I shall confront Chen Xian. Yes. The and the snake spear understood the urgency, turning on their heels without hesitation. The sword Douluo, having failed to strike, furrowed his brow deeply upon witnessing the retreat of the and the snake spear. He sensed that the soul power fluctuations he had been tracking had dissipated, replaced by a vast expanse of unfamiliar energy. However, before he could grasp the situation, he suddenly heard the distant voice of the snake spear Douluo, augmented by the soul power of a Title Douluo, proclaiming, "What audacity from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to obstruct the Spirit Hall in apprehending the wanted criminals of the Hao Tian sect. You truly fear for your lives. Sword Douluo, wait. When did I ever obstruct your Spirit Hall from pursuing the individuals of the Hao Tian sect? Golden Crocodile Douluo, by heavens. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has actually colluded with the Hao Tian sect? No wonder the Pope is so enraged. Willing to go to any lengths to annihilate the Hao Tian sect. It all makes sense now." With this realization, the Golden Crocodile Douluo's gaze turned menacing. It appeared that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School sought to follow in the footsteps of the Hao Tian sect. Today, I shall fulfill your wish. Without further ado, he unleashed his full soul power, activated his martial soul, and his soul rings shimmered brilliantly. At this moment, the sword Douluo found himself completely ensnared. When did I ever express a desire to follow in the footsteps of the Hao Tian sect? Allow me to state, is there a possibility of mistaken identity? My friend, further discourse is futile. Prepare to meet your demise. The golden crocodile Douluo had no intention of engaging in further conversation with the sword Douluo and immediately unleashed his martial soul's true form. Sword Douluo, astonishingly. An apex level of 98. And one of the top beast martial souls, the golden crocodile king. I am truly astounded. Within the Shrek Academy, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong awaited the return of the sword Douluo. However, shortly after his departure, a soul Douluo from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "This is dire, this is dire. Sect Master, Madam, she has gone missing." What? Ning Fengji sprang to his feet, his face etched with shock. How could this happen? How could the madam possibly be missing? I am uncertain, the messenger replied. It was when the maid went to fetch water to inform the madam about her bath that she discovered the madam was no longer in her chamber. We have searched the entire sect, yet there has been no sign of her. Upon hearing those words, Ning Fengji could no longer remain seated. He hastily departed with Gu Rong and the Soul Douluo, making their way at full speed towards the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. With Ning Fengji's departure, the Shrek Academy found itself in a state of disruption. Although Dugo Bo was stationed at Shrek Academy, he did not reside there, merely holding a nominal position. Of course, even if he were present, Chen Yue would not have hesitated to demonstrate his prowess with an axe against a great serpent. Now, the B plan could be put into action. Chen Yue shrugged and gradually walked into one of the dormitories within Shrek Academy. Previously, Xiao Wuji's voice had echoed throughout the academy, prompting many to rise from their beds, including Dai Mubai, who was making swift progress and was on the verge of winning over Zhu Qing. In the original tale, they had shared a room during their journey to Sea God Island. However, in this narrative, the setting was within Shrek Academy, now interrupted by the protagonist. He had exerted tremendous effort and employed his silver tongue to persuade Zhu Qing to open the door for him. Just as Dai Mubai was about to transform into a tiger, he was startled by Xiao Wuji's anguished cries, which nearly caused him to falter. Mubai, you go ahead. There will be other opportunities, Zhu Qing said, momentarily taken aback by the noise. Regaining her composure, she blushed and pushed Dai Mubai out of the room. Don't let me find out which scoundrel has ruined my chances. Seeing the closed door, Dai Mubai cursed under his breath, but ultimately he could only turn away in resignation, heading towards the dean's office. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing let out a sigh of relief, collapsing against the door. Just as she intended to change her clothes and join him, a sudden knock resounded. Zhu Qing paused, wondering if Mubai had forgotten something. She scratched her head and opened the door a crack, only for a strong hand to push it wide open. A stranger, wearing a faint smile, stepped inside. Who are you? Zhu Qing gasped, instinctively retreating. The reason she refrained from attacking immediately was the overwhelming aura of power emanating from the man before her. It felt akin to facing a sword Douluo, radiating an undeniable danger. She sensed that should she dare to make a move, her life could be forfeit in an instant. Thus, she opted to retreat, creating distance between them. The unfamiliar man is, of course, Chen Yue. Zhu Qing, isn't it? She questioned, her face filled with suspicion. Who are you? I warn you. Get away. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Yue swiftly grasped her neck with a single hand, his speed so remarkable that she had no time to react. I have heard that, in your view, a man's flirtations are not a crime. As long as he remains decent, it is not a significant issue, am I correct? Additionally, it seems you believe that women do not count as a population resource. Is that so? Zhu Qing clutched Chen Yu's hand, which was tightly gripping her delicate throat, her face turning a shade of purple as she struggled to breathe. Yet, Chen Yu's grip was akin to that of a vice, firmly locking her throat, rendering her efforts futile as she couldn't budge even a single finger of his. So, it stands to reason that the resources of the weak can be plundered by the strong, correct? Sensing her impending suffocation, Chen Yue loosened his grip. Zhu Qing fell to the ground with a soft thud, gasping for air, her face a mix of relief and a greedy thirst for life. She was already the future empress of the Xingluo Empire. How could she be compared to that innocent girl from years past who fled the Xingluo Empire at all costs seeking a sliver of hope? Brainwashed to a pristine state by the Dai and Zhu families? I warn you, but her words were abruptly interrupted as Chen Yue raised a hand. Do not rush to warn me. Let me see if this resource is of any use. If it proves useless, I would not hesitate to discard these worthless resources. The threat that had lingered on Zhu Qing's lips fell silent. Stiffening, she trembled as she raised her head to meet Chen Yu's gaze, which bore a significant meaning, a smile playing upon his lips. What do you intend to do? Chen Yue grinned, revealing his white teeth. Tell me. How many survivors do you think the Hao Tian sect has under the declaration of war from the Spirit Hall? I wonder how many the Xinglua Empire can boast? Zhu Qing shuddered, her legs growing weak. What? What did you say? The Hao Tian sect? The Hao Tian sect's affairs, was it you who did this? The fact that only 3 survivors remained of the Hao Tian sect was no longer a secret. As the crown princess of the Xinglua Empire, she certainly had her own sources of information. Hence, the 2 empires were hastily seeking an alliance to confront the Spirit Hall. She looked up, her gaze meeting Chen Yue's striking features, enhanced by his heavenly beauty talent, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Certainly, it was not mere physical allure that captivated her. Rather, it was the devilish smile lurking within his eyes that sent shivers down her spine, a hair's breadth away from losing her composure. You still have not answered my question, Chen Yue remarked with a smile, yet his words drained the color from Zhu Zhuqing's face. If you remain silent, I would not hesitate to strip you bare and display you at the gates of Tiandou City for all to witness the purity of the princess of Xinglua. Zhu Zhuqing opened her mouth, contemplating an admission of her prior words, but upon sensing the intensity of Chen Yue's gaze, her heart quivered, and silence enveloped her. She was afraid that a mere nod from her would prompt him to act on his ominous suggestion. I find myself quite curious about your Zhu family. Chen Yue abruptly shifted the conversation, leaving Zhu Zhuqing momentarily taken aback as she instinctively inquired. Curious about what? Considering your desire to escape a doomed fate, why then embark on a quest for a husband, only to engage in the entanglements of polygamy? As if wandering amidst a sea of flowers yet not a leaf touches you? Our fates are intertwined. Naturally, we must unite, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her voice faltering. Chen Yue scoffed. Intertwined? So, you concede that your statement regarding resources and population holds merit? Yes, Zhu Zhuqing affirmed. Then, having fled the Xinglua Empire, what compels you to seek Dai Mubai and resist that which you deem an inevitable destiny? Chen Yue shook his head. The Tiandou Empire is vast. One could easily retreat to a remote village to cultivate or join the Spirit Hall, much like Bibi Dong, to seize control of one's own reputation. Would that not be preferable? Could it be that, subconsciously, you perceive yourself as a mere appendage to the Dai family? Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted, yet she resolved herself, stating, the Dai and Zhu families have been united through marriage for many years. We have become a community. To put it plainly, it is merely the weak clinging to the strong, is it not? Zhu Zhuqing nodded, affirming his assertion, but the next moment, her demeanor transformed, replaced by palpable fear and panic. If that is the case, then I am superior to you, which implies that you must depend on me and seek my favor, correct? In another scene, Dai Mubai entered the dean's office, where he found Flinder's grave expression, which instantly sobered him. He recalled the last time he had seen Flinder's countenance in such disarray, the devastation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the grievous blow to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Within the office, both Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang wore somber expressions. Ning Rongrong has been abducted, and the matriarch of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has mysteriously vanished. What? Dai Mubai exclaimed, stunned by the revelation. How could this happen? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and his expression shifted dramatically. Could this be the handiwork of the Spirit Hall? Though no overt evidence linked the Spirit Hall to the destruction of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School or the annihilation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, it was an unspoken truth among all. Presently, the only force capable of abducting Ning Rongrong from under the watchful eyes of the Swordbone Douluo was none other than the Spirit Hall, with its formidable power. Mubai, I understand that you and your companions agreed to reunite after 5 years, but given the current circumstances within the academy, it is no longer safe, Master Yu Xiaojiang stated, his face as expressionless as ever. As the Prince of Xinglua, it is likely that the Spirit Hall will target you. I have summoned the Poison Douluo to escort you back to the Xinglua Empire. Under such circumstances, you will be safest. With the palace now entirely under the control of Qian Renxue, the dire condition of the Snow Knight Emperor remained undisclosed, and thus, Dougalbo was not permitted entry into the Tiandou Imperial Palace. However, prior to this, Dougalbo had been aware of the Snow Knight Emperor's illness. But since he was barred from the palace, he could hardly force his way inside. Could he? Strangely enough, should Dougalbo attempt to breach the palace, it would undoubtedly yield a most unexpected surprise. Very well, I shall depart with Qing. Dai Mubai pondered briefly before nodding in agreement, though he also presented a condition. It is not that he harbors deep feelings for Zhu Zhuqing. Rather, he senses that keeping her here would inevitably lead to trouble, hence his insistence on leaving immediately. We must depart at once. Master Yu Xiaojiang's expression, reminiscent of a lifeless visage, fixated once more on Dai Mubai. While the sect master Ning and Bone Douluo were present at the academy, it was relatively safe. However, with their return to their respective sects, the academy's safety is now compromised. There has been no word from the Sword Douluo pursuing the abductor of Rongrong, and should the assailants have accomplices, our strength would be insufficient to thwart them. At this juncture, a rare seriousness and gravity appeared on Master Yu's otherwise expressionless face. Mubai, as the Prince of Star Luo, you ought to discern the weight of priorities. Women do not merely represent population, they signify resources. In the original text, Dai Mubai had previously stated that as the Star Luo Prince, if you remain unscathed, resources will abound. Yet, if captured by the Spirit Hall, even if released later, neither the Emperor nor the Empress, nor any royal kin, would ever trust you again. Do you grasp my meaning? Dai Mubai's countenance fluctuated between shades of green and white, his eyes betraying indecision. On one hand, he was reluctant to part with Zhu Zhuqing. On the other, he feared for his own princely status, potentially ending up like his elder brother as a mere cripple. If he were indeed seized by the Spirit Hall, even upon his release, his suspicious father would surely never trust him again, perhaps even suspecting collusion with the Spirit Hall to usurp the throne. In the Star Luo Empire, even brothers could be pitted against one another, and the treachery between father and son is a frequent occurrence. Let us depart. Yet, this moment of hesitation lasted but 3 seconds before it crystallized into resolute determination. Should Zhu Zhuqing be lost, he could always wed another from the Zhu family. Surely, he could still summon the martial soul fusion technique, the Nether White Tiger. It is essential to recognize that the Zhu family is subordinate to the Dai family. And with his princely status, acquiring any Zhu family maiden is merely a matter of words. Trouble with the poison Douluo, Your Excellency. Master Yu Xiaojiang glanced towards Dugabo. No worries, Dugabo replied, his gaze indifferent as he effortlessly seized Dai Mubai by the collar, and in an instant, they vanished from the office. The Tindo and Star Luo empires stand at opposite ends, separated by the vast expanse of the Star Dou Forest, with only a limited border connecting them. Shrek Academy has relocated to Tiando City, and to enter the Star Luo Empire from Tiando City, one must journey southward. Outside Tiando City, within a small grove to the south, Dugabo whisked Dai Mubai away with remarkable speed, disappearing within mere seconds. See, I told you, resources can be traded. Did you not notice? Chunyu remarked, embracing Zhu Zhuqing as he watched the two retreating figures, a playful smile gracing his lips. This Dai Mubai has sold you off as a resource. Zhu Zhuqing bit her red lip, her disbelief palpable as she cast a cold glare at Chen Yue. With the poison Douluo summoned, this must be a matter of utmost urgency. Do not attempt to sow discord here. I cannot possibly believe you, she declared vehemently. That is of no consequence, Chen Yue replied, unfazed by Zhu Zhuqing's reaction, a smile illuminating his face. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. It matters not to the Star Luo Empire either. Zhu Zhuqing paused, her brow furrowing in confusion as she turned to him. Meeting her bewildered gaze, Chen Yue grinned, revealing his pearly whites, yet his next words sent chills down her spine. What I require is for the Emperor of Star Luo and the Star Luo Empress, hailing from your Zhu family, to believe it. Zhu Zhuqing trembled, her eyes widening in horror. You. Chen Yue leaned closer, his whispered laughter interrupting her. Tell me, if this news were to remain hidden from the Emperor of Star Luo, would he not come to despise the Zhu Empress? And then, seizing the opportunity, eliminate your Zhu family under false pretenses? Zhu Zhuqing's complexion paled. No, that is impossible. They would not act in such a manner. I believe it is quite possible. Why not test the waters? Zhu Zhuqing shivered in fright, hastily grasping Chen Yu's arm. No, please, you cannot do this. Chen Yue raised a finger, pressing it against her pale lips. Shh, do not utter a sound. If Dai Mubai were to witness this, you would find it impossible to clear your name even if you jumped into the Yellow River. Zhu Zhuqing shivered, silenced by fear. Though unfamiliar with the Yellow River's significance, she understood the implication. If Dai Mubai were to see them together, it would spell doom for her family. Who goes there? Just as she began to relax, reassuring herself that Dugabo and Dai Mubai had departed, a familiar, icy voice froze her in place. Hiss. Are you trying to choke me to death? As soon as Chen Yue uttered these words, Zhu Zhuqing quickly turned, covering his mouth with her hand. Outside, Dugabo sensed a disturbance in the soul power. And Dai Mubai too felt the shift. The surge of soul power felt strikingly familiar. Dai Mubai immediately followed the sound, and the two soon came to a halt before the tree hollow. What is the matter? Dugabo inquired, turning to Dai Mubai with a furrowed brow. Nothing. Daimu Bai replied, surveying the surroundings, then asked, Elder Dugu, have you sensed anything? No, Dugubo responded after carefully sensing the area, shaking his head. It seems there is no aura inside, but it cannot be ruled out that there might be objects concealing fluctuations of soul power. In the Douluo continent, the term aura typically refers to fluctuations of soul power, unless one is a divine servant like Poseidon or Qian Douluo, who can perceive life forces within the realm of divine inheritance. Ordinary Title Douluo usually rely on the fluctuations of soul power, the aura of their martial souls, or the essence of their domains. In the original text, the king of slaughter tracked down Hulayina and Tang San through the domain of the god of slaughter. Of course, Dugubo, as a mere Title Douluo, might possess a certain sensitivity towards poison. Yet his other abilities can only be described as typical for someone of his rank. Yu Qing? The leaves at the entrance of the tree hollow were pushed aside, revealing Dai Mubai's face to Zhu Qing, who turned pale in shock. Mubai, what are you doing here? Dai Mubai gazed curiously at the crouching Zhu Qing, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Zhu Qing, what is going on? Mubai, you should go out first. I'm using the restroom, Zhu Qing stammered. Realization dawned on Dai Mubai, and he nodded. All right, hurry up. I'll wait for you outside. With that, he lowered the leaves once more, and his footsteps gradually faded away. You, let go of me, Chunyu said with a playful smile. You wish to follow Dai Mubai back, don't you? Zhu Qing shot him a cold glance. Isn't that obvious? Do you believe that if you dare to return, the Zhu family will face calamity? Upon hearing those words, Zhu Qing's complexion paled momentarily, only to be replaced by a cold smirk. I acknowledge your status as a Title Douluo and your formidable strength, but let me remind you that the Star Luo Empire is not to be trifled with. As an outsider, you can never match the significance of the Zhu family. A peculiar smile spread across Chen Yu's face, sending shivers down Zhu Qing's spine. Is that so? What if it isn't? The intensity of Chen Yu's gaze caused her hair to stand on end, yet the opportunity to leave lay before her. And how could she possibly relinquish it? Furthermore, I have already agreed to your previous request. You must not go back on your word. Chen Yue chuckled softly. I assure you, I will not renege. Zhu Qing sighed in relief, but her expression quickly froze. However, if you wish to depart, that may not be so simple. Zhu Qing's eyelids fluttered. What do you intend to do? Nothing much, Chen Yue grinned, revealing his pearly whites. I recently opened a restaurant that serves uniquely flavored delicacies and exquisite beverages. Once you have tasted them, you may leave. Zhu Qing was taken aback. A restaurant? She pondered for a moment. Given her recent exertion, she was indeed a bit famished. Without hesitation, she nodded. Fine, it's a deal. In her past life, Chen Yue had reveled in the joy of driving a new car, living a blissful life within the city. At that moment, adorned with the license plate of this city, he truly felt a sense of belonging. Previously, he had merely been a drifting leaf, but now, with a car and a stable job, how far could homeownership be? Yet, as days passed filled with leisurely drives, he soon grew weary of the monotony, contemplating whether to seek a romantic partner for some excitement. It was then that he stumbled upon a small black cat, unconscious by the roadside. His love for animals compelled him to rescue the creature from the jaws of stray dogs. Thus, Chen Yue gently cradled the kitten in the protective cover of his new car's upholstery and drove back to his restaurant. It is well known that stray cats are often filthy, carrying a strong odor. Therefore, upon bringing it home, Chen Yue promptly gave it a bath. To his surprise, the seemingly black cat was actually a lilac British Shorthair, awakening drowsily during the wash and letting out a soft meow. Here, have some of this. Although it's leftover from last night, I haven't had the chance to buy fresh ingredients. He heated some food from the fridge and placed it before the kitten, then poured some milk into a bowl. Take your time, there's milk too. The little feline appeared astonished, for as a stray, it had never encountered such a feast. After a moment of shock, it quickly bit into the fragrant fried sausage, its face alight with satisfaction. It glanced at the bowl of pure milk, curiosity piqued, and began to lap it up eagerly. Its eyes sparkling with delight, reminiscent of Tom from Tom and Jerry enjoying milk. Slow down, slow down. There's no other cat to compete with you, he cooed. Seemingly pleased with Chen Yu's attentiveness, the kitten showed no signs of weariness, allowing him to pet her. Meanwhile, she savored the delectable fried sausage and took sips of the sweetened milk, her eyes squinting in happiness. Chen Yue gazed at the adorable creature, a knowing smile gracing his lips. In this chaotic world, who could resist such a charming little animal? Returning to reality, Chen Yue watched Zhu Qing depart, a contemplative smile on his face. Star Luo Empire, I shall be visiting you soon. Chapter 21. You Xiaojing? Ere long, won't you invite me in for a visit? Outside the tree hollow, Dugubo squinted upon seeing Dai Mubai emerge and asked nonchalantly. They were quite a distance from Heavenly Dou City, and within that time frame, not even a soul emperor like Zhu Qing could match such speed. Thus, even without sensing the fluctuations of another's soul power, Dugubo was convinced that Zhu Qing was not alone in her journey. The presence that even the poisoned Douluo failed to detect must be extraordinary. In response to Dugubo's remark, Dai Mubai replied coolly, skeptical of Zhu Qing's speed rivaling that of the poisoned Douluo. However, considering that even the poisoned Douluo had only inferred based on instinct rather than concrete evidence, it was evident that this mysterious individual surpassed even Dugubo's prowess. Should he rashly expose this information, both he and Dugubo could find themselves in peril. Dugubo quickly grasped this notion, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he regarded Dai Mubai with newfound scrutiny. This young man, indeed worthy of being the Prince of Xingluo, possesses such remarkable fortitude. A quarter of an hour later, Zhu Qing emerged from the hollow of the tree. Upon seeing Dai Mubai, a somewhat unnatural smile graced her face. Mubai, shall we depart? Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Qing's expression, his eyelids twitching slightly. Gritting his teeth, he whispered fiercely, let us go. Out of sight, out of mind. Soon. The trio hastily departed. However, merely a minute later, Dugubo's figure suddenly appeared outside the tree hollow. He parted the leaves to take a glance. Finding no trace whatsoever, not even residual fluctuations of soul power. Curious? Dugubo felt perplexed, yet in that moment of entering the hollow, he understood. It was just that they had left only a minute ago, and he had been vigilantly observing this direction, not sensing any presence passing by at all. How strange. After searching for a while, Dugubo still found nothing and ultimately chose to give up, turning to leave. At this moment, Chen Yue had already returned to Tian Dou City. Within the dormitory of Shrek Academy, with his hands clasped behind his back and a playful smile on his face, he lifted his gaze towards the building, casting a meaningful glance back at the dean's office. Master Yu Xiaojing, is it? Your theories on the top 10 martial souls have truly been immensely enlightening, akin to the remarks I heard in my past life about renting out houses for profit and suggesting college students pay to work. I can't say they are unrelated, but rather, they are eerily identical. Since I've come this far, it would be remiss not to provide you with a surprise. The continuous night of catering services has indeed left me feeling sore and weary. Furthermore, at present, Chen Yue had no intention of offering his services to others, as preparing food requires considerable energy, effort, and thought. Thus, he resolved to approach this renowned master, Yu Xiaojing, to discern his mindset. With this thought in mind, he no longer hesitated and strode towards one of the rooms. Ever since Tang San and the other members of the Seven Monsters became champions of the Soul Master competition, it must be said that Shrek Academy has been constructed in a rather impressive manner, closely resembling the style of the previous imperial period of the Tiandou Royal Academy. However, compared to the scale of the Tiandou Royal Academy from the last century, it still lacks a simulated training environment. Who is it? Inside the room, Lu Erlong, who had completely vacated the premises and sold the Blue Tyrant Academy along with its assets to Flender and Yu Xiaojing, became momentarily startled upon hearing the knock. Is it Xiaojing? There was no response from outside, yet the knocking persisted every few seconds. After a brief hesitation, Lu Erlong decided to open the door. Reassured by her own strength as a soul Douluo, not fearing any malicious intent. Who are you? Upon opening the door, she was met with an unfamiliar face, causing her brows to furrow as she regarded Chunyu. Who I am is of little consequence, Chunyu replied with a broad smile, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. What matters is that I know how to break through the limitations imposed by innate soul power. At this proclamation, Lu Erlong's brows knitted together as she fixed her gaze upon Chunyu, regarding him with the skepticism one might reserve for a fool, without any evidence. Such baseless claims were hardly credible, were it not for the overwhelming sense of threat emanating from Chunyu. Her temper would have likely led her to slam the door in his face. Nevertheless, Chunyu remained unfazed, his smile only growing wider. Simultaneously, Lu Erlong's pupils constricted sharply. The earlier look of suspicion and condescension transformed entirely into one of astonishment, followed by terror, culminating in sheer horror. 8 black and 1 red soul rings emerged from beneath Chunyu's feet, whether it was the oppressive 10,000-year black ring or the eerily radiant 100,000-year red ring. They exerted unprecedented pressure upon Lu Erlong. Indeed, in that instant, as the soul rings manifested, Lu Erlong, possessing only 8 rings, felt as though every cell in her body was being crushed under the weight of a mountain, her legs feeling as if they had been filled with lead. Unable to move, even a fraction. At that moment, only 4 words resonated in her mind. This is inconceivable. This is not the river. How could someone have a black first spirit ring? Lu Erlong's heart screamed in turmoil. In the next moment, she felt an overwhelming pressure, as if her legs were leaden. Even though her spirit power as a spirit Douluo fought valiantly against it, she felt as insignificant as an ant shaking a tree. Ultimately forced to kneel beneath the immense weight of this formidable spirit pressure, cold sweat uncontrollably cascaded down her body, quickly soaking her through. The oppression brought by this Title Douluo was beyond her capacity to withstand, especially since Chunyu was no ordinary Title Douluo. Despite having a spirit power of only 92, his true combat prowess could not be measured by mere spirit power levels. It was worth noting that when he had previously slain the sky blue bull python and the titan great ape, he had only been at level 91. Were it not for the system's bestowal of a million-year spirit and a million-year spirit ring, he might not have even reached level 92. Chunyu retracted his spirit ring. Gazing down imperiously at the terrified Lu Erlong kneeling before him, he asked with a hint of amusement, "So, do you believe now? Predecessor, please." Lu Erlong had encountered numerous Title Douluos, including her uncle Yu Lumian and the Sword Douluo. Yet, none of the Title Douluos she had met had ever exerted such an immense pressure upon her when releasing their spirit rings. The disparity was reminiscent of the time when she faced her soul sage father, Alexander the Great, during her days as a great soul master. However, recalling Chunyu's previous words, Lu Erlong could not help but raise her gaze, filled with hope. "Senior, are you suggesting that you possess a method to restore the innate soul power limitations?" She understood that Yu Xiaojiang's restriction to the 29th level was entirely due to the constraints of his innate half-level soul power. If she could surmount these limitations, would it not imply that her esteemed master could also break through? "Indeed," Chen Yue replied with a smile. "Senior, could you possibly share this method with me?" "Certainly." Lu Erlong was instantly elated, ready to express her gratitude. Yet, Chen Yu's next words left her utterly frozen. But when seeking a favor, shouldn't one adopt a proper demeanor? A smile curled at the corners of Chen Yu's mouth as he observed Lu Erlong's stiff expression. After all, is there truly such a thing as a free lunch in this world? My mood is rather poor. If you could elevate it, perhaps I would consider divulging the information. Chen Yue was intrigued to see what clever strategy the infatuated Lu Erlong, as depicted in the original narrative, might devise to improve his spirits. "Let it be known that I am a serious individual, engaged solely in earnest pursuits." Lu Erlong's complexion turned pale as she stepped back a few paces. She had thought Chen Yue was not that kind of person, yet here he was, harboring such thoughts towards her? By the way, refrain from employing any petty tricks. I hold no significant interest in you. Lu Erlong's expression shifted slightly, yet she felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he lacked much interest in her. Otherwise, she would have been at a complete loss as to how to respond. On one hand, she desired to be with the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang. On the other, she wished for her illustrious master to share a profound bond with her. If he were to force the issue, she believed she would be powerless to resist. However, to take her own life would mean her esteemed master would truly remain a great soul master for eternity. This is unacceptable. If her renowned master, Yu Xiaojiang, is truly destined to be forever shackled by the disgraceful title of failure, then so be it. Contemplating this, Lu Erlong's gaze instantly transformed into one of unwavering determination. This opportunity comes but once and must not be missed. In the office of the Shrek Academy Dean, Flanders rubbed his temples and glanced at the sky, saying, "Xiao Gang, you should return and rest for now. There is likely nothing else to attend to, and it is getting late. If you do not sleep soon, dawn will break." The renowned master, Yu Xiaogang, maintained his expressionless demeanor and shook his head. "Xiao San has gone to the Star Dou Forest, barring any unforeseen circumstances. You should return today." He mentioned the estimated time of his return before he left, and if he is still not back, we shall have no choice but to venture into the Star Dou Forest to search for him. Upon hearing these words, Flanders' expression turned solemn. Had this been some time ago, he might not have reacted so seriously. However, with the recent annihilation of the blue electric tyrant dragon family and the devastating blow to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, even the reclusive Hao Tian school had been obliterated. Tang San, being a disciple of the Hao Tian school, might indeed find himself pursued by the spirit hall within the forest. "Xiao Gang, you make a valid point." Flander nodded in agreement. "However," he continued, "we must first take a moment to rest. If Xiao San has not returned by dawn, We shall venture into the forest to search for him. The renowned master, Yu Xiaojiang, pondered this and found merit in the suggestion. He nodded in affirmation and retreated to his dormitory. Erlong, what troubles you? Yu Xiaojiang, feeling a pang of guilt, resolved to maintain a platonic relationship with Lu Erlong, despite their separate accommodations for the night. As he opened his door, a sound emanated from the adjacent room belonging to Lu Erlong. Curious, he inquired, Erlong, are you still awake? Did I not suggest that you rest? No sooner had he uttered these words than Lu Erlong appeared at her door, peering out with a somewhat forced smile. Xiaogang, you're back? Everything is fine at the academy, I hope? Her hair was damp, as if she had just emerged from a bath, enhancing her allure. For a moment, the esteemed master Yu Xiaojiang was mesmerized, his heart racing. Erlong, will you not invite me in for a moment? Xiaogang, I intend to rest now. Let us speak tomorrow. In the past, such a statement would have filled Lu Erlong with joy, welcoming him inside. Yet now, upon hearing these words, her complexion paled, and she shook her head in refusal. Hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. This was a request he had mustered the courage to voice. His expression hardened, reverting to a previous stony demeanor. He opened his mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by a voice from behind him. Xiaogang, come quickly. Xiao San has returned. Something has happened. A serious incident. Upon hearing these words, Yu Xiaojiang's countenance shifted dramatically, and he disregarded Lu Erlong, swiftly turning to run toward the source of Flanders' urgent call. Tang San is undoubtedly the most significant experimental achievement he has cultivated over the years. He has now placed his entire reputation upon Tang San. Should he attain the esteemed title of Douluo, he could easily boast about this accomplishment for the remainder of his life. Moreover, he would only need to hold a nominal position at some academy to live a life of leisure and indulgence. Yet now, Flinder has informed him that something has gone awry with Tang San. How is he still able to sit there? As Lu Erlong observed the departing Yu Xiaojiang, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, before she could fully relax, a sudden tension gripped her heart. She heard Chunyu's teasing voice resonate from behind her. Very well. Your performance has slightly lifted my spirits. Now, let us have a drink of water, and then proceed into Yu Xiaojiang's room. Lu Erlong's expression stiffened, and with a hint of desperation, she implored, could we not go in like this right now? What if I enter, and then tee off afterward? Chen Yue regarded her with a playful gaze, neither confirming nor denying. What do you think? Lu Erlong fell silent, daunted by the enigmatic charm of the striking man before her, fearing that a single misstep might provoke his ire and ruin everything she had worked for. Thus, she gritted her teeth. For the sake of her esteemed master achieving a breakthrough, she was willing to go to great lengths. She even disregarded any thought of visiting Tang San. In her eyes, the world paled in comparison to her renowned master, Yu Xiaojiang. In a certain sense, this fiery dragon was more demanding than a mere toy rabbit. Therefore, Chunyu had no intention of catering to her whims. As for his plan, a peculiar smile danced upon his lips. What a calamity this is. Cut to eternal governance. Chapter 22. Teddy's third dissection. Excellent. The spirit hall has gained yet another path to demise. Flinder, what has transpired? In the office of the dean, the esteemed master Yu Xiaojiang hurriedly arrived, only to find Flinder with a grave countenance. He immediately inquired, what has happened to Xiao San? This has indeed been his most successful test subject over the years. There must be no room for carelessness. Flander's expression was somewhat grim, and he found himself at a loss as to how to explain the situation to Yu Xiaojiang, ultimately saying, you should come in and see for yourself. Frankly, upon witnessing Tang San's current plight, Flander was utterly bewildered. He had never seen anyone with 5 spider legs and a dog leg before. At that moment, in the lounge of the dean's office, Tang San lay despondently on a chair, his once handsome visage, after awakening the blue-silver emperor, now a distant memory. Instead, he bore a face marred like that of an unfortunate soul, covered in blood, and his clothes were caked in mud. Heaven only knows how he managed to emerge from the Star Dou Forest. Tang San felt like crying without tears, looking at his dog leg, struggling to come to terms with it. After tumbling through the forest countless times, coated in muck, he would have surely thought he might end up as a battered mess had it not been for his clever use of the blue-silver emperor to tie himself up like in a relay race. It seemed improbable to him that he could walk out unscathed. It is well known that dogs run on all fours. And if this dog leg were to be attached to a human, one would need to run on all fours to generate any semblance of power. Walking in such a condition would yield no strength whatsoever. This is also the reason why Tang San has been constantly falling in a most humiliating manner. His feet simply lacked the strength. At this moment, upon seeing the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San felt as if he were confronting a long-lost father. Bursting into tears uncontrollably, clinging desperately to the ladder, a torrent of grievances flooding his mind, leading him to weep profusely. Xiao San, what on earth have you done to yourself? The first thing that struck the esteemed master Yu Xiaojiang was the sight of Tang San's 5 fingers, which were now grotesquely transformed, their original tips replaced by dark, spider-like claws, ominously reminiscent of the nails of a zombie, unmistakably laced with potent toxins. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Tang San's tears flowed even more freely. But, I thought you were looking for Xiao Wu? He sobbed, his face awash with confusion. Wiping away tears as if you were a wronged spouse. I don't know what has happened. I woke up like this without finding Xiao Wu. Master, you are well versed in many matters. Can you enlighten me about what has transpired? Tang San raised his tear-streaked face, looking at the somewhat awkward Yu Xiaojiang with hope. Is there any chance I can return to normal? Yu Xiaojiang's expression was somewhat unnatural. Such an absurd situation was indeed unprecedented for him, leaving him utterly bewildered. Yet, as a distinguished master, celebrated as a leading figure in theoretical studies, how could he admit uncertainty in front of his prized experimental subject? Just as Tang San's first soul ring had been a testament to his theoretical prowess, the current reality vindicated his theories, instilling in him a blind, unshakable confidence that he could articulate the truth based on his principles. Pondering this, Master Yu Xiaojiang stroked his chin and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke, Xiao San. The transformation of your fingers is likely a result of the external soul bone you possessed, indeed resembling the claws of a human-faced demon spider, complete with its inherent toxins. Thus, you have acquired an additional means of surprise attack. After all, not everyone would anticipate such an anomaly in your fingers. At this point, he paused, however. You must conceal and bandage your fingers to prevent others from seeing them. Otherwise, the element of surprise will be significantly diminished, and your enemies will surely be on guard. And what about this dog-like leg of mine? Tang San inquired. Yu Xiaojiang's lips twitched slightly, while Flander, standing nearby, stifled a laugh, hastily crouching and making his exit. If he remained any longer, the four-eyed Cat Hawk Academy head might burst with laughter, as it was indeed a rare occurrence to hear someone refer to their own leg as a dog-ass, albeit true. Cough, cough, Master Yu Xiaojiang cleared his throat, suppressing a hint of mirth at the sight of Tang San, whose left leg, battered from multiple falls, bore extensive abrasions and even bloodied knees, making him appear precariously unsteady. Perhaps due to the muscle memory of his dog leg, Tang San instinctively lowered himself to all fours, resembling a playful pup, gazing up at Yu Xiaojiang. The scene is truly comical, even eliciting a suppressed smile from him. However, the renowned Master Yu Xiaojiang's years of maintaining a stoic demeanor were not in vain. He is acutely aware of the small-mindedness of this little white mouse. Should he mock him, the mouse might misconstrue it as disdain and seek retribution in the future. Thus, Yu Xiaojiang stifled his laughter and, with a serious expression, remarked that he would need to consult his books to comprehend the implications of your legs. If you possessed a beast martial spirit, it would undoubtedly stem from a mutation of that spirit. Yet, you both possess tool martial spirits, and there are no relevant soul bones present, which makes it unlikely that your martial spirits and soul bones are responsible for this phenomenon. Tang San, isn't that a rather superfluous statement? If I were to possess a beast martial spirit, I would have already discerned the cause and wouldn't need to seek your counsel, despite Yu Xiaojiang's previous efforts to suppress his laughter. The twitching of his lips silently mocked Tang San, striking a blow against the young boy's spirit. He had effectively marked Yu Xiaojiang with an indelible impression. Yet, given his current dependence on others, he had no choice but to endure. Very well, put on a pair of long trousers and wrap yourself up a bit for now, suggested Master Yu Xiaojiang, oblivious to Tang San's inner thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, After all, your current appearance is not particularly suitable for public encounters. Tang San's right leg was severed along with the trouser leg, taking away the soul bone. Now, it is not merely a matter of concealing this unfortunate limb. As long as he is not crawling on all fours, it is immediately evident that he possesses this unfortunate leg, not to mention his somewhat reserved charm. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's suggestion, Tang San could only roll his eyes in exasperation. He had already contemplated this idea himself. Initially, he had harbored some hope that this renowned master might provide him with a solution, but he never expected such a lackluster response. However, recognizing his current dependence on others, he refrained from expressing his frustration and reluctantly replied, By the way, Xiao San, what exactly did you encounter in the Star Dou Forest? After the dressing was done, as Yu Xiaojing recollected past events, he couldn't help but inquire, "Where is Xiao Wu?" Tang San, reclining on the chair, furrowed his brow deeply, searching through the recesses of his memory. However, he was met with an utter blankness, recalling only that he had spent a day and night in the Star Dou Forest in search of something, yet had found no trace. Following that, it felt as if a thread of memory had been severed, and he awoke in the life lake, situated in the heart of the Star Dou Forest, transformed into his current state. "I truly do not understand what transpired," Tang San sighed, shaking his head. "I cannot recall." He felt quite perplexed. For when he had entered the Star Dou Forest, he had possessed only 5 spirit rings, yet upon his emergence, he now bore 6. More significantly, his 6th spirit ring, which should have been at least 10,000 years old, appeared to be white. Strangely, the more he gazed at this white ring, the more familiar it seemed. "Indeed," Master Yu Xiaojing observed, recognizing that Tang San was genuinely unable to remember. He nodded, saying, "You should rest for now. Fortunately, the dormitories prepared for Mubai and the others are vacant. You may stay there for the night." At this revelation, Tang San was taken aback. "Their dormitory is empty? Where have they gone?" During the tumultuous period surrounding the devastation of the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the annihilation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Tang San had remained in the Star Dou Forest. Moreover, due to his subsequent delays, he was completely unaware of the events concerning the Hao Tian sect. As for Tang Hao, with Ain gone, he would naturally not return to the Blue-Silver Forest. After absorbing the spirit bone, Tang Hao had departed with his brother, Tang Xiao, to the Star Luo Empire, intending to capture Tang Rongyao and seize the Hao Tian hammer to restore his martial spirit. Indeed, the Hao Tian sect possessed a secret method to repair shattered martial spirits known only to the sect leader, a measure taken to prevent the loss of status by the direct lineage in the event of martial spirit destruction. However, Tang San was entirely oblivious to these matters. "I have already dispatched the poisoned Douluo to escort Mubai back to the Star Luo Empire. They departed just a few hours ago." Tang San was further perplexed. Why would Mubai return to the academy only to head back to the Star Luo Empire? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing's expression darkened as he recalled that Tang San had only just emerged from the Star Dou Forest. "Because," he said gravely, "a significant incident has occurred in the Tiandou Empire." "A significant incident?" Tang San was taken aback, noticing the sorrow in Yu Xiaojing's eyes, which sent a jolt of concern through him. "Teacher, could it be that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has been exterminated?" The thought of such devastation was enough to twist the features of the renowned master into a mask of grief. "Indeed," Yu Xiaojing lamented, "not only has the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan been annihilated, but the other 2 of the 3 great sects have also suffered catastrophic losses." "What?" At that moment, Tang San was acutely aware that he was a disciple of the Hao Tian sect, the most powerful sect in the world, and had even visited it once. Yet, he could scarcely believe the news. How could such a calamity have occurred in merely a few days while he was in the Star Dou Forest? Was it the work of the Spirit Hall? Yu Xiaojing nodded, affirming that only the Spirit Hall possessed the strength to obliterate the 3 great sects. Although no evidence had yet surfaced, what is the Spirit Hall trying to accomplish? Have they lost their minds? Tang San's gaze hardened, a fierce glint emerging as he contemplated the audacity of the Spirit Hall to harm the Hao Tian sect. Very well, they have now paved a path to their own destruction. Yet, perhaps due to the genetic inertia of his earlier submissiveness, as he revealed his fierce countenance, Tang San instinctively leapt from his chair. Landing on all fours and raising his head like a teddy bear, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, "Tang San," Master Yu Xiaojing called. At that moment, on the ceiling of the dean's office, Chunyu stifled a laugh, nearly bursting into a pig-like snort. Intrigued by the varying expressions of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law duo beside him, "What do you think? If this scene were to spread across the continent, would Tang San not become an overnight sensation, the new star of the Spirit Masters?" Upon hearing this, Ayin, who had just shown a flicker of emotion at seeing her son for the first time, stiffened in horror. No, please, don't do this. I beg you. I'll do anything, just don't put my son in such a predicament." Xiao Wu, the soft-boned rabbit, had entirely abandoned her dignity. She knew that this was a situation with only one chance, and now, aware of Chen Yu's overwhelming strength, she realized that even Deming and Erming were no match for him. With no options left, she could only plead without limits. She could not bear to imagine the profound impact on her proud heart if her love for Tang San were to be exposed. What meaning would her life hold if her beloved were lost? The humiliation she had suffered would be in vain. "I beg you, please do not harm my son. If you have grievances, Let them be directed at me, Ayin uttered, her voice trembling. Chen Yue regarded her with a playful expression, pressing his hand gently atop Xiao Wu's head while casting a knowing glance at Ayin, who paled in response. She was acutely aware of the depths of his ruthlessness. A lesser individual would have perished countless times under such relentless pressure. However, Chen Yue was different. She understood that his strength was unfathomable. She knew that Tang Hao's martial spirit had been rendered useless, and had it not been for her and Tang Yuehua's pleas for Chen Yu's mercy, her beloved Hao would likely have already met a grim fate. Indeed, there is some progress, Chen Yue remarked, tousling the hair of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law duo. A smile gracing his lips as he reclined comfortably atop the roof. With his divine tower shielding the three, there was no need for concern that anyone at Shrek Academy, lacking even a Title Douluo, would perceive anything amiss. Next, it seemed that Tang San would embark on a quest to reclaim the 4 single attribute families. This segment holds little interest for me. I shall first investigate the 7 treasure glazed tile school. If all appears well, I may then venture to the Star Luo Empire to indulge in some leisure. Chapter 23. Flander, Xiaogang, Awaken. What on earth are you planning? There will be another update. Dear readers, do not neglect this tale. I am here to deliver extra chapters for you all. The current data is enough to make even a dog shake its head. However, before departing, how could he leave without giving this master and disciple duo a surprise? A meaningful smile adorned Chen Yu's face. Inside the room, little San, Yu Xiaojiang observed Tang San on all fours, his lips twitching before he said solemnly, "It's getting late. You should rest for now. Any matters can wait until tomorrow when Sect Master Ning and the others arrive, and we can discuss them together." Tang San nodded slightly, his expression somewhat unnatural as he stood up. Just as he took a step forward, his leg faltered, causing him to stumble. Instinctively, he braced himself with his hands, resulting in his head colliding forcefully with Yu Xiaojiang. It is well known that when one supports themselves on all fours, the head aligns with the ground beneath. This sudden kneel coupled with the impact thoroughly stunned Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang let out a cry of anguish, his face visibly reddening at an astonishing pace, transforming from its previous pallor into a mask of pain. His hands instinctively shielded Kuan as he yelped and leaped up, bouncing away from the dean's office like a frantic puppet. Tang San scowled fiercely at his own leg, loathing the mischief it had caused. At that moment, he wished fervently to sever his own troublesome limb, yet the strikingly handsome and refined figure he was did not wish to become disabled. He vowed to find a remedy to restore his leg one day. With a bitter resolve, he gradually crawled out of the office. Just as he stepped outside, he witnessed Yu Xiaojiang bouncing about as if possessed by some unseen force. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, his head struck the roof tiles, and he collapsed with a dull thud, unconscious and bleeding profusely. This is certainly none of my concern. Tang San's lips twitched, while Flinder, who was watching the spectacle, was equally dumbfounded. He hurriedly carried Yu Xiaojiang off to seek the aid of a healing spirit master. Fortunately, the esteemed reputation of Shrek Academy had attracted numerous healing spirit masters. Otherwise, Master Yu Xiaojiang's head might not have been saved. Reflecting on this, Tang San glanced around and, seizing the cover of darkness, quickly crawled out of the office using his 8 spider lances. What sound is that? Do I hear the sound of a soul beast crawling? You must be having a nightmare. We are in the academy. How could we hear the sound of a soul beast crawling? As he passed by the dormitory, he overheard the students' conversation, causing his lips to twitch. He hastily quickened his pace, scurrying back to his own dormitory. It is well known that Flinder exudes a frugality that is almost palpable, given his nature. He would certainly not provide the 7 monsters with fully furnished dorm rooms. Thus, upon arriving at the academy dormitory, Tang San found himself deep in thought when he saw the 4 makeshift rooms Flinder had prepared for the 7 monsters. Oh well, I shall just choose one at random. Except for Ma Hongjun, the rest of the Shrek 7 are paired off, so it is no wonder Flinder thought this way. Of course, if it weren't for the 7 monsters, he might have simply constructed 2 larger dorm rooms, one for the boys and one for the girls. Noticing that his crawling had attracted the attention of several students coming from the darkness behind him, Tang San dared not hesitate any longer. Fearing he might suffer an embarrassing fate, he swiftly selected a room and, with a resounding thud, closed the door behind him. Damp. The first sensation that hit Tang San upon entering was the oppressive humidity of the air, reminiscent of a room soaked by a torrential downpour. How strange. It puzzled him that this room could be in such a state. He recalled that during his time in the Star Dou Forest, the room had been perfectly normal. How could it have become so damp in just a few days? Never mind, he thought. I shall take a shower and then sleep. To be honest, The journey through the Star Dou Forest had left Tang San feeling utterly exhausted. With that, he stepped into the bathroom. No sooner had he entered than Chen Yue, Yin, and Xiao Wu appeared on the fresh bed. I am feeling rather irritable at the moment. You all know that when I'm in a foul mood, I tend to lash out. I just wonder if Tang San can withstand my blows. Chen Yue reclined on the bed like a lord, squinting at the pair of women before him, a smile gracing his lips, yet the words that escaped his mouth caused both women's expressions to darken. No, please. I beg you, do not lay a hand on my San. He is innocent. If you have any grievances, direct them at me. Xiao Wu was completely bewildered, unsure of her purpose in being held back by Chen Yue. Every part of her felt under his control, and she sensed that she was growing increasingly accustomed to this situation. No, it is not that I have grown accustomed to it. I merely wish to protect my San from harm. What exactly do you intend to do? In stark contrast to Xiao Wu, whose limits had been pushed to the very depths of despair, Yin maintained a poised demeanor. She glared vehemently at Chen Yue, asking, "Do you find amusement in humiliating us in this manner?" "Not at all." Chen Yue shrugged, seemingly preparing to rise. "There is still some entertainment to be had in tormenting Tang San. Perhaps I shall take him down a notch. Yes, switching to a dog might be rather enjoyable." Seeing Chen Yue's apparent intent to rise, Xiao Wu's face turned pale at the thought of Tang San being demeaned, and she hurriedly leaned in, pleading, "No, please. I beg you, do not treat my San in such a manner." At that moment, she felt a surge of discontent towards Yin. If my San truly suffers such a fate, must I then become like Lu Erlong and live a life of spiritual companionship? Yin, confronted with Xiao Wu's disapproving gaze, found herself at a loss for words. She looked at the now subdued Xiao Wu and begrudgingly suppressed her own humiliation, bowing her head in silence. For the sake of her little San, she would endure. After all these years, the headmaster remains as miserly as ever. After what felt like an eternity, Tang San finally finished his shower, glancing incredulously at the dripping faucet and couldn't he help but mutter a complaint, shaking his head before leaving the bathroom and collapsing onto his bed. Is there a leak? As he lay down, a chill enveloped him. Rolling over, he discovered that the bed was still wet from rainwater and had yet to dry. Seriously, what is with the headmaster's frugality? At this moment, Tang San felt an even greater sense of dissatisfaction. It is one thing for this Flander to be stingy towards other students, but to treat the illustrious return of the Shrek 7 with such a dilapidated and leaking structure is utterly unacceptable. Tang San felt a surge of frustration welling within him. Yet as he stood up, he instinctively glanced at his loyal companion. His thoughts drifted back to his days spent on all fours in the Star Dou Forest, as well as the earlier scene in the office. Tang San sighed, conceding, "Well, I've just bathed, and if I get dirty again, I'll have to wash up once more upon my return. It's only one night. I suppose I can endure it." With such thoughts, Tang San gradually slipped into a slumber. In his dreams, he beheld the enchanting figure of Xiao Wu, whom he had long yearned for. After 5 years apart, she appeared even more captivating in his mind, particularly with her blush that rendered this pure-hearted youth utterly spellbound. "Xiao Wu, it has been 5 years. How have you been?" "I miss you so dearly," he murmured in his dreams. Upon hearing Tang San's sleep-laden words, Xiao Wu's expression shifted, her cheeks flushing with a visible intensity. It seemed as though Tang San's dream-induced touch had inadvertently brushed against her, prompting her to gasp in surprise. "Ah, shall I offer you a morsel of this dream?" Chen Yue remarked with a teasing smile, "Or perhaps, gift you a taste of this dream? The recent educational endeavors have borne fruit, as this toy rabbit has come to grasp the situation and has become remarkably obedient. Even now, should she be asked to treat the pure and virtuous Tang San Xiao to some snacks, it would likely pose no challenge. After all, is this a matter of great consequence?" Soon, the dawn began to break. Flander, bearing the fatigue of the day, returned to the dormitory with the now recovered Yu Xiaojiang. As soon as he stepped inside, he sensed a damp odor, causing him to furrow his brow in irritation. He muttered under his breath, "How audacious of the construction crew in Heavenly Dou City to engage in such embezzlement and cut corners." Just days prior, a heavy rain had fallen, leaving the room enveloped in a moist atmosphere. Flander, not one to be easily deceived, immediately suspected the crew he had hired of having skimped on the work, thereby misappropriating his precious gold and soul coins. There was no choice. He must confront them tomorrow. As he contemplated this with simmering anger, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Why did it seem like there was a hint of something peculiar in the air? Just then, he heard Yu Xiaojing mumbling in his sleep, ere long, I seem to miss you." Thud. Flander, pinned to the ground, exclaimed, "Wait. Why are you thinking of ere long and pressing me down?" He called out, Hey, Xiaojing, wake up. I am not ere long. What are you doing? Flander, grumbling and attempting to shake off Yu Xiaojing, was bewildered when he found that, at that moment, he was unable to harness his soul power. To his horror, he noticed a look of sweat-soaked anxiety on Yu Xiaojing's face, sending a chill down his spine. What are you doing? Get away. Ere long, I miss you so much. Shall we have a child? It would be a blessing for our blue lightning tyrant dragon family to have more bloodlines, wouldn't it? Flander was at a loss. No. You should seek a child with ere long. Why involve me? Don't come any closer. Chapter 24. Qian Renxue, the porcupine fish, the serpent spear. Oh no. This is a setup. In a heartfelt gesture, the author has chosen to sacrifice today's annual 520 event to provide readers with a more substantial update. Where are your votes, your expressions of support? Zhongzhu, we have found no trace of the madam, nor do we have any clue as to how they left. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fingxi, accompanied by Bon Douluo Gu Rong, had returned to the sect some time ago. They had scoured every corner of the sect, leaving no stone unturned, yet still, there was no sign of anything amiss, not even a hint of how Madame Ning, the esteemed Shangguan Wan, had departed. The news instantly cast a shadow over Ning Fingxi's countenance. Master, I fear this incident is yet another scheme orchestrated by the Spirit Hall. The expression of Bon Douluo Gu Rong grew increasingly grave, for only the Spirit Hall possessed the capability to infiltrate our sect so silently. It is likely that they have set their sights upon us. Indeed, you are correct, Uncle Bone. Ning Fingxi nodded slowly. Yet the darkness of his demeanor gradually transformed into a glimmer of astuteness. However, I must say, the Spirit Hall is playing a most foul game. Bon Douluo. Do you not perceive the absurdity of your words? Your wife has been abducted, and yet you wear such a countenance? Noticing the peculiar expression on Bon Douluo's face, Ning Fingxi's lips twitched. Uncle Bone, this is something you cannot comprehend. Bon Douluo nodded, indeed baffled yet profoundly shaken. Although we have not unearthed tangible evidence, the current circumstances render such proof unnecessary. A spark of wisdom flickered in Ning Fingxi's eyes. The Spirit Hall's overt destruction of the Hao Tian sect has undoubtedly sent shockwaves across the continent, severely threatening the status of the two great empires, which will inevitably lead to sanctions against the Spirit Hall, even in the absence of conclusive evidence regarding the annihilation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. It is evident to all that the affairs concerning the three upper sects are undoubtedly the handiwork of the Spirit Hall. Recently, the Spirit Hall even issued a decree to the Star Luo Empire, demanding the surrender of the remnants of the Hao Tian sect, specifically Tang Renxue, within 3 days. Bon Douluo nodded, affirming, indeed, he is aware of the situation, yet upon hearing Ning Fingxi's subsequent words, Bon Douluo felt a chill run down his spine. But Uncle Bone, do you believe that a mere disciple of the Hao Tian sect poses any real threat to the Spirit Hall, even if he is released? Bon Douluo's expression shifted dramatically. Are you suggesting that they are merely feigning an attack on the remnants of the Hao Tian sect, while secretly aiming to annihilate the Star Luo Empire? If that is indeed the case, then the intentions of the Spirit Hall are painfully evident. It is crucial to understand that if the Star Luo Empire falls, only the Heavenly Dou Empire will remain. Presently, the entirety of the Heavenly Dou Empire comprises only Gu Rong, Chen Xian, and Du Gu Bo, with Tang Hao and Tang Xiao at most bringing the total to 5 Title Douluo. Given their assault on the Hao Tian sect, it is feared that the Spirit Hall has mobilized over a dozen Title Douluo, possibly including 2 Super Douluo at level 96. Should they succeed in their endeavor to obliterate the Star Luo Empire, it is likely that this continent would be irrevocably claimed by the Spirit Hall. The most alarming aspect is that the Spirit Hall operates under the guise of righteousness, garnering the support of many soul masters. The more Ning Fingxi contemplated, the more agitated he became, pacing restlessly. After a moment, he inquired, has Brother Jian not returned yet? Not yet, replied Bon Douluo Gu Rong, his face marked with concern. As an old rival, he was well aware of the formidable strength of Sword Douluo Chen Xian, who stood at the pinnacle of level 97. Of course, with Chen Xian having lost an arm, his power had significantly diminished, yet wielding the 7-killing sword, he could still pose a challenge even to a typical level 98. Throughout the Douluo continent, as far as Bon Douluo Gu Rong knew, the only Super Do capable of level 98, aside from the high-ranking offerings from the Spirit Hall, would be the current Pope, Bibi Dong. However, unbeknownst to Bon Douluo Gu Rong, within the offerings hall lurked a golden crocodile Douluo, a terrifying figure at the pinnacle of level 98, who had been relentlessly pressuring Chen Xian. Had Sword Douluo Chen Xian retained his arm and received assistance from Ning Fingxi, he might have been able to confront the golden crocodile Douluo. Yet in his current diminished state, without Ning Fengji's aid, and with the golden crocodile Douluo's murderous intent ignited, it was a grave uncertainty whether he could return unscathed. The golden crocodile Douluo's thoughts were straightforward, since Sword Douluo Chen Xin had inadvertently uncovered their whereabouts. Changes were likely to unfold regarding the young master within the Heavenly Dou Palace. Thus, even at the cost of injury, he was resolved to eliminate Sword Douluo Chen Xin. Otherwise, should any misfortune befall the young master, he feared that the entire offering hall would descend into chaos, with even the elusive high-ranking offering, Qian Douluo, potentially losing control. Therefore, it was evident that Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo were destined to await the return of Sword Douluo Chen Xin in vain. Soon, a disciple from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School hurriedly approached, whispering something into Bone Douluo Gu Rong's ear. The latter's countenance darkened ominously. "Gu Shu, what is it?" Ning Fengji inquired, frowning at the departing disciple. "Master, there has been an incident." Bone Douluo Gu Rong's expression grew grim. "Several of our disciples studying at the Yuexian Pavilion have gone missing." "What? The Yuexian Pavilion?" A gathering place for nearly all the noble disciples within the Heavenly Dou city, naturally allowed some students from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, being one of the top 3 sects, to attend as well. This matter has always been the responsibility of Sword Douluo Chen. However, Bone Douluo Gu Rong has dispatched individuals to monitor the activities of the Moon Pavilion. Of course, those sent may not necessarily gain entry into the Moon Pavilion, but it should pose no issue to keep watch from the outside and ascertain some movements. Yet now, the individuals he sent to observe have discovered that the disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School within the Moon Pavilion have not made their timely appearances for quite some time. The disciples tasked with observation initially believed that certain activities of the Moon Pavilion were merely taking place outside. However, as time passed, and the Moon Pavilion remained quiet, some disciples grew restless and decided to investigate. Yet, this inquiry led to a grave predicament: disappearance. The Soul Saint disciple who ventured to the Moon Pavilion for investigation has vanished. It is a disappearance in the truest sense, akin to evaporating into thin air. How could this happen? Ning Fengji was instantly taken aback. Could there be an issue at Hao Tian sect? As one of the top 3 sects, Ning Fengji shared some connections with Yu Yuanjin and Tang Xiao, the other leaders of the esteemed sections. Moreover, having met Tang Xiao before, Ning Fengji, upon encountering Tang Yue and noticing their striking resemblance, began to harbor certain suspicions. However, he deemed it unnecessary to delve deeper into the matter and merely kept a watchful eye. Now, reflecting on it all, he recognized the correlation: the fall of Hao Tian sect and the troubles at Moon Pavilion. The events that have transpired, as described by Gu Rong, are entirely out of sequence. In other words, prior to the demise of the Hao Tian sect, the Yuexian Pavilion had already encountered trouble. It is Shueqinghe. Almost simultaneously, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong identified the most pivotal figure in this matter. He could no longer contain himself. He was plotting a coup. The audacity of Shueqinghe to contact the Spirit Hall was nothing short of madness. Was he not courting danger? The 2 men were now on edge, unable to maintain their composure. Had the Sword Douluo Chen been present, the 3 would have undoubtedly rushed to the Imperial Palace without hesitation. However, with Chen absent, a hasty visit could easily lead them into a trap. At that moment, a disciple hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Sect Master, a letter for you." The individual claimed it was correspondence from an old acquaintance before departing, leaving the guarding disciple unaware of the visitor's arrival or departure. Upon hearing this, Gu Rong and Ning Fengji exchanged a startled glance, and Ning Fengji took the letter, instructing the disciple, "You may leave now." Once alone, Ning Fengji inspected the wax-sealed letter, his brow furrowing slightly. A letter from an old friend? He mentally sifted through his acquaintances but could not recall who it might be. Glancing at the Bone Douluo Gu Rong, the latter shrugged and raised his hands, indicating, "I have no old friends either." Since clarity eluded him, Ning Fengji decided to simply open the letter. As he unfurled it and beheld the writing within, he instantly recognized the sender. Meanwhile, Chen Yue had returned to the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Initially, he was meant to journey to the Star Luo Empire. However, just as he was about to depart, the porcupine came seeking him, stating that Qianjun had matters to discuss, yet refraining from disclosing the nature of these matters. Consequently, Chen Yue made his way there, intending also to check on a certain somewhat melancholic and hungry little bird. "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed one." Qianjun Douluo solemnly bowed to Chunyu, his face etched with seriousness. Meeting the puzzled gaze of Qian Renxue, he chose not to explain but instead unleashed his martial soul. Red. The first eruption of an eerie crimson light left Qian Renxue utterly astonished, while the nearby nearly had its eyes pop out in disbelief. Goodness, is this some kind of cheat? To my astonishment, the very first soul ring is indeed one of 100,000 years. Is this not indicative of some hidden advantage? Thank you. Although the demon exorcising Douluo still harbors some biases against Chen Yue, he is a man of over a century, not some infatuated youth lost in romantic reverie. In the face of such significant matters, he is undoubtedly discerning. However, a sense of indignation lingers within him. Does the fact that only his brother received this honor not suggest a degree of contempt towards him? Having absorbed the soul ring, Chen Yue flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. I possess a secret realm of geomantic fortune. Would you care to explore it? The little white mice presented to us should now serve their purpose. Chapter 25. What? Is this something we can hear? A land of fortune? A secret realm? Upon hearing this, the demon slayer duo paused momentarily, exchanging glances that revealed a profound clarity within their eyes. Throughout their lives, they had never encountered tales of such secret realms. It is not their fault. During this period, where could one possibly find secret realms? There exists but a single realm of the Rakshasa, along with the sea goddess domain, and perhaps one could also consider the angelic realm. However, all three locations are integral to inheriting divine positions. It is only natural that the concept of the demon-quelling strength would be unfamiliar to them. I have never ventured into those secret realms myself, hence my knowledge is limited. As I gazed into the naive clarity of the 5 individuals, a smile blossomed on my lips. Regardless, once you enter, remember this one phrase: apart from your comrades, all that meets your gaze is an enemy. Previously, within the secret realm of the heavenly source rewarded by the system, there existed a miniature world overrun by vine spirits. Yet, I am unaware of the vine spirit's true power, as I have not traversed that path myself. Given my extraordinary strength derived from the Pangu axe, it is likely that unless one is a peerless Douluo, all beings are equal in my eyes. Moreover, my experience in combat is rather limited, and my insights are not extensive. Thus, I cannot accurately gauge the strength of these vine spirits. Consequently, after careful consideration, I chose not to enter myself. Nor did I allow Qian Renxue or the 2 novices, the porcupine snake spear, to enter. After much deliberation, it seemed that the demon-quelling strength was the more suitable candidate. Perfectly, this would allow him to explore a vacuum zone within the heavenly source realm, and afterwards, he could place the toys he collected within, allowing them to mature and emerge, while also enabling the demon-quelling strength and his brother to act as caretakers for the unexpected offspring. Brilliant! I couldn't help but commend my own ingenious plan. In the world of Douluo, if one day in the heavenly source realm equates to 10 days, then after 10 months of gestation, spending over 300 days within the heavenly source realm would only translate to a little over 30 days in the Douluo continent. At this moment, upon hearing my words, the purity and clarity in the eyes of the demon-quelling strength intensified. All that meets the gaze is an enemy? Upon hearing this, Qianjin's curiosity was piqued even further. The Douluo of exorcism could not restrain himself from inquiring. So, does that mean we need to venture inside to seize treasures? Yes. And yet, not quite. Chen Yue replied with a subtle smile, then continued, if you develop your abilities within, you too might possess a soul ring configuration akin to your brother's. Initially apprehensive about the potential dangers, the Douluo of exorcism was immediately captivated by Chen Yue's words. Goodness, to miss out on such a secret realm would render my years utterly meaningless. He glanced at his eager younger brother, his lips twitching slightly, yet he offered no dissent. Instead, he declared, since such a mysterious domain exists, it would be prudent for the 2 of us to explore it. Seeing both of them nod in agreement, Chen Yue's smile broadened. These 2 little white mice were quite obedient, truly deserving of the soul fragment he had expended in the 100,000-year soul ring he had bestowed upon them. You shall express your gratitude upon your return, Chen Yue said with a slight smile, waving his sleeve. Suddenly, a swirling black vortex erupted from the door nearby, resembling a black hole, its depths unfathomable. Even the slightest touch of mental energy seemed to plunge into a quagmire, crushed and severed in its grasp. Brother? The emanation of spiritual energy, seeking to probe, naturally belonged to the demon slayer Douluo. Upon sensing the severance of his connection with that fragment of spiritual force, his expression shifted, and he could not help but glance towards the Qianjun Douluo. Let us proceed. In comparison to this young lad, the elder brother, Qianjun Douluo, exuded a palpable composure and tranquility. Regarding the shattering of this spiritual force, he found it rather unsurprising. Since it was declared a secret realm, it was evident that it was beyond their current capacity to investigate. Only by entering could they glean any understanding. Moreover, if Chunyu intended harm upon the 2 brothers, he would not need to offer such a significant price, including the mysterious crystal capable of shattering soul rings and a 10,000-year soul ring. Indeed, rather than placing his trust in Chunyu, Qian Douluo leaned more towards believing in Qian Renxue, for she had been raised within the Temple of Offerings and was akin to a cherished granddaughter to them. Now, this Chunyu was recognized by Qian Renxue as her partner, and given his contribution to controlling the royal palace, it was only natural that Qian Douluo felt no inclination to suspect him of any malice towards them. With that thought in mind, Qian Douluo no longer hesitated. He grasped the demon slayer Douluo, and swiftly they entered the black hole. As Chunyu waved his sleeve, the black hole abruptly vanished from the entrance. Were it not for the absence of Qian and Demon Slayer, Qian Renxue might have doubted if the black hole had ever existed. Senior, do you have any instructions? Not only was Qian Renxue taken aback, but even the esteemed Title Douluos, the porcupine and the spear, found themselves in a state of astonishment. Were two living individuals truly entering that so-called secret realm? They sensed that the moment Qian and Demon Slayer crossed the threshold, the two seemed to evaporate, their presence vanishing instantaneously, leaving them utterly perplexed. At that moment, the astute spear noticed Chen Yu's gaze resting upon the pair of comrades, prompting him to speak urgently. The battle between the golden crocodile Douluo and the sword Douluo is nearing its conclusion. You should go and see Chen Xian off. After pondering briefly, Chen Yue finally replied. If his deductions were correct, the events concerning his abduction of Ning Rongrong and the retrieval of Madame Shang Wan had likely come to Ning Fengji's attention, and he had surely returned to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school to monitor the situation. Chen Xian pursuing the abductor of Ning Rongrong would undoubtedly lead him to clash with the golden crocodile Douluo, making it improbable for him to relay any warning. As this was a duel between two peak Douluos, and no ordinary Title Douluo would dare intervene. As for the remaining two members of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Gu Rong and Ning Fengji, in the absence of news from Chen Xian, they would likely not depart easily. However, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Chen Yue mused with a smile, after seeing Chen Xian on his way, ensure that you bring the golden crocodile Douluo directly here to the palace. Understand? Yes. Upon hearing Chen Yu's words, the porcupine and the spear exchanged puzzled glances, yet they responded in unison before swiftly departing. The battle between Chen Xian and the golden crocodile Douluo had entered its later stages. With Chen Xian's one-armed prowess, it was unlikely he could severely injure the golden crocodile Douluo, but he might inflict some damage, akin to sacrificing 1,000 to slay 300. After all, he wielded the 7-killing sword Martial Soul, but alas, without Ning Fengji's assistance, it was unlikely that the golden crocodile Douluo would be slain in return. As the porcupine and spear left, Qian Renxue could not help but inquire, why did you summon the two offerings to the palace? To surprise him. Chen Yue smiled faintly, revealing a captivating grin as the imprisoned Tang Yue emerged from the Heavenly King's tower. She gazed around in bewilderment, her eyes eventually locking onto Chen Yue's. What do you intend to do? She was perplexed, uncertain of her value to this demon now that Tang Tian had fallen into his grasp, and her brother Hao had been rendered powerless. At this moment, she could not fathom her continued existence holding any significance for this fiend. Nothing much. Merely feeling a bit irked and wishing to take a breather, Chen Yue replied, flashing a smile that revealed his pristine teeth. Tang Yue cast a silent glance at the inquisitive Qian Renxue, and under her astonished gaze, she quietly knelt. Witnessing the transformation of the once elegant and aristocratic Tang Yue into this state nearly left Qian Renxue in disbelief. I must be dreaming, as Qian Renxue muttered. Chen Yue paid no mind to her murmurs, gently ruffling Tang Yue's hair while speaking with profound implication. The night is still young. There are many matters to attend to tonight. At the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Fengji received a wax-sealed letter, its inscription reading a visit from an old friend. Instantly, he understood the identity of the sender. Who could it be? Just then, Gu Rong abruptly lifted his head, his gaze icy as he whispered. A visit from an old friend. There are two visitors, both cloaked and shrouded in mystery. The aura of the foremost figure instilled in Gu Rong an acute sense of danger. A super Douluo. Tang Zongzhu, it has been too long. In stark contrast to Gu Rong's vigilance, Ning Fengji chuckled lightly, rising with a smile. This statement left Gu Rong momentarily stunned. Tang Zongzhu, this is Tang Xiao? You are the master of Hao Tian's sect, Tang Xiao? Gu Rong's eyes were filled with astonishment. He never anticipated that the reclusive Hao Tian sect, shrouded in isolation, would have a leader who had reached the level of a super Douluo. The two cloaked figures lifted their hoods, revealing their identities as Tang Xiao and his brother. Tang Hao. Master Ning. Tang Xiao nodded slightly, gesturing to his brother Tang Hao. This is my younger brother, Hao Tian Douluo. I trust Master Ning has heard of him? Hao Tian Douluo, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Ning Fengzhi smiled lightly. He had previously collaborated with Tang San on hidden weapons, thus he had indeed heard of Hao Tian Douluo, although he had never met him until now. However, upon this first encounter, he found it somewhat disappointing. Tang Hao still bore the appearance he had during their time in Holy Spirit Village, with disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest and ragged clothing akin to that of a beggar, giving off an impression reminiscent of a wealthy protagonist in a modern urban novel. Dressed in shabby attire in an upscale setting. May I inquire the purpose of your visit? After exchanging pleasantries, Ning Fengzhi spoke up, a look of confusion crossing his face. The envelope bore no specific details, only the words "old friends visiting," which revealed it to be Tang Xiao's handwriting. Indeed, there is a matter to discuss. Tang Xiao nodded slightly, then turned to Tang Hao. Let my brother explain to Master Ning. Ning Fengzhi nodded, directing his gaze towards Tang Hao, who, meeting their eyes, declared, "The Tiandou Imperial Palace has fallen to the Spirit Hall." What? Ning Fengzhi sprang to his feet, his eyes widening in shock. Gu Rong, the Bone Douluo beside him, exclaimed, Tang Hao, one may indulge in reckless speech, but not in baseless claims. The Spirit Hall's people have infiltrated the Tiandou Imperial Palace? Are you implying the Crown Prince has colluded with the Spirit Hall? It is worth noting that Ning Fengzhi was a high-ranking official in the Crown Prince's faction. Such an accusation could tarnish the reputation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Do not be hasty in your rebuttal. Tang Hao spoke solemnly. Have you been unable to contact the disciples at Yuexian Pavilion? I recently visited Yuexian Pavilion myself and encountered 3 Title Douluo. At this revelation, both Ning Fengzhi and Gu Rong's expressions shifted dramatically. 3 Title Douluo. It must be noted that within the entire Tiandou Empire's royal family, there was not even a single Title Douluo of their own. Only Du Gubo was nominally affiliated, merely serving as a guest elder, occasionally assisting with trivial matters. In times of dire need, he could not be relied upon. Yet now, 3 had appeared all at once. The 3 Title Douluo Tang Hao referred to were indeed the Stingray, the Snake Spear, and Chen Yue. Precisely, Tang Xiao affirmed. During my visit, I also discovered 2 Super Douluos present, both of whom were at level 96. Their cooperation was exceptionally flawless. Even I, a peak level 96, found myself overwhelmed. At that moment, Xianjun Jiangma possessed soul power nearing the late stage of level 96, yet in collaboration, they could contend with even a level 97 Title Douluo. Therefore, Tang Xiao, who was at peak level 96 and already injured, had no means of escape. Had it not been for Tang Hao's clever ruse to lure that old tortoise to its demise in exchange for Tang Yao's safety, he might have perished there. Upon hearing the shocking news, Ning Fengzhi's heart sank in alarm. He had never imagined that the seemingly calm Tiandou Imperial Palace had undergone such a significant upheaval. Completely unaware of the severity of the situation, it was indeed a pressing crisis. What is the true intention of the Spirit Hall? After having swept through the 3 major sects, do they still dare to encroach upon the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace? Are they not afraid of losing the faith of the Spirit Master Realm and becoming pariahs, reviled by all? What are your plans? After a prolonged silence, Ning Fengzhi finally exhaled deeply, raising his gaze to the brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, and solemnly inquired. Just as Tang Xiao and Tang Hao were about to speak, an urgent sound of footsteps abruptly interrupted them. A disciple from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, covered in blood, stumbled in, exclaiming, Sect Master, it's terrible. What is it? Upon seeing this disciple, Gu Rong's heart skipped a beat, for he recognized him as the one he had sent to investigate the Soul Sage outside the Moon Pavilion. But now, the Soul Sage appeared on the brink of death, barely clinging to life. Sect Master, we heard the indescribable voice of the madam outside the Moon Pavilion. Ning Fengzhi, Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and Bone Douluo were all taken aback. Is this something we can bear to hear? At this moment, all eyes turned towards Ning Fengzhi, their gazes fixated upon him, as if he wore a shimmering crown of light upon his head. Impossible. Ning Fengzhi's countenance paled. He abruptly rose, exclaiming, This is absolutely impossible. My feelings for the madam are genuine and steadfast. She would never do such a thing. But the disciple has been with the sect for many years and is certain that it was indeed the madam's voice. Ning Fengzhi, let us go to the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace. I must see who possesses such audacity. Ning Fengzhi could no longer contain his fury. This matter pertained to the reputation of the sect master of one of the 3 major sects. It must be clarified. Seeing Ning Fengzhi storm out with Gu Rong, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao exchanged glances, and ultimately decided to follow suit. After all, their purpose for coming here was to rescue Tang Yue and Yin from the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace. With righteous indignation, they stormed into the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace. Strangely, the grand entrance of the palace was unguarded, allowing them to enter the Moon Pavilion without hindrance. Where is everyone? Ning Fengji looked around in confusion, his three Title Douluo forming a protective triangle around him, vigilant of their surroundings. Wait, what sound is that? Ning Fengji suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. He had heard the indescribable voice of his beloved wife, Guo Wan. His expression darkened. To the backyard of the Moon Pavilion. We must go in. Humph. Merely a dust heart, not worthy of mention. The golden crocodile Douluo sneered as he removed Dust Heart's head. He then cast an appreciative glance at the two who had ambushed the over-a-century-old elder. Had it not been for their surprise attack, he would have had to fight Dust Heart for at least another 100 rounds to determine the victor. Indeed, you too. I shall petition the grand offering to reward each of you with a soul bone. Thank you. Second offering. The porcupine and snake spear were elated, exchanging knowing gestures with the golden crocodile Douluo. Now lead the way. He casually stowed Dust Heart's corpse into a storage bag. In the previous skirmish, he sensed that Dust Heart possessed soul bone skills, but for now, he needed to accompany the porcupine and snake spear to the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace. Yes, the porcupine and snake spear wasted no time, leading the way. Soon, they arrived at the Moon Pavilion within the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace. Previously, in their quest to capture Tang Yue, Chen Yue and Qian Renxue had abandoned the former prince's quarters and taken up residence in the Moon Pavilion due to its abundance of rooms. However, as subordinates, they would not wait outside the sleeping quarters, but instead made their way to the backyard, instructing the golden crocodile Douluo to wait there. The porcupine and snake spear then approached the sleeping quarters to announce their presence, but Qian Renxue was not in attendance. The two close friends exchanged bewildered glances, somewhat perplexed. The young master and the senior had mentioned bringing the second offering here. Yet where is this individual? Second offering, please wait here momentarily. The young master may be occupied outside. We shall seek him out shortly. Fortunately, the serpent spear Douluo, being quite astute, immediately addressed the golden crocodile Douluo in the backyard. Indeed, the golden crocodile Douluo nodded slightly, seizing the opportunity to examine the corpse of Chen Yue for any soul bones or items within the storage pouch. With this thought in mind, after watching the porcupine and serpent spear depart, he settled into a stone chair in the backyard and began to dissect the body of Chen Yue. A 30,000-year-old torso bone, albeit regrettably fused as one. Oh, this is an 80,000-year-old right leg soul bone. Quite impressive. And here is a 70,000-year-old spiritual skull bone, which I certainly did not anticipate. The golden crocodile Douluo glanced at the two soul bones in his possession, each over 50,000 years old, and a smile inevitably spread across his face. However, in the next moment, he seemed to sense a disturbance. Upon raising his head, he heard the menacing words of Ning Fengji. You dog thief, prepare to meet your end. Golden crocodile Douluo perplexed. This remark sounds rather familiar, does it not? Ning Fengji trembled with rage, for it was here that he had previously heard the indescribable voice of his wife, Shangguan Wan. Now, in the entire Moon Pavilion, only the golden crocodile Douluo remained, undoubtedly the one responsible for her abduction. In an instant, Ning Fengji felt his face flush with fury as he roared, You scoundrel, perish at once. However, no sooner had his thunderous shout faded than a stone came crashing down upon his forehead with a resounding thud, followed by the unmistakable voice of Shangguan Wan echoing forth. Ning Fengji. Gu Rong. Tang Xiao Tang Hao. Golden crocodile Douluo. Ning Fengji stared blankly at the stone in his hand, from which the familiar, indescribable sounds emanated, his mind swirling in confusion. Could this be a sound recording soul guide? During the era of combat, although soul guides were not yet advanced, many aspects of life relied heavily upon them, such as this sound recording soul guide, which functioned much like a tape recorder. Big brother, does that head on the table before this man seem somewhat familiar to you? Tang Hao turned away, his expression slightly unnatural. He had also been at the Moon Pavilion and had heard the voices of Tang Yue and even Yin. So he naturally deduced this was the handiwork of Chunyu. Yet, amidst their shared plight, instead of feeling sympathy for Ning Fengji's misfortune, he found himself reveling in schadenfreude, as if finally someone else shared his fate. But as he gazed at the stone table before the golden crocodile Douluo, the more he looked at the battered head, the more its features seemed hauntingly familiar. I share this sentiment, Tang Xiao echoed, feeling similarly to Tang Hao. For he too had encountered a similar indescribable voice while at Hao Tian's sect. However, after Tang Hao spoke, he shifted his focus and, like his brother, found that the head appeared increasingly recognizable. Is it even necessary to ask? The head of the sword duelist Chen Xian is undoubtedly familiar to Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, who have crossed paths with him before. At this moment, Ning Fingji finally switched off the recording soul guide and raised his gaze towards the perplexed golden crocodile Douluo. Just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of Chen Xian's severed head and exclaimed, "Sword Master." Gu Rong, equally astonished, cried out, "You wretched scoundrel! It was you who murdered Sword Master." Ning Fingji's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to the golden crocodile Douluo. "Are you seeking death, Master? Spare the chatter. I shall avenge my fallen comrade." Gu Rong's face was filled with a murderous intent, his eyes ablaze with a crimson fury. This was his dear friend of many years. How could he simply accept such a loss? He could not swallow this grievance and was determined to exact revenge for his cherished companion. Kill. With a commanding shout from Ning Fingji, without hesitation, he unleashed his martial soul's true form and charged towards the golden crocodile Douluo like a released beast. In that fleeting moment, the auxiliary buff from the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda was instantaneously maximized. We shall join the fray. Witnessing the renowned swordsman Chen Xin being slain left Tang Hao and Tang Xiao astounded. However, they did not hesitate and rushed to assist. They understood that anyone capable of vanquishing Chen Xin could undoubtedly defeat Gu Rong, even with Ning Fingji's buff fully stacked. With this thought in mind, both drew forth their mighty hammers and charged at the golden crocodile Douluo. Previously, Tang Hao's martial soul had shattered, yet with Tang Xiao's aid, they ventured to the Star Luo Empire to capture the survivor, Tang Rongyao, employing a unique secret method to seize his martial soul and bestow it upon Tang Hao. This is akin to the secret technique of seizing the supreme bone in the realm of cultivation, of course. It is merely a principle and does not possess such extraordinary effects, resulting instead in minimal efficacy. Thus, Tang Hao's soul power is merely at the 91st level, unable to maintain even his original soul power rank. So you are remnants of the Hao Tian sect. How audacious of you to shelter the wanted criminals of the Spirit Hall, seeking death. In the face of the trio's assault, the golden crocodile Douluo remained utterly unperturbed. Among them, only Tang Xiao, with his pinnacle of 96 levels, garnered a modicum of respect from him. As for Tang Hao and Gu Rong, they were nothing more than insignificant fish in his eyes. Since you insist on courting death, I shall oblige. A fierce battle erupted in the rear courtyard of the Yueshan Pavilion, yet due to the palace's lockdown, scarcely anyone felt a thing, save for Chen Yue. At that moment, Chen Yue had already been brought back to the Heavenly Dou Palace by the mysteriously enigmatic Qian Renxue. What are you planning to do? Chen Yue regarded her with confusion. Genuinely uncertain of Qian Renshue's intentions, I have prepared a grand gift for you, Qian Renxue declared with a huff, assuring him that he would be utterly delighted. Chen Yu's heart leapt with joy, and he swiftly embraced her, startling Qian Renxue into pushing him away. What are you doing? I adore you immensely, Qian Renxue retorted. Her cheeks flushed. This rogue, how can he speak so sweetly? Qian Renxue instinctively touched her slightly rounded abdomen, huffing, don't mess around. I'm pregnant. At least this fellow has a semblance of conscience. Qian Renxue mused contentedly, the sight of Chen Yue, with his captivating beauty, growing increasingly pleasing to her eyes. How could my man be so dashing and charming? Under Qian Renshue's guidance, Chen Yue entered a side hall, where, upon opening the door, he beheld a legally recognized Lolita lying unconscious on a grand bed. Chen Yue was taken aback. What is this? Qian Renxue crossed her arms, smiling slightly. Snow Ku, the princess of the Heaven Dou Empire. What do you think? Are you moved? Chen Yue never anticipated that Snow Ku, merely a minor character in the original narrative, would turn out to be a legally recognized Lolita. She was even more enchanting after Qian Renshue's embellishments. After swallowing hard, Chen Yue looked up at Qian Renxue. What are you doing? The Heaven Dou Empire is now under my control, but this girl seemed to sense something amiss. Just a few days ago, she attempted to persuade me. Fearing she might leak information, I had her confined. Qian Renxue casually remarked, I initially intended to marry her off after seizing power, but it appears I can gift her to you instead. With that, she leaned in closer, whispering in Chun Yu's ear, as the saying goes. A Lolita has 3 virtues, sweet voice, gentle form, and easy to topple. Chen Yue inhaled sharply. Are you testing me with Snow Ku? What man could withstand the challenge posed by a legally recognized Lolita? You present such a test to an ordinary man? Which normal person could endure such a trial? Chun Yue exhaled deeply, acknowledging that Qian Renxue had indeed ensnared him completely. This was a genuine trial. Observing Chunyu's reaction, Qian Renxue chuckled silently. Yet her smug expression betrayed her thoughts. Humph, indeed, he is an unrepentant lecher. I am now the prince of the empire, and I refuse to believe I cannot eventually have my way with you. At this moment, Qian Renxue felt as though she had a firm grip on Chunyu, finally having him in her grasp. However, she understood that merely having Snow Coup was insufficient. She needed to raise the stakes. Tomorrow, she would amplify the dosage. After eliminating Shui Yi, following 3 days of national mourning, she would ascend the throne. Qian Renxue contemplated this, and once she became empress, she would have even more leverage. The most notable being the Four Elements Academy. She was confident that the academy would not dare to oppose her. Oh right, she suddenly recalled what Chunyu had said during their initial encounter, and considering his actions of late, her expression turned somewhat peculiar. Could it be that he has developed feelings for a beautiful wife? Reflecting on it, from the outset, he had proposed to be her stepfather. And while Tang Yue could be disregarded, later encounters with Yin and Madame Ning had indeed seemed plausible. Qian Renxue remained unaware that Chunyu had also cared for a little kitten and teased a formidable dragon, as he had not brought them to the palace. Yet, this did not hinder her judgment. By the way, Chunyu interjected, disrupting Qian Renxue's train of thought. How do you intend to explain this to her? Snow Coup, the legally recognized Lolita, appeared far too charming. He felt reluctant to harm her. If the princess were to awaken and react dramatically, he feared he might inadvertently harm her. He could only hope that Qian Renxue had prepared for any potential fallout. No worries. Qian Renxue wore a familiar and confident smile. I have already informed her that she will reside in the palace and will not be married off. At this point, her tone turned icy. But should she dare to step foot outside the palace, I shall have Tang Yin's head displayed at her doorstep. Chunyu nearly forgot that this princess had also harbored affections for the pure-hearted Tang. Chapter 27. Qian Renxue. I fear that Grandfather Golden Crocodile may strike you down. The previous little kitten had been overly proud and, after devouring the food Chunyu provided, had slipped away. In response, Chunyu was not vexed in the slightest. He spent his days leisurely racing his new car. However, that night, as he prepared for an early rest, a golden-haired wealthy woman, having heard of his exceptional driving skills, summoned him to take her for a spin in a custom white Porsche. The blonde heiress declared that should Chunyu's driving impress her, the car would be gifted to him. To this, Chunyu felt it was his duty to comply. He could not defy a woman's wishes, could he? Thus, he took the wealthy lady back to the familiar stretch of road and sped away. This Porsche truly lives up to its reputation as a renowned sports car. Or perhaps a customized version. The velocity it achieves during a race is utterly incomparable to previous experiences. After Chunyu became acquainted with the handling of this white Porsche, he swiftly delivered a most gratifying performance to the blonde heiress seated beside him. The heiress, in turn, gave Chunyu a thumbs up, expressing her admiration. And right then and there, she signed the transfer agreement for the white Porsche. Your racing prowess is indeed remarkable. I am thoroughly impressed. This truly left Chunyu astounded. One must recognize that this white Porsche is valued at over 7 figures, and given that it is a custom model, the price is likely even higher. Consequently, he firmly declined her offer. Yet the golden-haired heiress, with a mere flick of her wrist, overwhelmed him with a cascade of cash, effectively breaking his resolve. She even remarked that whenever she felt the urge to purge after a meal and found herself unable to do so, she would undoubtedly seek Chunyu for a thrilling ride, asserting that such an experience would far surpass any gastric lavage at a hospital. In response, Chunyu expressed his utmost respect and graciously escorted the golden-haired heiress away. At that moment, he finally had the leisure to gaze upon the somewhat battered white Porsche, a victim of reckless driving. He sighed deeply and shook his head. It was still operational, but another bout of speed might very well send it to the repair shop. Fortunately, this white Porsche was a customized version, and the repair shop was staffed around the clock. As he drove towards the shop, he remained oblivious to the sight of an elderly man, reclining against the breeze, who, upon witnessing the disheveled state of the Porsche, widened his eyes in shock and began to berate Chunyu. How could this car be in your possession? Is this how you treat such a magnificent vehicle? Have you no sense of care? Chunyu was taken aback. It was his car, and he questioned what it had to do with the old man. Mind your own business. The old man, now flustered, turned red with indignation and slumped back into his chair. Chunyu thought, could this possibly lead to a fatality? What? You mean, Snow Knight has died? Qian Renxue had just returned to her chambers after a bath and, before she could even rest, noticed a somewhat guilty-looking Chen Yue approaching. Frowning, she inquired, "Did you provoke him?" "Not at all," Chen Yue replied, his gaze somewhat evasive, yet he asserted, "I merely wondered who resided in such a luxurious palace and took a glance inside. Little did I know that the old man would perish upon seeing me." Qian Renxue sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as Chen Yue described, but lacked evidence. "What about Xueku?" Chen Yue cleared his throat. "She is recovering in a very safe place." Qian Renxue remained skeptical, but refrained from further questioning. "All right, just ensure she does not leave the palace. There may be those who wish to support her claim to the throne, which could disrupt our plans." Chen Yue nodded, glancing at the sky, now beginning to brighten. "By the way, the situation at Moon Pavilion should be reaching its conclusion soon, right?" Qian Renxue's expression suddenly stiffened, her lips twitching. "Perhaps you should first visit the Star Luo Empire, and then return?" She recalled Chunyu's previous mention of going to the Star Luo Empire. "What's wrong?" Qian Renxue's mouth twitched again. "I fear that Grandfather Jin Yi will kill you." "Surely, that is not the case," Chen Yue whispered. "It's just a matter of having him eliminate Star Douluo, and then dealing with Gu Rong, Tang Hao, and Tang Xiao in a 1-on-3 encounter. Such trivial matters shouldn't warrant lasting resentment, should they?" Qian Renxue reacted incredulously. "You consider this a trivial matter? Have you a misapprehension of what constitutes small?" Chen Yue, unabashed, declared, "Of course, I must protect my beloved Xue. How could I roam freely? Oh, this scoundrel, why must he speak so slickly?" Qian Renxue felt a surge of delight within, though her facade remained stern. "I advise you to complete your tasks in the Star Luo Empire before returning. Otherwise, even if you praise me, I want to plead for mercy when Grandfather Genie turns against you." She also harbored curiosity about Chen Yu's true capabilities. Had it not been for her needing a soul ring, she doubted even the combined might of the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape would suffice against him. "Since you say so, I shall forego that visit." Chen Yue chuckled. "Once dawn breaks, you should announce that Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, and Elder Gu Rong have committed treason by invading the Tiando Imperial Palace and assassinating Emperor Snow Knight, subsequently fleeing. In a few days, have the Spirit Hall release a statement claiming these two have met their demise, displaying their heads at the entrance of the Spirit Hall." Qian Renxue protested. "Why should the Spirit Hall receive such notoriety? Grandfather Jin Yi represents the Offering Hall, our angel clan. Why grant this credit to the Spirit Hall? And what of Star Douluo? His death warrants no mention?" Chen Yue merely smiled in silence. At this moment, Qian Renxue suddenly realized, her astonishment evident as she inquired, "How do you know that Ning Fengji and Gu Rong have perished, and that Tang Xiao and Tang Hao have fled?" She recalled that she had not mentioned the events of the battle from the previous night. How was it that Chen Yue seemed to possess foresight? Instantly aware of the outcome, Chen Yue merely smiled, offering no explanation. Indeed, the golden crocodile Douluo was formidable. After defeating Chen Xian, he managed to contend with 3 opponents simultaneously, even managing to eliminate one. It was true that with Ning Fengji's support, Gu Rong could unleash his full potential, reaching the pinnacle of rank 96. However, he was not a true super Douluo and could only barely withstand the might of the golden crocodile Douluo. Yet, had Ning Fengji supported Tang Xiao, their combined assault might have pressured the golden crocodile Douluo, especially since he had exerted considerable effort to defeat Chen Xian, leaving him with diminished soul power, relying solely on his rank superiority to prevail. However, this would expose a critical vulnerability: Gu Rong. Absent Ning Fengji's buffs, Gu Rong was the weakest among the 3 Title Douluo. Even the rank 91 Tang Retian could overpower a super Douluo under the right circumstances, and the golden crocodile Douluo, well aware of how Tang Hao had once left Qian Sinji questioning his existence, recognized the threat posed by those wielding massive hammers. Consequently, he focused his assault on the unbuffed Gu Rong. Upon witnessing this, Ning Fengji hastily attempted to redirect his buffs, but Thian seized that very moment, swiftly eliminating him as he concentrated on the transfer. Thus, bereft of Ning Fengji's aid, the trio could not withstand the golden crocodile Douluo's onslaught. Ultimately, they retreated due to Tang Hao's explosive ring, yet misfortune befell Gu Rong, who was ensnared by the and for a few critical seconds. In those fleeting moments, escape became impossible. As for Tang Xiao, he could only bear the burden of a weakened Tang Hao after the explosive ring and hastily withdraw, sacrificing his comrade. From the moment he summoned the and for assistance, Chen Yue had meticulously orchestrated everything over the course of several days. Though the arrival of the golden crocodile Douluo was unexpected, initially he had anticipated the arrival of a peak rank 97 offering, presumably to aid in eliminating Chen Xian. However, the entrance of the golden crocodile Douluo transformed him into an unparalleled powerhouse, allowing Chunyu to remain comfortably concealed in the shadows. Now, having emerged from 2 exhilarating battles, the golden crocodile Douluo would soon realize he had been manipulated as a pawn. With this thought, Chunyu no longer hesitated and stealthily departed from the Tian Dou Palace. At this moment, the old fellow must be furious, determined to unearth the identity of his hidden orchestrator, but I shall ensure he fails to find me. This is my game. Moments after Chunyu vanished, the disheveled golden crocodile Douluo appeared at the scene, looking every bit like a beggar, a stark contrast to his previous formidable self. This is Tang Hao's explosion ring striking him. Of course, if it weren't for the nearly depleted soul power of the golden crocodile Douluo. With his peak strength at level 98, he could never have been hammered so severely by the level 91 Tang Retian's explosion ring. Outside the city of Tiandou, brother. Shall we leave? Tang Xiao exclaimed, slapping his arm against his face, filled with frustration. Leave? How can you say such a thing when Ain and Yue are still in the Tiandou Imperial Palace? Brother, do you still remember how my martial soul was shattered? Tang Xiao frowned. Isn't it that golden crocodile Douluo? Just as Tang Hao was about to respond, a voice filled with dread and coldness echoed. Not him, but me. Chunyu crossed his arms, grinning at the 2 brothers. How about I give you a demonstration? 10 minutes later, Tang Hao's eyes were vacant as he wept. Vowing never to set foot in the Tiandou Imperial Palace again, it was far too terrifying. Why are you crying? Tang Xiao slapped him again. Come. Let us head to See God Island. Surely, we shall find a way to punish this demon. Tang San, how dare you steal the secrets of our sect? Committing such heinous and rebellious acts. Tang San, Tang sect, raised you with great care. And you repay our kindness with such vile actions that enrage both gods and men. The voices echoed in Tang San's mind. The faces of numerous Tang sect elders expanding as they encircled him. I have not. You are speaking nonsense. There is nothing more to say. Tang San, your crimes are unforgivable, and you shall face the highest punishment of our sect. The 10 elders glared coldly at the encircled Tang San. With a commanding shout, Tang Da said, bring me that rabbit. Moments later, an inner sect disciple forced Xiao Wu to kneel before Tang San, allowing him to witness his beloved rabbit transform from white to black. Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes widened in horror. No, you cannot. If you have grievances, come at me. Do not harm my Xiao Wu. Ah, San Ge, save me. Tang San's gaze turned crimson as he fixated on the inner sect disciple, suddenly recognizing the familiar face, yet unable to recall it in that moment. However, if Qian Renxue were present, she would certainly recognize that the disciple's attire belonged to none other than Chunyu. Rest assured, I am also responsible for the sect's punishment. Once the punishment concludes, it is highly probable that the sect will return what belongs to you. Tang San's eyes were bloodshot as he struggled against the intricate chains binding him. He could barely move, filled with impotent rage. I refuse to accept this. At Shrek Academy, Tang San suddenly awoke, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. He realized his entire blanket was soaked. Was I having a nightmare? He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, uncovering his bed to find the sheets drenched and carrying a peculiar scent. Why does it smell like blue silvergrass? Could it be that Xiao Wu had visited? Just as this strange thought crossed his mind, it was abruptly dismissed. How could that be? This is the academy. How could there be such scents in my room? It must be an illusion born from missing mother and Xiao Wu. As Tang San pondered this, an odd scent wafted into his nostrils. How could there be such a pungent odor? Wait, why are my pants wet too? In a panic, Tang San rushed to take a bath, washing the sheets and blanket thoroughly. It was not until midday that he finally stepped out, basking in the sunlight. Strangely, he felt that the midday sun offered no warmth. Could something be amiss? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the trembling voice of the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang rang out, Xiao San, something terrible has happened. Tang San's heart raced. What is it? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School launched a surprise attack last night, killing the Snow Knight Emperor. Now, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has become a wanted criminal in Tiandou. Tang San was taken aback. What? Chapter 28, Chunyu. Why do I feel you are even more excited? How is this possible? Tang San stared incredulously at the somber-faced master Yu Xiaojiang. Teacher, did you hear incorrectly? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School could never rebel. It makes no sense. Currently, the other 3 sects have already been eliminated. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is in a severely weakened state. Given the dramatic changes in the situation, The most prudent choice for the seven treasure glazed tile school would be to align with the Tiando royal family and subsequently form an alliance with the two empires against the Spirit Hall. It is simply impossible for the seven treasure glazed tile school to plot rebellion within the imperial palace. This is utterly illogical. Tang San was perplexed. Ning Fengji, known for his cunning, would never engage in such foolish behavior. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. He furrowed his brow and looked up at the approaching figure of the renowned master, Yu Xiaojiang, whose expression appeared somewhat troubled. Master, you previously mentioned that the old monster was escorting Mu Bai to the Star Luo Empire, correct? Indeed, Yu Xiaojiang affirmed. And what of Zhu Qing? Was she not at the academy? Unbeknownst to Yu Xiaojiang, the little cat had already been transported by Chen Yue to a hollow tree, where she encountered Dai Mu Bai and Dugabo, accompanying them on their journey to the Star Luo Empire. Are you suggesting that the old monster left Heaven Dou City escorting both Mu Bai and Zhu Qing? Upon receiving a nod from Yu Xiaojiang, a foreboding sensation enveloped Tang San. This could indeed be as I feared. With the realization that Dugu Bo had departed Heaven Dou City, Tang San's mind swiftly constructed what he believed to be the truth. It was Xue Qinghe who had orchestrated the assassination of the Snow Knight Emperor. Coincidentally, Ning Fengji and his companions sensed something amiss, but by the time they arrived, it was too late. Thus, they fell victim to Xue Qinghe's schemes and became wanted criminals in the Heaven Dou Empire. With this thought, Tang San's countenance grew grim. He glanced at Yu Xiaojiang and shared his suspicions. Little San, is what you say true? Upon hearing this, the esteemed master Yu Xiaojiang nearly popped his eyes out in disbelief. He had been unaware of the poisoning incident involving the Snow Knight Emperor. If the old monster were in the palace, Xue Qinghe would not have had the opportunity to strike. Now that the old monster had departed, the Snow Knight Emperor was in peril, and it was clear that Xue Qinghe could no longer suppress his ambition for the throne. Tang San was convinced that if he was not mistaken, Xue Qinghe would soon hold a funeral for the Snow Knight Emperor and subsequently ascend to power. Our immediate task is to investigate the Snow Knight Emperor's remains to ascertain whether he was murdered or poisoned. If it is the latter, we can exonerate the seven treasure glazed tile school of any suspicion. Hearing this, the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang found merit in Tang San's reasoning. You make a valid point. Little San, master, we must act swiftly and request an autopsy at the palace. Tang San exclaimed eagerly. He desperately needed the assistance of the seven treasure glazed tile school, as the Hao Tian school had already been obliterated by the Spirit Hall. Currently, the only way to oppose the Spirit Hall was to consolidate the power of the two great empires alongside the seven treasure glazed tile school. Tang San was acutely aware that the number of Title Douluo deployed by the Spirit Hall during the annihilation of the Hao Tian school was staggering, far beyond the capacity of any singular faction to withstand. He understood that with his current strength alone, confronting the Spirit Hall was inconceivable in their eyes. He would be akin to an ant. Little San, one must not act with undue haste. Observing Tang San's impatience, the esteemed master Yu Xiaojiang spoke gravely. Do you believe that if we enter the palace now, Xue Qinghe will allow us to see the remains of the Snow Knight Emperor? Master, is that not possible? Tang San inquired, perplexed. Given your status as a guest of the Heaven Dou Empire, this modest request should not pose any difficulty, should it? Since the Shrek team had represented the Heaven Dou Empire in winning the Soul Master Tournament and reclaimed the soul bones from the Spirit Hall, the Snow Knight Emperor had basked in glory. Consequently, he appointed the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang as a guest of the Heaven Dou Empire. Logically, with his standing, requesting entry to the palace should not be an insurmountable task. Little San, consider this. If the Snow Knight Emperor was indeed poisoned by Xue Qinghe, would he permit us entry into the palace? Without hesitation, Tang San replied, Master, if he denies us access to examine the body, we can simply disseminate the news. At Tang San's fanciful suggestion, Yu Xiaojiang felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a sharp rebuke to awaken him from his naivete. Is it possible that Tang San, after acquiring the dog leg and spider claw, has become foolish? They are about to conduct an autopsy. If it truly was Xue Qinghe's doing, how could he possibly allow them to leave unscathed? Is this madness? We have already entered the palace. Do you believe you would let us go? Little San, have you lost your wits after a visit to the Star Dou Forest? What kind of reckless words are these? Demanding an autopsy would expose Xue Qinghe's conspiracy. If we do not conduct one, how can you hope to reveal his plot? Where in the world does such a fortunate scenario exist? Yu Xiaojiang, filled with exasperation, gazed at the bewildered Tang San. Consider this. If you were to propose the request for an autopsy, regardless of its success, do you truly believe Xue Qinghe would permit you to leave the palace alive? He could not fathom that his remarkably astute disciple would entertain such a foolish notion. It was utterly infuriating. Tang San pondered for a moment and found some merit in the argument, yet he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Then, teacher, shall we simply stand by and allow this parasital wretch Xue Qinghe to ascend to the throne? Although there is currently no evidence implicating Xue Qinghe in his father's murder. In the clear-eyed view of Tang San, he had already branded him a traitor. Should such a traitor rise to power, the citizens of Tiandou would surely face dire straits, which is not something he wished to witness in the name of justice. Thus, he felt an obligation and a responsibility to thwart Xue Qinghe's ascension. What's the rush? The esteemed master Yu Xiaojiang shot him a glare. Was it merely Tang San's imagination, or did it seem that today Yu Xiaojiang appeared somewhat unusual compared to his usual self? The sensation of being glared at struck Tang San as reminiscent of the time when Xiao Wu cast him a sidelong glance, imbued with a captivating charm. Ugh! As this thought crossed his mind, Tang San was overcome with a wave of nausea and hastily severed this line of contemplation. How could this be possible? His teacher, the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang, is a perfectly normal man, coupled with his wife, Lu Eryou. How could he possibly exhibit such a countenance reminiscent of a eunuch, akin to what Tang San had witnessed in his previous life? However, little did Tang San know that this illustrious master Yu Xiaojiang, due to the overwhelming blow he suffered yesterday, was now almost incapacitated and was heading towards a state akin to that of a court eunuch. It is no wonder that the previously not-so-bright Yu Xiaojiang managed to conceive the various disadvantages of entering the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace. Indeed, he was not mistaken. At this moment, Qian Renxue awaited Tang San to walk into her trap. Should he dare to approach, she would ensure he was captured without hesitation. Teacher, have you devised a foolproof plan? Upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang's demeanor, Tang San immediately beamed with joy and eagerly sought his guidance. According to the regulations of the Heavenly Dou Empire, if an emperor falls victim to assassination, the new ruler must only ascend to the throne after the culprit has been apprehended. Yu Xiaojiang spoke methodically, and now, since it has been proclaimed that Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is the assassin, it follows that both the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo must be considered accomplices. Within the royal family of Heavenly Dou, they are the principal culprits. For Xue Qinghe to ascend to the throne, she must secure the heads of these three individuals. Otherwise, she could only claim the title of Crown Prince, never that of Emperor. In this realm of the sewers, where combat prowess may be low but the rules are stringent, class distinctions are sharply delineated. Even the Spirit Hall cannot escape this reality. After all, although the Spirit Hall gathers nearly 80% of the soul masters on the continent, it cannot rely solely on the monthly subsidies of gold soul coins to incite these soul masters to betray their nation, can it? Moreover, in this sewer world, which boasts a million-strong army capable of intimidating deities, is it not plausible that an army composed of thousands of soul masters could withstand a Title Douluo? This point is evident from the original text, where the Spirit Hall discreetly targets the second of the three great sects without daring to reveal its intentions, indicating that the Spirit Hall still seeks to uphold its moral standing. However, this is quite understandable. After all, although Qian Dalu does not concern himself with the Spirit Hall, as the future guide of the Angel God, he must naturally maintain the faith in the Angel God. He would never allow such acts that undermine the believers to occur. Returning to the main topic, upon hearing these words from Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San was filled with overwhelming joy. Teacher, do you mean to say that currently Xue Qinghe is not yet capable of ascending to the throne, unless he can defeat Bone Douluo, Sword Douluo, and take the head of the Ning sect master? Yu Xiaojiang did not give a definitive answer, stating that if Xue Qinghe were to forcefully ascend to power, the Tiandou Empire would immediately fracture, and other kingdoms would have legitimate reasons to deny Xue Qinghe's legitimacy. This is indeed the essence of righteousness. To feign compliance while secretly opposing is certainly preferable to an outright rejection that would lead to public humiliation. After all, the former still holds some reservations, allowing for a semblance of dignity, whereas the latter is akin to a direct coup. Yes, indeed, I am a kingdom under the banner of the Tiandou Empire. Yet I refuse to acknowledge you as the legitimate representative of said empire. Your words hold no weight with me. What will you do? Strike me? If you dare, come at me. Why do you hesitate? When you strike, I shall defend myself with the utmost justification and bring about your demise. Indeed, that is the essence of the words uttered by the esteemed Tang San. With this in mind, our task during this period is merely to locate and safeguard Master Ning and his companions, is it not? As Tang San spoke with such ferocity, it left Yu Xiaojiang momentarily stunned. Hold on, little San. How dare you utter such words? There are 2 Title Douluos and 1 soul sage. What need have they for the protection of a mere soul emperor such as yourself? Noticing the peculiarity in Yu Xiaojiang's gaze, Tang San hastily clarified, Master. You are unaware. The 3 of them sustained grave injuries during the previous assault by the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, given the current state of the Tiando Royal Palace, unless they mobilize the entire core of Spirit Masters, it would be impossible for them to pose a threat. Yet, even so, the Snow Knight Emperor has perished, and they are now fugitives. From this perspective, it is evident that Master Ning and his companions must have suffered tremendously. Yu Xiaojiang's expression grew increasingly perplexed. Did you not previously claim that the Snow Knight Emperor was poisoned by Xue Qinghe? Yet, that does not preclude the possibility of framing others, does it? Yu Xiaojiang sighed, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Very well, you may proceed as you wish. But do not charge into the palace only to force Master Ning and his companions into a corner. There must be many spirit masters within the Tiando Royal Palace. He remained skeptical that such treachery could be perpetrated by Xue Qinghe, and given the characters of Ning Fingji and the others, they would never engage in regicide. Therefore, there must be a hidden reason behind all this. However, last night he practiced tirelessly, and if it weren't for today's astonishing news, how could he possibly have come out? Watching Yu Xiaojiang depart, Tang San clenched his fist, a look of determination gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, I cannot meet Xue Qinghe right now. But perhaps I can see Xue Ku? As the pure-hearted Tang San, exploiting the emotions of others for his own gain has become a norm, after all. This is all for the sake of the justice that resides in his heart. Soon, equipped with the token acquired from Qian Renxue during his time at Yueshin Pavilion, Tang San entered the palace without hindrance, escorted by the guards to the gates of Xueke's palace. Mr. Tang Yin, this is the princess's palace. Please wait a moment while we inform her. The rules of the palace were rather numerous, yet Tang San paid them little mind. Nodding as the 2 guards turned to leave. As the guards entered through the side door, their hushed whispers floated into Tang San's ears. Who is this person? Could he be a suitor of Xue Ku? Nonsense. How could a suitor possess a token? Everyone knows that Princess Xue Ku is perpetually busy. How could anyone expect to see her? Indeed, if it weren't for this token, we wouldn't be here. Tang San disregarded their chatter, having heard such rumors countless times before. However, upon hearing that Princess Xue Ku was very busy, he paused momentarily. Busy? Then he recalled the tragic demise of the Night Emperor, and it all made sense. As a royal daughter, she must be assisting with the arrangements. Poor girl. Just as Tang San lamented her filial piety in preparing for the funeral of her deceased father. Unbeknownst to him, Xue Ku stood silently behind the closed palace door, desperately covering her mouth, not daring to emit even the slightest trace of her spirit power. Chapter 29. Chen Yue, give Dugu Bo a big surprise. The custom-made white Porsche was swiftly repaired, and on this day, Chen Yue received a call from the repair shop. He was promptly transported to the shop, exhilarated as he drove his car back home. On his way, he encountered an old acquaintance who expressed a desire to join him. Chen Yue, however, felt deeply regretful. His white Porsche was quite particular, only recognizing him as its sole occupant, and thus he could only offer his apologies. Just as he was about to roll down the window to decline, he found, to his surprise, that the one-way glass window simply refused to budge. Despite exerting tremendous effort, it remained immovable. With no other option, Chen Yue sought the switch, but being unfamiliar with the car, he had no idea where it was located. Outside, the old acquaintance waited expectantly for Chen Yue to open the window and take him for a ride. Meanwhile, Chen Yue had pressed every button he could find, yet to no avail, shaking his head apologetically at his friend. The one-way glass, however, rendered the interior invisible from the outside. Gradually, under the scorching sun, the old acquaintance grew impatient, beginning to knock on the window, seemingly shouting something. Yet, due to the car's excellent insulation, Chen Yue could not hear his words. Observing the expression on his face, it was evident that he felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, mistakenly believing that Chen Yue was being aloof. As he pointed and muttered while continuing to tap on the window. At that moment, the green light illuminated, and the vehicles behind Chen Yue honked as a reminder. Upon seeing the old acquaintance still tapping on the window, Chen Yue shrugged and uttered a brief apology, then pressed the accelerator with fervor, propelling the vehicle forward at great speed. This vehicle truly lives up to its reputation as a brand new iteration. With one foot on the accelerator and both hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, Chen Yue felt as if he could soar into the sky, racing like a wild stallion unleashed. How infuriating it is that one dares to disregard me. The old friend gazed at the receding white Porsche, bitterly remarking, "If you choose to vanish, so be it. I even granted you an opportunity to pursue me, yet you failed to cherish it. Lost in thought, he could only leave in a state of dejection. As he regained his senses, Chen Yue gazed at the figure of Xueque before him, a smile gracing his face. Ah, Xueque blushed, stealthily parting a crack in the door. Only when she saw Tang San's silhouette fade into the distance until he was truly out of sight. Did she release a long breath of relief? Meeting Tang San induced immense pressure upon her. With her elder brother Xue Qinghe watching closely and her betrothed husband also keeping an eye on her, she could only express her apologies for the feelings she harbored for Tang San during their time at Yuxian Pavilion. After all, she was a princess, while he was merely a commoner. This sentiment was indeed instilled in her by Qian Renxue. Otherwise, she might have been overwhelmed with despair. Thankfully, as a princess of the empire, she was quite obedient. Especially after the significant events of the previous night, her fears had only intensified, leaving her with no one else to rely on but the husband her brother had promised her. Indeed, she was quite well behaved. Chen Yue affectionately ruffled her delicate little head, his gaze lingering on her alluring white stockings, growing increasingly satisfied. He felt he owed a great deal of gratitude to Qian Renxue. So, you really can refrain from harming him? As long as you obey, the Tang Yin you are so enamored with will remain safe, understood? Upon hearing this, Xueque nodded vigorously. I will certainly obey. Chen Yue exhaled deeply, tousling her hair again. Yes, for now, you are indeed quite obedient. Keep it up. Understood? I will. Xueque nodded repeatedly, watching Chen Yu's retreating figure. Eventually, she sighed softly, turned back to the direction where Tang San had vanished, shook her head, and slowly returned to her palace. At that moment, a long-awaited system notification suddenly chimed. Congratulations, host, on marrying the original female character, Xueque. Reward obtained, bone shrinking technique. Bone shrinking technique, a remarkable skill that allows one to completely transform their appearance by altering muscles and bones from within. The host has offspring. Please take care to protect your progeny. Rewards for offspring will be issued after birth. The unexpected system notification momentarily startled Chen Yue, and he turned to glance in surprise at Xueque, who was leaving while gently cradling her slightly rounded belly, leaning against the wall. Could it be that he had hit the jackpot? He calculated in his mind. As of now, the beauties he had rescued included Qian Renxue, Xiao Wu, Tang Yuehua, Yin, Madame Ning, and Zhu Shuqing. Among them, only Qian Renxue, Xiao Wu, who had twins, Tang Yuehua, and Yin had produced offspring. As for the others, Chen Yue had never pondered why, as he had no inclination to entertain the whims of toys. Among these 4 women, aside from Qian Renxue, the remaining 3 were firmly under his control, with no way out. Now, another Xueque had been added to the mix? Chen Yue shook his head, dismissing any notion of returning to check on Xueque, perfectly embodying the essence of emotional detachment. This rascal truly showed no concern. As he departed the royal palace, Qian Renxue found herself torn between joy and irritation. The joy stemmed from the realization that Chen Yue had not deceived her. She was his true love, while the others were mere accidents. The irritation arose from the fact that Xueque was now pregnant, and it fell upon her to assist Chen Yue, who had simply cast off his responsibilities. Well, I suppose I am now officially Xueque's elder brother, so it is only reasonable for me to look after her. Qian Renxue reassured herself. After all, their bond was genuine love, while the others were mere happenstance. Having already left Tiando City, Chen Yue was entirely oblivious to Qian Renxue's watchful gaze or the happenings within the palace. In mere minutes, he traversed from Tiando City to Suatua City. Not due to fatigue, but because he had unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance. Yu Tianning, Dugu Yin. Let me think. Dugu Bo had sent Dai Mu by, and Zhu Zhuqing back. I ought to repay that kindness somehow. Chen Yue stroked his chin, yet a Title Douluo hardly required his assistance. Perhaps I should lend a hand to his granddaughter instead? However, a direct gift might not be well received. A grand surprise would be more fitting. Chunyu's eyes gleamed with ambition, his lips curling into a smile. At this juncture, Dugu Bo is entirely devoted to Tang San. Betrayal is inconceivable unless Tang San were to slay Dugu Yin before his very eyes. However, such an act is evidently unnecessary. After all, Dugu Yin is a beauty of considerable allure, albeit slightly overshadowed by Medusa from Dupo. Nevertheless, she can be regarded as the Medusa of the Douluo continent. As for Yu Tianhing, being one of the last survivors of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, it is highly probable that he will eventually become Tang San's enforcer under the tutelage of the renowned master Yu Xiaojing, only to meet an untimely demise in some obscure corner. Of course, Chen Yue harbors no concern for Yu Tianhing's fate. His thoughts are solely consumed with strategizing how to maximize his own benefits. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and his gaze towards Du Guyan transformed into one imbued with danger. Ah, what a chilling sensation! Du Guyan, who was strolling alongside Yu Tianheng, abruptly felt as though a malevolent gaze was fixed upon her. Tianheng, do you sense something watching me? Upon hearing this, Yu Tianheng narrowed his eyes and scanned their surroundings, unleashing an aura of soul power characteristic of a soul emperor. 5 years prior, he had reached level 43 in the Soul Master competition. And during these years of relentless training, especially following the devastating loss of his family, he had become increasingly resolute, culminating in a recent breakthrough to the rank of Soul Emperor. He had yet to hunt for his 6th spirit ring, awaiting Dougalbo's return from delivering someone to Star Luo City, so he could accompany him to the Star Forest for the hunt. Given the destruction of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, he had no choice but to rely on Dougalbo for acquiring spirit rings. Yin Yan, I see nothing, Yu Tianheng said, puzzled. With his level 60 soul power, no one in Soto City could evade his scrutiny, yet he found nothing amiss. Just then, a vaguely familiar yet strangely unsettling figure appeared before them. Yu Tianheng, run. The Spirit Hall has sent people to capture you. What? Yu Tianheng was struck with shock and fury. How audacious of the Spirit Hall to capture individuals so openly. With 2 of the 3 great sects already destroyed, only the 7 treasure glazed tile sect remained, now reduced to a wanted faction. Who could possibly stand against the Spirit Hall? Upon hearing this, not only was Yu Tianheng taken aback, but Du Guyan also felt a jolt of fear in her heart. What? 2 of the 3 great sects have already perished. The couple turned their gazes toward the figure before them. Du Guyan could not contain her astonishment, exclaiming, Is that you, Tang San? Tang San broke into a broad smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. It has been a long time. Tang San, weren't you in Tiando City? Yu Tianheng, regaining his composure, inquired hastily. There has been an incident in Tiando City. The Hao Tian sect has been annihilated by the Spirit Hall, and the 7 treasure glazed tile sect has assassinated the emperor, becoming a wanted faction in the empire. Upon hearing this, Tang San spoke with a grave expression. My teacher is concerned that you might fall victim to the chaos caused by the Spirit Hall, so he has advised you to return to Shrek Academy for the time being. He, along with and ere long in the Dean, will ensure your safety. Under the alliance of this golden triangle, there indeed exists the formidable power of the Title Douluo. A flicker of thought crossed Yu Tianheng's mind. He had already begun to feel a stir of intention. He did not doubt that Tang San was deceiving him, for once he returned to Tiando City, a mere inquiry would unveil the truth. There was no way he could be misled. Moreover, with the protection of this golden triangle, his safety would surely be far superior to his current state of evasion. As for Yin Yan, Chapter 30, Du Guyan, cursed be it. I find myself reminiscing about the spicy rabbit head once more. Yu Tianheng cast a glance at Du Guyan beside him, feeling a twinge of reluctance in his heart. It is not driven by emotion. Rather, the entire surviving lineage of the blue electric tyrant dragon family comprises merely a handful of individuals. Among those of suitable marrying age, only Yu Tianheng remains. This implies that he requires Dong Guiyan's companionship to fulfill the mission of revitalizing the blue electric tyrant dragon clan. In simpler terms, he desires to journey to Heavenly Dou City alongside Dong Guiyan. Tang San glanced at Dong Guiyan and remarked, The old monster has instructed me to escort her to the Star Luo Empire, for there I have discovered a means to completely master her formidable poison techniques. What? Dong Guiyan was taken aback, her expression shifting from shock to elation, yet a hint of skepticism lingered in her gaze. Are you speaking the truth? The biphosphorus snake poison is merely a trivial skill. Upon hearing this familiar phrase, Dong Guiyan no longer harbored any doubts regarding the Tang San before her. Very well. I shall accompany you. This passage recounts the moment when Tang San, leading the Shrek team, first confronted the Emperor battle team, as he skillfully neutralized the deadly phosphor serpent poison afflicting Du Guyan. At that time, Du Guyan's poison was unparalleled, leaving an indelible impression on her heart with Tang San's words. She firmly believed that only Tang San could recall this original phrase, as no one else could possibly do so. Thus, Yu Tianheng watched as Tang San and Du Guyan departed towards the Star Luo Empire, only exhaling a long breath once they vanished from sight, before he set off towards Heavenly Dou City. The Heavenly Dou Empire and the Star Luo Empire were separated by the Star Dou Forest, and to enter the Star Luo Empire, one must traverse this forest, a venture fraught with peril at night. Consequently, after dinner, Du Guyan suggested that they stay overnight in the small town. Tang San had no objections to her proposal. Yet an awkward situation ensued. The innkeeper seemed to sense the unusual nature of a man and woman staying together overnight, and warmly informed them, "I apologize, but we only have one double room available. Would you like to book it?" Tang San was taken aback, shaking his head vigorously. "No, let us forego that. We should traverse the Star Dou Forest through the night instead." Du Guyan shot him a cold glare, slamming a bag of gold soul coins on the table, declaring, "We are booking this room. I warn you, although you can neutralize my phosphor serpent poison, I am not defenseless." With that, she glared fiercely at Tang San, adding, "Moreover, I am a married woman. If you dare to overstep, even if my grandfather intervenes, I will not hesitate to end you." Tang San scoffed. "I am the pure and virtuous Tang San. How could I indulge in such base and dishonorable actions?" "I hope so," Du Guyan replied, her expression softening slightly. She had indeed heard from her grandfather, Du Gabo, that Tang San was pure-hearted, devoted only to a certain soul beast, never swayed by others. Little did she know, this Tang San was not the genuine article but rather Chen Yue, using disguise techniques. Upon entering the room, Du Guyan set up defenses with her phosphor serpent poison on the bed, vigilantly watching Chen Yue, not even bothering to remove her outerwear as she climbed under the covers. As her martial spirit was the phosphor serpent, she was immune to the poison she released, but for anyone else who came into contact with even a trace of it, they would be turned to blood in an instant. Unfortunately, this meager poison posed no threat to Chen Yue, akin to an ant biting a diamond, utterly ineffective. This was certainly not Chen Yue's intention. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and a peculiar smile appeared on his face as he raised his second martial soul. The Heavenly King Tower. The second golden soul ring shimmered, transforming into a beam of light that penetrated into the consciousness of Du Guyan. The second soul skill of the Heavenly King Tower, Nightmare of the Tower. It could envelop the opponent directly and unleash a realm of inner demons akin to that of transcending tribulations, if one were to succumb. Their soul would be unable to return to their body, imprisoned deeply within. Of course, as the user, Chen Yue could effortlessly dispel this state. "Enjoy the meticulously crafted dream I have prepared for you," he cackled. Du Guyan, in a daze, felt a presence touching her and slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the familiar face before her. "Tianheng, didn't you return to Skydou City?" she uttered, but before she could finish, the prelude concluded, and the accompaniment rose, gradually transitioning into the first verse of the main song. Suddenly, "No, this is wrong. You are Tianheng, but he can't be. Who exactly are you?" "What do you want me to be?" "Then I shall be whoever you wish." Chen Yue grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. "You may see me as you Tianheng, or Tang San, or even someone else entirely." In this illusion of the tower nightmare, Chen Yue was nearly invincible. His ability to change faces was akin to the art of Sichuan opera, making Du Guyan's mental state falter. To some extent, she embodied the pure and noble essence of Tang San. Yet now, as Chunyu altered his visage, even though it was merely a change of face, it shattered Du Guyan's composure. "No, please, don't. I beg you, please." In the next moment, Du Guyan abruptly awoke from her slumber, drenched in a cold sweat. Gasping for breath, her eyes widened in terror as she beheld her surroundings, realizing she had merely experienced a nightmare. With a sigh of relief, she exhaled deeply. Thank goodness. It was just a dream. She glanced back at Tang San, who was still asleep beneath the covers, seemingly oblivious to her plight. This scene allowed Du Guyan to relax, for she was unsure how to confront Yu Tianheng otherwise. "That scared me to death," she sighed. "I should take a shower." Shaking her head, she dismissed her thoughts and rose to head towards the bathroom. After washing up, she indulged in a soothing bath. Lying in the bathtub, Du Guyan squinted her eyes, feeling drowsy, and it seemed she drifted off once more. Am I dreaming again? Du Guyan furrowed her brow, gazing around only to be astonished to find herself atop a 99-tiered platform, adorned with a serpent crown and clad in the robes of a serpent queen. Confused, she turned around and was instantly stunned. Below her, on the steps, countless familiar faces knelt in fear at her feet. There was Tang San, who had previously treated her coldly, and the Hu Laina siblings who had trampled her dignity during the Soul Master competition. Now, without exception, they all knelt in trepidation before her. Du Guyan gasped, the frigid air filling her lungs. On this high platform, she felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility, akin to floating in the heavens. What a glorious view! Raising her hand to summon her martial soul, she was horrified to discover that her martial soul was the heavenly poison serpent king, a supreme martial soul among serpent kind. Even more astonishing were the 9 eerie red soul rings radiating from it. 100,000-year soul ring, and she had acquired 9 all at once. Oh! How wonderful it would be if this were not a dream. Dou Yin murmured. If this is not a dream, could I not annihilate the spirit hall? Avenge the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and assist Tianheng in rebuilding the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Her heart surged with desire to avenge Yu Tianheng against the spirit hall and to restore the glory of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. For she was indeed Yu Tianheng's beloved wife and bore that obligation. As these thoughts surged within her, she suddenly sensed a disturbance. Looking up towards the 99 steps, she beheld a man draped in a black and gold dragon robe slowly turn around. The sight of his face left her utterly aghast. How could it be you? As she turned, it was not the person she had been yearning for, Yu Tianheng, but rather the one who had nearly shattered her heart earlier, Chen Yue. Dou Yin looked at the approaching Chen Yue with terror, and in the next moment, she abruptly awakened from her bath. She glanced around, finding nothing amiss. Everything was as usual, and the earlier events had merely been a nightmarish illusion. How could this be? Why did she keep dreaming of the stranger every night? She felt an inexplicable dread emanating from Chen Yu's smile, his white teeth seemingly harboring a sinister nature that chilled her to the bone. It was as if some ominous event was unfolding. She scrutinized her own figure, soaking in the bath, and found nothing unusual, save for a slight discomfort from overindulging at dinner. After all, she had never tasted the culinary delights prepared by Tang San himself, especially the spicy rabbit heads that left her craving for more. She vowed that tonight's meal was the most delectable she had ever had. Damn it. She thought of the spicy rabbit head again. Dou Yin licked her crimson lips, her thoughts drifting back to the succulent rabbit meat. However, waking Tang San at this late hour for a rabbit head would be rather inappropriate, wouldn't it? Perhaps she would wait until she saw her grandfather. After quelling her unwholesome thoughts, Dou Yin quickly dried herself, donned fresh attire, and laid out the dried sheets and quilt before drifting into a deep slumber. As she surrendered to sleep, it seemed the entire hotel fell into a profound silence. The night deepened. Suddenly, Chen Yue opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the Heavenly King Tower enveloped the entire room, and in an instant, the ethereal light of the nightmare descended upon Dou Yin. Having completed his tasks, he slowly rose and sat at the foot of Dou Yin's bed, a smile gracing his face as he gently caressed her flawless visage. The essence of a novice serpent maiden. Chapter 31. Chen Yue, indeed, you are quite the obedient little kitten. As dawn broke, Chen Yue was thoroughly satisfied with his assessment. A smile played upon his lips as he mused. Yu Tianheng, such a delightful serpent maiden. It is best that I keep you safe. At that moment, a notification from the system flashed before his eyes. Congratulations, host. You have married the original character Dou Yin and received the reward, the Curse Poison Pill. Curse Poison Pill. Upon consumption, one becomes a Curse Poison body, adapted from the Dopa world, but without the drawbacks and dangers of the 10,000 poisons. With skin and hair imbued with potent toxins, any ordinary soul master who comes into contact will perish instantly. After consumption, immunity to all poison attacks is granted, theoretically. No one outside the host or their bloodline may approach. The host has produced offspring. Please take care to protect your progeny, and rewards will be granted upon their birth. Reading the system's notification, a broader smile spread across Chen Yu's face. The cursed poison body is my gift to you. Remember not to let others touch you, or there will be delightful surprises. In the Star Luo Empire, Star Luo City, Daimubai and Zhu Qing, under the escort of Dugabo, had just returned smoothly to Star Luo City. After a prolonged journey, Dugabo chose not to return immediately but to rest outside the Star Dou Palace. After all, it was currently the safest place for Daimubai and the others, and it did not align with Dugabo's character to stay overnight in the palace as an outsider. Upon entering the Star Luo Palace, Daimubai did not return to his prince's manor, but hurried to seek out his father. At that moment, the Star Luo Emperor, looking bewildered, was receiving troubling news from his ministers. Your Majesty, the Spirit Hall demands we surrender the remnants of the Hao Tian sect and their saintess within 3 days. The Star Luo Emperor, perplexed, thought, wait, when did I capture the saintess of the Spirit Hall? I will not take responsibility for this. He promptly summoned all ministers to discuss state affairs. The Star Luo Emperor was utterly confused. He had no recollection of any such kidnapping. Suspecting perhaps some nobles in Star Luo City might be involved, he decisively ordered an assembly, knowing this matter concerned the entire city. The Hao Tian sect, being the foremost among the 3 sects, was not to be trifled with, especially after their recent downfall. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince requests an audience. The Star Luo Emperor, still preoccupied with the unexpected news regarding the Spirit Hall saintess, dismissed the Crown Prince, Daimubai, whom he held little affection for. He thought, He probably wants to discuss the Hao Tian sect. Let him inquire with the Empress. I shall not meet with him. When the guard conveyed this message to Dai Mubai, he too was taken aback. Father, this concerns the reputation and honor of our Dai family over many years. How can you not take it seriously? He intended to inform the Star Luo Emperor of Zhu Zhuqing's indiscretions, hoping to penalize the Zhu family and subsequently replace Zhu Zhuqing with Zhu Zhuyuan. Yet now, the Star Luo Emperor was sending him to find the Empress. What could this possibly mean? How could he reveal this matter to her? The Empress who hails from the Zhu lineage? Dai Mubai found it perplexing. Should not this affair be handled by their own Dai family? What grave matter could compel Father Emperor to refuse an audience with me? Observing the guard's hesitation to speak, he promptly inquired. After all, he is the crown prince of the Xingluo Empire, the future heir apparent, and the guard dared not show him disrespect. Thus, he candidly responded. It is as follows. The Spirit Hall has mandated that we surrender the remnants of the Hao Tian sect concealed within our ranks, as well as the kidnapped Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, within 3 days. Dai Mubai's reaction mirrored that of the Emperor of Xingluo upon receiving the news. What on earth? When did our Xingluo Empire kidnap the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall? Furthermore, when did we take in the remnants of the Hao Tian sect? Dai Mubai was utterly bewildered, yet he sensed that the Xingluo Empire appeared to be suffering from an unmerited calamity, likely bearing the brunt of another's misdeeds. This cannot stand. I must seek an audience with Father Emperor. Our Xingluo Empire has been made a pawn. At this rate, we cannot afford to confront the Spirit Hall. This matter pertains to the imperial authority of the Dai family, and Dai Mubai is consumed with thoughts on how to address the pressing situation before him. Otherwise, it could indeed lead to dire consequences. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and without further hesitation, Dai Mubai hastened towards the imperial palace, feeling confident that he could arrive in time for the state meeting. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing sensed that something was amiss with Dai Mubai's demeanor during their journey. Given his usual character, he would typically employ various persuasive tactics, perhaps even indulging in flirtation. Yet, this time, he behaved like a paragon of virtue, maintaining a distance from her as if evading a contagion. Zhu Zhuqing initially dismissed her unease, but the words spoken by Chunyu in the tree hollow echoed in her mind. The fact that Dai Mubai was heading directly into the inner palace to meet the Emperor Star Luo without acknowledging her only heightened her anxiety. Had she not harbored any guilt, her restlessness might have been quelled. However, she had indeed committed an act that betrayed the Dai royal family, and should this be uncovered, the repercussions could ensnare the entire Zhu family. No, she could not afford to remain passive. Resolutely, she made her way to the imperial harem to seek an audience with the Empress Star Luo. Upon learning that the emperor was convening a state meeting and that Dai Mubai had not managed to meet him, she breathed a sigh of relief. What is the matter? What has transpired? The empress, Zhu Qingxue, inquired softly, casting a glance at Zhu Zhuqing. Though both hailed from the Zhu family, they were not of the same lineage. Zhu Qingxue belonged to the main branch, while Zhu Zhuqing was from the 6th branch, their bloodline having diverged over 5 generations. Otherwise, Zhu Zhuqing would not have been chosen as Dai Mubai's consort. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. She realized that under the Empress's influence, the entire blame could potentially fall upon her 6th branch, while the other relatives might only face minor penalties, such as a reduction in stipends or funds. In essence, should she voice her concerns now, it would likely culminate in her being controlled by the Empress and subsequently executed in secret. Is it related to the Hao Tian sect? Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's reluctance to speak, Zhu Qingxue recalled recent events and gently remarked. The issue with the Hao Tian sect arose from their capture of the saintess of the Spirit Hall. The Hao Tian sect has been destroyed, yet some have managed to escape, and the captured saintess has yet to be located. She paused, then added, but it is only a matter of time. The decree concerning the Spirit Hall had gone directly to Emperor Star Luo, bypassing the Empress entirely, which meant that even Zhu Qingxue, as Empress, was not privy to this information. Thank you, mother. I shall take my leave. Zhu Zhuqing responded, feeling that she had found a timely exit, and quickly took her leave. That child still carries some burdens, does she? Observing Zhu Zhuqing's departing figure, the Empress chuckled softly, shaking her head. She assumed Zhu Zhuqing was still harboring grievances from the past, yet she believed time would provide clarity for her. What to do? What to do? How should I proceed? Back at the prince's residence, Zhu Zhuqing was in a state of frantic turmoil. In the past, she might have simply fled, but now that was not an option. If she were to leave, the entire 6th branch would be implicated and ultimately annihilated by the Dai family. As long as Dai Mubai had yet to report, she felt there was still a chance to navigate this precarious situation. If she were to plead with Dai Mubai, and he continued to show signs of affection and persuasion on the way. Perhaps Zhu Zhuqing would feel that her appeals could bear fruit. However, given Dai Mubai's cold demeanor during their journey, she was certain that if she dared to approach him, his character would lead him to humiliate her severely. Even if he ultimately spared the sixth branch from harsh consequences, the humiliation she would endure under the watchful eye of Dugubo would be unbearable. This scoundrel. The mere thought of Chun Yue made Zhu Zhuqing grit her teeth in fury, wishing to lash out at him with every ounce of her being. How is it that after just a few days apart, you find yourself missing me? Suddenly, Chunyu's light laughter rang out, causing Zhu Zhuqing to tremble and, in a state of terror, she collapsed onto the floor, instinctively retreating. Why you followed me? No, wait, how did you get in here? She gazed at Chen Yue in horror. This man had left an indelible mark on her psyche, one not born of affection but of profound fear. This man is truly terrifying. Whether it was at Shrek Academy or within the depths of the tree hole, she harbored an indelible resentment towards Chen Yue before her. However, as she journeyed onward and calmed her thoughts, coupled with Dai Mubai's reaction, she increasingly found merit in Chen Yue's words. It is essential to recognize that Dai Mubai is a notorious playboy, although her heart remains loyal to the Dai family, who would truly believe in her. After all, seeing is believing. She had witnessed firsthand, upon their entrance to the palace, how Dai Mubai cast her a cold glance before proceeding inside, utterly devoid of any words for her. This is no longer the normal response it used to be. How I got here is of little consequence. Chen Yue grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. What truly matters is that I am now your savior, capable of liberating you from this sea of suffering. Do you believe me? Zhu Zhuqing raised an eyebrow, coldly staring at Chen Yue, scoffing, save me? This predicament is entirely of your making, and you still have the audacity to claim you can save me? Had she not known of Chen Yue's meddling, she could have confidently allowed Dai Mubai to search as he pleased, to prove her innocence and purity. But now, not only was she unable to confront this search, but she also found herself lacking the courage to face the now informed Dai Mubai. So, will you watch as your sixth house is completely severed? Chen Yue did not refute her, but walked over with his hands behind his back, looking down at Zhu Zhuqing with a half-smile. I have heard that in the Star Luo Empire, some noble women involved in such matters may rush into the Bureau of Education, subsequently offered as resources and rewards to those sole masters of common birth as gifts. To cultivate someone like Dai Mubai, who regards women as mere resources, and to brainwash numerous noble women into accepting such views, must require some rather extreme methods. It is impossible for them to be truly benevolent. How? How do you know about this? Zhu Zhuqing's complexion visibly paled. If your crimes are confirmed, I estimate that being offered to those rising commoner soul masters would be a great humiliation. Chen Yue grinned, his smile seemingly gentle, yet it rendered Zhu Zhuqing pale as a ghost. Thus, I am inclined to believe that the Dai family would not easily kill you. After all, your crime would be the first of its kind in a century for the Dai family. I suspect that ultimately, you will be sent to the poverty-stricken depths of Star Luo City after your martial soul is abolished, as a display of the Dai family's imperial grace. No, no. Please, don't say any more. I promise you. Zhu Zhuqing, now devoid of color, completely broken, collapsed to the ground, clutching Chen Yue's leg tightly, almost sobbing. No. Please, I beg you, don't say any more. I promise, I beg you, save me. The impoverished depths of Star Luo City can be described as the most chaotic place within the entire Star Luo Empire. It is nominally located in Star Luo City, yet in reality it lies outside in a secluded small city, akin to a miniature version of the City of Slaughter. Unlike the City of Slaughter, this place is filled with individuals possessing inferior martial souls or low innate soul power, truly the impoverished, or rather, the outcasts. Years ago, Zhu Zhuqing, having become the crown princess, visited this place once. She witnessed the residents, their faces darkened like Kunlun slaves, with filth visible all around, causing her to vomit her overnight meal in disgust. If she were to be exposed and forced to marry into such a place, she would rather bow her head and serve this man before her without dignity than endure that fate. Master, please, I beg you, save me. Chen Yue felt joy as he found the little kitten he had once fed, who obediently approached him, rubbing against his leg, holding the little kitten in his arms. He smiled slightly. Indeed, you are a well-behaved little kitten. The master will surely find a way to help you regain your freedom. Upon hearing this, the little kitten became even more excited, nuzzling against Chen Yue's embrace, licking his cheek, responding to his words with the most fervent of actions. Chapter 32, Star Luo Empress. How can there be such a handsome and dashing man in this world? In the depths of the Star Luo Palace, Empress Zhu Qingxue awoke languidly on her phoenix bed, glancing at the maid beside her. Has His Majesty not returned yet? Reporting to your Majesty, not yet. She rubbed her temples in fatigue, turning over to continue her rest. However, at that moment, the maid suddenly spoke, reporting to the Empress, the Crown Princess requests an audience. Empress Zhu Qingxue was taken aback. Zhu Zhuqing? Did I not just see her? Why is she here again? While her heart was filled with doubt, the Empress maintained a composed exterior, nodding slightly. Let her in. Yes. The maid bowed and exited. Soon after, Zhu Zhuqing entered, clad in a black spaghetti-strap dress. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing's attire, Empress Zhu Qingxue's brows furrowed. As the Empress of Star Luo, she immediately perceived the lack of decorum in this outfit, yet as a daughter of the Zhu family, she understood the seductive nature of such a dress, especially for a man like Dai Mubai, who was merely in his 20s. Thus, she refrained from scolding and instead said, Zhuqing, you should reserve such attire for your residence. When outside the Crown Prince's palace, you must wear proper clothing, do you understand? Yes, mother, you are right. Zhu Zhuqing silently added in her heart that this outfit was not meant for Dai Mubai, but for that devil. Contemplating this, she lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings. Casting a glance at Zhu Qingxue, her expression betraying a hesitance to speak. You may all withdraw. The queen, Zhu Qingxue, immediately discerned Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts and waved her hand, signaling the numerous maidservants to exit. Although her soul power level was not particularly high, a mere soul emperor posed little threat to her, especially given that Zhu Zhuqing had no valid reason to act against her. Thus, she felt quite at ease. Yes, the maidservants bowed and retreated, leaving only Zhu Qingxue and Zhu Zhuqing in the chamber. If there is something to discuss, please speak candidly. Zhu Zhuqing's face betrayed her in her turmoil. Upon hearing Zhu Qingxue's words, her distress deepened, for she could hardly admit to her betrayal of Dai Mubai and her failure to uphold her marital duties. In response, Zhu Qingxue did not press her, reclining lazily against the headboard. Her eyes narrowed in anticipation of Zhu Zhuqing's revelation. Although Zhu Zhuqing remained largely silent, she suspected the matter at hand pertained to the Hao Tian clan. Yet, in the next moment, Zhu Zhuqing's words astonished her. Mother, do you know of Dai Mubai's actions in the Tiandou Empire? How did the conversation shift to Dai Mubai? Zhu Qingxue furrowed her brow slightly, her lips parting as she inquired, what has happened to Dai Mubai? She was aware of the circumstances surrounding Dai Mubai's escape from Xinglua City, as she had orchestrated that very event. Otherwise, how could Dai Mubai, a mere great soul master, have left Xinglua City unscathed and made his way to the Tiandou Empire? Even if he posed no significant threat, Davis would not remain indifferent. It was their role as parents that intervened to thwart Davis's pursuit. Thus, she was cognizant of Dai Mubai's indiscretions in the Tiandou Empire. However, as a queen, how could she willingly divulge such information? After all, it was merely a matter of a few women. As a prince, he had experienced a few romantic encounters, which were hardly consequential. This is the contemplation of Zhu Qingxue. She assumed that Zhu Zhuqing felt somewhat aggrieved and sought solace. Immediately, as a fleeting thought crossed her mind, she smiled and remarked that at that time, Mubai was still young and immature, exhibiting a certain fiery temperament that was quite normal. After marriage, he would undoubtedly become more earnest. If he dared to harbor any improper intentions, she assured Zhu Zhuqing that she could confidently inform their mother, who would take matters into her own hands. She believed her words would provide comfort to Zhu Zhuqing, yet to her astonishment, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly lifted her head and questioned, can that notion of women being resources rather than mere population truly be altered? Zhu Qingxue was taken aback. What on earth? What did you just say? She could no longer remain seated, abruptly rising. Her previous confidence dissipated as she gazed at Zhu Zhuqing in bewilderment. Was this something Mubai had said? How could that child utter such words? Observing Zhu Zhuqing's expression, Zhu Qingxue instantly deduced that Mubai must have been discovered by Zhu Zhuqing, and to this day, nothing had changed. Otherwise, she knew Zhu Zhuqing's character well enough to understand that she would never dredge up such old grievances. However, she could not have anticipated that this was not a case of Mubai being caught in the act, but rather Zhu Zhuqing, in a bid for self-preservation, was compelled to bring it up. Mother, are you implying that while such words should not be spoken, actions can indeed be taken, correct? Zhu Qingxue pondered. At this moment, if she could not discern the discord in Zhu Zhuqing's tone, then her years as empress would indeed be in vain. Zhuqing, what is your intent? Empress Zhu Qingxue narrowed her eyes, her long, fair legs exposed beneath her nightgown, dangling in the air, bare feet suspended. Have you come here to confront me? Or do you believe that now, as the crown princess, you wield the power of the harem? She raised an eyebrow slightly, directing a gaze imbued with a chill towards Zhu Zhiqing, her spiritual pressure emanating and bearing down upon her. I dare not. Zhu Zhiqing felt the weight of that spiritual force, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow, yet she steeled herself and replied, however, I believe that the title of servant does not suit me. I humbly request that you choose another. A sense of guilt lingered within her, although compelled. She felt a deep remorse towards Dai Mubai. Thus, she believed that if she were to leave and allow that demon to take charge, perhaps Dai Mubai would be safe after all. In this way, she could somewhat alleviate her inner guilt. However, these words sounded like provocation to Zhu Qingxue. Zhu Zhiqing, how audacious you are. The Empress Zhu Qingxue's expression turned cold. The marriage ties between the Dai and Zhu families have been established for generations, each pair predetermined from birth. How could your mere words alter that? Do you believe that becoming the crown princess allows you to challenge the ancestral rules of the Dai family? Speak. Who is it that incited you? At this point, her soul power surged, overwhelming Zhu Zhiqing, causing her to involuntarily kneel down, struggling to maintain her composure. Mother, truly. There is nothing. Zhu Zhiqing's heart raced. She had never anticipated that Zhu Qingxue would discern the truth. However, at this moment, she could not reveal the demon behind it all. Otherwise, given the current power dynamics within the palace, capturing Chen Yue would be impossible. It is important to note that Chen Yue's presence in the palace had gone unnoticed, and although Zhu Qingxue was formidable, she was not yet a Title Douluo. Zhu Zhiqing felt it was utterly implausible for her to confront Chen Yue. Have you, in the Heaven Dou Empire, taken a lover and betrayed Mubai? The slightest flicker of thought crossed Zhu Zhiqing's face, instantly detected by the Empress Zhu Qingxue. Her expression turned frigid. Ah, Zhu Zhiqing, it appears you are indeed seeking your own demise, and you wish to drag the entire lineage of the sixth house down with you. Is that so? Zhu Zhiqing was taken aback. Speak, or I shall ensure not a single one of your sixth house remains. Zhu Qingxue's gaze was icy to the core. This lowly maid actually dared to betray her son. Should Emperor Xingluo become aware of this, the entire Zhu family would undoubtedly face repercussions. Thus, she must act swiftly and decisively to eliminate the entire lineage of the sixth house, subsequently selecting several daughters from the other branches of the Zhu family to marry Dai Mubai. By then, she would step forward, and surely, Dai Mubai would give her face and let the matter be forgotten. Zhu Zhiqing's face turned pale with fear. Under the deeply entrenched ideology of the Dai family's dominance, she felt as if she had violated an unbreakable law, akin to a commoner facing the wrath of a powerful adversary, her heart filled with dread. No. Do you not see? She has threatened to annihilate your entire family, yet you still think of her? The sudden sound momentarily stilled the air within the palace. As the oppressive force of the queen, Zhu Qingxue, shattered like an illusory dream. Who dares? She exclaimed, turning in shock to behold a strikingly handsome figure, whose extraordinary beauty was unparalleled among the many writers in the comment sections. How could such a remarkably attractive man exist in this world? This was her first thought upon seeing his captivating visage. Her second thought swiftly followed. Who is this person? As the queen, she was familiar with the most prominent nobles of Xingluo City, and while she may not have known all the palace guards personally, she certainly recognized most of them. However, if such a stunning man had graced the palace, she would have remembered him for life. Yet now, this individual was indeed a stranger to her. Only after her initial astonishment did she regain her composure, staring incredulously at Chunyu and demanding, "Who are you?" Chunyu, unfazed by the uniquely formidable queen, turned his attention to Zhu Zhiqing, who had only just managed to rise after he had dispelled the oppressive aura. You are willing to annihilate your entire family, yet you still consider the Dai family? Are your parents and kin not deserving of life? Zhu Zhiqing's expression shifted dramatically as she glanced between Chunyu and Zhu Qingxue, biting her lip in silence. Upon hearing Chunyu's words, Queen Zhu Qingxue quickly grasped the situation. You are the mastermind behind Zhu Qing's actions? She gasped. How audacious. Not only have you spread rumors to deceive the crown princess, but you also dare to intrude upon the queen's chamber. You truly seek death. With that, instead of calling for guards, she transformed her martial spirit and charged directly at Chunyu. Very clever, Chunyu mused, somewhat surprised, but quickly realizing that few who held the title of queen were truly foolish. Zhu Qingxue's initial reluctance to call for help indeed reveals a hint of selfishness. After all, to possess such an exquisite man, one cannot help but entertain various ulterior motives. for Zhu Qing. The life and death of Zhu Qingxue lay entirely within her grasp. Furthermore, she perceived the potential of this dashing figure to sway ambitious noblewomen to her side, transforming them into her lifelong pawns. Moreover, should she fail to seize him, the palpable fluctuations of spiritual energy in this realm would undoubtedly alert the entire imperial palace, allowing the guards to arrive and regain control before she could be overwhelmed. It must be said, this plan is truly ingenious. However, little did she realize the extent of my strength. Chen Yue mused, captivated by the allure of his own illustrious visage. Who could have fathomed that beneath such striking beauty resided a soul that had lived for over a century? While he pondered, Chen Yue, amidst Zhu Zhuqing's astonished gaze, unleashed a single punch that shattered Zhu Qingxue's martial soul form, sending her crashing heavily back onto the phoenix couch, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. How could you? She stammered, unable to comprehend how someone could obliterate her martial soul with such ease, without even invoking his own. What shall we do with her now? Chen Yue considered. If he were to activate his martial soul, he estimated he could obliterate this beautiful woman into a mere mist of blood, a course of action that would not align with his interests. Zhu Zhuqing opened her mouth, glancing at the increasingly pale and frantic Zhu Qingxue, hesitating to speak. Please, don't kill me. The queen, having only recently ascended to her position, was still in her early years and could not bear the thought of meeting her demise so soon. I can appoint you as the special worshipper of the Xingluo royal family, granting you the highest honors, and I can even offer dozens of women more beautiful and alluring than I. Truly, she was worthy of her title as queen. At a glance, she discerned Zhu Zhuqing's feelings towards Chunyu and promptly resolved to employ the allure of beauty to entice him. Chunyu found this amusing. If he truly desired an endless supply of lovers, he could easily populate an entire planet with them. However, such words would surely provoke Zhu Zhuqing. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze to her. Indeed, upon hearing Zhu Qingxue's proposal, Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes hardening with resolve. Master, I have made my decision. Chen Yue, intrigued, inquired, Oh, what decision? Zhu Qingxue gasped in horror, her complexion paling as she implored Chen Yue with her gaze. Master, I have decided. Zhu Qing was acutely aware that she had no path of retreat left. Should she lose Chen Yue's support, her family, the entire Zhu clan, would face annihilation under baseless charges. Yet, killing the queen was also fraught with danger, as many were aware of her visit to the imperial harem. Should Zhu Qingxue perish, the repercussions for the Zhu family would be catastrophic. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to ensnare her in a web of deceit. Master, I have decided to drag her down with me. Chen Yue was taken aback. The queen, Zhu Qingxue. Chapter 33, Daimyo by Mother. Wait, Yu Qing. How did you end up here? As the night deepened, the ministers of the Xingluo court gradually dispersed, each burdened with their own thoughts. How could it come to this? Emperor Xingluo paced back and forth, visibly distressed. Following discussions among the ministers, it was confirmed that a noble had gathered the remnants of Hao Tian's sect, only for this remnant to mysteriously vanish days prior, seemingly abducted. At the time, this noble had dismissed the loss as inconsequential. Little did they know. Father, what shall we do now? Daimyo Bai, who had attended the court meeting, was frantically concerned, having entirely forgotten about Zhu Zhuqing's plight. We must act swiftly. In a mere moment, the spirit hall obliterated the Hao Tian sect, leaving the once mighty three great sects, reduced to a pitiful state with only the seven treasure glazed tile sect barely surviving. Given the current strength of the entire Star Luo Empire, it is inconceivable that they could confront even the seven treasure glazed tile sect, let alone the formidable spirit hall that easily annihilated Hao Tian sect. Could we truly apprehend the remnants of Hao Tian sect by ordering a sweep across the empire? Daimyo Bai looked up at the Star Luo Emperor, his expression betraying a sense of panic. What is there to be anxious about? The Star Luo Emperor, witnessing Daimyo Bai's distress, felt an increase in his irritation. This matter does not concern you. Go and rest. After a brief pause, he continued. You have just returned and have not even paid your respects to your mother, yet you rush here to attend the court meeting, appearing so flustered. What will the ministers think of our Dai family? The current Star Luo Emperor was already in a state of agitation, and with Daimyo Bai buzzing around like a fly, it was no wonder he was further vexed. After receiving a scathing reprimand, Daimyo Bai dared not retort, fearing another tirade, and thus wisely departed from the Star Luo Hall. However, just as he stepped outside, heading towards the Empress's palace, he suddenly recalled the matter concerning Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, a clever scheme began to form in his mind. His mother also hailed from the Zhu family, which was a noble house of considerable influence within the empire. What if the remnants of the Hao Tian sect and the affairs of the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall were attributed to the entire Zhu family? Would that not absolve the Dai family of any repercussions? It is no wonder that Dai Mubai harbored such thoughts. He was not yet an emperor and had not collaborated with Zhu Zhiqing, coupled with her recent betrayal. It was only natural for him to contemplate such a notion. After all, merely implicating a noble who sheltered the remnants of the Hao Tian sect would not suffice. It required a formidable noble family, such as the Zhu family, to bear such a burden. Dai Mubai was acutely aware that the Dai family's dominion largely depended on the support of numerous noble houses. Despite their numbers, they could not govern every aspect without these allied nobles, who served as their capable subordinates. Yet, in the face of the Spirit Hall's relentless pressure, a lesser noble would be unable to shoulder the responsibility, potentially provoking the Spirit Hall into an even greater fury. With this thought in mind, Dai Mubai contemplated whether to consult the Star Luo Emperor, but he recognized that the Emperor was clearly in a foul mood, and approaching him would only invite further scorn. Perhaps it would be better to have his mother soothe the Emperor instead? With such thoughts in mind, Dai Mubai no longer hesitated. For he was well aware that his father and mother had weathered countless storms together, their bond undoubtedly steadfast. He firmly believed that his mother would surely have a solution. Thus, he made his way toward the Queen's chambers. Strangely, there seemed to be no one outside. A glance at the Queen's front hall revealed not a single maid in attendance. It was known that as Queen, she had trained numerous capable maidens who were always present to guard her chambers. How could such a situation arise? Filled with doubt, Dai Mubai ventured into the front hall, then the central hall, and even the rear hall, yet found no one. Could they all be in the sleeping quarters? The palace as the Queen's residence was indeed vast, comprising not only the 3 grand halls but also the private sleeping quarters within. However, these quarters were typically reserved for the Queen herself, with entry granted only to the Emperor and her maids. It made sense, considering it was late at night. They must surely be in the sleeping quarters. At that moment, Dai Mubai finally noticed the sparse moonlight among the stars. He no longer hesitated and approached the entrance of the grand hall, gently knocking on the door. "Mother, are you resting?" However, as he drew near, he sensed a peculiar movement within the chamber. Yet, as soon as his voice resonated, all sounds abruptly ceased. It seemed that those inside were startled by his unexpected utterance. This is the sensation of Dai Mubai. Is it Mubai? The familiar sound that resonated within caused Dai Mubai to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet he soon found himself perplexed. How did this feeling seem reminiscent of the tone of his twin siblings, who were always by his side? He quickly dismissed the thought. How could that be? His father was in the Star Luo Hall, and this must surely be a delusion brought on by his prolonged abstinence. He then spoke. "Mother, have you had a chance to rest?" I am in the midst of bathing. Is there something you require?" Dai Mubai did not ponder further and simply inquired. "How much longer will it be, Mother? I have matters of great importance to discuss with you." After all, this issue was of utmost significance, as the deadline set by the Spirit Hall was fast approaching, and they needed to devise a flawless strategy promptly. Otherwise, the royal position of the Dai family would be in jeopardy. With this thought in mind, he did not leave immediately but instead asked, it shouldn't be long, right?" It was indeed peculiar for Dai Mubai to find himself in this situation. How could a mere bath take such an indefinite duration? However, the answer soon emerged from Queen Zhu Qingxue. I am currently taking a medicinal bath. If you, Mubai, are not in a hurry, perhaps you could return home for a while? A medicinal bath? Dai Mubai felt somewhat bewildered, for this was the first time he had ever encountered such a concept. The closest he had come to it was when Tang San had previously provided them with celestial herbs, which were meant to be consumed directly. Despite his confusion, he felt compelled to respect his mother's authority and promptly responded, "Then I shall wait just outside the door for a moment." It was then that he perceived a renewed commotion from within, and upon listening attentively, it seemed she was genuinely bathing. However, he mused that perhaps such an extravagant use of water was a bit excessive. The sound reminiscent of a tsunami crashing against the shore reached his ears, and scratching his head, he shrugged it off, taking a seat beside the statue as he awaited her return. As night deepened, an inexplicable chill enveloped Dai Mubai. The sole emperor, glancing upward, he noticed that snowflakes had begun to drift through the sky, gradually blanketing his golden hair in a shroud of white. How curious it was that winter had not yet arrived, yet here he stood, witnessing the onset of snow. He muttered to himself, brushing away the thick accumulation of snowflakes atop his head and shaking his hair. At that moment, a slightly flushed maid stepped out from the palace, cradling a scarf and a hat in her arms. "Your Highness, given the frigid weather, even though you are a soul master, you must not neglect your health. This has been knitted for you by Her Majesty, the Queen. How considerate of Mother. Dai Mubai's face brightened with joy, and warmth spread through his heart. As he lifted his gaze, he was momentarily taken aback by the color of the hat. Upon hearing his skepticism, the previously blushing maid shyly smiled and said, "Your Highness, you may not be aware. This hat is crafted from the skin of a 1,000-year-old gecko, which was slain by Her Majesty when she was still the crown princess. It serves to provide warmth and protection against the cold. The late queen mentioned that this winter has been particularly frigid, and she intended to prepare a scarf for His Majesty while making this gecko hat for you." After a brief pause, the maid continued, "However, due to His Majesty's recent outburst, the Queen has decided against gifting the gecko skin hat to him and instead gave it to you." The Queen also remarked that the gecko possesses an extraordinarily resilient vitality, and its natural green hue symbolizes vitality and the continuity of life. Compared to this, the green of your hat is merely a trivial detail, wouldn't you agree? Vitality and the continuity of life? Dai Mubai examined the hat in his hands, feeling that something was amiss, yet when he grasped it, he undeniably sensed a warmth emanating from it, even feeling some old wounds healing at an exceedingly slow pace. Since it was a gift from his mother, he found no reason to refuse it. With this thought, Dai Mubai smiled, donned the hat, and wrapped a scarf around his neck. Remarkably, he felt the biting cold dissipate entirely in that moment. "By the way, how much longer does my mother's medicinal bath require?" After dispelling the chill, Dai Mubai, in a good mood, looked at the maid whose complexion had reddened but whose gaze seemed a bit unnatural. He curiously inquired, "What troubles you?" "Oh, it's nothing," the maid replied shyly. "I was just thinking of something joyful." "What joyful thing?" he pressed. "Well, it seems that Her Majesty might be expecting again." "What?" Dai Mubai was stunned. "What do you mean? He has already become the crown prince. Why is his mother having another child?" "Your Highness, please do not worry." The maid smiled gently. "You are already the crown prince. When the time comes, His Majesty will naturally abdicate in your favor, and you need not engage in any form of competition for the time being." Yet, Dai Mubai felt a lingering unease. His father was only in his 40s, and according to the regulations of the Star Luo Empire regarding abdication, there were still several decades to go. What if another child were to be born? No, his mother cannot have another brother. With this thought, a chill flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes, disregarding the protocol against entering the queen's chambers. He forcefully pushed past the maid and charged toward the palace. "Alas, Your Highness, the queen is still in her bath. You cannot enter," the maid exclaimed in alarm, desperately trying to stop him, even activating her martial spirit and soul rings in an attempt to intervene. "Get out of my way." The current Dai Mubai was a legitimate soul emperor, far beyond what a mere soul king like the maid could impede. With a single push, she was sent flying to the ground. He himself surged into the palace chamber. However, upon rushing in, Dai Mubai was utterly taken aback. "Mother, wait. Zhu Qing, what are you doing here?" He beheld the Empress, Zhu Qingxue, her complexion flushed, elegantly seated upon the phoenix couch, adorned in her regal phoenix gown. Behind her, Zhu Qing, equally blushing, was gently massaging her. The couch was draped with a red quilt intricately embroidered with dragon and phoenix patterns, the center of which appeared somewhat elevated. "Mubai, what brings you here?" The Empress, Zhu Qingxue, opened her eyes. Was it merely Dai Mubai's imagination, or did he perceive a hint of allure in her gaze? This was something he had never conceived possible. His mother would never engage in such behavior. Clenching his teeth, Dai Mubai resolutely dismissed the thoughts brewing in his mind. However, as a rogue tiger, he sensed a peculiar fragrance wafting through the air, causing his pupils to constrict sharply and his expression to tremble with unease. "Leave at once." The queen, Zhu Qingxue, wore an icy expression, yet her flushed cheeks failed to convey any authority. Fortunately, Dai Mubai was accustomed to her demeanor and was jolted back to reality, scrambling out in a flurry. "Mother, did he seem to notice?" Behind her, Zhu Zhuqing cast a fleeting glance at the retreating Dai Mubai, a glint of lethal intent flashing in her cold, yet intriguing eyes. Apart from Chunyu, who was directly involved, only Zhu Qingxue and Dai Mubai were privy to her betrayal of the Dai family. Zhu Qingxue, having already been dragged into the mire, felt no worry for herself, but rather for Dai Mubai. Should we eliminate him? The queen's expression shifted. After all, he was her son. And she hesitated to take such a drastic step. He likely hasn't seen anything, has he? After all, one must not forget the events that transpired in the Tiando Empire. He isn't a fool. Zhu Zhuqing's words caused the blush on Zhu Qingxue's face to drain away, leaving her pallid. If you spare him, once the master departs, it is our entire Zhu family that will perish. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qingshue's countenance changed dramatically. Her eyes suddenly widening, her body stiffening, before collapsing. In the next moment, Chunyu lifted the crimson blanket, embracing her with one arm while wrapping the other around Zhu Qing. Ah, double the joy. I wish to grant him another chance. Is that all right? Moments later, Zhu Qingshui regained her composure, turning to Chunyu, who held her, and implored him. After all, he was still her son, her only son. In response to her plea, Chunyu merely flashed a smile, revealing his pearly whites, appearing as if basking in spring's warmth. Yet his words bore the coldness of a sage's indifference. Instead of fixating on this son, why not allow me to bestow upon you the opportunity to reign over your own domain? What do you mean? Zhu Qingshui inquired, bewildered. Chunyu smiled, gesturing playfully. I shall not interfere in the affairs of your empire. Thus, once the threats are eradicated, and with a prince remaining, this realm shall be yours to command. Do you understand? Zhu Qingshue's breath quickened at his words, but soon worry crept in. But the Dai family still has its ancestors, fear not. Before I depart, I shall ensure everything is settled. Zhu Zhuqing offered no dissent. She had no path of retreat left, and could only submit to Chunyu, obediently following his lead. After all, she had been raised to be compliant, destined to marry into the Dai family, and her servile nature had been thoroughly cultivated, making it challenging to eradicate. She could only hope to redirect her submission towards a new master. Daimubai raced away, his mind consumed by a singular thought: escape. Escape. Mother has utterly betrayed us. He realized he must inform the emperor and seek his intervention to suppress both the queen and Zhu Zhuqing. He could scarcely fathom that his mother would dare to provoke the Dai royal family in such a manner. This is intended to provoke the emperor's furious wrath, leading to the annihilation of the Zhu clan. It dares to bring shame upon the imperial family. If it were merely a matter concerning a consort, perhaps it could be handled discreetly, such as by substituting her with another, which would likely result in only a minor blemish on Dai Mubai's reputation. By the time he ascends to the throne, it would probably be forgotten. But now, this is indeed the reigning empress. At this juncture, if left unchecked and allowed to escalate, what remains of the Dai family's reputation? What face will his resolute father possess? It is imperative to inform the emperor at once and execute all the maids and attendants aware of this matter. As Dai Mubai resolved in his heart, he found himself once more within the grand hall of Xinglua. What troubles you? The emperor of Xinglua furrowed his brows deeply, lifting his gaze to meet the grim expression of Dai Mubai. His eyes narrowed, he inquired, what has transpired? Dai Mubai remained silent, surveying the surrounding guards. The emperor, perceiving his intent, promptly gestured for them to withdraw. Father, I discovered an unidentified man in the Queen Mother's palace. Initially, Dai Mubai intended to mention an unfamiliar scent, but knowing the emperor's temperament, he opted to state that he had apprehended a man. This, in turn, would ensure the demise of both Empress Zhu Qingshui and Zhu Qing, and the disgrace he suffered would remain concealed. Upon hearing this, the emperor's countenance darkened abruptly. First, remove your hat and scarf, Dai Mubai. Oh, it seems I forgot to take them off. He hastily removed his hat and scarf, just as he was about to speak, when the emperor struck his forehead with a palm. To enter the palace adorned with a green hat, you truly are something, Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, what is the matter? Dai Mubai stammered, hesitant to articulate the situation. It is like this. He rambled on, embellishing the tale, effectively darkening the emperor's expression further. Silence. A sharp slap landed on Dai Mubai's face. Come, we shall seek a reckoning from that wretched Zhu Qingshui. With a swift strike, infused with soul power yet perfectly controlled, it sent Dai Mubai soaring to the entrance of the grand hall, causing little harm. Upon experiencing this maneuver, Dai Mubai was filled with overwhelming joy. If his father could wield soul power with such precision, he must indeed be a Title Douluo. Humph, Zhu Zhuqing, you wretched maid. How dare you defy my wishes and seek another man? Are you courting death? At that moment, the father and son hurried swiftly towards the queen's chamber. Upon entering the palace, Emperor Xinglua furrowed his brow deeply, sensing something amiss. Father, what is it? Dai Mubai inquired, noticing his father's sudden halt. He glanced around, perplexed, yet found nothing suspicious. It's nothing. Emperor Xinglua squinted, casting a sidelong glance at Dai Mubai, dismissing his somewhat naive son. With a flourish of his sleeve, he strode forward with purpose, declaring, let us proceed. Yes, father. Elated by the emperor's decisive stride, Dai Mubai followed suit, adopting a determined gait as they advanced. Before long, the father and son reached the grand door of the chamber. At that moment, the ominous sound within the hall surged unrestrained into Emperor Xingluo's mind. Damn it. That wretched maid. The Emperor's already somber visage turned a shade darker, and without further hesitation, he summoned his martial spirit. 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, floated into the air behind him. By the heavens! Dai Mubai gasped in astonishment, realizing that his father had quietly ascended to the rank of a Title Douluo without a word. My goodness! He was acutely aware that the number of Title Douluos within the Xingluo Empire was exceedingly limited, and even he, as the crown prince, was uncertain of their exact count. However, he was certain that there were none within the imperial court. Yet, he never imagined that his hidden father had silently achieved this status. And without anyone being the wiser. At this realization, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The scandal he had endured would be buried, never to see the light of day again. Of course, there was still the matter of Dugabo. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he contemplated this, albeit with a hint of trepidation. Although the solitary bow is recognized as a Title Douluo, and indeed regarded as the least formidable among them, it is undeniable that his poison is insidious and nearly impossible to defend against. Should a confrontation arise within the confines of Xingluo City, it is likely that the entire city would pay the price for his recklessness. Therefore, this matter requires careful deliberation. As thoughts flitted through his mind, Dai Mubai lifted his gaze toward the palace before him, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. The inhabitants within, upon sensing the soul power fluctuations emanating from this Title Douluo, must have been rendered utterly dumbfounded. With the activation of his 7th spirit skill, White Tiger True Form, Dai Mubai's thoughts raced. The Emperor of Xingluo displayed no hesitation. His eyes gleamed with a frosty light, as the black 7th spirit ring behind him shone brilliantly in that instant. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, replaced by a colossal, malevolent-eyed white tiger. With a roar akin to a tiger's roar mingled with a dragon's roar, the enormous white tiger true form struck down upon the palace doors with tremendous force. The power of a martial soul's true form beneath a Title Douluo is extraordinarily formidable. One need only recall how the Hao Tian Douluo nearly shattered the gates of the papal palace upon his emergence. Dai Mubai was certain that the palace doors would not withstand the impact of this massive paw. As the enormous white tiger true form descended with the force of anticipation in Dai Mubai's eyes, the door of the palace was struck with a thunderous crash. Once the door was flung open, they would undoubtedly be left in shock. Elated, Dai Mubai envisioned Zhu Zhuqing's astonished and regretful expression, even anticipating the moment when she would kneel at his feet, pleading for mercy. He would then take great pleasure in humiliating her before casting her aside like refuse. However, as Dai Mubai emerged from his daydream, he was utterly stunned by the sight before him. What in the world? He stared at the intact door in disbelief. The earlier thunderous sound seemed to have been nothing more than a trivial noise, as the palace door remained unscathed. The Emperor of Xingluo, sensing Dai Mubai's incredulous gaze, paused the massive white tiger true form, retracted its claw, and let out a low growl before striking again. Dai Mubai's eyes brimmed with renewed hope. Surely, someone must have been bracing against the door from behind. Otherwise, such an outcome was inconceivable. He could not fathom that such a simple door could withstand the might of a Title Douluo's martial soul true form. It must have been his mother who sensed the impending danger, sending countless spirit masters to support the door, combined with his father not exerting his full strength, which had prevented its destruction. Yet, as the paw landed upon the door, it remained completely unaffected. Both the Emperor of Xingluo and Dai Mubai stared blankly at the door. Even the white tiger true form appeared perplexed as it struck the floor, resulting in a resounding crack as the ground shattered beneath its weight. This made no sense. Dai Mubai was equally bewildered. He had witnessed the white tiger true form strike the floor with evident force. Yet, why could it not breach the palace door? Neither he nor the Emperor could comprehend this anomaly. Was it possible that this door was reinforced by the defenses of a Title Douluo? The Emperor pondered, feeling as if his paw had struck against an unyielding wall, leaving only a tingling sensation in his arm without any other reaction. Logically, with the prowess of his martial soul true form, he should have been able to shatter the door with a single blow. How could this be? Determined, the Emperor summoned another spirit ring, unleashing the white tiger's radiant wave. In an instant, the white tiger true form expelled a powerful gust, and with a thunderous crash, the palace door finally succumbed. Dai Mubai caught a glimpse of his father's reflection, his eyes filled with an odd expression, as if questioning, "Father, did you falter? Did you truly require 2 spirit skills to breach this door?" Humph. The Emperor of Xingluo disregarded his son's incredulous gaze. As the white tiger true form steadily advanced into the palace, Dai Mubai followed closely behind. Upon entering, however, the anticipated scene was conspicuously absent. Instead, the palace was eerily clean and desolate, devoid of any presence. How strange, Daimubai exclaimed in confusion, pointing to the neatly folded bedding on the phoenix bed. I distinctly recall seeing them here just moments ago. How could they have vanished so quickly? Humph. The emperor let out a cold snort. The white tiger true form uttering in human speech, the monks may flee, but the temple remains. To bring shame upon the Dai family. We shall start with the annihilation of the Zhu clan. The Dai family had maintained their reign for so many years not solely through strength, but by forging alliances capable of executing martial soul fusion techniques with the majority of the aristocracy. Let us put it this way. The annihilation of the Zhu clan has indeed rendered the Dai family incapable of merging into the phantom white tiger. However, it is possible that a dual-winged white tiger or a demonic white tiger may arise. For many years, the Zhu family's status has surpassed that of other noble families, leaving them with scant opportunities to vie for the imperial throne, as the Zhu clan had long since secured those prospects. Yet now, having provoked such turmoil, the Star Luo emperor is convinced that if he were to issue a decree, 99% of the nobility in Star Luo city would rally to annihilate the Zhu clan. Upon hearing this, Daimubai's face lit up with joy, praising his father's sagacity. However, regarding the issue of the crown princess, the Star Luo emperor snorted dismissively, remarking that there are countless individuals desiring the position. There is no need for concern. I shall personally select a noblewoman with a better compatibility for you. The future martial soul fusion technique will undoubtedly rival that of the phantom white tiger. Daimubai was elated and was about to speak when, suddenly, a light, airy voice interjected, saying, "See, I told you, your feelings are rendered utterly laughable in the face of imperial power." The father and son suddenly lifted their heads, only to discover that, at some unknown moment, the previously empty phoenix platform now bore the presence of Chunyu, who was smiling contentedly while cradling the queen, Zhu Qingxue, in his left arm and embracing Zhu Shiqing with his right. It seemed that they had lost all hope. Zhu Qingxue and Zhu Shiqing exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. As they turned their gaze back to Daimubai and his father, a chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from them. Since they had chosen to embrace the darkness, forsaking any chance of light, they resolved to obliterate all that was bright. The Dai family was not worth lamenting. In that moment, Daimubai finally regained his senses and shouted, "Father, it is this pretty boy." His loud exclamation jolted the Star Luo emperor back to reality. But the latter found him too noisy and sent him flying with a single slap, crashing against the side. No one had ever dared to wreak havoc in the palace of the Dai family before. Beneath the guise of the Star Luo emperor's white tiger form, his malevolent gaze fixed on Daimubai. "You are the first. State your name, and I shall proclaim it to the world, hanging your corpse for all to see. P.S. Upon waking this afternoon, I discovered that over a dozen of my works had been blocked. I was utterly disheartened after rewriting more than 8,000 words. It was never my intention to delay updates. Could I perhaps receive a little consolation? I have cried dry from my efforts yet persevered to update." Chapter 35, The Star Luo Empress. As the emperor of the Star Luo Empire, wielding the power over the entire realm and possessing the formidable title of Douluo, he certainly had the audacity to speak thus. As his words echoed, his 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, were unleashed, and with a fierce glare, the white tiger form struck out towards Chunyu and the others. Surely, it would be a fatal blow. Meanwhile, Daimubai, nursing his swollen face, struggled to rise and, witnessing this scene, was filled with elation. Perhaps the previously locked gate had merely been a trivial mishap. After all, it might have been reinforced. But here before him stood 3 undeniably real individuals. How could mere mortals withstand the might of a martial soul's true form? Moreover, this was the manifestation of a Title Douluo's martial soul. That pretty boy was even more handsome than I. Such transgressions could not be forgiven. At that moment, Daimubai finally realized Chunyu's extraordinary beauty, and his eyelids twitched slightly as a wave of jealousy surged within him, only to swiftly transform into a cold smirk. He could almost envision the scene where the 3 individuals before him would be mercilessly flattened into a pulp beneath the mighty paw of the white tiger's true form. It was not just Daimubai who harbored such envious sentiments. Even the Star Luo emperor, in his white tiger form, felt similarly. With a face as fair as this lad's, it was no wonder that the wretched maid would be captivated. Humph. Today, I shall strike this pretty boy into a mere pancake and then compel that wretched maid to consume it. With such thoughts occupying his mind, the Star Luo emperor directed his attack squarely at Chunyu. If one must act, why delay with needless chatter? Chen Yue had long anticipated that the Star Luo Emperor would not be able to restrain himself from making a move. He simply had not expected the father-son duo of the Dai family to possess such theatricality in their hearts. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chen Yue raised his left hand. A red and 3 gold soul rings shimmering with an energy that rendered the entire arena breathless, abruptly enveloping the scene. What? As the soul ring of this configuration was unleashed, it instantly captured the unwavering attention of everyone within the palace, particularly that of the queen, Zhu Qingxue. She finally comprehended why Zhu Zhuqing had chosen to humbly acknowledge the harsh reality. Even more astonishing was the presence of the Star Luo Emperor. How could this be possible? The first soul ring was a staggering 100,000 years. This was inconceivable, while the Star Luo Emperor was engulfed in shock. Chen Yue had already invoked his second soul skill, spirit summoning. The spirit manifested as a projection of the heavenly court of the primordial era, featuring the king of the tower, the celestial guardian. In an instant, a transparent silhouette wielding the divine tower appeared, stepping forth amidst a dazzling golden glow, establishing itself before the true form of the white tiger. Upon the emergence of this figure, the Star Luo Emperor felt as though an insurmountable mountain loomed before him. This is mere trickery. Having never encountered a golden soul ring, he dismissed it as a ruse. Convinced that a mere 4-ringed soul master could never contend with a dignified Title Douluo like himself. As this thought flickered through his mind, he abruptly raised his claw, and a black soul ring behind him shimmered brightly, unleashing the white tiger's sky-rending claw. In a brilliant flash, the massive paw of the white tiger struck fiercely against the towering projection. With a swift strike, the Star Luo Emperor felt as though he had struck a shell of impenetrable hardness. In that instant, even the essence of his soul skills vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, his claw throbbed with pain, his malevolent eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. This is impossible. How could anyone withstand the might of my 9th soul skill in its true form? He was astonished, bewildered, and filled with dread, just as he was caught in this moment of shock. The immense divine tower in the hands of the projection surged forth like a mountain, charging directly at him. What is this? As one of his tiger claws lost sensation from the pain, the Star Luo Emperor was jolted back to reality by the suffocating aura emanating from the tower. Raising his gaze, he was met with a look of shock in his sinister eyes. In the next moment, all his soul rings illuminated brilliantly, and he unleashed a flurry of attacks upon the divine tower with his other claw: White Tiger's protective barrier, White Tiger's radiant wave, White Tiger's diamond transformation, White Tiger's meteor shower, White Tiger's demon god transformation, White Tiger's annihilation strike. In a single breath, he unleashed all 9 of his soul skills. At this moment, the Star Luo Emperor felt his soul power deplete instantaneously, yet he paid it no heed, channeling the full force of his soul rings into that single claw as he lunged towards the oncoming projection of the divine tower. However, the projection of the towering king, despite its diminished power, was far beyond the capability of any soul skill from the lower realms to withstand. After all, even though its strength was significantly inferior to the original, it still bore the essence of a million-year spirit within this lower dimension. The combined age of the 9 soul rings of the Star Luo Emperor amounts to merely a fraction of their total potential energy, rendering him incapable of withstanding such force. With a thunderous roar, the massive white tiger's true form was struck down with a single blow, akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. And all the soul ring energy crumbled like fragile paper beneath this overwhelming power. The divine tower crashed upon the white tiger's form, sending it hurtling backwards like a great insect struck by a high-speed train, violently scraping against the floors of both the rear and central halls, ultimately colliding with the stone wall in the courtyard between the front and central halls, creating a deep pit upon impact. In that instant, the imposing figure of the sinister-eyed white tiger vanished, replaced by the ailing Star Luo Emperor, who lay helplessly in the pit, unable to rise. I refuse to accept this. The Star Luo Emperor struggled to lift his head, a mix of astonishment and fury crossing his features as he gazed from afar into the queen's chamber, where Chunyu, arms crossed, had just uttered 4 words. Suddenly, he uncontrollably spat out copious amounts of blood, collapsing to the ground, feeling the essence of his life ebb away. You are neither the first, nor will you be the last. Chen Yue stretched lazily and yawned, remarking, however, compared to the first, you are fortunate indeed. Your martial soul remains intact. The first to strike my martial soul with a hammer, after all, shattered it completely. Behind him, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Qingxue felt a chill surge from their feet, rushing violently through their bodies, sending shivers from their heads to their toes. In that moment, They comprehended the wisdom of their earlier inaction. Even the battle-hardened sword Douluo, before suffering his injuries, might have struggled to withstand such a soul skill. Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced with fear, yet she felt a sense of relief for having been compliant upon sensing that lethal pressure. Had she provoked Chen Yu's unpredictable temperament, her fate would likely have been far worse than that of the Star Luo Emperor. The most formidable Title Douluo she had ever witnessed was the Sword Douluo, Chen Xian. At the pinnacle of level 97, a master of offensive capabilities. However, the queen, Zhu Qingxue, had encountered a senior with a soul power greater than that of Chen Xian during her days as a mere princess. The energy released by that individual had not matched the overwhelming pressure of Chen Yu's current soul skill. If she had such an ally backing her, she mused, tightening her thighs, a smile gracing her lips as she approached Chen Yue with feline grace, softly suggesting, "My lord, do rest if you are weary." The audacity of Zhu Qingxue's words jolted Zhu Zhuqing from her reverie, prompting her to hastily embrace Chen Yu's other arm, exclaiming, "My lord, I shall attend to you." With a flicker of thought, her martial soul manifested, and a long cattail entwined around Chen Yu's thigh, playfully scratching him. She understood that Chen Yu's intentions were to torment Dai Mubai, and it was evident that the Dai family was doomed. If she did not align herself with Chunyu now, she sensed impending threats. Should Zhu Qingxue gain authority, her future would likely be fraught with difficulties. After all, ultimately, Dai Mubai is indeed the son of Zhu Qingxue, although he has contemplated using the blade of the Star Luo Emperor to annihilate the entire Zhu family. He cannot absolve the undeniable truth of her previous betrayal. Therefore, it is certain that the Empress Zhu Qingxue harbors some disdain towards her. Moreover, should Zhu Qingxue choose to seek a powerful ally? No, this is inconceivable. Zhu Zhuqing severed her thoughts. She is still young, and it was Chen Yue who personally conferred her position. She refuses to believe that the Empress Zhu Qingxue could possess such a significant advantage over her. Impossible, absolutely impossible. At this very moment, Dai Mubai, who had just emerged from his astonishment, was left speechless, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. His eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the pit where the dying Star Luo Emperor lay. His father, the illustrious Title Douluo, had actually been defeated despite putting forth his utmost effort. Moreover, is this truly a case of being defeated in an instant? It cannot be. It must be a fabrication. My Dai family's evil eye white tiger stands as an invincible entity among beast martial souls. How could it possibly lose? Dai Mubai staggered backward. Disbelief etched across his face, struggling to accept the reality before him. Overwhelmed, he collapsed onto the ground, but perhaps in a moment of folly. He landed directly in the large pit, executing a graceful roll that resulted in an unexpected collision with the Star Luo Emperor. Star Luo Emperor, Dai Mubai, how utterly revolting. Observing this scene, Empress Zhu Qingxue felt a wave of nausea wash over her. She quickly moved closer to Chen Yue, speaking in the alluring tone characteristic of mature women. "My lord, they are quite repulsive. Shall we not engage in something less distasteful?" With her formidable strength, she could easily discern that the Star Luo Emperor was merely clinging to his last breath. Even departing from the scene would pose no threat. And regarding that final breath of the Star Luo Emperor, she resolved to use it as an emblem of loyalty for Chen Yue. Thus, she could firmly cling to this benefactor. After all, she did not possess the advantageous qualities of Zhu Zhuqing. No need to rush. Chen Yue gazed at her with a gentle smile, gesturing towards the stone wall. "I see that behind this wall, it's also quite suitable for support." The Empress, Zhu Qingxue, appeared utterly perplexed. What did he mean by support? This confusion was not limited to her. Even Zhu Zhuqing was equally baffled. And the father-son duo from the Dai family, trapped in the pit, wore expressions of bewilderment. However, soon enough, the Starry Emperor grasped the situation. "Master, you are truly formidable," surpassing even that green glowing tiger by leaps and bounds. As Zhu Qingxue's voice echoed from behind the stone wall, his complexion visibly shifted to a shade of deep violet, culminating in a violent eruption of blood that spouted nearly a meter high, followed by his eyes bulging, lifeless like a fish, unblinking. "Father." Dai Mubai's face turned a grim shade of ashen, yet upon witnessing the bloodied and lifeless Starry Emperor, he was taken aback. Trembling as he knelt forward to check for breath. No breath. Dai Mubai recoiled in fright, only to realize that one of his arms was firmly gripped by the Starry Emperor. He hastily shook it off, only to see a piece of paper fluttering down to the ground. Dai Mubai paused momentarily, then cautiously glanced at the stone wall behind him, hearing Zhu Qingxue's voice. His face contorted in a spasm of emotions, simultaneously feeling a sigh of relief. Filled with envy and resentment, he muttered a curse. "Damn it, Subsequently, he picked up the paper, and upon reading its contents, he was overwhelmed with joy. No longer hesitating, seizing the opportunity as the voice rose, he stealthily slipped away. As night deepened, light gradually approached. With a piercing cry, the Empress Qian abandoned her prior regal demeanor, collapsing into Chen Yu's embrace, her sultry voice laced with exhaustion. Master, you are truly remarkable. This servant is thoroughly satisfied. She dared not refer to herself as this palace in front of Chunyu, lest she appear pretentious. Not good, master. Daimubai has escaped. At that moment, the novice Zhu Zhuqing suddenly peeked out from behind the stone wall and was met with a startling revelation, prompting her to urgently alert others. Chunyu, unfazed and composed, even pulled her over, suggesting that there was no need to rush and that they should first attend to the matter at hand. At that moment, a figure knelt before Chunyu in the queen's front hall, his gaze fixed intently on his own toes as he respectfully addressed, "My lord, I have just arrived from Tiando City, bearing news from the Soul Douluo." What is the situation? Chunyu inquired. Bibi Dong has gathered numerous Title Douluos from the Spirit Hall, and they have successfully navigated the critical juncture. They are expected to arrive in Xinglua City within a quarter of an hour. Upon hearing the phrase numerous Title Douluos, both Zhu Qingxue and Zhu Zhuqing turned pale with fright, clutching onto Chunyu for dear life. For it was only this man who could provide them with a semblance of security. Meanwhile, Chunyu, seemingly indifferent, asked, "How many Title Douluos have come?" All the elders from the Hall of the Pope, aside from the subordinates and the Serpent Spear, have mobilized. Upon the utterance of those words, Zhu Qingxue and Zhu Zhuqing clung to each other even more tightly, their delicate forms trembling intensely. All the Title Douluos. This is to annihilate the Star Luo Empire. Chapter 36, Bibi Dong. Shall we proceed without hesitation? The only allies Bibi Dong can summon are the numerous elders from the Papal Hall. She lacks the capability to mobilize the Worship Hall. Has she rallied all the Title Douluos from the Papal Hall? What about the Spirit Dancer Douluo? Due to her severe injury sustained during the surprise attack on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, she is still recuperating and unable to make an appearance. Chen Yue calculated with a flick of his fingers and nodded slightly. It is fortunate that the Worship Hall has not intervened. The elders do not support Bibi Dong's current endeavor. The previous assault on the Hao Tian sect involved both old and new grievances. Chen Yue understood, after all. Qian Xuanji was essentially regarded as a son by those old fellows in the Worship Hall, having grown up under their watchful eyes, naturally fostering some sentiment. Excellent. Let us proceed according to the plan. Yes. The octopus Douluo arrived swiftly and departed just as rapidly. After Chen Yue concluded his statement, he lowered his head, akin to a court eunuch, gazing at his toes as he retreated from the queen's hall, only daring to raise his head afterward. Oh dear, that was close. I nearly jeopardized the master's enterprise. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, only to realize his back was drenched. Fortunately, I kept my eyes averted. Otherwise, my frail frame could not withstand the master's wrath. At the request of Qian Renxue, the octopus and serpent spear had to address Chen Yue as master, as calling him senior felt rather awkward, despite being the truth. Truly, Master Yin, you are remarkable. At this moment, Queen Zhu Qingxue finally comprehended the situation. The man before her had intricately woven his plans since his arrival in Xinglua City. His intentions were not solely driven by lust for beauty. While plotting against the Xinglua Empire, he was simultaneously addressing the crisis posed by the attack from the Spirit Hall. Let us continue. After a night of fierce combat, indeed, this inexperienced novice had suffered a thorough defeat. However, Chun Yu's approach towards the two women was purely physical, devoid of emotional entanglement, catering solely to their comfort. Yes, the maid shall proceed to a distance of 20 kilometers outside Xinglua City. Led by Bibi Dong, numerous Title Douluos had arrived at this location. Just as they were about to advance, Bibi Dong suddenly furrowed her brow and commanded, "Halt." She then looked ahead and inquired, "Jituan, has there been any unexpected developments in Tiando City?" As the only super Douluo within the Hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong was naturally attuned to the presence of Jituan Douluo. "Your Majesty, it is as follows." The newly arrived Jituan Douluo, though appearing composed, was internally anxious. "I have come here at the request of the young master. Having made a significant discovery." Bibi Dong's pupils constricted as she sternly demanded, "Speak." "The saintess has been kidnapped by the great emperor of Xinglua and his son, Daimubai." Bibi Dong. Other Title Douluos? Jituan Douluo's revelation utterly bewildered Bibi Dong. After a moment of shock, she turned her gaze towards the ghost Douluo and exclaimed, "Gue Mei, Did you not say that the remnants of Hao Tian sect had seized the Saintess and fled to the Xingluo Empire? Why is it now the Emperor of Xingluo who has taken her captive? Ghost Douluo. Oh, my heavens! Your Holiness! I swear on my conscience. I genuinely do not know. At this moment, Ghost Douluo was truly at a loss for tears. Your Majesty, this matter was under old Ju's jurisdiction. I was not aware. Ju Douluo? No, why am I being dragged into this? Just as he was about to explain, he caught sight of Bibi Dong's icy gaze upon him. Yueguan, what is going on? Ju Douluo. No, Your Holiness, did you not say to place the blame for the Saintess's abduction on the Xingluo Empire, demanding they surrender the remnants of the Hao Tian sect and the Saintess? Why must I bear the brunt of this? Your Majesty, this matter is not the fault of Elder Yueguan. At this moment, the sea cucumber Douluo spoke again, revealing that it had taken his subordinates a considerable amount of time to conduct a secret investigation. It turned out that the Star Luo Emperor had quietly ascended to the rank of Title Douluo and was, in fact, a hidden sixth elder. Bibi Dong. Other Title Douluos. What? Bibi Dong's expression shifted dramatically, and she turned to Ju Douluo, her voice sharp as she demanded, Yueguan, how are you in charge of intelligence work? How could you have no news regarding this old tiger from the Dai family becoming a Title Douluo? Ju Douluo protested, not me. Why am I getting blamed again? I truly had no knowledge of this. He felt a sense of despair, unsure of how to respond. It was all this deadbeat's fault, otherwise. How could the Pope be so furious with me? Your Grace, please remain calm. Sea Cucumber Douluo asserted seriously. It is only after extensive probing that I have obtained this information. It is understandable that Elder Yueguan was unaware of this matter. Bibi Dong's expression softened slightly before she inquired of Sea Cucumber Douluo, aside from the Saintess, have you made any other discoveries in Star Luo City? She refrained from questioning why Sea Cucumber Douluo was in Star Luo City, as she was finally receiving the news she had longed for regarding the Saintess, which stirred her excitement. Your Grace, I have uncovered that within the Star Luo Empire, there exists a power that is not inferior to the Hao Tian sect. Sea Cucumber Douluo's face was grave as he continued. They are the formidable force backing the Dai family, and their overall strength is exceedingly powerful, despite my utmost caution. I nearly fell into their trap. What? Bibi Dong's eyes widened in shock, and she turned her icy gaze toward Ju Douluo. Ju Douluo, I beg you. Sea Cucumber urged. Please, stop talking. At this rate, the Pope might even contemplate my demise. Ju Douluo felt utterly helpless. Although he oversaw nearly the entire intelligence network of the Spirit Hall, he genuinely knew nothing about this development. When had the Star Luo Empire grown to possess such a formidable force, rivaling the Hao Tian sect? At this moment, none of the Title Douluos suspected Sea Cucumber Douluo of lying, for they were situated beneath Star Luo City. Were he to deceive them, it would be easily exposed. Furthermore, as a Title Douluo, he would not be foolish enough to fabricate such a lie. Humph, I will settle accounts with you later. Bibi Dong cast a cold glance at Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo, then turned to Sea Cucumber, her voice low as she asked, where is the Saintess now? During this period, she, under the guise of righteousness, obliterated the Hao Tian sect. Now, the entire Heavenly Dou Empire is left with only the lingering remnants of the seven treasure glazed tile sect. If she can seize the main forces of the Star Luo Empire in the name of justice, then both empires will serve as stepping stones for her to establish the Spirit Master Empire, effectively ensnaring them. Due to the mobilization of Bibi Dong and her entourage, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect has been branded as traitorous, and the news of Shui Yi's assassination has yet to reach her ears. Currently, the Soul Sage delivering the message has only just arrived in Spirit City and is laboriously making his way to Star Luo City. Consequently, many elders of the Spirit Hall, including Bibi Dong, are unaware of the situation, and given their collective speed as Title Douluos, it is impossible for a mere Soul Sage to catch up. The Porcupine Douluo scratched his head and uttered three words. I don't know. Bibi Dong, along with the other Title Douluos, expressed disbelief. What do you mean? They exclaimed. After all that you've said, how can you suddenly claim ignorance? My subordinate has only discovered that the Emperor of Star Luo captured the Saintess along with the remnants of the Hao Tian sect, but for some reason, all that remained of the Hao Tian sect was a corpse. As for the Saintess, she was relocated by the Emperor, and during my subordinate's pursuit, they nearly encountered several Title Douluos and dared not continue the chase. Sensing Bibi Dong's countenance darkening, the Porcupine Douluo hastily explained. He certainly did not wish to incur the wrath of Bibi Dong. Although he would not meet a fatal end, it would be a significant humiliation. After all, he had fought alongside predecessors who slaughtered 10,000-year soul beasts as if they were mere chickens. Yet he was still a Title Douluo with dignity. Even the Pope could not strike him. Bibi Dong's eyes were grim. She had no doubt regarding the porcupine Douluo's words. For there were only so many Title Douluos in existence, and when it came to matters involving the saintess of the Spirit Hall, she would undoubtedly investigate thoroughly. If the porcupine Douluo dared to lie, the truth would eventually come to light. I don't know, he repeated. At that moment, Bibi Dong felt an overwhelming urge to hang the porcupine Douluo up for a thorough beating. Can you not deliver your statements in one go? Just as Bibi Dong was losing her patience and contemplating leading the Title Douluos in a search through Star Dou City, suddenly, her mouth, which had just opened, snapped shut. A spark of insight flashed in her eyes as she looked up at the two figures that had appeared before her. Two esteemed offerings. Do you have any guidance? The other Title Douluos, sensing the formidable aura emanating from the newcomers, regarded them with vigilant apprehension. Bibi Dong's expression remained dark as she forced a smile and inquired, "Why are the two offerings not in the Hall of Offerings? Is the grand offering here on some errand? Or do you have grievances regarding this operation?" The individuals before her were the Qian Douluo and the Jiangma Douluo, who had just emerged from the Tingyue secret realm. They stood tall, exuding an air of contempt. Particularly the Jiangma Douluo, who sneered dismissively at Bibi Dong, saying, "Your words seem rather cryptic, Your Excellency. Have the cosmic forces recently fallen out of balance?" Bibi Dong. She stifled the urge to retaliate. If the 7 offerings were merely here to enjoy the spectacle, she urged them to take their leave. The 7 super Douluos within the Hall of Offerings were like family, should she dare to act against them. The others would not only subdue her but would also strip her of the title of Pope. Thus, she must endure. Enough. The Qian Douluo, sensing the tension, restrained the Jiangma Douluo, who was about to speak further. He casually tossed a corpse from his storage bag, stating, "The Grand Offering has issued orders for this task, and we encountered this individual along the way. You may handle it as you see fit." With that, he did not linger, leading the Jiangma Douluo away as they vanished from sight. At that moment, the lifeless body on the ground was curiously uncovered by a Title Douluo, revealing its countenance. Upon closer inspection, Bibi Dong's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Is this the corpse of the Star Dou Emperor? Have you slain him?" Upon hearing these words, numerous Title Douluos gasped in astonishment, their gazes filled with an expression of sheer horror. It is important to understand, this is indeed the ruler of a vast empire. If he is slain, the Wuhuan Temple will face tremendous trouble. It is essential to note that even under Bibi Dong's previous wrath, when she sought to place the blame on the Star Dou Empire, it merely resulted in a demand for an explanation within 3 days. And she did not dare to annihilate the Dai family as she did with the Hao Tian sect. But now, in the blink of an eye, the Emperor of Star Dou is dead? Or was he killed by Chen Yue's demon slayer? In an instant, everyone stood in shock, exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Even Bibi Dong, known for her resolute nature, found herself frozen in place, her mind a tumultuous haze. What to do? At this moment, her thoughts were consumed by the search for Hu Liena, yet she had already caused the death of the Star Dou Emperor. It was evident that the ancestors of the Star Dou Empire would not let this matter rest. Moreover, the Wuhuan Temple, which initially held the moral high ground, would likely find itself in a completely passive position. Those soul masters who had recently joined the temple and had not yet fully integrated would probably withdraw and side with their respective empires against the Wuhuan Temple. Furthermore, the previously escaped Tang Xiao and the mysteriously absent Tang Hao would undoubtedly seize this opportunity, rallying the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and the soul masters of the 2 great empires to declare war on the Wuhuan Temple, which had yet to digest its recent victory. What to do? Perhaps the only course of action is to directly wage war and annihilate the Dai family. Your Holiness, it must be so. Just as Bibi Dong's murderous intent crystallized, contemplating such a course of action, a hurried voice suddenly broke through her thoughts. She looked up to see the snake spear Douluo rushing over in a flurry, drenched in sweat, holding a fainted woman in his arms. His subordinates had been accompanying the 2 esteemed elders on a mission when they fortuitously encountered the Holy Maiden being captured by the Star Dou Emperor and the Star Dou Prince Daimubai, taken towards a nearby mountain range. Knowing that Her Holiness was searching for the Holy Maiden, he dared to request assistance from the 2 esteemed elders to investigate. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a sect lay hidden within that mountain range, and the moment they arrived, they were immediately targeted by countless Title Douluos. Ultimately, the 2 esteemed elders, in collaboration with his subordinates, launched a surprise attack, killing the Star Dou Emperor and hastily making their escape with the Holy Maiden. He paused briefly before adding that the 7th elder had sustained significant injuries, and he himself bore wounds as well. His words tumbled out quickly and in mere 10 seconds. He had relayed the entire account. Afterward, he added, "Your Holiness, they are pursuing us. My subordinates and the porcupine Douluo have already retreated with the lady, Bibi Dong." You all before she could finish her thought, the snake spear Douluo, along with the porcupine Douluo, vanished with the unconscious Huliana. In the next instant, a thunderous, aged voice erupted, accompanied by powerful waves of soul power. "You scoundrels, return my life." Bibi Dong? Other Title Douluos? Chapter 37. Chen Yue, to speak candidly, a crazed cat is truly not to be trifled with. 61 Happy Holidays. Although I wish to celebrate, alas, I am not a child and must work overtime on my writing. After a day of governmental duties, Qian Renxue had just returned to her chamber and lay upon her bed when she suddenly felt something soft against her. Instinctively, she looked up and was startled to see Chunyu, hazily sleeping on her bed, her expression one of bewilderment. "Hey, weren't you in the Star Dou Empire? How did you return in just a few days?" Chunyu, nearly suffocated by her weight, stirred from his stupor. "I've handled what needed to be done. And now I am back. Is there a problem?" "A significant problem," Qian Renxue responded, speechless. "The Star Dou Empire is a vast empire, and the Dai family has established deep roots there for countless years. How could you have returned so swiftly? Did you merely take a casual stroll? From the moment Chunyu departed until now, it has barely been a day and a night, plus a few hours. How could such a feat be accomplished? Were you aware that grandfather Qian Yue was in seclusion, and that is why you returned so hastily?" "Chunyu? Oh, you mean the golden crocodile Douluo?" At this moment, Chunyu seemed to have just come to his senses. He casually waved his hand, likely too preoccupied to seek trouble with me now. "What?" Qian Renxue was taken aback, her expression one of bewilderment. "Why? I surmised that the demon slayer was currently queuing up to confront him." Qian Renxue was even more perplexed. Why would the demon slayer, who was perfectly fine, choose to engage in a fight with grandfather Qian Yue? It made no sense. Chunyu, nearly drained of energy, had no spirit left to speak. After uttering those words, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. One must admit, a frenzied cat is truly a force to be reckoned with. Observing the weary and slumbering Chunyu, Qian Renxue opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. It appeared that he was genuinely devoted to the affairs of the Star Dou Empire, to the extent that he seemed ready to sacrifice everything. But how could he have conquered the Star Dou Empire in less than 2 days? Qian Renxue scratched her head, struggling to comprehend. Furthermore, wasn't he the demon slayer supposed to be in his secret realm? What reason could there be for him to clash with grandfather Qian Yue? Confused, she turned and left the dormitory, making her way towards the emperor's chamber in the Title Douluo Palace. Previously, this place was occupied by the ailing Snow Knight Emperor. However, after a moment of revitalization triggered by Chen Yue, who held Snow-Ku in his arms, the emperor met his demise in a fit of rage, leaving the space vacant. It was then that Qian Renxue arranged for the golden crocodile Douluo to reside here. Outside the emperor's chamber lay a vast courtyard. Just as she stepped outside, she was greeted by the sounds of a fierce skirmish. The voice of the demon Subduing Douluo rang out with exuberance. "Haha, second brother, your attacks are rather lackluster. Have you not eaten? Put in some more effort." The voice of the Qianjun Douluo soon followed, seemingly unable to bear the sight. "Demon, grant your second brother some dignity." "Would you?" Qian Renxue, perplexed, pushed open the door, only to be met with the bewildered gazes of the Qianjun and demon subduing brothers, along with the golden crocodile Douluo, who was sprawled on the ground, panting heavily as if he had just moved a mountain of bricks, drenched in sweat. "What on earth is this?" Qian Renxue could not help but inquire, her mind filled with questions. At that moment, the golden crocodile Douluo wished he could sink into the earth, feeling utterly humiliated, especially as he was seen in such a state by Qian Renxue, whom he regarded as a cherished granddaughter. His social standing was truly at stake. "Little Shui, what brings you here in such a state?" Yet, even if he desired to leave, his current condition and soul power did not permit it. Resigned, he shifted the topic. "Is that rascal who dares to use me as a pawn around?" Just as Qian Renxue opened her mouth to retort, the demon subduing Douluo spoke even more swiftly. "Hey, second brother, I advise you to show some respect." With that, he raised his golden dragon-patterned staff, snorting, "Do you believe I won't thrash you?" The golden crocodile Douluo, taken aback, and Qian Renxue, equally bewildered, exchanged glances. "How can you talk to your elder brother like that?" Qianjun Douluo shot a glare at him, causing the demon subduing Douluo to shrink back, silenced by the weight of their blood ties. Seeing this, the golden crocodile Douluo let out a sigh of relief. But before he could fully relax, Qianjun Douluo's voice rang out again. Second brother, I grant you a chance to rephrase your words. This is a courtesy. Instantly, the golden crocodile Douluo's expression stiffened, staring blankly at the serious Qianjun Douluo, who appeared utterly earnest and not at all jesting, leaving him even more perplexed. What is happening here? Equally confused was Qian Renxue, who could no longer hold back her curiosity and asked, what on earth is going on? The scene was utterly bizarre. As if all three individuals comprehended the situation, while she alone remained bewildered. Without further ado, the golden crocodile Douluo. Fearing that the demon subduing Douluo might inadvertently reveal the incident in which he had just been bested, promptly declared, Xiao Wu has that audacious scoundrel who dares to provoke me returned? I am currently seething with indignation and am eager to administer a sound thrashing. By heavens, I have been vexed by these two young rascals. And now that my soul power has somewhat recuperated, I am more than capable of dealing with a brat who can only resort to cowardly tricks from behind the scenes. Thus, he resolved to seek retribution against the one who dared to wield him as a weapon. Grandfather Golden Crocodile, Qian Renxue began, but was abruptly interrupted by the Golden Crocodile Douluo. I am aware, he is resting in the palace, correct? Very well, I shall confront him forthwith. Qian Renxue exclaimed. What the? I haven't finished speaking yet. The demon subduing Douluo, observing the hasty departure of the Golden Crocodile Douluo, scratched his head and pondered. Is there even a possibility that my elder brother could be fatally struck by that esteemed individual? Qian Renxue hesitated. Well, that seems rather uncertain, doesn't it? It should not come to that. After a moment of contemplation, the Qian Douluo chimed in. The elder is not one to act irrationally. He would not kill my brother. Qian Renxue nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief, indeed. Yet, before she could fully exhale, the Qian Douluo added, however, he might well be half-killed. Qian Renxue, perplexed, could only respond with a stunned expression. Meanwhile, the demon subduing Douluo nodded in agreement. That makes sense. After all, the demon subduing Douluo remarked. The elder's feats in Star Dou City are truly astounding. Given his temperament, should he be disturbed during his rest, I dare say even if the eldest brother were to intervene. Out of respect for the young master, he would still be dealt a grievous blow. Qian Renxue interjected, wait, how did my grandfather come into this? What does this have to do with me? The Qian Douluo concurred. Indeed, the elder's accomplishments this time can only be described as a remarkable triple achievement. Following this, the Pope's ambition to establish an empire is likely rendered impossible, relying solely on the young master's strength now. Qian Renxue, utterly confused by their cryptic exchanges, thought, what on earth are you talking about? What has transpired in the Star Dou Empire? And why are you all out here instead of in the secret realm? Not to mention beating up Grandfather Golden Crocodile? Within the Hall of Offerings, in terms of age and seniority, the Golden Crocodile Douluo was the most esteemed. Arguably the highest-ranking elder in the Spirit Hall, even Qian Douluo was but a junior in his presence. If Qian Douluo were not a six-winged angel, a divine martial soul, he would hardly stand a chance against the Golden Crocodile Douluo at the same level. After all, in his youth, the Golden Crocodile Douluo was renowned alongside the father of the sword Douluo Chen, their strengths being virtually indistinguishable. But now, what had you just witnessed? The esteemed Golden Crocodile Douluo has been unexpectedly subdued by the mere 2-decade-old demon subduing Douluo, treated as if he were a mere dog being beaten into submission. Qian Renxue is utterly astounded, her titanium alloy eyes nearly blinded by the spectacle. The demon subduing Douluo scratched his head and remarked, indeed, the secret realm bestowed upon us by the elder has proven to be immensely beneficial. My brother and I have garnered significant fortune within. Significant fortune? Qian Renxue questioned skeptically. Your soul power remains at the pinnacle of 96, not elevated at all. How could you possibly overpower the esteemed Golden Crocodile, who is at the peak of 98? Even if his soul power were diminished, it would not be a feat achievable by just one of you. It is worth noting that the Golden Crocodile Douluo wields the Golden Crocodile King as his martial spirit, one of the most formidable beast martial spirits, possessing formidable strength and defense that are far beyond the capabilities of the demon-subduing Douluo as coiling dragon staff to breach. Well, the demon-subduing Douluo replied with a mysterious smile, why not inquire further with the elder? Or perhaps allow us to venture back into the secret realm to assist the elder in exploration and establish a camp therein. Qian Renxue, alongside Qianjun Douluo, mused. Your schemes are so transparent that I can hear them from Earth itself. Demon-subduing Douluo, please, do maintain a sense of gravity. Although the demon suppression Douluo has surpassed 2 decades, his personality is rather whimsical, contrasting sharply with his elder brother, the Qian Douluo, whose demeanor is characterized by caution. It is hard to fathom that they are indeed a pair of identical twins. Young master, it is as follows. After being reprimanded by the Qian Douluo, the demon suppression Douluo dared not speak further and obediently stood aside. The Qian Douluo spoke in a grave tone. Within the secret realm, countless monsters lurk. These beings resemble humans, adorned with yellow-brown helmets, wielding dark brown axes that appear stained with blood. Their abilities are peculiar. By vibrating their axes, they can rebound our soul skills back at us, even deflecting our martial soul transformations. Qian Renxue was taken aback. Is it truly that formidable? Observing her astonishment, the demon suppression Douluo interjected, Indeed. My brother and I have experienced life-threatening peril to return. You see our noble spirit, young master. Should we not request the seniors for another opportunity? Qian Renxue, silence. The sudden interruption by the demon suppression Douluo elicited a sharp retort from Qian Renxue, whose temper was understandably frayed. Consequently, the demon suppression Douluo promptly closed his mouth again. However, it was fortunate that we could engage in combat using our martial souls. The Qian Douluo's expression was solemn. These monsters were not exceptionally powerful, as merely striking them with the dragon soaring staff would suffice to defeat them. Nonetheless, their skills were exceedingly strange. The previous blade vibration could not only reflect any of our soul skills, but during close combat, they could transform their axes into whips, ensnaring individuals from a distance. Once struck by this axe whip, one would feel as if poisoned, rendered immobile, forced to helplessly watch as they were drawn closer. Thankfully, their axe attacks were not fatal. As the Qian Douluo paused to reflect, the demon suppression Douluo seized the opportunity to interject once more, adding, But it truly does hurt. Silence. The demon suppression Douluo, feeling aggrieved, closed his mouth once again. The expanse of this secret realm was uncertain, and neither the demon suppression Douluo nor I dared to advance recklessly, for darkness prevailed. And some monsters lurked in obscured areas, with treacherous terrain posing a significant risk. Qian Renxue pondered for a moment before inquiring, What rewards did you obtain within that realm? What could compel the demon suppression Douluo to hold down Grandpa Golden Crocodile? The Qian Douluo cast a sidelong glance at the demon suppression Douluo, indicating he should respond. Hee. Young master, you were unaware of this. Finally, after being silenced twice, the demon suppression Douluo had the chance to speak. He rubbed his hands together, brimming with pride, and declared, It was indeed thanks to my timely intervention with that staff that saved my brother. However, as the words hung in the air, a sudden thunderous roar erupted, and one could see the golden crocodile Douluo soaring through the air like a projectile, crashing down into the courtyard with a resounding thud. The stinging porcupine Douluo clapped his hands and, meeting the bewildered gazes of the three individuals, offered an explanation. The esteemed elder has decreed that anyone daring to enter his chambers, aside from the young master, will be unceremoniously cast out with a single slap. Let my subordinates come and tidy up the refuse he has expelled. Naturally, he could not contend with the golden crocodile Douluo. So it was Chunyu who had dealt the devastating blow. He was merely tasked with cleaning up the aftermath. Qian Renxue, Qianjun demon suppressor. And the golden crocodile Douluo, having just risen to his feet, he was met with the peculiar gazes of the trio, and in that instant, he felt utterly petrified. Socially dead. Completely and utterly socially dead. Alas, I have tarnished my reputation in my twilight years. Chapter 38. Qianjun Douluo, Young Master, I am but a humble man, having only just integrated a set of 100,000-year soul bones. It feels like the data is quite bleak. Is this book nearing its end? Second brother. We've already discussed this. Do not provoke the elder. You, with your boundless generosity, refuse to heed our warnings and insist on seeking retribution. The demon suppressor Douluo gazed upon the golden crocodile Douluo, a smirk of schadenfreude gracing his features. How splendid it is now, to be discarded like refuse by the esteemed elder. Silence, golden crocodile Douluo. As the words of the demon suppressor Douluo fell, before the golden crocodile Douluo could retort, Qianjun Douluo admonished his younger brother. How do you address second brother? This is second brother. After all these years, do you still not understand him? The sudden outcry and justification left the golden crocodile Douluo momentarily stunned. Even the demon-suppressing Douluo appeared bewildered. Wait a moment. Brother, did you not say you would mercilessly mock second brother upon his return? Why has your stance so suddenly shifted, casting me aside? Qian Renxue, observing the scene, was also taken aback, although she had not fully grasped the exchanges among the three. She could surmise that the golden crocodile Douluo was likely spurred on by the provocations of the two brothers. But what is this situation now? The golden crocodile Douluo sighed, realizing that the sixth brother was indeed perceptive. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard Qian Douluo continue. Second brother cannot defeat the elder. That is because the elder engages in underhanded tactics, employing sneak attacks. Golden crocodile Douluo, perplexed. Moreover, second brother is in a desperate situation, a fight to the death. Do you understand? Qian Douluo seemed to be lamenting his sibling, yet in truth, he was indirectly criticizing, suggesting that second brother is confident that the elder cannot be so formidable, thus choosing to confront the elder in his current state. Consequently, even if he were to lose to the elder, he could not be labeled as inferior in skill or reckless. Golden crocodile Douluo interjected, wait. When have I ever been accused of being inferior in skill? It seems this was initially your statement, correct? Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue comprehended the underlying meaning. Casting a peculiar glance at Qian Douluo, she harbored serious doubts regarding the motivations of someone who had been closely associated with Chunyu for an extended period. Though his expression remained unchanged, she suspected he harbored a multitude of hidden grievances. Observing Qian Douluo, it was evident that he outwardly appeared to be engaged in a friendly conversation with the younger Douluo, yet he subtly ridiculed Qian Renxue, insinuating that he overestimated his own abilities and was inferior in skill. Qian Douluo clenched his teeth. He was no fool and immediately perceived the veiled sarcasm in Qian Douluo's words. His expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he swept his sleeve and turned to leave. Exhausted and nearly depleted of soul power, he recognized the necessity of retreating to recuperate. Remaining any longer might elevate his blood pressure to the point where he could not restrain himself from retaliating, leading to another thrashing at the hands of the Qian brothers. Indeed, a pinnacle super Douluo at level 98 possesses formidable strength. Yet with less than 1% of his soul power remaining, he would struggle even against ordinary Title Douluos, let alone face two pinnacle super Douluos at level 96. Thus, the wisest course of action was to retreat. As the adage goes, a gentleman's vengeance is not to be delayed for long. Qian Douluo resolutely decided to leave without further ado and sought seclusion in the training chamber. What, precisely, transpired between you and grandfather Qian Renxue found herself utterly perplexed. Moreover, she could not fathom the nature of the opportunities you encountered within the secret realm that allowed you to subdue grandfather Qian. Additionally, what actions had that individual taken in the Star Luo Empire to boldly declare its conquest? Yet, there were no significant developments regarding the Star Luo Empire. What precisely do you mean by this threefold benefit you mentioned? A series of perplexing questions left Qian, the demon slayer Douluo, utterly bewildered. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to distill Qian Renxue's inquiries into three distinct matters. The first pertained to the reason why the brothers were able to overpower the golden crocodile Douluo with such ease. The second concerned the actions of Chunyu within the Star Luo Empire. The third, and perhaps most pressing, was why there had been no news whatsoever regarding these events. Having pondered these thoughts, Qian Douluo collected his reflections and spoke. Our triumph over the second brother was largely due to the secret realm. The elder utilized strategies of deception, employing the tactics of killing with a borrowed knife and escaping like a golden cicada shedding its shell to seize victory. Although the Star Luo Empire remains embroiled in its journey, the outcome is already apparent, albeit the reality has yet to manifest. At this juncture, Qian Douluo turned toward the demon slayer Douluo and inquired. My words should leave no room for ambiguity, correct? None whatsoever. The demon slayer Douluo contemplated for a moment and concurred with this assessment. However, Qian Renxue was left utterly confounded by the exchange. Are you two speaking in riddles? She expressed, her exasperation evident. Nonetheless, recognizing that the events had transpired and were now awaiting their resolution, she resolved not to delve further into the matter. Instead, she posed another inquiry. What enhancements did you attain within the secret realm? This is precisely the issue that weighs heavily on her mind. She has come to realize that within that hidden realm exists a creature capable of rebounding soul techniques. However, this seems unrelated to the rewards, does it not? Could it be that by vanquishing this creature, one might indeed receive a reward? What kind of reward could possibly enable a pinnacle demon slayer Douluo of level 96 to completely subdue a peak golden crocodile Douluo of level 98? Young master, this tale begins with my fortunate intervention that saved my brother. Previously, the golden crocodile Douluo, having been cast into the fray, was interrupted. The demon slayer Douluo was about to elaborate when he heard Qian Renxue's remark, which piqued his interest. With a mischievous grin, he recounted, my elder brother, defiant of fate, persistently assaulted that creature with soul techniques. Ultimately, he was met with a bizarre axe, which rebounded his attack. Before he knew it, he found himself standing rigidly on the ground, as if punished, while the creature loomed overhead, poised to strike him down with its axe. As a devoted younger brother, how could I possibly neglect my brother's safety? Thus, I unleashed my martial spirit in its true form and delivered a decisive blow that skewed the creature's head. At this moment, the demon slayer Douluo, brimming with excitement, clenched his fist, reminiscent of a model student after 2 decades. And then, inquired Qian Renxue. Then, the creature perished. Her gaze grew increasingly ominous, and a hint of danger flickered within her eyes. Sensing the chilling atmosphere, the Qianjun Douluo promptly silenced the still chattering demon slayer Douluo. Young master, following the creature's demise, the demon slayer's martial spirit underwent a transformation. Qian Renxue paused, intrigued by the mention of a transformation. What kind of transformation? The Qianjun Douluo, uncertain of how to articulate this, kicked the demon slayer Douluo. What are you waiting for? Release your martial spirit and soul rings. Oh, the demon slayer Douluo, feeling somewhat aggrieved, lamented the loss of his rare opportunity to speak. With a resigned expression, he unleashed his martial spirit and soul rings, illuminating the entire courtyard in a radiant glow. Both brothers, the Qianjun and the demon slayer, wielded the Panlong staff. Their synergy so profound that they could contend against peak Douluos with ease. As the heir of the spirit hall, Qian Renxue had indeed witnessed their martial spirits and soul ring configurations before. However, what now manifested bore not merely a slight deviation from her recollections of the Panlong staff. It was as if it had undergone a complete metamorphosis. The once 12-foot-long staff, adorned with a coiling golden dragon, was nowhere to be seen. Presently, a staff of pure golden hue emerged, radiating a divine light, measuring approximately 2 meters in length, with crimson dragon heads at both ends. No, the description of the long staff lacks precision. To Qian Renxue, it resembles a pair of blood dragons entwined in a double-headed serpent form. What kind of martial soul is this? As the heir of the spirit hall, Qian Renxue has encountered countless martial souls throughout her life, yet this particular one is entirely unfamiliar to her. In fact, she has never even heard of it. This is the golden blood dragon staff. Before the demon-suppressing Douluo could utter a word, the Qianjun Douluo interjected, revealing, "To be truthful, my martial soul has also undergone a transformation alongside the demon-suppressing." As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a staff identical to the demon-suppressing Douluo's materialized in his palm. However, unlike the latter, his staff bore a darker hue of gold with a deeper shade of red. The golden blood dragon staff? Qian Renxue furrowed her brow, pondering its origins. She had not encountered any mention of such a martial soul in the encyclopedic records of the Spirit Hall. The Qianjun Douluo shook his head, stating that this martial soul manifested in his mind after his fusion, akin to a user manual for an object. Not only within the Spirit Hall, but perhaps across the entire Douluo continent, such a martial soul has never existed. Qian Renxue nodded slightly, casting a glance at the golden blood dragon staff, feeling as though the 2 dragon heads at either end were almost alive, evoking a profound sense of danger within her. This is not a pressure stemming from soul power. The Thousand Tones demon subjugation has yet to harness soul energy. It merely manifests the martial spirit, hence this sensation arises from the martial spirit itself. In other words, this martial spirit is her 6-winged angel, which also perceives a profound sense of trepidation. This sensation is unprecedented. The last time she recalled invoking a response from her 6-winged angel was when Chunyu unleashed his martial soul, causing hers to tremble in sheer astonishment. Suppressing the shock within her heart, Qian Renxue lifted her gaze once more to Qianjun Jiangma, inquiring, "Is it truly this martial soul that enables you to subdue Master Jin?" The golden blood dragon staff, crafted from the blood of 2 dragons, rumored to have ascended to immortality, has undergone countless refinements over the years to achieve its current form. Qianjun Douluo reminisced about the manual that surfaced in his mind upon acquiring this martial soul. It is a weapon martial soul. Yet it possesses the ability to restrain all beast martial souls and soul beasts, exhibiting the most formidable power against dragon-type martial souls or soul beasts. At that moment, Qian Renxue suddenly realized that it was solely due to an overwhelming force that she had managed to restrain the golden crocodile king of grandfather Genie, correct? She had suspected as much. The offensive and defensive capabilities of the golden crocodile king are extraordinarily formidable under normal circumstances. It would be impossible to defeat it in a higher tier, but perhaps not entirely. Qianjun Douluo cast a glance at Qian Renxue. prompting her to observe the soul rings of the demon subduing Douluo. Qian Renxue was taken aback. Her attention had been captivated by this unprecedented martial soul, completely oblivious to the soul rings of the demon subduing Douluo. Now, upon closer inspection, her eyes widened in astonishment. 7 black and 2 red. How could this be possible? She was utterly flabbergasted. Long ago, she had heard her grandfather Qian Douluo mention that as a descendant of the divine, the standard configuration of martial souls consists of 9 black rings, while her grandfather possessed an extraordinary configuration of 8 black and 1 red soul ring. But now, how could it be that this demon slayer Douluo, a mere offering who had never even heard of the divine examination, possessed soul rings more fearsome than those of her grandfather? How could this be? What sorcery is at play here? Qian Renxue was instantly astounded. She could distinctly sense from the energy fluctuations emitted by the soul rings that these 7 black soul rings were all of the remarkable age of 80,000 years. Furthermore, the 2 red soul rings were undeniably genuine, each 100,000 years old. And let us not forget the young master. I have fortuitously acquired 3 pieces of 100,000-year soul bone. At this moment, the strategic intervention of the demon slayer Douluo was finally unleashed. Unable to contain a sly grin, as he delivered yet another devastating blow. Qian Renxue, young master, I, an unworthy old man, have only now managed to integrate a set of 10,000-year soul bones. At this moment, Qianjun Douluo interjected, Qian Renxue, alas. It is a pity that this essence automatically merges with the marrow after slaying a monster, meaning that it cannot be extracted upon death, becoming an inseparable part of one's very bones. Otherwise, at my advanced age, it would be impossible for me to absorb it. As he spoke, Qianjun Douluo's back unfurled into 2 blood-red wings. These wings belonged to a soul beast recorded in the Douluo continent, the wings of a blood-winged dragon. This indicated that Qianjun Douluo possessed an external soul bone from a blood-winged dragon. Qian Renxue, no, I must also venture into this secret realm. Upon witnessing this scene, Qian Renxue admitted to feeling envious. She paid no heed to that so-called 99,999-year-old trash angel soul bone. After all, wasn't a full set of 10,000-year soul bones far more enticing? No, please, do not go, young master. The demon suppression Douluo, hearing this, was taken aback and swiftly positioned himself at the entrance to block Qian Renxue's path. Young master, the elder has his reasons for not allowing you to enter. Indeed, young master, the elder previously instructed us to take the lead, and there are still many unknown areas. The region that demon suppression and I explored during our time, there is only about the size of this dormitory. Qianjun Douluo could no longer feign indifference. He felt that if Qian Renxue were to enter, it would spell trouble. For within that secret realm, sunlight never graced the land, shrouded in darkness, with countless monsters lurking in the shadows, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Is there truly a place devoid of danger? I have executed this mission for many years, surely. There was peril back then as well? Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, Qianjun and demon suppression exchanged glances, and the latter promptly added, young master, the elder will certainly allow you to enter in the end, but considering your current condition, it would be unwise to proceed. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, she glanced at her abdomen, which appeared unremarkable, yet she could sense the profound connection within. You make a valid point. Qian Renxue's words brought a sigh of relief to Qianjun Jiangma. If the young master were to insist on entering the secret realm, they would truly be at a loss for how to respond. Fortunately, the young master was not entirely unreasonable. By the way, you just mentioned wanting to enter this secret realm once more, correct? Qian Renxue suddenly raised her head again to look at Qianjun Jiangma and inquired, please describe the circumstances within the secret realm to me. I shall relay the information to him. Previously, the spiny pufferfish had warned that anyone who dared to disturb it, aside from her, would likely meet the same fate as the golden crocodile Douluo and be expelled without mercy, and it was presumed that Qianjun Jiangma would be no exception. Moreover, this matter was not one that required concealment, so Qianjun Jiangma promptly shared the details with Qian Renxue. Our exploration area is rather limited, roughly equivalent to half the size of the Soul Master City, he stated after a moment of contemplation. Up to now, the only creatures we have encountered are those wielding axes and wearing brown helmets. The common trait among these monsters is their ability to reflect any soul skills that are not the true form of a soul. Even my 10,000-year soul skills can be rebuffed by them. Typically, if one is struck by their reflected soul skill, they do not suffer injury. Instead, they enter a state of rigidity, helplessly watching as the opponent attacks with their axe. Furthermore, Their axes can transform into peculiar whips, capable of pulling targets within a certain range toward them, leaving those ensnared in a similar state of immobility. Aside from that, these creatures possess a defensive strength akin to that of an ordinary soul master, rendering them quite vulnerable, Qian Douluo interjected. Indeed, were it not for these three characteristics, I would dare say they were merely a group of easy prey. Qian Renxue nodded thoughtfully. Is there anything else worth adding? Nothing more. Qianjun Jiangma pondered briefly but could not recall any additional information, thus nodding in affirmation that they had conveyed all their current intelligence. Very well then. I shall inform him once he awakens, Qian Renxue declared as she stood up. The sky was darkening. Dawn was approaching. I shall take my leave now. You all should rest well, hoping for new discoveries next time. Farewell, young master. Qian Renxue returned to her chamber, where Chunyu was still fast asleep. After a day and night of encountering two perilous felines, it was no wonder he was utterly exhausted. He truly slept like a log. Qian Renxue pouted. But after bathing and changing into her nightgown, she embraced Chunyu and fell into a deep slumber. She thought to herself that after a good night's rest, surely Chunyu would awaken by the next morning. Little did she expect that her long wait for Chunyu to awaken would instead yield startling news regarding the spirit hall. Upon seeing the intelligence report, Qian Renxue was utterly stunned, gasping in shock. How could this be? How is this possible? She stared at the letter in her hand, completely bewildered by how events had taken such a turn. What on earth is this fuss about? After an undetermined duration of slumber, Chunyu finally sensed a surge of vitality. Stretching and sitting up from the couch, he rubbed his somewhat bleary eyes. So, the affairs of the Star Luo Empire were orchestrated by you? Seeing Chunyu awake, Qian Renxue hastily set aside thoughts of the secret realm and urgently inquired, how could the Star Luo Empire possess such a formidable sect? Oh, so you have caught wind of it? Chunyu glanced at her with a slight smile. Remarking on her impatience, I didn't expect you to reach conclusions so swiftly. Had I known, I would not have returned Hulaina to them. Qian Renxue, he continued. Or rather, I should say, I should not have given the living Hulaina to Bibi Dong. Just listen to yourself. How can a person utter such cold words? What exactly did you do in the Star Luo Empire? At this moment, Qian Renxue's curiosity could no longer be concealed. She gazed at Chunyu in disbelief, struggling to fathom the workings of his mind. I haven't done much, Chunyu explained. I merely incited the Star Luo Empress and the Crown Princess of the Star Luo Empire, then exploited the previous situation with the Spirit Hall to escalate the conflict. So, you orchestrated the assassination of the Star Luo Emperor and framed it on the Spirit Hall? Chunyu coughed lightly and replied earnestly. How can this be termed as an assassination? This was merely a pledge of allegiance submitted by the Star Luo Empress. Thus, you informed the Pope that Hulaina was seized from the Star Luo Emperor, thereby irreparably severing their relationship, which led to an unprecedented war. Chunyu whispered. This effectively depletes the strength of the Pope's hall, which indirectly assists you. You scoundrel. After all, this is a Title Douluo from the Spirit Hall. Qian Renxue exclaimed in exasperation. If I become the Pope in the future, all of this will be my power. Chen Yue retorted. One becomes foolish after pregnancy. This saying holds some truth. Those individuals were nurtured by Bibi Dong. As long as she lives, they will never heed your commands. Even if Bibi Dong were to perish, she would likely bequeath the position of Pope to Hulaina before her death. Do you still wish to seize her influence? Dream on. Everything you desire exists solely in your imagination. At this moment, Chen Yue fell silent, pouring himself a glass of water to drink. Wait, at this moment, Qian Renxue finally discerned the blind spot. How could you possibly know that the power of the papal palace is significantly depleted? I certainly did not disclose such intelligence to you. Chen Yue shook his head with a light chuckle, leisurely sipping his tea. The intelligence in question had already been meticulously calculated prior to his journey to the Star Luo Empire. Queen Shu Qingxue of the Star Luo Empire, in her desperate bid for allegiance, would undoubtedly frantically attribute the blame to the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, the other nobles, having been previously oppressed by the Spirit Hall, harbored a palpable fear, thereby creating a scenario where the entirety of the Star Luo Empire was united in a singular narrative. However, this was still far from sufficient. At this juncture, it is imperative to mention the powerful backing of the Dai family, the Star Crown sect. This is a sect that emerged during the Dou period, belonging to the hidden sects within the Star Luo Empire. Generally, throughout the entire Dou period, it existed in a state of obscurity. Essentially, this sect has long been in existence, yet it remains undiscovered and little known. Akin to the concept of soul spirits, which have always existed but have yet to be recognized by humanity. I am quite curious about that slumbering creature from Dou Air, which has been dormant for countless years, and how it came to know of soul spirits. One would assume that such knowledge could only be acquired after battling against numerous soul beasts over the span of tens of thousands of years. Within the Xinguan sect, there are two major factions. The first is the White Tiger lineage, characterized by the evil eye White Tiger as their martial soul. The second is the Xinguan lineage, which is represented by the Xinguan as their martial soul. The two factions are locked in a perpetual struggle, their strengths balanced against one another. However, the White Tiger lineage possesses a slight edge. Their mutual contention and support have upheld the stringent laws of the Xinglua Empire throughout the years. The Emperor of Xinglua is a disciple of the White Tiger lineage, belonging to its direct line. His father holds a prominent position within the White Tiger clan, while his mother is the daughter of a high-ranking official from the Star Crown lineage, thus bestowing upon him a noble status. Were it merely the nobles within Xinglua City, the influence of the Star Crown sect would scarcely be sufficient to exert control, provided that matters do not escalate significantly. Generally, they tend to remain uninvolved. But now, the Emperor of Xinglua has perished. This is the culmination of the White Tiger lineage and the Star Crown lineage. Likewise, it represents the prestige and dignity of the Star Crown sect. Now, not only has he been slain by the Soul Palace within the confines of Starfall City, but the audacity of the Soul Palace to intrude upon the sacred grounds of their Star Crown sect is utterly appalling. This is utterly provocative. Now, let us turn our attention to the Spirit Hall. The Star Luo Empire not only harbors the remnants of the Hao Tian sect, but also dares to abduct the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall with nefarious intentions. In the words of the esteemed Tang, they are indeed courting death. However, at this juncture, there remains a glimmer of possibility for negotiation. A mere alignment of testimonies would reveal discrepancies, and considering Bibi Dong's composure at this moment, along with the intellect of the higher-ups of the Xinguan sect, it is evident they would realize they have been manipulated as pawns. Yet therein lies the crux of the matter. Bibi Dong, accompanied by all the Title Douluo of the Papal Hall, has descended upon the outskirts of Star Luo City. Are you suggesting this is merely a misunderstanding? At this moment, no matter how Bibi Dong attempted to explain, the Xinguan sect could hardly believe her words. They even speculated that had it not been for the two Title Douluos from the Spirit Hall storming their mountain gate, they might still be oblivious to the grand maneuvers of the Spirit Hall. Thus, the rift between the two factions could no longer be mended through dialogue. Only through brute force could the outcome be determined. Given the inevitability of such an irreparable conflict, casualties were to be expected. Based on the information obtained from Xing Luo Empress under duress, it was evident that a peak-level Super Douluo, at level 98, guarded the Xinguan sect. Moreover, considering the two major factions within the sect maintaining equilibrium, it was likely that the entire Xinguan sect housed two peak-level Super Douluos at level 98. Or perhaps one peak level and two others at the same level, or even one at level 98 and several at level 97. Hence, from the outset, Chen Yue had foreseen Bibi Dong's inevitable defeat, and a crushing one at that. If I am not mistaken, the number of Title Douluos left in the Papal Hall for this battle is now less than 5, correct? Qian Renxue is utterly dumbfounded. How do you know this? Did you already know about the existence of the Xinguan sect? Chapter 40 Chunyu, Xing Luo Empress, and Xing Luo Princess Consort are all present. If it were not for the Xinguan sect, I would not have had to personally make this trip. Chen Yue could not deny that if he calculated correctly, among the Title Douluos Bibi Dong took with her, only the Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and the Bear Douluo remained, along with one Title Douluo on the brink of death. After a pause, he added, the two injured Title Douluos from Trindo City were also summoned, weren't they? You. Qian Renxue was completely bewildered. Are you a mind reader? Chen Yue chuckled, opting not to clarify. Though he had never visited the Spirit Hall, through conjecture based on the original narrative, he surmised that there were several Title Douluos within the Papal Hall, including Bibi Dong herself. Most of them remained unnamed. Like the two Title Douluos who accompanied Qiang Sunji to capture Ain, some claimed they were the Ghost and Chrysanthemum Douluos. But that did not align with the outcome of one dead and one injured, thus dismissing that theory. Additionally, there were 4 Title Douluos who had launched a surprise attack on the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile sect, along with those who annihilated the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Among these, only Elder 9 and Ling 1 Douluo were mentioned. Lastly, there were the 7 Title Douluos who withstood Tang Etienne's mighty hammer after the Soul Master competition. Sigh. Qian Renxue gazed at Chen Yue, lost in thought, until she finally slumped onto the bed with a resigned breath. You were correct. In this operation, only the Pope, Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, Bear Douluo, and Elder Tin returned alive. They had lost a staggering number of Title Douluos. Surely, that woman would summon back the Title Douluos currently deployed. A headache began to throb in her mind. The stingray and serpent spear belonged to the Papal Hall, now that Bibi Dong was short on personnel. She would certainly seek to retrieve both. This meant that she would be left with no one available. Why should I give them back? Chunyu smiled softly, stepping closer to embrace her, planting a kiss on her now rosy cheeks due to pregnancy. You say that with your ascension imminent, you require personnel. However, I already have Grandpa Golden Crocodile and Qian to suppress the demons. Do you think she will be aware of the offerings hall? Qian Renxue. That does seem quite reasonable. Suddenly, Qian Renxue frowned, pressing Chunyu's hand down irritably. What are you doing? We are discussing serious matters here. Chunyu merely smiled. I am also engaged in serious matters. You, go away. Qian Renxue huffed, though inwardly she felt quite pleased. The charm of this young master remains unmatched. Such a cunningly intelligent, handsome man is still mine. Earlier, Qianjun to suppress the demons mentioned your one move, 3 gains. What exactly did that mean? She still found herself puzzled, uncertain where the 3 gains lay. The first gain must pertain to swaying the Xing Luo Empress and the Xing Luo Princess Consort, right? Soon, Chen Yue unveiled the answer to her. The first gain refers to the sway of the Xing Luo Empress and the Xing Luo Prince's residence. You should be aware of that, correct? Qian Renxue nodded, shifting into a more comfortable position nestled in Chun Yu's embrace. As for the other 2 gains, I genuinely do not comprehend. The first gain is the effortless acquisition of the Xing Luo Empire, Chen Yue said nonchalantly. Now that the Xing Luo Empress and the Xing Luo Princess Consort are under my influence, it is only a matter of time before the Xing Luo Empire becomes mine. Upon uttering those words, Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback, turning to gaze at him in astonishment. After a prolonged pause, she finally raised her thumb and exclaimed, impressive. You have truly astonished me. What about the other 2? Chen Yue inquired with a subtle smile. How would I know? Qian Renxue responded, her expression bewildered. Chen Yue chuckled softly. Perhaps it is better that you remain in the dark. Ponder it for yourself. Go away. Just go to sleep. Qian Renxue retorted. Chen Yue, unfazed, rose to his feet, declaring, Then I shall seek out my custom white Porsche. Come back here, she demanded. Fully aware of the implication behind his words, he was referring to the adorable legal loli, Xueka. What did she lack compared to Xueka? I have inquired about the secret realm. Qian Renxue recalled, quickly recounting the words of Qianjun regarding the demon slaying. She then asked, when will I be able to enter the secret realm and enhance my strength? Do you not possess an angel soul bone? Chen Yue questioned. Qian Renxue scoffed, that wretched angel god. Even a dog would shake its head in disdain. Chen Yue was left speechless. She is truly ruthless, even cursing her own grandfather. Far away in the worship hall, Qian Dalu suddenly sneezed. Who is cursing me? Just wait a while. Chen Yue gently rubbed her head, assuring her, I will make the necessary arrangements. You need not worry. During this period of interaction, Qian Renxue came to understand that Chunyu was, without a doubt, a person of unscrupulous means and extraordinary intellect. Since he had yet to nod in agreement, it was evident that he still required her presence for some undisclosed matter. Soon enough, as Qian Renxue had anticipated, Bibi Dong sent a secret missive, instructing her to summon back the ant. Without hesitation, Qian Renxue firmly declined, stating that her ascension to the throne was imminent and that she required personnel. This response left Bibi Dong utterly bewildered. Ascending to the throne? Shui is dead. When did this happen? Bibi Dong gazed at the letter in her hands, utterly perplexed, wondering how she had remained oblivious. After returning from the great battle in Xinglua City, she had been in seclusion. And the sole sage who delivered the message had perished at the hands of the Xingguan sect following the defeat of the Spirit Hall, with the letter buried alongside his remains. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall's establishments in and around Xinglua City, the Spirit Sanctuary, the Spirit Main Hall, the Spirit Subhalls, were systematically dismantled by the enraged Xingguan sect. This decisive action propelled the reputation of the Xingguan sect to unprecedented heights of astonishment. In this instance, the pressure was bestowed upon her papal hall. Naturally, retribution was to be sought. However, she resolved to persist in her pursuit of the Rakshasa divine examination. Yet, the affairs of the Spirit Hall could not remain ungoverned. She must summon these Title Douluos to assist her. Little did she anticipate what was to unfold. On this snowy night, the unexpected demise of Shui occurs, while Qian Renxue is poised to ascend the throne. Contemplating this, Bibi Dong, bewildered, summoned the equally perplexed Douluo. Yu Guan, when did Shui perish? As Douluo entered, he was immediately subjected to an intense interrogation by Bibi Dong, leaving him utterly astonished. What? Shui is dead? Your subordinate was unaware. I was previously in the Star Dou Empire, entrusting matters to Salus. Under the Pope, there are 4 esteemed platinum bishops, and Salus, as the master of the Wuhuan Temple in Tiando City, is indeed qualified to oversee this matter. I shall investigate at once. Although he comprehended the gravity of the situation, Bibi Dong's mood was far from pleasant, and she coldly instructed, proceed. Douluo, not daring to delay, promptly departed. Before long, he returned with news. While we secretly ventured to Star Dou City, Ningfengji of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, along with Jian Douluo Chen Xian and Gu Douluo Gu Rong, conspired to usurp power, entering the palace and slaying Shui. They are currently being pursued throughout the entire Tiando Empire. Bibi Dong, taken aback, thought, when I express confusion, it is not my issue but yours. Yu Guan. Are you jesting with me? Her gaze darkened, she coldly admonished, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School maintains such a close relationship with the Tiando royal family. How could they possibly commit such an act? If anyone were to strike down Shui, it would certainly not be the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. This is not merely a foolish move. It is akin to digging one's own grave. Your Majesty, Douluo protested, feeling wronged. This is the information that Salus transmitted to the Pope's hall. It is his own written correspondence. He stated this, and I merely conveyed his intelligence to your Majesty. Suddenly, Bibi Dong recalled something, glancing at the confidential letter from Qian Renxue in her hand, which she quietly tucked away. With a wave of her hand, she declared, enough. I am aware. You may leave now. Understood. After watching Douluo depart, Bibi Dong returned to her seat upon the Pope's throne, her gaze flickering. Could it be that she was indeed on the verge of ascending to power? However, according to the laws of the Tiando Empire, if an emperor is assassinated, the crown prince must capture the true culprit. Currently, she only had the porcupine and the serpent's spear at her disposal. How could she possibly apprehend Chen Xian, Gu Rong, and Ningfengji? This matter emanates an inexplicable eeriness, leaving her somewhat perplexed. For instance, how could the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School harbor intentions of regicide and usurpation, only to meet with failure? Bibi Dong, in her confusion, could not fathom the reasoning. Yet she was acutely aware that she would never reclaim the likes of the pufferfish and the serpent spear. I shall observe how you intend to subdue this ancient banyan of dusty hearts and Ningfengji. With a cold huff, Bibi Dong reflected on how she had urged you to employ poison for assassination, yet you obstinately refused. Now, let us see how you intend to extricate yourself from this pit of your own making, HM. However, it was not long before. Just a few days have passed, and she is already bewildered. The Tiando Empire has announced the execution of the traitors Ningfengji, Chen Xian, and Gu Rong, displaying their bodies at the gates of the Tiando Imperial Palace, commencing a state funeral for the Snow Knight Emperor. Bibi Dong, what on earth? She appears dazed, questioning the veracity of this news. Then, she coldly gazes at the somewhat anxious Salus before her, demanding to know the truth of the matter. Your Majesty, this has been confirmed as true. Salus, lowering his head, dares not meet her eyes, informs her that his subordinates have witnessed the corpses, indeed belonging to Chen Xian, Gu Rong, and Ningfengji. Notably, Chen Xian's head is severed. Bibi Dong, what has transpired during her brief absence in Xinglua City? Chapter 41. Such words leave me at a loss for response. What has truly occurred? After a moment of confusion, Bibi Dong abruptly rises, looking at the trembling Salus, the platinum bishop. The strength of these 3 individuals is formidable. How could they have perished so easily, while she is unaware of others? She certainly knows about the 2 Title Douluos from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. In the past, she had mobilized 4 Title Douluos for a surprise attack, ultimately resulting in heavy injuries to 3, merely to sever one of the Sword Douluo's arms. Not to mention, she had deployed other elite soul masters, suffering losses exceeding 4,000. According to Bibi Dong's assessment, capturing Ningfengji, Chen Xian, and Gu Rong would require at least 8 Title Douluos, if not more. Yet, at present, only the Spirit Hall had the capability to muster 8 Title Douluos just days ago. However, by that time, she had taken all her Title Douluos with her, making it impossible for Qian Renxue to assemble at least 8 Title Douluos to eliminate these 3. As this thought crossed her mind, a glimmer of realization sparked in Bibi Dong's eyes. Could it be the offerings from the Hall of Offerings? If it were a Super Douluo from the Hall of Offerings, then the presence of 8 Title Douluos would be unnecessary. 3 offerings would suffice. It is crucial to note that those within the Hall of Offerings are all Super Douluos, whose power vastly surpasses that of Title Douluos, especially during this era of Douluo. If indeed someone from the Hall of Offerings has intervened, it would explain the situation. Now enlightened, Bibi Dong casts a glance at the trembling Salas, who appears at a loss for words, and coldly commands, "Speak of all that you know." "Your Majesty, I humbly report." At this moment, Salas finally sighed in relief. If he were to be questioned about the demise of Qian and the other two, he feared that even tearing his mind apart would not yield an answer, for he was utterly oblivious to the matter. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, he hastily explained that some time ago, Ning Fengji and the other two attempted to usurp power from Shui Yi, but were ultimately defeated by the Royal Spirit Master Legion and fled. Subsequently, they were declared wanted criminals by Prince Shui Qinghe. Just a couple of days ago, Shui Qinghe abruptly announced that he had slain the wanted criminals Qian, Gu Rong, and Ning Fengji, and their corpses were displayed at the palace gates, with hundreds of spirit masters vigilantly guarding the remains to demonstrate imperial authority. According to the timeline, tomorrow marks the day of Shui Ye's funeral, and as per the regulations of the Tiando Empire, if the emperor is murdered, the prince may choose a date to ascend to the throne following the funeral of the captured criminals. After a pause, Salas continued, however, according to the records of the Tiando Sacred Hall, a typical prince would observe a mourning period of 4 days after the funeral, meaning he would ascend to the throne only after the 7th day of the mourning. Nevertheless, there are certain aspects that raise doubts. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's eyes glinted with curiosity. What aspects? Salas replied that he had observed the corpses from a distance, and noted that Qian's head had been severed and then reattached through some peculiar method, with visible signs of damage on the skull. He paused before adding, however, that there were no apparent wounds on Ning Fengji and Gu Rong's bodies. Indeed, Ning Fengji was fatally struck by both the Sixth Elders and the Serpent Spear, leaving no overt wounds visible on his body. One must peel back his garments to reveal any injuries. The same holds true for Gu Rong. The two individuals bear wounds, yet only a close inspection of the corpses reveals them. From a distance, they remain imperceptible. After all, the relationship between the Tiando royal family and the Spirit Hall has never been particularly cordial, as evidenced by the events of the Soul Master Tournament, where Shui Yu and Salas, the lord of the Tiando Temple, were involved. Thus, the opportunity to observe from afar is indeed a concession to Salas. Until the source of the Tiando royal family's power that subdued Chen Xian and the others is unveiled, Salas would naturally refrain from a brazen intrusion. Is there anything else to add? A thought crossed Bibi Dong's mind. Given the absence of visible wounds, the fatal strike must have been decisive. And the multitude of injuries on Chen Xian's corpse indicates that a fierce battle ensued before his demise. This can be considered a piece of intelligence, albeit insignificant. However, despite these thoughts, Bibi Dong's expression remained unchanged as she calmly stated, "If there is nothing further, you may return to Heaven Dou City at once." Understood. Monitor the movements of the royal palace. Until we ascertain the forces behind Shui Qinghe, we must refrain from any rash actions. Our previous stance towards the Heaven Dou royal family may require some adjustment. Sarath, aware of the internal damage within the Spirit Hall, dared not to stir unnecessary complications. Yes, after bidding farewell to Sarath, Bibi Dong had just risen when she noticed Huliana entering with her head bowed. She immediately inquired, "Nana, what troubles you?" "Teacher, is there truly no room for negotiation with the Hao Tian sect?" Bibi Dong was taken aback. Was her disciple truly so naive? The Hao Tian sect had been obliterated by her. What did it mean to have no room for negotiation? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's countenance darkened. "Are you still fixated on that Tang Yin?" Huliana trembled and lowered her head, rendered speechless. "Let me remind you, Tang Yin is Tang San, and Tang San is the son of the Hao Tian Douluo, Tang Hao." Bibi Dong scoffed. "Now, the Hao Tian sect has been eradicated by me, and this Hao Tian Douluo hides like a coward. What makes you think we have any grounds for reconciliation?" "Teacher, how can you act in such a manner?" Bibi Dong retorted coldly. "Why can't I? I have devoted myself wholeheartedly to your training, only for you to fall in love with a disciple of the Hao Tian sect. Do you have any idea how many elders perished in the Pope's palace to rescue you from the Star Dou Empire? You dare question me about my actions?" Huliana bowed her head, falling silent. "Go back and reflect on your actions." Bibi Dong huffed, turning to leave the Pope's palace. She intended to visit the offering hall to inquire if Chen Xian and others were involved. Once she departed, Huliana lifted her head, determination gleaming in her eyes. "Tang Yin, wait for me. If I cannot sway my teacher, Then I shall follow you." That very night, she stealthily left Spirit City, heading towards Heavenly Dou City. Meanwhile, within Heavenly Dou City, Qian Renxue received news of Bibi Dong's inquiry at the offering hall. "Stop rubbing. It's very painful," Qian Renxue snapped, slapping Chunyu's paw. "What shall we do next? Also, how do you plan to deceive Dugubo, the guest elder of the Heavenly Dou royal family? When we ascend to power, he will inevitably participate. If he discovers that Shui Yi did not die by murder, it could spell disaster for us." Although the winds were favorable now, Qian Renxue remained vigilant, aware that any exposure during the coronation ceremony could jeopardize years of hard work. "Dugubo?" Chunyu smiled slightly, "By the way, I have a surprise package for him that he has yet to receive." "A surprise package?" If anyone else had said this, Qian Renxue might have believed it to be genuine, but coming from Chunyu, she sensed an ominous undertone. "You need not worry about that," Qian Renxue snorted, choosing not to press the issue, instead changing the topic. "As you predicted, that woman indeed went to the offering hall for inquiries. Haven't you already arranged for the golden crocodile Douluo to return?" "No, how do you know that? I never mentioned it. If you already have the answer, why ask me? How do you know grandfather golden crocodile has returned?" Chunyu smiled, "Just calculated it." "You're boasting." Qian Renxue rolled her eyes playfully. "If you're so skilled, predict what will happen next." "Next, there is indeed a small matter to discuss." Qian Renxue was taken aback. She had merely spoken casually, not expecting there to be an actual issue. "What matter?" Chunyu did not respond directly but countered. "What do you think should be done with the traitor?" Qian Renxue hesitated, quickly processing the implications. Suddenly, her eyes widened. "You mean Huoliana might betray the Spirit Hall? How could she dare? The Spirit Hall has provided her with sustenance, clothing, and the best training environment. She has no reason to betray us." Though not naive, Qian Renxue quickly identified the prime suspect, yet found it hard to believe. "What of it?" Chunyu smiled slightly. "Where there is a deed, there is a doer. Your mother was much the same. Though her ambitions were grander, ultimately they did not come to fruition. Then what do you propose we do?" Chunyu casually gestured across his throat, remaining silent. "But wouldn't that be a pity?" Qian Renxue hesitated, her expression reluctant. "It wasn't out of sisterly affection." At this juncture, she and Huoliana shared no bond, only having heard of her incident. Pity for what? Chunyu was puzzled by her demeanor. Such a stunning beauty wasted. Qian Renxue shot him a glance, snorting, "You're already spreading your affections everywhere." "How does she know?" Chunyu was bewildered. "Stop denying it." Qian Renxue interrupted him, producing a letter. "The Empress and the Crown Princess of Star Luo have announced their pregnancies, claiming they are with the heirs of the Star Luo Emperor and Crown Prince. Do you think you can deceive me? Didn't they say a pregnancy makes one foolish for 3 years? It seems to be a ruse. You're making me uneasy." Qian Renxue scoffed, and Chunyu, aware he was at fault, fell silent, opting to comfort her through actions. "Don't touch me," Qian Renxue retorted, swatting away his paw. "You must clarify this matter. Don't even think about touching me. Hurry up and explain." As she spoke, she pressed Chunyu's paw onto her body, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Didn't we agree not to touch you? Yet you're using my hand to touch you. What does that mean? Isn't this a straightforward question?" Chunyu looked at her in confusion. "Once they are born, won't the Star Luo Empire belong to me? What is mine is yours. With the combined might of the Heavenly Dou and Star Luo empires, can't we contend with Bibi Dong?" Qian Renxue cast a glance at him, and it appeared she was no longer deceitful. With a huff, she declared that he had passed this trial, but in 2 days' time, he must agree to 2 of her requests. "Very well," Chunyu replied, having observed her demeanor during their time together. She had undoubtedly become an integral part of his life, making it improbable for her to utter anything that would jeopardize him. Of course, should the circumstances prove untenable, it was not beyond the realm of possibility to decline later, was it? Ah, indeed. At that moment, Qian Renxue suddenly contemplated something. Should she eliminate the Avalanche and Prince Xuexing? These 2 individuals had always been a source of unease, especially now that Shueye was deceased. Just as her coronation ceremony was about to commence, Chunyu shook his head, deeming them mere jesters. There was no need to concern themselves with them. The day of her coronation would also mark their demise. Qian Renxue cast a doubtful glance at Chunyu, questioning how he could have made arrangements while he had been lying down for days. Chunyu merely smiled, saying nothing. "This matter has long been prepared. All right. I shall place my trust in you." Qian Renxue, feeling somewhat fatigued, rubbed her temples and remarked, "Once you have arranged that secret realm, I must enter it to enhance my abilities and also take a moment to rest." Chunyu, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Who will handle the affairs of state once you ascend to the throne?" "I have summoned the 5th enshrined, she replied. Chen Yue was taken aback. The fifth enshrined. Guangling Douluo? He had a slight recollection of this exceptional Douluo possessing both light and ice attributes, and he was surprised that Qian Renxue had summoned him as well. My original plan was to let someone knowledgeable in state affairs act in my stead after usurping power while I participated in the angel god's examination, she continued. But then her tone shifted. However, I have changed my mind. I intend to base my endeavors on the Tian Dou Empire and begin developing a force capable of contending with that woman. With a hint of bitterness, she added. Wouldn't it be quite splendid to have certain individuals help capture her to serve as a maid? This statement leaves me at a loss for words. In Chapter 42, Dugu Yin found herself feeling a bit queasy. Why the silence? Qian Renxue, noticing Chen Yu's stunned silence, huffed. When we first met. Didn't you say you wanted to be my stepfather? Why the sudden quietude? Chen Yue stammered. Well, I was just teasing you, okay? His lips twitched. You must believe this one truth. What truth? Qian Renxue cast a suspicious glance at him. Only you are my true love. Everyone else is merely a coincidence. No matter how weary, how bitter, or how painful it may be, it is all for you, for our child. Oh dear, why is this scoundrel so slick with words? Yet, why does it all feel so sweet? How infuriating. Qian Renshue's heart swelled with joy, though her expression remained cold as she huffed. I shall grant you this one time. Chunyu breathed a sigh of relief, but in the next moment, he was utterly bewildered. Right, after my coronation, I will be marrying Shui Binger and Shui Yue from the Four Elements Academy. Remember, don't wander off. Chunyu exclaimed. Wait, what? Why on earth are you getting married? Qian Renxue shot him a glance, stating matter-of-factly, as the crown prince, I am about to ascend the throne. If I do not marry and have children, who will carry on my lineage? But you can't consummate the marriage, can you? Exactly. So during this time, you mustn't run off. Chunyu was taken aback. So you view me merely as a tool? Sensing Chunyu's increasingly peculiar gaze, Qian Renxue huffed. Don't worry. I will find a way to keep this under wraps. However, she added, but the wedding night must be with you, understand? Chunyu's expression grew even more bizarre. Yet he nodded in agreement. He couldn't shake the feeling that Qian Renshue's behavior bordered on self-discipline. Yikes. This is a bit terrifying. What kind of look is that? Unaware of Chunyu's thoughts, Qian Renxue continued. In the Tian Dou Empire, aside from Dugubo, power was of utmost importance. For instance, the Four Elements Academy was indispensable. By marrying Shui Binger and Shui Yue, the formerly independent Tianshui Academy and its backing, the Tianshui sect, would effectively be aligned with her, no matter how things unfolded later. As long as they had children, even if their plot was uncovered, they would undoubtedly stand by her side. Chunyu raised his thumb. His wife's method of gathering allies was indeed unique. However, it was unfortunate that Dugubo had seemingly vanished, and his granddaughter was now with Yu Tianheng. Lost to them. With a sigh, Qian Renxue lamented, had I known, I should have acted swiftly to bring Dugu Yin into our fold. Chunyu's gaze took on an odd quality. Yet, when the topic of Dugubo arose, a more peculiar smile spread across his face. Wait, what mischief are you plotting? Qian Renxue, noticing the shift in Chunyu's expression, cast him a suspicious glance. Why do I feel like your smile is rather unsettling? Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine, feeling greatly uncomfortable with Chunyu's demeanor. Do you know the whereabouts of Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin? Chunyu's smile grew brighter. I don't know. Qian Renxue scrutinized him for a moment before saying, I can't shake the feeling that something is about to unfold. Rest assured. There is nothing to worry about. Still feeling uneasy, Qian Renxue added, tomorrow, we will hold a funeral for Shuiyi. Dugubo will likely return. So be cautious not to let him discover the poison on Shuiyi's body. She had used the poison provided by Bibi Dong on Shuiyi, and Dugubo, who had previously treated Shuiyi, was well aware of it. If he exposed her disguise as Shui Qinghe at the funeral, her cover would collapse. Don't worry, Chunyu gently reassured her, while inwardly anticipating the significant discoveries that awaited Dugu Yin upon awakening in Xinglua City. At the same time, Dugu Yin, clad in a tight-fitting outfit, rubbed her aching temples as she wandered through Xinglua City, her gaze somewhat bewildered. That night, she had experienced an unusually long dream. Yet she couldn't recall its contents, forcing herself to shake off the confusion and leave the inn. Once outside, she realized with dismay that Tang San had vanished. With no other options, she set out on her own to explore Xinglua City, hoping to find her grandfather, Dugubo, and uncover the mystery behind her circumstances. However, after only a couple of rounds, she encountered Dugubo, who had just emerged from the examination by Xingguan's sect. Yin Yin, what are you doing here? Dugubo was astonished upon seeing Dugu Yin. He recalled that his granddaughter was supposed to be with her fiancé, Yu Tianheng, embarking on adventures. How was it that she was alone in Xinglua City? Upon hearing Dugubo's words, Dugu Yin was even more puzzled. Grandfather, didn't you tell Tang San to bring me here, saying he had a way to perfectly control my poison? When did that happen? Dugubo replied, perplexed. The little monster didn't he mention anything to me. Besides, didn't he head to the Star Dou Great Forest? I was escorting his friend to Xinglua City. There is no such thing. Tang San had returned to Shrek Academy only after Dugubo had taken Dai Mubai away, which was why Dugubo had not encountered Tang San, only hearing about the situation from the renowned master Yu Xiaojing. Duguyin scratched her head. Grandfather, we met in Soto City, which isn't far from the Star Dou Great Forest, right? Meeting him isn't a lie, is it? Dugubo shook his head. No. Once the little monster finds someone, he will definitely return to Tiando City. He wouldn't go to Soto City. This is quite strange. At this point, he looked at Dugu Yin and asked, Yin Yin, are you sure it was Tang San? I'm sure. Dugu Yin recalled Tang San's words from their first encounter during a battle with the royal fighting team, where he had deciphered her green phosphor snake poison and said something only they would know. Even Tianheng and the others from Shrek were oblivious. Even if they had known back then, they would have likely forgotten by now. Only Tang San, as the solver, and she, as the one who was solved, would remember. This is also the reason why Dugu Yin is certain that Tang San is indeed Tang San. Could it be that the little monster has truly arrived? Observing Dugu Yan's unwavering conviction, Dugubo finds himself inclined to trust his granddaughter, believing there is no need for her to fabricate such a matter. He promptly falls into deep contemplation. And after a moment, he inquires, where is Tianheng? After our meeting in Soto City, Tianheng was with me. However, Tang San mentioned, Grandfather, you have discovered a method to control poison in Xinglua City, so I sent Tianheng to Tiando City. Upon reaching this point, both the grandfather and granddaughter, previously oblivious, suddenly sense something amiss. Dugu Yin feels that Tang San has seemingly purposefully diverted Yu Tianheng, allowing them, a lone man and woman, to venture together to Xinglua City. Meanwhile, Dugubo is acutely aware of the unrest recently plaguing Tiando City. Firstly, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has suffered a grave blow, followed by the annihilation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and ultimately, the Hao Tian clan has been obliterated by the Spirit Hall. He remains unaware that the 3 members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have been declared wanted and presumed dead. Yet, he suspects that venturing to Tiando City at this moment is exceedingly unwise. He fears that significant events are about to unfold there. As he contemplates these matters, the astute Dugubo grows increasingly aware of the precariousness of the situation. He furrows his brow, sensing the gravity of the circumstances, and promptly states, Yin Yin, let me take you to find the little monster and inquire about what is truly happening. All right. Just as Dugubo intends to lift his granddaughter into his arms, the moment his fingers make contact with Dugu Yan's skin, they begin to visibly corrode at an alarming rate. As a Title Douluo, his instincts kick in without a moment's hesitation, and he swiftly retreats, only to discover that his fingers have been utterly decimated. Were it not for the self-defense properties of his green phosphor serpent king poison, he would have lost his hand in an instant. Grandfather, what is wrong? Dugu Yin exclaims in shock, fear flashing across her eyes as she glances at Dugubo's corroded finger, then at her own skin, which has taken on an unusual grayish hue, quite unlike her usual radiant complexion. This is strange. Dugubo regards Dugu Yin with apprehension, feeling a headache coming on. It seems you have acquired an unknown poison that even my green phosphor serpent king cannot withstand. Had I not been a Title Douluo, I fear I would have lost my hand. These words struck fear into the heart of Dugu Yin, rendering her pallid. Grandfather, are you all right? I am fine. But it seems we shall have to travel by horse-drawn carriage, he replied. The implication of such a mode of transport meant that their journey to Tiando City would be considerably prolonged. After a night of relentless travel, the duo finally arrived at Sotoa City just before dawn. As a Title Douluo, Dugubo remained unfazed. However, Dugu Yan's pace was woefully inadequate. Despite her utmost efforts, she could only manage this level of speed. Yin Yin, let us have something to eat first, Dugubo suggested, noticing his granddaughter, drenched in sweat from their hurried journey, and pointing towards a nearby stall in Sotoa City where vendors were selling breakfast. All right, Dugu Yin, feeling inexplicably fatigued from their arduous trek, could not resist sampling the delicious food before her. Yet, in an instant, her eyes widened, her stomach churned violently, and she retched, spilling its contents onto the ground. Yin Yin, what has happened to you? The sudden turn of events left Dugubo utterly astonished. As a seasoned figure, his gaze towards his granddaughter underwent a significant transformation. I feel somewhat nauseous, as if I might vomit, Duguian exclaimed, retching uncontrollably, even expelling gastric acid. Dugubo could only watch. For the potent poison that had previously afflicted Duguian instilled within him a profound trepidation, preventing him from daring to touch her, even in the slightest. Yan, could it be that you are with child? After Duguian finally managed to compose herself and wipe her mouth with a tissue, the gravity of Dugubo's words struck her like a bolt. What? You are experiencing morning sickness. With a tissue in hand. He took her pulse from a distance and utilized his soul power to probe her condition. In an instant, he sensed an additional pulse within her hand. Though not a master of medicine as a Title Douluo, his perceptive abilities were immensely acute, and he immediately discerned the presence of life within Duguian's womb. It truly is happening. Duguian's countenance turned pale, her shock palpable. How could this be? We have not engaged in any intimacy with Yu Tianheng for nearly a year. The most we shared was a fleeting dream on that fateful night at the same inn as Tang San. She quickly recognized that something was amiss. What troubles you, Yan? Dugubo noted the pallor on her face, his own expression shifting to one of concern. Is it not Tianheng's child? Grandfather, I. The mention of his name caused Duguian's complexion to grow even more ashen. With tears welling in her eyes, she recounted the events of that night. What? Dugubo's fury erupted. This little monster. Is he truly not human? Rest assured, Yan, I will ensure he provides you with an explanation. Despite his outward rage, joy blossomed within Dugubo's heart. He recalled that in the original narrative, Duguian had already fallen for Yu Tianheng. Yet he had still wished to marry her off to Tang San. Initially disappointed by Tang San's lack of interest due to age, Dugubo now found himself astonished by Tang San's unexpected fervor. Humph, little monster, we shall see how you justify this. He sneered inwardly while maintaining his facade of anger. Yan, make your way to Tiando City at your own pace. I shall go ahead to ensure that this little monster provides a proper account. Duguian, wiping her tears, watched as Dugubo turned to leave. Staring vacantly at the bowl of water before her, she gradually began to question her own existence. In Tiando City, Yu Tianheng had already arrived at Shrek Academy, taking residence there while verifying recent happenings. Upon learning of the recent calamities, he was utterly bewildered. What? After the annihilation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the reclusive Hao Tian sect was eradicated by the Spirit Hall, the master of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Ning Fengji had attempted a coup alongside Sword Douluo Qinshin and Bone Douluo Gu Rong, but failed and was now listed as a wanted criminal in Tiando. The Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe, announced that Ning Fengji, Qinshin, and Gu Rong had been executed, their bodies displayed before the Imperial Palace as the mourning for the Snow Night Emperor began. The barrage of news left Yu Tianheng utterly flabbergasted. How could this be? How could the 7 treasure glazed tile sect betray the nation? He racked his brain, unable to comprehend the situation. Does my mind wander? Given the obliteration of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the Hao Tian sect, while the 7 treasure glazed tile sect was gravely wounded, their standing in the Tiando Empire remains unassailable. Yet now, I hear they have turned traitor and been executed? His confusion deepened further when the renowned master, Yu Xiaojiang, recounted the events in Tiando City. Suddenly, Tang San entered the office in a peculiar posture. Teacher? Tang San. After the transformation of the Blue-Silver Emperor, Yu Tianheng did not recognize him. However, after all these years, the only one who could call his seemingly useless uncle teacher was Tang San. Without a second thought, he uttered Tang San's name. Yet upon seeing Tang San in such an awkward position, his already bewildered expression deepened. Yu Tianheng was perplexed. When I express confusion, it is not I who is at fault, but you. What is this absurdity? At that moment, Tang San, realizing the presence of outsiders, hastily straightened up. It's nothing. I was merely experimenting. Yu Tianheng, Yu Xiaojiang interjected. Did you not leave Tiando City? What brings you back so suddenly? Previously, Yu Tianheng had left Tiando City in despair following the downfall of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and even his uncle, Yu Xiaojiang, had lost track of him. Yu Xiaojiang had intended to collaborate with Lu Erlong on plans to rebuild the clan, yet unexpectedly, Yu Tianheng returned, and alone at that. What of Duguian? As soon as Yu Xiaojiang's words fell, Yu Tianheng abruptly turned to point at Tang San. Uncle, ask him. Tang San was baffled, as was Yu Xiaojiang. What? How is this related to my obedient disciple? Yu Xiaojiang was bewildered. Your return has nothing to do with him, does it? Yu Tianheng questioned. What do you mean by that? Tang San furrowed his brow deeply, already placing a label of half a step towards death upon Yu Tianheng. Dare you to doubt me, Tang San? Were it not for your connection to the master, I would assure you a taste of my mother's wrath. At this moment, Tang San remained oblivious to the fact that his emotions were being negatively influenced by his current predicament, revealing a sliver of the darkness that resided within him from the city of slaughter. What do you mean? Yu Tianheng scoffed. Do not think that with your new appearance I wouldn't recognize you. Tang San remarked. Oh, so you have even changed limbs. Very well. You dare insult me? You have sealed your fate. Yu Tianheng was entirely unaware that his words had crossed the line with the formidable Tang San. He pointed an accusatory finger at Tang San, exclaiming, Where have you hidden Yin Yin? Tang San was taken aback. Yu Xiaojiang was equally bewildered. Upon the conclusion of his statement, both the master and disciple before him were rendered utterly bewildered. What nonsense was this? How could your Dugu Yin inquire about my disciple's whereabouts? Tianheng, what madness are you indulging in? The renowned master Yu Xiaojiang regained his composure, casting a glance at the perplexed Tang San, and exclaimed, Xiaosan has not ventured beyond the confines of Tiandou City. How could he possibly be concealing your fiancée? Yu Tianheng, I hold you in high regard. But that does not grant you the liberty to speak baseless accusations. Tang San's expression darkened as he coldly fixed his gaze upon Yu Tianheng, asserting, I can solemnly affirm that I have never encountered Dugu Yan. Are you certain that you have not left Tiandou City in the past year? Yu Tianheng, witnessing Tang San's audacity to argue, felt his expression darken, and he sharply retorted. He was confident that the individual he had seen was indeed Tang San himself. Otherwise, Dugu Yin would not have been so easily convinced by mere words. During their initial battle at the Seoul Arena in Soto City, Tang San had spoken those words after breaking Dugu Yan's poison. He was certain that only he, as her fiancé, and Dugu Yin, who possessed the green phosphor serpent Wu Huan, along with Tang San, the party in question, would be privy to such information. Others, even if they had overheard, could hardly retain such a statement for so many years. In light of this, even the endorsement of the esteemed master Yu Xiaojiang did not shake his conviction regarding his and Dugu Yan's judgment. The notion of an uncle seemed to him a mere guise to shield his disciple. Contemplating this, Yu Tianheng's gaze turned frigid as he regarded Yu Xiaojiang with a shifted demeanor. Xiao San has only ventured once to the Star Dou Great Forest in pursuit of his sixth spirit ring, but he returned almost immediately. Yu Xiaojiang's tone softened, suggesting that if there were doubts, they could verify the absorption time of Xiao San's spirit ring. Typically, soul masters had methods to check the time taken for spirit ring absorption, and at this moment, he was inviting Yu Tianheng to ascertain the time of Tang San's sixth spirit ring's absorption. Of course, this method was not originally devised by the esteemed master Yu Xiaojiang, but was rather invented by the spirit hall to apprehend those causing trouble within the Star Dou Great Forest. Naturally, Yu Tianheng, hailing from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, was well versed in this technique. The Star Dou Great Forest? However, upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Yu Tianheng's gaze sharpened as he fixed a penetrating stare at Tang San. Initially, his eyes were filled with suspicion, but now he seemed utterly convinced. You just stated that he has not left Tiandou City, yet now you claim he visited the Star Dou Great Forest? Do you take me for a fool or a simpleton? Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San exchanged glances, both taken aback. What was this madness? Hadn't he just inquired once before? Moreover, what connection did Yu Tianheng's fiancé have with Tang San? As Yu Tianheng's clarity of mind returned, he realized that his question might have seemed abrupt. Leading him to explain, I encountered Tang San in Soto City. He mentioned that he and Dugu's grandfather discovered a method to fully control Dugu Yan's green phosphor serpent poison. Dugu Bo was Dugu Yan's grandfather, and it was not inappropriate for Yu Tianheng, as her fiancé, to refer to him as grandfather. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily dumbfounded, and Tang San too was bewildered. This was impossible. He had remained in Tiandou City without venturing out. The last time he had gone to the Star Dou Great Forest was quite some time ago. Master Yu Xiaojiang nodded vigorously, affirming, indeed, Tianheng. Xiao San's visit to the Star Dou Great Forest coincided with the period of devastation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the annihilation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. At that time, you had not yet departed from Tiandou City, and he returned shortly thereafter. Did you not verify identities? Tang San could not help but question. I have confirmed identities with Yan Yan. Yu Tianheng replied. Do you remember the words you spoke after breaking through Yan Yan's green phosphor serpent poison? I believe this is a phrase only you, and Yan Yan can recall. Tang San, bewildered, inquired, what did I say? Yu Tianheng furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Tang San. If Tang San still bore the visage of the blue-silver emperor, he might suspect some foul play. However now, with Tang San's transformation, It was difficult not to believe he sought to evade responsibility or conceal the truth behind a new facade. As the saying goes, he sought to absolve himself of the crime of abducting Du Guyan. Are you certain you do not know? Yu Tianheng narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glimmer shining within. As his soul power surged, I will say this once more. Surrender, Yin Yin. I have stated that I do not know. Tang San's expression darkened, revealing an icy glint in his eyes. Very well, just as you had begun to relinquish your intent to kill, now you seek to reclaim it? Enough. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing, trembling beneath the pressure of the two soul emperors, turned pale and shouted, cease this. Is there not a way to resolve matters peacefully? Humph. Tang San, granting the esteemed master Yu Xiaojing a measure of respect, retracted his soul power first. Yet, the obstinate Yu Tianheng remained unyielding in his stance. Uncle, this is your disciple. Naturally, you will lean toward him. Yu Tianheng not only failed to restrain his soul power, but had also completed the manifestation of his martial spirit and the release of his soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. At this moment, Yu Tianheng was a level 60 soul emperor, still in need of a 6th soul ring. He had been waiting in Sodo City for Dugu Bo to assist him in hunting when he encountered Tang San, after which he departed for Heavenly Dou City. Hand over Yin Yin. As long as she remains unharmed, I shall overlook the past, Yu Tianheng declared, his gaze icy and his words deliberate. This, however, represents the hope for the revival of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. I have stated that it has nothing to do with me. Tang San's expression darkened, and he, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed his soul rings. Yet, as soon as his soul rings ascended into the air, they nearly caused Yu Tianheng, across from him, to burst into laughter. 2 yellow, 1 purple, 2 black, and 1 white. Tang San, who would have thought that after 5 years, your taste would have deteriorated so significantly? Tang San, utterly bewildered, stared at his own soul rings. Upon noticing the last white ring, his eyes widened in shock. Impossible. When did he acquire a white soul ring? He was completely unaware, and even after leaving the Star Dou Forest, he realized that his memories within the forest were beginning to fade. This is the efficacy of the divine sealing stone. It does not merely seal a singular memory, but rather, as time progresses, it incessantly erodes and encapsulates an increasing number of memories. Chen Yue, however, did not anticipate the remarkable effect it would yield at this moment. He was currently pinning Lu Erlong on the rooftop, observing the scene with keen interest from his elevated position. You must exercise caution, should there be a leak. They will surely notice upon glancing up. Lu Erlong trembled, and before she could react, Chen Yue's voice resonated once more, warning that, in order to avoid exposure, he might be compelled to eliminate them all. In an instant, her complexion turned pale, rendering her speechless. What is happening to you, Xiao San? The most shocking, incredulous, and utterly unacceptable revelation belonged unequivocally to the renowned master Yu Xiaojing. He could not fathom how his most successful test subject had devolved into such a ghastly state. The 6th spirit ring, white. At this very moment, he felt as though snowflakes were drifting and the north wind was howling, brushing past him. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, yet he sensed beads of sweat forming on his forehead, drenching his hair. I do not know either. Tang San's expression was one of utter bewilderment. I truly do not know. What exactly did you encounter in the Star Dou Forest? Tang San nearly crumbled, collapsing to the ground, exclaiming, I genuinely do not know. I cannot recall. Where is Xiao Wu? Did you not go to search for her? Chapter 44, Qian Renxue. Please speak with your conscience. Do not touch mine. The esteemed master Yu Xiaojing, upon witnessing that Tang San's 6th spirit ring was, in fact, white, felt utterly unhinged. His emotions teetering on the brink of chaos. This has been his most successful experiment over the years. How could such a grave error possibly occur now? According to his conjecture, Tang San's 6th spirit ring should be capable of attempting to absorb a spirit ring of at least 80,000 years. Yet, how has it transformed into a white spirit ring? At this moment, Yu Xiaojing could no longer contain himself. He uncontrollably seized Tang San by the collar, exclaiming, Little San, what on earth is going on? Weren't you supposed to be in the Star Dou Forest looking for Xiao Wu? And while you were at it, acquiring your 6th spirit ring? How is it that not only have you failed to find Xiao Wu, but you also appear in this state, neither human nor beast? Why is this spirit ring, white? Tang San stared in bewilderment at the white spirit ring on him, feeling equally distressed. I don't know. I truly have no idea. When the renowned master Yu Xiaojing mentioned Xiao Wu, Tang San felt as though his lost memories were stirring to life. Yet the excruciating pain in his head made it impossible for him to focus. At this moment, he couldn't even pay attention to Yu Xiaojing. who was gripping his collar. His hands were firmly pressed against his throbbing head. "No, little San, this is your spirit ring. How can you say you don't know?" Yu Xiaojiang, now completely losing control, was indifferent to Tang San's current state. Upon hearing Tang San's response, he expressed his dissatisfaction with a near roar. As a result, Tang San, assaulted by the force of his master's shout coupled with the agony in his head, rolled his eyes back and fainted. Yu Xiaojiang, along with the onlooker Yu Tianheng, was left in shock. What just happened? Yu Tianheng gazed, bewildered, at the dramatic confrontation between the master and disciple, utterly frozen in place. At this moment, Flander, having sensed the commotion in the dean's office, hurriedly made his way over. Since the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang had regarded him as Lu Erlong that fateful night, he had been too intimidated to face Yu Xiaojiang again. Now, encountering him once more only tightened the knot in his stomach. However, upon seeing the unconscious Tang San, he set aside his own discomfort and rushed forward to assist him. "What happened to Xiao San?" he exclaimed, as he observed Tang San's fainted form. Yu Xiaojiang's previously suppressed emotions began to surface, yet he struggled to accept the harsh reality of his experiment turning into a failure. Silently, he turned and departed. Flander, witnessing this, let out a sigh of relief before glancing at Yu Tianheng and inquiring, "You must be Yu Tianheng, right? What happened to Xiao San? He was perfectly fine. How could he suddenly faint?" Yu Tianheng scratched his head, astonishing everyone with his revelation. It seems uncle lost composure upon seeing that Tang San's sixth spirit ring is white. Flander, taken aback, retorted, "What nonsense is this? If you claimed the first spirit ring was white, I could barely comprehend. But to suddenly declare the sixth spirit ring is white? Do you take me for a fool?" Flander's expression darkened as he regarded Yu Tianheng. With the blue lightning tyrant dragon family now gone, he would not hesitate to retaliate if Yu Tianheng attempted to deceive him in this matter. "I am not fabricating anything." Yu Tianheng, sensing Flander's demeanor, felt a jolt of concern and quickly shook his head. "If you do not believe me, wait until Tang San awakens and have him reveal his spirit rings to you. This is easily verifiable. Why would I lie?" Flander considered this and found it reasonable. His expression softened slightly. "I will ask him once he regains consciousness. In the meantime, you must not leave Tiando City." Yu Tianheng nodded in agreement, "Of course. I still need to wait for Tang San to awaken and hand over Duguyan. How could I possibly leave?" However, at this juncture, Yu Tianheng harbored some doubts in his heart. He speculated whether it was indeed Tang San who had abducted Du Guyan or if another party was involved. Yet, his pride, belonging to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, would not allow him to accept such a notion. If Du Guyan had indeed been taken by someone else, it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. This is something that Yu Tianheng cannot accept. Thus, rather than being taken away by others, he prefers that Tang San has taken Du Guyan. How peculiar. Why is there a leak? At that moment, as he prepared to carry Tang San in search of the healing soul master, Flanders suddenly slipped, landing unceremoniously on his back, rubbing his sore posterior. He glanced at the puddle beneath him. Then his gaze drifted upwards to the open roof tiles, suggesting it had just rained. Oddly enough, there had been no mention of rain tonight. Scratching his head, Flander leaped onto the roof, scanning his surroundings. The only thing he could detect from the tiles was a strong scent of seafood and brine, along with some moisture on the tiles. Could it be that a light rain had just graced the academy? This realization led him to accept that perhaps there had indeed been a brief shower, albeit limited in scope. Dismissing it from his mind, he rubbed his seafood-scented hair and returned to the dean's office, ready to seek out the healing soul master with Tang San in tow. Meanwhile, hiding behind the chimney, a sweating Lu Erlong breathed a sigh of relief as he stealthily returned to his dormitory, narrowly escaping a precarious situation. At that very moment, Chen Yue had already departed from Shrek Academy, making his way back to the Tiando Imperial Palace. Upon entering his quarters, he headed straight for the bathroom, desperate to wash away the stench of sweat that clung to him. In the bathroom, Qian Renxue, who had been soaking in the tub, opened her eyes. About to speak, she caught a whiff of a distinctly feminine scent emanating from him. Her brow furrowed in immediate concern. This scent was neither that of Tang Yue nor the rabbit he had confined. Could it be yet another woman? What is going on? She inquired. But Chen Yue dismissed her question, undressing as he slid into the bathtub, continuing the conversation. Xuebing and Prince Xuexing have been insisting on conducting an autopsy. They still do not believe that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would betray and murder Xueyi. Upon hearing Chen Yue discuss serious matters, Qian Renxue straightened, swatting his hand away. Let us stay focused and discuss the issue at hand. You speak of seriousness while I am indeed addressing serious matters, he retorted. Then what shall we do about it? She pressed. Deciding to relinquish the argument, Qian Renxue reclined, squinting her eyes as she casually asked, if we were to kill. It might provoke backlash, especially from those nobles closely aligned with Prince Xuexing. Let us employ a strategy of misdirection, Chen Yue suggested. The words stunned Qian Renxue, leaving her momentarily baffled. What do you mean by misdirection? Tomorrow, gather all the ministers, the noble representatives, in the palace, and agree to let Prince Xuexing conduct the autopsy, even if he uncovers evidence of poison on Shui Yi's body. Simply assert that he died at the hands of the 3 from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and then place their bodies in the main hall. Asking the ministers who was in favor and who was against? As she contemplated his plan, Qian Renxue gasped. Realizing the audacity of his scheme, it was tantamount to a palace coup. Chunyu needed not say more. She recognized that with the 3 bodies as leverage, the majority would likely side with her, leaving only a minority either neutral or aligned with Prince Xuexing and Xuebing. Incorrect, she exclaimed. There is only one path. Either we survive, or we annihilate the entire clan. Chunyu flashed a grin, revealing a set of pearly white teeth that made Qian Renxue's heart flutter. She embraced him tightly. You are brilliant. I suddenly have an idea. What should I do now? Fear not. Simply protect our unborn child with your soul power. Indeed, that makes sense, she replied, considering the logic. Should we go together? As dawn broke, Qian Renxue donned a long dress, rubbing her swelling belly. She glanced back at Chunyu, who was embracing her from behind, and softly inquired. Today marks the day of Xueye's funeral, as well as the day Prince Xuexing and Xuebing press for an autopsy. With Chunyu's guidance, she felt the situation was entirely manageable. I shall not attend. I will merely support you from behind as a silent ally. Qian Renxue agreed, nodding. Very well. I will instruct Qian Jun to prepare for any disturbances caused by Diggybo. Thanks to Chunyu's involvement, her arrangements within the Tiando Imperial Palace far exceeded those in the original narrative. Beyond the formidable Super Douluo Qian Jun and the duo of the fierce Soul Douluo, she had also positioned several other Soul Douluos and Soul Saints, all of whom had been seamlessly integrated into the palace guard over the years, ensuring that Prince Xuexing would not dare to act recklessly. Yet, she remained wary of Diggybo, known for his ruthless prowess capable of leaving only Title Douluo standing. Diggybo? Chunyu chuckled lightly. I doubt he has the time to intervene. Qian Renxue paused, suddenly recalling that Chunyu had mentioned planning to deliver Diggybo a significant surprise. Are you planning to harm his granddaughter? Is that the only merit I possess in your eyes? Chunyu teased, eliciting a playful glare from her. If you release me now, my words might carry a bit more weight. By the way, the 5 offerings are about to arrive. You should prepare for the handover. At this, Qian Renxue warned, let me caution you. Do not employ all of Grandfather Genie's tactics on him. The 5 offerings are indeed practical individuals who won't tolerate your scheming. Standing tall, Chunyu replied, do you truly believe I am that kind of person? I assure you. My conscience is clear on this matter. Exasperated, Qian Renxue swatted his hand away. Then keep your conscience to yourself. We are one and the same. What is yours is mine. With a huff, she added, I'm leaving for the palace now. Take care of yourself. Of course. As Qian Renxue transformed into her guise of Xuexing and departed the quarters, Chunyu reclined back onto the grand bed, stretching leisurely. After so many days, he realized he had neglected the prisoners confined within the Heavenly King's tower, and a sense of nostalgia washed over him. Currently, the Heavenly King's tower housed quite a number of detainees. On the first floor were the initial captives, Xiao Wu, Tang Yue, Yin, and Tang Tian. The second floor contained only Madame Ning, Shang Wanwan. As for Ning Rongrong, he had unceremoniously cast her into the water dungeon of the Tiando Imperial Palace, intending for her to face a harsh dose of reality. The water dungeon of the Tiando Imperial Palace was entirely gender segregated, with the female dungeon located within the palace itself, while the male dungeon, as Qian Renxue had mentioned, was situated outside the palace grounds. What do you intend to do? As Chunyu manifested on the first floor of the Heavenly King's tower, Yin, the first to notice him, recoiled against the wall in fright. Trembling as she stammered, don't come any closer. In comparison to her, both Xiao Wu and Tang Yue appeared considerably more composed, as their education had proven successful. They understood that as long as they maintained certain postures, there were generally no significant issues. However, the one who exhibited the most distress was undoubtedly Tang Tian. Upon encountering Chen Yue, she was so startled that she trembled, rolled her eyes, and fainted. There is a saying that those who are attuned to the times are true talents. Chen Yue paid little heed to the reactions of the four women. He stretched leisurely, pondering who among them was truly perceptive. At his words, Xiao Wu, recognizing the futility of resistance, obediently crawled over. She had developed a profound psychological scar due to Chunyu, particularly linked to the demise of De Ming and Er Ming, which was a consequence of her own cleverness gone awry. It was precisely for this reason that she had resolved to behave herself, fearing that her last resort might not only fail to outsmart Chunyu, but could also lead to Tang San's demise, leaving her with nowhere to lament her fate. Yet at this moment, Xiao Wu, who was behaving quite submissively, could not have anticipated that she would encounter danger immediately upon regaining consciousness. Little monster, do you not intend to provide me with an explanation? Du Gubo, having traveled from Suatua City to Tiando City, found the dawn breaking. But Tang San remained in a state of unconsciousness, so he waited. Upon seeing Tang San awaken, his countenance darkened, and he spoke sharply. The onlookers Flander, Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong, and Yu Tianheng were collectively bewildered, particularly Yu Tianheng, who sensed an ominous feeling growing within him, seemingly linked to something unusual on his head. Chapter 45, Du Gubo. Little monster, do you not intend to provide this old man with an explanation? Where am I? The previous night. After being suddenly stimulated by the memories sealed by the divine stone, Tang San fainted in agony. Now, as he gradually regained consciousness, his memories became increasingly hazy. These memories pertained to his journey into the Star Dou Forest. Initially, he had merely forgotten the events at the Lake of Life, but now he had entirely lost recollection of his expedition to the Star Dou Forest. He could not fathom why he had gone there. Nor did he recall encountering Hu Laina and others along the way, let alone how he had acquired his current abilities. Teacher, teacher's wife, the dean, old monster Yu Tianheng? He scratched his head, suddenly noticing the peculiar expressions in the eyes of these five individuals, especially the dangerous glimmer in the gaze of the old monster, Du Gubo. Old monster, what is the meaning of this? Little monster, what have you done? Do you not intend to provide me with an explanation? Tang San, bewildered, thought. Why must I provide an explanation? I merely awoke from my fainting spell. What have I done? He looked at Du Gubo with confusion, questioning the need for an explanation. Upon hearing this, Du Gubo's expression darkened. He perceived this as Tang San's evasion of responsibility, asking, what kind of explanation is this? Little monster, I admire you, but this does not grant you the license to act without restraint. Although Tang San had indirectly saved his life, he had also relinquished his long-cultivated herb garden. This bond was sufficient to settle matters, while the desire for friendship remained. Yet for Du Gubo, this friendship did not justify treating his granddaughter with such disregard. Tang San, a mere sole emperor, dares to confront him. What will happen in the future? No, old monster. What exactly are you? Tang San was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what he had done. Upon hearing this, Flender sighed deeply. Xiao San, as a man, one must take responsibility for their actions. Yu Xiaojiang nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is not something to be embarrassed about. Since you have acted, you must accept it. Lu Erlong sighed and shook his head. Xiao San, I once believed you were unwaveringly loyal, yet I am utterly disappointed to find you akin to Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu, having acknowledged Lu Erlong as her adoptive mother, was understandably displeased with Tang San's actions. Tang San, what on earth is going on? You must explain what you have done. Tang San, still in a daze, looked at the scene before him, his mind buzzing. What exactly transpired? Why was everyone so tight-lipped? The only ones oblivious to the situation were Yu Tianheng and Tang San, as Flender and the others had learned of the events from Du Gubo. Yu Tianheng had just awakened and rushed over, not having kept vigil over Tang San all night. Thus, he too was utterly perplexed, yet felt an unnameable weight upon him. Humph. Du Gubo snorted angrily. Little monster, it seems I misjudged you. I never imagined you to be this sort of person. From this day forth, I sever all ties with you. His granddaughter had declared that it was Tang San, leaving him no room for doubt. He firmly believed Tang San was trying to evade responsibility. Unable to contain his temper, he huffed and turned to leave. Tang San, perplexed, exclaimed, what madness is this old monster exhibiting? I know nothing of this. I have done nothing. His heart was in turmoil as he watched Du Gubo depart, his mouth agape, desperate to voice his confusion, yet Du Gubo had already turned away. Xiao San, are you still a man? Flender looked at Tang San with disappointment, utterly speechless. What on earth was happening? At that moment, Yu Tianheng, finally regaining his composure, glanced at Yu Xiaojiang, who seemed ready to counsel Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang quickly interjected, Tianheng, this matter does not concern you. You should return. Realizing Yu Tianheng's presence, he feared his nephew might jeopardize his experimental subject, so he hastily amended his words. Yes, Tianheng, please return. This is not your affair. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Lu Erlong instantly understood and promptly issued an eviction to Yu Tianheng. Very well. While he might dismiss Yu Xiaojiang's apparent favoritism towards his disciple, he could not ignore Lu Erlong's authority, for she was the strongest among the remaining lineage of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and also his aunt. Thus, he could not argue. After Yu Tianheng departed, at this moment, Yu Xiao finally spoke up. Tang San, I have always emphasized that you should be like your father, a man who dares to take responsibility. Yet, I never expected you would feign ignorance in such a situation. Tang San, your father, when he killed the former pope of the Spirit Hall, Qin Renxue, acted with courage and accountability, facing the consequences without fear, resulting in the severe losses suffered by the Hao Tian sect and the closure of its gates. And here you are, attempting to wriggle out of a trivial matter? Tang San, what have I done? Teacher, what have I done? Tang San was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend what heinous act he might have committed to incite such public outrage. How could he become the target of universal condemnation? It is worth noting that even in his previous life, when he boldly pilfered the Tang sect's ultimate skills, he was never so vilified. Flender, unable to contain himself any longer, delivered a shocking revelation that left Tang San utterly dumbfounded. You have slept with Du Guyan, and she is now pregnant. Tang San was left speechless, utterly at a loss. Upon hearing his name called, Tang San was utterly bewildered. The four individuals in the dormitory were plunged into a profound silence at that moment. Observing this, Chunyu from above muttered the phrase enclosed in parentheses. Hey, toy rabbit, what do you think? She lifted her gaze and gently inquired of Xiao Wu, who was biting her red lip, her expression a tapestry of emotions. I don't know. Xiao Wu's expression was intricate as she looked at Tang San from the ceiling. She bit her lip. And at the moment when Flandre called out his name, she was completely taken aback. How could this be? Hadn't her beloved Tang San professed that he would love only her in this lifetime? She had fiercely guarded her spirit and heart for her dearest Tang San, keeping outsiders at bay, yet how could it be that he had so swiftly shifted his affections and even had a child? Where does this place her? What a heart-wrenching situation. No, it cannot be. San Gu would never betray me. Xiao Wu's voice trembled with uncertainty. She found it utterly inconceivable that San Gu would abandon her to seek solace in another. She would rather cling to the belief that this was all a fabrication. Yet, even if he were to betray you, would it truly matter? Xiao Wu was taken aback, turning to Chunyu with a bewildered expression. What did you say? The child you carry within you is also mine. If both of you were to betray each other once, it would seem to balance the scales, wouldn't it? After all, weren't you fiercely resisting before? Xiao Wu instinctively nodded. Moreover, your spirit still resides in that cherished place for him, whether you bear one child or countless. It cannot tarnish the depth of your emotional connection to him, can it? As Xiao Wu contemplated this, it began to resonate with her logic. Therefore, even if he were to betray you, it wouldn't matter. If you harbor no disdain for him, surely he would reciprocate your feelings. A wave of joy washed over Xiao Wu. Really? Of course, she exclaimed. Elated, she swiftly turned and placed a gentle kiss on the side of Chunyu's face, murmuring her gratitude. A mere thank you lacks sincerity, he teased. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson as she leaned on the tiles, pondering. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from Tang San, startling her so much that she nearly lost her balance. Yet, at that moment, the others in the room paid no heed to the commotion above. Flender, Yu Xiaojiang, and Lu Erlong stood in stunned amazement at the sight of Tang San. This is absolutely impossible. Tang San shook his head vehemently. I have not left Heavenly Dou City, and aside from seeing them 5 years ago during the Soul Master competition, I have not encountered them since. How could this be? Defamation. This is a blatant slander. Though he had lost his memories of the Star Dou Forest, he was certain that he had not seen Yu Tianheng and the other members of the royal fighting team in a long time. Thus, the child within Du Guyan could not possibly belong to him. Tang San, Xiao San. Lu Erlong's disappointment deepened as she observed his reaction. Why was there such a chasm between these two masters and disciples? Moreover, Tang San, the son of the formidable Tang Hao, seemed so unlike his father. How could one dare to act in such a manner and yet shy away from accountability? If you are a man, you should confess and apologize to the esteemed Poison Douluo. Given his regard for you, he would undoubtedly accept your contrition. With these words, Lu Erlong chose not to elaborate further and departed in disappointment. She resolved that upon Xiao Wu's return, she would earnestly persuade her to abandon this Tang San. A man who dares to act, yet lacks the courage to face the consequences. What could he possibly achieve? Let us not criticize, after all. This is the realm of romance. Tang San. Yu Xiaojing gazed at him with exasperation. Are you truly so foolish? Once you unite with Dou Yin, the poisoned Douluo will undoubtedly align himself entirely with you. At that point, whether you return to the Hao Tian sect or forge a new sect of your own, gaining the support of a Title Douluo will be effortless. Pausing momentarily, Yu Xiaojing continued. Moreover, considering the talents of you and Dou Yin, any offspring you have will assuredly be extraordinary. If only you had admitted it earlier, I could have enlisted your second master, Lu Erlong, to help sway Xiao Wu's perspective, which would not have affected you adversely. Now look at the situation, he exclaimed bitterly. In the perilous circumstances surrounding Tindo City, you have managed to provoke the poisoned Douluo into leaving. Tang San vehemently shook his head. No, it was not me. I shall never admit to such a thing. He was resolute in his conviction that he had indeed not engaged in such an act. Therefore, as a member of the Tang sect, his pride would never allow him to concede. Sighing heavily, Yu Xiaojing observed Tang San's stubbornness. Ah, Tang San, you resort to such foolish arguments when conversing with me. If you truly had no involvement, why would the poisoned Douluo come directly to demand an explanation from you? Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Having just awakened from his stupor, his mind was still hazy. However, this sudden confrontation jolted him into greater clarity. Yet, he could not recall any interaction with Dou Yin. I wonder, is there not a possibility? At that moment, Flinder adjusted his spectacles and, upon noticing the gazes of the master and disciple directed towards him, he finally spoke. It was during Xiao San's visit to the Star Dou Forest that he inadvertently encountered this Dou Yin, if you catch my drift. Yu Xiaojing exclaimed. Indeed, it seems there is indeed a probability and possibility of that. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that the previous Tang San appeared to have lost some memories. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh, realizing the likelihood of this being true. The poisoned Douluo's visit, clearly seeking retribution, unmistakably indicated that the facts had been established. Otherwise, given his temperament, such actions would be unimaginable. Flinder nodded in agreement, having discerned Dougubo's character over the years. If this were not an irrefutable matter, Dougubo would never have come to demand accountability. Therefore, Xiao San, what exactly transpired in the Star Dou Forest? Tang San. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. A voice within him insisted that he could not possibly be responsible for this. Yet all evidence seemed to point in his direction. Impossible, it cannot be that San has done this. At this juncture, Xiao Wu, enveloped in the throes of infatuation, shook her head vehemently, declaring, San is not that kind of person. He has professed his singular love for me. Only then did she belatedly glance back at Chunyu. Her face flushed crimson. Yet, she bit down hard on her silver teeth, almost grinding them as she spat out 3 words with palpable venom. You deceived me. Others might be oblivious to the happenings within the Star Dou Forest, but she had witnessed it firsthand. Thus, she would sooner believe in a conspiracy orchestrated by Chen Yue than accept that her San had developed feelings for another. Now, Chen Yue responded, unfazed by her animosity. Savoring the soft warmth of the rabbit's den while elaborating, I did indeed provide him with a dog leg and spider's claw, subsequently sealing his memories of seeing your live broadcast. However, we ended up leaving together, did we not? Xiao Wu paused, reflecting carefully, and it dawned on her that perhaps that was indeed the case. Meanwhile, Tang San had arrived in the vicinity of the Lake of Life, but what he would encounter remained a mystery to all. If he were to survive, it would merely attest to his fortuitous fate. What precisely transpired is not ours to speculate, is it? This statement indeed holds considerable merit. After all, this expanse of the Lake of Life is dominion over which the azure bull python, Daming, and the Titan giant ape, Erming, reign supreme. Other soul beasts, unless possessing a cultivation of at least 100,000 years, would not dare to intrude. With the departure of Daming and Erming's presence, what soul beasts might venture into this territory remains an enigma that no one can definitively clarify. Suddenly, the love-stricken rabbit's mind suddenly conjured a terrifying suspicion. Could it be that the matter between me and Sangu has been discovered by the enigmatic master lurking beneath the lake? To Xiao Wu, the master is not the Silver Dragon King, Gyuna. She has yet to earn the privilege of engaging with her. At most, she can only interact with the 6 great ferocious beasts, excluding Di Tian. However, for her and Daming, Erming, they are indeed of a masterly caliber. Is it possible that they wish to sever the bond between me and Sangu, or perhaps make me believe that San Gu is a heartless traitor, thereby manipulating the situation to their advantage? This love-stricken rabbit, suddenly struck by a surge of intelligence and paranoia, found herself seized by this notion, which she proceeded to amplify in her mind without restraint. Yes, indeed, it must be so. Those wretches seek to tear me apart from San Gu. Hence they have subjected him to mental control, conveniently entangling him with that snake woman. At this thought, Xiao Wu's eyes flared with rage and indignation. How dare they? I have revered and safeguarded you as though you were my master, and this is the return I receive? I sincerely hope I do not reach the rank of Title Douluo, for if I do, I shall undoubtedly uproot each and every one of you. At that moment, in the Star Dou Forest, the 7 great ferocious beasts dwelling at the lake's bottom simultaneously let out a yawn. This is a lamentation from the protagonist, Xiao Wu. In the original work, what is happening? I do not know. Why do I suddenly feel a chill in my body? Have you, you filthy mutt, urinated? Get lost. No fierce beasts are observing the commotion at the lake of life, as they are diligently consuming the large, plump worm they just captured, savoring it delightfully. Completely indifferent to any other trivial matters. Impossible. At this moment, Tang San from Shrek Academy finally regained his senses. He shook his head vigorously, asserting that this was absolutely impossible. I could never commit such an act. It is a slander. You Xiaojing, Flender, are you suggesting that the poisoned Douluo is framing you? Tang San nodded vigorously, convinced that this old monster had been incited by someone to tarnish his pristine reputation. You Xiaojing, Flender, come on. Do you really think a Title Douluo would slander your name? Flender wanted to retort, if your father weren't the Hao Tian Douluo, do you believe that Dugubo wouldn't have already slapped you dead? What a farce of purity. How do you intend to explain this to the poisoned Douluo now? Tang San resolutely shook his head, stating that there was no need for an explanation. This matter had nothing to do with him, so why should he explain? Although he was uncertain about his memories, his intuition firmly indicated that this situation had no connection to him whatsoever. Yu Xiaojiang, helplessly rubbing his forehead, asked, then what shall we do about the situation in the Tian Dou Palace? The Tian Dou Palace? Tang San was taken aback. What was wrong with the palace? At this moment, Shui Qinghe has already commenced the coronation ceremony, and barring any mishaps, Prince Shuixing and others will likely demand an autopsy. Yu Xiaojiang explained that our original plan was for you to accompany the poisoned Douluo for verification at this stage, as having the poisoned Douluo present would provide some assurance. But now, with your falling out with the poisoned Douluo, I fear, before he could finish, Tang San declared with righteous fervor, we are doing this for justice. I believe that the old monster will surely agree. Yu Xiaojiang, Flender, the extraordinary bond between the two close friends, Flanders and Yu Xiaojiang, left them exchanging bewildered glances. Flanders pointed at his head, indicating that perhaps Tang San had sustained some sort of injury. Yu Xiaojiang shrugged, palms open, equally perplexed by the situation. He had undoubtedly been a successful test subject. Could it be that the white color of his 6th spirit ring had somehow affected his mind? Let us seek out the old monster. Tang San proclaimed with enigmatic confidence, believing that the old monster's nature would compel him to take notice of the matter at hand. He was certain that, under the weight of his reasoned arguments, his innocence would be restored. Thus, Flanders and Yu Xiaojiang reluctantly accompanied him to find Dugubo. As they departed, Chunyu could no longer contain his amusement, exclaiming, is your friend always this inexplicably self-assured? Xiao Wu, slightly embarrassed, touched her face, still marked by remnants of her earlier tears, the cause of which she felt reluctant to disclose. Why the silence? She inquired, biting her lip. She gazed at Tang San's retreating figure, opened her mouth to speak, sighed, and shook her head. She sensed that her friend had indeed changed. The Tang San of the past would never have resorted to deception, yet now, with the evidence laid bare, he was adamantly denying it. At that moment, Xiao Wu's mind was consumed by a sense of paranoia, leaving her skeptical of Tang San. Chen Yue, with a smile playing on his lips, transported them instantly to Tang San's dormitory. Before Xiao Wu could comprehend the situation, Chen Yue cheerfully remarked, come, let your friend reminisce about your fragrance, or I fear he may spend a restless night questioning his existence. Xiao Wu hesitated, eyeing the pristine bed linens, feeling a reluctance to accept. Wasn't he this a bit too? Chen Yue narrowed his eyes, exuding an aura of danger. Confronted with this, Xiao Wu felt compelled to comply, submitting obediently. In the residence of Dugubo in Heaven Dou City, it seemed the little monster had come to a resolution. Upon seeing Tang San approach, Dugubo's heart leaped with joy, convinced that Tang San had come to apologize and seek permission to marry his granddaughter. However, Tang San's next statement left him utterly confounded. Old monster, The autopsy of the Snow Knight Emperor is imminent. We cannot afford to be absent. Let us depart. Dougalbo, taken aback, thought, what? You are not here to apologize? Quickly, observe. Who knows, it may be gone in a couple of days. As he pondered the situation, Dougalbo was left in a state of bewilderment, a myriad of question marks hovering above his head. What? Old monster, have you forgotten? Tang San, noticing Dougalbo's confusion, furrowed his brow and asked, do you not remember the plan we discussed? Dougalbo, still perplexed, could only respond, what? No. Is this not the matter you insisted on intervening in? Did we not just have a falling out? You have yet to appease my anger. And now you wish to take advantage of me? In light of the recent annihilation of the Hao Tian sect by the Spirit Hall, the once proud Dougalbo has become somewhat restrained, adopting a demeanor that can be described as notably subdued. After all, the Hao Tian sect, the foremost among the three great sects, has been utterly destroyed. Should he continue to provoke, would it not mean the annihilation of the Dougu family next? Presently, only he and his granddaughter, Dougu Yin, remain of the Dougu lineage. Moreover, the goodwill extended by Prince Chen Yue had been fully exhausted during the previous treatment of the Snow Knight Emperor. Had it not been for the plan communicated to him by Yu Xiaojiang, he would have entirely disregarded the affairs of the Tiando Imperial Palace. Now, Tang San's audacity to engage in such sophistry left Dougalbo profoundly disappointed. He found himself reluctant to extend further assistance to Tang San, feeling as if he had misjudged the character of the young man. Nevertheless, he was still inclined to grant Tang San one final opportunity to apologize, to acknowledge his faults, and to assume responsibility, after which matters could potentially proceed. In a certain sense, Tang San had imparted to him the antidote, and Dougalbo's generous gift of his long-treasured herb garden was more than sufficient to repay this favor. At most, it could be deemed equivalent to the previous favor of providing him with hidden weapons, allowing him to stand tall before the formidable Title Douluo. However, to compel this individual to risk interference with the coronation ceremony of Xue Qinghe is truly insufficient. If not for the bonds forged in the past, he would never acquiesce. After all, as a Title Douluo, where could he possibly take his granddaughter? Even with the change of leadership in the Heavenly Dou Empire, he remains unconvinced that, given his stature, the empire would dare to challenge him. If the situation becomes untenable, he could always seek refuge in the Star Dou Empire, where he would at least be accorded the status of a guest elder. Therefore, he firmly believes that in the end, Tang San will undoubtedly yield to the disruptions instigated by Yu Xiaojiang and others, abandoning his sophistry to acknowledge his mistakes. Yet, he could never have anticipated. The very first words uttered by Tang San left him utterly speechless. No, you have made a mistake, and yet you are so brazen about it. What do you mean by this? Dougalbo abruptly rose, his gaze icy, the formidable aura of a Title Douluo instantly enveloping everyone present. Old monster, cease your antics. Tang San snorted coldly. He had now come to a clear understanding. This is entirely a grand performance orchestrated by the enigmatic Dougalbo. He has set his sights on the innate talent of Tang San, intending to take him as a son-in-law, thereby irrevocably binding him to his ambitions. One must recognize that Tang San wields the unparalleled hidden weapons of the Tang sect, and he is destined to emerge as a paramount force on the continent. The repeated attempts by Ning Fengzhi to arrange a marriage between Ning Rongrong and Tang San make this abundantly clear. However, who is Tang San? He is the pure and noble young master of the Tang family. His heart belongs solely to the spirit beast Xiao Wu, showing no interest in these sordid female spirit masters. I have seen through your machinations, and I will candidly inform you that they are futile. This slanderous act against his pristine reputation filled him with profound disdain. What audacity to tarnish the love between me and Xiao Wu. However, considering the contribution of the immortal herb by Dougalbo, he was willing to grant this man another opportunity. Otherwise, they would part ways without hesitation. Yet, as soon as he uttered these words, Dougalbo was left in utter disbelief. Not only was Dougalbo stunned, but even Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang, who had accompanied him, as well as Lu Erlong, who hurriedly arrived later, were equally astonished. What on earth? San, what nonsense are you spouting? Flinder was the first to regain his composure, urgently retorting, are you still refusing to acknowledge your own mistakes? I'm not in the wrong. Tang San scoffed, pointing at the increasingly sullen Dougalbo. His granddaughter was never at fault. It is he who devised this scheme to bind me to him completely. Flinder, Yu Xiaojing, Lu Erlong, Dougalbo. No, is Tang San out of his mind? At this moment, the trio of the Golden Triangle exchanged glances, seemingly regarding Tang San as if he were a fool. A Title Douluo like him should not resort to such despicable and lowly tactics. What were you even thinking? It is as if the sun has risen in the west. Such disgraceful behavior is beyond comprehension. Old monster, I offer you one final opportunity. Tang San despises being ensnared in other schemes, yet in light of the past when Dougalbo provided him with celestial herbs, he is willing to extend another chance. Now, at once, accompany me to the palace to verify the corpse for the emperor. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning my back on you. Upon hearing these words, Dougalbo was utterly enraged. Good, good, good. How remarkable you are, Tang San. After all these years, I have failed to discern your true nature. Very well, you hypocrite. With a cold snort, Dougalbo angrily waved his sleeve and departed. Xiao San, have you lost your mind? At this moment, even Yu Xiaojiang could no longer maintain his composure. He stepped forward abruptly and delivered a resounding slap to Tang San's face, exclaiming in fury, at this point, what is the significance of your continued arguments? I'm not in the wrong. Why should I admit my fault? Tang San, clutching his face, felt the sting of blood from the blow, yet he bore no remorse. He had come to grasp the entirety of the situation. Yu Xiaojiang trembled with rage, eager to strike again, but was restrained by Flender. Enough, enough. Flender shook his head, recognizing that the events had transpired and it was best to let them go. However, concerning the matter of the autopsy at the Title Douluo Palace, we can no longer proceed. With the poisoned Douluo's assistance, they had the confidence to approach the Title Douluo Palace. But now that the poisoned Douluo has been driven away in anger, their journey there would likely result in dire consequences. Snow Qinghe's reputation has now reached an unprecedented pinnacle, with over 80% of the nobility in Tiando City supporting his ascension to the throne. Furthermore, with the bodies of Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and Gu Rong laid bare, it was evident that Snow Qinghe's strength was formidable, likely backed by the Spirit Hall. Across the continent, the only force capable of annihilating the top 3 sects is none other than the Spirit Hall. Thus, should they venture into the royal palace, it would be tantamount to courting death. Little San, you are truly foolish. Yu Xiaojiang took a deep breath, looking at Tang San with a mixture of disappointment and frustration. You are usually so astute. How is it that you have become so muddled when the situation concerns you? Without the support of the poisoned Douluo, how can we disrupt Snow Qinghe's coronation ceremony? He has already killed the Sword Douluo and others, clearly with the backing of the Spirit Hall. And it is evident that a Title Douluo from the Spirit Hall will be present at the coronation. Without a Title Douluo on our side, how can we possibly stop him? Chastened by Yu Xiaojiang's rebuke, Tang San's expression shifted as he finally came to a realization. This does not imply that he believes he has misjudged. Rather, he feels that his thoughts are indeed correct. Dougalbo, feeling the pressure, would never have dared to intrude upon the funeral at the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace without the support of the Title Douluo. Hence, he resorted to this underhanded tactic, attempting to completely ensnare Tang San within the chariot of the Dougu family. This is what one might call taking advantage of a situation or engaging in opportunistic plunder. Yet, Tang San is far from a mere pawn to be manipulated in such a manner. Teacher, do not worry. Resolute in his heart, Tang San decided to allow Xue Qinghe to continue his antics for a while longer. It is not solely Title Douluos who possess the capability to slay a Title Douluo. The hidden weapons he relies upon to survive in this foreign realm are indeed capable of vanquishing a Title Douluo. Among them, the most extraordinary, the Buddha's Fury Tang Lian, must be crafted without delay. Otherwise, the situation in Tiando City is bound to become perilous. From the fact that Xue Qinghe has not been seen recently, and even Xueku is absent, it is evident what stance Xue Qinghe has adopted towards the Shrek Academy. And now, the poisoned Douluo, too, seeks to exploit the chaos for his own gain. Tang San, pure and unblemished, would never tolerate such slander from outsiders. Does he truly believe that Tang San cannot survive without the poisoned Douluo? Let us depart for Gingxin City. In that moment, Tang San resolutely decided to refrain from interfering in the matters concerning Xue Qinghe. At that very time, the irate Dougalbo was making his way towards Sodo City after having left Tiando City. Shortly before Tang San's departure, Yu Tianheng had sought him out to confirm that Douga Yin was indeed in Sodo City, prompting him to hasten his journey as well. Thus he was no longer at Shrek Academy. Damn it, these hammer-wielding individuals are all the same, utterly unreasonable, Dougalbo grumbled. As if being my granddaughter's husband is a favor to you. Humph, just wait until I cultivate this great-grandson of mine into a being stronger than you. I will smite you down with a single blow. No sooner had Dougalbo's mutterings faded than a voice, tinged with a somber tone, resonated. No need to wait. We can address this now. Who goes there? Dougalbo exclaimed in alarm, abruptly raising his head to behold a figure before him, whose hair was as white as snow yet exuded an air of scholarly elegance. The figure before him appeared peculiar. From a distance, it exuded an air of profound weariness. Yet upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a mere youth. The voice emanating from him was equally enigmatic. At first glance, it resembled that of an elderly man. But upon deeper reflection, it seemed to possess the qualities of a young boy. What astonished onlookers even more was the fact that his left eye was veiled in ice and snow, complemented by a cascade of hair that was not only white but glimmered with a silvery sheen. In this moment, a fragment of animated portrayal emerged. Not in entirety, but rather in part. You are from the Spirit Hall, are you not? The Dougalbo did not recognize the individual before him. He was familiar with the golden robe adorned with silver embroidery, the highest honor within the Spirit Hall, reserved solely for those of the esteemed worship hall. Indeed. You are Dougalbo, are you not? The newcomer smiled faintly, introducing himself. I am but an old man, one of the 5 elders of the worship hall, known by the title of Radiant Feather. Might I inquire if you have heard of the toxic Douluo? Radiant Feather Douluo, one of the 5 elders of the worship hall. His martial spirit is the Radiant Feather Divine Bow, possessing dual attributes of light and ice, and he stands as a peak-level Super Douluo at the formidable rank of 96. At this moment, Dougalbo was utterly astonished, feeling a chilling sensation rise from his feet to the crown of his head, and in the next instant, he completely transformed into an ice sculpture. What? With his martial soul activated, Dougalbo desperately began to struggle. However, he was horrified to discover that even with all his might, he could not leave even the slightest mark upon this icy form. Dougalbo was utterly astonished. The illustrious Heavenly Dou Luo offered a faint smile, asserting that with your meager soul power at the 93rd rank, you stand no chance of breaking through my icy confinement. And, even if you were to succeed, do you truly believe you could escape? Dougalbo silently lowered his hands in surrender, inquiring, what is your purpose in coming to Tian Dou City? Purpose? Heavenly Dou Luo smiled softly, shaking his head, indicating that this matter seemed to concern him little. Dougalbo remained silent, yet his heart was tumultuous. He sensed that Heavenly Dou Luo's arrival in Tian Dou City was undoubtedly linked to the impending succession of the throne. Only the Spirit Hall possessed the capability to eliminate the likes of Qian Dou Luo and his companions. Despite knowing the Spirit Hall had suffered significant losses while attempting to eradicate the Dai family in Xing Luo City, he understood that their core strength remained unharmed. So, have you come to a realization? Heavenly Dou Luo approached step by step, stating, there is a saying that those who understand the times are wise. I wonder, Dougalbo, do you consider yourself wise? Dougalbo's expression shifted repeatedly, realizing he was being coerced into choosing a side. If he chose to resist unto death, it was likely that Heavenly Dou Luo would take his life in an instant, without a trace of hesitation. Such a formidable Dou Luo, with blood on his hands long before his rise to fame, would never falter in the face of such grave matters. Dougalbo opened his mouth, about to speak, when Heavenly Dou Luo suddenly furrowed his brow, letting out a huff. Consider yourself fortunate. Without further ado, he turned and departed with the swiftness of a shooting star, racing toward the outskirts of Tian Dou City. There, he sensed a dense aura of slaughter, intermingled with an overwhelming bloodlust, with the absence of any life within several miles. Whether out of a desire to protect the common folk or for the grand ambitions of Qian Renxue, he could not afford any missteps, particularly in the face of that bloodthirsty presence which weighed heavily upon him. He had to intervene. Fortunately, though Dougalbo was encased in ice, he had managed to skirt death's door. Once he witnessed Heavenly Dou Luo depart, he hastily began to strike the ice in a bid to break free. Simultaneously, within the Title Douluo Palace, Qian Jun, the demon slayer, also sensed the intense aura of slaughter emanating from outside the city. It had been too long since he had stretched his limbs. Brother, did you not just engage with second brother last time? The demon slayer Dou Luo remarked. Well, it's different this time. After all, it was second brother. We could spar, but we must never take lives. However, this situation is unlike that. It is feasible for us to intervene, but we must first report to our elder. After pondering for a moment, Qian Jun spoke. No problem. The demon slayer Dou Luo nodded in agreement. Thus, the two brothers promptly informed the snake spear, delegating one of them to notify Chen Yue before setting off. Unentitled chapter going out. Chen Yue had just risen from the warm rabbit grass nest, still groggy, when he heard Qian Jun, the demon slayer, speak, momentarily taken aback. You say you sensed a strong aura of slaughter outside Tian Dou City? Upon hearing this, Chen Yu's first thought was of the city of slaughter. However, According to the current timeline, this den of iniquity should have been obliterated by the pure and pristine Tang San. Then, all the fallen soul masters surged forth. Perhaps they could be more aptly termed as evil soul masters, but in this era of combat, the term evil soul master was not yet in use. Only the term fallen soul master was prevalent. Indeed, Qian Jun observed Chunyu emerging from his room, still clad in sleepwear, clearly indicating he had just awakened. Is that so? Chunyu stroked his chin, a sudden spark of inspiration igniting in his mind as he conceived a brilliant plan, promptly striking his palm with a fist. Wait, I shall change my attire, and then we shall proceed together. The words spoken have rendered the formidable Qianjun Jiangma momentarily perplexed. Senior, might there be any mishap during the enthronement ceremony of the young master? What could possibly go awry? Chunyu observed them with a touch of curiosity, wondering if they were concerned about Douluo. Rest assured, he shall not return to the Tiando Imperial Palace. Moreover, there are no other Title Douluo within the Tiando Empire. Qianjun Jiangma exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting a mix of confusion, particularly the Jiangma Douluo, who seemed torn between the desire to inquire and the fear of causing offense. Yet, it appeared he could no longer contain himself. Speak your mind, Chen Yue urged, rubbing his temples. It seemed that, given Tang San's intelligence in the original narrative, it was not unreasonable for him to have everyone captivated in the continent of love. Even such a simple matter had eluded their thoughts. Senior, you just mentioned why Douluo would not return to the Tiando Imperial Palace? Jiangma Douluo inquired. It is well known that he was a guest of the Tiando royal family and had assisted in curing countless poisonings for Shui. First and foremost, Chen Yue interrupted his lengthy discourse. Let us clarify one point. Douluo owes his allegiance solely to Prince Xuexing and not the entire Tiando Empire. It can be said that his only connection lies with Prince Xuexing of the Xue family. Furthermore, over the years, he has rendered significant service to Prince Xuexing, and such ties have been sufficiently repaid. Under normal circumstances, he would not assist Prince Xuexing again. Lastly, he has previously received favors from Tang San of Shrek Academy. Oh, the son of Tang Hao and that grassy child, as you are all aware. If all goes as anticipated, Tang San will undoubtedly emerge as a disruptor, with Douluo closely following behind. These words left Qianjun and the Demon Slayer in a state of bewilderment. The Demon Slayer Douluo could not help but interrupt Chunyu, saying, But senior, if that is the case, you may need to remain here even more. Please allow me to finish my statement. Chunyu replied, exasperated. Once they fell silent, he continued, ultimately, it is now. A small mishap occurred between Douluo and Tang San, and now, Douluo can no longer come to the Tiando Royal Palace. Without Douluo's presence, Tang San alone, along with a mere beetle academy, would undoubtedly hesitate to enter the palace at this moment. Therefore, it is highly likely that the uncle and nephew, Xuexing and Xuebing, will become the unfortunate victims of this power transition. They are being used as cannon fodder. Chunyu, feeling somewhat weary, concluded, now, is everything clear? This scheme was personally orchestrated by him, akin to offering oneself as bait to a tiger in Soto City. If he were to confront the formidable Douluo, perhaps he might have been exposed to scrutiny, given the old monster's extensive experience. However, when faced with the likes of Dougu Yan, a woman in her 30s, he believed it far more likely that she would be oblivious to any discrepancies. Chunyu mused that it was more probable for Mars to collide with Douluo's star than for her to discern the truth. But Xiao Shui would undoubtedly grasp the situation instantly upon hearing this. Rubbing his temples in exasperation, Chunyu glanced at the two brothers, Qianjun and Jiang Mo, who exchanged bewildered glances. Their innocent eyes sparkled with naivety, prompting Chunyu to sigh in frustration, realizing he was, in essence, playing a lute to a donkey. In truth, Qianjun and Jiang Mo had a vague understanding of his intentions, yet they were entangled in their own curiosity, pondering what actions had led to the rift between Douluo and Tang San, causing Chunyu to be so certain about the impending outcome. They struggled to comprehend the nature of the incident that could provoke such an unforeseen reaction, which was why their expressions were imbued with such clarity and innocence. However, Chunyu found himself weary of explanations. Let us go. If worst comes to worst, you can stay behind. It matters not to me. With that, he vanished from sight in a flash, his figure flickering like a storm of lightning. He had been somewhat dazed earlier, oblivious to the atmosphere of impending violence, but now, with his mind sharpened by the brothers' inquiries, he became acutely aware of the discordant aura of slaughter surrounding him. Hey, seniors, wait for us. Qianjun and Jiang Mo called out, hastily pursuing him, though their pace paled in comparison to Chen Yue's swift movements. You too. Remain steadfast in protecting our young master. Understood? As they lost sight of Chen Yue, they ceased their haste and summoned the end. The solemn expression on Qian Douluo's face commanded attention. Yes, the eunuch exchanged cautious glances and nodded in agreement, not daring to linger any longer. They swiftly made their way toward the grand palace. At this moment, within the palace, Qian Renxue was distorting the truth. Despite the Snow Star Prince confirming that Shui had succumbed to a sudden demise due to toxin accumulation, it was all in vain. The matter had lost all semblance of suspense. Meanwhile, outside Heavenly Dou City, the light-winged Douluo, who had arrived ahead of the others, was drenched in sweat. His expression grave as he regarded the middle-aged man before him. Clad in a blood-red robe, the man's pallid visage bore an unsettling crimson hue. He was none other than the ruler of the city of slaughter, the King of Slaughter. The King of Slaughter has taken possession of Tang Chen's body. Yet within his mind resides the consciousness of a mutated bat king with 100,000 years of cultivation. Futile, the King of Slaughter scoffed, stating that although your realm of light can withstand my domain of slaughter and temporarily evade the effects of the soul-binding technique, the efficacy of your soul skills will be diminished by 50%. What do you have to contend with me? The radiant Douluo, possessing both light and ice attributes, wields a martial spirit that is predominantly aligned with light, encompassing a realm that purifies all, akin to the angelic domain held by a six-winged angel, albeit inferior in strength. Nonetheless, it is precisely due to this realm of light that the radiant Douluo is able to endure against the King of Slaughter for a brief quarter of an hour. Had it been any other Title Douluo, they would likely have succumbed almost instantly under the oppressive influence of the slaughter domain. In the original narrative, Tang San managed to gain the upper hand against the suppression of the slaughter domain with his sea god trident, subsequently awakening Tang Chun with the auxiliary power of the sea god's light. The radiant Douluo's realm of light bears some resemblance to the effects of the sea god trident. Alas, his soul power is significantly inferior to that of the King of Slaughter before him. Otherwise, if he could dispel the slaughter domain and envelop the latter within his realm of light, the probability of awakening would be greatly enhanced. Perish, the King of Slaughter, having lost his patience, prepared to taste the blood of this super Douluo. With a sudden command, crimson light erupted around him. In an instant, he appeared before the radiant Douluo, his blood-red claw-like hands lunging towards the heart, while the bloodlight behind him intensified rapidly. The radiant Douluo's heart sank, his pupils dilating in response to the encroaching bloodlight. Yet, in that fleeting moment, fourth soul skill, infinite axes, countless small axes descended upon the King of Slaughter like raindrops, catching him off guard, rendering him frozen in place. Seizing this opportunity, the radiant Douluo retreated swiftly. Who is this? As the radiant Douluo fell back, he glanced around, only to suddenly spot Chen Yue, clad in nothing but pajamas, standing before the King of Slaughter. Be cautious, he can nullify soul skills. The radiant Douluo's heart raced, urgently warning. Regardless of the situation, this individual had saved his life, and he could not allow him to face doom. However, Chen Yue was oblivious to his shout. I told you to keep it down. I'm trying to sleep. Chen Yue swung a powerful arm, landing a hefty slap on the King of Slaughter's dark red-marked face, exclaiming, I was comfortably nestled in my rabbit grass den. Why did you come here? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and Chen Yue's resolve to strike the King of Slaughter intensified. Why must you come to my Tiando city to kill villagers and so panic? With that thought, he delivered another merciless slap to the King of Slaughter's face. With a resounding smack, the King of Slaughter, momentarily frozen in place by the infinite axes, was caught completely off guard as the slap landed, leaving him dazed. Who am I? Where am I? And what is this throbbing pain on my face? Once he regained his senses, fury ignited within him, and he yearned to tear Chen Yue apart. However, just as his rage surged, Chen Yue delivered a powerful slap, imbued with formidable soul power, striking him once more. The force was so tremendous that it shattered his front teeth, causing him to spew forth a copious amount of blood, filling his mouth with the crimson liquid. You seek death. The King of Slaughter, reeling from the blow, staggered backward, his face concealed by his hands. Eyes ablaze with wrath as he charged at Chunyu without a second thought. Still want another slap? Chunyu retorted coldly, refusing to relent. With a surge of power, he propelled himself forward like lightning, eager to deliver another strike. His movement, swifter than that of the King of Slaughter, allowed him to reach first. And before the king could react, another powerful slap connected with his face. In that instant, the King of Slaughter's charge halted abruptly. his body transforming into a parabolic arc before crashing to the ground. The radiant Douluo watched in bewilderment as the king of slaughter lay dazed, stars dancing before his eyes. His mind reeling as if struck by a hammer. "Wait, what did you just say?" Chen Yue inquired, absent-mindedly clearing his ears as he recalled the earlier commotion. "Radiant Douluo." He stammered, "No, nothing." The radiant Douluo maintained his composure, swallowing hard before responding with those 3 words, suddenly filled with existential doubt. "In my long life of seclusion. When did such a powerful being emerge in Tiando City?" During his brief encounter with the King of Slaughter, it became abundantly clear that he was at a distinct disadvantage, which indicated that the opponent's soul power was undeniably superior. Even without the Slaughter domain, he doubted he could stand against the King of Slaughter. And at this moment, the notorious King of Slaughter, who had instilled fear in him, was now being utterly defeated by the seemingly youthful Chunyu before him, left sprawled on the ground with stars dancing before his eyes. This is outrageous. The King of Slaughter's face was swollen on both sides, his eyes widening in fury. Beneath the grotesquely symmetrical visage, his expression was terrifying enough to frighten a child into unconsciousness. "Die!" he bellowed. Waves of ominous crimson light erupted from his form, enveloping the lifeless bodies strewn about, which, despite the absence of visible blood, began to dissolve at an astonishing rate. The world within the bloodlight underwent a cataclysmic transformation, and faintly, a mist of blood appeared, separating the realm of crimson from the reality beyond. "Elder, retreat." The Douluo, Guangling, was struck with alarm at this sight and shouted urgently, attempting to escape beyond the blood mist. However, by that moment, the mist had already encircled them, trapping him, Chunyu, and the King of Slaughter within its embrace. In that fleeting moment, Chunyu felt as if he had been shackled by unseen restraints, his martial spirit seemingly imprisoned by an unknown force. Meanwhile, the light-feathered Douluo beside him underwent a drastic change in demeanor. He sensed that his martial spirit and soul skills were rendered inoperative, leaving him with only the ability to utilize soul power and his domain. Yet, his domain felt as if it were under the weight of immense pressure, restricting him to a mere 20-centimeter radius. "Welcome to my realm of slaughter." The King of Slaughter's crimson eyes fixated on Chunyu, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. "Within my domain, your martial spirits and soul skills are powerless. Only soul power, domain abilities, and soul bone skills can be employed. I am quite eager to taste your blood and discover its flavor." Chapter 49. Chunyu, in contrast to being resourceful. "I prefer to be the vanguard, charging into the fray." The King of Slaughter felt an insatiable hunger as he gazed at Chunyu, who exuded an inexplicable allure reminiscent of an immortal delicacy. His instincts urged him that consuming Chunyu's blood would alleviate his searing thirst, leading to a transformative surge in his power. "Now, this is my world." The King of Slaughter laughed heartily, raising his arms to the sky. Waves of crimson light radiated from his body, suffused with a corrosive aura and a unique energy fluctuation. The light-feathered Douluo, sensing the danger, paled and coughed up blood, his luminous domain crumbling under the pressure, shattering with a resounding crack. How is this possible? As his domain disintegrated, the light-feathered Douluo felt an overwhelming weakness, discovering he could only sense his soul power and soul bone skills, utterly unable to re-establish his luminous domain. "Huh, without your domain, how do you intend to contend with me?" The King of Slaughter laughed triumphantly, his blood-red claws lunging toward the light-feathered Douluo. Curse be it, deprived of his domain. The light-feathered Douluo could only muster his peak soul power of level 96 to defend himself. At that moment, his arm glimmered, indicating the activation of a soul bone skill. Futile. The King of Slaughter remained unfazed, even dismissive, as his blood-red claws shimmered with an eerie light, swiftly sending the light-feathered Douluo crashing to the ground, blood spewing forth. Clearly, without his martial spirit, the light-feathered Douluo could not withstand even a single complete strike from the King of Slaughter. "Now it's your turn." The King of Slaughter revealed a sinister grin, charging forward, his blood-red claws aimed at Chunyu's neck. It is well known that the neck houses the body's major arteries. Should his claw find its mark, blood would surely flow profusely, allowing the King of Slaughter to relish the flesh he so craved. The light-feathered Douluo, witnessing this scene, could only anxiously watch, powerless to intervene. "Senior, quickly evade." Yet to both him and the King of Slaughter, Chen Yue appeared as though he were frozen in place, oblivious to the impending danger. Just as the King of Slaughter's claws drew near, Chen Yue finally seemed to awaken from his stupor, his expression oddly composed as he remarked, "Do you truly believe that without soul power, I am at a disadvantage?" The King of Slaughter furrowed his brow, intensifying his soul power to strike. However, his previously formidable claw strike, capable of defeating the level 96 peak soul power, was effortlessly caught by Chen Yue with a single hand. Impossible! The King of Slaughter's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as if his claw had grasped nothing but a sponge. The force of his blow, brimming with soul power, was absorbed entirely by an unknown force, as if it had sunk into the depths of the sea. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, before him loomed a fist, roughly the size of a clay pot, which appeared to magnify infinitely upon his recently swollen visage, painstakingly repaired with soul power. Do you take yourself for a sunflower? Just a touch of sunlight, and you blossom, do you? He contemplated, simmering with rage. Today, I shall ensure you are beaten to the point where even your own horse fails to recognize you. Chunyu, previously rendered speechless, was not merely in a stupor. Rather, he sensed that the force which had ensnared him had inexplicably been absorbed by his martial spirit. This signified that he was now entirely unaffected by the oppressive influence of this realm of slaughter, granting him the ability to wield his martial spirit and soul rings without restraint. Thus, he pondered whether he should cleave this king of slaughter in two with a single swing of his axe. After all, the original incarnation of the king of slaughter was none other than Tang San's great-grandfather, the previous Hao Tian Douluo, Tang Chen. If he were to be vanquished, the Hao Tian clan would lose its final bastion of support. However, before he could contemplate this dilemma further, the king of slaughter rushed at him with unbridled ferocity. In that moment, Chen Yue chose to set aside his thoughts and unleashed his frustration with a powerful swing of his fist. With a resounding crack, Chen Yu's left hook struck the king of slaughter, causing him to grimace. Seizing the moment, he followed up with a right hook, delivering a dragon-rising fist that landed squarely on the king's forehead. A swift spinning kick followed, and with a loud thud, the king of slaughter was sent crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes rolling back as he lay sprawled on the ground. A pitiful sight indeed. The light-feathered Douluo, astonished, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom the scene before him. After confirming that this was not merely a figment of his imagination, his jaw dropped in sheer shock. This was utterly unfathomable. Even if his elder brother had personally intervened, he could not have so brutally reduced this formidable opponent to such a state with mere soul power. Observing the king of slaughter, who lay on the ground, dazed and bloodied, the light-feathered Douluo was convinced that this individual had indeed been thoroughly defeated. Even if he had not yet reached the level of foolishness, he was certainly not far from it. How pitiful! Chen Yue, feeling somewhat disappointed by the king of slaughter's lack of resilience, sighed, glancing at his opponent languishing on the ground. The light-feathered Douluo stared at Chen Yue, who radiated an extraordinary handsomeness, reminiscent of an elegant youth in his 20s. Beneath such a striking visage, the light-feathered Douluo could not help but acknowledge that this individual was undeniably the most dashing Douluo he had ever encountered. Of course, he could not possibly compare to the esteemed friends of this narrative. What caliber of individual could be compared to my literary companions? After all, Senior, has this domain dissipated? Has he truly been rendered unconscious by your might? Just as this peculiar thought flickered through his mind, the light-feathered Douluo suddenly noticed the surrounding blood mist beginning to disperse. The previously binding power that restricted the use of soul rings also faded away at that moment, prompting him to exclaim, "What a waste!" Chen Yue shook his still drowsy head, feeling a bit muddled after dispatching the annoying foe. He casually tossed Tang Chen to the most challenging top level of the Heavenly King Tower, often referred to as the solitary black room, before turning around, deciding to wait until he was fully awake to address the matters at hand. Truly a waste. The light-feathered Douluo continued to gaze at Chen Yue, who appeared to sway as if intoxicated, vanishing in a flash. When did such a youthful Title Douluo emerge within the city of Tiando? His brow furrowed deeply, pondering whether this was an ancient being who had concealed their presence and regained youth. He recalled his second brother mentioning a figure who had secluded themselves for centuries within the Tiando Imperial Palace, an ancestor of the Tiando lineage, dating back to the era of Shui. Could this be the one who had achieved the rank of Super Douluo? In the Hall of Offerings, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, the eldest in both rank and age, was already over 150 years old, having spent 2.5 decades in this realm. It was no wonder he had heard of Chunyu, who had meditated for 120 years. After all, during their time of turmoil, even news of prodigies spread very little, only becoming known over extended periods. Fifth brother, what is this? Just as the light-feathered Douluo's thoughts roamed, preparing to investigate the Tiando Sacred Hall for information, he was interrupted by the arrival of the Thousand June Douluo. Clearing his throat, the light-feathered Douluo was about to speak when the Thousand June Douluo interjected. Fifth brother, You haven't been robbed, have you? What? The light feathered Douluo was taken aback. Look at your tattered appearance. You resemble a beggar from Tiando City. The Thousand June Douluo pointed at him, shaking his head. Please don't tell me you've been cooped up for so long that you've forgotten how to use your soul power, leading to your unfortunate state? I would never be robbed. The light feathered Douluo's lips twitched. He had endured for a quarter of an hour at the hands of the King of Slaughter, sustaining significant injuries. And had it not been for Chunyu's timely intervention, he might have been drained of his very essence. Enough. The Thousand June Douluo waved his hand. Fifth brother. You must have just had a confrontation with that mysterious figure who embodies slaughter and bloodlust. However, judging by your condition, it appears you were soundly defeated. Can I at least have a moment to share my side of the story? The light feathered Douluo pressed, feeling somewhat exasperated. Indeed. The Thousand June Douluo nodded sagely. Otherwise, how could our esteemed fifth brother, who values his image so highly, find himself in such a predicament? All right, enough chatter. The Thousand June Douluo, sharp-eyed, noticed the light feathered Douluo's expression darkening and quickly changed the subject. We are here for serious matters. The light feathered Douluo's expression softened. Perhaps his unreliable younger siblings had finally decided to act responsibly. They had come to assist the young master in managing affairs, especially since the young master was about to embark on the angel god's trial and could not afford distractions. Just as he was about to speak, the Thousand June Douluo interrupted him again. Fifth brother, did you see a remarkably handsome, youthful, and powerful soul master pass by here? The Thousand June Douluo inquired. He was even wearing pajamas. The light feathered Douluo, bewildered, exclaimed, Wait, weren't we discussing serious matters? How did we digress to personal observations? He glanced at the Thousand June Douluo, whose face was serious, and then at the Thousand June Douluo, who also wore a solemn expression. He fell into deep contemplation, starting to question the purpose of his visit. Was it my mission to assist the young master with administrative tasks? Why are these two not mentioning it at all? Meanwhile, Chen Yue had returned to the warm embrace of the bathtub, eyes half closed, gradually losing himself in the soothing warmth of the water. Ah, finally, I can unwind. Qian Renxue opened the bathroom door, and with each step, her long gown swept the floor until, upon reaching the bathtub, it slipped to the ground, landing gracefully. Suddenly, the fragrant warmth jolted Chen Yue back to awareness, and he looked down to find Qian Renxue in his arms. He could not help but ask, Is the outcome of the ascension already decided? Of course. Chen Yue nodded, casually remarking, keeping Xue Xing and Xue Beng around could be somewhat useful. Perhaps luring Tang San into the fray, but honestly, it makes little difference whether they are present or not. Why? Qian Renxue inquired, momentarily taken aback. Chen Yue simply smiled, remaining enigmatic. At that moment, Qian Renxue realized the oversight. Wait, how do you know that I left behind Prince Xuexing and his uncle Xuebeng? I just returned from the palace, and no one told me that was outside the sleeping quarters. Chen Yue smiled slightly, touching his conscience as he said, We share the same heart and naturally have the same thoughts. Enough. Don't twist my conscience to suit your own. Qian Renxue shot him an annoyed glance, but allowed his actions to continue. She then asked, So, what do you suggest we do? Isn't it simple? Chen Yue replied without hesitation. We imprison Xuexing and Xuebeng in the dungeon, and then, upon their escape, we find their bodies in Shrek Academy and the mansion of the Li family. Qian Renxue exclaimed, What does that even mean? Chen Yue elaborated, This means that you, Xuexinghe, are too compassionate to harm your own uncle and brother. However, the mastermind behind this, fearing exposure, attempts to rescue them from prison, only to find that they cannot come to an agreement and, in a fit of rage, kills them. Qian Renxue pondered for a moment but then countered. But if we follow your hypothesis, then the bodies would not be discovered because they would surely be disposed of after the killings. Thus, you need to deploy numerous Imperial Spirit Master teams to patrol under the guise of protecting Tiando City, establishing a formidable and loyal Spirit Master presence around the Li family and Shrek Academy. Upon careful reflection, Qian Renxue clapped her hands, exclaiming, Brilliant. If your strategy is correct, it suggests that Xuebeng and Xuexing successfully escaped and sought refuge in the mastermind's residence. However, the mastermind could not use their martial soul to kill due to the patrolling Spirit Master teams outside the mansion. Should any fluctuations in spirit power occur, they would be immediately detected. Consequently, the mastermind opted for poison, and due to the curfew, could not bury the bodies and had to dispose of them on site, leading to their discovery by the Spirit Master teams the following morning. At this point, Qian Renxue inhaled sharply, her cheeks flushing as she gazed at Chen Yue with a slightly intoxicated look. you truly regard lives as inconsequential, such as commonplace, Chen Yue replied. In the era of his birth, it was the most chaotic period on the continent. Lives were exceedingly cheap, and this was merely a simple act of framing. Indeed, you are truly resourceful and bold. I appreciate the compliment, but I prefer to charge into battle. Chapter 50, Chen Yue. Please tell me you didn't wipe out the entire Tianxue Academy team? The next morning, while Qian Renxue was getting dressed, a thought struck her. She turned to the still drowsy Chen Yue. Right? The fifth elder should have arrived in Tiandou City by now. Have you gone to fetch him? Chen Yue, looking bewildered, sat up abruptly. What? What did you say? I mentioned that the fifth elder was coming over. Qian Renxue observed his expression and realized he had forgotten. She face-bombed. I've mentioned it several times. How could you forget? Well, he should have arrived on his own. Chen Yue scratched his head and shrugged. He is a peak Super Douluo at level 96. It's not like he could get lost in Tiandou City, right? No, that's not what I meant. Qian Renxue sighed, moving closer to pinch his cheek. Can you wake up your brain? Oh. Chen Yue nodded, then snuggled into her embrace, feeling warmth, and said, I'm awake now. Speak. Forget it. Qian Renxue felt somewhat exasperated but decided not to dwell on it, saying, the entire palace is now ours, but they don't recognize the fifth elder. And he also lacks a token. Qi Junjiang and the others are deep within the palace, where you previously secluded yourself. They might not recognize the fifth elder either. Which is why I wanted you to prepare to fetch him. After warming up a bit more, Chen Yue finally looked up, though his expression was still perplexed. Wait. What you said is a bit strange. What do you mean? You see, if the doesn't he know him, how could I possibly know him? Qian Renxue was momentarily speechless, unable to retort. Forget it. She covered her face, unsure of how to respond. Just let Qi Junjiang go fetch him. Chen Yue nodded. Do you have any matters to attend to in the next couple of days? Chen Yue shook his head. No, not really. Why do you ask? He truly had nothing pressing. With the 3 sects now destroyed and the spirit hall severely weakened, there would be no actions from them. And the Xingguan sect had also lost several key figures. For now, he only needed to keep an eye on Tang San. All right, if I'm not mistaken, there might still be a certain wide-eyed fox sneaking around. For the time being, she should be in Tiandou City. At this moment, Chen Yue had not yet received news about Tang San and the others traveling to Gingxin City. Otherwise, he would have left as well. That's good. Qian Renxue nodded, making a startling statement. For the time being, you need to stay in Tiandou City. When the time for my grand wedding arrives, I will need your assistance. Chen Yue exclaimed, What? Your wedding has nothing to do with me. Wait. Chen Yue suddenly realized. Are you trying to gain the favor of those nobles? What else could it be? Qian Renxue huffed. I've already discussed everything with them. After the trivial matters following my ascension are complete, the first batch of concubines entering the palace will be Shui Yue and Shui Binger, those 2 sisters. The second batch will include Yi Lingling, Shui Wu, and Huo Wu. Hearing these familiar names, Chen Yue's expression grew increasingly peculiar, and he could not help but interrupt her. Stop. Just tell me how many there are. Qian Renxue was taken aback. She had not actually counted this. After all, she had been negotiating with those nobles and hadn't paid much attention. It didn't matter since they would all be married in the end. As she gradually grew stronger, dealing with these noble factions could wait. At this moment, however, with Chen Yue's inquiry, she could no longer play coy and could only begin counting on her fingers. Shui Zhuer, Shui Binger, Yi Lingling, Shui Wu, Huo Wu. Bai Chenxiang, Qiu Ruoxue, Yuheru, Gu Qingba, Shen Liuyu. Stop. Chen Yue could no longer contain himself, raising his hand to interrupt her. Don't tell me you wiped out the entire Tianxue Academy team from 5 years ago? The earlier familiar names were one thing, but the latter names took him a moment to process. Suddenly, he realized, aren't those the other 4 members from the Tianxue team? Shui Yue, Shui Binger, Shui Wu, Qiu Ruoxue, Yuheru, Gu Qingba, Shen Liuyu. Isn't this the Heavenly Water team? Although it was later merged into the 4-element team. Only Shui Binger and Shui Yue had any significant appearances. Do you know them? Qian Renxue paused for a moment, then asked with a hint of curiosity. Is there a problem? Chen Yue's lips twitched. Indeed, there was a problem. Although he possessed a system, he was not the kind of person who could be easily swayed. These 7 individuals had the finest talents in the entire Heavenly Water Academy, all of whom had already reached the Soul King level. With the enchanting sisters Shui Binger and Shui Yue having ascended to the Soul Emperor rank. Qian Renxue smiled, adding that with the noble forces backing them, establishing a foothold in the Heaven Dou City would be a trivial matter. If I were to incorporate them into my harem, binding them entirely to my ship. Chen Yue finally grasped the situation, So Qian Renxue was targeting the Heavenly Water Academy precisely because the other noble families did not value women with lesser talents, thus dismantling the academy almost entirely? Aside from the Shui family, the Qiu, Yu, Gu, and Shen families were also top-tier nobility, with several Soul Douluos among them, collectively wielding nearly 1/10 of the empire's lifeblood. Qian Renxue confidently remarked that once she had them under her control, even if the likes of Shuebing managed to turn the tables and expose her identity, what could they do? As long as they boarded her ship, there would be no opportunity for them to disembark. Chunyu exclaimed in astonishment. Qian Renxue had truly taken his teachings of turning the tables to a whole new level. If her plan succeeded and she managed to ally with so many nobles, even if her identity was revealed, it would be impossible for her to acknowledge it, having already bet everything on this dubious venture. Moreover, these nobles would undoubtedly remain steadfast, recognizing Qian Renxue solely as the crown prince Shuqinghe. Brilliant! With this thought, Chunyu could not help but slap his thigh in approval, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Hey, Qian Renxue responded, somewhat exasperated. How many times have I told you? Can you not slap your own thigh? You bruised it last night, and now it's red again. I still need to attend the coronation ceremony later. Chunyu chuckled awkwardly. Well, your thigh is just more exhilarating to applaud. After all, a beauty like you is endlessly captivating, no matter how many times one admires her. Qian Renxue huffed. Even if you say that to flatter me, I shall not grant you a pleasant expression. Prepare yourself. I am off to be crowned. With a light snort, she turned away, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. Ah, yet another night spent in solitude. Chen Yue rubbed his weary waist and clutched the blanket that still bore Qian Renxue's delicate fragrance. However, having been thoroughly awakened by the facial cleanser, he had no desire to return to slumber. Allowing the light spirit Douluo to handle state affairs felt like a waste. After freshening up and changing his attire, Chen Yue yawned before leisurely making his way toward the grand courtyard deep within the palace. The demon-slaying mission awaited him here. This expansive courtyard was once his sanctuary, featuring a cultivation chamber renowned throughout the entire Tiando Empire for providing the finest simulated training environment. Were it not for this exceptional chamber, Chen Yue would undoubtedly question his potential to ascend to the rank of a Title Douluo. However, upon entering the courtyard, he was unexpectedly greeted by a somewhat familiar voice. What sort of miraculous elixir have you two consumed? This is a vast courtyard, not merely housing a training room, but also various chambers and a front yard, resembling a complete manor or palace. The radiant and sweat-drenched light-feathered Douluo gazes in disbelief at the triumphant demon subduing Douluo, whose lips twitch incessantly. Despite both being at the pinnacle of level 96, how is it that your strength surpasses mine by such a margin? Furthermore, what has transpired with your martial souls? Light-feathered Douluo distinctly remembers that the martial souls of these two brothers were the dragon staff, yet the dragon staff before him is nothing like he has ever seen. It resembled a bloodied long staff entwined by a twin-headed dragon, utterly unlike any soul weapon he had ever heard of. Ha, fifth brother, this is exhilarating. The demon slayer Douluo chuckled heartily. Ever since the last time second brother avoided punishment, it had been a considerable while since he felt such unrestrained joy. Light-feathered Douluo, are you suggesting that second brother returned because he was injured by the sword Douluo? At this moment, Light-feathered Douluo finally comprehended that the golden crocodile Douluo had indeed returned bearing some injuries, and when questioned by the brethren of the dedication hall, they all claimed he had been wounded by the sword Douluo. Considering the sword Douluo's peak soul power level of 97, apart from the sequestered Qian Douluo, all the devotees accepted this explanation. After all, how could the golden crocodile Douluo, a pinnacle existence at level 98, be easily harmed? The only one capable of inflicting such injury would likely be the sword Douluo, empowered by Ning Fingxi, wouldn't it? At that moment, Light-feathered Douluo harbored some lingering doubts within his heart. After all, the wounds adorning his body appeared not to be inflicted by a sword, but rather seemed to be the result of a bludgeoning with a stick or perhaps a battering from a fist. However, at that time, the golden crocodile Douluo offered little explanation before retreating into seclusion, leaving the radiant feathered Douluo with no choice but to suppress his questions. He subsequently received a letter from Qian Renxue, which prompted his departure. Now, he finally comprehended how the golden crocodile Douluo had sustained such injuries. It turned out that he had been assaulted by the new martial spirit of the demon suppression Douluo. What sort of martial spirit is this? Though clarity dawned upon him, a surge of confusion and bewilderment followed. The radiant feather Douluo turned to the demon suppression Douluo before inquiring. Your martial spirit seems to have never been recorded in our classical texts. Isn't that obvious? The demon suppression Douluo scoffed. How could the secret realms of my predecessors be comprehended by mere mortal scholars like you? Just as he was about to continue, he was promptly interrupted by the Qian Douluo, who interjected, "Elder brother, you previously mentioned a presence of slaughter and malevolent energy outside Heavenly Dou City. What exactly is going on? This matter should have been addressed yesterday." However, witnessing the considerable depletion of energy from the radiant winged Douluo, who soon collapsed, the brothers Qianjun and Jiangma carried him to the Heavenly Dou Palace in search of a healing spirit master. It is only now that he has nearly recovered and returned to the imperial palace. After all, although the King of Slaughter may not have unleashed Tang Chen's full potential, he still wielded a fraction of it, perhaps 1/10 or 1/12. Ultimately, Tang Chen was invaded by the demonic thoughts of the Rakshasa only after completing the 8 trials of Azura. The ability to condense the Azura sword indicates that his strength surpasses that of the peerless Douluo at the pinnacle of level 99, even without exerting his full might. His soul power is far beyond that of the merely 96th level Radiant Wing Douluo. Thus, the latter's injuries are considerable, and he remains astonished by the overwhelming prowess of the demon-suppressing Douluo. Both are at the apex of level 96. Yet the quality of his martial soul is significantly superior to that of the demon-suppressing Douluo, suggesting an inherent disparity in strength. Yet, how is it that he finds himself at a disadvantage? However, upon hearing Qianjun Douluo's mention, the Radiant Wing Douluo was instantly reminded of the extraordinary events he witnessed yesterday, a super Douluo of unknown origins. His expression turned grave as he recalled a peculiar domain in which martial souls and soul skills were rendered ineffective. Only soul power, soul bone abilities, and the domain itself could be utilized. Interestingly, while the domain was active, it imposed no restrictions on martial souls but still limited soul skills. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of that senior, he might have met his demise at the hands of that individual. With the conversation successfully diverted, Qianjun Douluo breathed a sigh of relief. He preferred not to disclose Chunyu's existence to the Radiant Wing Douluo. After all, the Radiant Wing Douluo had come to assist Qian Renxue with governance, and once she ascended to the throne, he speculated that she would likely return to the worship hall for the angelic god trial. Naturally, there was no need for the Radiant Wing Douluo to become too familiar with Chunyu in his presence. Nonetheless, the Radiant Wing Douluo's remarks tightened Qianjun Douluo's heart, and the demon-suppressing Douluo gasped in astonishment. What? A domain that can nullify martial souls and soul skills? Is such a domain truly possible in this world? After a moment of contemplation, Qianjun Douluo uttered 4 words. City of Slaughter? The only place that came to mind was indeed the City of Slaughter. But, isn't the City of Slaughter synonymous with the domain of the God of Slaughter? When did the domain of the God of Slaughter acquire such formidable effects? In Chapter 51, the Light Feather Douluo commanded the formidable Qianjun to subdue the demons. Have you encountered the Elder? He inquired. Is it possible that he has already succumbed? The City of Slaughter? The demon-subduing Douluo as well. The only place that comes to mind is indeed the City of Slaughter. However, isn't the City of Slaughter synonymous with the domain of the God of Slaughter? The demon-subduing Douluo could not restrain his curiosity, questioning, doesn't that little girl Bibi Dong also possess such a domain? Before outsiders, he might bestow upon Bibi Dong some semblance of respect, addressing her as Your Holiness. But in the presence of their peers, she was merely a young girl. It is not the same. The Light Feather Douluo shook his head gravely, expressing uncertainty about the nature of that domain, yet acknowledging the undeniable effects of its confinement. Moreover, the individual in question possessed an exceptionally formidable soul power. As he spoke, the Light Feather Douluo's gaze was imbued with profound apprehension and dread, even under the enhancement of the light domain. I could barely withstand his prowess for a mere quarter of an hour, had it not been for the timely intervention of a senior passing by. I would have likely met my demise at his hands. The words spoken sent shockwaves through Qianjun, the demon slayer, causing a significant change in his expression. The demon slayer Douluo could not help but inquire, Elder brother, you possess the pinnacle of 96th level soul power. How could there be someone whose soul power surpasses yours? Could it be that you remembered incorrectly? Or perhaps, your soul power has been somehow restricted? Guangling Douluo shook his head, asserting, that is impossible. I am acutely aware that my soul power level is unimpeded, yet that individual's soul power is indeed superior to that of second brother. Upon hearing this, both Qianjun and the demon slayer felt a jolt of astonishment, exchanging glances filled with shock. Is there truly such a formidable being in this world? Qianjun Douluo could not restrain his curiosity and asked, Elder brother, do you know the origin of this person? Such a perilous figure has unexpectedly appeared in Heavenly Dou City. If they intend to disrupt their plans. At this thought, the formidable Qianjun Douluo could not help but glance at his companion, the demon slayer Douluo. The moment their eyes met, their intentions were instantly understood. They needed to seek out Elder Chen promptly. At this juncture, the radiant winged Douluo seemed to recall something. Lifting his gaze towards Qianjun Demon Slayer. Did not the young master mention that someone would come to assist me? Why are it you two who have arrived? What of the young master's safety? It is essential to recognize that within Heaven Dou City, there exists the formidable Shui Xing, supported by the enigmatic Dugubo. Should he seize an opportunity to unveil their identities, it would be disastrous. He remains oblivious to the guardianship of the Ant. The mere fact that Qian Renxue summoned the illustrious Qianjun and Demon Slayer, two super Douluos, suggests that there may be hidden dangers still lurking within Heaven Dou City. Qianjun and Demon Slayer exchanged glances, their eyes communicating silently. The Demon Slayer Douluo continued to inquire with his gaze whether they should disclose matters regarding Chen Yue. You too, having lived for so long, cannot fathom such a simple matter? The radiant winged Douluo furrowed his brow and exclaimed, since the downfall of the Hao Tian sect, Tang Xiao remains at large, along with the mysteriously missing Tang Hao. They will undoubtedly exploit the might of the Heaven Dou Empire and align with the Star Luo Empire to resist the Papal Hall. Even if the Papal Hall has arranged for Title Douluos to guard it, given the current state of affairs, there will be at most 1 or 2 Title Douluos present, which cannot withstand the onslaught of Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, while the precise level of Tang Hao remains unknown to the Radiant Wing Douluo. He is well aware of Tang Xiao's prowess. He is a peak Super Douluo at level 96. With the Papal Hall's current Title Douluos, excluding Bibi Dong, there is hardly anyone capable of halting him, unless several Title Douluos unite. However, at this moment, the Papal Hall's situation is dire. More than 2/3 of its Title Douluos have perished, and even establishing a martial soul empire has become an enormous challenge. It is utterly implausible to dispatch multiple Title Douluos. At most, they can muster 1 or 2. At that moment, Guangling Douluo recalled the encounter outside Tiandou City with Dugubo, and a thought suddenly struck him. Could it be that Dugubo has entered Tiandou City? As this idea crossed his mind, his expression changed subtly, and he was about to set off for the Tiandou Imperial Palace to investigate when he suddenly heard the words of the demon subduing Douluo. The Thousand Genes demon subduing looked at each other, and finally, the demon subduing Douluo could not restrain himself from saying, Dugubo has already departed from Tiandou City. Guangling Douluo was taken aback. His body froze as he turned in bewilderment to face the demon subduing Douluo. What did you just say? Quite literally, replied the demon subduing Douluo. Dugubo has indeed left Tiandou City. I cannot provide the specifics, as this was conveyed by the young master. Qian Renxue had already shared the general situation with them, and the implication was clear. She wished for them to re-enter the Heavenly Source secret realm to explore and establish a camp, thereby allowing her to join as well. However, the more the demon subduing Douluo spoke, the more perplexed Guangling Douluo became. The young master said this? But I just encountered Dugubo. He was right outside Tiandou City. The demon subduing Douluo quietly suggested, could it be possible that Dugubo intended to leave Tiandou City and you simply crossed paths with him? Guangling Douluo was utterly bewildered. He was completely at a loss. Upon reflection, it seems that at that moment, it truly appeared as if Dugubo was attempting to flee outside the city of Tiandou. However, he was in a state of disarray, fearing that Dugubo intended to intrude upon the affairs within Tiandou City, which prompted immediate action. Now, as I ponder this again, I cannot help but wonder about Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. At this thought, the light-winged Douluo could not restrain himself from asking, feeling a sense of foreboding as if everything was unfolding contrary to expectations. His inquiry elicited a peculiar glance shared between Qianjun and the Demon Slayer, their expressions tinged with intrigue. Qian Renxue remained silent, yet it seemed that the matter had been previously mentioned by the sea urchin and the snake spear. Regarding Tang Xiao, he had once ventured into the Tiandou Royal Palace and nearly met his demise at our hands. However, later, Tang Hao arrived riding upon a century-old tortoise to rescue him. To prevent the destruction of the Tiandou Royal Palace, we had no choice but to permit the escape of both Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, leaving behind such a formidable soul beast. Upon hearing this, the light-winged Douluo was momentarily stunned. A century-old soul beast? How could that possibly be? What merit or virtue did Tang Hao possess to acquire such an ancient creature to come to the Tiandou Royal Palace? The light-winged Douluo, feeling perplexed, reflected on Tang Hao's capabilities, questioning how he could have received assistance from a soul beast. Brother, have you forgotten? Tang Hao is the man who was once frightened by a mere blade of grass. Seeing the light-winged Douluo in a state of confusion, the Demon Slayer could not resist adding this remark, which served to illuminate the light-winged Douluo's bewilderment. Indeed, He suddenly slapped his thigh in realization, exclaiming, "How could I have overlooked this?" Tang Hao, for the sake of a single blade of grass, dared to make an enemy of the entire Soul Master world. To bring forth an ancient tortoise is not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. Qianjun, Demon Slayer, precisely. At that moment, Guangling Douluo suddenly had a revelation as he slapped his forehead. "So you were saying that Tang Xiao and Tang Ho have visited the Tiando Imperial Palace, engaged in a skirmish with you, and then made their escape, correct?" Qianjun Jiangma nodded, exchanging puzzled glances with one another. "Is there any issue with this?" "Foolishness." The expressionless Guling Douluo sighed in exasperation, filled with a sense of frustration as he gazed at the two individuals. "Since they have encountered you, they are bound to be aware of our plans. What shall we do if they rush to the Star Luo Empire and directly declare war on the Heavenly Dou Empire?" While he harbored no fear of high-level combatants, the predicament lay in the overwhelming number of troops held by the Star Luo Empire. Their Soul Master divisions far surpassed those of the Heavenly Dou Empire, and among them were elite Soul Masters, all seasoned in battle. Should a war truly erupt, given the current condition of the Spirit Hall, even a victory would likely come at a great cost. It is essential to recognize that within such a vast multitude of Soul Master divisions, even a Super Douluo could potentially exhaust their soul power and perish while battling fiercely. This elucidates the fundamental reason why they possess such formidable combat prowess yet still dispatch individuals to carry out various tasks. Indeed, they have an abundance of elite fighters, with a plethora of registered spirit masters at their disposal. However, the sole drawback lies in their willingness to nurture these spirit masters. Compelling them to turn their blades against their own empire and their friends and family is simply out of the question. At the very least, prior to the establishment of the Wuhuan Hall Empire, such a notion was unthinkable. Hence, the plans of Bibi Dong to establish the Wuhuan Hall were allowed to proceed by the worshipping hall. However, upon hearing the words of the light-feathered Douluo, Qianjun Jiangma's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Although Chen Yue had remained silent regarding the affairs of the Star Luo Empire, his previous mention of traveling to the Star Luo Empire to have them guard Qian Renxue, coupled with the alarming news of the Pope Hall suffering significant losses among Title Douluo, suggests that undisclosed changes may have transpired within the Star Luo Empire, possibly falling under Chen Yue's control. Therefore, upon hearing the seemingly overthought remarks from the light-feathered Douluo, the two brothers found themselves at a loss for words. Should they inform him? However, would that not equate to revealing Chen Yue's existence? Without Chen Yue's consent, exposing his presence would certainly invoke the ire of the esteemed elder, jeopardizing their chances to explore the secret realm. Yet, failing to clarify matters with the light-feathered Douluo, given his temperament, could lead to endless complications. Brother Wu, Jiangma Duo remarked, observing the light-feathered Douluo's grimace. "What would you think if I told you that the situation in the Star Luo Empire has been largely resolved?" The light-feathered Douluo, when I raise a question mark. "It is not I who has the issue, but rather you." After a brief moment of bewilderment, he regarded Jiangma Douluo as if he were a fool. In the Star Luo Empire, there exists a mysterious sect known as the Star Crown Sect, where many of the Title Douluo accompanying Bibi Dong have met their demise. According to Bibi Dong's intelligence, the comprehensive strength of the Star Crown Sect is not inferior to that of the former Devil Island. Devil Island is the term used by the worshipping hall to refer to Sea God Island. Due to the grievous losses incurred by the Wuhuan Hall when they assaulted Sea God Island, resulting in the downfall of two Title Douluo, with Qian Daolu also facing setbacks, thus earning its notorious name. You claim that the situation in the Star Luo Empire has been resolved? Do you even comprehend the implications of your words? What a preposterous assertion. Do you believe that the matters of the Star Luo Empire are within your or your brother's capacity to handle? Indeed, it appears that this matter is beyond their capacity to handle. However, let us pause for a moment. The formidable Qianjun Douluo could no longer restrain himself and turned to the expressionless Guangling Douluo. "Brother, what do you believe is the reason for Bibi Dong's conflict with the Star Crown Sect? Is it not due to that precious saintess of hers?" Guangling Douluo's words trailed off abruptly, as if a sudden realization struck him. With wide eyes, he exclaimed, "Wait, were you all present at that time?" If his memory served him correctly, this saintess, Hulaina, was rescued by Qianjun Jiangma, and wasn't she? Qianjun Jiangma nodded in unison. "Do not tell me this was the young master's scheme?" The two shook their heads. At this, Guangling Douluo breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought for a moment that his CPU had aged and become ineffective. He is indeed the only wise individual in the Hall of Offering. How could he possibly overlook such a matter?" Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly froze. If this idea did not originate from the young master, then whose was it? Qianjun Jiangma? Good heavens, have we finally arrived at this question? The two good friends exchanged glances, their lips twitching slightly, as if hesitating over whether to speak or remain silent. The unusual reactions of these two brothers caused a frown to form on the brow of Douluo Guangling. Just as he was about to speak, a languid voice floated in from outside the courtyard. Qianjun, come out for a moment. I have matters to discuss with you. All right. Senior Chen. Qianjun readily responded, almost as if it were a reflex, leaving Guangling utterly bewildered. Wait, isn't my fifth brother right here? Are you really going to disregard me and head out on your own? And furthermore, whose voice is that? How dare they call out by name? I see now. The glorious winged Douluo's gaze turned icy as he cast an unfriendly look towards the departing Qianjun demon slayer. He followed closely, remarking, the person you speak of must be this individual, correct? Before Qianjun demon slayer could respond, he snorted disdainfully. I shall see what caliber of person dares to address you so boldly, just as I do. Qianjun demon slayer, enough. I am weary and do not wish to engage in further conversation. The glorious winged Douluo huffed and strode out of the depths of the palace, only to find Chen Yue reclining in a chair, basking in the sun with his back turned. Enraged, he rolled up his sleeves and approached with a scowl. Hey, you dare to instruct Qianjun demon slayer to perform such tasks? I have met you, esteemed senior. Just as he was about to deliver a sarcastic retort, he caught sight of Chen Yue opening his eyes, revealing that familiar visage, and nearly bit his own tongue in shock, hastily correcting himself. Glorious wing pays respects to you. Esteemed senior, good morning. Qianjun demon slayer and the others were struck by the rapid shift in the glorious winged Douluo's demeanor, prompting them to ponder deeply. Such a swift change of expression. A timid inquiry arose. Is this book experiencing a decline? Is there anyone left to read it? Previously, the glorious winged Douluo had already sensed something unexpected from the expression on Qianjun demon slayer's face, and doubts began to brew within him. Moreover, as they approached the crux of the matter, Qianjun demon slayer occasionally diverted the conversation, leading him to suspect that there were indeed many unanswered questions. Thus, the glorious winged Douluo surmised that these two individuals were certainly hiding something from him. Furthermore, Chen Yu's arrival instantly confirmed his suspicions. Consequently, upon hearing Chen Yu's voice, he hastily followed, eager to unmask the one who dared to keep secrets from his longtime companion. What would transpire next? Upon gazing at Chen Yu's countenance, I was nearly overwhelmed with fright. Isn't this the handsome and dashing king of slaughter? Guangling has met the esteemed senior. Sensing Chen Yu's doubtful gaze, Guangling Douluo suddenly knelt on one knee, realizing that he had yet to express his gratitude for the senior's life-saving intervention yesterday. I am at your service and would gladly face perilous challenges for your highness. Upon hearing Guangling Douluo's abrupt change in tone, the two were momentarily puzzled, wondering if fifth brother was acquainted with senior Chen. However, as the realization dawned upon them, they understood completely. It was indeed this senior Chen who had saved fifth brother Guangling Douluo. Thank goodness it was senior Chen. Had it been someone unknown, Qianjun would have felt a wave of relief, for if an unidentified super Douluo had vanquished the so-called king of slaughter, it would surely spell calamity for Heavenly Dou City once more. Though Guangling Douluo did not articulate it, he had inferred that such a formidable soul power must belong to the master of the city of slaughter, the very king of slaughter himself. Having remained in seclusion, Guangling Douluo was not well versed in the happenings of the continent, yet Qianjun, having been stationed at the Heavenly Dou Palace to guard Qian Renxue, had encountered numerous unheard-of tidings, including matters regarding the city of slaughter. Naturally, those who could assert dominion in such a place would be the utmost powerhouses. Having met Senior Chen, a fleeting thought crossed Qianjun's mind, prompting him to bow slightly towards Chen Yue, while the Douluo behind him hastily followed suit. Greeting Senior Chen as well. Guangling Douluo, is it? Chen Yue had been informed by Qian Renxue of Guangling Douluo's arrival. Yet he had never seen him before, and thus had no knowledge of his appearance. Therefore, he had not anticipated that the white-haired youth he had casually rescued would turn out to be the very Guangling Douluo before him. Indeed, Guangling Douluo nodded, slightly apprehensive, and inquired if the senior had heard of his reputation. Oh, it's nothing. Chen Yue stretched lazily, saying, it's just that Xiao Shui has been urging me to fetch you several times, to the point where my ears are almost calloused. Guangling Douluo closed his mouth, uncertain of Chen Yu's intentions. At that moment, remaining silent seemed the wisest choice. Well then, since you all are present, let us not forget the purpose of my summons. Your arrival is not for you to manage affairs, but rather to assist in the exploration as my little treasure mouse. With that he paused, raising his hand to reveal a swirling vortex that suddenly opened at the palace's rear gate, expanding at a visible rate until it engulfed the entire entrance. At first glance, it resembled a peculiar black hole, utterly obscuring the door's original form. What is this? Staring at the mesmerizing scene, Guangling Douluo was momentarily dumbfounded. Sensing the heavy aura of darkness within the vortex, uncertain of what lay inside. In contrast, Qian Jun's gaze was ablaze with intensity, akin to that of a beast eyeing a 100,000-year-soul beast, which left Guangling Douluo utterly astonished. All three of you shall enter together, Chunyu remarked casually. This time, I care not what means you employ, you must locate a suitable campsite within and establish a stronghold. I trust you require no further instruction on this matter? In response to Senior Chen's words, Qian Jun vowed to fulfill the task without fail. Hearing this, Qian Jun was elated, promptly kneeling on one knee and respectfully stating, "Please rest assured, Senior. Had this been their first entry, they might have hesitated to make such a promise. However, now that they were aware of the Vine Ghost's attack patterns and each possessed 100,000-year soul rings and bones, the only challenge would be the time needed for exploration and construction. With your assurance, I feel at ease." Chunyu nodded slightly and waved his hand. "Enter now. I shall handle the palace." "Understood." The two trembled in unison, without further ado, seizing the bewildered Guangling Douluo and together stepping into the Tianyuan's secret realm. "Oh, it seems there is little left to entertain in Heavenly Dou City." Chunyu stretched and rose, feeling a sense of ennui. Among the three sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family had been annihilated, while the Hao Tian sect had been decimated through treachery. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, aside from the fleeing disciples, was left with only Madame Ning and her daughter Ning Rongrong. In her fervent plea for Chunyu to take in the unfortunate disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Madame Ning devoted herself tirelessly. Speaking of Madame Ning, Chunyu felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. Each time, she adorned herself in various styles, hoping that their long-standing rapport would persuade him to shelter some of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile disciples, even if it meant treating the female disciples as mere distractions, which was preferable to being hunted by the Empire. Chen Yue had always indicated that it depended on her performance. With this thought, he suddenly recalled something. It seemed he had only received rewards for marrying but none for offspring. Scanning the previous notifications from the system, he confirmed that the only certainties for progeny were Qian Renxue, Xiao Wu, Tang Yuehua, Ayin, Shui Ku, and that Madame Ning. If Madame Ning were to lose Ning Rongrong, would it not be rather tragic? Perhaps he should send her a token of concern? As Chen Yue pondered whether to send such a gift, a figure appeared behind him. "Senior Chen." Chen Yue turned to see the serpent spear Douluo. "What brings you here?" At that moment, the Heavenly Dou Palace had entirely become Qian Renxue's domain, whether in the Hall of Politics or within the chambers. Countless soul Douluos and soul saints stood guard, all carefully selected female soul masters chosen by Qian Renxue from among the attendants. After all, Qian Renxue was also a woman, and having male soul masters as her personal guards would seem somewhat impractical. Even the two Title Douluos, the porcupine and the serpent spear, were not personal protectors. They merely ensured that Qian Renxue remained within their sensing range. Of course, they were fully aware of Qian Renxue's arrangements had male soul masters been assigned. It could have led to an unfortunate incident involving Chunyu's affairs, resulting in dire consequences. The loss incurred is indeed from the elite subordinates of the Hall of Offerings. Therefore, to avert such losses, Qian Renxue decisively summoned female spirit masters. In the eyes of many nobles in the Tiandou Empire, this was a clear indication that the new monarch, by arranging for numerous female spirit masters, had intentions to court concubines. Consequently, some nobles aboard the same vessel encouraged their daughters to attend court sessions and listen from the side hall, hoping that if the crown prince took notice of them, they might gain favor as the nation's uncle or father-in-law. However, it must be said that the current Qian Renxue no longer required the protection of two Title Douluos. A single Title Douluo, accompanied by dozens of soul Douluos and a multitude of female attendants, numbering in the hundreds, was sufficient. Indeed, it was as astonishing as it sounds. The palace maids and attendants, even the guards, had been transformed into devoted female spirit masters meticulously nurtured by the Hall of Offerings. Thus, the duo of the porcupine and serpent spear divided their tasks. The former covertly followed Qian Renxue, while the latter kept watch at the palace gates. Serpent Spear's visit to seek out Chen Yue naturally led him to encounter matters beyond his management. As expected, following Chen Yue's words, Serpent Spear solemnly remarked that the holy maiden Hu Laina seemed to have appeared within Tiandou City. The subordinate spirit master team had spotted her in a small tavern during their patrol around the palace, as the captain of the guards had previously encountered her. Hearing this, a playful smile crept upon Chen Yue's lips. Indeed, this ungrateful wolf could no longer endure. After enduring a series of events, the wolf, who had been lingering on thoughts of Tang San, finally resolved to defect from the Hall of Spirits to seek refuge with Tang San upon returning to the Hall of Spirits. Even after the Hao Tian sect was annihilated by the Hall of Spirits, this wolf still entertained hopes of mending relations, driven by infatuation to seek Tang San in Tiandou City. Chen Yue shook his head. Alas, without the assistance of Dugubo, Tang San would no longer be found in Tiandou City, having instead ventured to Gengxin City. He had not closely monitored Tang San, but the current circumstances made it clear which path Tang San was likely to take. With the new monarch ascending, Tang San could not even meet the crown prince Xue Qinghe, or even the princess Xue Ke, indicating that the astute Tang San had recognized the Tiandou imperial palace's ill intentions towards him. Previously, with Dugubo alongside and the Golden Iron Triangle supporting him, he had the courage to remain in Tiandou City. Yet now, following Dugubo's unreasonable antics, Tang San's relationship with him had completely deteriorated, leaving him to face the forthcoming challenges alone. But how could a mere sole emperor like Tang San withstand such a tempest? Therefore, he needed to begin amassing his trump cards. Precisely, he intended to cultivate the Buddha's rage Tang Lotus. So, where would he embark on this endeavor? Gengxin City in the Star Dou Empire. This is the region in the entire continent abundant in minerals and various resources. Furthermore, it is certain that Tang San, in the present context, cannot simply stroll around as he did in the original narrative. He must undoubtedly invest a considerable amount of time crafting hidden weapons as his trump card. To be frank, this is the reality. The power of the Buddha's anger Tang Lotus is quite formidable, akin to an enlarged version of a high-explosive grenade. In the original tale, it claimed the lives of over 30 soul Douluo and 76 soul saints at Jialing Pass. If it were to strike a Title Douluo with relatively weak defenses, such as it would likely result in severe injury or even death. Senior, what should we do? The serpent spear Douluo cautiously inquired, noticing Chun Yu's lack of response. Should we capture her? Or take her back to the Hall of the Pope? No need, Chen Yue replied with a faint smile, instructing someone to inform her that Tang San had gone to Gengxin City. The journey from Tiandou City to Gengxin City would require some time, ample enough for Qian Renxue to stabilize the situation in Tiandou City. By then, Guangling Douluo could take charge of the government while Qian Renxue would enter the Heavenly Source secret realm, allowing him to depart as well. His presence here was solely to look after Qian Renxue. After all, she is his true love. The other women are merely fortuitous encounters. Understood. Although the serpent spear Douluo was unaware of Chen Yu's intentions, he dared not pry further. He nodded and hurriedly went to make arrangements. Once he departed, Chen Yue raised his hand, summoning the heavenly King Divine Tower before him. Observing the King of Slaughter, who was receiving special treatment from the fallen heart flame at the top level, a sudden flash of insight crossed his mind. Perhaps he could ensnare Poseidon and claim him as his own? With this thought, he entered the highest level without hesitation. Who are you? The King of Slaughter, already afflicted by the kiss of the snowy swan, felt his blood boil. Now, under the corrosion of the heart fire, he was in a dire state. If it were Tang San himself, endowed with divine power, he would merely feel discomfort. However, the Bat King lacked such divine strength and, being a dark-type spiritual soul beast, he was exceedingly fearful of this heart fire. Are you here to seek vengeance on the one who destroyed you, the King of Slaughter? Chen Yue asked, his hands clasped behind his back and a grin revealing his pearly whites. I can reveal that person's whereabouts. What? The King of Slaughter's eyes widened, momentarily neglecting the corrosive heart fire. You would release me? Of course, Chen Yue replied with a smile. We are not enemies, are we? Yes. Yes. Upon hearing this, the King of Slaughter was overjoyed, yet he knew that there are no free lunches in this world. What do you want? Anything but my life. Engaging in conversation with an astute individual is truly delightful. Chen Yue smiled and articulated his conditions. Agreed. The King of Slaughter readily accepted, perceiving it as a trivial matter. That very night, the King of Slaughter, fueled by rage, stormed from Tiandou City towards Gengxin City, targeting none other than Tang San. It has been quite some time. Tang San must have acquired numerous hidden weapons by now, Chen Yue mused, reclining in his chair with a slight smile. If Poseidon were to learn that his great-grandson, Tang San, had used hidden weapons to harm his great-grandfather, Tang San, would he still allow you to enter Seagot Island? Chapter 53, The Darkening of Tianning. In this life, I, Yu Tianheng, will not kill you. I vow not to be human. Having made considerable progress, Chen Yue anticipated the benefits of his scheming as he watched the king of slaughter depart, stretching languidly. The task was complete. Now, he awaited the fruits of his labor. Meanwhile, feeling bored, Chen Yue sought the silver dance duo imprisoned within the Heavenly King Divine Tower, as he dared not delve further into his writing. At this moment, in Suodo City, after several days of travel, Yu Tianheng finally arrived and hurriedly made his way to the address acquired from Dugubo, seeking Dugu Yin. Tianheng, why are you here? Upon first laying eyes on Yu Tianheng, Dugu Yin felt an inexplicable panic, akin to the sensation of being caught in an act of betrayal, leading her to instinctively desire to flee. In recent days, while residing in Suodo City, she has been lost in thought, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness and uncertainty regarding how to confront Yu Tianheng. However, the sudden appearance of Yu Tianheng took her completely by surprise, prompting an instinctual desire to flee. Yin Yin. It was not easy for Yu Tianheng to find Dugu Yin Yin, and he could not possibly allow her to escape. Immediately, he intended to reach out and grasp Dugu Yin Yin's arm, but just as he was about to make contact, a chilling sensation surged through him, causing all the hairs on his body to stand on end, and the motion to seize her abruptly halted. This is a new ability granted to him by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul after he ascended to the Soul Emperor level, enabling him to sense imminent danger to life. No, don't touch me. Upon witnessing his outstretched hand, Dugu Yin was instantly struck with terror, her complexion paling as she retreated repeatedly, shaking her head frantically. No, Tianheng, please, don't touch me, don't touch me. She recalled how even her grandfather, Dugu Bo, a formidable Title Douluo and the Poison Emperor, had fallen victim after merely grasping her hand. How much more vulnerable was Yu Tianheng, who was merely a Soul Emperor? All right, I won't touch you. Yu Tianheng retracted his hand with a pained expression, gazing intently at Dugu Yin. Tell me, what on earth is happening? Reflecting on Dugu Bo's earlier confrontation with Tang San, and considering the matter of Dugu Yan's detoxification, an intuitive sense told him that this situation was far from simple. Observing Dugu Yin's distressed demeanor, he felt a dawning realization, yet it was accompanied by an overwhelming sense of denial. I am with child. What did you say? Yu Tianheng exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock, as clarity struck him like lightning. You mean this is Tang San's child? Dugu Yin bit her lip in silence, her tear-filled eyes causing Yu Tianheng's heart to ache painfully. No, Tang San, you are truly a beast. When have I ever provoked you? If you have the guts, come at me directly. He suddenly understood. When Tang San had appeared in Suodo City, distracting him before absconding with Dugu Yin, it was not merely to detoxify her but to coerce her under the guise of a cure. As for why he targeted Dugu Yin, wait. He recalled hearing about a spirit beast named Xiao Wu, who had been rescued by Tang San's father, the Title Douluo, from the spirit hall's pursuit during the spirit master competition. Yu Tianheng's gaze sharpened. He remembered his uncle mentioning that Tang San had ventured to the Star Dou Forest, only to return transformed into a bizarre hybrid creature resembling a dog-legged spider. At that moment, a melodramatic narrative unfolded in his mind. Tang San had gone to the Star Dou Forest, and given the nature of the spirit hall, it was inconceivable that they would allow a known spirit beast to escape. Presumably, they sent someone to hunt it down. The outcome was that Tang San arrived too late, the spirit beast named Xiao Wu had already perished, and the emotional turmoil had left him mentally unstable, leading him to seek out Yin Yin. It must be said, his wild conjecture was utterly lethal. This self-constructed narrative rendered the entire absurdity of the situation clear as day, and due to its origins in his own imagination, he harbored no doubts whatsoever. For ultimately, individuals are more inclined to trust their own minds and judgments over external narratives. Thus cursed Tang San. Yu Tianheng howled to the heavens, consumed by rage and intent on storming into Heavenly Dou City to confront Tang San. At that moment, he remained unaware that Tang San and his companions had long departed, leaving only teachers like Li Yusong at Shrek Academy to oversee matters, while Flinder, Yuxiagang, and Lu Erlong had all set off together. Calm down. Yu Tianheng struggled to contain his fury, yearning for a deadly confrontation with Tang San in Heavenly Dou City. Yet, just as he began to move, he felt an immense force grasp his shoulder and pull him back with unyielding strength. Senior Dugu? Yu Tianheng began to speak, but halted upon recognizing the newcomer, his expression shifting to one of surprise. The arrival was none other than Dugu Bo, who had narrowly escaped from the grasp of the Lightwing Douluo outside Heavenly Dou City. Enough. Dugu Bo's face was shrouded in a dark pallor. Originally, he had possessed a speed superior to Yu Tianheng's, but throughout his journey, he had refrained from exerting himself fully, fearful that the light-winged Douluo would catch up to him. In a state of depleting soul power, he had to navigate through obscure routes, avoiding larger cities in favor of small villages. He understood that the light-winged Douluo's formidable power indicated a high standing within the spirit hall. If discovered in a major city, he would face not merely the pursuit of a Title Douluo, but potentially an unending hunt from the entire spirit hall. Even if he boasted the strength to vanquish a Title Douluo, what about the depletion of his soul power? He was acutely aware that should his soul power drop below 70%, encountering the light-winged Douluo would render him incapable of even a semblance of resistance, let alone escape. Upon departing Heaven Dou City, his soul power had been nearly intact, but against the light-winged Douluo's onslaught, he could only withstand 1 or 2 exchanges, as he had no prior knowledge of the opponent's capabilities. But now, the situation was different. He had learned of the light-winged Douluo's abilities, and with sufficient soul power, he could transform into his true form, the Poison Emperor, and unleash a terrifying miasma to facilitate his escape. However, should his soul power prove inadequate, even if he managed to flee, the toxicity would not endure for long, and he would surely be unable to outrun his pursuer. This aligns perfectly with Dougalbo's cautious nature. Thus, only the Soul Emperor, Yu Tianheng, arrived in Sodo City ahead of him. We must hastily depart from the Heaven Dou Empire. Dougalbo dared not reveal the schemes of the Spirit Hall. He understood that if he spoke out, although the Spirit Hall would be condemned by the masses, the first family to face annihilation would undoubtedly be the Dougu clan. Therefore, he could only say that significant changes had occurred in Heaven Dou City, with Xue Qinghe having ascended to the throne. A new ruler brings new courtiers. Staying here could spell trouble for us. Dougu Yin could not contain her curiosity and asked, "Grandfather, what about Tang San?" Dougalbo opened his mouth, gazing at his granddaughter's eyes filled with hope and anticipation, but found himself unable to meet her gaze, lowering his head in silence. Yu Tianheng was seething with rage, his fists clenched, wishing he could go and beat Tang San into a pulp, though he might end up being the one beaten. Dougalbo said nothing, but at that moment, Dougu Yin understood everything. With a sorrowful smile, she shook her head, glanced at Yu Tianheng, and softly said, "Tianheng, I'm sorry. I have already stained myself. Let us part ways. It is my fault. I have let down your expectations." She looked deeply at Yu Tianheng, revealing a tragic smile. "I am no longer worthy of you. Farewell." In an instant, Yu Tianheng felt as if struck by lightning. His mind went blank. Dougu Yin did not look back. After saying those words, she turned away, leaving with a heavy heart. Dougalbo could only sigh deeply, shaking his head and casting a lingering glance at Yu Tianheng. Deep down, he still held hope for his future grandson-in-law, but now, alas, the two of them departed, leaving Yu Tianheng utterly stunned, frozen in place. With a thud, he fell to his knees, ignoring the astonished gazes of those around him, and began to weep uncontrollably. "Alas, blame yourselves. You are not on the same path as us." The Soul Master, known as the Porcupine Douluo, who had been following Yu Tianheng, shook his head and sighed. With the collapse of the Snow Mountain, no one is innocent. For the sake of the young Master's grand unification plan, even we must be prepared to die on the battlefield. Anything that serves the plan, as long as it does not harm innocent civilians, is permissible. The Porcupine Douluo, born of humble origins, had spent decades under the Spirit Hall's meticulous training to become a Title Douluo. Now, it was time for him to contribute and showcase his worth, even if it meant sacrificing his life. Though he was the weakest Title Douluo, the blood he had shed was countless. Regarding Yu Tianheng's plight, he could only express a slight sympathy from a humanitarian perspective, but to show mercy was out of the question. Compared to the annihilation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Yu Tianheng's situation hardly registered. In the original narrative, did Dougalbo hesitate even for a moment while poisoning the Spirit Hall's Soul Master team or the innocent? Better to destroy a temple than a marriage feast. That despicable Tang San, may you meet a wretched end. In this life, if I, Yu Tianheng, do not slay you, I shall not be human. Kneeling on the ground, Yu Tianheng raised his hand to the heavens and vowed. His voice, amplified by his soul power, reverberated throughout Sodo City. However, just then, the Porcupine Douluo's voice casually pierced through his roar. "You cannot kill Tang San." "What did you say?" Yu Tianheng suddenly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the approaching Porcupine Douluo. "Who are you?" "Who I am is of no consequence." The Porcupine Douluo, holding an oil paper umbrella, stepped before the drenched Yu Tianheng and said calmly, "What matters is that I know Tang San's circumstances. Do not think that even if you bring your grandfather, Yu Yuan, Back to life, you can kill Tang San. Yu Tianheng's heart trembled, the blood in his eyes and veins gradually receding. What? What do you mean? Tang San is currently in Gingxin City, surrounded by your uncle, Yu Xiaojang, your aunt, Lu Erlong, and the four-eyed cat eagle, Flinder. The porcupine Douluo continued without acknowledging Yu Tianheng's question. Years ago, the three of them joined forces and possessed the power to contend with Title Douluos. Now, even if you bring Dugabo with you, you will not be their match. Impossible. Yu Tianheng shook his head vehemently, but he was not denying the porcupine Douluo's words. How could my aunt and uncle possibly assist an outsider like Tang San? Once your uncle and aunt were expelled from the family, they ceased to be members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Yu Tianheng was speechless. After a moment of thought, he still found it hard to accept. But during the family's downfall, do you believe in crocodile tears? Yu Tianheng had no words left to say. Do you know why the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was exterminated? Yu Tianheng shook his head in confusion. Was it not because the Spirit Hall wanted to reassemble the 7 great sects? It was because Yu Xiaojang is the former boyfriend of the current pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. The porcupine Douluo smiled slightly. Back then, Yu Xiaojang suffered endless humiliation within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and your grandfather, Yu Yuanjin, regarded him as a disgrace, expelling him from the family. What do you think that means to a woman in love? Yu Tianheng's face twitched, his lips paling. Then there is your aunt, Lu Erlong. The porcupine Douluo continued without pausing. She wished to marry Yu Xiaojang, but on their wedding night, your second grandfather, Yu Lumian, coldly informed her of the truth. And that wedding feast was abruptly shattered. Moreover, she is the illegitimate daughter of Yu Lumian. How much exclusion do you think she faced? Yu Tianheng fell silent. He had heard some of these stories within the clan and naturally understood that the porcupine Douluo spoke the truth. Are you telling me all this to make me let go of my hatred? The porcupine Douluo shook his head. These 3 are secondary. What is more crucial is Tang San's background. Yu Tianheng's heart jolted. You mean the Hao Tian sect? Wasn't it destroyed? Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. Wait. Are you referring to Tang Xiao and Tang Hao? Chapter 54. Qian Renxue is bewildered. Such operations exist. First update. Today, let's try to explode with updates. If the data remains bleak, it may be time to prepare a new book. First update. He recalled the bounty issued by the Spirit Hall after the Hao Tian sect's annihilation, which included the survivors of the Hao Tian sect, Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, Tang Tian, and Tang Rongyao, the 4 individuals. As for why Tang Yuehua's connection with the Hao Tian clan remained unknown to the Spirit Hall, it is solely because only Qian Renxue was aware of it. After all, Tang Yuehua's martial soul is not the Hao Tian hammer, and given that she is not even a soul master, her recognizability is low, rendering further investigation futile. Take this and go to Gingxin City to find Tang San. Do so discreetly, and you will soon understand. The stinging pufferfish Douluo smiled faintly, offering no further explanation as he handed a marble-sized object to Yu Tianheng. If you seek vengeance, heed my arrangements, and I assure you that when the time comes, Tang San will find himself utterly isolated. Is this a recording stone? Yu Tianheng examined the recording stone in his hand, utterly bewildered. He recognized this soul guide. But what purpose does it serve? However, as he lifted his gaze, he noticed that the figure of the stinging pufferfish Douluo had already vanished, leaving only his solitary silhouette amidst the torrential downpour of the intersection. Phew, I almost forgot my lines. The stinging pufferfish Douluo appeared in a narrow alley, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. After reviewing the bookmark in his hand and confirming that the lines were correct, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the script was flawless. Otherwise, if I were to jeopardize Elder Chen's plan, I would surely face dire consequences. Indeed, it is beyond the stinging pufferfish Douluo's intellect and information network to articulate such a precise manipulation of Yu Tianheng. This concept was naturally proposed by the well-versed Chunyu. The objective is quite simple and swift. That very evening, the porcupine Douluo returned to Tiando City to report the completion of the mission. Indeed. A faint smile graced Chunyu's lips as he stretched and cast a glance at the porcupine Douluo, pondering whether there had been any developments from the Spirit Hall. Reporting to Senior Chun, the Pope has not made an appearance for a considerable time. Currently, it is the ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo who oversees the affairs, while the demon bear Douluo and the 10th elder remain within the Spirit City, likely recuperating from injuries. As a true hidden sect, the Star Crown Sect's foundation should not be underestimated. Given that even among the Super Douluos, only Bibi Dong remains, their losses must be substantial. The 5 who have merely survived must be enduring considerable hardship. Bibi Dong has not shown herself for an extended period? Chen Yue paused momentarily, and upon reflection, he understood that this was a chain reaction triggered by his own machinations. In the original narrative, at this juncture, Tang San would be establishing the Tang sect and subduing the 4 great families before heading to Sea God Island, leading to the Spirit Hall's formation of the Spirit Empire, at which point Bibi Dong would have time to venture into the Rakshasa's secret realm. However, at present, it is evident that Bibi Dong has sustained significant injuries, neglecting even the affairs of the Spirit Hall. It is plausible that her grave misjudgment resulted in her power being revoked by the Worship Hall. Yet, one cannot deny that, in her current state of injury and loss of authority, she has nowhere to turn, save for the Rakshasa's secret realm. The conflict with the Star-Crowned sect must have intensified her pressure, potentially accelerating her path to divinity compared to the original narrative. After all, in the original storyline, she was exalted in the early stages only to be diminished later. P.S. This narrative does not diminish Bibi Dong. The Rakshasa god will not suppress her power, viewing it as a normal progression towards divinity. At the time of the annihilation of the Hao Tian sect, she stood as a pinnacle Super Douluo at level 96. Nevertheless, the transformation into the Rakshasa god is no trivial matter. Chen Yue shook his head, uncertain of the limits of his current strength, unsure whether an extreme Douluo could withstand him, as long as he did not reach the level of being able to eliminate a divine king in an instant. He would quietly remain as the handsome figure supporting Qian Renxue from behind. Exposure? Unnecessary. Remaining in the shadows as a strategist is rather advantageous. He resolved to continue sending individuals to monitor Yu Tianheng, instructing that once he completed the recording task in Gingxin City, he should retain a backup. Upon hearing this, the porcupine Douluo nodded vigorously, understood. Without further ado, he turned and promptly set about executing the orders. After the arrival of the demon suppression and light feather, he felt his standing alongside Xi Miao had diminished. If he did not act swiftly, the hard-won efforts he had established could easily vanish. Now, they awaited Xiao Yue to take control of the situation. Chunyu stretched lazily, squinting his eyes, having enjoyed an entire day with the Silver Dance Ensemble. He indeed felt somewhat fatigued. At that moment, Qian Renxue, adorned in a dragon robe, approached gracefully and gently began to massage Chen Yu's shoulders. Do exercise moderation. In just a few days, I shall be wed, and I trust you will be up to the occasion. Fear not. While contending with 2 10,000-year-soul beasts may prove somewhat arduous, handling a few women devoid of even soul saints shall be a mere trifle, Chen Yue replied. Upon turning around, he was taken aback. Is that a women's dragon robe you are wearing? When did you acquire such attire? From a distance, Qian Renxue indeed appeared to be clad in a dragon robe, yet upon closer inspection, Chen Yue was utterly astonished. What on earth? Is this not a strapless, high-slit dress? At most, it resembles a dragon robe, adorned with intricate patterns, enhancing its allure. As a seasoned couple, Qian Renxue instantly deciphered Chen Yu's gaze. Her cheeks flushing with a hint of pride. It seems my design is quite remarkable. This idea struck her when she saw the attire worn by palace maids, reminiscent of her previous encounters with Chen Yue, leading her to instruct the spirit master to craft this dragon robe. Little did she anticipate its enchanting effect on Chen Yue. Wait, Qian Renxue, blushing, cradled Chen Yue in a princess hold, hastily attempting to tame the fluttering hem of her dress, inquired, when shall we indulge ourselves? Chen Yue, with a hint of mischief, replied, well, considering there's a little one involved, our encounters have been rather fleeting. Perhaps we could explore that secret realm? Chen Yu's lips twitched as he playfully pinched her cheek, reassuring her, rest assured, once you stabilize the court and take a wife, opportunities will arise. Qian Renxue pondered for a moment, acknowledging the validity of his words, and nodded. Very well, but tonight, can you truly revel in the moment? Don't worry, if not here. There are 2 other places we can explore. Qian Renxue, bewildered, was swept away by Chen Yue, gradually grasping the implications of his words, leaving her utterly astonished. Such a possibility existed? Her worldview had been completely transformed. This is the second update. The second update. Gingxin City. Tang San, exhausted and wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, gazed upon the finished product emerging from the furnace, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. The peacock feather was complete. Next, he would tackle the stormy pear blossom needle. During this period, in the city of Gingxin, he has conquered the entire blacksmith association. Thanks to his father's esteemed reputation as a master craftsman, coupled with his own mastery of the chaotic cloak hammer technique, which has provided him with a continuous supply of materials. Unfortunately, The deep-sea sunken silver required for the Buddha's fury and Tang lotus demands a considerable amount of vitality to unleash its sharpness. Otherwise, even with the formidable strength of himself, Lu Gao and Titan, they would be unable to forge it. Indeed, Titan has also accompanied Tang San on this journey. In his eyes, the opportunity to follow his young master is an unparalleled honor for his clan, a rare chance that could be likened to smoke rising from their ancestral graves. Especially when he witnessed the formidable prowess of the products forged by Tang San, he felt immensely fortunate to have been granted this opportunity. Peacock Feather, Storm Pear Blossom Needle, King of Hell's Edict, and the tie-back flower crossbow, Tang San silently counted the masterpieces he had created amidst the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Next, he would focus on training in the techniques associated with these weapons. The art of hidden weapons includes Guanin's Tears, Bodhi Blood, and the Tales of 1001 Nights. Yet these concepts still feel rather distant to him. For instance, to employ Guanin's Tears, one must first master the Xian Jade Hand, control the crane, capture the dragon, and shadowy ghost techniques, all of which must be trained to their zenith, while simultaneously achieving the highest realm of Xian Tian Gong, known as the Gathering of the Three Flowers at the Crown. The distance to Tang San remains considerable. He finds himself unable to utilize the Tears of Guanin. At most, he can only envision their effects. And even the blood of Bodhi is something he cannot guarantee to employ effectively. In his previous life, as the leader of the Tang sect, he had only ever managed to use the Bodhi blood sparingly. Thus, he resolves to delve into the mysteries of the 1001 Nights. With this thought, he no longer hesitates and turns his gaze toward the forge before him. He then looks back at Titan and inquires, "Have you mastered the method I just taught you?" Titan replies, "Esteemed young master, I have grasped it to a degree of 80%. Given Tang San's nature, it is evident that he would not impart all his knowledge to Titan. The forging techniques he shares are merely fundamental. The ultimate essence must remain in his own hands. Therefore, he allows Titan to observe, but does not permit Lofty to do the same. This is still contingent upon Titan referring to him as his young master. Otherwise, how could the hidden weapons of the Tang sect be scrutinized and learned by an unrelated outsider? Tang San nodded in satisfaction, stating that from this point onward, he relied on Titan. Those in need of such craftsmanship were naturally the mechanisms of concealed weaponry. Tang San merely had to safeguard the most essential aspects, allowing Titan to manage the outer elements without concern. "No problem. Please rest assured, young master," Titan assured, patting his chest, feeling quite eager and ready for the challenge. "Very well, I shall take my leave to rest," Tang San declared. After an extended period of forging, he found himself somewhat fatigued. He stretched languidly and was about to turn around when, as his left leg pivoted, his right leg suddenly twitched, akin to a gaming delay spiking to 460, causing his entire balance to abruptly falter. "What on earth?" Tang San exclaimed, quickly wrapping his arms around his waist to stabilize himself, narrowly avoiding a fall. What was happening? He cast a puzzled glance at his right leg. Despite its somewhat canine appearance and occasional awkward movements, he had grown accustomed to it over time. Yet, this sudden twitch was perplexing. Before he could ponder further, he felt a peculiar sensation of swelling in his lower abdomen, particularly around his kidneys, which seemed to spasm uncontrollably, sending sharp pangs of discomfort that momentarily paralyzed his thoughts. What was occurring? Alarmed, Tang San instinctively attempted to suppress this unsettling feeling with his soul power. However, in the next moment, he sensed a surge of heat radiating from his right leg, as if it were ablaze. Almost involuntarily, he shivered, succumbing to an overwhelming urge to sneeze. Achoo! As he sneezed, a wave of dizziness washed over him, leaving him feeling unsteady, as if he were swaying like a pendulum. His head spun, and he found himself face down towards the furnace. At that moment, Titan's attention was entirely focused on the furnace, only turning back to look when he noticed Tang San sneeze, just in time to see him slumped against the fiery apparatus, his gaze vacant. Titan exclaimed in shock, quickly grasping Tang San's shoulder and pulling his head away from the furnace. "Young master, what are you doing? Please don't do anything reckless." Tang San, who had been in a fog, was jolted awake by the searing heat on his face, causing him to fall abruptly onto the ground. In the next instant, the burning sensation on his visage ignited every nerve cell, compelling him to let out a pained cry. The sound of his scream immediately attracted the attention of the nearby Golden Iron Triangle, who hastily rushed to the scene. "Little San, what happened?" Among them was Lu Gao, who quickly followed the others and was taken aback by Tang San's near-disfigured appearance, his expression shifting dramatically. He turned and shouted, "Someone, Quickly summon the finest healing spirit master in the entire Gingxin city. Hurry. Yes. His disciple did not dare to linger and rushed outside. Little San, looking at Tang San, whose face was charred and emanating the scent of roasted flesh, felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Perhaps even a tinge of jealousy towards Tang San's appearance post-Blue Silver Emperor awakening. What is wrong with me? Tang San felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, even his throat threatening to expel its contents. He managed to mutter a few words before he could no longer contain himself, violently retching a copious amount of gastric acid and intestinal fluid. It is well known that intestinal fluid contains various unformed waste products, and at that moment, his expulsion unleashed an indescribable stench that enveloped the entire area. Yuxiagang, Lu Erlong, Flender, Lu Gao, and Titan were all overwhelmed. Lu Erlong was the first to succumb to the odor. Pinching her nose, she turned and exited the premises. If not for her desire to distance herself from Tiando City, she would never have traveled all the way to Gingxin City with this group. This is the third update. You mean to say that Tang San, while forging a weapon, suddenly collapsed into the furnace, burning his face and then expelling waste? In the sunlit royal palace of Tiando, Chen Yue, basking in the sun, was momentarily taken aback by the words of the serpent spear Douluo. He removed his sunglasses, his expression peculiar. Are you certain? My subordinate affirmed. He witnessed the scene of Tang San expelling waste firsthand, but the stench was unbearable, prompting him to return and report. It is worth mentioning that his swift return was aided by the extra external spirit bone, the golden eagle divine wing, acquired by the light feather Douluo in the Tianyuan secret realm. This bone is referred to as divine wing because it is an external spirit bone that is 80,000 years old, deemed worthy of the title divine in the eyes of the light feather Douluo and others. Naturally, the reason light feather Douluo presented it is that he and Qianjun Jiangma each possess a 100,000-year external spirit bone. Being cautious and composed, much like a civil servant, light feather Douluo understood that while one might seize opportunities, one must never deceive the present Chen Yue. Otherwise, losing the qualification to enter the Tianyuan secret realm would be a trivial matter compared to incurring his wrath. So, it seems that Tang San's leg had some form of incompatible reaction. The rejection response had successfully dissipated under Chen Yu's supreme medical skills. And given the time that had passed, if a rejection response were to occur, it would have manifested long ago. Yet, it only emerged at this moment. Thus, it is not a rejection response, but rather an issue of compatibility. The human bloodstream and that of the soul beast, although seamlessly connected, do not share uniformity in the size of their blood vessels. It appears that under Tang San's circulatory system, the blood vessels of that leg were either too small or too large, resulting in a loss of sensation and various bodily reactions, Chen Yue pondered. The human body is always a cohesive whole. The loss of certain components inevitably leads to discomfort and abnormal reactions. Especially in a situation where a human has been fitted with a dog-esque leg, such reactions are not surprising. However, the sudden dizziness he experienced, could it be the seal of God's exerting its influence? Chen Yue contemplated. After all, this is a fantastical world. This incompatible situation could have been entirely resolved by channeling soul power towards compatibility, preventing any mental breakdown. Yet, the unfortunate reality unfolded differently. It is evident that at that moment, Tang San may have attempted to utilize his soul power. However, the sudden outburst of the God-sealing stone rendered his mind unclear, scattering the summoned soul power amidst the ensuing chaotic reaction. What are you pondering? Qian Renxue yawned as she emerged in her nightgown, resting her chin atop Chen Yu's head, gently massaging him with her hands while casually inquiring. The snake spear Douluo, eyes fixed on his toes, dared not lift his gaze, respectfully proclaiming, I have met the young master. It was that Tang San, whose face had been scarred by the flames of a furnace. Chen Yue remarked casually before turning his attention to the snake spear Douluo, Yu Tianheng, and the duo of Dugubo and his grandson, along with the king of slaughter. Upon your return, did you sense their presence? He had not forgotten that Dugu Yin was carrying his offspring, and thus it was imperative to keep the snake spear Douluo vigilant regarding the Dugu pair. Reporting to Senior Chen, the snake spear Douluo pondered for a moment, meticulously organizing his thoughts before responding. Yu Tianheng has already departed for Gingxin City. As for Dugubo and his grandson, they seem to be heading towards the Sunset Forest. Given the multitude of soul beasts within that forest, my subordinates feared exposure and dared not venture deeper. It appears that Dugubo has ultimately returned to that peculiar herbal garden at the Ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye, Chen Yue mused, recalling that within those depths lay the remains of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. The snake spear Douluo, noticing Chunyu's silence, continued. As for the king of slaughter, upon my departure, I detected a potent bloodlust emanating from the direction of the Wuhuan Hall in Gingxin City. The Wuhuan Hall in Gingxin City? Chen Yue paused, momentarily startled, before recalling a character from the original narrative. A figure deliberately crafted to tarnish the reputation of the Wuhuan Hall, the Bishop of Gingxin City, Bishop Miles. Indeed, the current king of slaughter, afflicted by poison, craves blood, however. Due to prior events, he refrains from preying upon the innocent populace, seeking instead this Miles, who bears a tainted aura. Tangshan was invaded by the demonic thoughts of the Rakshasa, succumbing to darkness. Thus, the Bat King, the invader, could likewise be deemed a harbinger of evil. Inherently drawn to the corrupted and unclean flesh. The filth referred to here is not of a physical nature, but rather a metaphysical concept. Akin to how normal soul masters can discern the intentions of evil or fallen soul masters the moment they make a move. It seems we are on the brink of a confrontation. Chunyu nodded slightly. Given the current strength of the Bat King, it was indeed impossible to overpower Tang San at this moment. If this king of slaughter were not poisoned, perhaps it would be an effortless task, but alas. However, if you succeed in subduing him, the subsequent assault on Sea God Island would not be insurmountable, would it? With this thought, a smile crept upon Chen Yu's lips as he lifted his gaze and planted a gentle kiss on Qian Renxue's delicate face before inquiring about the progress of their matters. Rest assured, by dawn tomorrow, the Li family will emerge as the hidden puppeteers behind the coercion of Prince Xuexing and the Avalanche. Furthermore, we may consider whether to involve the other three prominent families connected to them. Qian Renxue smiled faintly, finally experiencing the joy of drawing inferences from one instance to another. Yes, we should strive to seize control of the entire Tiandou city at the swiftest pace, and then initiate the proxy of Guangling, subsequently unifying the Tiandou Empire. Chen Yue nodded in agreement. The palace constructed by Guangling and the others within the secret realm was nearing completion, and they would soon be able to enter once she took control of Tiandou city. Indeed, Qian Renxue's face lit up with a smile as she gently rubbed her abdomen, internally vowing, "Just wait until I give birth to you in the secret realm. Let us see how you dare to disrupt the intimacy between your father and me." Now that she was pregnant, it was often either Chunyu who couldn't fully indulge or herself. The former was manageable, as Chunyu could find other adorable companions. But she was left to endure discomfort elsewhere. Keep your focus. Chunyu glanced at the kneeling yet visibly anxious snake Star Dou Forest and promptly waved his hand, urging him to leave immediately if discovered. Remember, you go armed only with your eyes and intellect, not with your hands. The rumor suggests that the most inept Title Douluo, Chen Yue, is genuinely concerned he might perish outside. Indeed, Chapter 57. Chen Yue, allow me to pose a single question. Should you satisfy me, a reward shall follow. It is best to take rest early. As he watched the retreating figure of the serpent Star Dou Forest, Chen Yue stretched lazily and exhaled deeply. Tomorrow, there shall be a great slaughter. In the morning, I shall summon the 1,000 June demon. Do take care not to get injured. Speaking of the 1,000 June demon, Chen Yue must concede that this brother has only ventured into the heavenly source secret realm twice, yet the benefits gained are remarkably substantial. Just days ago, Guangling and the 1,000 June demon emerged once, delivering the external soul bone to the serpent Star Dou Forest before re-entering the secret realm with materials to construct a palace. During this time, Chen Yue distinctly sensed that Guangling Dou's soul power fluctuations had intensified compared to before. He was on the brink of reaching the 97th level. Conversely, the 1,000 June demon exhibited minimal change in soul power, for at the Super Douluo tier, each level is not merely a shift in soul power, but rather a new comprehension, a fresh realization. Just like Gu Rong, Ju Douluo, and Gue Douluo, who were known for remaining stagnant at the 95th level for decades due to their lack of insight, unable to advance even a fraction. The reason the advantages of the 1,000 June demon are so considerable is that these brothers have grasped the martial soul fusion technique within. Much akin to the martial soul fusion technique of Hu Liena and Xiao Wu, the true form of the dual-headed golden blood dragon staff. Under the fusion technique of the two brothers' martial souls, they were able to withstand a powerful blow from Chen Yu's axe, delivered with 8/10 of his strength. However, after enduring such a strike, the duo of Qianjun and Jiangma felt utterly exhausted, akin to an aircraft that had endured over 100 flights. Just as Chen Yue mused about perhaps exploring the secret realm himself, a figure suddenly flickered before him, landing as none other than the porcupine Douluo. "What is the matter?" Qian Renxue inquired. She had previously instructed that unless there was a significant issue, she was not to be disturbed upon returning to her chambers. The arrival of the porcupine Douluo clearly indicated an urgent matter at hand. Young master, Han Shui seeks an audience. Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, Chen Yue furrowed his brow and glanced at Qian Renxue. Han Shui served as the vice president of the Four Elements Academy and was previously the head of the original Water Academy. Sensing Chunyu's inquiring gaze, Qian Renxue elaborated. Moreover, she is one of the mentors to the 7 members of the water team, a control system Star Dou Forest. Chen Yue understood, and suddenly a thought struck him. He asked, is she also the mother of Shui Binger and Shui Yue? Qian Renxue refrained from answering this question, sensing that Chunyu's inquiry bore a hint of ulterior motives. Did he harbor thoughts of seeking a favor? Meanwhile, the oblivious porcupine Douluo, upon hearing this question, promptly replied, reporting to you, Senior Chen. Shui Binger and Shui Yue are half-sisters, sharing the same father but different mothers. Their mother passed away long ago, and their father also perished in the Star Dou Forest many years ago. As for Han Shui, she was a student of their father, and after his unfortunate incident, she brought them to the Water Academy and the Shui family. At this moment, Chen Yue comprehended the situation. Shui Binger and Shui Yue could be regarded as 2 illegitimate daughters who had been raised outside. However, after their father's demise, no one, apart from Han Shui, knew their whereabouts. Thus, it could be said that Han Shui was akin to their rebirth parents. Did she come here alone? With this thought in mind, Chen Yue inquired. Indeed, Chen Yue wished to articulate further, but a sharp pinch from Qian Renxue at his waist silenced him, prompting an awkward smile and his subsequent silence. Humph. Qian Renxue cast him a disdainful glance before asking, what did she say she needed me for? The mere mention of Han Shui was insufficient to warrant the presence of the sea tortoise Douluo, indicating that there were undoubtedly other pressing matters at hand. She mentioned it was an urgent matter concerning Shui Binger and Shui Yue. Pausing momentarily, the sea tortoise Douluo stated that she had refrained from disclosing specific details and insisted on meeting with you, young master, before divulging anything further. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's expression shifted dramatically as she promptly rose. Let us go and meet her. On that day, the water battle team was indeed her leverage to alleviate Chen Yu's boredom, and she could not afford to let anything go awry. To be frank, she genuinely feared that under the temptation of the silver dance rice and the allure of a moonlit evening, Chen Yue might descend from the ship. Thus, she needed to fully embody her identity as Shui Qinghe, the illustrious identity of the Emperor of Tiandou. She had the legitimate right to take concubines, which she could then present to Chunyu as a bargaining chip. Naturally, her standards were exceedingly high. She had little patience for those lacking talent, dismissing them without a second glance. On that day, the 7-member team of the Water Combat Squad had been meticulously selected, comprising individuals of exceptional talent. Once their loyalty was assured, she was confident in her ability to cultivate them into Title Douluos, who would then serve as her capable subordinates. Yet, boredom soon set in. Chen Yue shrugged and chose not to follow. It seemed that this was merely a plan devised by Qian Renxue, and he paid little heed to it. The palace constructed by Guangling could potentially be utilized in the future for Ain, Tang Yuehua, and that rabbit to bear offspring. The duo, Jian Mo and Jiang Mo, had indeed created a stronghold for Xiao Shui. Although the flow of time within the Heavenly King's divine tower was considerably faster than that of the outside world, it paled in comparison to the Heavenly Source secret realm. Thus, Chen Yue contemplated sending these individuals into the Heavenly Source secret realm to accumulate system rewards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to capture them. He wondered if the much-anticipated scene in Gingxin City had taken place. Rubbing his chin, he pondered the capabilities of Yu Tianheng, whether this fellow could still muster some residual vigor. With that thought, he produced an envelope, a letter that Chunyu had requested the Bloodbat King to inscribe using Tang Chen's notes. Once the moment was ripe, this letter would be delivered into the hands of Bo Saishi. Suddenly, Chen Yue smacked his forehead. Had he forgotten something? He realized with a start that he hadn't seen Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, those 2 good friends, for quite some time. With that thought, Chen Yue flipped his palm and materialized within the Heavenly King's divine tower. What do you wish to do? Tang Yuehua, who first laid eyes on Chen Yue, was immediately struck with fear, her face turning pale as she recoiled, struggling to swallow. The Inwu duo exchanged glances, their expression shifting, yet they refrained from any outcry, as if they had grown accustomed to this treatment. Ignoring them, Chen Yue approached the somewhat haggard Tang Tian. I have a question for you. If you are satisfied with the answer, you shall be rewarded. Have you seen Tang Xiao? Chapter 58. Tang Tian. No. I don't want to suffer a fate worse than death. I. Tang Tian's face was a mask of panic as she gazed at Chen Yue. recalling previous harrowing experiences, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. I don't know. It appears you desire punishment, do you not? Chen Yue raised an eyebrow, his impatience growing as he lifted her. If you remain silent, sleep will evade you tonight. Upon hearing this, Tang Tiantian's complexion drained of color, and she quickly exclaimed, I will tell you, I will tell you. With a thud, Chen Yue released her, and she fell to her knees, too frightened to rise. I heard my father mention that the sect leader would surely find the ancestors if they were not dead, and then avenge them. Have you seen Tang Xiao? Tang Tiantian's lips quivered as she glanced at Tang Yue, who shook her head, rendering her mute. You shall not sleep tonight. However, in her moment of hesitation, a single phrase from Chunyu startled her, her eyes widening in terror as if they might burst from their sockets. It would be quite unfortunate if someone as charming as you, a legitimate little loli, were to be damaged, Chunyu sighed, feigning regret. Tang Tiantian's heart raced, and she dared not speak. Yet, in the next moment, Chunyu leaned against her shoulder and whispered something that shattered her composure entirely. Imagine if you were to be ruined and then placed in the largest brothel in Tiando City. Labeled as the former princess of the Hao Tian sect, how many gold soul coins do you think could be earned from that? Tang Tiantian shivered in fear, quickly clinging to Chunyu's leg, weeping uncontrollably. Please, no. I beg you, don't throw me in there. I will tell you everything. Having grown up in the Hao Tian sect, her psychological defenses were fragile, largely bolstered by Tang Yuehua's encouragement. After all, Tang Yuehua was the sister of the sect leader, and naturally, her elders would heed her words. But now, if this truly were to happen, she genuinely had no idea how she would react. Death. Given Chunyu's character, how could he possibly allow her to perish? She feared that, in the end, having fallen from grace and reduced to a state of utter degradation, she would find herself in a situation where life was unbearable, yet death was unattainable. In comparison to such a fate, she would rather have only Chen Yue as her sole companion, even if it meant being unable to walk for 3 days and nights. The sect leader had seen me once, and he instructed me to find a way to leave Heavenly Dou City and head towards Hanhai City, venturing westward across the continent. Upon hearing Tang Tiantian's words, Tang Yuehua's expression changed dramatically as she cast a threatening glare at Tang Tiantian, her eyes growing increasingly frigid. But just then, she raised her head and delivered a sharp slap, only to discover that it was Chunyu who had seized Tang Tiantian's delicate hand and delivered the stinging blow. Continue, Chunyu said nonchalantly. At that moment, he had already formed a judgment in his mind. After being thoroughly beaten, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao realized the perilous nature of Heavenly Dou City and prepared to set sail for Sea God Island in search of assistance. However, Poseidon imposed restrictions. As the High Priestess and protector of Sea God Island, she could not venture a step beyond its borders without the deity's permission. Thus, she could only offer refuge to Tang Hao and Tang Xiao without the means to assist them, unless Tang Chen truly appeared. This led Chen Yue to ponder whether Tang Hao and his brother had triggered an assessment at the sea god's sacred pillar. In the meantime, Tang Tiantian spoke again, saying that the sect leader mentioned a place to the west known as Sea God Island, a location so formidable that even the spirit hall dared not launch an assault, having suffered significant losses there in the past. That's all I know. Tang Tiantian clung tightly to Chunyu's leg, her expression tinged with fear. I truly don't know anything else. Very well, Chunyu said, patting her shoulder. Unbeknownst to everyone, a refined essence of soul power entered her heart vein, a means to preserve her life. What was his purpose in doing so? The answer was soon to be revealed. In the next moment, Chunyu vanished from sight. Tang Tiantian froze in place, for the icy gaze of Tang Yuehua had now fallen upon her, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. Traitor! You wretched traitor! Please, don't hit me. I don't want to suffer worse than death. As for the matters within the Celestial King's tower, Chunyu paid little heed. Someone like Tang Tiantian, raised in the Hao Tian sect, would inevitably cause trouble if released. It was perhaps better to let her endure a beating within, one that wouldn't be fatal, leading her to a complete transformation. In fact, he found himself slightly anticipating the scene in which a darkened Tang Tiantian, wielding the Hao Tian hammer, chased after Tang Hao and his brother to exact vengeance. Chunyu smiled faintly, shaking his head as he turned to return to his chambers. However, just as he entered the main door of the hall, he caught sight of a figure flitting past, a female soul master. I humbly report, esteemed elder, that the young master has sent me to request your presence in the study. What is the matter? The female spirit master serves as the steward responsible for the dining and accommodation within the palace. Since Qian Renxue was replaced by Xue Qinghe, she has remained by her side, a Sole Douluo of the sensitive attack type with considerable stealth. However, her decision to leave the palace raised some doubts in Chen Yu's mind. It is important to note that only he has the ability to unlock the Tianyuan secret realm, and once he departs, neither Guangling, Qianjun, nor the others can re-enter the Heavenly Dou Palace. Therefore, under normal circumstances, he would not leave. The young master didn't inform me, the female spirit master said awkwardly, scratching her head. The young master has sent everyone away to speak in the imperial study. All right. Chen Yue nodded and, with a flicker of his form, appeared in the imperial study without revealing himself. Director Han, you need not worry about this matter. Qian Renxue, draped in her dragon robe, smiled gently. Please rest in the palace for now. By tomorrow morning, I will certainly return the person to you unharmed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Han Shui, clad in a flowing purple gown, resembled her name with cascading silver hair that flowed like a waterfall. The curves of her figure, accentuated beneath her purple attire, rivaled the voluptuousness of Yin and Tang Yue. Perhaps due to her maturity, a hint of allure and fatigue lingered in her otherwise aloof gaze. After a female guard escorted her away, Chen Yue finally revealed himself. What has transpired? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Qian Renxue's furrowed brow relaxed as she looked up at Chen Yue, gesturing for the spirit Douluo to close the door of the imperial study before turning her attention back to him and slowly explaining. The situation is as follows. Chapter 59. Chen Yue, are you testing me with this? Which Title Douluo can withstand such a trial? Do you still recall when you instructed me to await the imperial decree for marriage? Qian Renxue began, but suddenly pivoted to counter with a question. Chen Yue nodded. I am aware of that. However, upon hearing her retort, he quickly grasped her implication. You mean to say that Shui Binger and her 6 companions are decidedly unhappy with this marriage arrangement, prompting them to leave home, correct? Wait. Can you let me finish? Qian Renxue interjected. Chen Yue shrugged. As soon as you mentioned those 7 individuals, it became clear to me. Though Shui Binger and Shui Yue lack romantic partners, this arrangement by Qian Renxue is utterly absurd. Indeed, it is possible that Qian Renxue has made family agreements with their respective clans, which inadvertently leaked, leading to the 7's collective refusal of the marriage contract. Consequently, they decided to leave home amicably. Not entirely, Qian Renxue said, rubbing her temples in frustration. The sisters, Shui Binger and Shui Yue, find it difficult to accept marrying the same person. As for their teammates, the others are powerless to resist because they do not possess the same familial backing as the Shui sisters, who have not relied heavily on the Shui family's influence due to their status as illegitimate daughters. However, they are indeed valued by Han Shui. So, Han Shui is asking for your assistance in bringing them back. Is that correct? Chen Yue inquired. Qian Renxue nodded. And you were summoned to assist me? Chen Yue sighed, feeling a sense of frustration akin to dealing with an incompetent ally. What is it? Qian Renxue asked, taken aback by his expression. Is there an issue? Did you not just instruct someone to keep Han Shui close? Chen Yue queried. Qian Renxue nodded, but she is exhausted and likely won't pay much attention. The word likely should not escape your lips. Chen Yue lamented, rubbing his temples in aggravation. It seems that foolishness often accompanies pregnancy. At such a crucial moment, this could expose me. What shall I do after this to become the 6th? It's not a significant issue. With a grand wave of her hand, Qian Renxue can simply pull her into the fray as well, can't she? Chen Yue, how outrageous. You truly disregard the principles of martial ethics to include me in your schemes. At this moment, if Chen Yue still hadn't figured things out, he might as well end his life with a block of tofu. Enough. Anyone who dares to utter the phrase one pregnancy dulls the mind for 3 years shall receive a swift punch from me. You had it all planned out long ago? Chen Yu's lips twitched as he pointed at Qian Renxue before him. Is this deliberate on your part? How can you say such a thing? Qian Renxue snorted. Not long ago someone was nearly entranced by that woman, with her fair skin, beauty, and long legs. Is this not what you referred to as the high-end version? Chen Yue, he merely cast a curious glance and hadn't he even considered the matter yet. What? Are you truly going to tell me you have no interest in this woman? Upon seeing Chen Yu's silence, Qian Renxue raised an eyebrow and snorted again. She was several years younger than Tang Yue. If you can pursue Tang Yue, how can she not be worthy? Chen Yue, sensing the dangerous glint in Qian Renxue's eyes, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and began to comprehend the implications of her cunning scheme. She was clearly increasing her bargaining chips. Very well. Chen Yue shrugged, but it seems tonight is off the table, right? You just stated that you would undoubtedly bring back those 7 individuals from the Heavenly Water Academy by tomorrow morning. While the distance from here to the Star Dou Forest isn't excessively far, it is not exactly near either, is it? Qian Renxue countered. Who mentioned it was the Star Dou Forest? Chunyu. Oh? They are headed to the frozen forest in the north. Qian Renxue rubbed her temples, feeling a bit of a headache as she stated, if it were the Star Dou Forest, I certainly wouldn't assert that I'd have them by tomorrow morning. Given the vastness of the Star Dou Forest, searching would be quite troublesome. However, for the extreme north forest, it can only be you who goes. After a pause, she explained the reason. Because our martial souls are not suited for survival in the extreme northern climate, our strength would decline upon reaching that place. Not even you can escape this fate. Qian Renxue nodded. The extreme north is akin to the Devil's Island overseas. Devil's Island is an extreme coastline, where land-based soul masters experience some suppression of their power, and the extreme north is no different. Unless one possesses a martial soul with ice elements, they would not face such suppression. Yet, in Chen Yu's recollection, the only ice-related martial soul he could recall was Shui Bing or Ice Phoenix, right? As for others, he thought for a moment and found himself devoid of any relevant memories. Wait, Chen Yu's eyes brightened. The light-winged Douluo seems to possess both light and ice attributes. However, his inclination leans more towards the light attribute, which would also suffer some reduction in strength within the extreme north forest, albeit to a lesser extent than others. Qian Renxue explained. Observing Chunyu still appearing reluctant to venture out, she promptly stated, bring out the offerings of 5, 6, and 7, and then proceed. One night should suffice for you to handle it, right? Tiandou City lies to the north of the Tiandou Empire, not far from the extreme north forest. In fact, one could even say it is relatively close. Moreover, the scope of the extreme north forest is considerably smaller compared to the Star Dou Forest, making the search not particularly time-consuming. Do you not wish to experience the frozen forest? Chunyu was taken aback. Experience what? Those 7 individuals are your future consorts. After all, Qian Renxue tempted him. With your strength and appearance, a mere appearance would surely captivate those 7 young admirers instantly, leading to some thrilling escapades in the frozen forest. Ahem. Chunyu cleared his throat and declared with righteousness, are you testing me with this? Which Title Douluo could withstand such a challenge? You, as a Title Douluo, might indeed struggle with it. Chunyu, huh? Do you possess the capability to test me against Poseidon? Qian Renxue narrowed her eyes. Who is Poseidon? Oh, her. Chunyu replied casually, if nothing unexpected occurred back then. She should be your great-grandmother. However, if calamity struck, she would then be your sister. Qian Renxue? Qian Renxue. Oh? What? Without any mishaps. A great-grandmother. What is this nonsense? An unexpected incident, sister. What do you mean by that? Chapter 60, Chunyu. Who can withstand the trials of Poseidon? Is it of no significance? Chunyu shrugged, stating it quite literally. If you were testing me with this, I certainly cannot withstand it. Who can endure Poseidon's trials? You. Qian Renxue pouted slightly, feeling that the implications of this statement were rather profound, leaving her somewhat overwhelmed. Never mind. I shall inquire about Qianjun, the demon slayer, and Guangling shortly. With this thought, she decided not to pursue the topic further. Will you act now? Or shall we discuss it later? No? Chunyu was taken aback, surprised that now was an option. If you choose to proceed at this moment, I can arrange for a fragrant trap to be set in her chamber, Qian Renxue casually remarked. If you wait until your return, I could even take her as a concubine. To put it in your terms, it's akin to boarding the train before purchasing a ticket or adhering to standard protocol. Chunyu pondered. Perhaps it would be best to defer this until my return. He cleared his throat, then waved his hand, causing a vortex to mysteriously emerge from the palace gates. In the next moment, 3 beams of light flickered forth, revealing the figures of Douluo Guangling, Douluo Qianjun, and Douluo Jiangmo. At this moment, the 3 stood before Chunyu, bewildered, glancing at Qian Renxue, exchanging uncertain looks, momentarily at a loss for words. What are you staring at? Chunyu remarked nonchalantly, you will guard for 1 night while I step out. If all goes well, I should be back by tomorrow morning. Previously, Chunyu had been reluctant to venture into the Star Dou Great Forest, fearing that showing his face again might draw attention from Gu Yuna. Though his strength had grown considerably, he lacked the confidence to confront her. It is worth noting that Gu Yuna, at her peak, possessed the power of a god king. Even if she were significantly injured, she could still wield the strength of a supreme deity. Moreover, the long journey seemed rather uninviting. Thus, he had contemplated sending Qianjun or Jiangmo in his stead. However, he was utterly surprised when Qian Renxue informed him that the destination was the extreme north forest. This piqued Chunyu's interest. if his memory served him correctly. The extreme north forest housed a million-year ice insect, along with the charming Snow Empress and Ice Emperor. The ice insect could be cooked as fried white worms. And perhaps this encounter might even propel him to the threshold of level 92. Chen Yue carefully assessed his soul power level and confirmed that he remained on the brink of level 92. It seemed he required the energy amplification from a million-year soul ring to advance to the initial stage of level 92. If we consider that the experience required for level 92 is 100,000, then his current experience is 100,001. Yes. Although somewhat perplexed as to what could compel Chen Yue to take action personally, Qian Jun and Jiang Imo dared not inquire further. Well aware that last time Chen Yue acted personally, he had successfully conquered the Star Luo Empire. This time, there should not be any extraordinary events, should there? Please do not leave the study before my return, Chen Yue instructed. Conveniently, I still have several memorials to attend to. Qian Renxue nodded, indicating a stack of memorials that had already surpassed her head in height. Chen Yue, being an emperor is indeed quite exhausting. I would prefer to support the woman emperor from behind. However, my mind is swirling with 1,000 thoughts, much like Guangling Douluo. He gazes at the towering pile of memorials, cautiously inquiring, Master, is this for a single day? Indeed. Guangling Douluo exclaims in disbelief. Is it possible to handle so many memorials in just one day? In an instant, he is rendered speechless. What is the matter? Noticing Guangling Douluo's strange reaction, Qian Renxue's expression shifts in confusion. She glances at the stack of memorials, unable to discern any issue, and promptly asks, is there a problem? No. Guangling Douluo's lips twitch, unwilling to voice his concerns about the overwhelming amount of paperwork. After all, he was summoned precisely to deal with these memorials, and expressing dissatisfaction could result in being swiftly sent back, thus missing the opportunity to venture into the secret realm. As Guangling Douluo silently curses his fate, Chen Yue has already embarked on his journey through the frozen forest. Simultaneously, in the Star Luo Empire, within Star Luo City and the Imperial Palace, Empress Zhu Qingxue and Crown Princess Zhu Xuqing are together in the Empress's chamber. With both the Star Luo Emperor and the originally designated Crown Prince Dai Mubai deceased at the hands of the Spirit Hall, the entire Star Luo Empire finds itself engulfed in trepidation. Fortunately, this father-son duo left behind an orphaned heir as a source of reassurance. Otherwise, the Dai family could have faced dire consequences. Now, the Empress and Crown Princess are akin to grasshoppers on the same bed. Should their secret be revealed, both their lives, as well as that of the Zhu family, would be at stake. Thus, even wielding significant power, they proceed with utmost caution, residing together without separation. This reaction is deemed normal by the Xingguan clan, for the unborn child they carry must not encounter any mishap. As for the notion that women should not engage in politics, such a concept does not exist within the Star Luo Empire. The throne, achieved through the nurturing of a successor, can only be inherited by distant relatives, lacking any legitimate brothers, hence making it impossible to pass the throne outside the family. Should one dare to seize the position from distant kin, the Xingguan clan would not hesitate to annihilate entire families. Your Majesty, Empress, and Crown Princess. At this moment, a hurried female guard kneels before the door, presenting a secret letter from the Lord of Gengxin City. A secret letter from Gengxin City? Upon hearing this, Empress Zhu Qingxue furrows her brow and exchanges a glance with Crown Princess Zhu Xuqing. After a moment of contemplation, the latter replies, Mother, Gengxin City appears to be related to the Luo family, a soul sage of over 70 ranks. Present. The female guard dares to rise and deliver the letter before retreating. In the chamber, only Empress Zhu Qingxue and Crown Princess Zhu Xuqing remain. Upon opening the envelope, the Empress's brow furrows deeper as she hands it to Zhu Xuqing, who, upon reading, also frowns. The letter contains merely 15 words. The Spirit Hall has been annihilated. Preliminary investigations suggest involvement of a Title Douluo. A Title Douluo? This situation is rather precarious. Empress Zhu Qingxue's expression darkens. She is about to convene a court meeting regarding this matter when suddenly, Crown Princess Zhu Xuqing interjects. Mother, wait. The Empress pauses. Do you have a plan? Look here. Chapter 61 Zhu Xuqing muses. If he isn't stirring things up, then he is not himself. A slight smile graces the Crown Princess's face as she points to 4 words on the envelope. The Empress, puzzled, inquires a Title Douluo? What of it? Have you forgotten about a certain individual? Zhu Xuqing's words leave her momentarily stunned. What are you implying? I suspect, with his intellect, he has likely anticipated this situation. Zhu Zhuqing asserts, her expression one of profound understanding. If I am not mistaken, he will soon dispatch someone to inform us. The Empress is taken aback. But upon careful reflection, she finds some merit to Zhu Zhuqing's reasoning. She promptly asks, so your suggestion is to await his correspondence? No. Zhu Zhuqing smiles subtly. Our Star Luo Empire is currently so peaceful, so tranquil. Once this calm is disrupted, all eyes will be upon us. Tell me, if the waters of the Empire become turbulent once more, Empress Zhu Qingshue's eyes narrow thoughtfully, are you suggesting we inform the Xingguan clan? Zhu Qingxue cannot deny the gravity of the situation. Could this not lead to disaster? This letter comes from the Lord of Gingxin City. We are powerless to manage it ourselves. What harm is there in seeking assistance from the Xingguan clan? Zhu Zhuqing retorts. Do you believe they can elevate us to Title Douluo? She found herself at a loss for words. Although the Star-Crowned sect continued to support their reign, it was evidently impossible for them to invest resources in elevating the two of them to the rank of Title Douluo. Thus, she conceded, very well. Queen Zhu Qingxue nodded, awaiting his message. No sooner had her words left her lips than a shadow descended from the heavens, revealing the serpent spear Douluo, enveloped in a dark robe. He raised his hand and sent a letter soaring towards Queen Zhu Qingxue. Without a backward glance, he turned and vanished into the night sky in the blink of an eye. Look. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled softly, clinging to Queen Zhu Qingshue's arm. With our current circumstances, we are bound to attract his attention to some extent. There's no need to overthink it. Queen Zhu Qingxue found it hard to fathom how. In the presence of her son Dai Mubai, this once docile feline had transformed into such a creature. However, after a moment of reflection, she sighed and shook her head, dismissing these thoughts as she unfolded the letter. He instructs us to disregard the matters of Gingxin City, Zhu Zhuqing scoffed. He must be trying to stabilize the situation. As she leaned in to take a closer look, she suddenly gasped, wait, there seems to be writing on the back of this letter. Huh? Zhu Qingxue paused in surprise and flipped it over, recognizing the familiar handwriting once again. However, this content, when compared to the previous, is indeed worlds apart. To convey the circumstances of Gingxin City to the Xingguan sect, and subsequently frame the incident at the Spirit Hall of Gingxin City as the doing of the Xingguan sect. Upon reading this line, Zhu Qingxue could not help but gasp, while Zhu Zhuqing displayed a knowing expression, confirming her suspicions. Indeed, he would certainly not allow the Spirit Hall and this so-called Xingguan sect to remain at ease. If he did not stir up some trouble, it would not be in his nature. Zhu Qingxue, how is it that you seem to know him so well? Her lips twitched slightly before she remarked. His writing presents two sides, indicating we must choose one, correct? Is there any question about that? Zhu Zhuqing snorted, undoubtedly choosing the latter. Why? Think about it. If everything remains tranquil on our side, would he come back again? The Empress Zhu Qingxue paused, contemplated, and shook her head. No. So there you have it. Zhu Zhuqing continued. Once trouble arises here, you will surely come to inquire, and at that moment, very well, I shall follow your lead. Thus, a letter originating from the Lord of Gingxin City was swiftly dispatched to the Xingguan sect. Upon receiving this news, the Xingguan sect wasted no time, and that very night dispatched a Title Douluo to Gingxin City. The appearance of a Title Douluo at this juncture was perceived as an indication of the Spirit Hall's involvement, likely stemming from previous vendettas. What? You assert the Spirit Hall could not possibly destroy its own main hall? Pray tell, do you not comprehend the art of self-scripted framing? Had it not been for the earlier incident where Bibi Dong and numerous Title Douluo besieged Xingluo City, the Xingguan sect might not have entertained such thoughts. Yet, the events unfolded as they did. It is no wonder the Xingguan sect is so sensitive. At this moment, the tensions within the Xingguan sect were entirely unknown to Chen Yue, who had already arrived in the city closest to the extreme north forest in the Tiandou Empire, Lindong City. What does the falling snow resemble? Is it akin to salt being scattered in the air? Or perhaps like willow catkins dancing in the wind? Upon first glance, everything was a single hue of white. Chen Yue sighed, hands clasped behind his back, immersed in the frigid landscape, clad in a short shirt, yet feeling no chill. Snowflakes fluttered, and the northern winds howled, yet they could not extinguish the warmth within him. Such an odd individual. Those he encountered along the way regarded him with astonished gazes, exchanging bewildered looks, shaking their heads in disbelief, utterly shocked. Who would venture into the frozen forest dressed in a short shirt during such heavy snowfall? Hey, young brother. A guard at the city gate noticed Chen Yue heading toward the extreme north forest and called out. The nighttime in the extreme north forest is prime time for soul beasts, if you intend to cross the forest. Perhaps you should find lodging outside the city for the night? Although Lindong City nominally belonged to the Tiandou Empire, It was, in reality, a no-man's land. The reason was simple. Such places were difficult for people to adapt to, hence nobles were rarely seen, and even the lord's residence was composed of commoner soul masters. Consequently, the guards here were also of humble origins, making them relatively approachable compared to those in other cities. No need. Chen Yue waved his hand dismissively. I will merely take a stroll and return shortly. It is no trouble. With that, he vanished into the snow-laden forest, leaving no trace. Truly a peculiar individual. The guard shook his head, no longer concerned, standing vigil at the city gate, eyes closed, motionless. His martial spirit was the ice turtle, allowing him to sleep normally under the harsh wind and snow, unaffected by the elements. Meanwhile, Chunyu had entered a forest that appeared submerged in ice and snow, deeply ensconced in slumber. Chapter 62, Snow Dance. Shue, you have a cursed tongue. The extreme north forest, also known as the land of the extreme north, is characterized by its frigid climate and incessant snowfall, earning it names such as the frozen forest. Initially, for Shui Binger, this forest existed only in rumors. Tales of how the cold ice would render martial spirits nearly unmanageable. Therefore, upon hearing she must be given to the new lord, Shui Qinghe, she was infuriated and promptly left home with her sister, Shui Yue. What new lord, who cares? But in such a vast world, where could she possibly go? After much contemplation, she resolved to explore the frozen forest, refusing to believe she could be captured there. However, upon entering the frozen forest, she immediately regretted her decision. The entire world seemed to transform into a blinding white expanse of snow, with flakes drifting down from above without pause. Cold. This encapsulates her feelings from start to finish. Although her martial soul is the ice phoenix, her unfamiliarity with the harsh climate of Frozen City renders her ill-suited to its frigid environment. Her sister, Shui Yue, is even less tolerant of the chill. Sister, if this continues, we shall freeze to death. Shui Yue's lips were pale, devoid of any color. She could only rely on her own soul power to fend off the cold. Shall we return the way we came? No. Shui Binger shook her head, also struggling against the pervasive cold. I have painstakingly cultivated to the rank of Soul Emperor not to become a pawn in a political marriage. If she were to go back, she would do so on her own terms. If she had truly wished to marry, she would have done so long ago. How could she have shouldered the pressure alone to achieve the rank of Soul Emperor? Her fervent training was driven by a desire to avoid becoming a mere bargaining chip in a union. She aspired to be the master of her own fate, akin to the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall. Sister. Shui Yue's expression shifted, and after gritting her teeth, she ultimately chose not to leave. Silently following in Shui Binger's wake as they braved the biting winds and swirling snow, venturing deeper into the forest. Not far behind them, led by Shui Wu, 5 other members were also valiantly using their soul power to shield themselves from the howling cold, desperately searching for the whereabouts of the 2 sisters. Sister Shui. This frozen forest is vast. We cannot find them. The one who spoke was Chen Yue, with her short blue hair, clad in a blue down jacket, battling the surrounding icy gusts. Among the 7 members of the Tian Shui team, only Shui Binger and Shui Yue had ascended to the rank of Soul Emperor, while the others remained at a high tier of Soul King. Yet, in this frigid forest, the task of locating 2 individuals amidst 5 was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Indeed, these 5 were not fleeing with the Shui sisters but had come to search for them. However, their hasty departure without notifying anyone led Han Shui to mistakenly believe that all 7 had eloped. The forest was blanketed in snow, and any loud outcry could trigger an avalanche. Once Shen Yue voiced her concerns, the other team members chimed in. Yes, Sister Shui, our search is futile. We cannot call out, and we are bound to find nothing. Shall we return to seek the headmaster's assistance? Shui Wu, feeling the toll of her depleting soul power, began to waver. She too wished to rescue the Shui sisters, yet with their current strength, not only would they be unable to save them. Remaining in the frozen forest for an extended period was a torment in itself. They were not residents of Frozen City, nor did their martial souls possess any resistance to the cold, and their abilities were already diminished to a mere 80%, with their soul power continuously draining. At this moment, Qiu Renxue suddenly echoed, if this continues, our soul power will inevitably be diminished by this biting cold. When we encounter soul beasts, we shall surely become fish on the chopping block. As soon as her words were uttered, the expressions of the other 4 women changed dramatically, their gazes turning hostile as they fixated on her. However, before any of them could utter a single word, a deep, resonant roar pierced the air, and the next moment, A magnificent ice bear, its entire body shimmering in silvery white, crashed heavily to the ground, blocking the path of the 5 individuals. Its gaze was filled with a fierce intensity. Is this the Titan Snow Demon? Shue, you wretched harbinger of misfortune. The 5 women turned pale with fright. And among them, Chen Yue could not help but curse. Why can't you say something uplifting for once? Why is it always your ominous words that bring calamity? Xiao Renxue covered her mouth, refraining from uttering a sound. After all, during their last venture into the starry forest to hunt for spirit rings, it was her careless remark that nearly led them into peril. Thankfully, Han Shui had arrived just in time, or they might have become a meal for a soul beast. Surely, someone will come to our aid this time as well? Qian Renxue pouted, pondering this, when she received a sharp tap on the head from Xiao Wu. Stop daydreaming. We need to drive this Titan blood demon away. Otherwise, if it gathers its companions, we will truly be in grave danger. Their research revealed that Titan blood demons are semi-social soul beasts, typically appearing in pairs, but should trouble arise, multiple pairs would come to their aid. However, just as Xiao Wu finished speaking, the menacing growls began to echo from all directions once more. Xiao Wu, everyone, this is bad. We've stumbled into the lair of the Titan snow demons. The realization sent shivers down Xiao Wu's spine as she sensed the demons closing in from every side. We must break through immediately, or we will not escape if they converge upon us. The women quickly positioned themselves back to back, unleashing their martial souls and spirit rings, prepared to launch a counterattack. Yet, before Xiao Wu could issue her command, Qian Renxue's voice rang out. She scratched her head and murmured, "But, Sister Xiao, I can't shake the feeling that we might not be in much danger after all." The other 4 women were taken aback, and Xiao Wu, losing patience, lightly kicked her thigh. "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Qian Renxue mumbled in response, just as Xiao Wu was about to retort. An ethereal light, whiter than snow, suddenly streaked by at an unfathomable speed. In an instant, the heavy snow atop countless trees began to cascade down, crashing violently upon the unsuspecting Titan snow demons below, as if an ancient fortress had crumbled to dust. In that fleeting moment, the crisis was swiftly averted. Snowdance, along with the other 3 women, was taken aback. What on earth was happening? Chapter 63. Chen Yue, traversing 1,000 miles solely for the sake of a beautiful encounter. The first update. I overslept and am running out of time, so let us have an explosive update today. As they gazed upon the multitude of Titan snow demons that had collapsed, stunned, the 4 women exchanged astonished and perplexed glances at the bewildered Qian Renxue. Among them, Chen Yue seized her arm, demanding, Water, confess honestly, have you perhaps undergone some kind of awakening? Last time in the starry forest, it was your wit that extricated us from a dire situation. What about now? Qian Renxue chuckled sheepishly. Well, I would say it was merely a coincidence, believe it or not. The women were unconvinced and pressed her. Do you possess some hidden background that we are unaware of, perhaps a formidable soul master as your guardian? Qian Renxue shook her head insistently. No, I truly have no idea. Suddenly, her keen eyes caught sight of something, and she pointed excitedly. Look over there, a handsome guy? Uft, in this frigid northern forest, where could there possibly be a handsome man? Chen Yue scoffed dismissively, not even glancing back as she tugged Qian Renxue to keep her still, insisting she confess. Yet, it appeared there truly was a striking figure, as Gu Qingba exclaimed. Blushing slightly, oh my goodness. In this world, how could there exist such a remarkably handsome and dashing individual? The person they beheld was none other than Chen Yue, whose stunning beauty could indeed captivate a nation. Upon hearing her nearly infatuated words, the other 3 women were momentarily taken aback, and then, as if in perfect harmony, they turned their gazes towards him. Wow, he is extraordinarily handsome. Where on earth did this handsome figure emerge from? As infatuated admirers, Gu Qingba, Qian Renxue, and Chen Yue were left speechless, their eyes wide with awe, nearly drooling at the sight. Yet Xiao Wu maintained her composure, swiftly pulling the 3 back to reality. Stop staring, wipe your mouths, and stay alert. Shuejia, what's wrong? Chen Yue mumbled, wiping away non-existent drool. Why do I feel like Shuejia wants to keep him all to herself? Gu Qingba nodded vigorously in agreement. I think so too. Qian Renxue silently gave a 1. Xiao Wu, think logically. It's the dead of night in the frozen forest, and a handsome man appears out of nowhere. Doesn't that strike you as odd? Xiao Wu sighed in exasperation. Who knows, he might be the legendary 100,000-year soul beast. The 3 girls gasped in surprise. Seeing their expressions, Xiao Wu felt a sense of relief wash over her. However, before she could fully relax, She noticed the sparkle in their eyes. Even if you were 100,000-year soul beast, that wouldn't be entirely unacceptable. Yes, yes, they chorused. Besides, I can't believe any 100,000-year soul beast could take such a handsome form. He must be human. Enough. Shui Jie is surely downplaying the competition. She must have taken a liking to him. Xiao Wu was at her wit's end, glancing at her infatuated companions, unable to contain herself any longer. She delivered a playful smack to each of their heads. Can you all use your brains for once? We already have a marriage pact. What are you thinking? The 7 of them had already received the imperial decree stating they were to be wed to the new emperor, Shui Qinghe, with the new ruler ascending the throne. Their families had no grounds to refuse, nor did they desire to, for they understood the consequences of not aligning with the new regime. As reality dawned on the 3, their spirits dampened, and they lowered their heads in resignation. Yun Xiang's attire resembled flowers in bloom, while the spring breeze caressed the dew-laden flowers. After effortlessly dispatching the Titan snow demons, Chen Yue noticed the encircled 4 women and approached with a gentle smile. His captivating visage left them breathless, as if they had encountered a celestial being in a moonlit palace. The 3 were momentarily taken aback, glancing at Chen Yue, who appeared somewhat awkward. Goodness! Could these 3 be illiterate? He acknowledged that he was a literary plagiarist of sorts, merely rephrasing existing phrases. Yet, by the standards of this world, they should be able to grasp the meaning. Xiao Wu, possessing a touch of literary flair, felt her lips twitch. Those first 2 lines seemed decent, but they sound a bit too straightforward, don't they? It's like saying one looks as beautiful as clouds draping in garments, or flowers adorning oneself. With that thought, Xiao Wu's lips curled slightly. However, given Chen Yu's striking appearance and his previous actions, she refrained from voicing her annoyance. Had it been another man, she might have turned on her heel and walked away. Thank you for saving my life. A fleeting thought crossed her mind as she looked at Chen Yue anew, offering him a soft smile and a nod. It was nothing, merely a trifling effort. Chen Yue replied with a slight smile, curiosity piqued. But what brings you all to this forest at such a late hour? From his perception, it was clear that all 4 women were at the level of soul kings. Yet it seemed illogical for them to be wandering the frozen forest at night. It was well known that, particularly after dark, the forest was devoid of any visible life apart from the faint glimmers of snow, making it an easy target for lurking soul beasts. According to the information provided by Qian Renxue, even a Title Douluo from the Spirit Hall had vanished within the frozen forest, leaving no trace behind. As Gu Qingbo, Shen Liu and Qiu Ruoxue exchanged glances, ready to respond, Shui Wu interjected, "Apologies, we seem to have lost our way and can't leave for the time being. We'll have to make do here until dawn." She was uncertain about when Chen Yue had appeared, for one would expect a man of such extraordinary beauty to cause a stir across the continent, yet she had never heard of him before. "May I ask what brings you to the frozen forest?" Chen Yue inquired with a smile, suddenly producing a flask of wine and taking a hearty swig. The 4 women exchanged curious glances, and Xiao Wu could not help but ask, "What prompted your visit?" "I heard a saying that in the north, there exists a beauty, unparalleled and independent. I have journeyed 1,000 miles solely for a glimpse of this beauty," Chen Yue declared, raising his flask. "Here is to fine wine and beautiful maidens." At that moment, Xiao Wu's face flushed a visible crimson. Despite the frigid air, she felt her temperature soar. Is this for her? Chapter 64, Chen Yue, Snow Empress. Dare you to receive my axe? The second update. Well, upon hearing this, the other 3 women displayed expressions of astonishment as they gazed at the enchanting figure of Xiao Wu. Among them, Shen Liu was particularly filled with envy and jealousy. "Sister Xue, I am not mistaken, right? This handsome man is here for you." Nonsense. Xiao Wu had never encountered such a situation and felt a bit dizzy, even forgetting her initial intention to inquire about Chen Yu's purpose. "Why, you shouldn't say that. I already have a fiancé." Unsure of how to face Chunyu after his bold remarks, she could only use her engagement as a shield. "Please, don't say any more. Otherwise." I faced with Qianyu's cheerful gaze and the suggestive looks from the other 3 women, her ears turned crimson. I'll hit you. I'll heed the lady's words." Snow Wu stomped her foot in frustration, huffed, and turned to leave. She dared not linger with Chunyu any longer. Staying would surely lead her to lose control of herself. Alas, how could he be so handsome and so straightforward? It is all due to this cursed engagement. Seeing Snow Wu flee in disarray, the other 3 hurriedly followed. "Sister Xue, wait for us." "Farewell, handsome." Qiu Ruoxue paused, glanced back, her charming face flushed, and softly called out before sprinting away, swiftly overtaking Chen Yue and Gu Qingbo, who had run ahead. Chen Yue, Gu Qingbo, is this really necessary? The two exchanged glances and hastily accelerated to catch up. This seemed a bit excessive, didn't it? Chunyu touched his exquisite face and shook his head. Well, it's not surprising. Half of Love Continent consists of beauty enthusiasts. With a shrug, he watched the three figures depart until he confirmed they had left the frozen forest before heading in a specific direction. He had not merely been a straightforward suitor, but had also been using his spiritual sense to perceive his surroundings. Now, he had pinpointed the locations of Shui Bing'er and Shui Yue. However, these two girls truly were a handful. It appeared they had ventured deep into the heart of the frozen forest. Chen Yue mused to himself, relieved that Qian Jun and the others had not come. Otherwise, they might have been left behind. The core area of the frozen forest housed the three great northern kings, the Ice Queen, Snow Empress, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion, Ice Emperor, and the Titan Ice Demon King, Atai. Based on the current timeline, Chunyu estimated that the Snow Empress had not reached 70,000 years of cultivation, the Ice Emperor less than 40,000 years, and Atai no more than 20,000 years. During the Douai era, a soul beast of 10,000 years could contend with a Super Douluo. Even if Guangling and Qianjun came together, they would likely face a humiliating defeat. In the extreme north, even Di Tian might not gain any advantage, after all. This was their territory. Rescuing someone from their grasp would indeed be challenging. As Chen Yue pondered this, he felt no fear. Rather, he contemplated how to rescue Shui Bing'er and her sister unharmed from the clutches of these three northern kings. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, and a smile graced his face. He raised his head and projected his voice, amplified by his soul power, throughout the frozen forest. Is the Snow Empress present? Dare you to receive my axe? Chapter 65, Shui Bing'er, Shui Yue. The third update. The sound, bolstered by soul power, was deafening. It caused countless layers of accumulated snow in the frozen forest to tremble and cascade down. What is that sound? Outside the core area of the frozen forest, the sisters Shui Bing'er and Shui Yue, who were evading soul beasts, were momentarily stunned by the sudden noise. The soul beasts that had been relentlessly pursuing them halted in their tracks, as though sensing some great terror, and turned to flee. In the next moment, an avalanche of snow fell vertically from the trees, swiftly burying the bewildered sisters beneath its weight. Shui Bing'er? Shui Yue? The sisters, looking utterly bewildered, were about to clear the snow from their bodies. However, before they could act on their thoughts, the ground suddenly reverberated with footsteps akin to an earthquake. Sister, it's the Titan Ice Demons. Shui Yue's complexion drained of color. I remember reading about them. These groups of Titan Ice Demons are likely their royal kin. Upon hearing this, Shui Bing'er's expression also turned pale. Sister, they can't possibly be coming for us. Right? Shui Bing'er bit her pale lip and comforted her sister, holding her close. After a long pause, she whispered, it should be fine. In this thick snow, they shouldn't be able to find us. During this period, the thunderous footsteps outside did not cease even for a moment. Instead, they grew increasingly intense, clearly indicating the mobilization of countless Titan snow demons. At this very moment, the snow that blanketed the ground above them also began to cascade down under the tremors of the footsteps, revealing Shui Bing'er's eyes. She beheld a flurry of white figures, frantically converging towards a singular direction. Sister, it seems they have not noticed us? Shui Yue leaned in, her eyes fixated on the departing Titan snow demons, whispering softly. Shui Bing'er's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily covered Shui Yue's mouth, fearful that the latter's previous utterance might draw attention. However, after a quick scan of their surroundings, she realized that the Titan snow demons were utterly oblivious to their presence, storming off in a furious direction. Sister, this frozen forest is exceedingly perilous. Should we not flee? Shui Yue recoiled slightly. Having exhausted a considerable amount of her soul power during their journey, if they lingered here any longer and caught the attention of the Titan snow demons, it would be dire. Do not speak. Shui Bing'er's expression changed once more as she pressed her hand firmly against Shui Yue's mouth. Though Shui Yue attempted to resist, she immediately froze in place upon witnessing a sight that made her heart race. A swarm of crystalline scorpions, emanating an aura of frost, followed closely behind the Titan snow demons, charging towards a specific destination in a furious manner. The Ice Emperor Scorpion. Shui Yue instantly recognized the species of the soul beast, and thus, she dared not utter a sound, not even a breath. The two sisters huddled in the snow, trembling with fear and paralyzed with trepidation. At that moment, The first of the Titan snow demons had already rushed forward, locating Chen Yue, and surrounded him. Human, how dare you insult my king? Stop right there. Insult my king? You seek death? These words echoed with a furious roar. Suddenly, a colossal shadow, entirely encased in ice crystals and resembling a mountain, descended from the heavens with a thunderous crash, landing heavily before Chen Yue. Its icy blue eyes widened as it fixed a menacing gaze upon him, exuding an aura of lethal intent. It was the Titan Snow Demon King. Human, if you fail to provide this king with an explanation today, I shall immediately rend you asunder. The Titan Snow Demon King's gaze was frigid, shared by the other Titan Snow Demons, all of whom stared at Chunyu with chilling intensity. In the entirety of the northern forest, the Snow Emperor was indisputably the sovereign. Akin to the position of the Emperor in the starry Great Forest, no one dared to provoke or transgress against him. Yet, Chen Yu's audacious actions felt akin to defecating atop their heads. Were it not for the aura surrounding Chen Yue that instilled a sense of trepidation in the Titan Snow Demon King, he might have already swung his fist, larger than Chen Yu's, directly at him. It is worth noting that an average adult Titan Snow Demon stood at a towering 50 meters, while the Titan Snow Demon King, with over 200,000 years of existence, loomed even larger, resembling a mountain in stature. Hold on a moment. However, as the multitude of Titan Snow Demons fixated on Chen Yue, he wore an expression of peculiar amusement. He looked up at the Titan Snow Demon King and pointed beneath him. It seems you are sitting on one of your kin, don't you think? The Titan Snow Demon King, along with the other Titan Snow Demons, were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected interruption, their gazes collectively shifting to the ground beneath the Titan Snow Demon King's feet. The Titan Snow Demon King, equally astonished, took a step back and looked down, where he found a severely injured Titan Snow Demon gazing up at him with a mournful expression. It appears that my entrance has somewhat limited my field of vision. He cleared his throat and gestured for two of his kin to assist the unfortunate creature in retreating for healing, before redirecting his attention back to Chen Yue. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Yue interjected, "Summon the Snow Emperor. Let him receive my axe, and I shall depart immediately." He had already locked onto the auras of the twin sisters, Shui Binger and Shui Yue. Now, he merely needed to divert the attention of these soul beasts to facilitate their escape. Naturally, it would be even better if the sisters were astute enough to flee while the soul beasts were distracted by him. As for any regrets about confronting the three great kings of the extreme north, Chen Yue was now insatiably yearning for a million-year soul. After all, isn't 8 gold and 1 red more exquisite than 9 reds? You dare. Witnessing Chen Yu's audacious provocation of the Snow Emperor's authority, the Titan Snow Demon King could no longer contain his wrath. He let out a furious roar and, without hesitation, swung his fist, as large as a cauldron, towards him. I merely sought to engage the Snow Emperor in a friendly exchange to discuss life and ideals. Why must you all be so thoughtless? Chen Yue sighed deeply. Opting not to waste words, he raised his right hand, and the ethereal form of the celestial god tower emerged from his palm, almost instantaneously magnifying and standing before him. Bang! The Titan Snow Demon King's massive fist collided violently with the celestial god tower. In the next instant, the Titan Snow Demon King's form, akin to a mountain, was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a meteor, crashing to the ground with a force magnified tenfold from his initial charge. The Shui Binger sisters, who had just peeked out to witness the commotion, were left bewildered. What on earth just happened? Chapter 67. The Snow Emperor emerges, a stunning beauty. Is there anyone still watching after the explosion? Please cast a vote or leave a comment. Sis, just now, did the earth tremble as if a dragon had turned? Shui Yue looked around in confusion, noticing countless trees shattered and overwhelmed by some unseen force. Silence. Shui Binger quickly covered her sister's mouth. Although Shui Yue had not seen the event unfold, she had indeed witnessed a soul beast of mountain-like proportions emerge. If she were not mistaken, it must be the legendary Titan Snow Demon King, a soul beast of 100,000 years. But now, where has the 100,000-year spirit beast gone? Has it retreated? Yet, why do these Titan Snow Demons exhibit such bewildered expressions? Thus, it appears that the human who resonated with soul power throughout the frozen forest has indeed driven this ancient spirit beast away. Humans, you seek your own demise. The Titan Snow Demon King, filled with rage, rose to its feet. With a powerful leap, its eyes seemed to blaze with fire. It never anticipated that it would be forcefully repelled by a mere human, in front of so many of its kin, using an unknown method. If he fails to restore his dignity, How could he possibly claim the title of king among the Titan snow demons? 8. Cease at once. Yet, the moment he stirred, the tempestuous blizzard erupted with ferocity, causing even the towering trees to tremble, jolting him into clarity. The king, the Water Ice Sisters, quick to respond and positioned at a safe distance, clung tightly to the immense tree, for otherwise, this violent storm would have surely swept them away. Nevertheless, they struggled in vain, awaiting the inevitable depletion of their soul power, which would undoubtedly lead to their demise. In that moment, however, neither the multitude of Titan snow demons nor the approaching ice blue Emperor Scorpion paid them any heed, their expressions illuminated with delight as they gazed skyward. The king, unfazed by the blizzard's wrath, Chunyu also lifted his gaze, gasping in astonishment. Her beauty was indeed worthy of the title Snow Empress. First, he beheld her cascading, pristine white hair, reminiscent of willow fluff, flowing from her head down to her feet. Next, he was captivated by her ethereal, cerulean eyes, imbued with a sense of ancient wisdom that seemed capable of perceiving all that exists, yet within them lay an icy detachment, as if she were untouched by the world's affairs. Further down, she donned a flawlessly draped white garment that radiated an unparalleled purity, exuding an essence of unparalleled grace. She stood resolute, akin to a winter plum blossom, extraordinary and defiant against the frost. The arrival of the Snow Empress seemed to invigorate the blizzard enveloping the frozen forest, as if it rejoiced in welcoming its sovereign, its master. The frozen forest is a realm forbidden to mankind. Given your formidable prowess, depart swiftly. Chunyu's eyes sparkled with intensity as he licked his lips and smiled faintly. Just moments ago, he had considered allowing her to withstand a single strike. But now his thoughts had transformed. The Snow Empress's cold gaze sharpened. She sensed a shift in Chunyu's demeanor. In the next instant, Chunyu raised his right hand, unleashing his martial spirit. In that fleeting moment, all eyes were drawn to the resplendent 4 soul rings, 1 red and 3 gold, radiating from him. Even the proud and aloof Snow Empress could not help but widen her beautiful eyes in disbelief as she gazed upon the 3 golden soul rings that instilled a sense of trepidation within her. Golden soul rings? How is that possible? Have you slain a divine beast? As Chunyu unleashed his martial spirit, the tempest of snow was thoroughly subdued, allowing the Water Ice Sisters to finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, before they could fully exhale, they were confronted with this unprecedented configuration of soul rings. In an instant, the sisters were rendered speechless, their mouths agape as if they could accommodate 10 sausages. The red ring, his first soul ring, was a staggering 100,000 years old. How could this be? Shui Binger was astounded, feeling her mind falter, utterly overwhelmed by the revelation. In this world, how can there be such an absurd configuration of soul rings? How is it possible for you to possess a golden soul ring? The terrifying energy fluctuations unleashed by a red and 3 golden soul rings left the numerous Titan Snow Demon royal family and the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion royal family trembling in fear. Even the Ice Emperor could no longer contain herself, revealing her hidden form. At this moment, the Ice Emperor's exquisite and delicate face was filled with shock. This was impossible. In her astonishment, she exchanged glances with the Snow Emperor, and in their eyes lay horror and disbelief. As powerful as they were, they knew that a soul ring from a 100,000-year-old beast was red, and those from creatures older than that, but less than 1,000,000 years, were orange golden. However, a truly golden soul ring, like Chen Yue's, exuding such terrifying pressure, could only be obtained by slaying a genuine 1,000,000-year-old demon god. Upon this realization, the Snow Emperor's heart trembled. Could it be that one capable of slaying a demon god was a successor of the divine? Yet, throughout the years on Douluo continent, she had encountered successors of the divine before. Decades ago, she had seen a half-god, brimming with bloodlust, traverse the frozen forest, but she had refrained from revealing herself, as she was then recovering from the injuries sustained during a 600,000-year tribulation. Similarly, 2,000 years prior, she had sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the ocean, belonging to Poseidon. However, the handsome and elegant man before her did not exude a similar presence. How could it be possible for him to possess such a soul ring? After a substantial pause, the Snow Emperor finally inhaled deeply, suppressing her trembling heart, feeling a dryness in her throat. 3 soul rings? To obtain a demon god's soul ring, she believed it required at least a deity. If this was the 10th soul ring of a god, then she could understand. But the fact that the 2nd and 4th soul rings were all golden and 1,000,000 years old was simply inconceivable. Curious? Chen Yue smiled slightly, revealing a playful expression. The Snow Emperor, Ice Emperor, and Atai nodded instinctively. Defeat me, or accompany me. Initially, Chen Yue had no intention of dealing with the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor. He merely wished to take the sisters, Shui Binger and Shui Yue, with him. However, upon seeing the Snow Emperor, he abruptly changed his mind. Was it not a touch cruel to leave such a beauty in the icy, desolate expanse of the northern forest, enduring the solitude and the falling snow? Chen Yue admitted he was an ordinary man. Thus, upon the sight of the Snow Emperor, he undeniably felt an instant attraction. To leave the Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor in this frigid forest, waiting for Tang Jia's divine dog, Hui Yuhao, to come and take advantage of them? Chen Yue declared that even if he were to lose his senses, he could never commit such an act. Chapter 68. Shui Yue's sister. You want to have a second update. A second update. This chapter should be substantial enough, right? Previously, some claimed I had too few chapters. And now they say I have many chapters but little content. It's so difficult for me. Impossible. Before the Snow Emperor could speak, the Ice Emperor had already angrily shaken her head, proclaiming that humans and soul beasts could never coexist peacefully. How could they possibly accompany him? Did he intend to take them away only to seize their soul rings and bones? Were these million-year golden rings acquired in such a manner? As soon as the words escaped her lips, the Ice Empress's gaze shifted. Meanwhile, Atai scratched his head, somewhat bewildered, pondering whether such a million-year-old monster could indeed be domesticated by humans. Chuckling softly, Chen Yue found her remark amusing. Are you joking? Just look at you. With your cultivation barely reaching 400,000 years, how long would it take to nurture a million-year-old monster? 10,000 years? 20,000? Even the most extraordinary human soul Douluo lives at most 200 or 300 years. Would they really take you away to raise you? The Ice Empress, realizing the folly of her assertion, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she cleared her throat. Then, her expression hardened. It is impossible for me to accompany you. I admire your courage in defying authority. Chen Yue, unperturbed, understood that as one of the two sovereigns of the extreme north, it was unrealistic to expect her to follow him merely due to his golden ring. Thus, he resolved to teach this proud young lady a lesson. I hope you still possess your courage afterward. With that, Chen Yue ceased his banter. As he raised his hand, the King's divine tower rapidly expanded before the naked eye, crashing down toward the Ice Empress like an oncoming Mount Everest. Bring it on. The Ice Empress refused to back down. With a cold huff, she summoned her Ice Emperor's protection. In an instant, her body was enveloped in a layer of incredibly tough ice crystal armor. The next moment, a chilling wind erupted from her, creating a realm of eternal frost. The frigid breeze radiated outward, visibly freezing everything in its path, even the advancing King's divine tower, which transformed into a glistening ice sculpture in the wake of this icy gale. Chen Yue himself was rendered completely immobilized by the biting cold. Is that all you've got? Seeing this, the Ice Empress sneered as her palm became adorned with a layer of diamond-like particles, charging toward Chen Yue with the ferocity of an icy claw. Crack! The moment she moved, the frozen King's divine tower suddenly emitted a crisp sound, the solidified ice shattering like a mirage, causing the massive tower to collide side-on with the Ice Empress. Watch out. Atai's expression changed dramatically as he charged forward, attempting to use his mountainous form to ram into the tower. However, upon impact, he was met with an unyielding rebounding force from the tower, sending the beast hurtling backward, crashing into the forest for hundreds of meters. With a violent spurt of blood and a tilt of his head, he fainted, collapsing like a landslide. His fall, however, terrified the Water Ice Sisters, who narrowly avoided him, causing them to clasp their legs in fear. They stared in disbelief at the Titan Snow Demon Atai, rendered unconscious on the ground, their minds buzzing in utter confusion. Did this soul spirit really just send the towering Titan Snow Demon King, standing hundreds of meters high, flying away? Shui Binger gazed in astonishment at the scene. Even as it fell, it was roughly 5 times her height, causing her to instinctively draw her legs together, feeling a wave of weakness and chill. Sister, you wouldn't be wet, would you? Shui Binger exclaimed, her expression bewildered as she turned to her dear sister. Shui Yue, what did you say? Nothing. Nothing at all. Shui Yue plopped down onto the snow, her cheeks slightly flushed. I meant, sister. You are so beautiful, and that person is so handsome. Shui Binger looked perplexed. Really? It feels like you weren't saying that at first. The two sisters were left utterly stunned, while the Titan Snow Demons and Ice Emperor Scorpions were equally terrified, hastily fleeing to avoid being crushed. At this moment, the Ice Emperor, having initiated an attack, found it too late to withdraw. She could only hasten the release of her soul power, propelling herself toward Chen Yue with increased speed. However, in the next instant, the Heavenly King Divine Tower accelerated unexpectedly, colliding with her just as her attack was about to land on Chunyu. With a resounding crash, the Ice Emperor, now in her human form, felt all her defenses and attacks shatter like glass, letting out a piercing scream as she was sent flying. In midair, she could no longer sustain herself, reverting to her original form and crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. The sisters gasped in unison, their hearts racing at the sight of the fallen Ice Emperor beside them. Feeling an icy dread wash over them, the man before them, without even utilizing his soul rings, had effortlessly dispatched both the Ice Emperor and the Titan. What do you intend to do? The Snow Empress's expression shifted, her gaze fixed on Chen Yue with a serious intensity. Though he had displayed a strength she greatly feared, she was not one to yield easily. If worst came to worst, she would fight to the end. As the foremost of the three kings of the far north and the embodiment of ice and snow, she felt confident in her domain. Even if the unrivaled Douluo were to arrive, she believed she could perish alongside them. Amidst the northern beauty, unparalleled and enchanting, Chen Yue offered no response to her inquiry but fixed his ardent gaze upon her, a smile gracing his lips. With hair like snow and a form akin to jade, he truly embodied the essence of poetic beauty. Alarmed, the Snow Empress sensed an almost magical allure in Chen Yu's smile, causing her face to flush unexpectedly. This was not mere infatuation, it was a natural physiological response. Though she appeared human, her soul retained the essence of a soul beast, creating a unique blend of human form and instinct. It was no wonder she experienced such reactions. Could this human possibly wield some form of mental illusion? She felt as though something had stirred within her, triggering sensations she had never encountered in her many years. Yet, just as she sought to dispel these sensations and prepare for battle, Chen Yu's next words left her utterly stunned. Snow Empress, come with me. As a condition, I can help you transcend your 700,000, your tribulation. This utterance left the Snow Empress utterly stunned. She gazed at Chen Yue before her in disbelief. What did you say? A tribulation lasting 700,000 years. This individual, astonishingly, intends to assist her in overcoming the impending tribulation. It is crucial to note that the Snow Empress currently possesses an extraordinary cultivation level of 999 years. To put it bluntly, should she desire it, she could effortlessly ascend to the monumental threshold of 700,000 years and subsequently confront this cataclysm. Yet, despite preparing for several millennia, she harbors no confidence in her ability to transcend the formidable tribulation of 700,000 years. The injuries sustained from the previous tribulation of 600,000 years took an immeasurable span of time for her to recover from, and now she finds herself devoid of faith and facing the impending challenge of 700,000 years. Thus, she has remained secluded in the heart of the frozen forest, succumbing to slumber, with the sole aim of stalling her natural progression. As the Ice Queen, she is a being nurtured by the extreme northern realm. Merely by residing within this frozen sanctuary, her cultivation would naturally flourish. Consequently, she had ventured beyond the frozen forest to the starry forest in an attempt to delay her growth. However, there, she encountered the beast god, Tian, who repelled her and strictly forbade her from entering the starry forest. In desperation, she sought refuge upon the sea, only to be thwarted once again by the deep-sea demon whale king. Ultimately, she was left with no choice but to retreat to her frigid homeland, resorting to slumber as a means to resist her natural advancement. But now, boom, just as the Snow Empress was about to speak, a thunderous roar erupted from the pitch-black sky, startling the entire frozen forest and sending its creatures fleeing in terror. The tribulation of 700,000 years has arrived. The Snow Empress's expression shifted dramatically. It had been some time since she was awakened by Chunyu's resonant call, a duration sufficient to allow her natural growth to successfully bridge the minuscule gap and elevate her to the cultivation level of 700,000 years. Thus, as the tribulation looms closer, its terrifying might has sent the soul beast of the frozen forest into a frenzy, causing the previously retreated ice blue emperor scorpions and titan snow demons to hastily burrow into the ground. It is no wonder they react this way. It is instinctual for survival. The Snow Empress cast a grave glance at the impending heavenly tribulation above, a chill running through her heart, suppressing the creeping dread within. She turned her gaze back to Chunyu and said in a somber tone, "You may take those two humans away now, but they must not enter the extreme north forest again." She sensed that if she were to perish under this heavenly tribulation, no one would be able to stop Chunyu from wreaking havoc throughout the forest, prompting her urgency to expel him. I have said that I can assist you in overcoming this calamity. Chen Yue replied with a grin. All you need to do is follow me through this trial. He added, of course, you need not accompany me immediately. Spend a year with me, and after 10 years, if you wish to depart, I will grant you your freedom. The Snow Empress stood frozen in shock. At that moment, the power of the heavenly tribulation had fully coalesced, manifesting as a bolt of lightning as thick as 10 adults embracing one another, descending with ferocious intent towards the unsuspecting Snow Empress. Be careful. Chapter 70. This is the third update. As the heavenly tribulation brewed, the unconscious Ice Emperor and Atai were jolted awake by the overwhelming pressure. However, upon realizing the dire situation, they saw the heavenly tribulation looming ominously over the Snow Empress. They wished to intervene, but it was too late. Boom. Almost as soon as their words fell, the first wave of the heavenly tribulation struck the Snow Empress with a resounding crash. Caught off guard. Despite her inherent defenses granted by the frozen forest, she fell to the ground like a meteor, heavily impacted. The place where she landed saw countless trees shatter and ignite into flames, but soon, the relentless snowfall extinguished the fire. Coughing, the Snow Empress appeared exceedingly disheveled. Having sustained severe injuries from the first wave of the heavenly tribulation without any preparation, she suddenly lifted her head, casting a cold glare at Chen Yue. At that moment, her body was adorned with an armor of frost, a defensive measure to withstand the impending second wave of tribulation. My apologies for becoming engrossed in conversation. Chen Yue smiled slightly. Almost as soon as he spoke, before the Snow Empress could react, he tossed his right hand. The Heavenly King's tower surged forth from his palm, its speed reminiscent of a shooting star. By the time the Ice Emperor and Atai reacted, they were far too slow to assist. The Heavenly King's tower had already reached above the Snow Empress's head. You shall not. While the Ice Emperor and Atai lacked the speed to intervene, the Snow Empress, ever vigilant, sensed the immense defensive power emanating from the Heavenly King's tower. If enveloped by it, she would undoubtedly be sealed within. Indeed, the method Chen Yue intended to use to aid her in transcending the tribulation was to enshroud her within the Heavenly King's tower. This is not akin to the previously experienced dimensional space of the Silver Dance, but rather a simple manifestation of the martial spirit enveloping her. Thus, the heavenly tribulation can still perceive the aura of the Snow Empress, leading to its targeted descent. With the formidable defenses of the Divine Tower of Kings, even a mere 700,000-year heavenly tribulation, let alone a million-year demon god tribulation, cannot hope to obliterate this divine edifice. Although Chunyu is currently unable to unleash the true power of the Divine Tower of Kings in the Douluo continent, aside from the supreme powers such as the resurrection of the dragon god, none can hope to shatter his martial spirit. Yet, the Snow Empress was oblivious to these matters. She only understood that if she were truly enveloped, given her current condition, it would be utterly impossible for her to break free. Thus, the moment her words fell, she let out a low cry, Imperial Palm, great cold, no snow. In that fleeting moment, a surge of soul power coalesced within the palm, emanating a chilling aura that pierced through the very essence of warmth. Suddenly, it struck fiercely towards the towering Heavenly King Tower above. Simultaneously, in the heavens, the second wave of celestial tribulation began to brew, roaring downwards in a relentless assault upon the Snow Empress beneath the Heavenly King Tower. Boom! The second wave of tribulation was unleashed by the fiery attack of the Snow Empress. However, it arrived with unexpected swiftness, breaking through the air above her head and crashing onto the Heavenly King Tower. In an instant, the colossal tower appeared to transform into a lightning rod, brimming with countless arcs of electricity. The formidable force of the unleashed thunderbolts effectively halted the imminent attack of the Snow Empress, leaving her momentarily stunned. She sensed that if she were to strike with her palm, she would undoubtedly be struck by the power of the tribulation, and in her current state, the odds of survival seemed grim. HM? Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, the Snow Empress narrowed her eyes in surprise, gazing up at the ominous Heavenly King Tower. Could it truly withstand the force of the tribulation? Initially, she had dismissed Chen Yue's claims as mere pretexts for capturing her. But the sight of the tower remaining unscathed after intercepting her second wave of tribulation left her utterly astonished. Boom! Just as the Snow Empress was lost in thought, the third wave of tribulation descended from the thunderous clouds above, striking down at furious wrath. The thundercloud seemed to sense that a martial spirit was daringly challenging its might, and in an instant it became furiously agitated. The power of this third wave of heavenly tribulation astonishingly equaled the combined force of all the tribulations faced by the Snow Empress over the past 600,000 years. A sense of dread enveloped the Snow Empress. She was utterly alarmed and knew she could not evade the onslaught. for the heavenly tribulation had locked on to her essence, leaving her with no avenue of escape. Under the immense pressure of this formidable tribulation, if she did not seek refuge within the celestial king's tower, the residual waves would likely render her in a state of near demise. In that event, she would be akin to a fish on a chopping board, vulnerable and at the mercy of others. Human, I shall place my trust in you this once. After casting a profound glance at the distant Chen Yue, the Snow Empress felt a tremor within her heart, ultimately transforming that uncertainty into resolve. Just as she decided to evade, her form morphed into a fleeting silhouette of snow, vanishing into the celestial king's tower. Boom. At that very moment, the third wave of heavenly tribulation, embodying the combined might of 600,000 years of ferocious beast tribulations, thunderously descended. At this moment, every soul beast within the frozen forest felt an electrifying jolt, accompanied by a subtle sensation of numbness coursing through their bodies. Even the Ice Emperor experienced an inexplicable shudder, as if a terror emanating from the depths of her soul had seized her. With great difficulty, she swallowed hard, her gaze fixated on the shadow of the Snow Empress vanishing into the tower of the Divine King. Gritting her teeth, she silently retreated. Having endured the tribulations of heavenly calamity herself, she understood the overwhelming power of the residual waves with her current cultivation. A careless encounter with these remnants could spell her doom in an instant. As for Atai, he had been flung away by the residual force long before the second wave of tribulation arrived, his cultivation barely reaching 200,000, and now lay unconscious in an unknown corner. Naturally, Chen Yue could not stand idly by while the two sisters, Shui Binger and her sibling, faced peril. As the second wave of tribulation approached, he enveloped them with his soul power, using the residual energy to safely transport them out of the frozen forest, leaving them unscathed. However, the tremors in their hearts were beyond the reach of Chen Yue's intervention at this moment. With a resounding crack, as the third wave of tribulation descended, the fourth wave began to coalesce. A total of 4 waves of lightning from the tribulation struck the tower of the Divine King in rapid succession. From a distance, the Ice Emperor watched in trepidation, particularly as the formidable tribulation slammed into the tower, the resulting shockwaves causing the ice and snow within a radius of several dozen miles to melt away, while the nearby forest ignited in fierce flames. She should be all right. Shuntishi? The Ice Emperor murmured. In the next instant, the seventh bolt of heavenly calamity thundered forth. This marks the 4th update. Might I request a more enthusiastic response for this update? If there are many responses, I shall continue. If not, I shall refrain. It is merely a regular update. As he remembers, Chen Yue informed him that heat and the poison known as the Snow-White Swan's Kiss in the City of Slaughter is, to a certain extent, an incurable poison. However, nothing is absolute. There are ways to counteract the poison. Tang San's blood, refined by the celestial herb, has granted him an immunity to all toxins. Thus, if I wish to neutralize the poison, I simply need to consume the blood of the one who poisoned me, and the antidote will be perfected. With this thought in mind, the King of Slaughter made his resolution. He would capture Tang San alive, drain his blood, and thereby save his city of slaughter. Yet, as he moved, he furrowed his brow. A swarm of oblivious little mice had arrived. It was the Title Douluo from the Star-Crowned sect. Once more, he had been restrained from taking action against Tang San, partly due to the affliction of the Snow-White Swan's Kiss, which tormented him with an insatiable thirst for blood, and partly because of the incessant arrivals from the Star-Crowned sect. Naturally, Chen Yue paid no heed to these matters. The 7th wave of heavenly tribulation approached swiftly, and just as swiftly it departed, striking the tower of the God King without inflicting any damage. On the contrary, the power of the tribulation began to refine Chen Yue's martial soul. Even the Snow Empress, sheltered by the tower of the God King, felt waves of pure energy coursing into her being. At this moment, her cultivation officially broke through to 700,000 years. This individual's martial soul is quite peculiar. The Snow Empress mused with a mix of intrigue and uncertainty. This method of seeking refuge during tribulation was not unfamiliar to her. However, each time she faced the perfect tribulation force, her own limitations rendered her incapable of fully harnessing its power, resulting in certain deficiencies in her cultivation. These deficiencies necessitated extensive periods of self-replenishment. In simpler terms, every tribulation faced by a ferocious beast required a portion of tribulation energy to transcend the constraints of their cultivation. Akin to how a soul master must absorb soul rings to advance to the next stage of training. Insufficient absorption of tribulation energy would lead to inadequacies in strength, making subsequent cultivation even more arduous. The Snow Empress recalled encountering such difficulties when she broke through the 300,000-year cultivation barrier, which required her to invest several times the usual effort to remedy the shortcomings caused by the lack of tribulation energy. Yet now, she truly sensed that her cultivation was devoid of any deficiencies, as if the tribulation had struck her, providing her with energy. This must be the characteristic of this individual's martial soul, she mused. It was no wonder he claimed to have the confidence to help her endure a 700,000-year tribulation. As this thought flickered through her mind, she prepared to express her gratitude to Chunyu, for he had indeed shown her kindness. To disregard him would be rather inappropriate. Despite her innate aloofness, she was not devoid of loyalty or compassion. However, just as she was about to step out, a sudden frown marred her brow. She sensed a disquieting presence beyond the Heavenly King Tower. Could it be from the divine realm? It was not only the Snow Empress who felt this. After the dissipating tribulation, even Chen Yue perceived it, and he sensed it even sooner than she did. The seventh wave of tribulation had left ominous thunderclouds in its wake, which, contrary to expectation, morphed into a swirling vortex, from which emanated a palpable, chilling aura. Chen Yue's brow furrowed deeply as he gazed at the vortex, from which emerged a formidable figure, towering at 3 meters, exuding an overwhelming and slightly domineering presence. Dare you allow a ferocious beast to face tribulation? The figure, cloaked in a potent aura and shrouded in purple light, cast a disdainful glance at Chen Yue. As the words left his lips, streaks of violet lightning surged forth, darting toward Chen Yue like a serpent. Divine power? In an instant, Chen Yue recognized that the force exuding from this entity was fundamentally different from soul power. His brow furrowed slightly. Raising his left hand, he wielded his axe and swiftly cleaved the oncoming lightning. A deity from the divine realm? He seemed to possess some knowledge. The figure scoffed coldly. To allow a ferocious beast to face tribulation is a heinous crime. I, the god of ferocious tribulation, represent the divine realm and shall uphold justice by bringing you to judgment. Chen Yue sneered. Justice, represented by you? He sensed that while this deity possessed formidable energy, it lacked any suffocating pressure. Judging by his estimation, this being was likely a third-tier deity or a lesser divine officer. Certainly not a second-tier deity or a first-tier supreme god. Observing the destructive aura of the lightning power surrounding the god of ferocious tribulation, Chen Yue suspected this individual was a subordinate of the god of destruction. The god of ferocious tribulation detected Chen Yue's disdain and scoffed, not engaging in further banter. With a wave of his hand, countless currents transformed into grotesque serpentine heads, lunging at Chen Yue. These ethereal serpents were imbued with terrifying divine power. Should they strike, Chen Yue would likely be torn to shreds, leaving no trace behind. Yet, what of the deities? Today, he would slay a god for sport. Chen Yue considered himself far from a benevolent soul. Since the other party sought his demise, he saw no need for courtesy. With a flash of his hand, 9 soul rings, 8 black and 1 red, materialized. For such an adversary, he would not wield the impenetrable Heavenly King Tower, but would instead employ the offensively lethal Pangu axe. Previously, he refrained from using this martial soul against the Snow Empress purely out of a desire to avoid harming her and merely to illustrate the disparity between them. But now, against this god of ferocious tribulation intent on his life, Chen Yue felt no obligation to hold back. What martial soul is this? As the Pangu axe emerged, the god of ferocious tribulation felt an overwhelming aura of creation wash over him. As he looked up, the countless spiritual serpents were obliterated by this force, and he frowned, his expression betraying a hint of surprise. 7th soul skill, martial soul incarnation. Chen Yue had no time for idle conversation. After 2 cycles of confinement, he had not learned any combat techniques. Thus, he opted for a straightforward approach, aiming for a single, decisive strike. At the moment his martial soul was unleashed, the 7th black soul ring gleamed, and in an instant, he vanished, the pitch-black Pangu axe beginning to expand infinitely. At this moment, the god of catastrophe was struck with an overwhelming sense of impending doom, a suffocating aura of death enveloping him. What? Chapter 73, The Ice Emperor. I had merely stepped away for a moment, and that human has managed to abscond with my Snow Emperor? In an instant, the sense of death gripped him, causing the god of catastrophe to gasp in horror. He quickly raised his hand, conjuring a series of lightning barriers to shield himself, a testament to his divine prowess. However, this defense was as futile as a grasshopper attempting to stop a chariot under the formidable presence of the Pangu axe. In mere moments, it shattered with a resounding crack. What? The god of catastrophe was alarmed, and in a moment of desperation, he sought to flee back to the divine realm. Yet, it was too late. The colossal Pangu axe glided past him like a fleeting shadow, and in that fleeting instant, the god of catastrophe found his form frozen in time. In the next moment, his body split asunder from the head down, crashing heavily to the ground, dissipating into wisps of starlight that faded into the air. As the axe descended, Chunyu emerged. Drenched in sweat and pallid in complexion. Gasping for breath, he glanced at his left hand. This was merely a projection of the Pangu axe. And even this manifestation had consumed 97% of his soul power. If it were to evolve into the true form of the Pangu axe, a single use of its first soul skill might completely drain him. Previously, during the battle against the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape in the Star Dou Forest, Chen Yue had realized that the soul power required for his soul rings could not be accurately measured by the records of other soul masters. Since awakening his martial soul into the projection of the Pangu axe, he had solely utilized his fourth soul skill, which consumed the least energy, taking only 1/10 of his soul power. In contrast, the sixth soul skill, which had cleaved the titan giant ape in two, had drained 1/3 of his soul power. Yet, when compared to the true form of his martial soul, these soul skills paled in significance. It was evident that the true form of the Pangu axe must achieve a one-hit kill, otherwise, he would be forced to retreat into the confines of the divine tower for safety. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chunyu sank to the ground, indifferent to the thin layer of snow accumulating beneath him. He felt as though he had just completed a grueling 2,000-meter race followed by a climb from the 1st to the 7th floor. The Snow Emperor was now within his grasp, and the 7 members of the Heavenly Water Battle team had also been secured. It was time to withdraw. After a brief respite, he surveyed his surroundings, hesitating no longer. With a thunderous step, he vanished from sight in a flurry of movement. Thanks to his recovery as a Title Douluo, Chen Yue felt a slight restoration within him, though it was still below 70%. Should another deity descend from the divine realm, he would lack the strength to continue fighting, and trouble would surely ensue. However, the loss of a deity would not be taken lightly by the divine realm. It was inevitable that they would send another divine being to investigate the situation. As he flickered through the air, Chen Yue recognized his current combat capabilities. With his present soul power, he could only invoke the true form of his martial soul once. And the 8th and 9th soul skills would require even more energy, potentially draining him entirely. Now, the 7th soul skill had proven effective against the god of catastrophe, who might be classified as a 3rd-level deity or priest. If his soul power were to increase, he might face a 2nd-level peak deity directly when employing the 8th and 9th soul skills. Were he to possess the strength to confront a 1st-level deity, Chunyu would not hesitate to seek out Gu Yuna in the Star Dou Forest for a profound discussion on life and ideals. Alas, his soul power was limited, preventing him from utilizing the 8th and 9th soul skills. Moreover, he had an inkling that the 8th and 9th soul skills could not be assessed based solely on the age of the soul rings. Since Chunyu's martial soul had fully awakened into the projection of the Pangu axe, all his soul skills had undergone a transformative change, including the soul power required for their use. Thus, in general circumstances, he preferred to wield the great axe directly rather than employ soul skills, as they were too draining. Without soul power, he doubted he could even lift the Pangu axe. Despite its seemingly compact size, he felt its weight rivaled that of the trident on Sea God Island. One swing could likely send it flying. He mused that if he could elevate his soul power to the level of a peerless Douluo or demigod, he might merge his martial soul into an artifact, akin to Tang San in the original tale. Yet, he questioned whether the term artifact was truly fitting. After all, the Pangu axe was far more than just an ordinary artifact. With his thoughts swirling, Chen Yue swiftly departed the frozen forest, racing towards the direction of Heavenly Dou City. Within the frozen forest, a vast expanse lay in disarray, as if ravaged by a meteor strike. After an indeterminate amount of time, the Ice Emperor finally emerged with great difficulty from the dense, shadowy trees. Had a deity descended? Previously, the power of the heavenly tribulation had specifically targeted the Snow Emperor, which is why she and Atai had escaped unscathed after a certain distance. However, when the god of catastrophe appeared, the attack was indiscriminate. Everything around was the result of the god of catastrophe's wrath. Even the Ice Emperor and Atai, who attempted to approach after the tribulation had ended, were caught in the residual shockwaves. With her cultivation of less than 400,000 years, the Ice Emperor fared relatively well, suffering only minor injuries that could easily heal in this frozen wilderness. In contrast, Atai, a ferocious beast with less than 200,000 years of cultivation, was truly unfortunate. After suffering a devastating blow atop the divine tower, he was subsequently knocked unconscious by Chen Yue. Before he could recover, he was nearly killed by the residual attacks from the god of catastrophe. At present, he had no choice but to retreat to the core area and enter slumber, relying on the potent cold energy of the frozen forest to heal his wounds. The state of Atai is entirely akin to that of the Silver Dragon King. Do you know? He must enter a deep slumber, relying on the power of the frozen forest to mend his grievous wounds, for they are far too severe to be healed by his own strength. Wait, where has the aura of snow vanished to? The Ice Emperor exhaled deeply, approaching that particular area. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, her expression changed dramatically. She lifted her gaze, only to find no trace of the Snow Emperor. Moreover, what has become of that human? In an instant, she realized that the earlier figure, Chen Yue, had also completely disappeared. At that moment, the Ice Emperor was left bewildered. I merely stepped away for a moment, and that human has managed to abduct my Snow Emperor? A second wave of realization struck. No, previously, there had undeniably been the presence of a divine aura. How could that human possibly escape the grasp of a deity? The Ice Emperor furrowed her brow deeply, reluctant to believe that the Snow Emperor had been taken by Chunyu. After all, the Snow Emperor rightfully belongs solely to her. Yet, in the next moment, upon sensing the lingering energy in the vicinity, the Ice Emperor was abruptly jolted from her reverie. Wait, this is the aura of a Shui. And the rest the human presence too. A Shui's aura has vanished, while this human's energy is fleeing towards the forest's edge. The Ice Emperor's expression shifted in alarm. She immediately surmised that the Snow Emperor was ensconced within Chen Yue's martial soul, and now witnessing Chen Yue's frantic escape. It seemed he intended to abscond with the Snow Emperor. To take away my Shui? Impossible. A flash of icy determination glimmered in the depths of the Ice Emperor's eyes. In an instant, a tempest of blizzards swirled around her, and her form quietly dissipated in that very moment. The raging blizzard surged forth, recovering the area previously struck by what resembled a meteor, simultaneously concealing the terrifying remnants of the earlier battle. As the Ice Emperor pursued Chen Yue's aura, she approached while conjuring various phenomena of the frozen forest to ward off the soul beasts along her path. At the sight of the earlier clash, a spectral figure suddenly manifested. Was that the aura of the god of calamity? Has he perished? The ethereal figure furrowed its brow deeply, surveying the surroundings. Apart from the lingering scent of the god of calamity's lightning, there was naught else. A sense of curiosity washed over it. How could it be that only its own aura remained here amidst such desolation? The figure's brow furrowed even further, as its mental energy gradually expanded outward, ultimately locking onto the Ice Emperor's presence. The aura of a ferocious beast, fleeing towards the forest's periphery? It frowned deeply, an unfathomable thought emerging in its mind. Could this be related to the ferocious beast? Given the Ice Emperor's hurried retreat from the frozen forest, the first instinct of a rational mind would suggest that she has committed a transgression, aware that remaining here could spell trouble, hence her swift departure. It is akin to a robber or murderer making a hasty escape from the scene of a crime. But the Ice Emperor's cultivation had yet to reach even 400,000 years. How could it possibly defeat the god of catastrophe? A fierce beast that had not yet attained such an age, even if the god of catastrophe were merely a minor priest, a pseudo-third-tier deity. It was beyond the capability of this insignificant creature to vanquish. Perplexed, after a moment's contemplation, the Ice Emperor ultimately decided to seize the opportunity to interrogate the Ice Emperor directly instead of overthinking the matter. At that very moment, the Ice Emperor pursuing Chunyu was oblivious to the fact that she had drawn the deity's attention and was swiftly closing in on him. Given the natural conditions beneath the frozen forest, her speed far exceeded that of Chunyu, and she was on the verge of catching up. However, in the next instant, Chunyu suddenly accelerated and vanished from sight, his aura dissipating within the icy woods. Curse be it, she was a step too late. The Ice Emperor burst forth from the confines of the frozen forest, emerging into the snow-laden expanse beyond, only to find no trace of Chunyu's presence in the vast plains. Unable to contain her fury, she muttered a curse. Cursed human, do not let this king lay eyes upon you. To dare abduct her Snow Emperor is sheer folly. Yet, in the next moment, a mocking voice echoed unexpectedly. And what would happen if you did see him? Chapter 75. Chunyu, delivering a Snow Emperor to the doorstep of an Ice Emperor? Is there such a delightful twist of fate? The Ice Emperor, without a moment's hesitation, blurted out her response, envisioning the perfect scenario of subduing him within the frozen forest, compelling him to repent deeply amid the biting cold, ultimately leading to his demise. But the instant her words left her lips, she sensed something amiss. This vast expanse, blanketed in snow, is devoid of any human presence. Moreover, the voice, how does it sound so familiar? A sudden tightness gripped the heart of the Ice Emperor. Yet, before she could react, a towering mountain descended from the heavens, enveloping her entirely. In the next moment, she felt a cataclysmic shift in her surroundings. When she regained her senses, everything around her had transformed into an abyss of darkness. Beneath her feet, an intense wave of searing heat surged forth, and at that instant, a torrent of fervent inner fire erupted within her, relentlessly gnawing at her very being. What is this? The Ice Emperor was taken aback, hastily channeling her soul power to subdue the inner flames. However, these flames were formless and intangible, yet what astounded her most was their relentless, unquenchable nature. After she crushed the initial wave of flames, more, even fiercer, surged into her being. She attempted to momentarily disregard them, but in the next instant, the excruciating heat radiating from these formless flames pierced through her bones and muscles. Being acutely aware of the peril these flames posed, she understood that if they were allowed to burn unchecked, her flesh, blood, and bones would ultimately be incinerated to ashes. Of course, perhaps the intensity of these flames would find it challenging to completely scorch her bones, yet she had no doubt that they could easily obliterate her flesh. What on earth are these? The Ice Emperor had no time to concern herself with her surroundings. She frantically mobilized her soul power, striving to obliterate the inner flames while safeguarding her flesh. You think you can bully me just because I lack soul power? Outside the frozen forest, Chunyu retracted the Heavenly King Divine Tower with a cold snort. Initially, he merely intended to leave with the Snow Emperor, but since they had delivered themselves to his doorstep, it would be remiss not to accept them. In an instant, as murmurs escaped his lips, a sudden assault pierced through Chen Yue's chest. However, after this terrifying assault pierced through his chest, not a trace of blood was seen. Instead, Chen Yue, who stood in place, transformed into specks of starlight and gradually dissipated. Was it merely an afterimage? The unknown deity furrowed his brow, filled with astonishment. He then unleashed a vast mental force outward, only to be shocked to discover that Chunyu had inexplicably vanished. How could this be? In disbelief, he expanded his mental power once more, extending it across the expansive frozen forest and its surroundings. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. It was as if Chunyu had simply vanished into thin air. He could no longer perceive his presence. He was utterly unaware of which direction Chunyu had fled, nor could he recall his features or even his aura. How could such a prodigious being exist in the Douluo continent? His expression darkened. But the time for this ethereal projection of divine thought had come to an end, leaving him with no choice but to retract it. However, before returning to the divine realm, he, in his disbelief, made one final sweeping scan with his mental power. The result was still the same. Curse be it, he muttered in frustration, ultimately dissipating into the ether, laden with discontent. Chapter 76. Shui Yue, sister, have you fainted or been frightened out of your wits? Hello. Good evening. The first update arrives. At this moment, Chen Yu's figure had already appeared outside the Winter City, swiftly making his way toward Heavenly Dou City. Fortunately, my cleverness prevailed. With nothing better to do, I practiced the 3,000 thunder movements and successfully created the 3,000 thunder clones. Otherwise, I would surely have faced disaster this time. As soon as the Ice Emperor closed in, Chen Yue sensed another divine presence trailing behind. Thus, after confining the Ice Emperor within the highest tier of the Heavenly King Divine Tower, he employed the 3,000 thunder clones, deliberately allowing one to linger in place. Reminiscent of the original text where the Northern Pavilion Master, Fei Tian, used it to obstruct Xiao Yin. This diversion enabled him to swiftly escape the scene. In order to avoid being recognized, Chen Yue intentionally turned his back to the deity. Given the capabilities of this divine being, an ambush was inevitable. Should he eliminate the clone in an instant, no trace of his aura would remain. Thankfully, this was not the deity's true form descending. Otherwise, he would not have been so fortunate to escape. Contemplating this, Chen Yue let out a sigh of relief. From the fact that his 3,000 thunderclap phantom could restrain his opponent, it was evident that the deity was not truly incarnated in this realm. Thus, it seemed that this god should not be a pawn of the Shura god. But if it is not the Shura god, then who could it be? However, Chen Yu's brow furrowed deeply as he recalled the presence of lightning. Could it be that in this Douluo world, the deity embodying the thunder element was none other than the god of destruction? This thought momentarily flashed through his mind. Yet he chose not to dwell on it any longer, for he had already returned to Tiandou City. Within the Winter City, the four women, including Shin Liu, who had withdrawn earlier, encountered the three representatives from the Tiando Royal Academy, arranged by Qian Renxue. These three individuals held significant status and were public figures of the Tiando Palace. Their presence ensured a safer return for Chen Yue and her companions to Tiando City. Dream Academy representatives, we have two companions still in the frozen forest. Gu Qingba whispered. The frozen forest was rife with fierce blizzards, necessitating the use of soul power to withstand its harshness. However, the forest was vast, and they had only managed to search the perimeter without finding anyone. Upon hearing this, the three representatives exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. As members of the Tiando Royal Academy, they were well aware of the rumors surrounding the frozen forest. Said to be home to a soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years, the king of the Ice Bear clan, known as the Ice Bear King. If those two individuals truly ventured into the frozen forest and encountered the soul beast, it would spell disaster. Just as the three representatives pondered this, a tremendous force surged forth from within the frozen forest. It was the power of the god of calamity. Under the influence of the deity's might, the entire vicinity was dramatically affected. Even in the distant winter city, many found their minds momentarily blank, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Only after the god of calamity fell at Chen Yu's hands did the stilled scene dissipate, and at that moment, the faces of Chen Yue and her companions turned pale. This is bad. What about Sister Bingo? Despite the apparent stillness of the previous moment, they instinctively felt the overwhelming void in their minds, rendering them incapable of any reaction. Once the influence faded, they gradually regained their senses. We must go save Sister Bing. The 7 beautiful girls of the Tianxue battle team had forged genuine sisterhood after the Soul Master competition, their friendship undoubtedly profound. And they immediately set off towards the frozen forest once more. However, as they stepped out of Winter City, the sisters Shui Binger and Shui Yue, covered in snow as if they had just emerged from a snowdrift, hurriedly made their way towards Winter City. Sister, what exactly was that? Shui Yue quivered, her face pale. Even though they had escaped the frozen forest, thoughts of the Snow Empress's aura and the thunderclouds still filled her with trepidation. Could such a power truly be withstood by mere mortals? She sensed that even the strongest Title Douluo, Sword Douluo Chen Xin, might not possess such terrifying strength. Indeed, even the Hao Tian Douluo, who had once overwhelmed 7 Title Douluos, might not have such capabilities. Is it truly something that can be resisted by a soul master? Don't say that, Yue. Just come over and help me. Shui Yue was taken aback and instinctively turned to look. She saw Shui Binger, with a pale face tinged with a hint of crimson, now slumped on the ground, clutching her legs tightly. Shui Yue, what the heck? Sister, you can't possibly. Have you really wet yourself? Sister, are you wet? Or did you get scared and pee yourself? Shui Binger, shut up. Shui Binger, perhaps struck by the heart of the matter, flushed even deeper, her pallor slightly receding as she snapped back. Why ask so many questions? Just come over and support me. Okay. Seeing her sister's fury, Shui Yue dared not utter another word, obediently extending her hand to assist her, slipping her arm under Shui Binger's to help her up. At this moment, Shui Yue realized that Shui Binger had become as soft as a noodle, almost entirely leaning against her. This revelation caused Shui Yue to lose control of her tongue once more. Sister, could it be that you've wet yourself again? She remarked, sniffing the air. There's no scent of nature. But why does it seem to have a peculiar fragrance? Shui Binger, gritting her teeth, had just uttered a word when she saw Xiao Wu, Xiao Ruo Shui, Xin Lu Yu, and Gu Qingbo rushing over. She quickly halted her words, forcing a smile as she changed her tone. So, you all have come too? Are you both all right, Sister Bing or Sister Yue? Xiao Wu inquired. Noticing the visibly weakened Shui Binger, she hurriedly offered her assistance, gently helping her up and asking softly. No, I'm fine. Shui Bingo dared not speak the truth, instead fabricating an excuse. I accidentally encountered a high-level soul beast and, after a desperate struggle, managed to escape, but my soul power is nearly depleted. Shui Yue, what? No, sister, how can you speak such nonsense with a straight face? When did we ever fight for our lives to resist? Chapter 77, Qian Renxue, back so soon, could it be regarding Dean Han? Wait, what's wrong with you? Shui Yue stared at Shui Binger in bewilderment, her confusion only deepening. When did we encounter high-level soul beasts? Oh, it seems we indeed did. But wasn't there a handsome lad to help us? And when did we ever struggle fiercely against anything? We merely got covered in snow and were frightened by those Titan snow demons and ice blue emperor scorpions. How did that turn into a fierce resistance in your words? Shui Bingo remained composed, yet she sensed Shui Yue's gaze. She placed her jade hand on the latter's shoulder and discreetly pinched her, jolting the bewildered Shui wearer back to reality. Since all is well, let us set off for Heavenly Dou City at once. At this moment, the 3 members of the Education Committee hastily arrived, as His Majesty decreed that the 7 of you must be presented before Director Renxue before dawn. The distance from Winter City to Heavenly Dou City is not insignificant, and not everyone possesses Chen Yu's extraordinary ability to traverse such distances with ease. Consequently, the time remaining for their return journey is rather limited. Meanwhile, the 3 officials, maintaining their composure, encircled the 7 young ladies to prevent any further attempts at elopement. They were well aware that these 7 would one day become imperial consorts, yet the history of their previous attempts to escape marriage lingered in their minds. If they were to escape right under her nose, it would be better for the 3 of them to find a block of tofu and end it all. Let us go. Upon hearing the words of the 3 committee members, the 6 women could not help but redirect their gaze towards Shui Binger. At that moment, Shui Binger was in such a state that even walking was a considerable effort for her. Helplessly, she let out a long sigh and managed to utter 2 words. The 7 enchanting maidens of the Tianxue battle team, accompanied by the 3 royal committee members from Tiandou, began their journey from the Winter City towards Tiandou City. Meanwhile, Chen Yue had already descended upon the Tiandou Imperial Palace. So soon to return? At that moment, on the desk, the memorial that could originally obscure Qian Renxue entirely was reduced to a mere few strokes, with the completed documents having been dispatched by her instructed female guard. Is it possible that the mature Dean Renxue has grown a bit impatient? Sensing Chunyu's presence, Qian Renxue was initially taken aback, her gaze filled with surprise, and she teasingly remarked. However, before she could finish her jest, she sensed something amiss with Chunyu's aura. Her playful words abruptly halted. Rising swiftly, she supported Chunyu and inquired, "What is wrong? What has happened? Let us return to the palace," Chunyu replied, disregarding everything else, as he immediately guided Qian Renxue towards the inner chambers. Meanwhile, the trio of Guangling, Qianjun, and Jiangma, who were stationed in the grand hall of the palace, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. They followed closely but dared not approach too near. They understood that the vigilance of powerful individuals during moments of weakness is at its peak, and any unfamiliar presence could provoke a fierce response. Though these 3 friends believed themselves to be assisting Chen Yue, they likely perceived themselves in his eyes as mere half-subordinates bought with favors, lacking genuine loyalty. Thus, it was best for them to remain quietly guarding the inner palace. If they were to get too close, it might lead Chen Yue to suspect that they harbored ulterior motives, which would be quite unfortunate. What exactly has transpired? Why do you appear as though you are utterly exhausted, akin to a spirit drained of its essence? Chen Yue, here is the 3rd update for June 25th. Is anyone still present? Yes, the 3rd update has been delivered. Is anyone there? Speak up. In the heavenly, within the chambers. Qian Renxue gently laid Chen Yue upon the bed. Following their earlier contact, she had already sensed his condition. He seemed to be somewhat depleted, though not gravely harmed. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that she found herself engulfed in confusion and deep contemplation. It is essential to understand. How could Chen Yue, who can slice through 100,000-year-old beast as if it were mere tofu, possibly be in such a state of exhaustion? Thus, she deemed this occurrence utterly implausible. She would rather believe her own judgment was flawed than accept that Chen Yue had truly depleted her soul power to the point of near collapse. It was merely fatigue. The sensation of nearly drained soul power was not unfamiliar to Chen Yue. It was akin to having flown 20 times in a single day. To vividly illustrate her condition, Chen Yue could succinctly summarize it in 14 characters: walking as if trembling, surviving solely due to medicinal wine. Exhausted? Qian Renxue's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, she had preferred to think her judgment was mistaken rather than believe anyone could reduce Chen Yue to such a state. And now, how quickly had she been proven wrong? What in the world had transpired? Qian Renxue was utterly bewildered and hastily inquired. It's nothing significant. What you must do now is complete all your tasks within the city of Tiandou before my seclusion concludes, and then enter the secret realm, understand? Qian Renxue likely had some knowledge about the divine matters, yet Chunyu remained silent. The reason was quite simple, even if she were aware. It would only serve to burden Qian Renxue, as not even the temple supporting her could offer any assistance. As for the current angel god, which was the 2nd-generation angel god, Chunyu speculated that this avian entity must have already perished. Otherwise, how could the final trial of the Angelic 9 test in the original narrative possibly mirror a scenario akin to the conclusion of the Qin Emperor's tale? This is an affront to the heir of the celestial beings, the descendant of the 2nd-generation angels. Thus, Chen Yue made an immediate decision and did not disclose this matter to her at all. You and I are aware of it. Upon witnessing Chen Yue's silence, Qian Renxue felt a surge of annoyance and took a seat. However, the moment a cold breeze swept in through the window, brushing against her face, she regained her composure and instinctively deduced the situation. As the only character in the original narrative who had been undetected for over 20 years, Qian Renxue was undoubtedly the most astute. Had it not been for certain events that subsequently dulled her intellect, the Tang family would have had no part in the affairs of Douluo continent. She surmised that Chunyu must be facing an exceptionally formidable adversary, one against whom even her patron deity or her grandfather might struggle to prevail. Therefore, Chunyu chose silence, opting instead to guide her into the secret realm to enhance her strength, a form of protection in its own right. She understood that this secret realm shifted in accordance with Chen Yue's movements, allowing her to grow stronger indefinitely. I comprehend. Thanks to Chen Yue's assistance, Qian Renxue had now ascended to the rank of Star Dou Forest, her physical prowess having multiplied several times. P.S. After her martial soul evolved into the 12-winged angel, her innate soul power surged from level 20 to 30. With the enhancement from her first spirit ring, which had transformed into one of 100,000 years, combined with the cultivation of her innate 30-level soul power, advancing from Soul Sage to Star Douluo was hardly a challenge. Rest well, I will have Qian Jun protect you. Qian Renxue stood up and made arrangements, saying, I will take Guang Ling with me. After we leave, he will assume the role of a decoy. Here comes the fourth update. I intend to stealthily add more content and astonish everyone. As Chen Yue watched Qian Renxue's departing figure, weariness cloaked his expression. In truth, prior to the awakening of his martial soul, he had experienced moments of depleting soul power. Though he was unsure if it was merely due to the lack of awakening, he felt slightly weakened, akin to racing up 7 flights of stairs at breakneck speed, only to catch his breath shortly thereafter. Yet now, he sensed every cell in his body transmitting signals to his mind, urging him to rest. And so, Chen Yue succumbed to a deep slumber. In the Douluo Divine Realm, at the Divine Realm Council, near the seal of the Golden Dragon King, a figure stood motionless. A figure shrouded in a vast purple cloak, which obscured its head, revealed only the faint flicker of 2 tiny flames dancing within the folds. The face remained shrouded in mystery. A profound and terrifying aura emanated from this being, sending tremors of unease through the heart of the thunder god who had come to pay his respects. As the sound echoed, the cloak was lifted, unveiling the true visage behind the veil. A man seemingly in his 30s stood before them, his short, dark red hair spiked like steel needles, and a flickering red light danced within his eyes as it fell upon the approaching thunder god. What brings you here? The thunder god, a harbinger of destruction and a law enforcer under the divine seat of annihilation, held a status equivalent to that of a primary deity. Among the celestial realm, 5 great divine kings existed, yet only 3 law enforcers were acknowledged: the god of goodness, the god of destruction, and the god of Azura. It is worth noting that this is an alternate setting, as having a couple both in positions of authority could lead to an imbalance. The cloaked figure was none other than one of the 5 great divine kings, the god of destruction. Master, the aura of the god of calamity has dissipated within the Douluo continent. The god of calamity? I have never heard of such a deity. Those who reach the ears of the god of destruction are typically renowned and established deities, be they of the 3rd, 2nd, or 1st rank. Yet, who is this god of calamity? I do not recall such a deity under my command. With this thought, the god of destruction looked up and coldly uttered 2 words. Is that all? Thunder god, he stammered. How should I respond? Leave. Master, is this truly appropriate? The thunder god, now bewildered and expelled from the divine council, wore a perplexed expression. Who am I? Where am I? What just transpired? What is the meaning of this? The thunder god chuckled bitterly, rubbing his temples in exasperation. As a primary deity, his descent to the lower realms required the approval of the 3 law enforcers. Otherwise, he would be pursued and held accountable by them. Previously, he had descended using a projected divine consciousness, as the god of calamity fell under his jurisdiction, bearing a trace of his divine essence akin to Poseidon leaving his mark upon the vast ocean. As a primary deity, he was perhaps the most beleaguered of his rank. His volatile nature, akin to thunder, left him devoid of companions. Even the 7 deadly sins under the banner of destruction ignored him. Why? The deadly sins fear heavenly tribulations above all else, and the thunder god happens to govern various heavenly tribulations and lightning in the lower realms. The 7 deadly sins likely wished to avoid provoking him, A single bolt of his wrath could cost them dearly. Perhaps next time. He would see if any fierce beasts undergoing tribulation were using their avatars to venture down. Chapter 80. The King of Slaughter. Now, it is your turn, Tang San. Is it not? In the Star Luo Empire, Zhu Qingxue lazily stretched, her form delineating a perfect curve as she rose from the phoenix bed, yawning. What time is it? Your Majesty, it is already the 9th watch. The 9th watch refers to 9 o'clock in the morning. So late. Zhu Qingxue rubbed her still sleepy eyes and nudged Zhu Zhuqing, who was still soundly asleep. Wake up. It is time for us to attend the noon court. Recently, the unusual occurrences in the extreme north had spread throughout the continent, prompting much discussion among the officials. Naturally, given the Star Luo Empire's southern position, the distance to the extreme north was considerable, thus extending the time delay. However, even though some time had passed since the events in the extreme north, countless people continued to discuss it fervently. After all, such phenomena are rare occurrences, appearing once in centuries. Many speculated that treasures of extraordinary value might emerge from that region. Otherwise, how could such a cosmic spectacle manifest? Reluctantly, Empress Zhu Qingxue and Princess Zhu Zhuqing decided to bring this matter to the court to discuss with the officials how to address it appropriately. Ignoring it was hardly a viable strategy. However, perhaps due to their pregnancies, both Zhu Qingxue and Zhu Zhuqing had become somewhat lethargic, although they had not yet shown. The signs of impending motherhood were becoming evident. Oh. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing turned over. Your Majesty, the bath is prepared. The maidservants emerged from the bathing chamber. The night before, Zhu Qingxue had already instructed them to prepare a morning soak for both herself and Zhu Zhuqing. Such tasks could easily be delegated to the maidservants. Dismiss everyone. Yes. Once they had sent away all the maidservants, the two entered the bathing chamber. Sister, is there any news from Gongxin City? Zhu Zhuqing whispered once they settled into the tub. In private, she addressed Zhu Qingxue as such, as both had become akin to sisters through their shared experiences. The Star-Crowned sect has lost 4 Title Douluos and is now enraged, preparing to dispatch even stronger Super Douluos. Zhu Qingxue narrowed her eyes and remarked casually, the loss of a few Title Douluos will not shake the foundation of the Star-Crowned sect. The Dai family has held the imperial throne of the Star Luo Empire for so long. Their resources are formidable. A handful of Title Douluos won't pose a significant threat. Even the last time Bibi Dong led a dozen Title Douluos to attack, it did not cause them lasting harm. What more now? She sensed that it might take the loss of several Super Douluos to truly weaken the Star-Crowned sect's vigor. That is inconsequential, Zhu Zhuqing shrugged. The objective has been achieved. They can expand as many as they wish. She suspected that the happenings in Gongxin City were somehow connected to Chen Yue, perhaps orchestrated by him, with her role being to provide assistance, thereby securing her position in his regard. Zhu Qingxue shared the same sentiment. Both understood that their relationship with Chen Yue lacked depth. If they remained passive for too long, they risked being forgotten or abandoned by him. Hence, they needed to showcase their worth adequately. Let us finish our bath. It is time. Their soak was merely a means to discuss the matter at hand. With the assistance rendered, there seemed no need for further deliberation. They quickly changed into formal attire, preparing for the court session. Meanwhile, far away in Gongxin City, a significant event was unfolding. Who are you? The Star-Crowned sect had dispatched 2 Super Douluos, both ancient beings who had reached level 96 and had no hope of further advancement. Yet, at this moment, these 2 Super Douluos were covered in blood, staring horrified at the grinning King of Slaughter before them. Who am I? The King of Slaughter sneered. You have been seeking trouble with me. And now you question my identity? He was already prepared to strike at Tang San, intending to use his flesh and blood to save his city of slaughter before departing. Yet, he never anticipated. These accursed 2 Super Soul Masters, emerging from who knows where, have blocked his path. How splendid! The fluctuations of soul power from the Super Douluo battle have left Tang San and his companions astounded, prompting their immediate retreat from Gongxin City. Although Tang San, endowed with the domain of the God of Slaughter, has been locked onto by the King of Slaughter, rendering escape from Dou continent an impossibility. The sensation of a nearly captured prize slipping away is profoundly unsettling. Thus, he resolves to utilize the flesh and blood of these 2 Super Douluos to assuage his discontent. Are you not a member of the Spirit Hall? Sensing the overwhelming aura of malevolence and the fierce presence of slaughter, the 2 Super Douluos exchanged apprehensive glances. One of them exclaiming sharply, Spirit Hall? Huh, does the Spirit Hall dare to command me? The King of Slaughter scoffed, and as the thought of being commanded arose, he recalled the benevolent Chen Yue. Were it not for the guidance of this esteemed individual, he might have already succumbed to the poison known as the kiss of the snowy swan. Yet, his feelings towards Chunyu are tinged more with trepidation than gratitude. He struck him without a hint of temper. In his self-proclaimed realm of invincible slaughter, only Chunyu could wield the explosive hammer. Die. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. And the king of slaughter, no longer hesitating, let out a sinister laugh as his blood-red claws lunged at the two Super Douluos. With their martial souls sealed and soul skills restricted, and lacking soul bones, these two Super Douluos could only withstand the assault with their flesh and blood. Yet, how could their soul power possibly withstand such ferocity? In just a single exchange, both Super Douluos were wounded and forced to retreat. However, the king of slaughter, seizing the advantage, relentlessly pursued them to swiftly bring them down. Indeed, the flesh of Title Douluos was far more delectable. As the king of slaughter reveled in the sanguine feast, the corpses of the two Super Douluos lay shriveled and discarded like refuse. Next, it's your turn, Tang San. Isn't it? He murmured, his blood-red gaze fixed on the direction outside Gangshin City, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face as he licked his lips, pondering the exquisite taste of your invulnerable blood. At this moment, Tang San and his companions were rapidly fleeing, far from Gangshin City. What is going on, Xiao San? The renowned master Yu Xiaojiang, resembling a bodyguard beside Tang San, inquired with a puzzled expression. Tang San, on all fours, sprinted like a racing husky. So fast that even Flinder, who was carrying the esteemed master Yu Xiaojiang, struggled to keep up, merely trailing behind him. It must be said. His forelegs moved with astonishing swiftness. To facilitate his escape, Tang San had fashioned 4 horseshoe-like boots, making his flight effortless and unencumbered. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong managed to keep pace with him, even surpassing him in speed. As for why Flinder was carrying Yu Xiaojiang instead of her, she recalled the man's words. If Yu Xiaojiang touched her, all of Shrek Academy would perish. Though such words seemed absurd, she dared not gamble. Sensing the man's overwhelming aura, even stronger than that of Sword Douluo Chenshin, she could not risk whether he was watching her. Fortunately, Flinder, possessing the courage of the fiery sheep gene, did not dare to refuse his goddess, so despite his aversion to the esteemed master Yu Xiaojiang, he complied. Yet, he felt an odd tension in his posture, as if trying to conceal something. We must leave quickly. If we linger any longer, we might be caught in the crossfire of the Title Douluo's battle, Tang San urged. After awakening the blue-silver emperor, his purple extremity magic eyes had successfully evolved, granting him a mental acuity even surpassing Lu Erlong's, allowing him to clearly perceive the fierce clash between the king of slaughter and the two Super Douluos. The oppressive aura of slaughter emanating from the king filled him with trepidation. Thus, retreat was the wisest course of action. A battle of Title Douluos? Upon hearing this, the golden iron triangle was taken aback, exchanging glances. Flinder, unable to contain his surprise, exclaimed, "How could a Title Douluo battle occur here? Has the Spirit Hall extended its malevolent grasp towards Gangshin City?" The renowned master Yu Xiaojiang spoke gravely. "I recall that the Spirit Hall's main temple in Gangshin City was recently slaughtered. It's likely that Title Douluos have been dispatched." He continued, "If the Papal Hall has not suffered catastrophic losses, it is indeed plausible that Title Douluos were sent to investigate. However, the Papal Hall now comprised 6 Title Douluos, including the deposed Bibi Dong. Of these 6, Bibi Dong had entered the Rasha secret realm, while Ghost Chrysanthemum Douluo managed the Spirit Hall's affairs, and the others, including the Magic Bear Douluo and the 10th Elder, were recuperating, leaving no one to attend to the matter. Many within the Spirit Hall's upper echelons were aware of the turmoil in Gangshin City, but alas, who could intervene when the Temple Master, Myers, had ties to a Title Douluo? Now, with that Title Douluo fallen at Xingguan's sect, no one would care for Myers' fate. When one's own survival is at stake, how could they concern themselves with others? Moreover, with the Pope deposed, who would still bother with the affairs of the temples? Unfortunately, given their limited channels of information, they could hardly grasp the significant happenings within the Spirit Hall. "It's the 3rd update," Flinder exclaimed, glancing at the sprinting Tang San. "Xiao San, your decision is sound. If a Title Douluo battle truly erupts, retreating is indeed our best option." After all, they had severed ties with Dugobo. Without the aid of a Title Douluo, facing one would pose considerable difficulty. That said, they were not without the strength to battle. The Golden Iron Triangle's martial soul fusion technique could contend against a Title Douluo. But the paramount concern remained how to ensure Tang San's safety. At this moment, he was merely a sole emperor. "Where shall we go now?" Lu Erlong softly queried, disregarding the banter between her companions. It seems your course is directed westward towards the Star Luo Empire? I recall that the western region of the continent is primarily ocean, the renowned master Yu Xiaojing interjected. Given that the Tiandou Empire is currently hunting Xiao San, and with the destruction of the Hao Tian sect, the Star Luo Empire would not harbor a fugitive from the Tiandou Empire. Thus, venturing out to sea appears to be our most viable option. At this, he paused, then asked, by the way, Xiao San, if we are to set sail, we must prepare a vessel. I had Titan seek a ship in the nearby city yesterday morning, so I believe we can head directly to the sea once we arrive. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojing suddenly enlightened. Now I understand why I haven't seen him these past few days. Then, as if recalling something, he looked up again. A grave expression on his face. Xiao San, do you know the situation in the ocean west of the continent? Unclear. Tang San shook his head, turning back with curiosity. Teacher, do you know? Many years ago, the Spirit Hall discovered the renowned master Yu Xiaojing at sea. Upon hearing Tang San's inquiry, a subtle smile crept across his heart. For this was the perfect opportunity to showcase his knowledge. Just as he cleared his throat and began to speak, Tang San unexpectedly turned around and, with a sudden force, collided violently with a towering tree, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Flander, flying at a low altitude, along with Yu Xiaojing on his back, and Lu Erlong, soaring with the aid of their spirit manifests, nearly forgot that among their quartet, only Tang San remained grounded. As he turned back, his vision was lost. Amidst the frenzied rush, colliding with objects seemed hardly surprising. Tang San clutched his swollen face, wincing in agony as his lips involuntarily twitched. Having already lost much of his beauty when his face fell into the fire, the handsome and elegant visage he possessed after awakening the blue-silver emperor had vanished, leaving only his striking blue hair as a remnant of his former self. The portion of his face that had been scorched, though treated by a healing soul master, now bore uneven scars. To avoid alarming passers-by, Tang San had modified the mask he once wore as the thousand-handed Shura, which conveniently concealed the disfigured side of his face. However, with this collision, the mask fell to the ground with a clatter. Little San, are you all right? The first update. I can't take it anymore. After staring at these comments for so long, only 1 or 2 people responded. I must be half asleep. I'm going to sleep now. And no, I'm fine, he replied, shaking his head as stars danced before his eyes. Master Yu Xiaojing's expression shifted. Could it be that this child had been rendered foolish by the impact? This simply cannot be acceptable. If this child were to be foolish, he would become a mere test subject. Before Yu Xiaojing could fully process this thought, he heard Tang San's voice, which brought him a sense of relief. It was a comfort to know that everything was fine. Let us take a moment to rest, he suggested, genuinely concerned that his precious little test subject, who had already achieved half of its purpose, might suffer misfortune. Tang San, holding his aching head, sat down and after a considerable pause, felt the dull throbbing in his mind begin to dissipate. He lifted his head, still cradling his sore skull, and declared, Teacher, we must depart. The distance to Gingxin City from the coast is significant. We must arrive before dawn. He knew that venturing out to sea during daylight would expose them to searches and interceptions by the Xinglua Soul Master team, which could lead to dire consequences. Although Tang San believed he was unlikely to be so unfortunate as to be pursued by both the Tiandou and Xinglua empires simultaneously, he was not willing to take any chances. Very well. Master Yu Xiaojing, relieved to see Tang San unharmed, immediately climbed onto Flinder's back. Let us set forth. However, just as the group prepared to resume their journey, a chilling and bloodthirsty voice rang out, accompanied by a powerful surge of soul power that caused the faces of the 3 to change dramatically, especially Tang San. He was all too familiar with the aura of slaughter. Was it the king of slaughter? He was indeed a Title Douluo. Tang San was filled with shock and dread. But Yu Xiaojing and the others were quick to react. The sun and moon shine, golden light transforms. In an instant, 3 beams of golden light flashed forth, and the renowned master Yu Xiaojing's titanium alloy eyes gleamed with brilliance. Rose Sanpao. Upon this command, the rotund Rose Sanpao appeared, followed closely by 20 soul rings that enveloped him, transforming him into a majestic golden holy dragon adorned with scales. Slaughter embodies the essence of malevolence, and the king of slaughter was indeed unfortunate to encounter the likes of their teacher. Witnessing this transformation, Tang San felt a surge of joy. Those of such wickedness deserved to perish. Anyone daring to strike at him would surely meet their demise. Although he was somewhat taken aback that the king of slaughter had pursued him to the outskirts of Gingxin City. Upon witnessing Master Yu Xiaojing execute a martial soul fusion technique, he felt emboldened. A martial soul fusion technique among 3 individuals? The intruder, the king of slaughter, was taken aback. In all his long years, he had never encountered such a martial soul fusion technique. The terrifying light of power emanating from the golden holy dragon filled him with loathing. This sensation caused his initial astonishment to swiftly dissipate, replaced instead by a profound sense of revulsion. Utterly insubstantial. In the instant the disdainful snort echoed, the surrounding blood energy coalesced, and the recently formed golden sacred dragon abruptly stiffened. Then, under the astonished gaze of Tang San and the horrified stare of Yu Xiaojiang, it shattered like an illusion, fracturing into countless fragments scattered upon the ground. Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang, what on earth just transpired? How is it that this majestic golden sacred dragon has suddenly shattered? Moreover, what is the situation with the soul rings suspended in the air, appearing as if paralyzed? Here comes the second installment. Just as the master and disciple found themselves in a state of bewilderment, both Flinder and Lu Erlong collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Their martial soul fusion technique relied on the strength provided by Flinder and Lu Erlong. Yet now, ensnared within the confines of the killing field, their powers were nullified, and the soul rings remained immobilized in mid-air, leading to their fainting. Of course, in such circumstances, there is no imminent danger. One merely needs to escape the domain of the King of Slaughter to awaken, albeit with no recollection of the events that transpired during the unconsciousness. Young one, now behold. Who else could possibly rescue you? Within the realm of slaughter, all martial souls and soul techniques are rendered inoperative. The only abilities at one's disposal are the skills derived from soul bones and soul power. In the original narrative, Tang San possessed 4 soul bones along this timeline. The external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, the right leg bone of the blue silver emperor, the left arm bone of the soft bone rabbit, and the wisdom skull of spirit condensation. Alas, 2 of his 100,000-year soul bones, the right leg bone of the blue silver emperor and the left arm bone of the soft bone rabbit, were taken from him, one severed by Chen Yue, and the other intercepted by Chen Yue as well. Therefore, the current Tang San is left with only the 8 spider lances and his wisdom skull. Upon absorbing the wisdom skull, his violet extreme demon eye was likewise fortified, acquiring the psychic skill known as violet extreme divine light. As these words fell, the King of Slaughter, without uttering a single word, lunged directly towards Tang San's neck, his icy blood claws emanating a chilling aura of lethal intent. In that moment, even Tang San could only feel a cold shiver creeping along his throat. Almost instinctively, 2 brilliant beams of azure light suddenly erupted from Tang San's eyes. This abrupt radiance was strikingly unexpected. At such close proximity, even the King of Slaughter found himself unable to react, left merely to witness the violet extreme divine light crashing into him with a thunderous impact. The intense psychic damage rendered the King of Slaughter's form exceedingly unstable, causing the soul of Tang Chun, which he had long suppressed, to stir restlessly at this moment. The entire being involuntarily froze mid-air, rendered rigid. This led to the fact that his bloodied claws, originally poised to grasp Tang San by the neck, remained stiffened. Yet in the next moment, as Tang San barely shifted his body, the King of Slaughter's blood-red gaze flared, and with a fierce thrust, his claw brutally tore a palm-sized chunk of flesh from Tang San's shoulder. In an instant, blood gushed forth, splattering onto the body and even the lips of the King of Slaughter. Almost instinctively, as the crimson liquid touched his lips, the King of Slaughter reflexively licked them, and the boiling sensation within him dissipated considerably at that very moment. This feeling alleviated some of the pressure weighing upon his body, allowing him to once again overpower and suppress Tang Chen's soul, thereby reclaiming dominion over his body. He truly had not been deceived. The King of Slaughter licked his lips, sensing the relief within him, and his expression markedly shifted. The individual known as Chunyu had indeed spoken the truth. When Chunyu had informed him that Tang San's blood was immune to all poisons, claiming that drinking it would unravel the curse of his snow-white swan kiss, the King of Slaughter had been skeptical. However, out of fear of retribution, he dared not oppose Chunyu nor challenge him, which is why he had come to Gingxin City in search of Tang San. Yet today, he could never have anticipated what was to unfold. What Chunyu has proclaimed is astonishingly true. This Tang San, I am determined to claim. The King of Slaughter revealed a bloodthirsty grin, his eyes gleaming with a fervor akin to that of a lecherous man encountering a breathtaking beauty. It was a look signifying madness. At the same moment, in the Star Luo Empire's harbor, Titan sat with furrowed brows. For reasons unbeknownst to him, an ominous premonition unfurled within his heart, as if a momentous event were imminent. He appeared somewhat perturbed. Could it be that something has befallen the young master? Yet that seemed unlikely, as with the three masters' martial soul fusion technique. Even a Title Douluo would be unable to thwart them. Titan, perplexed and deep in thought, was suddenly interrupted by a cold snort. Titan. The sudden sound caught Titan off guard, causing him to lift his head, his expression shifting dramatically. The Supreme Dragon and Serpent? What are you doing here? Unbeknownst to him, two figures had materialized not far from his view, the very couple who had come from Heavenly Dou City. What do you intend to do? Titan felt the surge of soul power emanating from the Supreme Dragon and Serpent, and his brow furrowed deeply, a flicker of apprehension flashing in his eyes. Among them, the dragon husband, Meng Shu, had long been a soul Douluo, while the serpent wife, though merely a soul emperor, wielded a martial soul fusion technique capable of contending with Title Douluo. Moreover, Titan himself was but a soul Douluo. However, Titan distinctly remembered that he had never wronged the Supreme Dragon and Serpent. Why then were they taking action against him? Why? Meng Shu scoffed, raising his hand to unveil a scroll. Titan, see for yourself. Titan was momentarily taken aback, expecting a mere painting. However, when he focused his gaze, he was utterly stunned. The scroll displayed 5 bold characters, Heavenly Dou Bounty Order. Beneath these striking words was an illustration of none other than Titan himself, along with his martial soul. What? Titan was completely flabbergasted. How could they possibly be wanted? He recalled that he had done nothing in Heavenly Dou City. Even if something had occurred, the evidence had long been destroyed, and the royal family could not possibly uncover it. You conspired with Avalanche, allied with Snowstar, and under the pretense of an autopsy at the late emperor's funeral, maliciously humiliated the remains of the late emperor while attempting to usurp the throne. Titan stammered. I did not. I have not. Stop speaking nonsense. How dare you question why you are wanted? Meng Shu interjected sharply. Titan, bewildered, protested, No, I truly do not know. He gazed at Meng Shu in utter confusion. This has nothing to do with me. I have been here and did not return to Heavenly Dou City. Upon hearing this, the derisive smile on Meng Shu's face deepened. Indeed, Titan, do you think that by fleeing to the Star Luo Empire, the Emperor would not send someone to apprehend you? Titan exclaimed in disbelief. No, how is coming to Gangshin City considered fleeing? Meng Shu, crossing his arms, let out a chilling laugh that left Titan in shock. What did you say? My kin? You dare to harm my family? Titan's face paled, turning extremely grim. The Supreme Dragon and Serpent, we have no enmity. We have no grievances. Titan was exceedingly certain. His relationship with the Supreme Dragon and Serpent had been merely acquaintances, having met only once or twice. There was no animosity. Yet it certainly could not have escalated to such a dire extent. How did this situation come to be? My apologies, Titan. Suddenly, the Serpent Matriarch spoke up. In the past, we had no enmity whatsoever. However, from the moment you became a wanted criminal in Tiando, you became an enemy to us. Meng Shu added. To the death. Titan was bewildered. What on earth is going on here? What is all of this about? At this moment, Titan understood that the formidable dragon serpent had joined the Tiando royal family, yet he could not fathom why he had become a wanted man. The efforts of his clan in Tiando City were diligent. Why then had they been branded as criminals? Upon hearing this, the dragon serpent exchanged glances and burst into laughter, contempt evident in their eyes. Oh, Titan, your act of feigning ignorance almost deceived me. Titan replied. I genuinely have no idea what crime I committed to become a wanted man. The dragon serpent retorted, as a remnant of the Hao Tian sect. Your deliberate residence in Tiando City served the purpose of acting as their informant. With the extermination of the Hao Tian sect, you have lost your value. Yet you continue to linger in Tiando City, executing the orders relayed to you by the fleeing Tang Xiao and the missing Tang Hao. But alas, your schemes have been uncovered by His Majesty. Did you truly believe you could incite Xue Bong and Xue Xing to stage a coup at the late emperor's funeral? Look at yourself. Titan was utterly dazed, staring at Meng Shu and the Serpent Matriarch, who wore expressions of certainty and disdain. He was at a loss. How could I have known I was assigned such a task? Moreover, I haven't seen anyone from the Hao Tian sect in decades, aside from Tang Hao and Tang San. All right. No, this is a misunderstanding. Titan shook his head, opening his mouth to say more, but Meng Shu was not willing to waste any more time. Titan, will you come with us to Tiando City to confess, or shall we resort to force and drag you there? Upon hearing this, Titan's expression shifted, shaking his head. No, I have matters to attend to here. I cannot go to Tiando City. He had finally acquired a ship and needed to guard it personally. lest it be seized by others, which would prevent his young master, Tang San, from setting sail. I knew it. Meng Shu scoffed and ceased any further chit-chat, attacking alongside the serpent matriarch. However, they did not charge at Titan, but rather collided with each other, executing their martial soul fusion technique, the dragon serpent assault. Titan's face twitched at their sudden aggression, but he had no choice but to brace himself and unleash his martial soul, activating his seventh soul skill, the martial soul manifestation. As the black seventh soul ring shone brightly, he expanded at a visible rate, transforming into a towering black gorilla several meters high. On the seaside, Titan was valiantly resisting under the pressure of the dragon serpent, struggling to hold on while awaiting the arrival of the golden iron triangle. Meanwhile, Tang San was hastily escaping, carrying the renowned master Yu Xiaojang under Flander's flight. After using the purple extreme divine light to ambush the king of slaughter, the conscious master Yu Xiaojang swiftly lifted Flander and grabbed Tang San to flee, though they could not get far. Fortunately, after escaping the king of slaughter's domain, Flander regained consciousness and flew away with both of them. However, Tang San's shoulder had been brutally clawed, causing profuse bleeding, which the king of slaughter, being extremely sensitive to blood, pursued relentlessly like a ravenous ant. As the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King, he was particularly attuned to blood and could even absorb the surrounding blood energy. Thus, the wound on Tang San's body bled profusely. Yet the crimson droplets did not fall to the ground. Instead, they were consumed by the king of slaughter, who followed him leisurely. Truly, he was a body impervious to all poisons. The king of slaughter licked his blood-red lips, his sanguine pupils shimmering with excitement. He felt the sensation of his blood nearly evaporating and the parched craving for blood to quench his thirst rapidly diminishing. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he could dispel the peculiar poison that afflicted him from the kiss of the snow-white swan. Thus, he was in no hurry to pursue Tang San, opting instead to maintain a playful distance, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. However, he thought, if this continues, I will inevitably succumb to shock from excessive blood loss. Tang San clutched his wound tightly, even resorting to binding it with blue-silver grass. Yet the injuries inflicted by the king of slaughter's blood-soaked claws were far beyond what this mere soul emperor could withstand, and soon, the blue-silver grass on his shoulder was stained crimson, the pressure of blood growing unbearable. Dean, there is a forest ahead. Please set me down. After you ensure the safety of the teacher, come back for me. Tang San mused, recalling the assortment of hidden weapons he had crafted in Gengxin City, realizing that this might be his only means of escape. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Flinder paused momentarily. Little San, you, rest assured, I will be fine. Tang San replied with an inexplicable confidence. Have you forgotten why I came to Gengxin City? Moreover, my domain will prove exceptionally effective in the forest, so worry not. Flinder immediately recalled how, during Tang San's enrollment at Shrek Academy, he had nearly taken Xiao Wu's life using mere hidden weapons. All right, without further ado, Flinder executed a swift maneuver, flinging Tang San toward the nearby forest. Caught off guard, Tang San landed unceremoniously. Wait, I didn't mean for you to throw me like that, he exclaimed. What is this in my mouth? After voicing his frustration, Tang San suddenly detected an odd amalgamation of sour and salty flavors, accompanied by a hint of bitterness that left him perplexed. Was there food discarded on the forest floor? Yet the taste was quite revolting. As he contemplated this, Tang San hastily removed the object from his mouth only to find a hard, dark mass that rendered him utterly bewildered, casting him into a spiral of existential doubt. Then came the second wave. He felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach and, unable to hold back, he retched violently, nearly emptying his stomach's contents onto the ground. How could there be such a mess in this forest? Unsure if this was a lingering effect of his previous reaction, Tang San sensed that the upper and lower parts of his body were both in turmoil. But in the next moment, he suppressed that feeling. For the king of slaughter was upon him. Boy, this time, I shall see where you run to. The king of slaughter scoffed, arms crossed as he gazed at Tang San. He paid no heed to either Lu Erlong, who had collapsed, or Flinder, who had taken Master Yu Xiaojing away. His sole focus remained on Tang San, for the latter's blood held the key to saving his beleaguered slaughter city. It was known that the entire slaughter city was imbibing Bloody Marys, and not everyone possessed a semi-divine physique like his own. Although he was the Bat King, his body belonged to Tang Chen, who, after enduring the Shura trials, had acquired the ability to forge the Shura demon sword, thus also becoming a semi-divine body. Run? When have I ever needed to flee? Tang San stifled his nausea, still grappling with the remnants of his earlier upheaval. Yet, in this precarious situation, He had no chance to bend down. Otherwise, the King of Slaughter would seize the opportunity to claim his head, leaving no room for his hidden weapons to be deployed. Humph! The King of Slaughter sneered and charged at Tang San. The disparity in strength left no room for idle chatter. He was solely focused on subduing Tang San and using his blood to rescue his slaughter city. However, due to the earlier ambush of the purple extreme divine light, he remained cautious, knowing he could not afford to stumble twice on the same path. Indeed, this boy possessed some remarkable abilities. As the King of Slaughter lunged forward, he caught sight of a glimmering cold light emanating from Tang San's green hand, causing his expression to shift. He quickly summoned a barrier of soul power before him. Yet these defenses proved futile against the oncoming icy rays. What? The King of Slaughter was taken aback and hastily dodged. But he still felt several icy rays pierce him. He concentrated his soul power, forcing the needles embedded in his flesh out green-silver needles. Poisonous? The King of Slaughter was shocked, but Tang San did not hesitate. He pressed his left hand against the ground, propelling himself upward, executing a half-turn in midair, and launched his right arm with force. This was the Yama's tablet, which he had obtained after annihilating Songhue Academy. What is this? The King of Slaughter was not like the others. Upon seeing the Yama's tablet, he was engulfed by a sense of impending doom and instinctively turned aside. Yet, this was not the end. Having spent a considerable time in Gengxin City, Tang San realized he could not craft the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus. So he diligently created the Storm Pear Blossom Needle, Peacock Feather, and Yama's tablet as his hidden weapons. Although the Storm Pear Blossom Needle had struck the King of Slaughter, its dispersion allowed his soul power to dispel them, rendering them nearly inconsequential. Tang San was no fool. He understood that with the King of Slaughter's Title Douluo strength, the Storm Pear Blossom Needle would inevitably be expelled. Seizing this fleeting moment, he hurled the Yama's tablets. In total, Tang San cast 3 Yama's tablets, effectively blocking all avenues of escape for the King of Slaughter. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Dou Imperial Palace, within the new royal chamber, Your Majesty, the Dean of the Four Elements Academy is urging you to fulfill your promised ceremony of consort selection, the head female guard said softly, bowing slightly. As the leader of the Angel Legion dedicated to the temple, her strength reached the level of a Soul Douluo, and she remained loyal to Qian Renxue, which earned her the position of head guard in the palace after Qian Renxue ascended to the throne. At that moment, she stood before Qian Renxue, who reclined on the dragon couch, her true form revealed. Qian Renxue was half laying on Chunyu's shoulder, eyes half closed, and she lifted Chunyu's hand, resting it gently on her slightly rounded belly. It had been some time since Chunyu had fallen into a coma, and her pregnancy was becoming increasingly evident. Her aura difficult to conceal. Let them wait. Qian Renxue glanced at the still unconscious Chunyu, sighed deeply, and shook her head. She felt helpless. With Chunyu in a coma, the ceremony could not proceed as it would require consummation. Thus, all she could do was postpone indefinitely. The female guard slightly cupped her hands in salute, poised to speak, when she noticed Qian Renxue rising. Let us depart. It is time to attend to matters concerning Shrek Academy. During this period, numerous individuals have come forth to intercede on its behalf. Ever since Titan was designated as a wanted criminal, Shrek Academy has also been implicated with several suspects who have conspired with him. Now, the entire academy lies under the dominion of her angelic legion, awaiting judgment. This is also the reason why the formidable dragon snake later allied with the Tiando royal family, subsequently journeying across 1,000 miles to the western seas of the Star Dou Empire to capture Titans. The earlier actions were naturally aimed at suppressing Shrek Academy, a responsibility they were entrusted with entirely. After all, in this era, aligning oneself with the Tiando royal family necessitates some tangible proof of loyalty. Indeed, Qian Renxue paused momentarily and casually instructed that Shui could be summoned to attend to her. Yes, presently, the entire Tiando Palace has been staffed with her subordinates, and even the entirety of Tiando City is under her control, with only the unpredictable element of Shrek Academy remaining. Of course, her decision to retain those from Shrek Academy was not born of compassion, but rather a strategic move to ensnare them all at once. By the way, Your Majesty, the Min family has agreed to ally with the royal family, but they have a condition. They seek a noble title. The female guard's words were abruptly interrupted by Qian Renxue's wave of her hand, indicating that the pressure exerted thus far was insufficient. They should apply more pressure on their adversaries. Yes. Upon hearing Qian Renxue's comments, the female guard nodded hastily. In truth, she found it somewhat unbelievable that the Min family would dare to propose conditions in such a dire situation. Did they truly believe that the young master held any interest in their so-called by Qinxiang? Contemplating this, she felt a sense of exasperation towards the Min family. However, as merely the head guard, akin to Qian Renxue's maid, she did not dare to take matters into her own hands and could only report the situation. As expected, Qian Renxue promptly rejected the Min family's conditions. By the way, young master, regarding the Yu family and the Pa family, their voices gradually faded, and shortly after, a blushing, visibly pregnant legitimate lowly, Shui Ku, entered the room, seemingly accustomed to serving as an appetizer, slightly lowering her head. Come again, come again. Here comes the fourth update. Are you there? Dear, there's a fifth update that requires your acknowledgement. During this period, Qian Renxue was solely responsible for managing the affairs of the court, often working tirelessly through the night to address memorials. Only when fatigue set in would she steal a moment to rest, while the majority of the responsibilities fell upon Shueku. Now, with Shueka's burgeoning presence, she gazed fondly at the unconscious Chunyu, whose visage radiated beauty even in slumber. Her enchanting eyes shimmered with ripples of emotion, and she realized she had grown fond of this carefree existence. What was that Tang San? What status did he possess to dare breathe the same air as Brother Yu? While enjoying a ham sausage, Shueka found herself scoffing at her former self. On the Sea God Island, before the Sea God Temple at the Sea God Square. Clad in a flowing red gown, Poseidon stood with her hands clasped behind her back, observing the two middle-aged men before her. She spoke with a measured tone. Congratulations on passing the 6th assessment. The 7th assessment entails gathering all soul bones to unlock the final 8th challenge. Tang Xiao. You may now leave Sea God Island to commence your quest for the soul bones. The two men before her were none other than the brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, who had fled to Sea God Island long ago. Upon their arrival, they had been met with a fierce beating from the 7 holy pillars and subsequently presented before Poseidon, who, after witnessing the Hao Tian hammer, had been persuaded of their authenticity. However, Poseidon found herself somewhat perplexed. How had Tang Chen's grandson grown to such an age? With a casual wave, she perceived their bone ages. Tang Xiao had already reached a full cycle of years, while Tang Hao, though not far behind, was nearing the same milestone. Yet, it was precisely due to their arrival that Poseidon entertained certain thoughts. Do not misconstrue. She merely contemplated the extraordinary potential of Tang Chen's grandsons. Should either of them attain the pinnacle of the 7th assessment, she would be honored to announce her abdication. At that moment, she could depart from Sea God Island in search of Tang Chen. Thus, she instructed the Sea Dragon Douluo, the foremost of the holy pillars, to bestow upon the two men the Sea God assessment, under the pretense that all inhabitants of Sea God Island must undergo this trial. The Tang brothers had no objections, believing this to be the well-known protocol of Sea God Island. Unbeknownst to them, not all individuals on Sea God Island were subjected to the Sea God assessment. Some, like Tang Hao and his brother, resided there without undergoing the trial, yet still enjoyed the same privileges as the island's denizens. However, the results delivered by the Sea God Light Pillar brought Poseidon immense surprise. These two brothers have astonishingly achieved the prestigious red-level top-tier 7 examination. Now, if she could just do her utmost to assist these two individuals in completing their assessments, she would be liberated to seek out Tang Chun. Thus, within this relatively short span of time, under the tacit approval of Poseidon, the Tang brothers, already renowned as Title Douluo, swiftly navigated through the first 6 trials. The 7th trial now awaited them, to gather all the soul bones. Remember, the time frame is within a year. Poseidon commanded with a serious countenance. Rest assured, High Priestess. We shall undoubtedly gather them within half a year. Poseidon nodded slightly, watching the two figures disappear, murmuring to herself, Tang Chen, oh Tang Chen, how is it that you already have a grandson? Merely a few decades have passed, and your grandson has grown so large. When she first encountered Tang Chun and Qian Douluo, she assumed that neither had offspring. In the case of the same individual, the progeny born from a peerless Title Douluo differs fundamentally from those born of an ordinary Title Douluo. This novel can be downloaded through the open source free Starstring downloader developed by Xingyu. If you acquire the novel file through a proxy download and the merchant has not provided the software source code or open source address, please request a refund immediately and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyu@outlook.com, author's QQ, 201-759-3710, official QQ group, 149050832, official TG group, https, me FQ tool. The 5th update has been dispatched. Please check. Ding. Please sign for the 5th update. Where shall we head first, Brother Hal? After undergoing the sea god trials, the two had experienced a notable elevation in their soul power levels. Tang Xiao had reached level 97, while Tang Hao had just crossed into level 96. As two Super Douluos set forth, their speed was nothing short of extraordinary. In just 2.5 hours, they arrived at the coastal territory of the Star Dou Empire, their sights already upon the port city. However, at this moment, Tang Xiao appeared somewhat perplexed. He glanced at the grave-faced Tang Hao beside him and softly inquired, "Shall we return to Heaven Dou City, or head back to the sect?" Tang Hao shook his head. "The sect has been annihilated. Returning now might expose us to the Spirit Hall." During their prolonged stay on Sea God Island, they were unaware that the Spirit Hall had suffered severe losses, with Bibi Dong having her power stripped by the Hall of Worship and confined within the Rakshasa secret realm. As for Heaven Dou City, the mere mention of it caused Tang Hao to recall that moonless, windy night, and for a moment, it felt worthwhile. Huh. Tang Xiao was taken aback, his gaze shifting oddly as he hesitantly asked, "Brother Hao, are you thinking of?" Tang Hao was momentarily dumbfounded. Caught off guard. Thinking of what? What do you think, Brother Hao? An unspeakably awkward scene, if it were to occur in modern times, would likely trend at the top of the hot searches. This is the true navigator of the seas. The Titan, bearing the scars of countless battles, roared with a fierce countenance, "You, divine dragon and serpent, do not overstep your bounds." Beneath the manifestation of his martial spirit, he wielded immense power. And even the fusion technique of the divine dragon and serpent dared not confront him head-on, merely skirting around him, which was exceedingly frustrating. Fortunately, his tough exterior allowed him to withstand the onslaught. Otherwise, he would have long been forced out of his martial spirit state. Overstepping bounds. Meng Shu's cold laughter echoed. From the moment you conspired against the Heaven Dou imperial family and incited the avalanche against them, you were already placed on His Majesty's kill list. Being seasoned veterans, they understood that the Titan could not fathom such a scheme, thus they were certain it was Tang Xiao or Tang Hao orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Consequently, they approached the Titan with a degree of caution, wary of a potential ambush. As for the Titan's bewildered expression, they likely recognized that he was genuinely oblivious. Yet the two brothers from the Tang family were undoubtedly pulling strings behind him. From the very beginning, the divine dragon and serpent had never considered that this was entirely a ploy by Qian Renxue, utilizing the avalanche and Shueshing as tools to eradicate the Hao Tian sect. In doing so, she preserved the dignity of the Heaven Dou imperial family while perfectly casting the blame upon the Hao Tian sect. It must be said, after spending considerable time with Chen Yue, Qian Renxue has also learned to be cunning and strategic, akin to Chen Yue. Prepare to meet your demise. At this moment, despite the manifestation of his martial soul, the Titan finds himself at the end of his offensive capabilities. Faced with the formidable martial soul fusion technique of the Supreme Dragon Serpent, he can only brace himself and raise his colossal fist to strike. His soul power pales in comparison to that of the Supreme Dragon Serpent's fusion technique, and coupled with significant depletion, he finds himself with no recourse but to take the hit head-on. Boom. Chapter 92. Tang San. Behold the wrath of the King of Hell. Titan, evade now. Without a hint of surprise, the Titan was sent flying by the overwhelming force of the attack, crashing heavily to the ground, his martial soul's true form shattered, leaving him breathless. Meanwhile, the Supreme Dragon Serpent had also divided, dispersing the martial soul fusion technique. Stubborn and unyielding, the Serpent Lady scoffed, her footsteps shaking as she advanced towards the Titan, clearly intent on capturing him alive to return to Heaven Dou City. However, at that very moment, a creature resembling both a spider and a dog erupted from a nearby grove, a jet-black beam of darkness hurtling towards the Serpent Lady. Witnessing this, Meng Shu's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly dashed forward, arriving before the advancing Serpent Lady to pull her back forcefully. Be careful. Thanks to Meng Shu's unwavering focus and vigilance of his surroundings, he managed to save the Serpent Lady's life. But do not forget, this couple stands in opposition to the Titan. After the Serpent Lady was swiftly seized by Meng Shu, a dark beam shot forth, hurtling directly towards the Titan. Goodness, Titan, take cover. The figure, resembling both a spider and a dog, is none other than Tang San, who has unleashed the 8 spider lances. At this moment, his hair is disheveled, and the mask on his face has fallen away, revealing a disfigured visage, half of which is marred by scars. His blue hair and forehead are stained with blood, and his complexion is as pale as that of a vampire. Initially, Tang San had intended to launch a surprise attack on the snake woman using the Yama talisman, but he never anticipated that Mengshu would react with such swiftness. Seizing the snake woman and fleeing in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the deadly king of hell's decree struck true, piercing through the Titan before he could even react. In but a fleeting moment, the Titan, having exhausted all his soul power, possessed no means of defense. Before he could utter a sound, he merely raised his hand in a futile gesture, and his form rapidly dissolved into a pool of black blood before the naked eye. The formidable dragon and serpent were gripped by terror. Upon witnessing this scene, they were drenched in cold sweat, especially the serpent lady, whose complexion changed dramatically. In the next moment, she bellowed in rage and charged at Tang San, exclaiming, "You seek death. Do not go." As an 89th level soul Douluo, Mengshu sensed two powerful fluctuations of soul power swiftly approaching the shore, coupled with Tang San's King of Hell's decree. Capable of melting even a soul Douluo like the Titan, she realized that the serpent lady, with her mere soul emperor level, would surely be obliterated if she confronted Tang San. "We must flee." Realizing the approaching forces were unmistakably those of Super Douluos, Mengshu's expression shifted rapidly as he seized the serpent lady, urging her to escape northward. However, just as they took a step forward, a colossal hammer descended with a thunderous crash. A mere worm and a small serpent dare to harm my son? It was none other than Tang Hao, wielding the Hao Tian hammer, who without a moment's hesitation swung it towards the formidable dragon and serpent. Terrified, they hastily attempted to unleash their martial soul fusion technique. Yet they were utterly incapable of withstanding the might of a Super Douluo's blow, resulting in their immediate disintegration and a violent spray of blood. "Father!" Tang San exclaimed joyfully, calling for his father. However, no sooner had he spoken, a chilling murderous intent locked onto him. "You little wretch, I shall claim every drop of your blood and flesh." Chapter 93. The Tang brothers dare to strike at the young third? Very well, Tang Chen, you have chosen your path to death. At this moment, the King of Slaughter's visage was contorted in a grotesque manner, his face marred with shades of darkness. His right hand hung limply, exuding a chaotic aura. Previously, as Tang San unleashed 3 King of Hell's decrees, the King of Slaughter could only evade 2 while using his right palm to block the third. After years of eroding Tang Chen's body, he found that his own form had become nearly impervious, akin to a wall of copper and iron. Therefore, he deemed it fitting to use this right arm to guard against the suffocating sensation of death that Tang San's decree imparted. Now, the reality proved his thoughts correct. Had Tang San's decree struck him directly, while it might not have resulted in immediate death, it would have surely led to a fate no more favorable than that of the snow-colored swan's kiss in the original tale. However, after using his right arm to defend, he merely felt a slight itch, and the energy that Tang Chen had previously forced into his palm began to surge violently, nearly allowing Tang Chen to reclaim dominion over his body. Alas, it was a pity that the energy of Tang Chen was severely wounded by the King of Hell's token, and when it erupted, it exhibited a disjointed sensation, likely stemming from the realization that not a single ally remained behind him after his initial advance. Thus, the King of Slaughter could still maintain his dominance. However, he needed to swiftly utilize Tang San's blood to antidote himself. The energy belonging to Tang Chen, which he was suppressing and countering, had also left him with a slight trace of the poison from the King of Hell's token. Therefore, disregarding his current condition, he lunged directly at Tang San, seizing some of his blood, and even after Tang San had fled, he showed no signs of relenting. The sudden emergence of the King of Slaughter took the Tang brothers entirely by surprise. Without uttering a word, Tang Xiao seized his massive hammer, preparing to rush forward to rescue Tang San. However, the distance was insurmountable, and the King of Slaughter lunged with a claw aimed directly at Tang San's throat. The blood from the carotid artery was the most potent and precisely what the King of Slaughter craved. Under such an attack, a normal person would undoubtedly meet their demise. But was Tang San so easily vanquished? The blood-red claw tore through a layer of skin on Tang San's neck, even shattering half of the carotid artery. In an instant, blood sprayed onto the King of Slaughter, which he eagerly absorbed into his body, suppressing the toxins from the Yama tablet within him. Yet, this was not sufficient. He required more blood, intending to dilute Tang San's essence in his blood pool to save his city of slaughter. At this critical moment, Tang Zhao's attack was imminent. Meanwhile, Tang Hao abandoned his pursuit of the invincible dragon serpent and dashed over. "You scoundrel, seeking death, release little San." The furious roars of the Tang brothers echoed through the night sky. Yet, in their rage, they failed to notice a figure hovering eerily above the sea outside the harbor, holding a recording stone that faithfully captured this poignant moment of the Tang family's legacy. Not only on the sea, but in another direction. Yu Tianhing also held a recording stone, documenting the scene while munching on snacks. However, a look of trepidation crossed his face as he realized the terrifying trump card Tang San possessed. Could even a soul Dou be reduced to mere blood? Chapter 94. Chen Yue. I truly did not intend to run the red light. The road was simply too slippery, and the brakes failed. Chen Yue experienced a lengthy dream, filled with memories from his past life. For instance, he dreamed of his days as a designated driver, with a senior dressed in JK attire. You are an utterly incompetent driver. You dare to run the red light? The senior's face flushed with alarm, and she lightly kicked Chen Yue. You almost scared me to death, do you know that? It wasn't my intention to run it. The road was too wet, and the brakes simply failed. Humph. I'll let it slide this time. But next time I need a designated driver. You must do better. Chen Yue was stunned. There will be a next time? No, but in the future, I'll only ask you to drive for me. And as for this car, you can come and drive it whenever you want, so take good care of it, all right? Chen Yue glanced at the blushing JK senior, swallowed hard, and nodded. Well? Okay then. Hey, why are you stopping? It's a red light, right? Didn't you just tell me not to run a red light? That starts next time. Since I already ran it just now, it's fine to run it once more. Don't worry. Chen Yue felt as if the dream was becoming clearer. And as he groggily opened his eyes, he found himself gazing at Shueku, who was peacefully asleep in his arms. Chen Yue, I must be dreaming. I certainly haven't woken up yet. Just as this thought flitted through his mind, Shueku stirred awake, locking eyes with him. Chen Yue, brother Yue, wait a moment. Shueku's face turned crimson, resembling an apple. You, don't get up yet. Just wait a bit longer. Wait for what? Chen Yue asked, bewildered. But in the next moment, he understood what he was to wait for. After what felt like 2.5 quarters of an hour, Chen Yue finally emerged from the bathroom, refreshed, cradling Shueku, and gently laid her on the bed. He sighed. Others have a pleasant good morning, but for me, it's a late bus. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he murmured, I didn't expect this exhausting session to take so long to recuperate. He had just clarified the time with Shueku and was entirely unprepared for the lengthy duration of his recovery. Yet, he wondered how those confined in the small dark room were faring. Chen Yue pondered this as he took his time to exit, and with a thought, he entered the Heavenly King's tower. He was somewhat apprehensive that those within might have perished from hunger during his recuperation. The first floor housed Xiao Wu, Tang Duihua, and Tang Tian. The second floor held Shang Guanwan, the Lady Ning. The third floor was occupied by the Snow Empress. Finally, the top floor contained the Ice Empress. Chen Yue first ascended to the top floor to check on the Ice Empress. For the apex of the small dark room was akin to the core of the fallen heart flame, where the heart fire's intensity was greatest. Chen Yue feared that the Ice Empress might be consumed by that heart fire. Upon reaching the 7th floor, he beheld the Ice Empress in her current state. She was drenched in sweat from the heat, her once ice-like skin now ablaze with a fiery hue, resembling a stunning, flame-kissed beauty from afar. Indeed, this enhanced version of the crystal could potentially incinerate her clothing. Chen Yue rubbed his nose, initially intending to teach the Ice Empress a lesson to instill some caution. However, upon returning to the Tiandou Imperial Palace, he realized that releasing her would leave the palace defenseless, and in his current state, he lacked the confidence to subdue her in one move, so he opted to keep her in the small dark room for an expedited recovery. Yet, he hadn't anticipated that this recovery would take such a lengthy time. Upon sensing a distinctly male presence in the top floor, the Ice Empress suddenly opened her eyes. Her fiery phoenix gaze locking on to Chen Yue. Chen Yue, hey, you. Just as Chen Yue uttered 2 words, the Ice Empress lunged at him like a famished wolf, sealing his mouth. Chen Yue? What is happening? At that moment, a bewildered Chen Yue stared at the Ice Empress, realizing her eyes were completely red, which brought to mind the infamous scene from the original Dou Palace. Just as he thought this, Chen Yue gasped sharply, but before he could catch his breath, his mouth was sealed again, leaving him feeling pitifully helpless. The Ice Empress's crimson eyes fixated on Chen Yue, and at a certain moment, the redness in her gaze faded, replaced by shock and embarrassment. Yet, before she could react, she felt the shackles within her being shattered. 40,000 years of cultivation. She had broken through the restraints of 40,000 years of cultivation. This is bad. The Ice Empress exclaimed in alarm. She had no confidence to endure a tribulation. But in that fleeting moment of distraction, the heart fire surged again, and her eyes turned crimson once more. After a full 2.5 hours, the Ice Emperor's crimson eyes regained clarity, yet they revealed an overwhelming weariness. As she collapsed into Chen Yue's embrace, utterly devoid of the energy to even move a finger, exhausted to the core, after a considerable pause, She finally managed to draw a breath, her hands pressing against Chen Yu's chest, her cracked lips slightly moving. You assist me in transcending this tribulation, thus we shall clear our debts. Chen Yue, perplexed, thought, now, return the Snow Emperor to me, and I shall depart immediately. Chen Yue, incredulous, retorted, do you think you can finish and simply wipe your mouth, then flee? Such a bargain does not exist in this world. Has the fire of your heart scorched your reason? The Ice Emperor stared blankly at Chen Yue. What do you mean? You are already my captive, and the recent events were initiated by you. Do you wish to settle your debts? It is insufficient. The Ice Emperor furrowed her brow. What are you trying to say? Since you are here, it would be best to remain quietly. Chen Yue firmly grasped her shoulders, sensing her desperate struggles, and chuckled softly. By the way, do you think the Snow Emperor enjoys the pincers of the Ice Scorpion Emperor? The Ice Emperor's movements abruptly ceased. Yet in the next moment, she forcefully twisted Chen Yue around, declaring, if I must stay, then why must you be above me? Chen Yue, bewildered, noted, 7,000 words constitute a chapter. A significant update. 7,000 words in one chapter. I am too lazy to break it apart. I shall toss it aside. If it cannot be salvaged, then let it dangle at 4,000. I was amused this early morning by some exquisite comments. The Ice Emperor was no fool. She believed herself capable of enduring to the death. But if Chen Yue were to force her into her true form and sever her Emperor Scorpion pincers to coerce the Snow Emperor, the pure and flawless Snow Emperor she cherished in her heart would, at this moment, perhaps descend into the ordinary. Thus, she resolved to sacrifice herself in exchange for the Snow Emperor's pristine essence. Of course, this thought was birthed from her earlier experience when she broke through after 40,000 years of cultivation without experiencing any heavenly tribulation whatsoever. Such astonishing events, even in her long life, were a first for her. If this man before her could indeed help her successfully navigate the tribulation, then perhaps remaining in this already flawed situation was not entirely unfeasible. Chen Yue, however, was oblivious to the thoughts of the Ice Emperor at that moment. Previously, he had not comprehended the saying, finding a partner is akin to maintaining a vehicle. But now, he had gained insight. It was said that experienced drivers typically visit roadside shops for maintenance, paying merely 200 yuan each time, although an additional 50 might be required for carbon cleaning services. Conversely, some professional, properly trained establishments charged a bit more, around 1,000 yuan. Indeed, one thing that had always baffled Chen Yue was why replacing a pristine, gleaming headlight cost 500 yuan, but now he seemed to understand. The renowned scene of familial devotion in Gongxin City had been faithfully recorded by the memorial stones on the sea and by Yu Tianheng on the nearby land. The grandfather and grandson engaged in fierce battle were completely unaware of this. Damn it! Tang Xiao clutched his chest, bloodstains covering him, his face contorted in agony, gasping heavily as he cast a bloodshot gaze upon the king of slaughter before him. What domain did this individual belong to that he could inhibit the use of martial souls and spirit rings? Without martial souls and spirit rings, he could only rely on the abilities of his soul bones, along with his formidable physical strength and soul power, to contend with the king of slaughter. Yet, the latter's soul power was far beyond what a mere 97-level individual could contend with, even with Tang Hao's assistance. Although he could utilize martial souls and soul skills after entering the God of Slaughter domain, the 96th-level Tang Hao is still being thoroughly overpowered by the King of Slaughter. It was fortunate that within the King of Slaughter's body, the soul of Tang Chun and the energy from Tang Chen's right hand were struggling to disrupt him. Moreover, the King of Slaughter had to divide his attention to guard against Tang San, who was poised to launch a surprise attack at any moment. Without the distraction of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, they would have been defeated long ago. I wonder how much longer you can endure. The King of Slaughter distinctly felt Tang Chen's soul fiercely contesting for dominance over his body, resulting in intermittent loss of control in his right arm. Otherwise, the Tang brothers would have been dispatched long ago. If this continued, he was certain that he would be ensnared by Tang Chen's soul, leaving the Tang brothers to exhaust him completely. Thus, he resolved to end this. Having just slashed open that brat's neck, even if it was only partially, that kid would surely be devoid of fighting strength. The King of Slaughter glanced at Tang San, who appeared dazed from excessive blood loss. Gritting his teeth and deciding without hesitation to first annihilate these two, then seize Tang San and depart, returning to my city of slaughter. Even if this fellow is the god of slaughter, what of it? The city of slaughter is my domain. There, he could unleash a power far exceeding his own. While Tang Chen's soul would be suppressed by the malevolent presence within, unable to resist. With this thought, the King of Slaughter no longer hesitated. He bellowed, Die. Two massive blood-red wings unfurled from his back, and as the Tang brothers prepared to charge, two icy blood claws lunged towards them. Brother, be careful. Under the god of slaughter domain, Tang Hao could utilize martial souls, and although suppressed by the domain, these blood claws posed no threat to him. However, for Tang Xiao, whose martial soul and spirit rings were locked by the anti-magic effect, he could only attempt to defend with his soul bone skills, which would inevitably result in injury. Given Tang Xiao's current state, he was in peril. Yet, at that moment, as Tang Hao shattered a blood claw to assist Tang Xiao, the king of slaughter had already appeared beside Tang San, mercilessly striking at Tang San's head. Just as the claw was about to make contact, Tang San's body moved in a peculiar manner, resulting in the claw shattering his left arm and shoulder, torrents of blood gushing forth. Seeing this, the king of slaughter's eyes sparkled with excitement. Using this toxic blood to eliminate all three of you would be a trivial matter. Just as his laughter faded, he eagerly sought to absorb this blood to suppress the lethal toxins coursing through his right arm towards his heart. Seizing the moment, Tang San swept his palm, unleashing a barrage of rain pear blossom needles. Merely a petty trick. The king of slaughter had anticipated this and coldly scoffed as his blood claws swiftly deflected the myriad icy lights. However, amidst the shimmering brilliance, a pitch-black beam pierced through the blood claws and surged towards the king of slaughter. It was indeed the king of hell's poison. What? The king of slaughter was taken aback, and in a hurried response, he could only raise his right arm to withstand the dark light, his body forcefully recoiling. Damn it! He felt the toxins invading his heart, his expression shifting, and as he glimpsed Tang Hao charging at him with a massive hammer, his countenance grew even more grim. With a cold snort, he unfurled his blood-red wings and fled. You brat, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, this king will dig 3 feet into the ground to find you and kill you. The venom of this Yamatoken is well understood by the king of slaughter. Moreover, with the current state of Tang Chen's energy turmoil, he lacks the confidence to eliminate the 3 adversaries. He urgently needs the blood of Tang San to suppress the toxin. If that fails, he will have no choice but to head to Heavenly Dou City. However, unbeknownst to the king of slaughter, at the moment the final Yamatoken was launched, all of Tang San's soul power was exhausted, causing him to faint upon the sea. Consequently, the brothers Tang Hao had no choice but to abandon their pursuit and swiftly carry Tang San into the city in search of a healing soul master. Senior Chen truly possesses remarkable foresight. After the 2 brothers departed with Tang San, the figure on the ocean finally revealed itself. It was the porcupine Douluo. His martial soul allows him to hover above the sea, utilizing the ocean to perfectly conceal his presence. This will undoubtedly please Senior Chen. Due to Chunyu's additional mission, both the porcupine Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo are no longer within the Heavenly Dou Palace, replaced by the Qianjun demon subduer and the light feather Douluo to fully oversee the palace. The tasks assigned to the 2 close companions in the outside world are rather numerous and the duration is quite lengthy. Much like the porcupine Douluo, he must utilize the recording stone to document the scene of Tang family's benevolent grandson's filial piety, merely relying on Yu Tianheng's assurances. Even if Chen Yue feels confident that no issues will arise, porcupine Douluo's growing unease leads him to personally use the recording stone to capture the moment. At present, he distinctly perceives that the state of the king of slaughter is somewhat amiss, thus affirming that this endeavor with the recording stone has reached its conclusion. Without further ado, he makes his way towards the Tiandou Imperial Palace. Inside the Tiandou Imperial Palace, a storm brews. What did you just say? Qian Renxue's expression darkens to an extreme as she gazes upon the middle-aged man kneeling before her, drenched in cold sweat. Tang San and the others from Gingxin City. Escaped? Days prior, she had dispatched individuals to apprehend Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San, who were hiding within Gingxin City. The forces she sent were no ordinary troops. They were the Angel Legion, who had made their appearance during the Jialing Pass arc of the original story. Indeed, after successfully ascending to the throne, she had acquired partial authority over the Angel Legion from the Worship Hall. It is worth noting that although the Angel Legion is not numerous, each member is a soul saint, and the various squad leaders are formidable soul Douluo of levels 89. Consequently, despite only possessing partial authority, Qian Renxue stands as a formidable force, with such a multitude of soul saints and soul Douluo at her disposal. Capturing Yu Xiaojiang, a soul sage, and Tang San, a soul emperor, should ostensibly pose no challenge. Indeed, even the formidable golden iron triangle would pose no threat. Yet now she is informed that the individuals were not apprehended. They escaped right beneath their noses. Master, the middle-aged man wipes the cold sweat from his forehead, When we arrived at the Blacksmith Association last night to capture them, we discovered it was already deserted. Not a single shadow was seen. Useless. Qian Renxue slams her palm onto the desk, startling the Angel Legion commander, who trembles in fear, lowering his head in silence. Master, please calm down. The expression of Heavenly Dou Palace also darkens, yet he refrains from further pressuring the middle-aged man, for he has already gleaned the cunning and treachery of Tang San from recent reports. When Qian Renxue sought to act against Shrek Academy in Tiando City, Tang San slipped away like a dog sensing danger, resulting in their capture of the Academy's students and teachers, but none of the 4 pivotal figures were apprehended. Moreover, when they attempted to capture Dugubo in the Sunset Forest, Heavenly Dou Palace personally intervened, only to be bewildered by Dugubo, who seemed to possess foresight, leading him on a wild chase within the forest, ultimately ensnaring him in Dugubo's underground lair. It was a truly confounding experience for Heavenly Dou Palace. Furthermore, when Qian Renxue rebuffed the Min family's conditions and sought to intimidate the Yu family, she did not anticipate that the clan leader would inexplicably lead the important descendants to flee, leaving only a handful of useless Yu family members behind at the ancestral home. Each operation appeared to be preceded by someone leaking information, which left Qian Renxue gnashing her teeth in frustration. Ultimately, she mobilized the Angel Legion. With the deployment of the Angel Legion, the fleeing Yu family was swiftly annihilated, but the subsequent Pa family had long since vanished to the Star Luo Empire, eluding capture. Initially, Qian Renxue believed this matter would require some time to resolve, yet unexpectedly she received a secret letter revealing the whereabouts of the Pa family. From the letter, she discerned a fragrant scent, unmistakably that of a woman, and upon realizing that the intelligence pertained to the Star Luo Empire, she instantly understood that this was the work of Chunyu, who had set his clandestine machinations in the Star Luo Empire. Indeed, the letter was penned by the Star Luo Empress, Zhu Qingxue. She remained unaware of Chenyu's allegiance. But the Porcupine Douluo had been active in Gingxin City during the time Chenyu orchestrated his plans in the Star Luo Empire. Thus, he felt that if the Pa family had indeed fled to the Star Luo Empire, perhaps Empress Zhu Qingxue could offer assistance. And so, the secret letter found its way into Qian Renxue's hands. Following this, without any unforeseen developments, the defiant Pa family was nearly eradicated, with their leader, Yang Wudi, managing to escape by diving into the sea after fending off the assault of 5 Soul Douluo from the Angel Legion, disappearing without a trace. After fruitless searches, the Angel Legion made their way to Gangxin City, intent on capturing Tang San. However, by that time, Tang San had already fled. Upon hearing Heavenly Dou Palace's counsel, Qian Renxue recalled Tang San's serpentine evasions, releasing a long sigh as she inquired, "What else?" After discovering Tang San's departure, we did not dare to delay and immediately searched the entirety of Gingxin City. Qian Renxue's expression softened as she continued. However, we scoured every corner of Gingxin City and found no trace of Tang San. The leader of the Angelic Division clasped his hands together. However, by the shores of the Starry Empire, we sensed a formidable surge of soul power, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of bloodlust, reminiscent of the massacre at the Spirit Hall in Gingxin City. Based on our comprehensive analysis, this individual's soul power level is at least 97. Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback, rising swiftly. What? A Title Douluo of level 97? She was unaware of the preceding events involving the King of Slaughter. Neither the Lightwing Douluo nor the Thousand June Demon Subduing Douluo uttered a word, and Chunyu remained silent as well. Thus, when she heard this, her astonishment was palpable. It was the Lightwing Douluo who, upon hearing the bloodlust, immediately thought of the King of Slaughter. He slightly raised his head and glanced at the seemingly about to speak Qian Renxue, preemptively inquiring, what happened next? Upon realizing her speech had been interrupted, Qian Renxue frowned. However, upon seeing the expression on the Lightwing Douluo's face, she swallowed her curiosity and resumed her seat upon the dragon throne. Responding to the esteemed elder, we dispatched several astute soul saints to investigate after detecting this aura. Upon approaching, they encountered a shrouded red mist, which appeared to be a domain, isolating the area within. We dared not recklessly intrude and could only retreat. Hearing this, the Lightwing Douluo instantly confirmed that this was indeed the King of Slaughter who had come to Tiando City previously. Yet now another question arose. Why has the King of Slaughter appeared in Gingxin City? The Radiant Spirit Douluo was perplexed but could surmise that it might be the handiwork of Chunyu. With this thought in mind, he spoke. So, you have returned, have you? Most of the personnel had indeed withdrawn, for hiding before a Title Douluo was a formidable challenge. Once their conflict concluded, it was likely they would turn their attention to us. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue lost her patience, waving her hand dismissively. Leave. Yes. She wearily rubbed her temples, pondering the unreliability of the 18th Angel Legion. Master, perhaps they simply encountered timing issues, one suggested. I must say, how could they make such a foolish mistake in timing adjustments? The radiant spirit Douluo's lips twitched as he glanced at the seemingly bemused Qian Renxue, ultimately choosing to remain silent. The young master had certainly revealed her true colors, and coupled with her late-night handling of official documents, she was understandably irritable. The 6th Angel Legion has come to report. Qian Renxue massaged her temples without raising her head. Come in and report. Yes. The female attendant withdrew, and a scholarly-looking woman entered. Master, the list you previously requested for cleansing within Heavenly Dou City has been completed. We have complete control over Heavenly Dou City. This was precisely Qian Renxue's objective. Her approach involved apprehending anyone who defied her with irrefutable evidence. For those who had fled Heavenly Dou City, she intended for the 6th Angel Legion to eliminate them without exception. In this way, her earlier guise as the amiable and approachable Shui Qinghe would persist. I understand. After waiting all night, a piece of good news finally arrived, and Qian Renxue breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next words from the 6th Legion commander utterly confounded her. Yet, the 6th Legion commander steeled herself, lowering her head slightly. We discovered the severely injured and unconscious Gaishe Longxi at the border of the Star Luo Empire and the Heavenly Dou Empire. After examination by the healing spirit masters, it was determined that they suffered severe internal injuries due to an attack from a super Douluo. Had it not been for their immense soul power and deep-seated will, they might not have survived. Qian Renxue. What? The Gaishe Longxi she dispatched had encountered trouble? What did you say? Qian Renxue sprang to her feet. Gaishe Longxi is dead. Reporting to the master, indeed, the 6th Legion commander said with great reluctance. Their last wish was to see their granddaughter. We could only send them back to the Exotic Beast Academy in Heavenly Dou City. Convey my orders. Qian Renxue interrupted her. At the morning court the day after tomorrow, we shall confer the title of Duke upon Gaishe Longxi, conducting the funeral with the dignity befitting a prince's demise. Their granddaughter, Meng Aran, shall be conferred as the Duchess of Dragon and Serpent, appointed as a distinguished professor at the Royal Academy of Heavenly Dou. Her status second only to the 3 major educational committees, and she shall reside within the palace. Moreover, all of Duchess Meng Iran's soul rings will henceforth be hunted by the royal family. Yes, upon hearing these proclamations, the radiant spirit Douluo could not help but muse inwardly, marvelous. The means employed to win people's hearts are truly remarkable. Young master, you are formidable. Qian Renxue sighed. With the demise of the formidable Titan, there was no one left to pursue. It seems the Angel Legion must take action. Young master, the Titan has fallen. Just as Qian Renxue lamented, a sudden voice interrupted her. The leader of the 6th Division had already departed the palace to carry out orders. So it naturally could not have been her words. Qian Renxue furrowed her brow, pondering before inquiring. What's the matter? She could still recognize the voice of the Douluo, and with the Title Douluo approaching, while the Guangling Douluo remained silent, it was clearly someone from their faction. Young master, it is as follows. The Douluo elucidated, Elder Chen instructed me to proceed to the Star Luo Empire on a mission, and unexpectedly, I made a discovery. What discovery? Not only was Qian Renxue intrigued, but Guangling Douluo was as well. An unexpected finding that could astonish someone as seasoned should not disappoint them, right? That Tang San has slain the Titan, the patriarch of the Qian Renxue? Guangling Douluo. What? You say Tang San killed the patriarch of the Titan? How is that possible? Wait. Qian Renxue snapped back to reality, her brow deeply knitted. Are you certain of what you're saying? The Douluo paused, repeating, Tang San killed the Titan, is that not correct? Qian Renxue retorted, how could a soul emperor like Tang San possibly slay the Titan? After all, he had already exhausted his soul power after a fierce battle with the formidable dragon and snake. What reason would Tang San have to kill the Titan? He intended to launch a surprise attack on Snake Lady with a hidden weapon, but unexpectedly, Meng Shu noticed in time and evaded, causing the weapon to strike the Titan, who is now utterly obliterated. Qian Renxue? Guangling Douluo. What hidden weapon? Is it truly so astonishing? One mere contra. And it has vanished without a trace? Guangling Douluo inquired, perplexed. Are you certain such a formidable hidden weapon exists? He had never witnessed Tang San's hidden weapons and had not participated in the assault on the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Thus he harbored doubts about the unexpected nature of it all. I am certain. The Porcupine Douluo affirmed, the recording from the Shadow Stone cannot possibly contain any errors. However, without Chen Yue present, he hesitated to mention the Shadow Stone, as it was a gift from Chen Yue. Yet, his demeanor only deepened Guangling Douluo's skepticism, who furrowed his brow, pondering how such a bizarre artifact could exist. Fifth Elder, you are unaware. The Porcupine Douluo explained. Do you know of the incident when the 4 Title Douluo, including Elder Jiao, attacked the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? I have indeed heard of it. Guangling Douluo nodded. Though he had not been directly involved, he was aware of the casualties, which he believed were merely a pretext for Bibi Dong's failure. After all, how much capability could a support-oriented sect possess? Under Bibi Dong's misguided leadership, the Spirit Hall suffered casualties in the thousands. The survival of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School could be attributed to a third of luck, thanks to Chen Xian, Gu Rong, and Ning Fingxi, while another 40% was due to this so-called hidden weapon. The Porcupine Douluo elaborated. In the battle against the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, the Pope dispatched 10,000 Soul Masters and 4 Title Douluo, yet what was the outcome? 3 of the 4 Title Douluo were gravely injured, and at least 4,000 of the 10,000 Soul Masters perished, with the injured numbering over 3,000. The cause of this outcome was indeed the hidden weapon. Guangling Douluo's frown deepened, clearly unconvinced. You speak the truth. Qian Renxue suddenly interjected. I have witnessed Tang San's Zhuge Divine Crossbow, which can enable an unarmed support-type Soul Master to slay Soul Venerates, and even Soul Sages in an instant. If it were to strike unexpectedly at a vital spot, even a Soul King would perish. In light of this, their disciples were not merely fish on a chopping block. Guangling Douluo's expression shifted. If that were indeed the case, Tang San would certainly be more convinced of the young master's identity. He was well aware that Tang San had long harbored suspicions about Qian Renxue's disguise as Xue Qinghe, were it not for Dugobo's falling out with Tang San. Qian Renxue's ascension ceremony would likely not have proceeded so smoothly. And now, the Heavenly Dragon Serpent, representing the Tiando royal family, was sent to capture the Titan, which only solidified Tang San's suspicions. With Tang Hao and Tang Xiao missing, the potential threat they posed, combined with Tang San's growing power, would surely render them unable to keep pace. He had known this since fleeing Tiando City. While Guangling Douluo was visibly alarmed, Qian Renxue appeared remarkably composed. However, she could only think of how Xue Qinghe harbored ambitions, willing to ally with the Spirit Hall for the sake of the throne. Although publicly declaring that the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School was responsible for the death of Xue Yi, the implication was merely a misrepresentation. Guangling Douluo's expression shifted, and with a firm resolve, he declared, Young Master, while Tang San and his companions remain by the seaside of the Star Luo Empire, it would be prudent to send subordinates to apprehend them. As for guarding the area, let Qian Jun handle it. Before Qian Renxue could respond, the Porcupine Douluo interjected anxiously. No, Fifth Elder, that Tang Xiao, however, he was interrupted by a languid voice that floated through the air, distinctly reaching everyone's ears. It seems that during my absence, you all have been rather flustered, especially you, little Xue. You've been quite the busy bee. In an instant, all present felt a jolt, turning in unison towards the source of the voice. There stood Chunyu, grinning, with his hands behind his head, leaning casually against the doorframe. Chapter 96, Qian Renxue. Be careful, I might just write 5,000 words. You've awakened. Qian Renxue was the first to react, her excitement propelling her into Chunyu's embrace, her golden wings shimmering behind her. Ah, be careful. You might jostle our little treasure. Chunyu, holding the now noticeably thinner Qian Renxue, felt a pang of sympathy. Not caring for caution, Qian Renxue, having been exhausted from managing various affairs, simply wished to indulge in her role as a beloved wife while nestled in Chunyu's arms. Seeing this, Guangling Douluo and the others discreetly withdrew, leaving the vast chamber with only Chunyu and Qian Renxue remaining. Now that you are back, I can finally rest. Qian Renxue had nearly wrapped up the trivial matters within Tiando City, with only the finishing touches on Tang San and his companions left. Fear not. I shall take care of what comes next. Chunyu nodded slightly, then turned to the doorway, calling, Qian Jun, come here. Chen Sr. Qian Jun hastily entered the chamber, his head bowed in deference. Previously, at Qian Renxue's behest, the Porcupine Douluo and the Serpent Halberd had referred to Chunyu as master, but he had not done the same, and thus had grown accustomed to addressing them as such. How goes the construction in the Tianyuan secret realm? Chunyu casually inquired. Reporting to Chen Sr. The building my brother and I are overseeing is 90% complete. Only the final step remains. Qian paused, then quickly added, "We only need 3 more days to finish the last wall." Given that the Tianyuan secret realm lacked sunlight and the vines lurked within the forests, the absence of walls indeed posed a significant danger. "Very well. Tonight you shall proceed to complete the final construction." Chunyu waved his hand, causing the entrance to the Tianyuan secret realm to materialize above the chamber door. "You shall emerge by tomorrow morning." "Thank you, Senior." The two rejoiced, bowing respectfully before promptly entering the realm. "Guangling, come here," Chunyu beckoned. "Senior, please command." Guangling Douluo responded. "From now on, the affairs within Tiando City will be entrusted to you. You have become quite familiar with them during this time, have you not? Rest assured, Senior. I shall ensure the task is accomplished." In matters of construction, Guangling Douluo was not particularly adept, and with Qian and his brother working together, their progress was undoubtedly swifter than his alone, leading him to neglect considerations for the walls. Fortunately, Chen Yue understood that while Guangling Douluo was quite capable in political maneuvering, expecting him to manage construction was indeed a stretch. "Let us go, little Shui." Chen Yue effortlessly lifted Qian Renxue in a princess carry, causing her cheeks to flush. "Where are you placing your hands? Be careful, or I might just think before you act." "Why not just act on those thoughts? That won't do. If we proceed now, it might harm the baby." "Chen Yue, just moments ago when you caught me in your embrace, did you not consider the possibility of harming the baby?" Guangling Douluo lowered his head, eyes cast downwards, not lifting his gaze until the maidens behind him had removed all of Qian Renxue's belongings from the chamber. Only then did he raise his head once more, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. To be frank, his understanding of Chen Yue was far less profound than that of Qian Yuan's demon subduing, and even more so compared to the porcupine serpent spear. Thus, he regarded Chen Yue with a sense of reverence. In the presence of Chen Yue, he remained silent, closing his eyes to either rest or listen attentively, too timid to raise his head. After nearly 2 decades in seclusion, Chen Yue's temperament remained an enigma to him. Consequently, when Chen Yue was with Qian Renxue, he emulated Qian Yuan's demeanor, keeping his head lowered and remaining silent. Although he was uncertain, he sensed that Chen Yue's attitude towards Qian Renxue was somewhat distinct, and he feared that any misstep might provoke ire. Thus, he opted to play the wise man, imitating the actions of Qian and the porcupine serpent spear. Meanwhile, Chen Yue had escorted Qian Renxue back to the bedroom, where he found 2 women sound asleep on the bed, covered by blankets, yet it was evident they were not clothed: Bingdi and Shueka. Bingdi lay sprawled in a large letter shape, while Shueka was reclining, as the latter was already with child, though not yet at the same stage as Qian Renxue, allowing for a gentler demeanor. However, given her current state, it seemed she had exhausted herself to the point of slumber. Qian Renxue was aware of Shueka's presence, even having sent her that evening to care for Chen Yue. But what of Bingdi? "She was designated to protect you once you enter the secret realm." A slight smile graced Chen Yue's lips if all went as planned. Another woman would join them. Merely placing Qian Renxue alone within the secret realm did seem rather inappropriate. Even with Qian Yuan's presence, Chen Yue felt it was less than ideal. When caring for a pregnant woman, aside from her partner, the best companions are her sisters. The Ice Empress is now a sister to Qian Renxue, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she will also embrace her role, until the matter regarding the Heavenly Source secret realm is thoroughly established. Chen Yue shall refrain from making it public. Qian Renxue was momentarily taken aback. "She protects me?" Though both are women, and despite her ability to discern the connection between the Ice Empress and Chen Yue from the current state of the battle, it felt somewhat inappropriate. With a swift motion, Chen Yue remained silent as she lifted the blanket and placed it over the figure of Shueku. The sudden chill instantly roused the Ice Empress from her stupor, her eyes fluttering open as she groggily rubbed them, exclaiming, "What is happening? It's so cold." Noticing the peculiar expression on Qian Renxue's face, Chen Yue offered an awkward smile. Well, she might not be accustomed to this. He almost forgot that the Ice Empress rarely assumed a human form, often manifesting as a ferocious beast. Given her current state of exhaustion, it was understandable that she had not noticed the absence of any adornment. No significant issue. Clearing his throat, Chen Yue playfully slapped her shoulder, urging, "Get up quickly, or I shall truly be unrelenting." The utterance sent a jolt through the Ice Empress, prompting her to rise hastily. It was then that she noticed Qian Renxue, who wore an odd expression, startling her once more. However, upon realizing that Qian Renxue was also a woman, she exhaled in relief, exclaiming, "You nearly frightened me to death. I thought you intended to hand me over to another man." As she spoke, she yawned, and a flowing ice blue gown materialized around her. Still somewhat drowsy, she inquired, "What is it?" Do you wish to surpass the Snow Empress in cultivation and have your way with her? Upon hearing this, the Ice Empress felt her fatigue evaporate, her eyes alight with excitement. Really? Is it truly possible? She regarded Chen Yue with a hint of skepticism. I must warn you, I shall not serve any other man. Why do you think that? He asked. Because the nobility of humankind is predominantly corrupt. I have witnessed fathers and daughters trespass into my resting place. Chen Yue and Qian Renxue gasped. How utterly thrilling. More formidable than the strongest of the battle soul masters and the sibling duo master Yu Xiaojiang. Reflecting on this, Chen Yue cast a glance at Qian Renxue, who regarded him curiously. What are you staring at? She queried. Nothing. I merely recalled some similar incidents, he replied. Qian Renxue paused, pondering. Similar incidents? Then she recollected Chen Yue's previous mention of Qian Xuanji and Bibi Dong's past as teacher and student. Rest assured, Chen Yue coughed, adopting a serious tone. If you dare to be intimate with another man, I shall eliminate him immediately and serve you as a spicy ice scorpion. From this statement, it was evident that certain nobles of the Tiandou Empire, particularly those residing far from the emperor's reach, were indeed a convoluted matter. Ice Empress, let us not delve into such spicy ice scorpions. What spicy ice scorpions? Qian Renxue responded, momentarily taken aback. Where would one find scorpions? Her true form was that of a soul beast over 100,000 years old. It was more appropriate to refer to her as a fierce beast. Chen Yue did not conceal the truth, yet he refrained from disclosing that the Ice Empress had already reached 400,000 years of age, fearing it might shock Qian Renxue. Nevertheless, even this revelation left Qian Renxue astounded. Qian Renxue, by the heavens! You've captured 200,000-year soul beasts as pets and even subdued a fierce beast over 100,000 years old? Qian Renxue's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded the Ice Empress, no longer daring to look at her with prior skepticism. Throughout her life, she had never heard of a soul beast surpassing 100,000 years in cultivation. Indeed, these matters may indeed be recorded in the archives of the Spirit Hall. Yet scarcely anyone bothers to peruse them. Due to oral traditions, knowledge of beings surpassing the 100,000-year soul beasts is largely unknown. However, Qian Renxue, having witnessed grand spectacles, is unfazed. After all, she has experienced events where Chunyu, amidst casual banter, annihilated the Hao Tian sect and effortlessly subdued 200,000-year soul beasts, capturing them alive. In light of this, it seems hardly surprising that she might consider acquiring yet another 100,000-year beast as a bodyguard. With her safeguarding you in the Tianyuan secret realm, I find solace. By the way, Xiaobinger, this is your sister Qian Renxue. You may call her Sister Qian from now on. Qian Renxue interjected, call me Snow Sister. Chen Yue, taken aback, mused, but how will the Snow Empress address her then? His lips twitched as he contemplated, let us have the Snow Empress be called Big Snow, while she shall be Little Snow. Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, the Ice Empress lifted her gaze, regarding Qian Renxue with suspicion. She found it peculiar that this human, upon learning of her status as a beast over 100,000 years old, exhibited no fear. Yet, soon she understood, for, upon her second glance at Qian Renxue, her attention involuntarily drifted to Qian Renxue's abdomen. From it, she sensed a profound vitality burgeoning within. In an instant, realization dawned upon her. No wonder this human remained composed. It was due to the support of her partner. Humph. This royal has no desire to engage in such trivial disputes. My sole ambition now is to surpass the Snow Empress and indulge in my whims. The Ice Empress's scrutiny of the Snow Empress was not a fleeting affair. Had it not been for Chen Yue's timely intervention, she might have succumbed to her ambitions. Is what you just said true? As Chen Yue had anticipated, the Ice Empress's eyes blazed with fervor, fixated on him. All I need is protection from you, and I can surpass the Snow Empress? Is this true? Chen Yue smiled gently. Indeed, it is true. Have I ever deceived you? He recalled how he had promised to assist them in overcoming the heavenly tribulation, which had indeed come to pass. The Ice Empress reflected on this, realizing he had spoken no falsehoods, save for the slight interference with her form. After enduring the heartfire of the Heavenly King's Tower for an extended period, and having been thoroughly exhausted for 2.5 hours, her mind remained somewhat hazy, momentarily jolted awake by the prospect of surpassing the Snow Empress. That is indeed true. Now, she recalled that when she had broken through the 40,000-year threshold, it was also Chen Yue who had assisted her. What about my next heavenly tribulation? Chen Yue replied with a slight smile, you need not worry about the tribulation. Even if you reach the realm of the demon god within, you will not encounter it. The Tianyuan secret realm, in a sense, is a dimensional plane. In the realm of cultivation or higher fantasy planes, Perhaps the tribulation could breach dimensional barriers to seek you out. However, in the Douluo plane, I do not believe a tribulation that cannot affect one even within the Heavenly King's tower can trace back to a dimensional plane. Very well. Upon hearing Chen Yue's words, the Ice Empress was initially taken aback, but then elated. The glint in her eyes suggested that had she not already acted, she might have genuinely rushed over to express her gratitude. This peculiar thought flitted through Chen Yue's mind as he lifted the still slumbering Shueku. Tonight, you two shall share a bed to nurture your bond. Remember, Xiaobinger, she is Snow Sister. If you do not comply, I can easily withdraw you and let the Snow Empress take your place. At this, the Ice Empress was startled and hastily shook her head. Fear not, my lord. I shall surely heed Snow Sister's words. My lord? Qian Renxue was taken aback, pondering the nature of this address. Well, I once ventured into human society. Roughly 10,000 years ago. Having recently become a beast, I was curious about the human world and discovered this is how they refer to one another. At this moment, Qian Renxue comprehended the situation. No wonder she found the title somewhat unfamiliar. Wait, did you say you went there 100,000 years ago? Indeed. Is there a problem? Chen Yue dismissed the two women who had already engaged in conversation. He was now shouldering the customized white Porsche, which had nearly been rendered unusable, and turned towards his palace. During his previous unconsciousness, for the sake of convenience and care and protection, he had been resting in Qian Renxue's quarters. Of course, his own palace was also being attended to by maidservants. Hubby, husband. Shueka sensed Chen Yue carrying her, yet his hands began to wander inappropriately, causing her face to flush crimson. She could no longer feign sleep and softly called out. It's fine, just sleep in my quarters tonight. Chen Yue casually remarked. It's not convenient over there. Although Qian Renxue had shed her disguise, her voice remained untouched. The sound cloaked by her angel soul bone was utterly inconsequential to the Ice Emperor or Snow Emperor, rendering the entire room a web of deception, with only Shueku being genuine. Naturally, Shueku likely awakened only when the secret realm was mentioned, having been somewhat dazed beforehand. Thus Qian Renxue did not give herself away. Yet, Chen Yue was entirely unaware of this. At this moment, Shueku had transformed completely into his likeness. Having experienced various flavors of sausages during his unconsciousness, along with the carefree life of a princess that required no external marriage, one must understand. This is the royal family of the Heavenly, where, although formidable individuals are scarce, wealth abounds, particularly now, under the special care of Qian Renxue. Shueku finds herself in a position where her desires are effortlessly fulfilled, allowing her to focus solely on tending to her comatose husband without a care in the world. During one moment of curiosity while wiping Chen Yue's body, she tasted a drop, leading to an uncontrollable spiral of events. And now, as dawn breaks, she has once again succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Chen Yue sits in the courtyard outside the sleeping chambers, observing the recording stone presented by the spirit master of the. Indeed. Upon witnessing the image of the Tang family's benevolent and filial grandson on the stone, a satisfied smile graces Chen Yue's face. This recording stone will soon prove invaluable. However, the fact that Tang Hao and Tang Xiao have found refuge on Sea God Island is something I had not anticipated. Wait, what is this? Suddenly, Chen Yue's attention is drawn to the crimson markings on the foreheads of the two brothers, which, if he surmises correctly, signify the top-tier examination of Sea God Island. Thus, it can be inferred that Poseidon accepted the two brothers from the Tang family with the intention of having them succeed the position of high priest, thereby granting her own freedom. The divine sacrificial role requires but a single individual, and there can only be one high priest of the Sea God Island. Although the presence of the two brothers, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, might suggest the possibility of two extreme Douluos serving as priests, it is inevitable that Poseidon, the former high priest, must abdicate her position. This implies that Poseidon is no longer required to make sacrifices. Hence, it appears that Poseidon still harbors thoughts of Tang Chen. A mysterious smile graced Chen Yue's face as he pondered the idea of passing the mantle of high priest to the Tang brothers, allowing her the freedom to seek out Tang Chen and soar away into the horizon. However, I believe this narrative could benefit from some alterations. For instance, Poseidon might embark on a quest to find Tang Chen, only to discover that he has already perished, leading her to unearth a stone of memories, igniting a fervent desire for revenge against the Tang brothers. Upon further reflection, Chen Yue felt somewhat dissatisfied with this notion as well. If Poseidon were to learn of Tang Chen's demise, she would inevitably forsake her beauty, just as depicted in the original text. Despite her white hair, she would lack the distinctive charm. He cast a glance at the adorable little white-haired creature in his arms, who clutched onto a sausage even in slumber. After all, how could this charming little being compare? Chapter 97, Director Han, His Majesty Does Not Jest. A lengthy chapter of 5,000 words. I shall leave it as is. No need to break it down. Thus, this script seems unfeasible. Chen Yue fell into contemplation. In this scenario, while searching for Tang Chen, Poseidon might come across the Stone of Memories and discover Tang Chen grievously injured. This would only intensify her urgency to find him, but ultimately she would find nothing. In a fit of rage, she would seek vengeance for Tang Chen, but having departed from Sea God Island, she would have lost her unparalleled Douluo power and the ability to mobilize the island's forces, rendering her incapable of confronting the Tang brothers. P.S. The term unparalleled Douluo refers to a level of 99 or the semi-divine tier, while extreme Douluo pertains to the standard 99 level. This is a reminder of the alternate setting of this book. This narrative appears promising, yet it requires some refinement in the details. Chen Yue's thoughts shifted, and he raised his gaze to the still-present porcupine Douluo before him, promptly inquiring, "Is there anything else?" Senior Chen, it is like this." The porcupine Douluo, upon hearing Chen Yue's voice, hastened to respond. "My subordinate has discovered that the spider legs on Tang Hao, which you previously operated on, have inexplicably returned to their original state." Oh, this remark left Chen Yue somewhat astonished. Could the sea god's assessment truly grant him restoration? Thus, if that is the case, when Tang San arrives at Sea God Island, will his dog leg and spider claw no longer exist? Regrettably, many intriguing and iconic moments have been lost. Chen Yue felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he had no intention of recklessly storming Sea God Island to confront Tang San. It is well known that Poseidon, the sea god, has left numerous formidable defenses on the island, such as the vast sea cover, the trident of the sea god, and even the sea god light pillar. Evidence of his energy can be found where Tang San's sea god 9 trials imprint appears. To venture forth without caution could lead to trivial losses, but if the divine realm were to discover such a remarkable individual as himself, it would be a monumental issue. After all, the divine realm does not permit individuals of such caliber to exist on the Douluo continent. However, the sea pig Douluo hesitated to speak further. "What troubles you?" Chen Yue inquired with a slight furrow of his brow. "Upon my departure, I encountered the Saintess Hulaina in Gingxin City." After a brief pause, the sea pig Douluo continued, "Moreover, I suspect that the hidden weapons in Tang San's possession have been significantly depleted. It is unlikely he will immediately accompany Tang Hao and the others to Sea God Island." Upon hearing this, Chen Yue contemplated a matter. Sea God Island permits entry, but not exit. Even the High Priestess Posisai is not allowed to leave its confines. If she could depart, she would not have waited decades on Sea God Island for Tang Chen. Thus, a question arose. How did Tang Hao and Tang Xiao manage to leave? Suddenly, Chen Yue recalled that in the original narrative, Tang San had to gather the soul rings and soul bones before his departure. Since these two brothers from the Tang clan managed to leave Sea God Island, it implies that their trials have reached the final stage, likely only needing to collect the soul rings and soul bones. The goal of the Sea God 9 trials in gathering soul bones is to forge a divine weapon. What, then, is the purpose of collecting soul bones in the red tier assessment? Chen Yue recalled that in the original story, the black chicken trial participant, Daimu Bai, only possessed 2 soul bones and did not collect all of them. Clearly, the black chicken trial does not require its participants to gather every soul bone. What, then, distinguishes the red tier assessors from those of the black chicken trial? The black chicken trial participants become one of the sacred pillars of Sea God Island, while the red tier participants are destined to become high priests, paving the way for future sacrifices to the deities. This led Chen Yue to ponder. After Tang Hao and his companions gather their soul bones, they will be able to pass the trial and commune with the power of the sea. In other words, once Tang Hao and Tang Xiao return to Sea God Island with their soul bones, as long as they do not enter the final high priest inheritance ceremony, their strength would be at most that of a limit Douluo or perhaps only at the level of a common super Douluo. If that is the case, there is still room for maneuvering. A thought crossed Chen Yue's mind, prompting him to recall the earlier inquiry of the sea pig Douluo. "You mentioned Hulaina went to Gangxin City, correct?" "Indeed, that is accurate." Chen Yue nodded slightly and produced a soul bone. This was an extra soul bone obtained by the light feather Douluo within a secret realm, a 90,000-year external soul bone from the cloud bat beast king, whose wings could form a shield. Once you absorb this, return to Gingxin City to gather intelligence. If Tang Hao and the others discover you, with the soul bone's assistance, they may not be able to detain you. Upon seeing the soul bone radiating a profound energy, The sea pig Douluo's eyes widened, his expression transforming. Esteemed senior, he had grown up in the spirit hall for many years, and he had never seen, let alone absorbed, a soul bone of such rich energy. A 90,000-year external soul bone. In fact, he sensed an extraordinarily potent energy fluctuation, leading him to speculate that even if this external soul bone were not 100,000 years old, it was certainly not far from it. I will send you to a location. After you absorb this soul bone, return to Gangxin City to gather information. Chen Yue was not one to mince words. Within the Tianyuan secret realm, there were numerous giant vines, and each kill had a certain probability of dropping soul bones. Although he had never ventured inside, the recent exploits of Qianjun Jiangma and the Light Feather Trio had bestowed upon him numerous soul bones, with 90 being over 30,000 years old. After all, the trio, Light Feather, Qianjun Jiangma, and others, were not fools. The opportunity within the Tianyuan secret realm was granted to them by Chen Yue. If they were to hoard the soul bones for themselves, the consequences of being discovered by Chen Yue would be dire. A satisfying feast of various delights, this was something the three of them could certainly comprehend. Yes, a warm feeling surged within the sea pig Douluo. After all these years, the last time he had experienced such a thrill was during the infamous rampage of the Hao Tian Douluo, and now, with such an expensive soul bone in his possession, how could he not be moved? Chen Yue wasted no time. After handing the soul bone to him, he waved his hand to open the Tianyuan secret realm for transport. At this moment, Chen Yue had two coordinate locations activated, one for the Light Feather Douluo as establishment and another for Qianjun Jiangma as shared structure. Since Qianjun Jiangma was busy with construction, it would not do to disrupt their progress by sending the sea pig Douluo to them. Thus, he transported the sea pig Douluo to the Light Feather Douluo's location. However, just as he had transported him, he heard the voice of the Light Feather Douluo approaching. Esteemed Senior Chen, are you present? What is it? Without permission, the Light Feather Douluo did not dare to enter. No one could fathom what Chen Yue was engaged in, and disturbing him would not bode well. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as the Light Feather Douluo got straight to the point. Regarding the soul power that the young master has been delaying, what are your thoughts? Let us prepare for tomorrow and complete the marriages the day after. Chen Yue calculated the time. He was about to leave the Tiando Royal Palace, so it made sense to finalize all the marriages at once. Also, remember, this is not about taking wives, but rather concubines. Do you understand? In the Tiando Empire, there were subtleties in the hierarchy of the harem. The general consorts were ranked just beneath the empress, the empress dowager, the empress, and the noble consorts, all holding high status in the harem. However, the concubines did not necessarily enjoy the same prestige. Chen Yue recalled that when he joined the Tiando Royal Palace, he had heard of ministers and nobles exchanging concubines for breeding purposes. To this, Chen Yue could only remark, what a chaotic circle. Understood. The Light Feather Douluo responded and withdrew without further hesitation. When it came to matters concerning Chen Yue, he naturally did not dare to take matters into his own hands. However, as long as it did not involve Chen Yue or Qian Renxue, he could act independently. In the case of concubines, there was no need for elaborate rituals. Even the emperor need not make an appearance. However, for taking a wife, the emperor would need to greet her at the palace gates and escort her home as one would for a normal marriage. Yet, for concubines, such formalities were entirely unnecessary. The simplest process of taking a concubine involves the direct arrangement by the family to send a young woman into the designated hall of the imperial palace, thus completing the procedure. Chen Yue contemplated this, considering that Qian Renxue was already showing signs of pregnancy. Beneath her guise of a soul bone, her aura would not remain stable, making it easy for others to detect anomalies. Although she was not fearful, it was unnecessary to invite such complications. Once this concubinage matter was settled, it would then be Hu Lai's turn. Chen Yue thought this as he returned to his chamber, with the Ice Emperor on his left and Qian Renxue in his embrace, drifting into slumber. However, his peaceful repose with a woman on either side was met with unrest among the noble families in Heavenly Dou City, who were awakened throughout the night, unable to sleep. What? The ceremony for taking a consort has been changed to taking a concubine? How could Xue Qinghe go back on his word? This is unacceptable. Had they previously agreed on a formal consort ceremony, leading directly to elevating her to the rank of noble consort? Why now, was she merely a concubine? Did Xue Qinghe believe he had gained enough strength to disavow their support? If it is merely a concubine he seeks, then I must respectfully decline. Such were the sentiments of the influential nobles. Qian Renxue had not informed Chen Yue, thus the matter continued to be postponed. Her first choice was not among these noble women, but among the 7 beauties of the Heaven Water Battle Team, the 4 Elements Academy. Since the merger of the Shinkong Academy, the Qihua Academy, the Tianxue Academy, and the Thunder Academy, this new institution had emerged, although the branches of the 4 original academies still stood, each situated in their respective cardinal directions, with the families of the academy leaders corresponding to those divisions. For instance, the president of the Qihua Academy was backed by the Hua family. The head of the Hua family, with a grave expression, paced back and forth in the family hall, leaving the other senior members of the Hua family in a state of confusion. Father, is this really such a significant issue? Eventually, a middle-aged man stepped forward. Unable to restrain himself, Xue Qinghe is dismantling the bridge after crossing it, believing he can now cast us aside. But he must not forget how he ascended to the throne. Without our support, he would not be able to maintain his position, since he has acted first. Do not blame us for retaliating. Allowing Wuo to marry him as a concubine is absolutely out of the question. His assertion garnered unanimous agreement from the others. Indeed, it would be more beneficial for the Hua family to ally with the Feng family than to marry Wuo to Xue Qinghe as a concubine. Without our backing, Xue Qinghe would find himself unable to withstand the pressure from these nobles and would ultimately have to bow to us. After hearing these words, the head of the Hua family's expression darkened further. You short-sighted fools, be silent. The assembly fell into a hushed silence, too afraid to utter a word. Do you truly believe that Xue Qinghe cannot see what you see? The head of the Hua family scoffed. Do not forget the fate of the 7 treasures glazed tile school. You cannot truly think that Ning Fingji sought to assassinate Xue Yi, can you? A wave of glances exchanged among the crowd, none daring to speak, yet they all shared that very belief. Fools. The head of the Hua family snorted. Though Ning Fingji harbors ambitions, he would never be so reckless. This must be the doing of Xue Qinghe. For if Ning Fingji were alive, he would be the most formidable noble in Heaven Dou and the greatest threat to Xue Qinghe. Only with his demise would the other nobles realign, granting Xue Qinghe a blade to wield. Do you truly think that Xue Qinghe is jesting with you? A man who can eliminate a mentor of decades with a mere command. Do you believe he is trifling? The expressions of many shifted, and the earlier middle-aged man could not help but interject. Father, is it not a bit alarmist to say so? What capability does Xue Qinghe have to destroy the 7 treasures glazed tile school? After all, the sword Douluo Chen Xin is a 97th rank super Douluo. Upon hearing this, many felt there was merit to his reasoning. The strength of the Heaven Dou royal family was rather limited, barely enough for 3 committee members to take notice, while the rest were insignificant. Do you not realize how foolish you are? The head of the Hua family scoffed in disbelief. What force on the continent can annihilate the 7 treasures glazed tile school? Of course, it is the Spirit Hall. Without hesitation, many responded in agreement. At that moment, the middle-aged man who had spoken earlier finally grasped the implication, his face pale with shock. Father, are you suggesting? Now, do you understand why I am so anxious? The head of the Hua family scoffed, observing his son's changing expressions, ultimately leading to a resigned sigh. Clearly devoid of any viable solutions. The downfall of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, the annihilation of the Hao Tian sect, these were all bloody lessons. Yet, the Hua family lacked even a Title Douluo. How could they withstand an assault from the Spirit Hall? It seems that this time, the taking of a concubine was merely Xue Qinghe's ploy to eliminate a rival. However, the middle-aged man could not fathom when Xue Qinghe had forged an alliance with the Spirit Hall. Prepare the young lady and dowry by morning, and send Wuo to the palace. Few could perceive the essence of it all. The Hua family was one, the Yi family another, and the Tianxue Academy counted as half. For the decisions of the Tianxue Academy were ultimately dictated by the resolute President Han Shui. She was aware that within the extreme North Forest,